Chapter 1: Awakening the Bond System, Finding the Beautiful School Beauty. Jingbei City, Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Chin Ping woke up in a daze from the study room of the library. The warm morning light outside the window hit his cheeks, making him feel warm. It was like having a hangover. My head was completely foggy. My throat is still dry and I'm very thirsty. He stood up and walked to the water dispenser, gulped down a big gulp of water, and a cool feeling spread throughout his body, and his mind suddenly became much clearer. Then my head started to ache violently, and unfamiliar memories flooded back. In the world of high martial arts, monsters invade. Batch after batch of human warriors came forward, using their bodies to build a great wall of flesh and blood to resist the monsters. After digesting the memories of his previous life, Chin Ping took a deep breath. The neatly arranged tables and chairs and the spacious and bright study room in front of him seemed so real. He had to accept the fact of time travel. There was no panic or confusion as expected. On the contrary, a strong sense of relief arose. In his previous life, he believed his bosses promised that he could get a promotion and a raise as long as he worked hard. The normal work schedule is 996 per week, and I occasionally have to work overtime until 12 o'clock. As a result, after working for 5 years, not only did his salary not increase by a single penny, but he also died suddenly in the company. If I live my life over again, it will be impossible to be rebellious again. My previous life had average academic performance, but I was unwilling to be ordinary. I would study late into the night every day, go to bed at 1 in the middle of the night, and get up at 5 in the morning to study in the library. I want to change my destiny through studying and get into a good university. As a result, he died suddenly in the library at a young age, and he almost killed himself. The end of the volume is about ascending to paradise early and riding a crane back to the west. The only way to live a long life is to lie down. Chin Ping returned to his seat and was about to put away the textbooks and study materials on the table when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He opened the book and saw that, as expected, he could understand the words, but he had no idea about the conceptual knowledge on it. Did the predecessor take away the knowledge in the books? There is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. How can I study now? He slumped in the chair, holding his forehead. Could it be that he had to repeat the year and experience the life of senior year in high school again, getting up early and going to bed late? But he just wanted to lie down and really didn't want to curl up anymore. At this moment, Chin Ping's ears suddenly dinged and a voice rang out. Bond system awakens. By binding to a bonded object, you can copy and amplify the bonded object's learning results. Host, please make a decision within 10 seconds, otherwise the system will disappear. There is only one chance to bind. Once the binding is successful, it cannot be changed even if the bound object dies. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the countdown beside him, Chin Ping didn't have time to think about it and decisively called out the name of the top student in the liberal arts grade, Su Qingli from Jingbei No. 1 High School. In order to prevent the system from binding to the wrong person, he deliberately added Beijing No. 1 Middle School in front. Binding to the bonded object is successful. Please check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday. Check. A large number of complicated knowledge points and questions appeared out of thin air and flooded into my mind. Chin Ping originally thought he had to understand and digest it on his own. I didn't expect that these unfamiliar and numerous knowledge points seemed to have been carefully sorted out, connected together according to clear logic, and independently derived corresponding problem-solving ideas. The whole process was very smooth and Chin Ping mastered it completely in less than a minute. It was as if someone had poured all the knowledge he had learned directly into his brain, and he couldn't forget it at all. Is this the effect of system replication amplification? This is too awesome. Without doing anything, you can easily master the knowledge that usually takes at least 2 months to learn. He didn't even dare to have such a dream when he was in the 3rd year of high school in his previous life. Chin Ping couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a happy smile from the heart. This system is perfect for someone like him who loves to lie down. Comfortable, so comfortable. As long as Su Qingli studies hard as usual in the next month, there will be no problem at all for her to be admitted to the best liberal arts university in the country. Now Beijing University is stable. As for transferring to the military department and passing the military exam to enter the Beijing University of Military Science and Technology, which countless people dream of, Chin Ping did not consider it at all. Learn martial arts to fight against the demons? Please. I only have one life. Wouldn't it be better to just graduate from Peking University and then take the civil service exam? When the time comes, I will get a wolfberry thermos, go to and from get off work on time every day, and spend the rest of the time lying down. How wonderful! Just as Chen Ping was looking forward to his future life of lying down, the door of the study room was suddenly pushed open. A young girl with her face buried under her bangs poked her head out. Seeing someone in the study room, she paused. When she saw that it was Chen Ping, she breathed a sigh of relief, pushed the door open, lowered her head, walked into the study room, and found a seat in the corner. Chen Ping glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6:30 in the morning. At this time, many people probably hadn't gotten up yet. In his memory, the girl, like him, would get up early every day to study in the library. And the king of rolls? But why does this figure look familiar? A vague figure in his memory gradually became clearer, and Chen Ping finally remembered the girl's identity. Not only is she my classmate and deskmate, she is also the school belle known throughout the school. Su Qingli, who is both talented and beautiful and ranks first in the grade, is just a vague figure in the memory of her previous life? As expected, if you don't have women in your mind, you will naturally excel in studying. Chen Ping nodded secretly in his heart. He was indeed the top student in the grade. He was smart and hardworking. Study hard, you and I will have a bright future. Chen Ping yawned, left the study room and went back to the dormitory to sleep for a while. The class was not until 8 o'clock, so he could take a nap for another half an hour. When he stood up to leave, he accidentally kicked the leg of the table, startling the girl in the corner so much that she trembled and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. Chen Ping looked in the direction of the voice and saw the girl bending down to pick up the pen. When she stood up, she inadvertently looked up, revealing a flawless face. The two people's eyes met in mid-air. In the morning light, the girl is like a holy lotus, pure and charming, with a picturesque and delicate face that is unforgettable at first sight. Chen Ping paused slightly as he stood up, nodded to Su Qingli, then packed up his books, picked up his school bag and left the classroom. Su Qingli was the only one left in the empty study room. The eye contact just now made her cheeks slightly hot. She tilted her head, wondering why Chen Ping left so early today. Maybe there was something urgent? I suppressed the random thoughts in my mind and tried to focus on the book again, but I just couldn't concentrate. Everything was obviously normal when Chen Ping was there just now, and he was able to get into the state quickly. What's wrong with me? Why did I become restless and unable to get into the state of studying as soon as Chen Ping left? Su Qingli, who couldn't figure it out, sighed softly, stood up and was about to leave the study room, when she suddenly felt a strong sense of sleepiness deep in her head, as if she hadn't slept for several days. Su Qingli's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she fell into a deep sleep on the desk. She had a very long dream. In her dream, she embarked on the path of martial arts, awakened her SSS talent, and fought her way out of a brutal and bloody fight with monsters. Finally become the god of war. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qingli woke up in a daze. Her eyes changed from confusion to shock to ecstasy, and many complex emotions emerged on her face. It took a long time for her to gradually calm down. Am I reborn? Chapter 2, School Beauty Reborn, Start Simulation Battle System. Su Qingli touched the smooth pages of the book, and the beautiful handwriting on it made her feel dazed. Ever since the monsters broke through the monster suppression pass and launched a full-scale invasion of China, she has not picked up her pen again. Every day she is either practicing or fighting on the front lines of the battlefield. When she was besieged by monsters and died, she was still thinking how nice it would be if she could go back to the good old days when she was studying. Away from the cruel and bloody battlefield, you only need to study hard without having to watch your comrades fall one by one around you and experience the separation of life and death. She gently stroked her chest. The place where her heart had been pierced by a 10th-level monster was now intact. It feels so good to be alive. Su Qingli looked up at the place where Chen Ping had sat before, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. The time she spent studying with Chen Ping in the library is one of her treasured memories. The boy's handsome profile and the determined light in his eyes never faded in my heart. However, after Su Qingli was admitted to Peking University in her previous life, she saw Chen Ping again, but it was in the morgue. Most of his body had been eaten by monsters, but his mutilated face still retained a trace of determination. In addition to Chen Ping, she also saw many other corpses. Grief and powerlessness washed over her body. At that moment, she suddenly realized that in this world where monsters and beasts roamed, only learning martial arts could prevent tragedy from happening again. From then on, her hands no longer held a pen, but instead grasped a cold and sharp sword. After abandoning literature and embracing martial arts, she awakened an SSS-level top talent and was meticulously cultivated by the Chinese government. She eventually grew all the way to the pinnacle of human strength, a 10th-rank martial god. But at that time, there were already creatures above level 10 among the monsters. In the end, the monster suppressing pass was broken, and she herself was besieged and killed by dozens of level 10 monsters. If she could become a martial god earlier, maybe she could change the ending. Su Qingli's expression and eyes gradually became firm. With the cultivation experience she had accumulated in her previous life, she would be able to become a martial god in less than a year. First, follow the secret cultivation method in memory to quickly improve your strength. However, all she got in response was a blank. Su Qingli widened her eyes and tried hard to recall the martial arts techniques that should have been ingrained in her mind, but she couldn't remember anything at all. Why have all the memories of cultivation disappeared from my mind? She also discovered that almost all of her important memories had disappeared, leaving only some scattered fragments of memory. It is impossible to change the future through foresight. After repeated attempts to recall the past without success, Su Qingli quickly accepted the fact. Isn't it just a matter of retraining? She can still become a martial god in this life. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from my head. The simulated battle system has been successfully bound. As long as you defeat the simulated opponent, you can draw a random reward. Su Qingli had read some imaginative online novels in junior high school, and she was particularly impressed by the various systems of the protagonists in the books. After her rebirth, she actually obtained this incredible golden finger of the system? A translucent panel popped up in front of Su Qingli, listing an extremely rich array of rewards. Qinggang Sword God level, indestructible and can break anything. Wanxiang Ju God level, it gathers all the strengths of martial arts in the world and covers everything. God-breaking Pill God level, breaks the shackles of the 10th level of human martial arts and steps onto the ladder of becoming a god. The top 3 god level rewards made Su Qingli's heart pound. As long as she got these 3 rewards, she might be able to reverse the future in this life and kill the monster in one fell swoop. Every time the host defeats a simulated opponent, he or she can draw a random reward. If the host fails the challenge, he must complete the random task of flattering the winner, otherwise he will lose this system. After completing the pleasing mission, you can draw a random reward and challenge again. When Su Qingli heard about the task of pleasing someone, she frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. In her previous life, she was a martial god, the pinnacle of human combat power. How could she possibly lose? Searching for the first equally matched opponent. Search successful. A 3D figure simulated by Qin Ping slowly rotated in front of Su Qingli's eyes. Your first simulated opponent is Qin Ping. Su Qingli couldn't help but burst out laughing. She didn't expect that the first simulated opponent was Qin Ping. Wasn't this a reward for her? If it was before her rebirth, it would have been difficult to deal with a boy of the same age. But she now has the martial arts experience accumulated in her previous life. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat a student from the liberal arts class? The simulated battle will begin tomorrow, please be prepared. Seeing the countdown on the panel, Su Qingli didn't take it seriously at all. He knew that he could solve the problem with one move anyway. Why care? In this life, she wants to reach the pinnacle of martial arts as soon as possible. Su Qingli stopped and looked up at the sky for a long time, took a deep breath, and his gaze became more determined. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are in the future, she will never give up. The most urgent task now is to awaken one's talent and transfer to the military subject to take part in the military examination in 10 days. She left the study room and walked straight to the classroom. Today she is going to give up literature and take up martial arts. After a nap, Qin Ping got up feeling refreshed and dressed. He saw his roommates busy reviewing their books. He couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you going to the cafeteria to eat? Why are you still reading? Are high school students in this world also so unruly? Today's first period is our homeroom teacher's. You know she loves asking questions in class. Anyone who can't answer will not only be criticized, but also have to copy the text 10 times. We're just going over the key points from yesterday so we don't get picked and can't answer them." Qin Ping's mouth twitched. He didn't want to copy those long and boring texts. Fortunately, he had already mastered the knowledge points taught yesterday, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to answer them. Come on, guys. I'm hungry, so I'm going to the cafeteria to eat some noodles first. You still want to slurp noodles? There's only half an hour left before class. If you're late for your homeroom teacher's class, you're dead. You have to be in the classroom at least 10 minutes early for your homeroom teacher's class. If you're late, something might happen. It's okay as long as you're not late. No more talking. I'm going to fill my stomach first. Jinping got dressed, got out of bed, washed up, and had a bowl of beef noodles in the cafeteria. After eating, he bought a bottle of happy water. He walked into the classroom the moment the bell rang. Timing was just perfect. Su Qingli arrived at the classroom a step later than him, and the two of them sat down at the same time as if they had discussed it in advance. The head teacher smiled at Su Qingli. Su Qingli usually arrived half an hour early, but this time she arrived just on time. It must be because she was not feeling well and got up a little late. Then he looked at Jinping, his face turning completely dark. Seeing that his grades were average but he worked very hard, I specially arranged for him to sit at the same table with Su Qingli so that he could learn more from Su Qingli, who was the top student in the grade. As a result, he now looks so nonchalant that he even dares to arrive late for her class. Don't you really take yourself seriously? Jinping, recite the entire text that we reviewed yesterday. The head teacher snorted in his heart. A student with mediocre grades like Jinping could not possibly recite the text of more than 1,000 words that they reviewed yesterday. First, punish him by making him copy the text 10 times so that he will remember it well. Jinping, who was named, looked a little surprised. Su Qingli had clearly arrived on time, and the head teacher greeted her with a smile, but when it was his turn, he frowned and asked himself to answer the question. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. It seems that students with good grades will be treated preferentially by teachers no matter which world they are in. There is no doubt that if you can't recite the text, you will definitely be criticized and punished by being made to copy the text 10 times. But you, head teacher, are destined to be disappointed. The text they reviewed yesterday was engraved in his mind word for word, and he could even recite it backwards. Chapter 3. The head teacher admitted defeat, and the whole class was shocked. 100 years ago, a large area of landslide suddenly occurred in northern China. Then, a large number of demonic beasts emerged from the beast abyss and attacked China, marking the first beast tide. Although China deployed its military and used weapons of mass destruction to temporarily stabilize the situation, it also caused huge damage to the ecological environment. Fortunately, scientists discovered a magical mineral within the beast abyss that can stimulate a person's inner potential and awaken their talents. They named it the Awakening Stone. Combined with China's long-standing ancient martial arts tradition, warriors, once eliminated by spears and cannons, have returned to the historical stage and gradually become the main force in resisting the invasion of demonic beasts. It wasn't until 40 years ago that Zhou Wu, China's #1 martial god of the 10 realms, emerged. Under his leadership, the demon beasts were successfully driven back into the beast abyss, and a magnificent demon-suppressing pass was built outside the beast abyss. Only then did China finally usher in peace. After reciting the entire article, the whole classroom fell silent. The head teacher checked the textbook and found that Jinping had not made a single mistake in reciting the article. He was extremely shocked. This is a text of over 1,000 words. And he had to recite it so suddenly. How did Jinping do it? She has been teaching for more than 10 years and has seen many geniuses, but she has never seen anyone who can recite a text of thousands of words so fluently in class, without making a single mistake. The head teacher finally calmed down and his opinion of Jinping changed drastically. I didn't expect that after being a teacher for so many years, I would be wrong. Jinping is definitely a genius, not just an ordinary genius. But a genius who can only memorize the text will not get high scores. He must be able to apply what he has learned and answer the questions correctly. Memorizing alone won't get you a high score. The real skill is being able to apply knowledge flexibly and answer questions correctly. The head teacher wrote another question on the blackboard. If you don't integrate and fully grasp the knowledge points mentioned yesterday, it will be impossible to solve it. Don't say I'm giving you a hard time. This question involves knowledge points we just covered yesterday. Jinping glanced at the question. It was a multiple-choice question that required explaining the historical contributions of Zhou Wu, the first Chinese god of war, and answering it in conjunction with specific historical events without any omissions. When this question came out, the whole class gasped. It is not difficult to talk about historical contributions, but it is difficult to combine them with real historical events. It is very easy to mix up historical events that occurred at different times and places, and any mistake will lead to wrong answers. Not to mention that there can be no omissions. The head teacher was full of confidence and was sure that Jinping could not answer this question correctly. It is easy to get historical events wrong, but this question is only superficially difficult. Although the relevant knowledge points were just taught yesterday, they are scattered throughout the 3 years of high school textbooks. I have to sort them out one by one and clearly distinguish which historical contributions they correspond to in order to answer correctly. Some events appear very similar on the surface, and without a deep understanding, it is easy to confuse the historical contributions behind them. This is the hidden difficulty of this question. It is impossible to answer it correctly just by rote memorization. Chen Ping looked at the head teacher's confident expression and did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked, "Teacher, if I answer this question correctly, will you ask another one? If you can answer this question correctly, I won't ask you any more questions today." Chen Ping was not satisfied. He didn't want to be asked questions by the class teacher every day in the future. It would be so annoying. He just wanted to arrive at the classroom on time every day, be the first to leave after school, spend more time lying in bed, and live a quiet life. I hope that after I answer this question correctly, the head teacher will not ask me any more questions in the future. The head teacher looked at Chen Ping with cold eyes, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. An invisible pressure spread in the air, and the students around were stunned. "Chen Ping, we have been classmates for 3 years, and I never realized you were so brave. She is not only the head teacher of our class, but also the principal of senior year. If you dare to negotiate with her, you're doomed if you don't answer this question correctly. As long as you can answer completely correctly, I won't ask you any more questions. But if you get an answer wrong or miss any point, you will have to copy the text 10 times a day for 10 consecutive days." Some students have covered their eyes, not daring to look at the furious face of their head teacher. If Chen Ping doesn't answer correctly, how will he be scolded? Hearing the teacher's agreement, Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction and began to answer the question slowly. The historical contribution of Zhou Wu, China's first martial god, can be traced back to. He spoke for a full 12 minutes before he finished his answer. The above is my answer. If there is anything wrong, please correct me, class teacher. The chalk slipped from the head teacher's hand. She was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She picked up the fallen chalk and stammered, "Student Chen Ping, you didn't miss anything, it's completely correct." The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Su Qingli's lips were slightly open, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. The Chen Ping in front of her made her feel a little unfamiliar. Was he still the ordinary boy in her memory? When Chen Ping recited the entire text before, she was not too surprised. After all, she often saw how hard he worked, so it was reasonable for him to be able to recite an entire text. But even she was not completely sure that she could answer this question correctly. After all, the books recorded many historical events related to China's first martial god, and she had to sort out the historical contributions behind each event to ensure that there were no mistakes or omissions. When the head teacher asked this question before, Su Qingli felt it was very unfair. In normal exams, similar questions would have a limited number or range. How could one answer all of them without missing any? But Chen Ping answered correctly. Not only did he not miss any historical events, but his answer was completely correct and there was nothing wrong with it. The historical contributions explained are also logical and well organized, and the thinking is very clear. With such ability, there is absolutely no problem getting into Kyoto University. But Su Qingli's bright eyes quickly dimmed. What good was it to be good at liberal arts? She couldn't even withstand a blow from a monster. Only by learning martial arts can China be saved. Su Qingli stared closely at Chen Ping's handsome face and said to herself, "Chen Ping, I will study martial arts diligently and protect ordinary people like you in the future. I will not let you die at the hands of monsters." At this point, the head teacher finally recovered from his shock. I'm sure everyone is aware of the difficulty of this question. Chen Ping's perfect answer shows that he studies very hard. Let's applaud him. After saying that, he actually took the lead in applauding Chen Ping, and the classroom was filled with thunderous applause. All students should learn from Chen Ping. As long as you work hard, you will definitely achieve success. Chen Ping sat back in his seat with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. This humble attitude made the head teacher appreciate Chen Ping even more, and this time she accepted her defeat with conviction. You won. The homeroom teacher won't ask you any more questions. There will be a placement test the day after tomorrow, and the homeroom teacher is looking forward to your results. In an instant, the whole class was shocked. You should know that during the 3 years of high school, the head teacher never gave up and managed to bring the class's grades from the last to the first. Because of her decisiveness, iron will, and extremely strong desire for victory, the students privately called the head teacher the Iron Lady and believed that no one could make her admit defeat. Qin Ping not only defeated the head teacher, but also made her convinced and admit defeat in public. So strong. He is truly a role model for our generation. Chapter 4: Su Qingli abandons literature and pursues martial arts. After class, more than a dozen classmates surrounded Qin Ping and asked him for advice on his learning experience. Qin Ping was at a loss for words. Where did he get his learning experience from? After finally getting rid of the students who were making a fuss, I found that my deskmate Su Qingli was missing. It's strange. The bell for class has already rung. Where did she go? In the academic affairs office, the head teacher was stunned for a long time after hearing Su Qingli's words. She suspected that she had heard it wrong. The usually quiet Su Qingli was actually going to switch to the military department? I didn't hear what you just said clearly, could you please say it again, Qingli? Homeroom teacher, I want to switch to the military department. The sunlight shines through the glass window onto Su Qingli's beautiful face, reflecting a faint light, making her look like a holy goddess. The head teacher couldn't imagine Su Qingli sweating profusely on the martial arts field, nor could he accept losing a student who had the chance to become the top scorer in the city 1 month before the college entrance examination. Qingli, you are the most outstanding student I have ever met in my more than 10 years of teaching. Whether it's talent, diligence, character, or appearance, you are impeccable. Have you encountered any difficulties in life? Talk to your homeroom teacher. Su Qingli shook her head. Did someone bully you? Su Qingli waved her hands quickly. Then why do you suddenly want to switch to the martial arts department? The martial arts exam is only 10 days away. If you switch now, you'll be competing with martial arts students who have been training for 3 years or even longer. Your chances of getting into a good martial arts university are slim. Why don't you stay in the liberal arts department? With your grades, you can definitely get into the best university in the country, Kyoto University. Your future is bright. Hearing these words, Su Qingli's eyes dimmed, and a tragic scene emerged in his mind where the demon suppressing pass would be breached in the future and the army of monsters would cover the sky and the sun. You must transfer to the military department and cannot continue studying liberal arts and wait for death. Head teacher, I have made up my mind. The homeroom teacher still insisted, if you want to switch to the military department, you must pass the physical test. Qingli, I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your current physical condition, there's no way you can pass. And you've studied so hard for 12 years, are you really willing to just throw it all away like this? Su Qingli smiled indifferently, blocking the class teacher's earnest persuasion. I know that what the homeroom teacher said is for my own good, but I was born in the Su family in Beijing. I can first undergo the talent awakening process and then take the physical test. Switching to the military department is the result of careful consideration and will never change. Please sign, head teacher. When the head teacher heard the words Su family in Beijing, he was stunned for a while. It turns out that as a young lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she does have the capital to be willful. Since you are from the Su family in Beijing, the homeroom teacher respects your choice. I hope that you will achieve great things in the martial arts in the future and become a martial god. The head teacher directly signed the transfer application form. Thank you, head teacher, for your teaching over the past 3 years. Su Qingli bowed to the head teacher and turned to leave. Looking at Su Qingli's back, the head teacher felt mixed emotions. She didn't expect that the future top student she had personally trained would be gone like this. Although there were a few other students in the class who could get into Peking University, they were nothing compared to Su Qingli. In the last monthly exam, Su Qingli surpassed him by more than 30 points. For some reason, Qin Ping's figure suddenly appeared in the head teacher's mind. This young man who had no presence before left a very deep impression on her today. Superb memory, meticulous logical analysis ability, and extraordinary self-confidence and calmness. Maybe he can become the biggest dark horse in this year's college entrance examination at Beijing No. 1 High School. On the other side, Qin Ping, who hadn't seen Su Qingli for the entire class, had a bad feeling in his heart. What's going on? No classes, where are you? After class, I looked everywhere but couldn't find Su Qingli. I asked my classmates again, and a male classmate said that he saw Su Qingli going to the head teacher's office. Why did she suddenly run to the homeroom teacher? Could it be that she didn't want to study anymore? Qin Ping comforted himself that he was overthinking it, and that Su Qingli might just be feeling unwell and had asked for leave to go home. But the ominous premonition in my heart became stronger and stronger. I couldn't concentrate in class at all and couldn't listen to any of the lessons. After a day of confusion, Jinping, unable to bear it any longer, ran to the academic affairs office to find his class teacher. Homeroom teacher, Su Qingli has been missing all day. Do you know where she went? The head teacher was a little displeased at first, but when she saw it was Jinping, her expression softened. She doesn't want to study liberal arts, so she switched to military studies. Switching to the military department now? Do you agree to such an outrageous thing, class teacher? The head teacher sighed. This is her own decision. I have no right to interfere. How could a delicate girl like her possibly pass the physical exam? The head teacher was silent for a moment, not revealing Su Qingli's family background. Her family is well off and can help her get the awakening stone. After awakening her talent and stimulating her physical potential, she will most likely pass the physical test. When Jinping heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. No, Su Qingli, I just bound you as a bond object, and you gave up literature and took up martial arts? You were doing well in your studies, why did you suddenly switch to the military department to practice martial arts? Could it be that I will go to the beast abyss and fight the monsters in the future? I can't figure it out at all. He didn't hear what his head teacher Jinping said next, he just nodded subconsciously and agreed. I thought that since I was ranked first in my grade, I would have a secure place in Peking University. If I could pass the civil service exam, I would be able to rest easy for the rest of my life. I no longer have to bow down and work hard for a few pieces of silver like I did in my previous life. Unexpectedly, with only 1 month left before the college entrance examination, Su Qingli actually switched to the military department. Practicing martial arts requires strengthening the body and cultivating skills, and basically requires spending time in the training ground. Jinping could imagine that the system would fill his head with Su Qingli's martial arts learning results every day. But what use was this to a liberal arts student like him? He wanted book knowledge to answer questions. What should I do next? The baseline test the day after tomorrow will cover the entire high school learning content. He should be thankful if he can pass the test with the knowledge he knows now. Even if the head teacher didn't make things difficult for him, he was a working animal who had been out of school for many years, and it would be difficult for him to even get into university in the college entrance examination in a month. Repeat the year and take the exam again? Thinking of the intensity and pressure of studying in the third year of high school, Jinping couldn't help but feel a chill on his scalp. He really doesn't want to go through that kind of life again. The only way now is to switch to the military department like Su Qingli did, and enter Wuhan University by passing the military examination. However, to switch to the military department, one needs to pass a physical test. Ordinary people who have not awakened cannot pass it unless they are gifted. Jinping looked at his somewhat thin body and realized that he was obviously not gifted. As for awakening talent, where can a poor student like him get the awakening stone? An awakening stone can be sold for 1 million on the black market, and it's the kind that's out of stock. This is the end. We are stuck in a vicious circle. Is it really true that I am not destined to lie down? Chapter 5 Returning Home. Beijing North City, Su Family Manor. Passing through the garden carefully maintained by the housekeeper, Su Qingli came to the door of the largest building in the center of the manor. The spacious hall is decorated entirely with mahogany furniture and exquisite decoration, showing luxury. A young and beautiful maid was wiping the furniture in the house. Seeing the eldest lady come back, she hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Su Qingli with her hands folded. Su Qingli smiled at her and asked, "Is my dad still home?" "The master has just finished breakfast and is resting on the second floor." The maid pointed to a room upstairs. "Thank you." After Su Qingli thanked him, she went straight up the stairs. Returning to her familiar home for the first time after her rebirth actually made her feel a little nervous. She tried her best to calm her fluctuating emotions and knocked on the door of her father's room. "Come in." Su Hang's calm voice came from inside the door. For a moment, Su Qingli was afraid to open the door. She was afraid that all this was a dream and that she would wake up from the dream if she opened the door. Taking a deep breath, she turned the handle and opened the door. A dignified middle-aged man was leaning on the sofa, smoking and reading documents. Seeing the cigarette in her father's hand, Su Qingli's pretty brows suddenly frowned. "My father was seriously injured in his early years, and the doctor said that if he wanted to live longer, he had to quit smoking and drinking. Her father died of illness in her previous life." She could only stand in front of the bed and watch her father take his last breath, crying like a tearful person. Seeing that the person who came in was actually his daughter, Su Hang was stunned for a moment, quickly put out the cigarette in his hand, and said with a somewhat embarrassed look, "Daughter, didn't you have to go to school today? Why did you come home suddenly? You're secretly smoking at home again. Didn't the doctor repeatedly tell you not to smoke?" Su-hang coughed and explained, "It's not an old habit. I can't help but want to light one when I'm thinking. It's really not my subjective decision." Su Qingli didn't want to listen to her father's feeble excuses, so she walked up to him and held out her hand. "Hold out the cigarette. The last one, it's really gone. Confess and I'll give you some leniency. If I find out, I won't talk to you for a month." After saying this, Su Qingli was about to search his father's pockets. Su-hang knew his daughter's serious nature. If she found cigarettes on him, she would really ignore him for a month. Okay, I still have half a pack, I'll give it all to you." He had no choice but to take out half a pack of cigarettes from the gap in his clothes with a reluctant look on his face. Su Qingli took the cigarette away, and her serious expression immediately softened. She grabbed her father's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I'm doing this for your health. You won't be angry with your daughter, will you?" If Chen Ping was there, he would definitely be shocked. A shy and quiet girl at school is actually lively and spoiled in front of her father? Su-hang patted Su Qingli's arm lovingly and asked his daughter to sit on the sofa beside him. "How could Dad be angry? Dad is very happy to see you." Her father's gentle gaze made Su Qingli's eyes moist, and the longing for her father in her heart burst out uncontrollably like a raging flood. "Why are you crying suddenly, daughter? Did someone bully you at school? Tell Dad, I won't let him go." There was anger dancing in Su-hang's eyes, like a volcano about to erupt. Su Qingli wiped away her tears and smiled, "No one bullies my daughter. These are tears of joy." After observing for a long time, seeing that Su Qingli's face did not show any sign of grievance, Su-hang relaxed and said with a smile, "Why, you miss Dad so much after just a few days of not seeing him?" "Of course I do. I haven't seen my dad in a long time." For Su-hang, only a few days had passed, but for Su Qingli, it felt like many years since she had seen her father. Su-hang caressed Su Qingli's little head lovingly. "Just because you missed me, you skipped classes and came back to see me? Besides wanting to see Dad, I also have another request when I came back today. You said, as long as it's not too much of a request, Dad will agree to it. I want to switch to the military department and learn martial arts." Hearing this, Su-hang was stunned for a moment, then his face changed and he said, "No. I promised your mother that I would never let you learn martial arts. I can't break my promise to your mother." Su Qingli had long anticipated her father's refusal, and continued, "Mother doesn't want me to learn martial arts because she's afraid I'll die on the battlefield. But now Beast Abyss is making unusual moves again, and I don't want to sit and wait for death." "How do you know there's something fishy going on in Beast Abyss?" "This is information the military has strictly sealed." "Dad, I heard you talking in your sleep one night." Su Qingli made up an excuse. "When did he start talking in his sleep?" Su-hang scratched his head. "Anyway, I won't let you learn martial arts. Although there are some unusual movements in the Beast Abyss, the Demon Suppression Pass is still as solid as a rock. It's not your turn as a little girl to risk your life there." Seeing that his father still disagreed, Su Qingli thought for a while and then compromised, "Then you can let me awaken my talent, right? I won't learn martial arts until I awaken my SSS talent." Su-hang wanted to refuse, but when he saw the strong hope in his daughter's eyes, he couldn't say no. His daughter rarely asked him for anything, and he really didn't want to disappoint her. After a long while, Su-hang finally agreed and said, "Okay, I'll take you to find your uncle. He still has an awakening stone. But let me tell you in advance, don't cry if you don't awaken an SSS level talent." "I'm not a little girl, I won't cry." Su-hang laughed heartily. As long as his daughter was happy, what did a mere awakening stone matter? Of course, he wouldn't believe that Su Qingli could awaken the SSS talent. Talent levels are divided from SSS to F from high to low, and there is a considerable probability of awakening failure. Those who awaken S-level talents are 1 in a million lucky ones. The probability of awakening an SSS level talent is lower than the probability of winning the lottery jackpot. Su-hang was already thinking about how to comfort his daughter if she awakened a weaker talent. However, she was very strong and should be able to cheer up soon and go back to complete her studies. Su Qingli's uncle lives in a 3-story building on the north side of the manor. The house is simply decorated with only some necessary furniture and is very tidy and clean. A tall and burly man sat cross-legged on a cushion in the middle of the hall, his eyes closed, a look of fortitude emanating from his brows. As soon as the father and daughter walked into the house, Su Wenba opened his eyes and said, "Niece, how come you have time to come and see uncle today? Do you want to learn martial arts from uncle?" As for Su Hang, who was standing next to Su Qingli, he was simply ignored by him. When Su Qingli saw her uncle Su Wenba again, many memories came to her mind. After her father died in her previous life, it was her uncle who taught her martial arts and helped her gradually get out of the shadow of losing her father. She bowed earnestly to Su Wenba and said, "Uncle, I want to learn martial arts from you." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Hang next to him suddenly became anxious. That was not what he had just said to him. What happened to the promise that you can learn martial arts only after awakening your SSS talent? Su Hang was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Wenba. "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you hear that your niece wants to learn martial arts from me?" Chapter 6: Awakening SSS Level Talent. When Su Qingli was just born, Su Wenba wanted to take her in as his disciple and teach her all his martial arts. As a result, Su Hang refused to agree no matter what, and Su Qingli had never been very interested in learning martial arts. He was sad for a long time because of this. He didn't expect that his niece would come to him to learn martial arts today. Su Wenba was so excited that he didn't give Su Hang a chance to interrupt. He took out the awakening stone from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingli. "I've always carried this awakening stone with me, thinking that if you ever figured it out and wanted to learn martial arts from me, it finally came in handy today." Holding the warm awakening stone in her hand, Su Qingli was deeply moved and tears almost burst out. But she didn't want her uncle to see her weakness, so she lowered her head and held back her tears. Then he raised his head and said with a firm look, "Uncle, I will definitely not let you down." Just as she was about to place the awakening stone on her heart, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and dressed like a noble lady rushed in with a pale young man. The lady is Su Qingli's stepmother Wang Rong, and the boy is Su Qingli's half-brother Su Tang. "Uncle, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other." When he saw Wang Rong, a trace of disgust flashed across Su Wenba's eyes. Women from merchant families are indeed good at calculating. Su Qingli had just come to him to learn martial arts when she smelled the scent and came over. Wang Rong felt a little proud. Now let's see how Su Wenba would refuse to accept his son as his disciple. Before, she asked Su Wenba to accept her son as his apprentice, but he always refused with reasons such as being too busy and having no time. Now that you have time to teach Su Qingli, it makes no sense that you don't have time to teach Su Tang martial arts, right? Fortunately, she had foresight and had been sending people to keep an eye on Su Hang. As soon as she received the news that Su Hang and Su Qingli were going to meet Su Wenba, she immediately brought her son over. When she heard Su Qingli's words about wanting to learn martial arts at the door, she knew that this time she was in a safe place. She was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and she married the good-for-nothing second son of the Su family with only one purpose: to take over the Su family. Once his son learns Su Wenba's skills, it is almost certain that he will inherit the position of head of the Su family. After her son takes control of the Su family, she will return to the family and make some efforts. She will surely gain the support of many elders in the family, take charge of the core industries of the Wang family, and even have the possibility of becoming the head of the Wang family. By then, both mother and son will obtain the positions of patriarch of the two top families in northern Beijing. How powerful they will be! Su Tang, who was standing next to her, was originally very unhappy about being woken up by his mother, but when he saw Su Qingli's peerless beauty that looked like a fairy, he immediately put his unhappiness behind him. "I was forced by my mother to practice martial arts at home. I haven't seen my sister for a month. I miss him so much." Compared with Su Qingli, those women he had played with were not even as good as the dust on the ground. He put on a smile that he thought was handsome and said, "Qingli, long time no see." Seeing the mother and son appear, Su Qingli had a calm expression and did not reply. She had known the character of these two people in her previous life. Wang Rong wanted his son to inherit the position of head of the family and control the Su family. He was cruel and greedy. As for Su Tang, he is a playboy who only has eyes for women and is also a mama's boy. After her father died and her uncle was seriously injured in her previous life, these two people showed their true intentions. One wanted to take over the Su family, and the other wanted to take over her. If she had not fought desperately and her uncle had not helped her break out of the encirclement, her end would have been very miserable. When she saw the mother and son appear, her first thought was to beat them to death. But thinking of the Wang family behind Wang Rong, she had to give up the idea. At this time, the Wang family was at its peak, rich enough to rival a country, and had countless masters in the family. Killing this mother and son now would bring endless trouble to the Su family. Awaken first and improve your strength, then find a suitable opportunity later to deal with the two of them. Su Qingli forced herself to suppress the urge to take action. But of course she wouldn't let Wang Rong and her son go so easily. Recalling her memories from her past life, she quickly found some negative information about Su Tang. Aunt Wang, your son only awakened an A-level talent. Why did you lie and say it was an S-level talent? Wang Rong's face changed drastically when she heard this. She had always kept her son's talent strictly secret from outside. How did Su Qingli know about it? Su Hang noticed the change in Wang Rong's expression and immediately questioned, "Didn't you tell me that Tenger's talent is an S-level talent, the Golden Cicada Escape?" Qingli, don't say anything careless. Your brother's awakening of an S-level talent is proven by witnesses and instrument test results. There's no way he's wrong. Those people were bribed by your Wang family long ago. They lied and said that they emitted S-level energy fluctuations when they awakened. As for the instrument results, it was even easier to tamper with them. Escape plan, an S-type enhanced talent, is only passively triggered when near death. So, it's up to you to decide what to do. Su Qingli said to Su Wenba, actually, it's very simple to find out the truth. Uncle just needs to beat Su Tang to the point of death and see if he can use his innate ability to escape. Then we'll know the truth. Su Tang, who was standing next to him, was stunned when he heard this. Why did Su Qingli, who was usually quiet and kind before, become so cruel today and even asked his uncle to beat him half to death? Furious, Wang Rong pointed at Su Qingli's nose and cursed, "Su Qingli, you're so cruel. Framed your brother isn't enough, you even want your uncle to beat him to death? You're still not human." Su Wenbo was annoyed by Wang Rong's noise and said impatiently, "Stop arguing. Wang Rong, you know exactly what your son's talent is. If you continue to act unreasonably, I will beat your son half to death and see what talent he has awakened." Wang Rong wanted to speak, but Su Hang glared back at her. Su Hang didn't want the family to fall out over Su Tang's martial arts training, so he thought of a compromise. "Brother Wenba, when you teach Qingli, can you let Su Tang watch from the side?" Because he didn't want Su Qingli to be harassed by Wang Rong and her son while she was practicing martial arts, Su Wenba reluctantly nodded and agreed, "Okay." Wang Rong continued to insist, "Su Qingli hasn't even awakened her talent yet. What if she fails to awaken her talent or only awakens a rubbish F-level talent? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to teach her? You should teach Tanger more. He is your brother's only son and has an S-level talent. He will definitely become the pillar of the family in the future." Su Wenba didn't expect to teach Wang Rong a lesson. She even opened a dyeing workshop. She was really taking advantage of him. Su Wenba was about to teach her a lesson. Wang Rong became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had caught Su Qingli's weakness, and his eyes were shining with excitement. "How about this, if Su Qingli doesn't awaken a talent above S-level, you will specifically teach my Tanger in the future." Su Wenba was amused by Wang Rong's words, "You look down on Qingli so much? What if she awakens a talent above S-level?" Wang Rong suddenly became like a stuck hen, stammering and unable to speak. "I think what Aunt Wang said makes sense." Su Qingli suddenly had an idea. "But for the sake of fairness, if I awaken a talent above S-level, Aunt Wang will no longer be allowed to ask Uncle to teach Su Tang martial arts. Every year, there are very few people who can awaken S-level talents or above." Wang Rong doesn't believe that Su Qingli has such a fate. Although her son has only awakened a level talent, he is stronger than most people. How could a bastard born by a commoner woman compare to the son of a rich girl like her? Qingli is right. This is fair to both of us, but we have a deal. When Uncle teaches Su Tang martial arts, you absolutely cannot stand by and watch. It will affect his martial arts training. The veins on Su Wenba's forehead suddenly jumped. He was about to teach this annoying woman a lesson, but was stopped by Su Qingli. "Don't worry, Aunt Wang. If I hadn't awakened a talent above S-level, I would definitely not disturb Su Tang and Uncle from learning martial arts." After saying that, Su Qingli placed the awakening stone on his chest and crushed it with force. Accompanied by a sound similar to that of an eggshell breaking, a pure energy penetrated into her heart. It was as if some shackles in the body were opened, and surging energy burst out from the inside out. A familiar feeling surged in her heart, and Su Qingli understood that the talent she awakened in this life had not changed. Feeling the energy fluctuations emitted by Su Qingli when she awakened, Su Wenba's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an astonishing energy fluctuation, could it be that she has awakened an SSS-level talent? Wang Rong, who was smiling just now, had his upturned mouth corners forced down as if by force, his confidence shattered. Chapter 7 Wake Up and Gain God Level Talent. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated from Su Qingli's body, and everyone present felt an inexplicable palpitation. A dazzling golden light emanated from Su Qingli's heart, sacred and powerful. The potential in her body was awakened, and under the impact of the awakening energy, her body became tough and strong, radiating a powerful vitality. After a while, Su Qingli opened her eyes and glanced around. The power and majesty contained in her eyes made Wang Rong subconsciously lower his head and dared not look directly into her eyes. Su Tang felt like an ant on the ground, and Su Qingli could crush him to death with just one finger. A feeling of fear spread in the hearts of the two. Su Hang and Su Wenbo looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and surprise. "Daughter, have you awakened your SSS talent?" Su Hang's excited tone trembled slightly. Excited Su Wenbo asked directly, "Niece, what SSS level talent have you awakened?" "I have awakened the SSS talent Courage." SSS level talent Courage. Your courage makes you more courageous and unstoppable in battle. It's actually the SSS level talent Courage? This is one of the strongest conceptual talents. As long as the holder of the courage talent has courage in his heart, he can gain extremely strong strength and recovery ability. The reason why it is defined as a conceptual rather than an enhanced talent is because the concept of courage has no upper limit. If the owner is fearless, then he can gain endless power and almost immortal recovery ability. It can even be called a god. Su Wenbo was overjoyed and hugged Su Hang's shoulders tightly, saying with some jealousy, "Brother, I really envy you for having such an outstanding daughter. Maybe our Su family will be able to produce another martial god in the future." Su Hang was so overwhelmed with joy that he still murmured, "SSS level talent Courage, great." The heavy burden that had been weighing on his shoulders suddenly felt a lot lighter at this moment. It turned out that he also hoped that his daughter would learn martial arts so that if he was gone one day, she would be able to protect herself. "Yunli, did you see that? Our daughter has awakened her SSS talent. She's truly exceptional. I hope your spirit in heaven will bless her with peace and happiness, and a smooth life." He smiled at his daughter, his pride evident in his words. Wang Rong felt as if the sky had fallen. The SSS level talent of Courage was known as one of the strongest talents of mankind. Compared with it, his son's level talent was like heaven and earth. As long as Su Qingli follows Su Wenbo to learn martial arts step by step, she will definitely be the next head of the Su family. His son Su Tang has no chance of winning at all. Thinking that his plans and efforts of more than 10 years had come to nothing, Wang Rong felt resentful and angry. His eyes went dark and he fainted. Su Tang, who was standing nearby, noticed his mother's abnormality and stepped forward to support her, thus preventing her from falling to the ground. Su Tang found that Wang Rong had fainted due to anger and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "When your mother wakes up, tell her to accept the loss and not to shamelessly beg your uncle to teach you martial arts." Su Tang did not look back, but helped his mother leave silently, but his eyes were full of resentment. On the other side, Su Hang, worried that Su Qingli might harbor resentment towards the mother and son because of what happened today, advised her, "Your Aunt Wang just wants you to be successful. Don't take what happened today to heart. Dad. Back then, the Wang family took advantage of your misfortune and forced you to marry Wang Rong. They even resorted to such despicable tactics as drugging her to make her pregnant with your child. Have you forgotten? That's all in the past. The Wang family has helped us a lot over the years." Su Wenbo couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted Su Hang, "Brother, you know the Wang family's goal, it's to control and annex our Su family. Niece, be careful of the Wang family and their mother and son. There's no such thing as dishonesty. Who knows what tricks they'll use in the future? Don't worry, uncle. I won't let them succeed. You have just awakened, so you must not be used to the sudden increase in your strength. Uncle will teach you how to adapt quickly and pass on the Su family's skills to you." Su Hang behind him opened his mouth, sighed, and finally said nothing. Number 1 Middle School in Beijing, male dormitory. Chen Ping did not sleep well last night. In his dream, he was publicly criticized by his head teacher for failing the placement test. He was questioned every day in class and his hands cramped from copying texts. "When I woke up in the morning, I was still scared. Even though it was a dream, he would have a placement test tomorrow. With his limited knowledge, he would most likely fail. The ending is probably not much different from what happened in the dream. Host, please check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday." The system's prompt sound rang repeatedly, making him upset. If everything goes well, Su Qingli should have awakened his talent and transferred to the martial arts department. He might be learning martial arts in the martial arts field now. Practicing under the teacher's guidance, sweating profusely. There are less than 10 days left until the martial arts exam, and now you have to cram and compete with others who have practiced for 7, 8, or even more than 10 years? Do you feel that studying is not challenging enough and want to make it more difficult for yourself? Qin Ping really wanted to see if Su Qingli's head was kicked by a donkey. Qin Ping didn't want to check it, but he wanted to lie in bed for a while longer and couldn't stand the notification sound ringing in his ears. Stop arguing, can't I just check it? Host, please check your learning results, layer power, cultivation progress, entry-level beginner level after amplification. A martial arts book appeared out of thin air in Qin Ping's mind, and at the same time, a large amount of training experience flooded into his mind. The progress of martial arts training is divided into 6 stages: entry, elementary, intermediate, advanced, mastery, and perfection. Even for the simplest low-grade martial arts, ordinary people would have to practice hard day and night for at least a year if they wanted to get started. But Qin Ping mastered the Dailing gene to the basic level in just a moment. The Su family's inherited martial arts, Dailang gene? When practiced to perfection, it can actually exert a force 100 times greater than one's own? Hey, it's actually a heavenly martial art. Chinese martial arts are divided into 5 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Martial arts are officially banned from being sold on the market. If one wants to obtain better martial arts through formal channels, one must either join the army or be admitted to Wuhan University. Therefore, low-grade martial arts with good power can be sold for more than 1 million on the black market, and a lot of people are scrambling to buy them. As I recall, there was a copy of an incomplete heaven-level martial arts manual whose starting price on the black market was 1 billion, and it was eventually sold for 10 billion. This complete and flawless heavenly-level martial arts technique in my mind must be worth at least tens of billions, right? Hiss. Qin Ping took a breath of cold air. Wouldn't that make him a walking billionaire? He must never let others know that he knows this martial art, otherwise everyone will be eager to kidnap him and force him to reveal the heavenly martial art. Qin Ping was still in shock, and the next prompt from the system almost made him jump off the bed. Host, please check the learning results. SSS level talent courage after amplification. It becomes the god level talent body of the god of war. Chapter 8. You are destroying your own future. God level talent, war god body. You have a brave heart, resist all mental control and negative effects, and possess extremely strong strength and recovery abilities. Mental control immunity plus strength and recovery enhancement? This is too incredible. Although Qin Ping is a pacifist who loves to lie down, rather than a warmonger who likes to promote the use of force. But the power of his god-level talent still surprised and delighted him. As we all know, the most frightening thing about lying down is doubting yourself, doubting that life is meaningless, and causing mental exhaustion. This leads to endless emptiness and boredom, and people live in anxiety and fear all day long. Although Qin Ping had rolled himself to death in his previous life, his belief in lying down in this life has been deeply rooted in his bones. I still can't avoid the boredom and emptiness that arise in my heart when I lie down. But the moment the god-level talent appeared, warm energy completely filled Qin Ping's body and mind. There seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him, live bravely, enjoy the process of life, live in the present, and don't care about the eyes of others. Qin Ping felt as if his soul had undergone a baptism, and the timid and cowardly part of his personality was stripped away by an invisible hand. It's not about becoming fearless, but about being calm and having the courage to face everything you once feared, including death. Qin Ping felt unprecedented joy, his thoughts were clear, and his spirit reached a freedom he had never experienced before. He had never felt that lying down was so natural and meaningful. Cool. The changes in his body were even greater. Qin Ping grabbed the edge of the bed and exerted a little force, and he easily bent the iron bed frame. It seems that I have endless energy all over my body, as if there is a powerful force running through my body. Allowing an ordinary person to possess superhuman strength, is this the power of god-level talent? Qin Ping never expected that Su Qingli was so powerful. Not only did he have a heavenly-level family martial arts technique, but he also awakened an SSS-level talent. As expected of being the top student in the grade, he is still awesome at martial arts. Qin Ping, feeling relieved, lay down on the bed and took another nap. This time he didn't dream and slept very comfortably. I got up full of energy, brushed my teeth and washed my face, and went to the cafeteria to eat some noodles in one go. As soon as she entered the classroom, the bell rang on time. The first class today was not the homeroom teacher's class. She stood at the door of the classroom, just glanced at Qin Ping, and turned to leave. But Qin Ping knew that such good days would end after tomorrow's baseline test. No matter how hard you cram, it is impossible to learn all the knowledge of 3 years of high school in one day. Moreover, he has not even attended elementary school in this world and has no foundation at all. Previously, there was system help, which derived all the corresponding knowledge points and connected the knowledge in a line from small to large, allowing him to fully understand and master it without any effort. Now that his bonded partner had abandoned literature for a military career, Jinping found that no matter how hard he tried to attend lectures, he could hardly learn much. At most, you can just memorize a few knowledge points, which is just a drop in the bucket. If I were to rely solely on my own efforts, how many years would I have to repeat before I could be admitted to university? It seems that the only option is to transfer to the military science department. Having made the decision, Jinping put down his book, lay down on the chair, emptied his mind, and entered an extremely relaxed and comfortable state. It's more comfortable to lie down. After the bell rang, Jinping walked straight to the academic affairs office where his head teacher was without any hesitation. When the head teacher saw Jinping, he was confused. Why did this student come again? What do you want from me today? The head teacher put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. To be honest, she was still a little undecided about how to treat Jinping. Today, when she saw Jinping arriving in the classroom on time again, she almost couldn't help but question him. I originally wanted to see Jinping's results in the placement test tomorrow before making a decision, but I didn't expect him to come to me again. As the Dean of Studies, she was extremely strict with her students, and almost all of them kept their distance from her. Why did Jinping seem to have no fear of her at all and took the initiative to go to her office for 2 consecutive days? Homeroom teacher, I came to you this time to ask for your help. Isn't this related to Su Qingli again? Homeroom teacher, it does have some connection with Su Qingli. The head teacher was so irritated by Jinping's shamelessness that he laughed. You come to me again to ask about Su Qingli? The homeroom teacher knows that a gentleman loves a beautiful lady, but the problem is that there is only less than a month left before the college entrance examination. Can't you just be patient? When you get into college, you can talk all you want. No one will bother you. Jinping was silent for a while before he said, Teacher, I just want to switch to the military department like Su Qingli did. The head teacher thought he had misheard and confirmed it again. What did you say? You also want to switch to the military department like Su Qingli? Seeing Jinping nod, the head teacher could no longer control his emotions and completely exploded. Is it possible that all I've said is just talking to a cow? You're a liberal arts student, and now you're switching to military studies? How is that different from destroying your own future? I know you're probably thinking, if Su Qingli can turn, why can't I? I'm telling you right now, Su Qingli is the daughter of the Su family in Beijing. Even if she doesn't study now, she will still have plenty of food and clothing in the future. The Su family of Beijing? The famous and wealthy family in Beijing? I heard that he is extremely powerful and has great authority in the military. I didn't expect Su Qingli to be a wealthy woman with a strong background. No wonder she could afford the awakening stone and had the family inherited martial arts skills. Jinping's idea of transferring to the military department became more determined. After the head teacher finished talking about Su Qingli's life experience, he thought that Jinping would realize the gap between him and Su Qingli, but he didn't expect that there was no sign of discouragement on Jinping's face. Homeroom teacher, I still want to switch to the military department. The head teacher was so angry that he really wanted to knock Jinping's head open to see what his brain looked like. Did I not speak clearly enough? Then the head teacher should just say it directly. Jinping, you are an orphan with no one to rely on. If you don't have a college degree, you will have a hard time living in society. The college entrance examination can be said to be your only chance to change your life. You're applying to transfer to the military department now, but you can't even pass the physical test. What's the point other than wasting time? How do you know if it works if you don't try it? The head teacher originally wanted to say that you are an ordinary person with no parents and no background. How to compete with those military students who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths? But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. In her time, it was normal for ordinary people to want to learn martial arts, and many people were even unwilling to take the college entrance examination. Only now. The physical test threshold that was later established alone has already excluded almost all ordinary people who want to learn martial arts. The head teacher was silent for a long time and sighed helplessly. Since persuasion doesn't work, let him see for himself how cruel reality is. Since you want to switch to the military department so much, the homeroom teacher will give you a chance. Tomorrow is the day for the liberal arts test, and it's also the day for the martial arts class to take the physical test. Your homeroom teacher will take you there to see for yourself how terrifyingly difficult the physical tests are now. Let me show you how big the gap between people can be. Chapter 9: Su Qingli's first simulated battle. Miss, it's time to get up. At the Su family manor, Su Qingli woke up from her comfortable and luxurious bed and stretched. Her perfect S-shaped figure looked particularly attractive under the sunlight. The collar of the silk pajamas was not buttoned, revealing a large area of spring light. The maid next to her blushed and quickly handed the clothes prepared in advance to Su Qingli. Miss, do you need me to help you wash up? No, go prepare breakfast first, I'll come down after I'm done washing up. Going downstairs to the hall, several maids in uniform had already prepared breakfast, and the dining table was filled with her favorite meals. Su Qingli drank a whole cup of hot milk and felt warm all over and very comfortable. Suddenly, Su Wenba's voice came from outside. Niece, take your time eating. I'll wait for you in the martial arts training ground. Okay, uncle. In order to make it easier for family members to practice martial arts, the Su family built a martial arts training ground covering dozens of acres in the manor. The martial arts training ground is covered by a uniquely shaped dome. To those who don't know the situation, they might mistake it for a huge gymnasium. Su Qingli was eating breakfast and was very satisfied with yesterday's practice. Although she lost all her memories of cultivation after her rebirth, her aptitude for learning martial arts remained. In this life, she still only took one day to master the basics of practicing Dailangjian. Just after finishing breakfast, a voice suddenly came to Su Qingli's ears. Simulated battle begins. Host, please be prepared. 1 minute later, the host's consciousness will be transferred to the system space. Host, please enter the simulated battle in an absolutely safe environment. The system beats sounded one after another, and Su Qingli hurriedly left the dining table and ran directly into the nearest toilet. Several maids nearby looked at the food on the table, feeling uneasy. Miss, are you having a stomach upset? As soon as Su Qingli sat on the toilet, her consciousness entered the system space. This is a huge azure space that stretches as far as the eye can see. Not far from where she was, stood a young man with his eyes closed. His delicate and handsome facial features were exactly the same as Chen Ping's, but he was lifeless, like a corpse. The simulated battle will begin in 30 seconds. The system will replicate the opponent's current full strength. Please be careful. Su Qingli smiled. Wouldn't it be easy for a student from a liberal arts class to defeat him? After her talent awakened, her physical fitness improved significantly. Even if she didn't use the stacking wave force, Chen Ping would definitely not be able to take a single punch from her. With such a huge gap in strength, the outcome of the battle was already determined. That was the outcome of being killed instantly by her. Su Qingli, feeling relaxed, walked up to Chen Ping and even stuck out her tongue mischievously. I'm sorry, Chen Ping. I'm going to blow your head off with one punch. He waved his fist at Chen Ping's big head, as if aiming at him. 5, 4, 3, 2. As the countdown ended, Chen Ping suddenly opened his eyes and a cute pink little fist hit him in the face. The fist hit Chen Ping's head like a huge hammer hitting his head. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Chen Ping's face was instantly covered in blood. Ha! Is the simulation so realistic? Su Qingli quickly retracted her fist. Although the person in front of her was not the real Chen Ping, a sense of guilt still welled up in her heart. Sorry, I thought it would be pixelated like in the game, but it turned out to be no different from reality. There was no expression on Chen Ping's face, and no emotion in his eyes. He seemed to feel no pain, like a cold machine. He stared at Su Qingli coldly, and the wound on his face healed in the blink of an eye. Su Qingli's expression froze for a moment, and she couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of miraculous recovery ability is this? She just smashed Chen Ping's head. As expected, the system would not let her win easily and forcibly increased the difficulty. Su Qingli, who thought it was the system playing tricks, quickly adjusted his mindset and regarded Chen Ping as a powerful monster with terrifying recovery abilities. To deal with this kind of monster with strong regenerative ability, you must strike with all your strength and end the battle quickly. Su Qingli no longer took it lightly and decided to give it her all. Surging courage surged in her chest and surging power flowed through her body. Su Qingli used her SSS-level talent courage to the fullest, coupled with the basic level of Dailangjian, so no matter what kind of existence Chen Ping in front of her was, she was confident that she could solve it with one punch. It's all over. Su Qingli raised his right hand. With the added power of the SSS-level talent courage and the double wave force, the power of this punch was equivalent to that of an early-stage second-level warrior. This is the strongest attack she can make now. I don't believe that she can't defeat Chen Ping. Facing Su Qingli's fierce punch, Chen Ping remained expressionless and also threw a punch. An ordinary punch, without any moves, just pure strength, met her fist directly. The teeth-grinding snapping sound was heard again, but this time the person whose bones were broken was Su Qingli. Although there was no pain at all in the simulated space, Su Qingli still felt a tightness in her heart. She stared at her completely severed arm and the hand that had pierced her chest, her eyes wide open, unable to understand what was happening. Why is he so strong in the simulation? At the same time, the system prompt sounded in her ears. The battle was lost, and a random quest to curry favor is being drawn. The pleasing mission was successfully drawn. Host, please complete the pleasing mission, or a black silk-made outfit for the winner, Chen Ping. System, are you serious? You want me to wear a maid outfit for Chen Ping? And black stockings? When Su Qingli thought of that embarrassing scene, she felt ashamed and angry. No way, absolutely no way I would wear a black silk-made outfit in front of him. After Chen Ping killed Su Qingli in one move, he pulled out his arm, stood back to his original position, and closed his eyes again. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his arm, it would seem as if nothing had happened. Su Qingli fell to the ground weakly and closed her eyes unwillingly. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the bathroom. I returned to the living room and checked the time. Only less than 2 minutes had passed, but it felt longer than an hour. Until now, she still couldn't believe that she lost to a boy from a liberal arts class. How could Chen Ping be so strong? What made her even more unacceptable was that she still had to complete the task of pleasing others, which made her extremely ashamed. Absolutely not. This would be worse than killing her. Just when Su Qingli made up her mind not to complete the flattering task issued by the system, the system's cold prompt sounded in her ears again. Host, please complete the task of currying favor within 3 days, otherwise the system will explode on the spot, destroying the host along with it. A translucent panel suddenly popped up, reflecting a set of blood-red numbers. 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It's exactly 3 days to go. System, do you have to be so cruel? Su Qingli felt extremely ashamed. Could it be that she could only... Chapter 10 Goodbye Su Qingli. The next morning, at the martial arts training ground of Beijing No. 1 Middle School, dozens of military science students in school uniforms gathered together and talked in low voices. Are you confident you can get 60 points in this physical test? Last month, my dad spent 10 million to buy me 10 chi and blood pills. My chi and blood value has reached 95 points. 60 points will definitely be no problem. Chi and blood pills are so expensive now, your dad is really willing to spend money on them. My dad only bought me 5, and my chi and blood points are only 90 points now, so I can only rely on my luck. The hundreds of military science students present were all born in wealthy families, and none of them were born in ordinary families. After all, how could an ordinary person afford a chi and blood pill that costs 1 million yuan each? The tall man standing at the edge of the crowd sighed inwardly as he looked at the undisciplined appearance of the students in front of him. It is difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son. Back when he was learning martial arts, there was no requirement to get 40 points in the physical test to enter the martial arts class. There is no restriction that one must get 60 points to take the martial arts exam. The awakening stone will be given for free when you sign up for the martial arts class, and you don't have to pay for the chi and blood pills yourself. The school will give them out for free every month. As long as ordinary people work hard, they will have opportunities. I didn't expect that after just over a decade, it would become like this. A woman's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Luo Chenggan, can you do me a favor? Luo Chenggan turned around with a surprised expression on his face. Yifan, why are you here? This is my student Chen Ping, who wants to take the physical test. Luo Chenggan followed Yifan's gaze and saw a handsome boy smiling at him politely. I did receive news today that Su Qingli from your class is coming to take the physical test. But no one informed me that there was another boy in your class who was going to participate. Yifan winked at Luo Chenggan, pulled him aside and whispered, we're old classmates and have known each other for more than 10 years. Please be flexible. As he said this, he gently pinched Luo Chenggan's arm. Luo Chenggan glanced back at Chen Ping, very puzzled. Why would a liberal arts student be asked to take the physical examination for no reason? If he insists on transferring to the martial arts class, just let him try so that he won't want to learn martial arts anymore. Just consider it a favor, okay? You, even though you're the dean of studies, are still so soft-hearted. Okay, I'll help you this time, and it won't happen again. But he has to be the last one in line and can't cut in line. Brother Chang'an, thank you. Yifan smiled at Luo Chang, which made him stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his head and rubbed his hands. He mustered up the courage and asked a little embarrassedly, "Do you have time this weekend?" Just when he was halfway through his words, he found that Yifan had turned around to look for Qin Ping. He coughed awkwardly, looked around, and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the crowd in the martial arts arena became agitated. A girl in simple white training clothes walked into the training ground. The sunlight shone on her body, giving her a layer of sacred glow, which, combined with her beautiful face, made her look like a fairy descending to earth. Su Qingli's figure was beautiful and elegant, and she easily touched the hearts of almost all the boys present. Isn't this the school beauty Su Qingli? Why is she here? Is that even a question? He must be here for the physical exam. Didn't you see Su Wenba, the Su family's martial arts master, is here too? The Su family's daughter has started learning martial arts? This is big news. I'm more curious about what talent she has awakened. Su Qingli noticed Chen Ping standing not far away and was slightly stunned. He's also here for the physical test? Could it be that the system simulation is real, and he really is that powerful? Originally, she thought that the system had tampered with it. After all, how could an ordinary person like Chen Ping possess such terrifying strength and recovery ability? But when she saw Chen Ping, she changed her mind. If he was just an ordinary liberal arts student, how could he come to take the physical examination for no reason? A bold guess came to my mind. Could Chen Ping really be as strong as in the simulation? If he really has this kind of ability, it is not impossible to complete the task of currying favor with him. Su Qingli was startled by the sudden thought that popped up in her mind and quickly suppressed it. Several brave boys from the military science class wanted to approach Su Qingli and strike up a conversation, but were frightened away by the burly and majestic Su Wenba behind her. Su Wenba retracted his threatening gaze and thought to himself that he had made the right decision. If he hadn't been there, his niece would have been annoyed to death by these adolescent boys. Instructor! Luo Chang'an and Yifan ran to Su Wenba, looked excited, and saluted him with a standard military salute. Su Wenba holds a high position in the military, but he doesn't like being called general. Instead, he prefers the title of instructor. Looking at the two people who hadn't broken the ice yet, Su Wenba smiled and teased, "When are you two going to invite me to your wedding?" Luo Chang'an's face immediately flushed, and he opened his mouth to explain, "Instructor, I didn't." Okay, I was just joking." Su Wenba noticed the disappointment that flashed across Yifan's eyes and quickly interrupted Luo Chang'an. This kid was so brave on the battlefield, but he is still so ignorant in terms of feelings. I wonder when he will be able to have a happy ending with Yifan. Okay, let's start the physical examination. Instructor, I'll gather the students and start the physical exam. Luo Chang'an's expression straightened up, and he turned to the whispering students and said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet. Line up, and the first row, please count." The students of the military science class immediately stood in a neat line, looking well trained. Only Chen Ping stood there lazily and motionless, as if watching a show. Luo Chang'an's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. After the first row finished reporting, he nodded with satisfaction. "Great, everyone is here. Now, let me emphasize the discipline and rules of the physical examination again. Listen carefully." Listening to Luo Chang'an's story, Chen Ping understood the content and rules of the physical test. In short, it is to use instruments to test a person's strength and willpower. The maximum total score is 100 points, with strength and willpower each accounting for 50 points. The strength test is scored according to the size of the strength, and the willpower test is scored according to the duration of persistence. You can use your talents during the physical test, but you are not allowed to use external objects or take drugs. Otherwise, it will be considered cheating and the results will be invalid. If the total score reaches 40 points, you can enter the martial arts class, and if the score is 60 points, you are eligible to take the martial arts exam and enter Wuhan University. But you need to score above 80 points to apply for the first-class Wuhan University, and for the best Beijing Wuhan University, you need to score at least 90 points. Finally, Luo Chang'an also specifically emphasized that for ordinary people who have not awakened, if they have not taken qi and blood pills, the best physical test record is 10 points. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Chen Ping heard the hidden meaning in Luo Chang'an's words, which was telling him that it would be impossible for him to pass the physical test and transfer to the military science class. But this is normal. Who could have guessed that he not only possesses the god-level talent of the god of war, but also has mastered the heavenly martial art of Dailang Jin to the primary level, and can burst out 5 times the power? Originally, he didn't want to attract attention. He just wanted to get a total score of 40 points to enter the military science class. But today I checked Su Qingli's learning results, which were far worse than yesterday. I only got some experience in practicing Dailang Jin. Is Su Qingli starting to slack off now? Qin Ping had no idea that practicing heavenly level martial arts was extremely difficult. It was a miracle that Su Qingli reached the entry level in one day. Thinking that you can break through to the primary stage by practicing for just one more day is simply a pipe dream. As you advance to a higher level in heavenly martial arts, the difficulty of practicing will increase dramatically. It is already very good to be able to gain some experience in practice. But Chen Ping didn't know all this. In his opinion, learning martial arts must be too hard, which made Su Qingli back out. After the novelty of learning martial arts wore off, it was indeed a bit too much to ask a delicate rich girl to sweat in the martial arts training ground every day. But this is a high-level martial arts world invaded by monsters. If one day Su Qingli is not strong enough and is killed by monsters or other people, he will suffer a great loss. Not to mention the loss of learning results that are automatically delivered to the door every day. In the future, you can only rely on your own practice to improve your strength. This is absolutely unacceptable for someone who pursues a relaxed life. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. He thought of a way to use failure to motivate Su Qingli to work hard and learn martial arts. As the daughter of a prominent family, Su Qingli not only awakened her SSS level talent, but also learned the family's heavenly martial arts. If a student who also graduated from the liberal arts class surpassed her in the physical test, she would definitely feel ashamed and embarrassed, and secretly vow to surpass the other person to save face and honor. Isn't this the motivation to learn martial arts? It just so happened that he could copy and amplify Su Qingli's learning results, so that she would always be just a little bit closer to surpassing him. Doesn't this form a cycle similar to a perpetual motion machine? If Su Qingli becomes a martial god one day in the future, she might thank herself for always motivating her to move forward. I, Qin Ping, am truly a genius. Chapter 11 Physical Examination begins. Luo Chengan originally thought that his words could scare Qin Ping away, but he didn't expect that the corners of this kid's mouth would turn up, and he looked very happy. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. When the time comes, the cold single digits on the instrument will tell you how cruel reality is. This is no longer the era where young people can succeed by relying on their passion. It is impossible to make a name for yourself without any background or power. The first student to take the physical test stood in front of a sphere wrapped in special leather. There is a metal screen behind the sphere with the number 0 displayed on it. The boy with a chubby face took a deep breath, took a horse stance, raised his right hand high, and then dropped it suddenly. The fist hit the sphere, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without any sound or vibration. The sphere stood there, motionless. The number 32 popped up on the metal screen at the back, and the boy's face was full of disappointment. He thought he could get at least 35 points in this strength test. You should know that he has taken 10 chi and blood pills in the past month, and his chi and blood value has increased to 95 points, and his physical fitness has improved a lot. Compared to the last physical test, it only increased by 2 points? This means that he must get 28 points on the next willpower test to reach 60 points. But when he thought of the horror of the willpower test, he felt no confidence at all. His talent is of the enhanced type, and it does not provide any bonus to the spirit, so he is not much different from an ordinary person. How could an average person possibly last 28 seconds on a willpower test? If he hadn't given up so quickly last time, he would have peed his pants in public. Luo Chungan noticed the boy's discouragement and encouraged him. That's right. The higher your strength score, the harder it is to improve. You can improve from 30 to 32 in a month. That's a lot of progress. Next. The physical test was carried out in an orderly manner. Most people were not satisfied with the results of the strength test. Some people even took more than a dozen chi and blood pills recently, and their chi and blood values reached 99, but they still did not get 35 points in the strength test. Seeing that even these rich kids couldn't get high scores in the physical test, Chen Ping had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of the physical test. No wonder the head teacher always advised him not to learn martial arts. This physical test alone would keep ordinary people out. At this time, a pale-faced young man walked out of the team. He first glanced at where Su Qingli was, then walked to the testing instrument, took a deep breath, twisted his body greatly, posed an extremely enchanting posture, and then swung his fist on the sphere of the instrument. The sphere, which had been motionless before, was shaking back and forth because of his punch. A bright red number popped up on the screen behind the sphere, 38. Such an outstanding result made many people present gasp and turn their attention to the young man. Su Tang, that's a great punch. Luo Chenggan walked up and patted him on the shoulder, feeling very relieved. You should learn more from Su Tang and take him as an example. After hearing Luo Chang'an's recognition and praise, Su Tang stared at Su Qingli and couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Su Qingli, even if you awaken SSS level talent, it is impossible for you to immediately surpass my efforts over the years. I started practicing martial arts when I was 6 years old. This punch took 12 years of practice. Can you beat me? Su Tang held his head high and deliberately walked past Su Qingli with an arrogant look as if he was a general who had just returned victorious from the battlefield. But Su Qingli's gaze never lingered on Su Tang. She kept staring at Qin Ping, as if thinking about something. She observed that no matter how she looked at it, she could not see any difference between Qin Ping and before. Just like the ordinary people you see on the street, he doesn't have any of the fierceness of a warrior. Su Tang turned around and found that Su Qingli was not paying attention to him at all, but was staring at the strange boy he didn't know. The anger in his heart suddenly rose. You are so good, Su Qingli, for not taking yourself seriously. I want to see how many points you can get in the exam. Next, Su Qingli. When Luo Chenggan read out this name, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on this beautiful girl. Su Qingli walked to the testing instrument without any nervousness on her face. Her breathing was as calm as before. She closed her eyes and imagined herself on the battlefield fighting with monsters. Facing the monsters surrounding her from all directions, infinite courage was aroused in her heart. The strength of the body becomes stronger and stronger over time. After finally reaching a critical point, Su Qingli suddenly opened his eyes, unleashed the secondary force of the stacking wave force, and bombarded the center of the sphere of the testing instrument with all his strength. Bang! A deafening sound echoed throughout the martial arts hall. The sphere vibrated violently for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. The numbers that popped up on the screen behind it made everyone present unable to believe their eyes. 45. Am I seeing correctly? 45 points? Could it be that Su Qingli has been secretly practicing martial arts? Just practicing martial arts alone won't get you 45 points. The Su family's daughter must have awakened a top-level talent. I think it's at least S level or above. She's both beautiful and powerful. She's truly the perfect goddess in my mind. Su Tang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the number on the screen remained unchanged, still 45 points. He had practiced martial arts diligently for so many years, taking qi and blood pills as his meals, and finally broke through to the peak of martial arts. He also learned the earth-level martial arts technique, the snake fist, which his mother had spent a huge amount of money to buy. However, he was left behind by Su Qingli, who had just awakened 2 days ago, by a full 7 points. His mentality completely collapsed, and he fell to the ground, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Su Wenbao laughed heartily and felt very proud of Su Qingli's achievements. As expected of my niece, she's talented just like me. Luo Chenggan and Yi Fin on the side looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. You have to know that 2 days ago Su Qingli was still a student in the liberal arts class and had never learned martial arts. Only 2 days had passed, and the power of his punch had reached 45 points, equivalent to a blow from a peak-level warrior. What kind of terrifying talent did she awaken? Luo Chenggan subconsciously wanted to ask, but was stopped by Yi Fin. He immediately realized that Su Qingli had not yet grown up, and the fewer people knew about such a great talent, the better. Congratulations, instructor. With a niece as talented as Su Qingli, there's someone to carry on the legacy. Yi Fin patted Luo Chenggan on the back and reminded him, there are still students who haven't been tested. Aren't all the tests finished? After being glared at by Yi Fin, he slapped his head and immediately remembered, look at my memory, Qin Ping in your class hasn't taken the test yet. Su Qingli did not show much joy after seeing the score on the screen. She knew that 45 points was an excellent score in the eyes of most people. But it is only equivalent to a blow from a peak-level warrior. If she wants to become a 10th level martial god, she still has a long way to go. The last one, Qin Ping. Su Qingli's attention immediately shifted to Qin Ping. She really wanted to know how strong this person was who could kill her with one punch in the simulated battle space. How high can you score in a strength test? Chapter 12 Betting. Finally, it was his turn. Chen Ping walked a few meters to the instrument, but was blocked by someone. Su Tang's eyes turned red, and he gasped, "Where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Just when he was in a state of despair, he suddenly came to his senses when he heard the unfamiliar name Chen Ping. He spent 3 years in the military science class and was familiar with the name of every student there. There couldn't be anyone whose name he had never heard of. This person is definitely not a student of the military science class. In other words, this Chen Ping, like Su Qingli, was a student in the liberal arts class before? I can't compare to Su Qingli, but I can't compare to you? Su Tang, whose self-confidence was severely frustrated, was like a drowning man who finally grabbed a life-saving straw. He stood in front of Chen Ping and questioned loudly, finally regaining the feeling of being superior. Born into one of the richest families in northern Beijing, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He has everything he wants and is born with everything that most people dream of in their lifetime. The only thing he suffered a setback was with Su Qingli and his uncle. Su Qingli didn't want to be friends with him, saying that he was lustful. Isn't it just playing with dozens of women? His uncle was unwilling to accept him as his apprentice, saying that he was not qualified enough. He practiced martial arts desperately, hoping to gain his uncle's recognition and pass on the Su family's martial arts to him. As a result, he was rejected again and again. Su Qingli only needed one sentence to get her uncle to accept her as his disciple. He also awakened his SSS talent and completely crushed him under his feet. Even though they were clearly a blood-related family, Su Qingli had never even looked at him straight in the eye since the physical examination. Instead, he kept staring at Chen Ping and didn't take him seriously at all. Jealousy, resentment and anger filled Su Tang's heart. What was so good about a student in a liberal arts class? Chen Ping looked at the man who suddenly appeared in confusion. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, and he looked like he had indulged in excessive sexual activities. "No, where I come from is none of your business. You can't come to take the physical test if you haven't seen it?" Su Tang was so angry that he laughed. In front of the teacher and classmates, he exposed Chen Ping's true face. "You are from the liberal arts class, why are you so arrogant? Did you daydream too much? Seeing Qingli can do it, you think you can do it too?" Su Qingli frowned and said, "Su Tang, why are you suddenly going crazy? Chen Ping has no grudge against you, right? And she was speaking up for him, an outsider?" Su Tang's jealousy burned fiercely, and he could no longer bear it. "I must make him kneel in front of me and let Su Qingli see who is the stronger man. Chen Ping, if you're a man, make a bet with me." Su Tang pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said with his head held high, "Inside is my pocket money for this week, 1 million. If you can surpass me in the strength test, all this money will be yours. If your grades aren't as good as mine, I won't ask you to pay me any money. Kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and from now on just follow my lead." He deliberately did not use money to bet with Chen Ping. After all, how could a poor boy from the liberal arts class afford to compete with him with 1 million? Whenever Chen Ping refused, she would loudly call him a coward, making him lose face and never be able to face Su Qingli again. It would be better if he agreed. As a student in a liberal arts class, he definitely doesn't know what a score of 38 on a strength test means. It was equivalent to a blow from a warrior in the late stage of the first realm. An ordinary student in the liberal arts class would definitely not be able to deliver it. Chen Ping understood. This rich second-generation guy was treating him like a soft persimmon and wanted to show off in front of him? Looking at his furious expression, how much hatred must he have? Are the students in the liberal arts class eating your rice? You like to show off your wealth and look down on others, right? Chen Ping had seen many rich second generations like this in his previous life. They just liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. If he bowed his head and gave in, they would become even more aggressive. To deal with this kind of person, you have to be more ruthless than him. Chen Ping shook his head and refused. "I won't bet with you." Timid. Before Su Tang finished speaking, Chen Ping continued, "Since it's a bet, of course it has to be fair. Whoever loses must give the winner 1 million and kowtow 10 times. There's no need to follow the winner's lead, just call him Master. Su Tang was amused by Chen Ping's words. Is he still pretending to be an elephant by sticking a green onion in his pig's nose? Do you really think you are a 1 in a million martial arts genius and that you are sure to win? How can a poor student like you have 1 million to lose to me? Chen Ping pointed at himself and said, "I'll use my life to pay for 1 million, okay? Su Tang was about to sneer at you, saying that your life is not worth $1 million, but suddenly he changed his mind and thought that he didn't need this little money anyway. If Chen Ping was afraid of death and lost, and knelt on the ground begging for mercy, wouldn't that be more satisfying? Okay, I agree. Su Qingli, watch carefully and see who is the stronger man. Su Tang, who was already laughing in his heart, never thought that in Su Qingli's eyes, he was just a clown. Chen Ping walked to the testing instrument and slowly raised his right hand towards the sphere. The posture is very casual and seems to be without any rules. Su Tang had already thought about how to mock and ridicule Chen Ping's results next. A lowly person of humble origin is still dreaming of making the leap to success? The cold single digit on the instrument will tell you that you are a worthless piece of trash. At the same time, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chen Ping, and Su Qingli felt a little nervous. At this moment, she was basically certain that Chen Ping had hidden his strength. Because from the beginning to the end, facing Su Tang's verbal provocation, he remained calm, but there was a strong confidence hidden in his eyes. Only truly strong people have this kind of confidence. Ordinary people simply can't fake it. Let me see how strong you are. Chen Ping didn't know that his punch had touched the hearts of many people, and he was still considering how many times to use his strength. His talent is stronger than Su Qingli's. He will definitely score higher than Su Qingli by using the double force, and can easily win the bet. But if he is just a little bit taller, will Su Qingli feel that he is easy to surpass? A loud drum needs a heavy hammer. Only a big enough gap can make her clearly realize that there is always someone better than you. So as to work hard and stop slacking off. This way he could lie down comfortably without worrying that some expert would pop up one day and slap Su Qingli to death. After all, the law of the warrior world is the survival of the fittest. Since Su Qingli has become a warrior, if he does not have strong strength, he will be a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. I hope Su Qingli can understand his painstaking efforts. Chen Ping decided to use the five-fold power. He narrowed his eyes slightly, mobilized all the strength in his body, and threw a punch without reservation. Everyone else present suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in front of their eyes, followed by a loud bang in their ears. When everyone opened their eyes again, the testing equipment that was nailed to the ground was gone. Looking in the direction of the smoke, the screen of the testing instrument was embedded in the wall, and the sphere in front had disappeared. On the cracked screen, a red number could be vaguely seen. 50. Chapter 13 Cheating. The entire training ground was completely silent, falling into a deathly stillness. Pinch me hard and tell me if this is a dream. I thought a 45-point score for the school beauty was already impressive, but I didn't expect Chen Ping to blow up the testing equipment with one punch. Was he really a liberal arts student before? Isn't he the reincarnation of the god of war? Even Chen Ping himself was surprised. Has he become so strong now? With one punch, the testing equipment was sent flying against the wall, and it looked like it couldn't be removed even by scratching. He turned around and looked at Su Qingli, his lips slightly open, his eyes filled with shock. It seems that he has deeply realized the huge gap between him and her. Learn martial arts well and work hard to become stronger, girl. Finally, the silent atmosphere was broken by Luo Qinggan. He suppressed his shock and announced Chen Ping's score. Chen Ping, 50 points, full marks. Then he poked Yifan's waist with his hand and whispered in her ear, "Where did you find such a pervert?" Yifan was so shocked that she lost her mind and opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer Luo Qinggan's question. She had already prepared herself mentally to take Chen Ping away as soon as he scored a few points. Although it may leave some psychological trauma in his heart, it is worth it to help him wake up from his fantasy and see the reality, and save a good student. But the scene she just saw completely overturned her cognition. She thought she knew Chen Ping quite well. A student from an ordinary family, he studies hard but has never learned martial arts. But when she saw Chen Ping knocking the testing equipment away with one punch, she felt very unfamiliar. She couldn't help but start to doubt herself. Did she really understand Chen Ping? Such a genius going to study liberal arts is not only a loss to Beijing No. 1 middle school, but also a loss to China. Damn it, why didn't she realize Chen Ping's talent in martial arts before, and let such a bright pearl be obscured by dust until today? Fortunately, it is not too late now. With Chen Ping's current strength test results, as long as he passes the next willpower test, it should not be a problem for him to be admitted to Wuhan University. Su Wenba next to him was much calmer, although this young man from the liberal arts class possessed extremely rare innate supernatural powers and his qualifications were top-notch. But times have changed. It is no longer the era when heroes emerged in large numbers when Zhou Wu, the first Chinese martial god, was alive. Without a strong background now, you are destined to never reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Such good qualifications, what a pity! His niece Su Qingli possesses SSS-level talent, and with his guidance and the Su family's dedicated training, as long as nothing unexpected happens, it is almost certain that he will become the god of war in the future. As for Su Tang, after his initial panic, he thought about his own life experience and arrogantly questioned, "So this is your confidence? Born with supernatural powers, right? I'm from the Su family. What can you do to me? There's $1 million in this card, and the password is 88s. Take it and get out." Shen Ping was amused by the tone of voice used to dismiss the beggar. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought that he was the loser. "You're even threatening me by bringing up your family background. Do you want to shirk your responsibility and refuse to kowtow and call me grandpa?" Indeed, in order to survive, many ordinary people without any background will choose to keep quiet at this time. But he had had enough of this kind of turmoil in his previous life. The boss, relying on his family's wealth, orders the workers around like slaves, and treats them like beasts of burden. He even tells them to get out if they don't want to work, saying there are plenty of people who will do the job for them as long as they are paid. Okay, do you think you're great because you're rich and have a good background? But this is a world of high-level martial arts, and the competition is about who has the harder fist. Shen Ping did not take the card handed to him by Su Tang, but rushed forward and grabbed his collar, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Which do you think is harder, your head or the test equipment?" Su Tang didn't expect Shen Ping to be so tough and not care about his identity and background at all. But thinking about the presence of so many classmates and teachers, including his uncle, he pointed to his face and said, "If you have the guts, hit me here. Anyone who doesn't hit me is a grandson." Shen Ping laughed. "Everyone heard it, I have never heard such a request in my life." Then he slapped Su Tang in the face without hesitation. Pa! A resounding slapping sounded, and Su Tang's left face swelled up visibly. "You dare to hit me!" Su Tang waved his fists to resist, but Shen Ping punched him back, and he grimaced in pain. "I'm telling you, my uncle is right here right now. He's an 8th realm martial saint. You're dead. You made a bet with me and lost, but you refused to admit it and try to deny it. Is this what your elders taught you?" Seeing Su Wenba next to him indifferent, Su Tang suddenly panicked. "Doesn't my uncle care about me?" In a panic, Su Tang lost his previous arrogance and whispered, "Shen Ping, we're all in public, and we're all classmates. Please give me some face. You've earned $1 million for nothing. Let's forget about this." Shen Ping remained unmoved. "If I lose, will you give me this face?" When Su Tang saw Su Wenba suddenly walking towards him, he thought he was there to support him, and a fierce look immediately appeared in his eyes. "My uncle is coming, you're dead." When Su Wenba heard this, he immediately wanted to teach Su Tang a lesson, but considering the Su family's face, he held back. "I am his elder, Su Wenba. Our Su family has poor parenting. I apologize to you on behalf of the Su family. How about our Su family compensate you $2 million and let this matter be over for my sake?" Even though Su Wenba did not emit any blood and energy fluctuations, he just took a step and appeared in front of Shen Ping, revealing his powerful strength. "I don't need to pay more money. As long as Su Tang kowtows 10 times as agreed in the bet and calls me master, this matter will be over." Shen Ping was not intimidated by Su Wenba's strength and still stuck to his principles. Su Wenba sighed inwardly. He stepped forward to mediate, on the one hand to save the Su family's face, and on the other hand out of a sense of cherishing talent. Su Tang has the Su family and the Wang family standing behind him. If he is asked to kneel in public, it would be tantamount to offending both families. There are 3 most powerful families in northern Beijing. Isn't it courting death to directly offend 2 of them? You have to think carefully. Can you bear the consequences of making him kowtow and call you master? It's only right that you accept defeat. Shen Ping understood what Su Wenba was hinting at. Wasn't it just that there was someone behind the other person whom you couldn't afford to offend? In his previous life, he lowered his head for survival. He will never surrender again in this life. He lost the bet with me, so he has to fulfill the bet. Su Wenba didn't expect Shen Ping to be so stubborn and not take his words seriously at all, but he would not do anything to bully the weak. He turned to look at Su Qingli. "Qingli, tell me what to do." Su Qingli wished Su Tang would kowtow in public to vent his hatred. In her previous life, Su Tang wanted to capture her and commit a crime. If it weren't for her seriously injured uncle who fought hard to help her break out of the siege, her end would have been miserable. She had long wanted to teach this lecher a lesson. Su Tang, you must be responsible for what you said and did. It was you who initiated the bet, and now you want to deny it after losing. If this gets out, outsiders will laugh at our Su family for not keeping their word. Su Tang, don't you think so? Hearing this, Su Tang broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew that Su Qingli hated him, he didn't expect that she hated him to such an extent that she actually took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Chapter 14, Fulfilling the Bet. When Su Wenba heard Su Qingli's words, he frowned. He could hear the resentment contained in them. No matter what Su Tang did, it made the kind-hearted Su Qingli say such words. He must have done something that made her very angry. As a martial artist, you cannot harbor resentment in your heart, otherwise your thoughts will not be clear and it will affect your martial arts learning. He decided to vent his anger on behalf of Su Qingli. Qingli is right. The men of the Su family are true to their words. If they lose a bet, they must admit their mistakes. Did your uncle ask you to come, or did you come on your own? Su Wenba released a trace of pressure that enveloped Su Tang, causing his legs to tremble and making him almost unable to stand. A huge feeling of humiliation surged from the bottom of his heart. He hated Chen Ping at this moment. He was obviously born with supernatural powers, but he deliberately didn't say it and deliberately agreed to the bet to make fun of him. Once he kneels down and kowtows 10 times today, how will he survive in Beijing North in the future? Su Tang was filled with anger. He absolutely could not do this, even if it meant exposing his A-level talent. He can't afford to lose this person. Su Tang clenched his fists, stared at Chen Ping and released his innate mental shock. Go to hell! Su Tang threw the strongest punch of his life at Chen Ping's head, but Chen Ping dodged it easily. Then Chen Ping punched him back and knocked him to his knees. Chen Ping didn't faint? His mental attack, which had always been effective, suddenly failed. He used this trick to seduce many girls and never failed. When those women wake up, they will forget everything that happened before. Why doesn't it work for Chen Ping at all? Su Tang's heart completely sank to the bottom. His only trump card was useless and he had no other choice. Looking up and seeing Su Wenba's stern gaze, Su Tang's heart trembled, and he kowtowed 10 times to Chen Ping obediently. Master! Hey, grandson! Finally, Su Tang handed the card with 1 million yuan in it to Chen Ping with trembling hands. Chen Ping took it. When the students around saw this scene, they couldn't help but talk about it. Fuck! Young Master Su is really kneeling down and kowtowed, calling me master. Su Tang's mother is the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She has great power. Chen Ping is definitely in big trouble. You are still too young and impulsive. You should leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. You don't even understand such a simple principle. Feeling extremely humiliated, Su Tang lowered his head and left in disgrace. Chen Ping nodded slightly to Su Qingli, thank you. He knew that if Su Qingli had not said that, Su Tang's uncle in front of him would definitely not let Su Tang kneel. Su Qingli, in a good mood, walked up to Chen Ping and asked, when did you become so powerful? I woke up one morning and suddenly felt incredibly strong, so I wanted to try my luck in the martial arts class. Su Qingli chuckled, are you treating me like a child? Forget it, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Then, her expression turned serious and she said, I'm indeed inferior to you in strength now, but in the next test of willpower, I will never lose to you again. Seeing Su Qingli's face full of dissatisfaction, Chen Ping touched his nose and said, you don't want to bet with me too, do you? No need to bet. If you beat me in a test of willpower. Su Qingli blinked playfully and didn't continue. Su Wenba, who was standing next to him, suddenly felt like the cabbage he had raised with great effort was taken away by someone else. No wonder after Su Qingli arrived at the martial arts arena, her eyes were almost always on the young man named Chen Ping, as if she cared about him very much. It turns out that the relationship between the two is not simple. Now that she dares to say such ambiguous words under his nose, how good must her relationship be? Su Wenba curled his lips, but ultimately said nothing. If he spoke out against it now, it would only arouse his niece's rebellious psychology. No matter how talented you are, even if you are poor in literature or rich in martial arts, if you do not have sufficient resources to support your practice, you will soon encounter a bottleneck and remain stagnant. As the gap between the two becomes larger and larger, their feelings will naturally fade. However, a good girl is afraid of a clinging man. After the physical examination is over, she still has to warn this young man named Qin Ping to prevent him from having any unrealistic fantasies and pursuing her niece relentlessly. Seeing that everyone had finished speaking, Luo Chenggan ran over to Su Wenba and asked, "Instructor, the strength and physical fitness tests are complete and the results have been recorded. Should we start the willpower test? Let's get started. Have the damaged equipment removed now and repair the training grounds as quickly as possible. Don't delay everyone's training." Qin Ping handed over the card he had just won from Su Tang. "However much it costs, I'll pay it. No need to compensate, these are considered normal teaching losses." Luo Chenggan waved his hand and asked Qin Ping to take the card back. "You'll have plenty of money to spend on martial arts training in the future, so keep it for yourself." The willpower test apparatus is constructed like a semi-open room. There was nothing special inside. There was a clock hanging on the wall, which didn't look special. Luo Chenggan called out the names in the same order as before. The chubby boy who was the first to take part in the strength test walked out of the crowd with a look of fear on his face. He hesitated for more than 10 seconds before stepping into the room. Suddenly, red mist filled the room and surrounded the boy. After only 10 seconds, he squatted down in sweat, with a look of despair and pain on his face. After more than 20 seconds, he could no longer hold on, his expression distorted and he fainted. The fog dissipated, and Luo Chenggan went in and carried him out. Luo Chenggan glanced at the clock on the wall and announced the results. "Hold on for 25 seconds, willpower test score of 25, total physical test score of 57. The boy, who had just woken up, fainted again in anger when he heard that his grades were so bad. In the following test, every student in the military science class fainted. Qin Ping couldn't help but ask Su Qingli curiously, "It's a test of willpower, why do they all faint in the end?" The red mist in the willpower tester is made of a special material from the beast abyss. When inhaled, it exerts a powerful pressure on the human mind, releasing the deepest fears within. Furthermore, the willpower test will gradually become more difficult over time, putting a serious test on one's willpower. In other words, the stronger the willpower, the longer they can hold on, and if they can't hold on any longer, they will faint? Su Qingli nodded slowly, then continued, "Willpower needs to experience setbacks and hardships to grow, and these rich kids are too young and have experienced too little hardship, so they can't even last 30 seconds. When she said this, a hint of confidence flashed across her flawless face. She had experienced countless battles, big and small, in her previous life, and had gone through more than a dozen life and death ordeals. There was no way she could lose to Qin Ping in the test of willpower. Next, Su Qingli. Hearing her name, Su Qingli walked into the testing equipment with confidence. After entering, under the cover of red fog, scenes of past experiences emerged before my eyes. Transformed into an extremely real illusion. Being there, it feels like experiencing it all over again. The pain of losing relatives and friends, the despair of watching comrades die before their eyes. But these could not shake Su Qingli, whose will had long been as hard as iron. Not to mention that she also possesses the SSS-level talent of courage. 30 seconds passed quickly. The illusion before my eyes suddenly changed again. Chapter 15, Full Marks. Setting a historical record. Su Qingli returned to the last battle before his death. Dozens of 10th-level monsters surrounded her. Her comrades fought to the last moment and all fell. She was the only one who had held on until now, relying on the strength of the god of war and the recovery ability of her SSS talent courage. But faced with the army of monsters all over the mountains, he was ultimately outnumbered and shed his last drop of blood. The fear of death completely overwhelmed her, and the cold darkness enveloped her 5 senses. Apart from endless darkness, there was no longer any sense of existence. Eventually she lost consciousness and passed out. The testing equipment was turned off and Su Qingli regained consciousness. "Su Qingli, you held on for 52 seconds, and got a perfect score of 50 on the willpower test, for a total score of 95. The whole audience was in an uproar. Did I hear correctly? Full marks? I felt like I was going to die after lasting 20 seconds. 52 seconds? I've never seen that in my life. Now you see." The most shocked person was Su Wenba. When he was Su Qingli's age, he only scored 40 points in the willpower test. This was because he had followed his father to the battlefield several times and his willpower had been tempered. He had always thought that Su Qingli wanted to learn martial arts on a whim, but now it seems that it was not the case. With such an unwavering will, it is impossible to act impulsively. Su Wenba is even more confident about Su Qingli's future. God bless our Su family. With such a genius, our family will surely continue to prosper. Qin Ping, it's your turn. Luo Chenggan walked up to Qin Ping. Seeing Qin Ping's unnatural expression, Luo Chenggan thought he was nervous, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be too nervous. Willpower isn't something you're born with, it requires nurturing. It's normal for your grades to be bad. But it was not what Luo Chenggan thought. Qin Ping was simply regretting that he had overthought. Su Qingli has such strong willpower, why does she need his encouragement? No wonder his grades are so good, it's hard not to be self-disciplined. Qin Ping gave Luo Chenggan a polite smile. Thank you, teacher. Su Qingli came over at this time, and Qin Ping took the initiative to say, congratulations on getting a perfect score. Su Qingli didn't show any smugness on her face. She lifted the hair beside her ear and encouraged him, keep going. I'm looking forward to your performance. Thank you. I'll do my best. The harmonious scene made Su Wenba's eyelids twitch. Qin Ping entered the testing equipment and looked at the rising red mist, but he didn't feel anything special. It doesn't seem as mysterious as it said? More than 10 seconds passed, but no so-called illusion was seen. Touching his nose, Qin Ping thought of a possibility. His god-level talent, the body of the god of war, can resist all mental control and negative effects. He won't resist it directly, right? Another 20 seconds passed, and still nothing happened. Qin Ping confirmed his inner guess that the red mist of the willpower test had no effect on him at all. This is so embarrassing. I can't just stand there like an idiot, right? Pretend to faint for 50 seconds? He wasn't good at acting, and people would definitely see through him. Soon, the time reached 50 seconds. At this moment, the people outside saw that Qin Ping looked relaxed and did not show any fear at all, and they could not believe their eyes. Am I seeing things right? He seems fine, no reaction at all. You're not mistaken. I never thought Qin Ping not only has supernatural powers, but also such amazing willpower. Why do I feel like a clown in front of him, even though I've practiced martial arts for so many years? Who would believe a liberal arts student who got a perfect score on a physical exam on their first try? It's completely off the charts, way off the charts. Su Qingli couldn't believe that she lost to Qin Ping in both the strength and willpower tests, but no matter how unbelievable it was, she had seen it with her own eyes and it couldn't be false. He had thought that with the training experience and martial arts talent accumulated in his previous life, he could easily leave his peers behind, but he didn't expect that Qin Ping, a liberal arts student, was far superior to him. She must never be careless in the future and must practice with all her strength. A minute later, Qin Ping scratched the back of his head and walked out of the testing equipment on his own initiative. Teacher, do I pass this? Luo Cheng'an's heart was already numb with shock from Qin Ping's performance today. A student in the liberal arts class was born with supernatural powers and a willpower so strong that even the testing equipment could not shake it. He felt that all the years he had spent as a martial arts teacher had been in vain. What else is there to teach? The students in the liberal arts class actually broke the physical fitness test record of Beijing North University and received a perfect score. From now on, let Ethan be the martial arts teacher. Of course you passed, Qin Ping. You lasted more than a minute in the willpower test, with a total score of 100. I created a record for the physical fitness test at Beijing No. 1 Middle School and became the first student to get a perfect score on the test. Luo Chenggan and Yifan took the lead in applauding Qin Ping. For a moment, the applause was thunderous and the entire martial arts arena was filled with long-lasting applause. Su Wenba looked at Qin Ping with complicated eyes, and the idea of giving him a beating completely disappeared. It was rare for a young man to have such a strong willpower. Such outstanding talent and determination made him think of a word, peerless genius. There is no way such a person would back down because of a few words from him. Well, if this boy matures and learns to adapt in the future, and awakens a powerful talent, he may be able to grow up and become a powerful man. Let's just wait and see. Qin Ping didn't know that his performance this time avoided a cliched beating plot. At this moment, he was still thinking about what Su Qingli had just whispered in his ear. I'll be waiting for you in the library study room the day after tomorrow morning. I have something I want to show you alone. What was Su Qingli's purpose in asking him to meet her in the library study room the day after tomorrow morning? What did she want to show him? This inexplicable sentence left Qin Ping completely confused. He wanted to ask, but Su Qingli ran away with a red face. No, I haven't agreed yet, why are you leaving now? Qin Ping, who has been single since birth, fought for a long time and decided to keep the appointment. I'm definitely not interested in school beauties. He was simply curious about what Su Qingli wanted to show him. After all, which normal man wouldn't he be curious about something that can make the school beauty blush? Chen Ping suddenly felt something was wrong, as if something was thorning his back. Looking back, he found that the male classmates in the military science class were all staring at him with envy and jealousy. He found the jealous and crazy look a little funny. Isn't it just that Su Qingli whispered something to him? Is it that serious? When Su Qingli returned to Su Wenba, she thought she would be questioned by her uncle. Unexpectedly, he said nothing, just smiled at her. You did very well on the physical test. Uncle is proud of you. Come home with me later. I'll give you 50 qi and blood pills first. Hurry up and raise your qi and blood values. The martial arts realm is very important. Before the martial arts exam, you must become a second-level warrior. Today I will teach you our Su family's famous and unique skill, the broken edge sword technique, to improve your combat capabilities. Uncle hopes you'll take first place in the National Martial Arts exam in 7 days. Chapter 16 Night Raid. In the evening, Chen Ping moved to the dormitory of the military science class. The single room is 100 square meters in size, has an independent bathroom, and is equipped with all kinds of daily necessities. The exquisite and luxurious decoration gave Chen Ping the illusion of staying in a 5-star hotel. It is a world of difference compared to the liberal arts dormitory where 8 people were squeezed together before. He drank the ice drink that had been prepared in the refrigerator, lay on the soft sofa, and was deeply immersed in it. Cool. The decision to transfer to the military science class was absolutely the right one. When it was time for dinner, he ordered 2 takeout meals from the cafeteria. Soon someone knocked on the door. Chen Ping opened the door and saw a girl in a white shirt and jeans pushing a dining table. She had a charming figure and a pretty face. A pair of long legs is even more breathtaking. Classmate, I'm here to deliver dinner. The girl said as she was about to push the food cart in. However, Chen Ping grabbed the edge of the dining car and prevented him from entering. I can get it myself. You don't have to come in. Chen Ping casually took a box lunch from the dining car and was about to close the door. A pair of snow-white hands suddenly climbed up his wrists. Classmate, the night is long. Chen Ping shook off her hand without hesitation and closed the door. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the girl outside the door. She didn't expect that Chen Ping was not interested in women. Chen Ping suddenly opened the door again, and the girl immediately put on a smile that she thought men could not resist. She knew that there was no man in the world who didn't love beautiful women. Classmate. Sorry, I forgot to take one. I ordered 2. After taking it, he immediately closed the door. The girl gritted her teeth, feeling frustrated by a man for the first time. After dinner, Chen Ping lay contentedly on the sofa, looking at the uniquely shaped chandelier, and began to make plans for the future. The teaching in the martial arts class is very free. There is no fixed curriculum. Only the most basic lower-level martial arts are taught. Students can train with the equipment in the martial arts field. If they have any questions, they can ask the teacher Luo Chenggan at any time. They can also leave the school to train on their own. To put it bluntly, the help provided by the school is limited, and how far you can go depends on your family background. No wonder people say that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. If you want to increase your qi and blood, you have to buy qi and blood pills. If you want to practice martial arts well, you have to buy them on the black market or pay someone to teach you. The improvement in strength brought about by exercise alone is very limited. In short, if you want to become stronger, you have to spend money. But for Chen Ping, who has already bound himself to Su Qingli, he doesn't need to think about how to become stronger. How to lie down more comfortably is what he needs to consider. Although I won 1 million yesterday, I can't even afford a toilet in northern Beijing where land is very expensive. It is far from enough to just lie down comfortably in northern Beijing. At this time, the clear and gentle voice of the female host came from the TV. This year's martial arts exam will undergo a comprehensive reform. Unlike the previous simulation battles, this time it will focus on actual combat. To encourage students from all over the country to take the exam, the top scorer in this martial arts exam will receive a scholarship of 10 million. 10 million? At first Chen Ping thought he had misheard, but the host read it again and it was indeed 10 million. As expected of a high-level martial arts world, the treatment of martial arts champions is different. Even if you do nothing with 10 million yuan, you can still earn at least 20,000 yuan a month just from interest. Then you can lie down however you want? Chen Ping was excited. Whether he could get the first place in the country depended on how hard Su Qingli worked this month. Girls who work hard will not have too bad luck. At that time, you will be second and I will be first, and we will both have a bright future. After watching a few new TV series, Chen Ping yawned. It's time to go to bed. He took a shower first, then lay comfortably on the bed and prepared to fall asleep. But I found that there was another person beside me. Chen Ping immediately jumped out of bed and stared at the woman in lace pajamas on the bed in surprise and suspicion. He recognized the woman's appearance. It was the woman who delivered him food in the evening. How did you get in? The corner of the woman's mouth curled up charmingly, and a bunch of yellow keys hung on the index finger of her right hand. Of course I'll ask the dorm manager for the key. Chen Ping was speechless. I don't even know you. What do you want to do by running onto my bed? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? What do you want to do? The woman's eyes glowed pink, and her S-level spiritual talent charm was activated. Once a man is attracted by her talent, no matter how gentlemanly he behaved before, he will immediately become her slave and obey her every word. The reason why he didn't succeed before must be because the lights in the corridor were not on, and Chen Ping didn't notice his peerless beauty and fairy-like appearance. The lights in the living room were now very bright, and every detail of her body was exposed under the light. Just with his unparalleled pair of long white legs, he couldn't control himself. Why are your eyes shining? Are you in love? Chen Ping frowned and said impatiently, there are a lot of men outside. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Seeing that her charm, which had always worked before, was completely useless to Chen Ping, the charming smile on the woman's face gradually disappeared. I didn't expect there would be a man like you in this world who doesn't understand romance. How boring. My name is Li Lianying, and I am the saint of the demon god cult. I invite you to join the demon god cult and become one of us. I've never heard of the demon god cult. What does it do? Humanity has long been corrupt and degenerate. Only by being purified by the demon god can it wash away its sins and return to purity. Can you speak human language? I don't understand. A flicker of anger crossed Li Lianying's face, but remembering the leader's order, he had to hold it in and explain simply, we in the demon god cult believe in the demon god and firmly believe that only the demon god is the master of the world. The corrupt human race should be eliminated by the demon god. So it's an anti-human cult. No wonder I've never heard of it. Hearing Chen Ping insulting the demon god sect, Li Lianying could no longer bear it, and the murderous intent in her chest burst out. She took out a small knife from the gap in her chest. The sharp blade flashed with a cold light, which was intimidating. Oh, are you so angry that you want to take action? Chen Ping's tone was emotionless, but Li Lianying smelled danger. Reason took over again. She knew Chen Ping's physical test results, and the strength score of 50 points was far beyond her reach. I'm afraid that one punch would kill her. Moreover, if they take action against Chen Ping now, it would mean that they have failed to recruit Chen Ping to join the demon god cult and would have betrayed the trust of the cult leader. It seems that I can only use this last trick. Li Lianying pointed the knife at his pajamas. It's like cutting open a banana to reveal the flesh inside. Her talent for charm was pushed to the extreme, and at this moment her eyes revealed infinite charm. If it were an ordinary man, he would go crazy and pounce on her in less than a second. But Chen Ping's expression remained calm. He glanced at Li Lianying coldly, taking in every glimpse of him. Although he didn't know why the demon god cult used the beauty trap to recruit him, based on the principle that it would be idiotic not to take advantage of an opportunity, he didn't blink an eye and didn't miss any details. Not bad, this wave is not a loss. A few minutes later, Li Lianying's face began to turn red. Before this, she only needed to activate her talent to make men obey her, and there was no need to go to this extent. Chen Ping was the first man to take advantage of her. After 10 minutes, just when she was about to give up, Chen Ping, who had seen enough, said, "Put on your clothes." Li Lianying was delighted, his charm finally worked on Chen Ping. It was worth it for her to make such a great sacrifice. As long as you are willing to join our demon god cult, we can show you every day without any problem. She took out a piece of clothing from behind her and put it on, then handed Chen Ping a green potion. Drinking it will not only significantly increase your strength, but also give you a life-saving trump card. Looking at the green potion in Li Lianying's hand, Chen Ping thought that there is no free lunch in the world. He immediately turned around, walked to the dormitory door and opened it. Who would join your anti-human cult? Do you want me to kick you out, or do you want to leave on your own? Li Lianying's face turned pale and blue. At this time, she had realized that Chen Ping was not attracted by her charm at all. In other words, she was. Li Lianying, whose fists were clenched tightly with anger, tried to suppress his rage and gritted his teeth. Now that you have joined the demon god cult, I can still forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, I will definitely make sure you die without a burial place. Are you furious? If you don't leave now, I'm going to throw you out. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Lianying jumped out of bed and hurried out the door. Chen Ping, just wait for me. After saying that, she suddenly kicked the door hard, making a hole in the wooden door, and then she ran away. Chen Ping touched his nose nonchalantly. It's just a goal, you can kick it as you like. Anyway, this wave is not a loss. Chapter 17. Are you going to fire me if I don't apologize? The next morning. Are you saying that Li Lianying from the demon god cult came to your dormitory in the middle of the night to try to recruit you, and after you rejected him, he got so angry that he kicked the door down and left? Chen Ping nodded. Teacher, this is the whole process. You must believe me. Luo Chenggan looked at the big hole in the door, rubbed his brow and said, Student Chen Ping, although your lie is well made, there is a fatal loophole in your lie. The demon god cult was completely eradicated by the Patrol Bureau 10 years ago. It's impossible for it to still exist in this world. No matter how Chen Ping explained, Luo Chenggan never believed it. The details were so realistic that I almost believed it. Okay, I'll help you cover it up this time. Luo Chenggan believed that Chen Ping failed to control his strength and accidentally kicked the door to pieces. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Many warriors whose strength increases too quickly will experience this phenomenon. Don't worry, I'll report it to the school because you didn't control your strength and accidentally broke the door. The school won't ask you to pay any compensation. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly and gave up the idea of persuading Luo Chenggan. Teacher, if you don't believe me, forget it. Luo Chenggan smiled, not taking Chen Ping's words to heart. He looked up and down at the dormitory room, looked at the luxurious decoration and shook his head. When I was studying at Beijing No. 1 Middle School, the dormitory conditions of the military students were similar to those of the liberal arts students. It's just a bunch of people squeezed together, just having a bed to sleep on is enough. But later, with the disappearance of China's No. 1 martial god, the path to advancement for martial artists was monopolized by a group of people with ulterior motives, and the martial arts class dormitory gradually became like this. Teacher, why are you being so cryptic? Isn't it just that those people at the top, in order to consolidate their own status and interests, have completely cut off the upward channels for ordinary people at the bottom? Luo Chenggan glanced at Chen Ping in surprise. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you can see things so clearly. Since you have such a mature mind, why did you make Su Tong kneel down and offend the Su and Wang families? You should know that these two are the most powerful families in Beijing North right now. If you offend both of them at the same time, how can you survive in Beijing North in the future? Chen Ping said nonchalantly, won't it just be embarrassment and suppression from the two major families? Can they really cover up everything? You're quite courageous. I like that. The more Luo Chenggan looked at Chen Ping, the more he liked him. He was like this when he was young. He was fearless and would attack anyone who didn't obey him. This is what a warrior should be like. I happen to have some time today, so I'll give you the first lesson in the martial arts class. Martial arts are divided into 10 realms: warrior, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial patriarch, martial honored, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god. The first realm is the warrior. Once you reach 40 points in the physical test or awaken, you become a warrior. A warrior of the first realm, even if it's just the early stages, can easily fight a dozen ordinary people alone. The second realm is the warrior. To reach this realm, you need to take a first-level Qi and Blood pill to increase your Qi and Blood. After raising your Qi and Blood to 100 points, you can take a first-level breakthrough pill to break through the first shackles in your body and reach the warrior realm. The market price of a first-level Qi and Blood pill is 1 million, and it's in short supply. You often have to pay a higher price to buy it. And the last time a first-level realm breakthrough pill appeared on the black market was a month ago, and the final transaction price was hyped up to 10 million. Is a first-level Qi and Blood pill so expensive? Even $1 million might not be enough to buy one? Even a first-level breakthrough pill is worth 10 million? Chen Ping touched the bank card in his pocket with 1 million in it. If he used it to learn martial arts, it would only be enough for him to buy a Qi and Blood pill. Learning martial arts is a money-sucking business. Many martial arts students end up penniless and have to switch back to liberal arts classes. Their parents used their life savings to buy an awakening stone, hoping to change their fate. But in the end, nothing changed. Luo Chengan sighed and patted Chen Ping on the shoulder. "You are a smart man. If I tell you these things, you will definitely understand what I mean. In today's martial arts, you can no longer succeed by hard work alone. You must have the support of powerful forces and a good background, otherwise you will never be able to make it. Of course, I'm not saying this to ask you to submit to those forces, but rather to ask you to be flexible and not confront them head-on. The news that Su Tang knelt before you yesterday has spread. Wang Rong is furious and has already threatened that anyone who dares to sell you the awakening stone will become an enemy of the Wang family. What's worse is that the current principal of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School is from the Wang family. Originally, a genius like you who has the potential to become the top scorer would be given special training by the school, and given a certain amount of resources to support him. As a result, now there is nothing except arranging a dormitory for you." Luo Chengan wanted to continue persuading him, but Chen Ping yawned and said, "Thank you for the trouble, teacher. I don't need any help from the school to get into Wuhan University." Luo Chengan smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Chen Ping to have such a stubborn temper. "If you need any help, feel free to contact me." After sending Luo Chengan away, Chen Ping lay on the big bed and immediately shouted in his heart, "Check it." The system notification sound just now kept ringing in my ears, which was very annoying. Learning results have been received: Chi and blood value 20 points after amplification, Chi and blood value 30 points. Learning results have been checked: Earth level technique, breaking blade technique, cultivation progress, entry beginner level after amplification. A pure energy of Chi and blood resonated in his body, and in just a moment it turned into a warm current flowing into Chen Ping's limbs and bones, increasing Chen Ping's physical strength. At the same time, a flash of knife light passed through his mind, and he instantly comprehended an extremely powerful and sharp knife technique. Deep in his heart, a strong desire for the knife surged. He wished he had a knife in his hand and could draw it out of its sheath immediately. He also discovered that this sword technique could be used in conjunction with the Dailang force, which could increase the power of the sword technique exponentially. It is still an improvement that is far greater than 1+1, reaching the level of qualitative change. It can be said that the broken edge sword technique in Chen Ping's hands can exert a power far beyond the power of the sword technique itself. Even if you give Chen Ping a knife now, he can easily kill his yesterday self. It seems that Su Qingli is very hardworking. Good, keep up the good work. Chen Ping gave a big thumbs up to the school beauty in his heart. The next few days will be spent lying in the dormitory, waiting for the martial arts exam to begin. Chen Ping was lying on the soft bed in a spread eagle position, and was about to fall into a drowsy sleep when there was another knock on the door. "Who is it? Can't you let me sleep so early in the morning?" A familiar voice came from outside the door. "Chen Ping, it's me." Hearing the voice of the head teacher, Chen Ping had no choice but to get out of bed and open the door. "Homeroom teacher, what do you want to see me about so early in the morning?" Outside the door, Ethan's expression still retained a hint of anger. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her surging emotions. "Su Tang's mother reported you to the principal this morning. The principal was furious and ordered you to apologize to Su Tang in person. Otherwise, you will be expelled from Jingbei No. 1 Middle School for bullying your classmates. Mr. Luo has already gone to the principal to plead for you. He asked me to come here and tell you to leave the school immediately and not to see the principal." Chapter 18. Do you all think he is easy to bully? Beijing No. 1 Middle School, Principal's Office. "Miss, please rest assured. I will make Chen Ping kneel down and apologize to your son until you are satisfied." The principal made a solemn promise in front of Wang Rong. Su Tang, standing by, no longer looked as embarrassed as he had yesterday. He sat in the principal's seat with a proud air, tapping the table rhythmically with his index finger. He asked impatiently, "Why hasn't Chen Ping come yet?" At this time, there was a knock on the door. But the person who came in was not Chen Ping, but Luo Chengan. "Principal, Chen Ping is a genius who got full marks in the physical test. You can't expel him." He was interrupted by the principal before he could finish his words. "Teacher Luo, I don't care how talented Chen Ping is. If he has bad character, he will only become a scourge to society in the future. It's meaningless." The principal dismissed Chen Ping completely with a casual remark. Luo Chengan sighed in his heart. He knew that he was insignificant and his words carried little weight. Now he was only a second-level warrior. In the eyes of these adults, he was someone who could be crushed to death with just a finger. Despite this, Luo Chang'an still did not give up and continued, Qin Ping is just young and hot-headed. Alright, I know you care about your students, but everyone is responsible for their words and actions. He should have considered the consequences of today's actions when he forced Su Tang to kneel in public. If you plead for him again, you might lose your job. The principal exuded the aura of a third-level martial artist, causing Luo Chang'an to lower his head and dare not say anything more. He has an elderly mother at home who needs his support, and he cannot lose this job. Fortunately, he asked Ethan to inform Qin Ping to leave quickly in advance, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I asked you to notify Qin Ping to come over. Where is he? I'm warning you, don't have any bad ideas. I've already sent people to seal off the entire school. Even if Qin Ping has wings, he can't fly out. Bring him here to me, or I'll fire you too. Beads of sweat covered Luo Chang'an's forehead. The principal's words frightened him, but he was a teacher and would never let anything happen to his students. Forget it, just fire him. At worst, he'll just have to go to a construction site and move bricks. Just as he was about to speak, the door of the principal's office suddenly opened. Qin Ping stepped in and said to Luo Chang'an with a smile, Teacher Luo, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave. Why are you here? Luo Chang'an stepped forward and tried to pull Qin Ping away. Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I'll be fine. Qin Ping pulled Luo Chang'an out of the door and closed it. Seeing Qin Ping's calm expression and even closing the door on his own initiative, a sharp light flashed in the principal's eyes. He didn't see any fear on Qin Ping's face, not even a hint of negative emotion. It is really stupid to not realize that death is imminent. Qin Ping, do you know your mistake? I know I was wrong. Qin Ping's gaze lingered on Su Tang. I was wrong. I should have punched Su Tang against the wall. He couldn't get out of the way even if he tried to pull himself off. Su Tang, what else can you do besides cheating and complaining? Qin Ping's ridicule made Su Tang's chest heave up and down, and his eyes almost spit fire. He was about to open his mouth to fight back, but Wang Rong glared back at him. She glanced at Qin Ping sideways, then turned to the principal and said, How can you be a principal? You can't even discipline the students. You don't even take you seriously. Beads of cold sweat broke out on the principal's forehead. He was just a distant branch of the Wang family and became the principal by flying the Wang family's banner. If he fails to satisfy the eldest daughter of the Wang family this time, his tenure as principal will be over. Qin Ping must be made to kneel down and admit his mistake today. The principal's face darkened. Qin Ping, you bully your classmates and have a corrupt character. If you still refuse to repent, I will have no choice but to expel you according to school rules. He pointed to the floor in front of Su Tang and said, Kneel down and admit your mistakes to Su Tang until he is satisfied. Qin Ping's expression remained unchanged as he walked up to the principal. He completely ignored the threat in the principal's words and asked, Why do you think I care about expulsion? The principal's face changed and he said angrily, Qin Ping, without a diploma from Beijing No. 1 Middle School, you. He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his words. With Qin Ping's current ability, he could directly apply for Beijing North Wuhan University with a perfect score in the physical test, and he didn't need a diploma from Beijing North No. 1 Middle School at all. Only liberal arts students need a high school diploma to take the college entrance examination, while martial arts students can register for the examination as long as they meet the age and physical fitness requirements. Seeing that Qin Ping looked completely indifferent, the principal remained silent. It seemed that threatening Qin Ping with expulsion would not have much effect. If you want to fire me, do it now. There's no way I'm being asked to kneel down and apologize. The principal was furious. He pointed at Qin Ping's nose and cursed, You untouchable, you lacking parental discipline? You think you can get away with being expelled from school? I'm telling you, not only am I going to expel you today, I'm also going to send you to the police station. The Patrol Bureau is an organization specifically responsible for arresting criminal warriors. Once you are arrested, it means you have a criminal record. No Wuhan University will accept a student with a criminal record. Even a clayman would have a temper. After being threatened again and again, Qin Ping narrowed his eyes and said, I didn't do anything illegal. He was the one who proposed the bet with me. Whoever loses has to kneel down and kowtow and call me master, right, Su Tang? Su Tang was filled with shame and anger. He slammed the table and said, Qin Ping, you only beat me once. What's so great about that? I'm going to challenge you to a duel right now. The loser. Wang Rong suddenly coughed, interrupting Su Tang's words. He stared at the principal and said meaningfully, "If the principal wants the Discipline Inspection Bureau to intervene in student affairs, then what's the point of having you as principal?" The principal then realized that the director of the Patrol Bureau and the Wang family were sworn enemies. Once the Patrol Bureau intervened, it would actually help Chen Ping. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly bent down to apologize to Wang Rong. "Miss, you are right. I was wrong." Under Wang Rong's cold gaze, the principal suddenly realized that the eldest lady wanted him to depose Chen Ping in his capacity as the principal. "From the beginning to the end, I never thought about asking Chen Ping to apologize. According to the school rules of Beijing No. 1 Middle School, if students in the martial arts class use force to act recklessly and bully their classmates in school, the principal has the right to challenge them to a duel, and students are not allowed to refuse. This school rule is specifically used to punish students who dare to go against the family members." After thinking it over, the principal quickly made a decision. A student with no background is doomed to failure. Even if he has to bear some infamy, he must not lose the position of principal that he has worked hard for half his life. "Chen Ping, you are stubborn and recalcitrant, relying on your strength to bully your classmates. According to school rules, as the principal, I have the right to challenge you to a duel as a warning to others." Chen Ping was stunned when he heard this, and found the information about this school rule from his memory. It turned out that it was waiting for him here. 2 years ago, there was a martial arts student from an ordinary family who fought back with force because he could not stand the bullying from his classmates who claimed to be of noble birth. As a result, the principal accused him of bullying his classmates, challenged him to a duel, and beat him to a cripple in public. Is the principal trying to repeat the same old trick? Chen Ping narrowed his eyes, murderous intent rising in his heart. Everyone thinks he is easy to bully, right? Chapter 19 Duel with the Principal. Patrol Bureau, Director's Office. Director Zhou Mei sat on the leather sofa, smoking a slender lady's cigarette, her pair of tall and strong legs faintly visible in the smoke. What's going on with the Wang family recently? Because the martial arts exam is approaching, the Wang family, like in previous years, has secretly raised the prices of qi and blood pills and realm breakthrough pills. But today, the eldest daughter of the Wang family caused quite a stir. Oh? Tell me about it. Because her son lost face by kneeling in public after losing a bet, she personally went to the principal of Beijing No. 1 Middle School this morning and asked the principal to punish the other party according to the school rules. Whoever did this, well done. He's a senior high school student named Chen Ping, who just transferred to the military science class yesterday. The martial arts exam is just a few days away. Now that I've transferred to the martial arts class, I'm going to end up at the bottom? He got a perfect score on the physical test yesterday. Zhou Mei was stunned for a while, until the cigarette in her hand burned her fingers. She came to her senses, took a deep puff and put out the cigarette. It's a pity that such a talent was ruined by Wang Rong. I have to go help him. Zhou Mei stood up. She was tall, about 1.8 meters tall, a head taller than the subordinate who was reporting in front of her. Although she doesn't have the gentleness and charm of a beautiful girl next door, her long wavy hair and natural charm make Zhou Mei look like a cold and beautiful goddess who is high above everyone else, exuding a mature femininity that is extremely attractive to men. The subordinate lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly at Zhou Mei. Director, are you going to stop this? But our patrol bureau doesn't have the power to interfere with school rules. If you do, someone might use this as an excuse to impeach you. Chen Ping is a warrior, and the principal is a warrior. They're fighting in broad daylight. As a patrol agency specializing in managing warriors, of course we can intervene. Zhou Mei said firmly, not only will I go personally, you will lead the team to the school immediately and wait for my dispatch. Yes, Chief. Beijing No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Field. The news that Chen Ping was going to duel with the principal in public had spread widely. Even the senior high school liberal arts students who were under heavy academic pressure almost all showed up and gave up their lunch break. The spacious training ground was now packed with people. Under the guidance of the teachers, they sat cross-legged in an orderly manner, leaving a large open space in the center. Chen Ping walked to the edge of the martial arts field with a calm expression, and picked up a double-edged mo dao from the weapon rack. The sword weighed about 20 pounds. He swung it casually, and the blade shone coldly in the sunlight. He was very pleased with the knife. Chen Ping looked around and didn't see Su Qingli. He thought she was probably still at home practicing martial arts and hadn't received the news. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It would be difficult to explain if she saw me using the broken edge sword technique. When he passed by Luo Chengan and Yifan, he smiled at the two anxious people and said, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." The principal sat in the middle of the martial arts arena, his expression already somewhat impatient. A little brat who had just transferred to the martial arts class was still grinning and joking. He didn't think that just by getting full marks in the physical test, he could beat him, a third-level martial artist, right? In the physical test, there is a motionless dead target for people to hit, and they just need to punch it with all their strength. But actual combat not only tests a person's reaction and mentality, but also tests a person's martial arts accumulation. Learning a powerful martial arts technique is the key to victory. If you just rely on brute force, you can't even hit the person. When the principal saw that Chen Ping chose a Mo Dao as his weapon, he smiled in his heart. His soft sword was specially designed to deal with this kind of large weapon. As long as he rushed forward, he could end the battle in a few seconds with his speed and flexibility. However, a student like Chen Ping, who had just transferred to the martial arts class and had no background, probably didn't even know any martial arts. He probably held a knife just to show off and give himself courage. With his strength, there is no need to use a soft sword at all. A few close-range punches can solve the problem. Chen Ping, holding an Mo Dao, walked towards the central open space of the martial arts field in the gaze of everyone. The female classmates looked at this tall and majestic figure who was fearless in the face of danger and talked quietly. "He's the guy who got a perfect score on the physical test yesterday and broke the school record? So handsome. The way he holds the knife is so handsome that it touches my heart." Some male students were outraged. "I'm a military student. I saw it with my own eyes." It was Su Teng who took the initiative to challenge Chen Ping to a bet. He lost the bet and refused to admit it. Now he's saying it's all Chen Ping's fault. It's outrageous. Fuck it. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. I have to make Su Teng kneel down and kowtow and call him grandpa. What's the point of being unable to endure? Whoever has the most power and strength has the final say. Can you resist? A discordant voice suddenly rang out. "I've long been fed up with Chen Ping. You act like you're the best in the world, but why are you pretending? The principal will beat you to a pulp soon." Everyone around turned their attention to the male student who spoke. A martial arts student sneered, "Hey, isn't this Su Teng's lackey? He follows him around all day long. Doesn't that smell good?" Seeing the master kneel down, as a lackey, do you also feel the same pain? Seeing the unfriendly looks from the crowd, the man swallowed his saliva, lowered his head quickly, and dared not speak. When Chen Ping stepped into the central open space, the whole place erupted in excitement, with students cheering him on. Chen Ping will win. Kill this undistinguished principal with one blow. The noise was deafening at first, but it died down as the principal glanced around. Teachers and students, Chen Ping has shown disrespect for his elders and bullied his classmates. Despite repeated admonitions, he remains unrepentant. As the principal, I have no choice but to enforce school rules and challenge him. Chen Ping, whether you resist or not, I will not show mercy. The principal was unarmed and his eyes were full of contempt. I'm going to break both of your legs first, leaving you a cripple. You'll have to kneel on the ground for the rest of your life, never able to stand up again. He took off his coat, revealing a body of well-defined, strong muscles with a bronze luster. I'm telling you in advance, my talent is B-rank enhanced copper skin. You can't break my defense with that broken sword. Surrender now, and I'll let you suffer less. Otherwise, I'll crush your leg bones bit by bit and let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. You have been threatening me since we met. Principal, do you like to intimidate people so much? Chen Ping's voice was steady and calm, and his mentality was not affected at all by the principal's words. On the contrary, the principal's frequent threats made Chen Ping feel that he was just a figurehead. You keep threatening me with words, which reveals your guilty conscience. The principal's breathing became rapid, and the anger in his heart was ignited by Chen Ping's words. Let me guess, you don't have much combat experience at all. You only rely on the difference in strength to bully those weaker than you. Chen Ping raised his Mo Dao, pointing the tip of the knife at the principal's head, and the principal's eyes burned with rage. Not only that, you're afraid of getting hurt, you're afraid of dying. Chen Ping's words touched the principal's sore spot, and he roared angrily, Chen Ping, I will make your life worse than death. Before he could finish his words, the principal had already taken action. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Chen Ping and punched Chen Ping in the face. Chen Ping turned around to avoid his attack, took a step back quickly, and swung the Amo Dao in his hand horizontally, chopping towards the principal's chest at an extremely fast speed. The principal didn't expect Chen Ping to be so fast. He actually arrived first after starting later, so he had to dodge Chen Ping's attack. Although he had copper skin as a defense, he chose not to take it head-on. "Principal, don't you have a copper skin that can defend against my attacks? Why are you hiding?" At this moment, cold sweat broke out on the principal's forehead, and he felt a sense of fear in his heart. Just in that moment, he felt the threat of death. His copper skin couldn't withstand it at all. If he hadn't relied on his higher realm than Chen Ping and barely dodged it, he would have been cut in half by the Amo Dao. Chen Ping's swordsmanship is extremely exquisite, with extremely tricky angles, and it is at least a top-grade martial art. Damn, where did he learn this? How could an ordinary person with no background be exposed to such advanced martial arts? Even he himself can't afford to learn. We must not take it lightly and must give it our all, otherwise we will die here. Your knife skills are good, but unfortunately they're still a little bit lacking in quality. Although the principal said this, he drew a soft sword from his waist. The moment he drew out his soft sword, booze erupted from the arena. A martial artist at the 3rd level attacked a martial artist at the 1st level, even using weapons. How shameless! How could our Jingbei No. 1 middle school have such a shameless principal? When I become a 3rd level martial artist, I'll come back and beat you into a pig's head. Chapter 20 Exposed. The soft sword in the principal's hand sparkled in the sun. He flicked his wrist and the soft sword swam flexibly in the air like a silver snake. The student's contemptuous words made him feel humiliated, so he used a fatal move as his first move. But Chen Ping not only blocked all the attacks, he also occasionally took advantage of the gaps in the principal's attacks to counterattack. The heavy Amo Dao was as light as a feather in his hands and extremely swift. Soon, the principal gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Mei, who had just arrived at the martial arts arena, narrowed her eyes when she saw this scene. She recognized Chen Ping's swordsmanship at a glance. The Su family's broken-edge sword technique. Watching Chen Ping skillfully perform each move of the broken-edge sword technique, Zhou Mei forgot to light the cigarette in her mouth. The true teachings, absolutely the true teachings. No reservations at all. When did Su Wenba pass on the broken-edge sword technique to Chen Ping? Impossible. It's impossible for Su Wenba not to tell her about such a big thing. Several guesses flashed through Zhou Mei's mind, but she denied them one by one. Considering that Su Qingli suddenly became Su Wenba's disciple recently, a bold guess emerged in my mind. Could it be that this child has taken away the most beautiful and juicy cabbage in the Su family? Ha, well done. Zhou Mei lit a cigarette and looked at Chen Ping with interest. She was becoming more and more interested in the young man. Wang Rong and Su Tang, who were not far away, widened their eyes, completely unable to believe what they saw. Chen Ping, who had just transferred from the liberal arts class to the military class, was able to fight back and forth with the principal and even gain the upper hand? This is actual combat. If you are not careful, the result will be death. They all felt that the situation was extremely dangerous as they watched, but there was no trace of fear on Chen Ping's face. Genius, a true genius. Wang Rong was shocked and frightened. If such a person was allowed to grow up, he would definitely pose a huge threat to the Wang family. So she gave the principal a threatening look. The principal understood Wang Rong's intention and asked him to quickly resolve the situation. But he had tried his best, and the soft sword in his hand was swung so tightly that no air could penetrate it, but he could only barely block Chen Ping's attack. Chen Ping's superb swordsmanship shocked the principal. Being able to suppress his intermediate-level swordsmanship so easily, this is probably not a high-level swordsmanship, but a ground-level swordsmanship. Damn, where did he learn that? Now the principal can only pin his hopes of victory on Chen Ping's exhaustion. No matter how outstanding his talent is, Chen Ping is only a warrior of the 1st level. Moreover, swinging the Amo Dao consumed much more physical strength than using the soft sword. The principal did not believe that Chen Ping had more physical strength than him, a 3rd-level martial artist. According to his calculations, Chen Ping would be exhausted after only a few minutes. But a few minutes passed quickly and Chen Ping still had plenty of strength and showed no signs of exhaustion. As time passed, the principal felt physically exhausted due to the great consumption of physical strength. The soft sword in his hand began to lose control, and Chen Ping's Amo Dao almost cut him in half several times. The principal began to panic. He ignored Wang Rong's threatening look and quickly retreated. But because of excessive physical exertion, his speed was now much slower than at the beginning. Chen Ping's physical strength seemed to be endless. He swung the Mo Dao with force like thunder and soon chopped it down with another blow. Because he couldn't dodge in time, the principal's arm was cut by the Mo Dao. This was the first time he was injured, and fear was growing wildly in his heart. He used his soft sword to stab Chen Ping repeatedly, but Chen Ping blocked all of them with his Mo Dao. Suddenly, the Mo Dao slashed out from his blind spot at an extremely tricky angle. The copper skin that he once took pride in was like a piece of paper and was easily split by Chen Ping. The principal's heart was instantly filled with terror. Driven by the desire to survive, he stepped back suddenly, preventing Chen Ping from cutting open his chest. Blood continued to flow from his injured chest, and the original warm feeling in his body quickly disappeared, replaced by an all-pervasive coldness. Chen Ping seriously injured him with just one blow, leaving him on the verge of death. I worked so hard to get to the position of principal. I can't die here in vain, especially at the hands of a pariah. You forced me to do this. The corners of the principal's mouth cracked upwards, all the way to his ears, revealing an extremely terrifying smile. Golden scales suddenly grew on his bronze skin, and a large amount of white gas spewed out of the principal's mouth, blocking Chen Ping's sight. Out of caution, Chen Ping did not rush into the white fog, but waited in battle with his Mo Dao in hand. A huge roar came from the white fog, and a huge lizard covered with golden scales suddenly jumped out, its eyes full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. The principal opened his bloody mouth and the sharp claws in his hands were already approaching Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping dodged and swung the Mo Dao in his hand towards the principal's head with lightning speed, but he blocked it with his tail. The blade and the scales on the tail scraped out a long string of sparks. A cruel smile appeared on the principal's lips, and he used his tail again to collide fiercely with the blade. The two powerful forces collided, and the principal took several steps back. A bloody hole was cut on his tail by the Mo Dao, but it recovered after a few seconds. But Chen Ping's Mo Dao could not withstand such a violent impact and broke into two pieces. Chen Ping threw the broken sword to the ground, feeling a little sorry that the Mo Dao, which he used very easily, was ruined. It would be nice to have a high-quality sword. This Mo Dao used for training is of poor quality. Seeing that Chen Ping had no weapons left, the principal, who thought he had one, said hoarsely, "You've exposed my identity in public. I will tear you in two. Is it possible that I can kill you without a weapon?" Chen Ping was disgusted by the principal's half-human, half-ghost appearance. He mobilized the energy and blood in his body, and the power of the 5 layers of strength gathered in his right hand. In just a moment, Chen Ping raised his fist and flashed in front of the principal, punching him hard in the face. His face, which had turned into a lizard, didn't react at all, and he still had a smile of victory on his face before he died. Everything happened so fast. The students in the front row had just screamed and run a few steps when the principal's head exploded like a watermelon. Zhou Mei, who had just arrived behind Chen Ping, paused when she saw him kill the principal with one punch. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Zhou Mei was in disbelief. This was a 3rd-level martial artist who had activated the demon god cult's potion. Yet, he was instantly killed by Chen Ping's punch? A huge question popped up in her heart: why is a student who just transferred to the military science class so strong? Her eyes suddenly froze, staring at Chen Ping's bloody right hand. The tiny wounds on it healed rapidly and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Although it was mixed with blood and not very clear, Zhou Mei was sure that he was not mistaken. Amazing strength, strong willpower, and the ability to recover quickly. A guess that shocked even her emerged from her mind. Could it be that Chen Ping possesses the god-level talent and body of a god of war? Chapter 21: Joining Forces. Zhou Mei took a deep breath and finally calmed the turmoil in her heart. She pretended to be calm and walked up to Chen Ping, extending her hand and introducing herself. "Hello, classmate Chen Ping, I am Zhou Mei, the director of the patrol bureau." "Hello, chief of inspection, I am Chen Ping." Chen Ping held Zhou Mei's hand, which was so soft and tender that people were reluctant to let go. The famous Zhou Mei? The memory that suddenly popped up in his mind scared Chen Ping. It turned out that his previous life was not uninterested in women, but liked mature and charming older sisters. Zhou Mei, the daughter of Zhou Wu, China's #1 10th realm martial god, often appears on legal news programs and is particularly famous in China. Many extremely evil warriors were arrested and imprisoned by her personally or eliminated by her for the benefit of the people. She has a very decent image in the hearts of the people. In addition, her outstanding appearance has given her a huge fan base. After finally digesting the large amount of information about Zhou Mei in his mind, Chen Ping formed a preliminary impression of the woman in front of him. Teenage killer. Zhou Mei was not angry after Chen Ping held her hand for a long time. She had a faint smile on her face. Although she did not have any excessive expression, she gave people a feeling of flirting. A word popped out from the bottom of Chen Ping's heart, born with charm. Chen Ping had never seen such a gentle and charming woman and was stunned for a moment. But fortunately, he was determined and quickly came to his senses. Chen Ping, what are you thinking about? If you marry a woman like this, can you still lie down and relax? Don't be like the ox plowing the fields, sooner or later you will die of exhaustion. Student Chen Ping, how long are you going to hold hands? Zhou Mei finally couldn't help but speak. Chen Ping finally reacted and quickly let go of Zhou Mei's hand. Sorry, I was distracted just now. It's okay. Chen Ping just decisively shot the principal and prevented casualties. He's truly a young hero. If you want to shake my hand a little longer, I don't mind. Director Zhou Mei, that's not necessary. Just as Chen Ping was about to find an excuse to leave, a group of people in patrol uniforms surrounded him. Director, everyone shouted in unison. Follow the old rules and clean up the scene. Yes. Watching the group of people packing up the body and taking it away in a well-trained manner, Chen Ping wanted to leave as well, but Zhou Mei stopped him. Are you just going to leave like that? Even though the principal is dead, the mastermind behind this is still here. Zhou Mei pointed at Wang Rong and her son who were leaving with the crowd and reminded them. Chen Ping helplessly spread his hands and said, I'm a law-abiding citizen. If I rush up to them and beat them up in public, I'll go to jail if they get hurt, or jail if they die. It's not worth it. Although Chen Ping said this, Zhou Mei still saw a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Wow, it's still a wolf cub. Zhou Mei became more interested in Chen Ping. If this kind of person grows up, he will definitely be very interesting. Who said you were hurt? As the victim of this incident, it is your legal right as a Chinese citizen to demand an apology and compensation from the perpetrator. How can I, a citizen with no background, talk to them about the law? How can I? Chen Ping was halfway through his speech when he suddenly understood what Zhou Mei meant. Director, protecting the legitimate rights of citizens is also one of your responsibilities, right? The corners of Zhou Mei's mouth were slightly upturned, perfectly interpreting what it meant to be charming with a smile. The two of them blocked Wang Rong and her son, who were trying to leave in a hurry, at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Wang Rong, you ordered the demon god cult's undercover agents to attempt to kill Chinese citizen Chen Ping, and you're just going to walk away like that? Zhou Mei's words hit Wang Rong's soft spot. Shocked and furious, she immediately denied it. I don't know the principal at all. I only came to him to seek justice for my son as a mother. This useless guy was an undercover agent of the demon god cult, but he actually exposed his identity under the noses of so many people, causing her to be implicated as well. Trash. Damn trash. What you mean by justice is asking me to kneel down and apologize? Chen Ping testified as a party involved. I was in the principal's office at the time, and the glances you guys exchanged were definitely an affair. Zhou Mei also chimed in, since the parties involved have said so, what else do you want to quibble with? Wang Rong's face darkened. I'm the eldest daughter of the Jingbei Wang family. How dare you embarrass me? How dare we embarrass Miss Wang? Everyone knows that if you, Miss Wang, stamp your feet, Jingbei will tremble. Then don't block the road, get out of my way. Wang Rong raised his head with a smug look on his face. Zhou Mei smiled slightly and said, I dare not offend you, Miss Wang, but I can afford to offend many people in the Wang family. Your Wang family has a shady background and cannot withstand my investigation. Wang Rong's face suddenly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Although it is unknown why Zhou Mei stood up for Chen Ping, she would definitely be affected if the Wang family suffered losses because of this incident. Tell me, what do you want? Zhou Mei looked at Chen Ping standing aside. Chen Ping immediately understood and said, apologize to me. Su Teng immediately wanted to object, but Wang Rong's look made him lower his head. Give Chen Ping another awakening stone as compensation, and today's matter will end here. Our patrol bureau will not continue to investigate. Zhou Mei added. An awakening stone is already being sold for over 5 million on the black market. No way. Wang Rong immediately refused. In her opinion, Chen Ping's life was not worth so much money. Your Wang family is so wealthy and powerful, what's the point of an awakening stone? Think about it carefully. If I find out something about your Wang family, the loss will be more than just this. Wang Rong was so angry that she was shaking all over. She had just threatened Chen Ping yesterday that he would never be able to buy an awakening stone in his lifetime, but now she was willing to personally promise to give him one for free. Pa, pa, pa. She felt as if her face had been slapped several times, and it hurt like fire. The Wang family does business in both the underworld and the white world. With Zhou Mei's identity as the director of the patrol bureau, he will definitely be able to find some dirty laundry on the Wang family if he wants to. If she doesn't agree, she will only suffer greater losses. Finally, Wang Rong gritted his teeth and said, he will receive an awakening stone tomorrow morning. I hope you can keep your promise and not use this to cause trouble for the Wang family. Zhou Mei walked up to Wang Rong and said calmly, as long as your Wang family abides by the law, our patrol bureau will naturally not cause you any trouble. Wang Rong took a deep breath, her eyes filled with unconcealable anger. She was about to leave with Su Tang when Zhou Mei stopped her. Wait, what about an apology? Wang Rong's fingernails dug into the flesh of his palms. Su Tang, apologize. After hearing his mother's order, Su Tang hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and said to Chen Ping like a child who had made a mistake, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm talking about you. You have to apologize too. Wang Rong's chest heaved violently, and he clenched his fists tightly. But in the end, reason triumphed over his anger. I'm sorry. After apologizing in a harsh and cold tone, Wang Rong pulled Su Tang away quickly, fearing that Zhou Mei would call her again. Watching Wang Rong and her son walk away, Zhou Mei finally couldn't hold back her laughter. It's rare to see Wang Rong get humiliated. I'm happy. Ha ha. Seeing Zhou Mei's happy expression, Chen Ping couldn't help but smile. Director Zhou, there's nothing else to do. I'll be leaving first. Still calling me Director Zhou? I thought we were already friends after what happened just now. Chen Ping was about to speak when Zhou Mei interrupted him. Don't call me Sister Zhou, it sounds old. Just call me by my real name. Zhou Mei took out a slender lady's cigarette, leaned slightly sideways to light it, and her movements were natural and smooth. The curls of smoke rose up, adding a bit of worldly air to her fairy-like beautiful face. Her eyes were deep and held a unique allure that drew Chen Ping's gaze involuntarily deeper into them. Zhou Mei exhaled lightly, smiled slightly, and exuded a lazy and charming aura. Don't just stare at me, Chen Ping, call me Zhou Mei. Chen Ping took great effort to swallow the word director. Chapter 22 Honest Body. Zhou Mei opened her lips slightly, and the moment she exhaled smoke, her breath was soft and slow. Hearing Chen Ping's address to her, she showed a satisfied expression. That's right. Chen Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then can I leave? Don't leave so quickly. Tell me, where did you learn the blade-breaking sword technique? Chen Ping didn't expect Zhou Mei to recognize the sword technique he used. Of course, he would not admit it and denied it. I don't know what you are talking about. Zhou Mei didn't argue with Chen Ping and continued, if I'm not mistaken, the broken blade technique was taught to you by Su Qingli, right? Don't deny it, I'm definitely not wrong. The next sentence completely stopped Chen Ping from trying to quibble. Because I also know the broken edge sword technique. Chen Ping thought for a while. Since Zhou Mei had seen through him, he might as well go with the flow to avoid being harassed by her. So he said half-truthfully, Su Qingli taught me. It was just copied to me by the system, Chen Ping added in his mind. Hearing Chen Ping's admission, Zhou Mei was not surprised at all and put out the cigarette in her hand. Don't worry, I won't reveal your relationship with Su Qingli to anyone. I just wanted to confirm your relationship. It seems I was right. Chen Ping knew that Zhou Mei must have imagined the relationship between him and Su Qingli, but he was too lazy to explain it further. This kind of thing would easily make things worse. Can I leave now? Okay, come with me to the police station. Chen Ping? In the patrol office, Chen Ping lay on the soft leather sofa with half of his body sunken in it, staring at the ceiling with a dazed look in his eyes. Seeing him lying flat on his back, Zhou Mei smiled and asked, Do you like lying on the sofa? Of course, the sofa is soft and comfortable, perfect for lying down. Director, no, Zhou Mei, what exactly do you want to do by inviting me to the police station? On the way to the patrol station, Chen Ping thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable reason to explain why Zhou Mei took him to the station. Zhou Mei kept her mouth shut all the way and didn't say a word no matter what he asked. To be honest, as a law-abiding citizen, I was a little nervous when I went to the police station for the first time. But when he lay down on the sofa, his emotions gradually calmed down. Just lie down and your worries will disappear instantly. Zhou Mei did not answer Chen Ping's question, but asked, Are you an adult? I became an adult. It happened last month. Mei took out 2 cigarettes and handed one to Ping. Want to smoke? No, I don't like it. Smoking is indeed not a good habit, but only when I smoke do I feel better. Mei lit a cigarette, gently held it between her right fingers, supported her chin with her left hand, her eyes slightly lowered, and the smoke she exhaled gently dissipated slowly in the air. My father has been missing for 20 years, and his life or death is still unknown. He is my last relative in this world. Mei slowly finished a cigarette, and the whole office was soon filled with smoke. You're a bit like him. Where? Talent. Mei's hazy eyes suddenly became exceptionally clear. Have you also awakened the god-level talent of the god of war body? Ping was shocked, but he acted calm on the surface. What kind of war god body is this? I've never heard of it. You have a brave heart, resistant to all mental control and negative effects, and possess extremely strong strength and recovery abilities. Mei described the effect of the god-level talent, the god of war body, word for word. This is what my father told me when I was a child, the effect of his talent. The strength you demonstrated is completely consistent with what you said. Is it possible that this is just a coincidence, and that I awakened another talent? Then tell me about your awakened talent. Ping opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. Where can he find other talents to replace it? Seeing Ping speechless, Mei did not continue to ask questions and lit another cigarette. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. In exchange, I will also tell you my talent. SSS level talent for justice. You are righteous and can distinguish between good and evil in the world. You are the nemesis of all evil. To put it simply, no criminal can escape my sight, and unless they are stronger than me, they will most likely lose if they fight me. There's such a perverted talent? Wouldn't that mean the criminal would be nowhere to hide, with no escape at all? I know why you became the chief of the patrol bureau. You were born to do this job. Mei shook her head and smiled. If that's what you said, then your talent is destined to make you a martial god. The god-level gift of the god of war body is far more powerful than you can imagine. As your chi and blood value increases, its true power will gradually be revealed. Between the 9th realm martial emperor and the 10th realm martial god, there is a barrier as vast as a chasm, which has blocked the path of many peerless geniuses. They have wasted their entire lives unable to break through. And you, possessing the body of a war god, have built a bridge over a chasm. You only need to steadily increase your chi and health to cross it. Ping first learned that god-level talent could help people break through to the martial god level. He sat up straighter and asked, what are the benefits of becoming a martial god? The reason the suffix god is added to the title martial god is because he has transcended the realm of humanity and entered the level of a god. The most intuitive manifestation of this is his nearly infinite lifespan. Direct immortality? Is that so exaggerated? Mei nodded slowly. If my father hadn't disappeared, he would look the same as he did 20 years ago, without any changes. Ping had always believed that no matter how powerful he was in the high-level martial arts world, he would eventually turn into a handful of dirt after 100 years. He never expected that he could gain eternal life after becoming a martial god. I originally just wanted to lie down for the rest of my life, but now I can lie down forever. Comfortable. But Ping knew that Mei had other purposes in saying so much to him and even pointing out his talent. You've told me so much, what do you want me to do for you? Upon hearing this, Mei put out the cigarette in her hand, revealed an extremely charming smile, supported her chin with her hand, and stared at Ping with seductive eyes. Little brother, you are a warrior of the first realm, what can you do for me? Faced with Mei's sudden change, Ping was a little caught off guard. He immediately sat up straight and asked, did you bring me to the patrol office just to chat with me? If I say yes, will you be disappointed? Mei suddenly walked up to Ping and sat next to him. It was clearly a double sofa, but Mei insisted on squeezing together with Ping. The soft body made Ping tremble. Mei's temperament was completely different from Su Qingli's. Her every frown and smile was full of moving charm. Although Ping was still able to control himself in his heart, his body was very honest. Faced with such a beauty, he has already reacted. Chapter 23, A Date. It turns out he's still a pure little boy. Mei whispered softly in Ping's ear, causing him to react even more loudly. The warm breath spread across the earlobe, and even a saint would not be able to bear it if this continued. I'm just a senior high school student, are you testing me with this? Ping originally wanted to take some retaliatory action, but when he thought of Mei's identity, he gave up immediately. The person in front of you is the nemesis of criminals, whose hands are stained with the blood of outlaws, and the director of the patrol bureau known as the Iron-Blooded Beauty. Anyone who dares to disrespect her will be executed on the spot the next moment. He can only keep his body stiff, not daring to move at all. It's not easy for you to have such determination towards women at your age. The charming expression on Jo May's face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. Do you think I should punish you or reward you? Jo May stood up and took out a small bottle from the cabinet in her office and handed it to Chen Ping. This contains a blood-burst pill. After taking it, it can quickly increase your strength to the level of a fourth realm martial king. However, the side effects are also severe. At the mildest, you will be unable to get out of bed for a month, and at the worst, you may be paralyzed in bed. But it won't be a big problem for you. After all, you possess the body of a war god, so you may recover in less than half a day. Chen Ping did not accept it, as he knew that one should not accept rewards without merit. If you don't take it away, I'll be angry. Chen Ping had no choice but to take the blood-spurting pill. This blood rage pill isn't cheap, is it? It's very expensive and rare, so it's hard to buy. Then I'll give it back. Okay, keep it well. I never take back anything I give away. By the way, I have another important news for you. Do you know why Wang Rong wants me to give you an awakening stone? Chen Ping pricked up his ears. He was also wondering why Jo May asked Wang Rong to give him the awakening stone even though she knew that he had awakened his talent. Because God-level talent allows a second awakening, that is, you can awaken once more, and the second awakening will definitely awaken an SSS-level talent. Can a God-level talent be awakened a second time? If you awaken another powerful talent, wouldn't it be like an old cow taking a plane, so awesome? But after you get the awakening stone from Wang Rong, don't awaken your talent immediately. The second time you awaken, your strength will be greatly improved. It's like a blood-bursting pill without any side effects. You can use it as a trump card. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Then I won't use it for now. More trump cards equal more lives. I am a low-key person. What do you mean by being low-key? You get a perfect score on the physical test, and then the next day you punch the principal in the head in front of the entire school? The name Chen Ping has spread throughout northern Beijing, but you haven't realized it yet. Chen Ping pointed at himself and asked, am I already so famous in Jingbei? Jo May rubbed her brows and sighed. A tall tree attracts the wind. Your current situation is not very good. I didn't steal or rob anything, so what's wrong with that? This world isn't one where you can just stay calm and peaceful. Do you know why the martial arts exam was suddenly changed this year? Why? Because Su Tianyuan, the strongest man in China, has personally announced that whoever wins first place in this year's martial arts exam will be accepted as his close disciple. In order to obtain the inheritance of the world's only martial god, many forces have been secretly taking action. Your sudden appearance has attracted their attention. Chen Ping hadn't expected there to be such a hidden agenda behind the reform of the martial arts exam. So they're going to treat me as an imaginary enemy and get rid of me? You are very popular now. They will try to win you over first. If they fail, they will try to prevent you from taking the martial arts exam. There are many ways to make someone disappear. Jo May said this, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. But there are ways to deal with it. What method? Chen Ping's eyes lit up. You can ask Su Qingli to teach you the family martial arts, so why not just live in her house? Hearing this, Chen Ping coughed violently a few times. Is this considered a solution? Of course, Su Tianyuan Wushan is the third son of the Su family. If you live in the Su family, no one will dare to touch you. Can I live here if I want? I will recommend you to Su Wenba. With my recommendation, and your talent, it won't be a problem. Jo May couldn't help but light another cigarette. As for Li Lianying who came to you last night, stay away from her from now on. Although her talent has no effect on you, her identity is very troublesome. Thinking of what happened last night, Chen Ping felt a little uneasy for no reason. Are you monitoring me? No, my people are only monitoring Li Lianying, but they dare not follow too closely and often lose her. Yesterday, she deliberately did not cover her whereabouts, wanting us to suspect that she has bewitched you into joining the demon god cult. There is no such thing as a free advantage in this world. If Chen Ping didn't have the talent of the god of war body, he probably wouldn't be able to wash away his shame even if he jumped into the Yellow River. She claims to be the saint of the demon god cult. Why don't you arrest her? Her adoptive father is Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult, the most powerful being under the martial god. We cannot touch her lightly. Moreover, Li Lianying is very cautious in his actions. We don't have direct evidence to arrest her. Wasn't the demon god cult destroyed 10 years ago? This is fake news spread by the previous head of the patrol bureau to flatter himself. The truth is that Li Sini suddenly disappeared. Over the years, under Li Sini's management, countless people have taken the demon god potion. Perhaps he is lurking among us. Li Lianying may just be a trap he uses to confuse us. We still haven't found any trace of him. Chen Ping felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. What on earth is such a dangerous person plotting, hiding in the dark? So make yourself stronger as soon as possible. The days of peace may not last long. Zhou Mei took a deep breath of smoke into her lungs, a hint of fatigue showing on her face. Okay, that's all for today. I'll take you back. At the gate of Beijing No. 1 Middle School, Chen Ping turned around and waved goodbye to Zhou Mei. Goodbye. Watching Chen Ping leave, a glimmer of hope flashed in Zhou Mei's eyes. Father, your god-level talent has a successor, and he is a good child. I will try my best to help him grow up. Maybe he will be able to break into the beast abyss and find your trace in the future. When Chen Ping returned to school, he found that almost all the students were looking at him, and some were talking about him behind his back. Is that Chen Ping? The tough guy who punched the principal in the head. Wasn't he arrested by the chief of patrol? How did he come back safe and sound? I heard that the principal secretly practiced evil skills, and even turned into a lizard and couldn't beat him. Chen Ping curled his lips. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. He had no intention of listening anymore. Forget it, it takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. After a few days, these people will forget about it. He yawned and walked towards the dormitory. I'd better go back to the dormitory and lie down first. Uncle, there's a hole in the door of my previous dormitory. Has it been repaired? The dormitory manager obviously knew Chen Ping. He stood up hurriedly, feeling a little helpless. Isn't this the tough guy who killed the principal with one punch? Why did he suddenly come back? They must be placed well and must not be offended. He quickly took out a new key and handed it to Chen Ping. The door to your dormitory hasn't been repaired yet, but there's a vacant dormitory next door where you can stay for a few days. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the dormitory manager, Chen Ping received another key and moved into the dormitory next door. Why do I suddenly feel good? After washing up, Chen Ping lay down on the bed, went to bed early and got up early, as he had an appointment early the next morning. What exactly is it that the school beauty wants to show me tomorrow? Full of curiosity, Chen Ping fell asleep on the soft big bed. The next morning, Chen Ping got up early and first checked Su Qingli's learning results. Learning results have been received: Qi and blood value 30 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 40 points. Learning results have been received: experience in practicing Dailang Jin and Pafeng sword techniques. After absorbing the experience of practicing Dailang Jin and Pafeng sword technique in his mind, Chen Ping's understanding of the two was elevated to a higher level. Chen Ping was very satisfied with the greatly improved Qi and blood in his body. Wow, the speed at which the Qi and blood values increase. Does Su Qingli treat Qi and blood pills as food? Including the 30 points of Qi and blood value yesterday, Chen Ping's current Qi and blood value has reached 70 points, only 30 points away from the peak of the first-level warrior. Come on, Su Qingli, keep practicing hard. I was right about you. Chen Ping walked out of the dormitory building of the military science class and soon arrived at the study room of the library. When I opened the door and entered, a beautiful figure flashed by. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong, but a familiar voice came from under a desk not far away. Turn your head first. There was a hint of shyness in Su Qingli's voice. Chen Ping wondered what was so mysterious that he had to turn his head away so that others wouldn't look at it. But what would be the thing that would make the school beauty shy? Driven by curiosity, Chen Ping obediently turned around. Go lock the study room door. Su Qingli's voice trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping bolted the door of the study room and locked it. There was a rustling sound behind him, which made him feel like something was tickling him. I wanted to turn around immediately, but I had waited until now, so there was no need to rush. Finally, the school beauty's intermittent voice sounded again. You can turn around. Chen Ping quickly turned his head and saw Su Qingli wearing a maid outfit that was somewhat ill-fitting. The size of the maid outfit was obviously one size smaller and it was too tight, revealing her plump figure. Chen Ping looked at it critically for more than 10 seconds without blinking. Seeing that Su Qingli's cheeks had turned red with shame and she lowered her head, he touched his nose. Although he didn't understand why she wanted to wear a maid outfit for him, Chen Ping had to admit that even an ordinary maid outfit had a breathtaking beauty when worn by Su Qingli. It was many times more beautiful than the photos he had seen on the internet in his previous life, which had undergone deep artistic processing using technology. No matter how you look at it, you can't find any flaws. But why is he half squatting behind his desk? What are he wearing on his legs? Chen Ping took a step to the right, wanting to observe from the side, but was discovered by the shy Su Qingli, who hid to the other side. This instead aroused Chen Ping's curiosity. He walked straight towards Su Qingli, wanting to see clearly what Su Qingli was wearing on her legs. "Don't come over here, or I'll..." Su Qingli blushed with shame and squatted on the ground, revealing only her snow-white neck and beautiful rosy face. Seeing this, Chen Ping also got into the mood. Hey, I'm coming over, what can you do?" Chapter 24. Complete the task of flattery and get rewards. Chen Ping's words made Su Qingli mistakenly believe that he was going to get closer, so she quickly hid under the desk. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, pulling the table over. What Su Qingli was wearing on her legs was exposed to Chen Ping. A pair of semi-transparent black stockings, with perfect curves, outlines extremely seductive curves. It's actually black stockings? Chen Ping completely understood. The black silk-made outfit was what Su Qingli wanted to show him. I didn't expect that Su Qingli, who has a pure temperament, would look so good in this outfit. The curves are exquisite, the shape is well proportioned, and the girlishness is full. Chen Ping looked up and down, left and right. Su Qingli covered her legs and squatted down, burying her face between her knees. She said in a trembling voice, "You, stop looking. How could I not watch it? Who wouldn't love to see the school beauty Suda wearing a black silk-made outfit?" As a normal man, Chen Ping would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. He suddenly had an idea and said to Su Qingli, "Cover that, quickly." Su Qingli was so frightened that she stood up immediately, but then she remembered that she had specially worn leggings today, so she would not be exposed at all. After she found out she had been cheated, she looked at Chen Ping angrily. She felt embarrassed and annoyed when she saw his eyes constantly looking her up and down. The quest to please has been completed. Please draw a random reward. The system prompt sound in her mind made Su Qingli breathe a sigh of relief. She immediately walked to her seat, picked up her coat and put it on to cover the tempting scenery. Then she put on sunglasses and a hat, opened the locked door, and disappeared in a flash. Chen Ping, who hadn't seen enough, watched Su Qingli leave and stretched himself. A school bell is a school bell, she looks good in anything she wears. Although he didn't understand why Su Qingli suddenly gave him benefits, he didn't mind such a good thing happening a few more times. Perhaps Bunny Girl is more suitable for Su Qingli? He did not leave in a hurry, but basked in the early morning sunshine and closed his eyes. I was just trying to recall what I had just seen, but I accidentally went upstream in the river of memory. Recalling 5 days ago, when he had just traveled to this world, he had originally planned to lie down and take the civil service exam, and live a peaceful life. I didn't expect so many things to happen in less than a week. He gained god-level talent, ranked first in the physical test, was attacked by the saint of the demon god cult at night, and blew the principal's head off with one punch. I even experienced the temptation of the school beauty's uniform firsthand. The experiences of these days were much more exciting than his boring life in his previous life. He felt the warm morning sunshine, looked out the window, lay on the chair and closed his eyes. Su Qingli trotted into the women's restroom of the library, changed her clothes inside, and walked out wearing long-sleeved shirt and long pants. But the scene that Chen Ping had been staring at just now could not be erased from his mind. Even though she had changed into a simple school uniform, her cheeks still felt hot. She passed by the door of the study room and found that Chen Ping had not left yet. He was sitting on the chair and staring out the window in a daze. For some reason, the idea of teasing Chen Ping suddenly popped up in his mind. Su Qingli quietly walked behind Chen Ping, grabbed the back of the chair with both hands, and was about to shake it violently. Chen Ping suddenly turned around and said, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Su Qingli was startled instead, shrinking her neck like a frightened little rabbit. "Why did you change clothes?" Seeing Chen Ping's unsatisfied look, the blush on Su Qingli's cheeks that had just faded away became intense again. "Forget everything that happened just now and don't say a word to anyone, or I'll make you pay." Su Qingli put her hands on her hips, but her face was redder than an apple. He's obviously not angry, but he has to act fierce. It's so adorable. Chen Ping cooperated by raising his hands and pretending to be scared. Don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Su Qingli chuckled and was amused by his appearance. I won't kill you, as long as you forget what happened just now. What is it? I have already forgotten it. Can you tell me more? Their eyes met in the air, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous, and they both subconsciously overreacted to each other. To break the awkward atmosphere, Su Qingli casually asked, Why did you suddenly transfer to the military science department? Because of you. Chen Ping immediately regretted what he said, but he didn't know how to explain it. After all, he did switch to the military department because of Su Qingli. Su Qingli's face turned redder, and her expression became a little dazed. She muttered to herself, It's really because of me that you switched to the military department. After all, you've always studied liberal arts. Although he didn't quite understand what Su Qingli meant, Chen Ping felt that she seemed to have misunderstood something. But he didn't know where to start explaining, so he turned his head back and said nothing to Su Qingli with his back. After a while, Su Qingli changed the subject. I heard that you killed the principal yesterday? He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead, and he was an undercover agent of the demon god cult. Chen Ping hurriedly explained, fearing that Su Qingli didn't know the inside story and would misunderstand him as a murderer. Su Qingli didn't care why Chen Ping killed the principal. In her opinion, the principal deserved to die for attacking Chen Ping. She moved a chair and sat next to Chen Ping, stealing glances at his handsome profile as she spoke. The principal is a third-level martial artist, 2 realms higher than you. How did you do it? Of course, Chen Ping wouldn't say that he killed the principal with the broken-edge sword technique. I know a little bit about sword techniques, which is just enough to restrain his soft sword. Do you know a little bit about swordsmanship? Su Qingli was even more curious. I know a little bit about swordsmanship too. Shall we have a competition? Competing with Su Qingli using the broken edge blade technique? The scene was so beautiful that Chen Ping didn't dare to think about it anymore. Next time for sure. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the study room. Someone must be coming. Su Qingli hurriedly stood up and said goodbye to Chen Ping. Goodbye. After leaving the library, Su Qingli breathed a sigh of relief. Although she felt ashamed when doing the task of pleasing others, she found that she did not feel any rejection or disgust in her heart, and even had a strange feeling. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. During this meeting, Su Qingli also discovered that there was a faint fluctuation of qi and blood in Chen Ping's body that was stronger than her own, which made her very frightened. I thought that after 2 days of hard training, the gap between the two had narrowed a lot, but I didn't expect that Chen Ping could not only defeat the third-level martial artist alone, but even his blood value was higher than hers. No, I have to practice harder. Starting today, I will add 2 hours to my martial arts practice time. The unwillingness to admit defeat in Su Qingli's heart rose again. Thinking that she had not yet drawn the reward, she found a deserted place, opened the panel, and chose to draw a random reward. Random reward drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Blood Rage Pill system rewards can also be used in the simulated battle space, no actual consumption and no side effects. It's actually the Blood Burst Pill? This kind of precious elixir that can help low-level warriors turn the tide of adversity. Even if the Su family wants to get one, it will cost a lot of money. Su Qingli was pleasantly surprised to see that he could use it freely in the simulated battle space. In the next simulated battle, he would take the Blood Burst Pill and his martial arts realm would soar to the 4th level of Martial King. He didn't believe that he could not beat Chen Ping. The next simulated battle will start in 7 days. New weapons, equipment, and props will be added to simulate both sides. The simulated opponent will automatically use weapons, equipment, and props. Simulated opponent, Chen Ping, record, 0 wins and 1 loss. If the host fails again, the flattery task will be upgraded, please be prepared. System, who are you looking down on? I lost last time because I was careless. This time, I can simulate weapons, equipment, and props. I will be fully prepared and will definitely defeat Chen Ping. Recalling that strange feeling, Su Qingli's cheeks began to feel hot again. I will never do a flattering mission again in this life. As a Valkyrie who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, she would never allow herself to be defeated by the same person twice in a row. This time she will go all out to avenge her previous shame. Chen Ping, just wait. In 7 days, I will defeat you. Chen Ping, who was about to leave the study room, suddenly sneezed, looked around, and muttered, Who's talking about me? Chapter 25 Red Potion. In the Su family manor, in a spacious room, Wang Rong sat in front of the dressing mirror, raised the awakening stone she had bought at a high price and was about to throw it on the ground, but when she thought of Zhou Mei, she withdrew her hand. This year's martial arts exam has been reformed. Scoring will no longer be based on physical fitness test scores, but will be based on performance in practical exams. If you awaken a powerful talent and perform well, you may be able to make the leap to the Dragon Gate. As a result, the price of the awakening stone on the black market has now been hyped up to 5 million, which is 5 times higher than usual. It's crazy. Wang Rong was so angry that her teeth almost broke when she thought about having to give this awakening stone, which she had bought at a high price through connections, to Qin Ping for free. Damn Qin Ping, a mere pariah, how dare you step on my head? And that useless piece of shit, who became the principal thanks to the Wang family, actually went undercover for the demon god cult. In the end, he was forced to transform into a beast and still couldn't beat Qin Ping. What a loser. Wang Rong didn't want to give the awakening stone to Qin Ping at all, but if he didn't give the awakening stone to him this morning, Zhou Mei would definitely let the entire Jingbei city know that the Wang family had an undercover agent from the demon god cult. In the end, reason prevailed. To save the family's reputation, Wang Rong had no choice but to send the awakening stone to Qin Ping. I don't believe you can awaken any good talents. It's best if you awaken a useless F-level talent. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on Wang Rong's door. Mother, are you there? Hearing that it was his son Su Tang, Wang Rong's expression immediately changed from gloomy to bright, and he said happily, "Son, come in." The pale-faced Su Tang pushed open the door and walked in, followed by a graceful woman. Seeing Su Tang bringing another woman back, Wang Rong's face immediately darkened. Didn't I tell you not to bring women home anymore? Worried that his mother would be angry, Su Tang quickly explained, "This is the maid I just found. She's very gentle and considerate. I hope mother can let her stay at home and serve me." That's a surprising excuse. All the women you dated before were abandoned by you after you got tired of them. And now you actually want to keep them around? Su Tang's face changed and he interrupted Wang Rong, "Mother, don't talk nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who will abandon you after having sex with you." As a mother, Wang Rong certainly knew what her son was like. She casually glanced at the woman behind Su Tang. She was quite good-looking and a beauty. Forget it. Since he has been practicing martial arts quite hard recently, I will just go along with his wishes. Remember, there won't be a next time. If I see you slacking off in your martial arts training because of her, I will kick her out of the house immediately. Please rest assured, mother. I will never delay my martial arts training. Su Tang was overjoyed and ran out with the woman. You really can't do anything about my son. Wang Rong shook his head helplessly, with a doting look on his face. After returning to the room, Su Tang closed the door, rubbed his hands, and was eager to take off the clothes of the woman in front of him. I've done what you said and brought you home legitimately. Will you satisfy me? A trace of disgust flashed across Li Lianying's eyes, and he took out a green potion and handed it to Su Tang. Just drink this potion and I'll be yours. Without a second thought, Su Tang tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. It tastes a little sweet, but not bad. Then he pounced on Li Lianying. Li Lianying stepped back, his face turning grim as he ordered, "Kneel down." Su Tang immediately knelt down, more obedient than a pug. Under the charm of Li Lianying's talent, he completely lost his mind and became an obedient dog. Damn it! Why didn't T work on Qin Ping? Thinking of the man who had seen her naked for nothing, Li Lianying was furious. Now learn to bark like a dog 100 times until I'm satisfied. Okay, woof. 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 After shouting 100 times, Li Lianying, feeling relieved, said with satisfaction, "That's enough, shut up." Then he put away his charm. Su Tang felt like he was hit hard on the head with a hammer. He knelt on the ground for a long time before he came to his senses. Thinking of the 100 dog barks he had just learned, endless humiliation surged in his heart. He was about to stand up and take action, but was kicked to the ground by Li Lianying. Remember, you've already drunk the demon god cult's potion. From now on, you must take another potion on the first day of every month, otherwise you will turn into a demon beast without any reason. This potion is only available in our demon god cult. From now on, you must listen to what we, the demon god cult, say. Otherwise, you will live a life worse than death. Do you understand? Su Tang frantically scratched his throat to spit out the medicine, but to no avail. Li Lianying sneered and took out a red potion and handed it to Su Tang. Carry this potion with you. When the time is right, I will tell you how to use it. Su Tang sat there in despair, like a piece of wood. Can't speak anymore? Mute. Whether you admit it or not, you are now an undercover agent of the demon god cult. No one has yet been able to detoxify the demon god cult's potion. The only way out is to take it on time every month. What exactly do you want me to do? Su Tang finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Continue to be the spoiled rich second generation you are. I will naturally tell you when I need you to do something. And don't let anyone know, not even your mother. Once someone finds out that you are an undercover agent of the demon god cult, no one can protect you. The patrol bureau has been keeping an eye on me lately. During this time, I will temporarily stay at your house to avoid the limelight. Li Lianying opened the door and turned back to remind him, by the way, don't call me if you have anything. I'm very busy. Okay. Su Tang had to accept the reality and responded. After Li Lianying left, he immediately stood up and shook his fist vigorously at her departing back. The door suddenly opened again. Also, I don't like people doing tricks behind my back. Su Tang quickly put his right hand behind his back and denied it. I didn't. This won't happen again. After a long while, Su Tang opened the door and confirmed that Li Lianying had really left. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. The women of the demon god cult are all like this. He covered his mouth halfway through his words and dared not say any more. If Li Lianying found out, he would be in big trouble if he was made to bark like a dog 100 times. Su Tang felt the surging power in his body. After taking this magic potion, he felt a burst of heat in his body, as if he had endless strength. He threw a punch casually, and the sound of breaking wind was heard in the air. The speed is actually twice as fast as before taking the medicine. The demon god potion really lives up to its reputation. It greatly improves physical fitness after taking it. But if you don't take it on time every month, the consequences will be very dire. He had personally witnessed the horrific corpses of monsters that had turned into monsters and died from self-mutilation because they had not taken the potion on time. Thinking about it now still gives him the chills. I thought the demon god cult had been completely wiped out by the patrol bureau 10 years ago, but I didn't expect it to suddenly revive now. What exactly do they want to do? At this point, I can only hide my identity as an undercover agent of the demon god cult and never let anyone discover it. Chapter 26 Su Wenba's Shock. Hello, is Chen Ping in the dormitory? Chen Ping, sleepy-eyed, opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform standing outside with a formal and polite smile on his face. I am Miss Wang Rong's housekeeper. This is the awakening stone she gave you. The butler took out the awakening stone, bowed, and handed it to Chen Ping with both hands. Chen Ping picked up the awakening stone casually. It felt warm and lighter than ordinary stones. Now that the awakening stone has been safely delivered to you, goodbye, and have a nice day. The butler smiled, bowed to Chen Ping, and turned to leave. Not only did the awakening stone not default on its debt, but it was also so kind? It seems Zhou Mei has quite a lot of face. Chen Ping put away the awakening stone, closed the door and was about to go back to lie down for a while when the knock on the door sounded again. You're not going to regret it, are you? When I opened the door, it was teacher Luo Chenggan. Luo Chenggan was panting heavily, having obviously run all the way here. Chen Ping, hurry up and come with me to the martial arts arena. The military wants to see you. The military wants to see me? Chen Ping looked puzzled. I'm not familiar with them, why do they want to see me? It's Instructor Su Wenba from the military, the uncle of your deskmate Su Qingli. He said he must see you. Why did Su Wenba suddenly want to see me? Is it because of Zhou Mei? Thinking of Zhou Mei's request yesterday that Su Wenba accept him as his apprentice, Chen Ping scratched his head. So efficient? Okay, I'll go right away. Beijing No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Field. Su Wenba looked at the crowd of military science students in front of him, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Almost all the students from the military science classes in Jingbei gathered together, but there were not even 1,000 people. You have to know that 20 years ago, the number of students in the Beijing North Military Academy was at least twice as many as it is now. The students stood in the audience, looking curiously at this martial saint who had made outstanding military achievements and liked to be called instructor. The scene was completely silent, and the atmosphere was suddenly extremely solemn. Isn't Chen Ping here yet? Su Wenba asked sternly. It's already past noon, and he's still sleeping in the dormitory. What a waste of such a great talent. I'm going to teach him a lesson later. Behind Su Wenbo stood rows of neatly organized troops. Several tall officers glanced at each other imperceptibly. They had just returned from the demon-suppressing pass and had no idea what had happened in northern Beijing recently. They were all wondering who Qin Ping was and that General Su Wenbo was so concerned about him. At this time, footsteps were heard not far away. Chen Ping and Luo Chengan walked across the martial arts field and came to Su Wenbo. "Instructor, I've brought the person here." Su Wenbo looked at Chen Ping and said, "You look very energetic. It seems that you have been sleeping well recently. But as a warrior, you can't just sleep all the time." He was about to criticize Chen Ping for being lazy and slacking off recently, and for not making much progress in his strength, but he discovered that Chen Ping's blood and energy were much thicker than before, and he had actually reached the late stage of a first-level warrior. What is going on? Didn't Luo Chengan say that he hadn't seen this kid in the training ground in the past 2 days? How is that possible? After taking the Qi and blood pill, you must perform high-intensity exercise, otherwise the sudden increase in Qi and blood will block the meridians, causing vomiting of blood at the very least, and death at the worst. There are professional training equipment in the martial arts field, and practicing martial arts here can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's impossible to reach the late stage of warrior just by lying in the dormitory, right? After thinking for a long time, Su Wenbo still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Could it be that this kid is so talented that he can gain energy and blood just by lying in bed? He had to swallow back the critical words that were on the tip of his tongue and focus on Chen Ping's martial arts. "I heard you stay in your dorm every day and never come to the martial arts arena. Learning martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat. How can you improve your martial arts skills if you continue like this?" Before Chen Ping could answer, Luo Chengan defended him, saying, "Chen Ping's swordsmanship has been very good. He was able to suppress the principal, a third-level martial artist, and finally blew his head off with one punch." Su Wenbo twitched his lips. "Need I tell you?" This matter had already spread throughout northern Beijing. Even his old comrades were asking if it was true. A student who had just transferred from the liberal arts class to the martial arts class for 1 day, punched a third-level martial artist's head and made it explode like a watermelon. It was incredible no matter how you looked at it. He could only explain that Chen Ping was extremely talented, having received full marks in the physical test and possessing the strength of a second-level warrior. Defeating the principal was simply. He couldn't explain any further after he finished. It was outrageous, too outrageous, really outrageous beyond measure. This kid can no longer be understood by common sense. His talent is so high that even he can't understand it. Thinking about what Zhou Mei said to him yesterday, Su Wenbo had to admit that she made sense. This kid's talent for martial arts has reached an extremely abnormal level. Taking him as an apprentice would indeed be of great help to the future of the Su family. After all, the third brother doesn't have much time left. Su Wenbo sighed inwardly and asked directly, "Chen Ping, are you willing to be my apprentice?" Chen Ping was about to pretend to refuse, but Su Wenbo whispered in his ear, "I know you and Xingli met in the library today. She even borrowed a uniform and a pair of black stockings from the maid before leaving this morning. Would you like to be more specific?" Chen Ping swallowed his saliva and said quickly, "No need. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. I don't like the title of master, and I don't really care about the so-called etiquette between master and apprentice. You can just call me instructor." Su Wenbo supported Chen Ping, who was about to bow, and patted his shoulder, saying, "But you don't mind doing the master a small favor, right? Don't even mention the small favors. I'll go through fire and water for you." Su Wenbo laughed and relaxed his clenched right fist. This morning, when he learned that Su Qingli had gone out to date Chen Ping, he wanted to grab Chen Ping on the spot and ask him how he had managed to seduce his niece, who had very high standards. But after witnessing Chen Ping's amazing talent, he didn't find it surprising. After all, even he had never seen such an outstanding genius. Monster. 1 in a million. These words are too pale to describe it. Even Su Wenbo had an illusion that if a few years passed, this kid might be able to fight with him. "I won't let you do this favor in vain. From now on, you will enjoy the same treatment as Su Qingli." Before Chen Ping could ask what the treatment was, Su Wenbo stepped forward and began to address all the martial arts students. "I'm Su Wenbo from the military. I'm sure you all know about the reforms to the martial arts exam this year. From now on, the exam will no longer be held by individual martial arts universities. Instead, it will be a national unified exam, broadcast live throughout China. You will go to Beast Abyss to take the exam. You will be ranked based on your performance in the final practical exam, and the best will be admitted. The martial arts students gathered below the stage had uncomfortable expressions on their faces, as if they had eaten something terrible. In the past, they only had to take the physical test, apply for the corresponding Wuhan University according to their scores, and finally pass the school's martial arts test. Why did it suddenly change this year? Finally, one student couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Can I not participate? The Beast Abyss is so dangerous, I don't want to go." His family has already spent a lot of money to arrange everything in advance. As long as his physical test scores meet the requirements, he can be admitted to the top Wuhan University. For him, going to Beast Abyss to take part in the practical test now would be a complete waste of effort. Su Wenba's words were filled with unquestionable determination. You don't have to participate, but don't even think about getting into any Wuhan University. I know what you're thinking. It's just that my family is rich and has arranged everything for you. They bribed the invigilators, tampered with the equipment, and even manipulated the exams to get extra points. Su Wenba's face darkened as he spoke. Ever since Zhou Wuxian disappeared 20 years ago, this chaos has been brewing. Now, the number of high-level warriors has decreased, not increased, and the problem of a generational gap is becoming increasingly serious. In the past 20 years, our strength has not only not improved, but has actually regressed. If the Beast Abyss erupts again, will China still have enough strength to resist? The young students fell silent. They had been in a stable world for too long and had never experienced the brutal fighting on a battlefield. They could not imagine the horror of the beast tide at all. They just want to rely on their family background, graduate from Wuhan University, use their family connections to climb to a good official position, control a certain amount of power, and pass on the life of the upper class from generation to generation. Future generations can squander the endless money as they please. A beast tide? Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. Not to mention that the Beast Abyss hasn't had a beast tide in 20 years, and no one knows when the next one will be. Oppose! As a boy shouted, the crowd in the audience became excited instantly. Chapter 27, Instant Kill. Objection. What right do you, the military, have to interfere with the military exam? Why do I have to go to Beast Abyss to take part in the combat test held by your military? The military test should be independent and fair. We are reporting this to the authorities and reporting your military for overstepping its authority. Once their fundamental interests were shaken, the students, who were originally scattered, united, and jointly opposed and denounced the military forces behind Su Wenba. So what if you, Su Wenba, are a martial saint? The law does not punish the masses. Nearly 1,000 of us students are not going. Can you still forcibly take us away? At this time, the crowd in the martial arts field began to make noise and chaos. Some people had gathered together and began to contact their parents in high positions, asking the authorities to put pressure on the army. The scene became more and more chaotic, and the eyes of the military generals around him were all focused on Su Wenba, waiting for his next order. In the face of everyone's protests, Su Wenba remained calm. He had already expected this situation to happen. He really couldn't forcibly take these students to Beast Abyss to take the practical test, but he could still teach them a lesson. It seems that you are all very confident in your own abilities and think that taking the practical test is unnecessary? That's right. The actual test is completely unnecessary. We from Jingbei have received the best education in China since childhood, and our abilities far surpass those of candidates from other places. In my opinion, Wuhan University should directly admit us. For us, the martial arts exam is just a formality. Our strength has long surpassed the requirements of the exam. Only those martial arts students from ordinary backgrounds need to take the martial arts exam. The students in the audience held their heads high with confidence, as if they were invincible. These children of the powerful who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths have been standing at the end of most people's lives since birth, and they don't take ordinary people seriously at all. Indeed, in previous years, the martial arts students from northern Beijing had the highest admission rate to Wuhan University, far exceeding that of martial arts students from other parts of China. The parents of ordinary martial arts students used their life savings to buy awakening stones, hoping to give their children a chance to change their destiny, but they were easily crushed by these people in front of them. In the face of absolute resource advantages, hard work seems so insignificant. But starting this year, there will be earth-shaking changes. Su Wenba pointed at Chen Ping and said, "He's what you call an ordinary martial arts student. If you defeat him, you won't even have to go to Beastabis to take the martial arts exam. But if you can't even beat him, it proves that you are all a bunch of idiots who only know how to talk. Shut up. I'll do it. The boy who had been the loudest earlier rushed onto the stage, raised his fist, and said to Chen Ping, "I am Wang Long from the Wang family. Please teach me." Someone from the Wang family? Chen Ping's mouth curled up. What a coincidence. My name is Chen Ping, an ordinary person. Wang Long didn't even hear Chen Ping's name. He didn't take Chen Ping seriously at all, he was just a nobody. He probably has good talent and was appreciated by Su Wenba, but so what? Learning martial arts depends on the amount of resources, not the strength of talent. The Wang family is extremely wealthy and has mountains of martial arts resources that they can never use up. No matter how talented you are no match for me. Do you understand the power of money? Wang Long assumed the stance of his top-grade Dragon Fist martial art, vowing to finish Chen Ping with one punch. Classmates and teachers, please watch. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Chen Ping nodded, that's what I was thinking. Do we need to start the countdown? No, let's start now. As soon as Wang Long finished speaking, he saw a fist infinitely enlarged in front of him. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Bang! Wang Long, who had been hit hard by this blow, fell to the ground and fell into a baby-like sleep. Despicable. What kind of skill is it to win by sneak attack? I know Wang Long's strength. He's a genius with a Qi and HP value of 100. If it weren't for his family helping him hone his foundation, he would have already broken through to the second-level warrior. He didn't even use the famous Dragon Fist. What an unfair loss. Chen Ping was amused by the remarks of the people below the stage. A group of people were shouting enthusiastically, but no one dared to come up. If anyone disagrees, you can come up and fight me, Chen Ping. When the crowd learned that the person on the stage was Chen Ping, they immediately went wild. Chen Ping? The tough guy who killed the principal of Gingbei No. 1 Middle School with one punch? I also heard that he scored perfect on the physical test. Even the strength test equipment couldn't withstand his punch. It flew into the wall and he couldn't get it off. In the end, he had to tear down the wall to get the equipment out. So fierce? Who can beat him? The few who didn't know Chen Ping's name also backed off after hearing the discussions of the people around them. Who would dare to fight such a tough guy who could even blow the principal's head off with one punch? Isn't this just asking for too much life? What? Are you scared? Su Wenba's eyes turned cold, and his words were full of sarcasm. I asked you to go to Beastabis for actual combat training, but you were afraid of the danger. I asked you to fight Chen Ping, but you were afraid of losing. I think you all should stop learning martial arts and just go home to your mother. As a martial artist, you're afraid of this and that. You don't have any courage at all. The students in the audience fell silent instantly, many of them clenched their fists, with flames of anger in their eyes. How about this, you can all attack together. As long as you can defeat Chen Ping, you will win. If you can't even do that, go home and complain to your parents, saying that Chen Ping alone made nearly 1,000 of you afraid to attack. Let them avenge you. After hearing these words, the hot-blooded military students could not stand such an insult. We do. One punch from each of us could drown him. No matter how powerful he is, how many punches can he throw? With so many of us, we'll tire him out. Those with enhanced talents rush to the front to block him, while those with elemental and psychic talents keep their distance and kite him. Do you have any spiritual talents? Go up and control him, making him a sitting duck. Everyone's eyes turned red. No matter how strong Chen Ping was, there were nearly 1,000 of them with diverse talents. They could kill him with just a random attack. Isn't this a sure win? Seeing that the students below the stage looked like they were ready to fight to the death, Chen Ping's eyelids twitched. Su Wenba's words were too hateful and extremely insulting. Instructor, it looks like they're going to kill me together. Zhou Mei told me that you are extremely talented. All these people combined are not enough for you to defeat. But seeing the students' murderous eyes, Su Wenba added, if you feel you can't win, just run away. It's okay if you lose, just don't get hurt. Chen Ping shook his head, I'm not worried about not being able to defeat them, I'm worried about losing control and killing them. Our military's professional medical team is right here. As long as you didn't get punched in the head, they'll be able to heal you quickly. Su Wenba led the officers off the stage, leaving Chen Ping alone on the stage. Finally, he said something extremely hateful. If you, nearly 1,000 people, lose, and you still have the nerve not to go to Beastabus to take the exam, then just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. The sarcastic words pierced the hearts of every student in the audience and aroused the bloodiness in their bodies. They stared at Chen Ping on the stage with wolf-like eyes. Looking at the eyes of the students who seemed to want to eat him alive, Chen Ping jumped down from the stage without any fear. Do you need a 10-second countdown? Seeing no one respond, Chen Ping shrugged and said, then let's start now. Chapter 28 Siege. Beijing No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Field. Chen Ping stood in front of the stage. From a distance, he looked like a black dot facing a vast black ocean. Charge! Someone shouted, and then several tall male classmates rushed towards Chen Ping. At the same time, all kinds of attacks came towards Chen Ping, including hail, water bombs, flames, lightning. Chen Ping did not dodge, but chose to rush directly into the crowd. Suddenly, colorful lights bloomed among the crowd. Several students fell under the attacks of their own people before they could even make a move. But it didn't even touch the corner of Chen Ping's clothes. Pay attention to the distance from the ranged party and don't accidentally hurt your teammates. When the fight just started, more than a dozen people fell before Chen Ping even made a move. Long-range attacks no longer dared to cover a large area like before, and were unable to stop Chen Ping at all. He was at home in the crowd. Watching the students falling down one after another like wheat being harvested, several officers looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Instructor, who exactly is this student Chen Ping? He's so powerful, why haven't we heard of him before? The attack was not only fast and accurate, but also had perfect control of the force, just enough to knock the man down without causing any damage to his brain. Looking at his supportive attitude towards you, could he be the genius you've been secretly cultivating? As they were all subordinates who had followed him for many years, Su Wenba immediately understood their hidden meaning and said unhappily, I know what you want to ask. He has nothing to do with me. He's not an illegitimate child or anything like that. We just met by chance recently. 2 days ago, he transferred from the liberal arts class to the martial arts class with a perfect score on the physical fitness test. The next day, he blew the head off the principal of Beijing North No. 1 Middle School. In my opinion, he is a genius that China rarely sees in a century. His talent is terrifyingly high. These nearly 1,000 students combined are not enough to defeat him. 2 days ago, you were a liberal arts student? You got a perfect score on the physical test? He beat the principal to death the second day after becoming a martial arts student? If I remember correctly, the principal of Gingbei No. 1 Middle School is a third-level martial artist, right? Looking at the invincible figure in the crowd, several officers felt a little dry in the mouth. Have today's students become so abnormally strong? On the other side, Chen Ping was completely surrounded by military students. Chen Ping kicked the male student who was rushing towards him screaming. The latter rolled on the ground, holding his stomach and screaming. Is it so crisp? I only used a little force. The gap in strength was far greater than he had imagined. It seems I have to be more careful and not kill him accidentally. Glancing at the crowd that had gathered around him, in his eyes, these people had all turned into pieces of glass. It breaks at the slightest touch. It's better to end it quickly and decisively. Chen Ping rushed into the densest part of the crowd. After awakening his god-level gifted body of war, all aspects of his physical qualities, whether it was strength, speed, defense, physical strength or mental strength, were improved by leaps and bounds. Occasionally a few punches would land on my body, which was no different from a tickle. These people were too weak to even cause him pain. Those who were lucky enough to hit Chen Ping were happy at first, and then they groaned in pain. A thin boy even lay directly on the ground, holding his right leg and howling in pain. Just now, he kicked Chen Ping with all his strength, but Chen Ping didn't move at all, and his leg was broken. It felt like kicking an extremely hard steel plate. Chen Ping lost his ability to move before he even had time to make a move. Such scenes happened all the time. In less than half a minute, dozens of wailing students were lying on the ground. Those who were unlucky might even faint after bumping into Chen Ping. For this reason, Chen Ping had to slow down to avoid accidentally killing someone. Chen Ping's speed has slowed down. He must be exhausted. Everyone, hold on. A sharp-eyed classmate immediately noticed the clue and shouted excitedly. The crowd, which had been retreating, seemed to see hope and rushed forward again frantically. It's never ending, right? Chen Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at the students who surrounded him. Chen Ping used both hands, using both arms as knives, hitting the back of everyone's head at all kinds of tricky angles, efficiently and accurately. The crowd rolled violently. Wherever Chen Ping went, it was like surging waves. Those who jumped high to attack him fell down one by one in an orderly manner and fell into a baby-like sleep. Because Su Wenbo was present, Chen Ping did not use the broken front sword technique directly out of caution. Instead, he created a few moves of his own based on his understanding of the broken front sword technique. It's enough to deal with these students. Su Wenbo looked at Chen Ping's attack style and always felt that it was somewhat similar to the Pufing sword technique, but he quickly denied it. The Pufing sword technique was difficult to learn and master, and it was a ground-level martial art that the Su family did not easily pass on to others. It was impossible for Chen Ping to learn it. It must be his illusion. 10 minutes passed quickly and the officers standing behind Su Wenbo were completely dumbfounded. He was surrounded by nearly 1,000 people, and most of them had been knocked down, but he still looked completely at ease. How strong was Chen Ping? The most exaggerated thing is that after knocking down nearly 1,000 people, there is still no sign of fatigue on his face. Is this man made of iron? The scene before them completely overturned the officers' three views. They finally understood why instructor Su Wenbo was so confident in this young student. This kind of monstrous genius cannot be judged by common sense. At this time, there were only about 30 military students standing in front of Chen Ping. Most of them covered the back of their heads and were vigilantly guarding against Chen Ping. Everyone, come on, use all your trump cards, don't hold back. Chen Ping has defeated so many of us, it's impossible that he didn't consume all his energy. Maybe he's already at the end of his rope. I can feel that his breathing has become disordered. Some people were shouting, some were excited, but no one took action. The remaining people are all the best among the Beijing North martial arts students. They are very capable, but they all have their own ulterior motives. No one wants to be the first to go up and fall on the ground to make things difficult for others. Now Chen Ping's fame in northern Beijing is at its peak, and they all want to defeat Chen Ping and gain greater fame. Chen Ping didn't care what these people were thinking. He increased his speed slightly and rushed towards the nearest person. What's going on? Why is he speeding up again? Is his stamina endless? The terrified crowd looked at each other. No matter how much strength Chen Ping had left, they must not be defeated by him one by one. Otherwise, if all the remaining people standing fall down, they will lose. If we don't join forces, it will be too late. Everyone, give it your all and ensure victory first. After Chen Ping knocked down another person, he felt a strong wind from the back of his head, and could faintly hear the sound of a tiger's roar. Chapter 29 Victory. Chen Ping ducked his head to dodge the attack on the back of his head, and a fist as big as a clay pot whizzed past. "Huh, you actually dodged my tiger roar fist?" A tall boy rushed out from behind Chen Ping, his punches as fierce as a tiger descending from the mountain. The wind from his fists brought with it bursts of tiger roars, which was quite extraordinary. This was a high-level boxing technique that his family had purchased from the black market for a high price of 10 million. It was extremely powerful and fast, and he had already practiced it to the elementary level. No classmate had ever been able to withstand more than 3 of his punches head-on. No matter how powerful Chen Ping is, he has his limits. In just 10 minutes, he threw nearly 1,000 punches. No matter how strong his physical strength is, he can't have much strength left. In his eyes, even if Chen Ping was not at the end of his strength, he was not much different from it. It's ridiculous that these cowards around him were so scared by Chen Ping that they only knew how to hope that others would take action first so that they could wait for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Watch carefully how I defeat Chen Ping with the tiger roar fist. Today is the day I become famous in northern Beijing. The tall boy took a step forward, clenched his fists, and attacked Chen Ping's temples. Chen Ping's speed increased suddenly, and the tall boy only felt a flash before his eyes. His left and right hands were suddenly grabbed by Chen Ping, like a pair of iron pliers, and he could not move. The tall boy looked at the scene in disbelief. Nearly 1,000 people had besieged Chen Ping until now, but he still had such strong power? Is his physical strength a bottomless pit? Chen Ping simply increased the strength of his hands a little bit, and the tall boy couldn't bear it and half knelt on the ground. But he clenched his teeth and refused to make any sound. The students around looked at each other, and as they saw the two people standing there in a stalemate, they felt something in their hearts. Opportunity. Great opportunity. Seeing that everyone was finally besieging him, Chen Ping nodded secretly in his heart. If so many people were to flee in all directions, it would take a lot of time to catch up with them. He was too lazy to chase them one by one, so he pretended to be in a stalemate with the tall boy. I was fooled as expected. Qin Ping kicked the tall boy in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. The force was calculated just right, no bones were broken, but he was knocked unconscious. At this time, the remaining 30 or so people surrounded Qin Ping and used all kinds of special moves on his head. It was obvious that he was going all out, leaving no room for maneuver. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died dozens of times. But to Qin Ping, it posed no threat. He first crashed into a boy's arms, causing most of his attacks to miss, and then grabbed the boy's ankle and swung it like a weapon. The boy quickly used his innate iron sheet, and his body became as hard as steel. The students around him had no time to dodge, and were hit so hard that they saw stars and flew out. Is there such a good thing? Qin Ping swung his sword even harder, and the sound of bang 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 continued. Soon he was the only one left standing in the audience. The Iron Man in his hand was thrown so hard that he foamed at the mouth and had long lost consciousness. Qin Ping threw him to the ground, looked at the martial arts students lying on the ground in front of him, and clapped his hands. Done, call it a day. The officers behind Su Wenbo looked at Qin Ping with eyes that were numb with shock. He single-handedly defeated nearly 1,000 high school martial arts students. What an absolute monster! A genius, a one-in-a-million genius. Instructor, if this boy grows up, his future will be limitless. Such a genius must be recruited into our military. Su Wenbo ignored them and asked the medical staff on standby to check and treat the students' injuries. These medical staff all possess special talents in healing. Even students with serious injuries can quickly become lively again after treatment. Qin Ping walked up to Su Wenbo and said that he felt very tired and wanted to go back to rest, but he was stopped by him. I don't see any sign of fatigue on your face. Su Wenbo took him to the stage and loudly asked the students who were staggering in the audience, "Are you convinced?" I don't agree. He has ridiculous amounts of stamina. He must have taken some stamina-boosting pills while we weren't paying attention. Yes. There must be other cheating methods, otherwise how could so many of us not be able to defeat him? His strength, speed, and defense are also ridiculously strong. Maybe he took the potion from the demon god cult, which is why he is so strong. Still being stubborn, throwing mud when you can't win? A bunch of dandies. Su Wenbo snorted coldly, I guarantee Qin Ping with my life. He has no problems and he didn't cheat. You students, even if you all come together, you can't defeat me. Not only do you not reflect on yourselves, but you also slander Qin Ping. I'm really ashamed of you. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Su Wenbo asked Qin Ping, are you willing to go to Beast Abyss to take the martial arts exam? Qin Ping didn't want to go to the Beast Abyss to fight the monsters. He just wanted to lie down quietly in Jingbei. But no matter how dangerous the martial arts exam is, it is just an exam. There will definitely be special invigilators to protect you. As long as you are cautious, there will be no problem. After I get admitted to Beijing University and Wuhan University, I will lie down in the dormitory every day. I am willing. I gave up literature and took up martial arts just to fight monsters and protect China. Su Wenbo didn't expect Qin Ping to say such righteous words, and looked at him in surprise. This child is teachable. No one in the audience contradicted Qin Ping anymore, and they all lowered their proud heads. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Wenbo spoke, China's strongest man, martial god Su Tianyuan, is the driving force behind this martial arts exam reform. He's waiting in Beast Abyss to see your actual combat performance. In this practical test, you can use any props, weapons, and ammunition. There are no restrictions. Whoever wins first place in the National Martial Arts exam will be accepted as the last disciple by the martial arts master Su Tianyuan. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Everyone opened their eyes wide, unable to believe their ears. Su Tianyuan, the strongest man in China, is a great hero who has guarded the Beast Abyss for 20 years. His strength has already reached the level of a god, making the monsters in the Beast Abyss dare not come out again. If you can be accepted as his close disciple, you can get countless benefits just by being the disciple of the strongest person in China. Of course, you don't have to participate. Qin Ping has already defeated all of you. He can definitely represent you in the martial arts exam. Looking at Qin Ping, who had an expressionless face on the stage and seemed to not take them seriously at all the students below the stage felt a burning desire for revenge. Although Qin Ping is very powerful now, they have not yet used the family's resources. Any one of those powerful items, weapons, and pills is enough to reverse the outcome. In a practical exam without restrictions, Chen Ping could not be their opponent. You must take part in this martial arts exam. Even if they can't get first place, they must let Chen Ping know how powerful they are. After knowing the rules of this year's martial arts exam, Chen Ping suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Zhou Mei had hidden a few cards. This was the reason. But Chen Ping didn't take it to heart. He just wanted to go back to his dormitory and lie down. I know you guys really want to defeat me. I'll be waiting for you in the beast abyss. Then he turned around gracefully, leaving only a powerful back to the students in the audience. Can I leave now? After leaving the martial arts arena, Chen Ping did not look back, but when he saw that Su Wenba did not catch up with him, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He returned to the dormitory and just lay down on the bed when the knock on the door rang out again. Who is it? I'm Su Wenba. Chapter 30 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Chen Ping opened the door and saw a burly middle-aged man standing outside. It was Su Wenba. You won't invite me in? Chen Ping opened the door and made an inviting gesture. Su Wenba walked into Chen Ping's dormitory and looked around. He found that the room was clean and tidy, unlike the dirty and messy one he had imagined. It seems that although Chen Ping does not go to the martial arts arena, he is not a lazy person. He sat on the sofa in the living room, sinking halfway into it, and jokingly said, I've heard that the martial arts class dorms at Beijing North No. 1 High School are luxuriously decorated, and it really lives up to their reputation. If you like, you can find a dormitory to stay in. There are plenty of empty rooms here. Chen Ping poured Su Wenba a cup of hot tea. Su Wenba did not continue the topic, but said, You helped me a lot today. Now those students have taken the initiative to sign up for the martial arts exam. Chen Ping said modestly, I just contributed a little. Do you want to stay at my house? Su Wenba's sudden words made Chen Ping spit out the hot tea in his mouth, but Su Wenba dodged it easily with his quick reaction. Is there any need to be so surprised? Su Wenba took out a tissue from the table, wiped the sofa clean, and sat back down. I said before that I would let you enjoy the same treatment as Su Qingli. How about you and her learning martial arts from me and our Su family from now on? Chen Ping didn't expect that Zhou Mei actually persuaded Su Wenba to let him live in the Su family. This woman's energy was beyond her imagination. Our Su family is not the wealthy and powerful family you imagine. We were originally just an ancient martial arts family with a martial arts heritage. It was by chance that we developed into what we are today. Our Su family doesn't have those rules of the big clans. My purpose, Su Wenba, is very simple. I have always wanted to take someone of ordinary background as my disciple and pass on the martial arts instead of leaving it in the hands of the Su family or the big clans. Since Zhou Mei recommended you to me, it means that your talent and character have been recognized by her. Actually, I was a little hesitant this morning about whether to let you live in the Su family. Because if I did that, it would be like tying you to the Su family. If you make any mistakes in the future, our Su family will also be implicated. But I am very satisfied with your performance today. I'm letting you live in the Su family. On the one hand, it's to protect you. On the other hand, it's so I can pass on everything I've learned to you. How much you can learn depends on your hard work and understanding. So you want to come home with me? Chen Ping did not hesitate for long. As a martial saint, Su Wenba had spoken very clearly and sincerely, so he had no reason to refuse. I do. Very good. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, Instructor, as long as we learn it, it's fine, right? No matter what method we use. Of course, as long as you can learn it, any method will do. Can you lie down? This time it was Su Wenba's turn to have the tea in his mouth sprayed out, but he quickly covered his mouth with his other hand, his face flushed red, and did not spray the tea everywhere like Chen Ping did. Su Wenba took out a tissue and wiped the tea off the table. Our Su family's inherited martial arts are very difficult to learn. You can't learn them just by lying down. Even Su Qingli has to study hard every day to barely meet my requirements. If you just want to rest, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would be so strict as to not let my apprentice rest. What if I'm gifted and can learn martial arts very quickly while lying down? Seeing Chen Ping's serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, Su Wenba said after a long silence, If you can really learn it by lying down, it's not impossible, but if you can't, don't blame me for getting angry. I especially hate people who lie and are lazy. Su Wenba didn't believe at all Chen Ping's method of learning martial arts by lying down. If he could learn by lying down, he wouldn't have suffered so much when he was learning martial arts. Don't worry, instructor. Just discipline me and I will never let you down. Chen Ping showed a confident smile. Seeing this smile, Su Wenbo felt panic for no reason. This kid's talent in martial arts couldn't be abnormal, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone be born with supernatural powers and extraordinary understanding? Would they not let others live? Chen Ping must be bluffing and trying his best to lie down for a while longer. That must be the case. There can't be such a perverted genius in the world. When the two arrived at the gate of the Su family manor, Su Wenbo said, "You can just wander around first. I have something important to deal with." After Su Wenbo said this, he opened the car door and got out. When Chen Ping reacted, even Su Wenbo was nowhere to be seen. After entering the manor, Chen Ping was quickly attracted by the huge and luxurious manor in front of him. The exquisite layout, the perfect plant embellishments, and the ornaments that look very valuable at first glance. Everything exudes the smell of money. It took Chen Ping more than 10 minutes to drive to the building complex in the center of the manor. He looked at the scenery for more than 10 minutes, and no two places were the same. It was really hard for him to imagine how such a large manor could have a different scene at every step, presenting such a wonderfully ingenious and magnificent scene. How much manpower and material resources will it take to complete the construction? For the first time, Chen Ping had a deeper understanding of the Su family's financial resources. The idea of relying on the rich woman Su Qingli inevitably came to his mind. No, Chen Ping, you can't be so sluggish as to resist temptation. When you are with a woman, there are endless streets to walk around and endless fields to plow, and the time you spend lying down will be greatly reduced. Is there anyone who can lie down and feel relaxed? I want to get off the bus and walk around. As soon as Chen Ping got off the bus, he met an acquaintance. His face was pale, and he had dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept well recently. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air. "Chen Ping, who let you in?" As soon as the two met, Su Tang immediately asked loudly. He was worried all day long, fearing that Li Lianying would cause trouble at home, and he took his bodyguards to look for Li Lianying everywhere. He searched the entire manor from inside to outside, but after a long time, he couldn't even find any trace of Li Lianying. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Su Tang wanted to go back to his room to rest, but unexpectedly, halfway there, he ran into his enemy Chen Ping downstairs of his home. The humiliating memories flooded his mind, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. "This is my home, get out." Su Tang pointed at Chen Ping with an aggressive expression. "If you don't leave now, I will make sure you can never leave again." Seeing this defeated opponent, Chen Ping had no interest in tangling with him. "It was your uncle Su Wenbo who let me in. Don't look for trouble." Chen Ping's disregard made Su Tang instantly furious. "Uncle asked you to come in, but where is uncle? I think you are the thief who climbed over the wall. Someone, come and arrest him." Chapter 31, Meeting the Parents. As soon as Su Tang finished speaking, several strong bodyguards ran out from behind him and surrounded Chen Ping. "Besides kneeling, you can only call for help. Do you dare to fight me head-on?" Chen Ping's sarcastic words directly touched the most sensitive nerve in Su Tang's heart. The scene of kneeling in public that day has become the memory he least wants to recall and the most shameful. But even though he took the potion from the demon god cult today and his strength increased greatly, he did not dare to confront Chen Ping head-on. Even the principal, who had transformed into a beast, had his head blown up by his punch. With his small body, he would probably be killed if he got hit by a punch. Go on, teach him a lesson. Bodyguards are hired with money anyway, so it would be a waste if they are not used. If they die, the worst that can happen is some compensation. This is a good excuse to send Chen Ping to the patrol bureau and make him unable to turn over a new leaf in his life. But what Su Tang didn't expect was that these bodyguards seemed not to have heard his orders. They stood still, as if they had taken root and did not move. After a brief silence, a bodyguard spoke up. "Master Su, although our monthly salary is 50,000, it is not worth it for us to die in vain." "Yes, Master Su, who in the Jingbei martial arts circle doesn't know Chen Ping's renowned name?" Even the principal of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School had his head blown off by him. "Wouldn't it be a shame for us, the second-level warriors, to go up there and die?" Besides, he got off Master Su Wenbo's car. He must be a guest invited by Master Su. We have no reason to attack him. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's face darkened and he shouted angrily, "You don't even listen to me. Do you still want to do this? Several bodyguards looked at each other in confusion. One bodyguard, unable to bear it any longer, resigned on the spot. Master Su Tang, I just want to earn a stable income to support my family. I really can't do such dangerous work. I'm sorry, I'm resigning now. Su Tang stared at his departing back in astonishment, his heart full of disbelief. This bodyguard has been working for the Su family for more than 5 years. He usually obeys his orders and works efficiently. He is one of his most trusted subordinates. Now she has resigned voluntarily and doesn't take him seriously at all. Isn't it just Chen Ping? Is there any need to be so scared? Su Tang glanced at the remaining bodyguards, and seeing their slightly trembling bodies and frightened eyes, he cursed in his heart that they were all useless trash. Get out, all of you. The bodyguards ran away as if they had been pardoned, and quickly disappeared from the sight of the two men. Chen Ping watched the whole farce from beginning to end and laughed. Even your bodyguards know not to mess with me. Use your brains. If you can't beat me, don't yell. I didn't argue with you because of Su Qingli and Su Wenbo. If you bark in front of me again, I will break your legs and make you kneel on the ground and never get up again. Su Tang's face was ferocious, and the anger in his eyes was about to burn out of his eye sockets. But reason told him that even if he took action now, he would not be a match for Chen Ping. The desire to become stronger was growing wildly in his mind. One day, he would definitely kill Chen Ping. As for now, you can only endure it for the time being. After all, a man of insight is a wise man. When mother comes back, I will make you regret what you said today. Seeing Su Tang shut his stinky mouth obediently, Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction and started wandering in a random direction. Su Tang behind him was so angry that his face turned red and the veins on his forehead almost burst, but in the end he did not follow and turned around and walked into the building. He couldn't win at all. He had no other choice but to be furious and helpless. Chen Ping unknowingly walked to a uniquely shaped building, which looked like a huge gymnasium from a distance. Upon inquiry, I found out that it was the Su family's martial arts training ground. They were so wealthy that they built it bigger and more magnificent than the school's martial arts training ground. Suddenly, a thought popped up from the bottom of my heart. Could Su Qingli be practicing martial arts in there? It is really possible when you think about it. After all, such a large martial arts training ground must have all the facilities. Where else can you go to practice martial arts if not here? Chen Ping entered the martial arts training ground, which was very lively, with young people everywhere practicing hard. No wonder there were not many people in the huge Su family manor. It turned out that most of them had run here. But why were these people staring at him with strange eyes, even though he didn't know any of them? After walking for a long time, Chen Ping got lost as expected. Are you kidding me? The martial arts training ground is so big, with so many twists and turns, and no signboards. Who designed it? Do they like people to get lost? Chen Ping wanted to ask someone for directions, but when those people saw him coming, they ran away as if they had seen the plague god. Helpless Chen Ping had to rely on his intuition and walk a little further. Finally, he found a normal person. A middle-aged man with a dignified look was sitting alone on the sofa reading a newspaper. He glanced at him and quickly looked away. Finally seeing a normal person, Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to the middle-aged man and was about to ask for directions when he unexpectedly heard the other person speak first. Chen Ping, are you here at the martial arts training ground looking for Su Qingli? Uncle, you know me too? Chen Ping didn't expect that he was so famous now. It seemed as if everyone knew him. How did you know I was looking for Su Qingli? Su Hang put down the newspaper and carefully looked at the young genius in front of him who was rumored to be so amazing by the outside world. He has handsome features and clear eyes. What a handsome young man. Su Wenbo knows everything about you and my daughter. I'm her father, so why shouldn't I know? Upon learning that the middle-aged man in front of him was Su Qingli's father, Chen Ping subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, but then he thought that he had nothing to do with Su Qingli, and his relationship was innocent, so what was there to be afraid of? Su Qingli and I are just ordinary friends. Uncle, you misunderstood. Misunderstanding? This morning you asked Qingli to come to the library and wear a maid outfit to show you, and you told me that we were just ordinary people? Chen Ping wanted to explain, but found that he couldn't explain it at all. He couldn't say that Su Qingli took the initiative to show it to him and he didn't even know about it beforehand. Who would believe it if I told others? Uncle, this is really a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, ask Su Qingli. It's really not what you think. Su Hang said unhappily, if you want to ask, go ask yourself. As a father, how could he have the nerve to ask his daughter such a thing? Chin Ping, who reacted quickly, covered his forehead with his hands, thinking that it was just yellow mud falling into his crotch, which was a disaster at least. No wonder the Su family members avoided him when they saw him. They probably thought he was a pervert with some special hobby. It's so unfair. Just when he didn't know what to do next, a familiar voice appeared in his ears. Chin Ping, why did you come to my house? Hearing this voice, Chin Ping breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his savior had finally arrived, otherwise he would have been digging his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Chapter 32 Fainting. Su Qingli was dressed in plain white training clothes, like a blooming white lotus. The pure and sweet smile makes people indulge in it and be fascinated by it. I have been accepted as an apprentice by the instructor, and I will learn martial arts from him with you in the future. After Chin Ping finished answering, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw Su Qingli still smiling at him. He casually found a topic to talk about. Were you practicing martial arts just now? Yes, I felt a little bored after staying in the training room for so long, so I came out to talk to my father. Su Hang raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, didn't I tell someone to tell you that Chin Ping was here, and that's why you came out? Su Qingli blushed after being exposed by her father, and turned her head and said, Father, if you say anything nonsense again, I will ignore you today. It turned out that it wasn't a coincidence, but Su Hang asked her to come over? Chin Ping remembered that Su Qingli had pretended to be clueless just now. Was she embarrassed to let him know that she had come all the way to see him? It seems that Su Qingli also has the shy side of a little girl. When Su Hang heard Su Qingli's threatening words, he quickly waved his hand to indicate that he would not say anything more. Then he straightened his expression and said to Chin Ping like the head of the family, you and Su Qingli are classmates. Don't be restrained. Just sit anywhere. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa next to him. The sofa was very soft and more comfortable than the sofa in the dormitory. He relaxed and subconsciously put his hands on the back of the sofa, but saw Su Hang's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Isn't it just leaning on the sofa with your arms spread out? Is there any need to be so surprised? Only then did he realize that Su Qingli was not sitting on the sofa opposite him. He turned his head to the left and found that she was sitting next to him. His hand was on the back of Su Qingli's shoulder, as if he wanted to hug her. Isn't there a sofa across from me? Why are you sitting next to me? Chin Ping quickly pulled his hand back, looked down at the ground, and pretended nothing had happened. Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it must be a misunderstanding that this kid dared to hug his daughter in front of him when they met for the first time. I don't think he has the courage. But why did the daughter take the initiative to sit next to Chin Ping? There was obviously a sofa next to them. If all else failed, she could sit next to him. An inexplicable sadness rose from my heart, just like the juicy cabbage that I had worked so hard to grow was suddenly picked by another man one day. Being stared at by Su Hang made Chin Ping feel a little uneasy and wanted to stand up and leave, but Su Qingli was sitting next to him, and it would be a bit impolite for him to suddenly stand up and leave. Before coming, he had never thought that such a situation would happen. He just wanted to stay in Su's house for safety. But Su Qingli's father seemed to have misunderstood something. Su Qingli leaned back on the sofa, looking at the two of them staring at each other, feeling very strange. Everything was fine just now, why did the atmosphere change as soon as Chen Ping sat down? Chen Ping finally couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere anymore and said, it's almost noon. How about going out to eat something to fill your stomach? Okay, I'm hungry too, let's have some home-cooked meals at my house. Looking at the two of them singing the same tune, Su Hang's eyes almost broke. He thought their relationship had just begun, but now it seemed that the progress had far exceeded his imagination. Could it be possible that the daughter I raised with so much difficulty would be abducted by another man? Su family's main residence, the restaurant on the second floor. The maids brought a variety of delicacies to the table: yellow croaker soup, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised shark fin, bird's nest soup. No, you call these dishes home-cooked meals? Not long after all the dishes were served, Su Wenba also arrived. He slowly sat down to the right of the main seat at the table, while Su Hang sat on the left, leaving the main seat empty. Who is sitting in the main seat? Chen Ping asked Su Qingli in a low voice. It's for Uncle Su. Even though he guards the beast abyss and rarely comes home, the main seat at the family dinner table is always reserved for him. The Uncle Su you're talking about isn't the strongest man in China, Su Tianyuan, the martial god? Yes, he is my father's younger brother. Although he had guessed it in his mind, Chen Ping was still shocked by Su Qingli's words. Your uncle is a martial saint, your uncle is the strongest martial god, and you are second in terms of Chinese background. Who dares to say he is first? Staring at Su Qingli's beautiful profile, Chen Ping felt a little dry in the mouth. The richest woman in Beijing and even in China was right in front of him? Chen Ping, you must stay calm and composed. You must not be blinded by the temptation in front of you. You must always remember that your goal in life is to get laid, not to be kept by someone. These are two completely different concepts. Only by keeping your original intention in mind can you achieve your goal. Chen Ping, who had finally suppressed his inner restlessness, regained his composure and chatted with Su Qingli about the gossip about Yi Fin and Luo Chengan. Have you heard, the homeroom teacher and Mr. Luo? Su Wenbo turned his head away, thinking out of sight, out of mind, while Su Hang gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Ping. Didn't we agree to have dinner? Why are you guys chatting non-stop? At this time, Su Tang, who arrived late, found a seat and sat down. He looked up and saw Chen Ping was there. He was stunned. He was about to ask a question, but when he saw Su Hang and Su Wenbo were there, he swallowed it back and said angrily, "Dad, it's not appropriate for Chen Ping, an outsider, to have dinner with us, right?" Su Wenbo glared at Su Tang without any hesitation. He is my apprentice, how can he be considered an outsider? Eat your meal and don't talk too much. Chen Ping wanted to anger Su Tang, but a light bulb went off in his head and he said, "We'll all be family from now on, so what's inappropriate about that?" Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Chen Ping. Su Qingli didn't hear the hidden meaning in his words and looked at him strangely. What does it mean that we will be a family from now on? Su Wenbo coughed violently several times, as if his throat suddenly felt itchy. Su Hang glared at Chen Ping with his body trembling. If looks could kill, Chen Ping would have been chopped into pieces by now. The first time he came to Su's house, this kid was so blatant. What will happen in the future? Su Tang was so angry that his head felt dizzy. Seeing that Su Qingli did not refute him immediately but remained silent, his heart skipped a beat and an extremely bad guess came to his mind. Could it be that my sister Su Qingli has already been taken advantage of by him? Thinking that his sister usually never even looked at him, he felt an immense sense of humiliation, and the deep resentment accumulated in his heart burst out at the same time. Su Tang was so angry at Chen Ping that he fainted. No way, he fainted immediately? Chen Ping scratched the back of his head. Or we should take him to see a doctor. He might have a brain problem. It's nothing, just a case of impatience. He'll wake up soon. Let's eat first. Su Wenbo glanced at Su Tang coldly. What a useless thing, he fainted in anger at just one sentence. Finally, it was Su Hang who spoke up. Come here, help Master Su Tang into the room to rest. Chapter 33 Meeting Li Lianying again. Eat the food, it will get cold soon. Su Wenbo was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Then Chen Ping picked up the chopsticks and picked up the nearest yellow croaker in soup and took a bite. Fresh, tender, and smooth. The mouth is full of the sweet taste of fish meat. After taking one bite, I can't help but want to have a second bite. Chen Ping tried other dishes, each with its own flavor, and none of them was unpalatable. Although the food I had in the school cafeteria before was also good, it was nothing compared to the food at the Su family. One is in heaven and the other is in hell. Every dish made him want to savor the flavor carefully instead of just focusing on filling his stomach. Eating has completely become a kind of physical and mental satisfaction and enjoyment. Chen Ping, who had never experienced the life of a rich person, saw a corner of the heavenly palace for the first time. The magnificence inside caused subtle changes in his heart. Chen Ping's serious eating attitude also infected the other three people, and they all started to eat with their chopsticks. No one spoke for the next 10 minutes, until Chen Ping, who had eaten his fill, put down his chopsticks and breathed a sigh of relief. He enjoyed the meal very much and it refreshed his understanding of food. This is what it means to eat well. In the past, all I ate was food that could fill my stomach. Ask the kitchen to add a few more dishes. Su Wenbo looked at Chen Ping with a smile and instructed the maid beside him. He likes young guys who can eat. Chen Ping looked at the half-eaten meal in front of him and said a little embarrassedly, "No, I'm full." Su Hang said calmly, "I'm not full yet. From now on, ask the kitchen to make a few more dishes for every meal." Su Qingli sat upright on the side. She ate at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow. She was elegant and calm, and it was obvious that she was a well-educated lady. Chen Ping couldn't help but take a few more glances, but was quickly stopped by Su Hang's gaze. However, he pretended not to see it, and continued to glance at Su Qingli from time to time. Su Qingli, who was chewing slowly, had a temperament as gentle as water. At this moment, she seemed no longer a fairy who was detached from the world, but a kind and lovely girl next door. Su Qingli put down her chopsticks and noticed Chen Ping's occasional glance at her. She thought there were rice grains on the corners of her mouth, so she wiped her mouth with a tissue and found none. "There's no rice in the corner of my mouth, why do you keep looking at me?" Under Su Hang's murderous gaze, Chen Ping picked up a grain of rice and stuck it to Su Qingli's mouth. White rice grains dotted her pink lips, sparkling and juicy. "Now there are some." Chen Ping picked up the rice grains again. "Now there are none." Su Hang stood up suddenly. "I'm full." He wanted to kick Chen Ping out just now, but when he thought of his third brother's instructions, he held back. From today on, he will keep a close eye on this kid's martial arts training. If he dares to slack off, he will not let him off. Su Wenbo pulled Su Hang away with an expressionless face. Before leaving, he reminded him, "After dinner, find a room to stay in. You will officially start learning martial arts with me this afternoon." After the two left, Su Qingli looked at Chen Ping strangely. Why did they leave so suddenly? Didn't my dad just say he wasn't full yet? I don't know either. It seems like I was stimulated by something. It must be because you just stuck rice grains on my face that they thought it was childish and disgusting. After all, that's what only children do. Something only children would do? What does that mean? When I was little, I would stick food on the faces of my close classmates just for fun. No wonder Su Qingli didn't blush. It turned out that she treated this behavior as a game between children. Chen Ping nodded and said, "It should be as you said." He found himself starting to act a little strange. First he said that they were all a family from now on, and then he stuck the rice grains on Su Qingli's mouth. It seems that when I sit next to Su Qingli, I will suddenly have an urge to tease her. Chen Ping, who had no experience in love and two lives, began to feel confused and didn't understand why this happened. Su Qingli's next words interrupted his thoughts. "There is an empty room opposite my room. Do you want to live opposite me?" Chen Ping swallowed his saliva, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't resist the temptation and said, "Okay." Under the guidance of Su Qingli, Chen Ping came to the door of her room. After expending a lot of willpower, he resisted the urge to follow in to find out what was going on. "I'm going back to my room to rest first. Remember to call me for martial arts practice in the afternoon." Chen Ping was afraid that he would change his mind, so he said it quickly and rushed into the room opposite Su Qingli. Su Qingli looked at Chen Ping's closed door in confusion for a while before walking into her own room. She originally wanted to invite Chen Ping to come in and sit down. Su Hang and Su Wenbo appeared from the corner of the corridor. Su Wenbo nodded and said, "I told you, Chen Ping is not a bad kid by nature. He is not the kind of person you imagine. Brother, you can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. How long have you known Chen Ping? Can you be sure that you are not mistaken? Then you just stay here. I'm going back to my room to rest." Su Wenbo patted Su Hang on the shoulder and left. After hesitating for a while, Su Hang glanced at Chen Ping's door, sighed helplessly, and left. Chen Ping closed the door, stretched, and was about to lie down on the bed to have a good sleep. But he found a woman lying on the bed, the skirt of her maid outfit lifted up to her thighs, exposing a pair of slender, snow-white legs directly to the air. Her sleeping posture was very unsightly, and her face couldn't be seen clearly because of her disheveled hair. Why was the Su family's maid lying on his bed? Could it be a test from Su Hang, to see if he was a gentleman? In an instant, Chen Ping thought of many possibilities, and he chose to stand still and watch. Seeing that the woman didn't move, he had to cough hard a few times to remind her. After coughing 5 or 6 times in succession, the woman frowned and finally opened her eyes. She vaguely saw a man standing at the door. She was startled and subconsciously activated her natural charm. But the man didn't react. Weird, why doesn't it seem to work? Li Lianying rubbed his eyes with his hands before he could see the man clearly. This man is quite handsome and seems a little familiar. No, why is it Chen Ping? If he recognized her identity, this was the Su family and she would have no way of escaping. Li Lianying woke up instantly, quickly covered most of his face with his hands, lowered his head and no longer looked at Chen Ping. She pinched her throat and said, "I haven't seen you before. Are you a guest of the Su family?" "Well, I just arrived at noon today, and this will be my room from now on." Chen Ping didn't notice the maid's appearance. His eyes were attracted by her breathtaking long legs. Why does it look familiar? Seeing the maid covering her face as if she was afraid to see anyone, she thought she was afraid that he would tell others, so she comforted her. Don't worry, I won't tell others that you were sleeping in my room and being lazy, but when you leave, be quiet and don't alarm the people across the street. Li Lianying didn't expect Chen Ping to let him go so easily. He was overjoyed and immediately got out of bed and ran to the door. The moment she opened the door, Chen Ping called out to her, "Wait a moment." Chapter 34 Martial Arts Genius. Chen Ping picked up a shoe and handed it to her. "You accidentally dropped your shoe just now." Li Lianying didn't dare to look back. He reached out to take the shoes handed to him by Chen Ping, said thank you in a choked voice, and left in a hurry without even putting on his shoes. Watching Li Lianying's departing figure, Chen Ping rubbed his chin with his right hand. "Why do I always feel like I've seen these legs somewhere before?" Chen Ping shook his head, put aside the images in his mind, closed the door, lay down on the soft and still warm big bed, and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Then there was the sound of the door opening. Chen Ping thought it was Su Qingli coming in, so he quickly got up, only to find it was Su Hang. "Are you disappointed that Qingli didn't wake you up?" Su Hang glanced at Su Qingli standing outside the door, and felt secretly proud. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and blocked Chen Ping's door in advance. "Let's go, my brother is already waiting for you in the training ground." In the martial arts arena, Chen Ping was lying not far from Su Wenba, watching him demonstrate the heavenly martial arts Dailang Jin in slow motion. I could hear Su Wenba's explanations from time to time. "You must remember the formula for exerting force firmly. You cannot make any mistakes, otherwise the force will not accumulate." "No, are you really teaching me?" Chen Ping had previously thought that Su Wenba would only teach him some ordinary martial arts at first, but he didn't expect Su Wenba to be so practical and start teaching him the Su family's most valuable martial arts. Shouldn't family martial arts be kept tightly within one's own hands, for fear of passing them on to outsiders? Although he couldn't figure it out, since Su Wenba was teaching him in a practical way, he certainly couldn't be vague. The sun is so strong, let him go back and rest early. Su Wenba taught Chen Ping the basic techniques of Dailang Jin in full, and when he saw Chen Ping lying on the chair carelessly, he became furious. "Can you really learn it this way?" Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, Su Wenba asked, "Have you learned it?" Whenever Chen Ping answered that he had not learned it, he would immediately pull Chen Ping up from his chair and give him a good scolding. "How can you learn martial arts by lying down?" Unexpectedly, Chen Ping's answer was very decisive. "I learned it." Su Hang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but question, "This is the most difficult heaven-level martial art. Ordinary people might not be able to learn it even after being taught hundreds of times. How could you learn it in just one teaching?" "Yes, I feel like I have already mastered the Dailang Jin." Su Hang was amused by Chen Ping's words. "Is this your attitude towards learning martial arts? Feeling? I've never heard of anyone learning martial arts based on feeling. Learning martial arts requires being down to earth and taking one step at a time, not just relying on your feelings." Su Wenba also said in disbelief, "Chen Ping, don't be embarrassed. If you haven't learned it, then you haven't learned it. If you don't understand something, just ask me directly. At worst, I can teach you again. I really didn't lie to you. I have already learned it." Su Hang was utterly disappointed with Chen Ping. He was so arrogant. He definitely wouldn't achieve anything great in the future. He was about to scold him, but Su Wenba stopped him. Dailang Jin is a heavenly martial art. It might seem simple when you're lying down and don't see the trick, but in practice you'll find it's not the case. You'll encounter all sorts of problems. This isn't a martial art you can learn by just lying down and doing nothing. "Instructor, I really learned it. What do I have to do for you to believe me? You just hit me with the entry-level double wave power. If you have truly mastered the double wave power, there will definitely be two identical waves hitting me, and I will be able to tell the difference immediately." Hearing Su Wenba's words, Chen Ping stood up from his chair without any hesitation. He suddenly burst out with his double strength and punched Su Wenba in the waist. Two identical forces hit his waist almost at the same time, causing Su Wenba to gasp. This feeling was so right. It was indeed the double layer force that could only be unleashed after mastering the layered wave force. Seeing that Su Wenba didn't say anything, Su Hang quickly asked, "How do you feel, brother?" He must be lying. He hasn't learned the double fold force, right? After a brief silence, Su Wenba finally came to his senses. He looked at Chen Ping in disbelief and slowly shook his head. No, he didn't lie. The feeling of the second level force hitting his body is correct. He has already mastered the basics of the wave force. Brother, are you kidding me? Chen Ping is lying on the chair and he can learn it just by watching you teach him once. How is that possible? Su Hang looked at Chen Ping with shock in his eyes. Could he be the legendary 1 in a million martial arts genius? One who understands everything at a glance and master it the moment he understands it? Su Wenba, who had been shocked several times by Chen Ping's abnormal talent, said with a somewhat numb tone, I didn't quite believe it at first, but the feeling when I hit him was right. He had even mastered the double strength power so well that the two combined forces were perfectly accurate. Chen Ping, you've learned well. You've completely mastered the second layer power. Congratulations on entering the layered wave power. Chen Ping clasped his fists and thanked Su Wenba, saying, the instructor taught me well. I understood it after just one instruction. This sentence immediately made Su Wenba smile happily. I will teach you all the subsequent exercises, just lie down and watch carefully. Su Wenba very patiently demonstrated the subsequent exercises and introduced, after the Dailang Jin, there are 6 more levels, elementary, intermediate, advanced, complete, and perfect. When you practice to perfection, you will reach the Baidi Jin, which means you can burst out with 100 times your own strength. Chen Ping had already known the subsequent techniques of Dailang Jin through Su Qingli. He pretended to study seriously, but in fact his mind was completely empty. After Su Wenba finished explaining, a trace of fatigue flashed across his face, and he asked, Chen Ping, did you remember it? Chen Ping nodded slowly. Su Wenba asked a few questions and he answered them all easily. Your memory is indeed outstanding, but the technique can't be learned simply by memorizing it, you need to have a correct understanding of it. So Su Wenba asked Chen Ping about his understanding of some details. But Chen Ping's answer was still completely correct. Su Wenba scratched his head, his brain buzzing. This is a heavenly level technique. Have you learned it all already? Chen Ping now just wanted to go back to his room and lie down quietly. He yawned and said, Instructor, I think I've learned everything. If you don't have any other questions, I'll go back. Su Wenba took a deep breath. He was so shocked by Chen Ping's performance today that he felt dizzy. You've already learned it. What else can I ask? Go back and rest. I'll teach you the broken edge sword technique tomorrow. Chen Ping quickly stood up and waved goodbye to Su Wenba. After a while, Su Qingli, who had returned from martial arts practice and was sweating profusely, looked at the two people standing there in a daze and asked curiously, where is Chen Pingren? Why didn't he learn martial arts from you? Su Wenba rubbed his numb face and said, I have finished teaching the Dailang Jin technique. Chen Ping has gone back to rest. He mastered the Dailang power so quickly? Su Qingli knew Su Wenba's temper. Chen Ping would not let him go back to rest easily unless he learned from him. Well, I haven't even come to my senses yet. This kid mastered the second layer power so quickly. Not only did he master it easily, he even completely understood and memorized the subsequent techniques of the layered wave power. Nish Qingli, why do you think God is so unfair? Su Qingli looked at Su Wenba, who was already doubting his life, and fell into deep thought. Chen Ping, how high is his martial arts talent? Chapter 35 Breakthrough to the Second Level Warrior. The Wang family of Beijing North, a well-known business family in Beijing North City, built a building with more than 100 floors in the city center to show off their wealth. The exterior of the building is decorated with colorful light strips, making it the most conspicuous landmark building in the center of Beijing North City. At night, on the 101st floor of the building, Wang Rong was wearing a red gown, revealing large areas of white on her chest and back. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and black trousers poured a glass of wine and handed it to Wang Rong. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, Why do you look so unhappy, my young lady? Who has offended you? Wang Rong downed the wine in one gulp and said sullenly, It's all those Su family members. I don't know what's wrong with Su Qingli lately. He suddenly wants to learn martial arts, which is fine, but he ended up awakening an SSS level talent. I wonder how much harder it will be for my son to inherit the Su family's true teachings in the future. The middle-aged man refilled Wang Rong's glass and said nonchalantly, She's just a little girl. Why bother fighting with her? No matter how much she jumps around, she'll still have to get married and become like spilled water. The Su family will naturally understand by then that the future will depend on their own men to carry on the family business. As the only son of the Su family head, Su Tang will naturally inherit and manage everything in the Su family. Wang Rong sneered, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I was thinking the same thing at first to comfort myself, but this morning Su Wenbo suddenly accepted Chen Ping as his disciple, and then this afternoon he directly taught him the Su family's traditional martial arts, Dilangjin. What do you think this means? The middle-aged man thought for a moment, frowning and saying, is Su Wenbo planning to train Chen Ping to become the next generation head of the Su family? But he's an outsider, will the rest of the Su family agree? The middle-aged man paused. I've heard a bit about Chen Ping recently. Although he comes from a humble background, he's incredibly talented in martial arts. Not only did he score full marks on his first physical test, but he also blew a third-level martial artist's head off with a single punch the next day. It's hard to imagine how much greater his achievements would be if he came from a prominent family and had received such a good upbringing from the start. If the Su family really takes a fancy to him and marries Su Qingli to him, then it is not impossible for Chen Ping to take charge of the Su family. Wang Rong drank the wine in the glass in one gulp again, and the murderous intent in his eyes burst out without any concealment. Just today, Chen Ping single-handedly challenged almost all of the senior high school students in Beijing's martial arts department. Once Su Wenbo brings him back to the family and trains him with all his might, coupled with his own martial arts talent, he'll definitely be admitted to Beijing's martial arts university together with Su Qingli. Su Qingli already has a good impression of him, and if that happens, the pair will fall in love and get married. All my plans for so many years will be ruined. Having said that, Wang Rong sighed deeply. She grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist and gently stroked his palm with her slender and soft fingers. Brother Yongchang, you will definitely help me, right? Li Yongchang immediately grasped Wang Rong's right hand with both hands and said firmly, I am your bodyguard. As long as it is your request, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Amir Chen Ping, no matter how talented he is still only a martial artist of the first realm. I, a martial king of the fourth realm, can easily defeat him. But Chen Ping is already able to kill a third-level martial artist. I'm afraid that if he's given more time to grow, you won't be his match. Miss, you worry too much. Since I want to kill him, I will cut the Gordian knot quickly. Li Yongchang stood up and drew out a long sword. The blade was light and thin, emitting a cold metallic luster. He swung his hand casually, and the knife flashed, passing through the wineglass without causing a ripple. Li Yongchang sheathed his knife and asked Wang Rong to pick up the wineglass to check it. Wang Rong picked up the wineglass and didn't notice anything, then she gently touched the rim of the glass. Without any warning, the upper half of the wineglass slipped off and fell on the precious wool carpet, revealing a smooth cut. My sharp sword has reached perfection. With just one strike, I can cut Chen Ping's head off. Besides, my talent allows me to kill people without anyone noticing. Even if Chen Ping had been hiding in the Su family, he would not have escaped death. Before he finished speaking, Wang Rong rushed into Li Yongchang's arms and whispered in his ear, I knew you were the best to me. Li Yongchang swallowed, hugged Wang Rong tightly, and gently stroked her smooth back with his left hand. He stared at Wang Rong's slightly red cheeks and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will come to see you tomorrow with his head. The two smiled at each other, with cruel curves at the corners of their mouths. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Chen Ping thought it was Su Wenbo who called him to get up and practice martial arts, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Su Qingli in pajamas. The translucent lace pajamas revealed her fair complexion clearly in the morning sunlight, making his mouth feel dry. He quickly stood up from the bed and bent over to hide his body's reaction, pretending to be nonchalant and said, Qingli, good morning. When Su Qingli heard Chen Ping's call, her face turned red. She lowered her head and realized that her pajamas exposed her private parts. She blushed and immediately ran back to her room. Chen Ping, who hadn't seen enough, felt a little regretful. It took him a long time to suppress the restlessness of his body, and then he began to check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday. Learning results have been received, Qi and blood value 30 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 40 points. Learning results have been received, experience in practicing Dilangjin and Pafeng sword techniques. In an instant, he had a new understanding and perception of the broken edge sword technique and the layered waves force. At the same time, as the abundant Qi and blood flowed through his body, he felt an invisible shackle. If he could not break this shackle, his Qi and blood value would be stuck at 100 points and could no longer increase. Thinking that the first level breakthrough pill needed to break through to the second level warrior was worth 10 million, Chen Ping touched his empty pocket and couldn't afford it at all. Is it possible to wait for Su Qingli to break through to the second level of warrior? The host's Qi and health value has been detected to have reached 110 points, which has reached the realm breakthrough requirement. The host is being helped to break through. Suddenly, the invisible shackles on his body broke, and the blood and energy in his body were like a flood that broke through the obstacles and became even more turbulent. Holy shit, the system can automatically help him break through the realm? The realm breakthrough has been completed. The host can continue to copy and increase the health value of the bound object. This system is really afraid that he will just lie there every day for nothing and not increase his chi and health points? So thoughtful. After giving a thumbs up to the system in his heart, Chen Ping got up, washed up, and went downstairs to the restaurant. Su Hang was sitting at the dining table leisurely reading a newspaper. Noticing Chen Ping coming, he took the initiative to greet him affably. "Xiao Chun, you must be hungry after just waking up. Come and have dinner." Chen Ping was stunned by the address of Xiao Chun, but he didn't say anything. He was about to find a seat to sit down, but unexpectedly Su Hang patted the seat next to him. "Come sit next to me and talk to me." Chen Ping felt embarrassed to refuse Su Hang's request, so he sat next to him. Before Chen Ping could even sit down, Su Hang's next words made him feel uneasy. "Xiao Chen, what do you think of my daughter?" Chapter 36 Promise. Chen Ping almost spit out the bird's nest porridge he had just drunk. He coughed violently a few times and took a big gulp of hot milk before he recovered. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "I think it's good, but we are still young." Before he could finish his words, Su Hang interrupted him. "You are the same age as my daughter, and you are already an adult, not a child anymore. As early as a few years ago, some people wanted to propose marriage to me, but I rejected them all. Do you know why?" "Why?" Su Hang showed a mysterious smile, but did not explain. Instead, he paused for a moment, fixed his eyes on Chen Ping and asked, "If they come to propose marriage again, will you let Su Qingli refuse or agree?" Chen Ping said without hesitation, "Of course I refuse." The decisive answer made Su Hang very satisfied. This kid really liked his daughter. However, considering that Chen Ping was rather thin-skinned, Su Hang did not continue the topic, but instead talked about the interesting things that happened in Su Qingli's childhood. She can't sleep when it's raining and thundering, and can only fall asleep in her father's arms. She likes to raise little white rabbits, but she loves to keep them clean, and each one died from bathing too much. The longest-lived one only lived for 9 days. When she sees other children with mothers, she will ask where her mother is. When Su Qingli's mother was mentioned, Su Hang suddenly fell silent. A trace of grief and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He sighed and said, "It was me who failed to protect her mother." Chen Ping asked curiously, "Isn't Su Qingli's biological mother Wang Rong?" Su Hang's face froze, and he shook his head. "No, she is Su Qingli's stepmother, and Su Tang is her biological son. It's all my fault. When my eldest brother was injured, I was in a hurry to go to Beastabis to help, so I didn't go back to her parents' home with Su Qingli's mother. By the time I received the news, her whole family had been killed by the demon god cult. Su Qingli was only 1 month old at the time, so she stayed at the Su family with a nanny, and thus escaped the disaster. But she lost her mother at such a young age." Su Hang's voice choked up a bit when he spoke, and Chen Ping comforted him. "What happened in the past cannot be changed. Let the past go with the wind like smoke. It feels strange coming out of your mouth." After being interrupted by Chen Ping, Su Hang recovered from his sadness and said with a smile, "But it's quite effective." Now that things had come to this, Chen Ping took the opportunity to ask the question that had been on his mind for a long time. "Uncle Su, why did you choose a narrow-minded and vindictive woman like Wang Rong to be Su Qingli's stepmother? You are so direct, but you are not wrong." Su Hang picked up a cup of hot tea, blew away the steam, took a sip, and then explained the whole story. "Not long after Su Qingli's mother died, the Wang family approached me and said that if I agreed to marry the eldest daughter, Wang Rong, they would give us a large sum of money and help us through this difficult time. Although the Su family suffered heavy losses from the demon god cult at that time, I still refused. But not long after, I was ambushed by members of the demon god cult on my way home and nearly died. Although I escaped in the end, my martial arts skills were completely lost, and I became a cripple. At this time, the Wang family came to my door again and told me that the eldest and third sons of the Su family were fighting monsters in the Beast Abyss. The Su family now has no masters to defend it and may be destroyed by the demon god cult at any time. As long as I agree to marry Wang Rong, they will send experts from the clan to protect the Su family." I thought about it for a long time, and thinking of my clan members and the infant Su Qingli, I had no choice but to agree to their request. Chen Ping didn't expect that there was such a story behind it, and he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Su Qingli. Although she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, her mother was killed and her father was deposed when she was young. She must not feel good about it, right? At this time, Su Qingli came down from upstairs and took over Su Hang's words, saying, "My father married Wang Rong only as a temporary measure. He had no intention of sleeping with Wang Rong. But Wang Rong, this unscrupulous woman, secretly drugged my father's tea, and soon she became pregnant with Su Tang. At that time, my uncle had already sensed the Wang family's evil ambitions. They wanted to gradually swallow up the Su family. So after the beast abyss was stabilized, he returned home from the demon suppression pass and drove all the Wang family members out. He then stayed at home, watching over Wang Rong and her son, and made sure the Wang family didn't dare to act rashly." Qin Ping, who had watched many political dramas, smelled a conspiracy and speculated, "Everything that happened is too coincidental. Could it be that the Wang family staged this all themselves?" Su Qingli and Su Hang looked at each other, neither of them answered. Finally, Su Qingli said, "We suspected it, but we never found any evidence. Now that the demon god cult has made a comeback, perhaps we can get some information out of it." Qin Ping said seriously, "If I get the chance, I will definitely get to the bottom of this and avenge you. Okay, in return, I can agree to any request you make." Su Qingli winked at Qin Ping playfully. This time Su Hang didn't say anything, just took another sip of hot tea and left silently. The two people who were alone looked at each other and did not talk. Instead, they lowered their heads and quickly finished their breakfast. Then they stood up almost at the same time and said, "I'm full. Then let's go to the training ground together?" After a while, the two men arrived at the martial arts training ground, one in front and the other behind. At this time, Su Wenbo was standing in front of the mirror with a knife in his hand, concentrating with his eyes closed, exuding an aura of majesty without anger. Su Qingli did not find a training room to practice alone like she did yesterday, but stood not far away and watched. She wanted to see for herself whether what her father and uncle said yesterday was true. Did Qin Ping really know it at first sight? Was there really such an exceptional genius in this world? Even for her, it would take a day of practice and personal instruction from Su Wenbo before she could master the Dailang power. It was impossible for her to learn it just by watching it once. Su Wenbo suddenly opened his eyes. This time, he no longer explained the key points of the swordsmanship in slow motion like he did yesterday. Instead, he quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and in less than 5 minutes, he had performed a full set of broken-edge swordsmanship. He was confident that the broken-edge sword technique had infinite variations. No matter how high your comprehension was, it was impossible to fully grasp its essence after just one look. At most, you could only learn some superficial techniques. This time Su Wenbo did not speak actively. He waited for Qin Ping to come forward and ask about the secrets of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, what he waited for was Qin Ping's words, "Instructor, I learned it. Is there anything else? Have you learned it again?" Su Wenbo looked at Qin Ping in amazement. What the hell was he seeing? Can you learn all this by watching it once? Qin Ping, lying on the chair, did not explain, but stood up and walked to Su Wenbo and took the long knife from his hand. "I'll only use it once, instructor, please watch carefully." A strange feeling emerged from Su Wenbo's heart. Why did Tiangang suddenly turn against him? Chapter 37 Wang Rong returns home. The moment Qin Ping grasped the long sword, his whole aura changed. He was nonchalant in the previous second, and exuded an extremely domineering aura in the next second, like a peerless swordsman. The broken-edge sword technique emphasizes being indestructible and unbreakable. The broken-edge sword technique displayed by Qin Ping is more sharp than Su Wenbo's. Every silver light of the sword that passes through the air exudes a heart-pounding coldness. Su Wenbo stared at Qin Ping's every move, trying to find any fault, but after watching for a long time, he couldn't find any mistakes. Not only that, the charm of Qin Ping's swordsmanship has completely hit the mark of breaking the edge, at least reaching the elementary stage. The broken-edge sword technique is at least an earth-level martial art. Not only did you learn it after just one look, but you also skipped the entry level and went straight to the beginner level? Su Wenbo no longer understood Qin Ping at all. Just how talented is this kid in martial arts? If he had been invested with sufficient resources to cultivate him since childhood, how terrifying would his strength be now? Su Qingli's beautiful eyes were always fixed on Qin Ping's figure swinging the sword. The way and charm of Qin Ping's sword always made her feel familiar, as if she was swinging the sword herself, but Qin Ping was much stronger than her in both sword power and speed. Su Qingli finally thought of a suitable word to describe it. Seeing Qin Ping was like seeing a stronger version of herself. But she couldn't practice the broken-edge sword technique to such a level after watching her uncle demonstrate it once. It seemed that what her uncle and father said yesterday was right. Qin Ping was indeed a rare martial arts genius. He could learn it at a glance and could not be guessed by common sense. After seeing how powerful Qin Ping was, Su Qingli was not discouraged. Instead, a strong desire to fight burned in his heart. The stronger the opponent, the greater the sense of accomplishment he would feel after defeating him. She didn't stop to watch and turned to walk towards her training room. At this time, Qin Ping had just finished performing a set of broken-edge sword techniques, and the long sword was sheathed, making a crisp buzzing sound. Bang bang bang! Su Wenbo kept clapping for him, which made Qin Ping feel a little embarrassed. After a long while, Su Wenbo stopped, took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to him. This is the martial arts secret manual of the broken blade technique. After you memorize it, burn it. Never let anyone see it. If you have any problems with your cultivation, come to me. Su Wenbo paused before saying, with your aptitude, you will eventually reach perfection. But remember, don't use it to bully the weak or commit evil. Otherwise, I will be the first to forgive you. Then he took out a bottle of qi and blood pills from his arms and handed it to Qin Ping, but Qin Ping pushed it back. I'm now a second-level warrior, and first-level qi and blood pills are no longer effective on me. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wenbo was stunned. He must have heard it right. Qin Ping had just transferred to the military department and it had been less than 3 days, but he had already broken through from a first-level warrior to a second-level warrior? He reached out and grabbed Qin Ping's wrist, feeling the flow of blood and qi in Qin Ping's body. Feeling Qin Ping's wildly surging blood and energy, Su Wenbo was stunned. This level of blood and energy must be achieved only by a warrior of the second realm. It is impossible for a warrior of the first realm to have such strong qi and blood. Have you taken the realm-breaking pill? Qin Ping shook his head in denial. How could I afford a realm-breaking pill? I just slept for a while and found out I had a breakthrough this morning. Can you break through on your own without even taking the realm-breaking pill? Su Wenbo never expected that Qin Ping could even break the iron rule of the martial arts world. If this were to get out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Who else knows about this? I only told you, the instructor. No one else knows. You've just entered the martial arts world and you might not know it yet. It's common knowledge that only by using a realm-breaking pill can you reach the next level of martial arts. But this common sense doesn't apply to you. If this gets out, do you know what will happen? Hearing Su Wenbo say this, Qin Ping felt a chill down his spine. You will be captured and studied by a group of martial arts lunatics. They will cut open your heart, spleen, stomach, kidneys, and even every part of your skin and meridians. They will do anything to find the secret of your breakthrough without taking the realm-breaking pill. I understand. I won't tell anyone else. Su Wenbo warned again, you must not expose this matter, otherwise there will be no place for you in the martial arts world. Instructor, don't worry. I will be careful and will never be exposed. Qin Ping said with a serious face, then turned and left. Looking at Qin Ping's departing back, Su Wenbo could no longer maintain his solemn expression. Fuck, this is such a monster, is he going to let me live? Su Wenbo grabbed his hair with both hands, his eyes were empty, and his long-held belief in himself as a genius completely collapsed. Since he was a child, he has been called a genius by everyone. Both his training speed and martial arts talent are far superior to his peers. He is known to be invincible at the same level, and challenging those of higher levels is commonplace. But compared to Qin Ping, he felt like an ordinary person. Not only is he born with supernatural powers and amazing willpower, but he can also learn heavenly martial arts at a glance. What's even more exaggerated is that he can break through the realm just by sleeping, without even having to take realm-breaking pills. Even his third brother, who was known as the strongest god of war, was far from being able to do it. No wonder Zhou Mei recommended him to me as a disciple and asked me to bring him home and train him well. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. Such a monster might really be able to break the shackles that humans cannot overcome. At the gate of Su's manor, Wang Rong got out of the car with a group of servants. She wore delicate makeup and walked in front of everyone. The servants behind were carrying large and small bags, and their expressions were cautious, for fear of upsetting the young lady. Wang Rong walked briskly in her high heels, and the maids around her bowed to her when they saw her. She raised her head slightly, pretending to be the mistress of the Su family, and walked around the Su family manor to let everyone know that she was back. Only when the servants who followed her were exhausted and sweating did she return to her residence in the Su family with satisfaction. As soon as he entered the door, Su Teng came up to him with a sad face. "Mom, you are finally back." Seeing his son like this, Wang Rong didn't know what had happened. He asked angrily, "Did Chen Ping bully you again?" Su Teng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Mom, please persuade Dad and Uncle. Chen Ping is going too far." Wang Ronggang didn't want to listen to her son's complaints when she returned home. She knew everything that had happened at home in the past 2 days, and she was also very troubled when she saw this disappointing son. "I'll talk to them. These are things Mom bought for you. You can take them back." When Su Teng heard that his mother had bought him something again, his eyes immediately lit up and he ran to check. "It's all my fault. I spoiled him," Wang Rong said to a middle-aged man next to her. Li Yongchang, dressed like a servant, his hair meticulously combed back, glanced at Su Teng's cheerful expression and said comfortingly, "He's still young. He'll grow more sensible when he gets older. Tell me where Chen Ping lives, and I'll take care of him tonight." Chapter 38 Dreaming. At dinner time, Chen Ping feasted on a table full of delicious dishes. Su Teng tried to speak up and cause trouble several times, but Wang Rong glared back at him. Su Hang and Su Wenbo looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. They didn't expect that Wang Rong's attitude towards Chen Ping would change so much when he returned home this time. Su Qingli's gaze jumped back and forth between Chen Ping and Wang Rong, her eyes rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chen Ping, who was in the center of everyone's attention, was eating happily, as if he didn't notice their gazes. No one spoke a word until the end of dinner. After eating, Chen Ping was about to return to his room when Wang Rong finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother Chen, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it to heart." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tang, who was sitting next to Wang Rong, immediately looked unhappy. What his mother meant was that Chen Ping was going to let the matter of him kneeling down and kowtow to call him grandpa in public be forgotten? He was about to object, but Wang Rong twisted his thigh hard. In pain, he had no choice but to shut his mouth. Chen Ping did not reply immediately, but looked at Su Qingli. Seeing that she was silent and her eyes were calm, she seemed to let him make his own decision. Chen Ping was of course extremely disgusted with a dandy boy like Su Tang who loved to stir up trouble and couldn't afford to lose. But Wang Rong, as a mother, not only did not discipline him but let him go on his own and even tried to kill him through the principle. Chen Ping hated him even more. If he were just an ordinary person, he would have died under the principal's sword long ago. Of course, forgiveness was impossible. Chen Ping looked at Wang Rong and said, "You know perfectly well whether what happened before was a misunderstanding or not. If my strength hadn't exceeded your expectations, I would be buried in peace by now. Don't worry, Chen Ping, I have already warned her. She will never do anything to harm you again." Su Hang spoke up to resolve the grudge between the two. Su Qingli suddenly put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm full." Then she turned and left without looking back. Is this asking him not to care about her face? Chen Ping immediately understood what Su Qingli meant, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Without Su Qingli, he became more direct. "Uncle Su, you understand without me having to say it. What happened between Wang Rong and me is no longer a simple misunderstanding. I am blocking her way." Su Hang's face darkened. He certainly knew what Chen Ping meant. Once Chen Ping and Su Qingli got married, Wang Rong would completely lose the possibility of controlling the Su family. She couldn't just watch this happen. In other words, the relationship between Wang Rong and Chen Ping has now become a deadlock. Unless Wang Rong gives up the idea of plotting against the Su family, the conflict between the two will sooner or later break out. "I'm full too, I'm leaving." Before leaving, Su Wenbo gave Su Hang a look that said, "You can do whatever you want." Su Hang sighed and said, "I'm old and don't want to get involved in your affairs. You can solve it yourselves." Then he left his seat. Chen Ping understood what Su Wenbo and Su Hang meant and put the decision-making power in his hands. But why were these two people looking at him strangely? What he meant was that if Wang Rong wanted to annex the Su family, he would definitely stop him. Wouldn't this be equivalent to blocking Wang Rong's way? At this moment, Wang Rong's smile remained unchanged. He pretended not to understand and said, "Brother Chen Ping, you are not blocking my way. You must have misunderstood. You know best whether I have any misunderstanding or not. I'm leaving now after I'm full. You guys take your time eating." Chen Ping didn't want to have a meaningless argument with Wang Rong. Now his strength was not strong enough. Facing a behemoth like the Wang family, it was not the time to fall out. But if there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would definitely not let Wang Rong and her son go. All those who threatened his future peaceful life must be eliminated. Seeing Chen Ping leave without arguing with her, Wang Rong became more wary of him. This young man was more mature and calm than she had imagined. Originally, she wanted to apologize in person so that Chen Ping would relax his guard, and after the deed was done, other people in the Su family would not immediately suspect her. As a result, Chen Ping seemed to have seen through her intentions from the beginning and directly pointed out the conflict between the two. Once she attacked Chen Ping tonight, everyone in the Su family would suspect her first. The reactions of the three members of the Su family made her secretly shocked. She didn't expect that after being away from home for 2 days, Su Wenbo and Su Heng both stood on Chen Ping's side. They had no intention of mediating and instead let Chen Ping make the decision himself. What kind of magic potion had Chen Ping fed them these past 2 days? This guy was more resourceful than she had imagined. Mom, why did you keep winking at me and pinching me just now? Couldn't you even let me say a word? Seeing that everyone had left, Su Teng finally couldn't help but speak. Son, don't ask. Mom won't harm you, and she won't let you suffer any loss. Wang Rong clenched his right hand, murderous intent filling his heart. Only when Chen Ping dies will Tanger's position not be threatened, and when Su Qingli gets married, everything will return to normal. Even if taking action tonight would make the Su family suspicious of her, she didn't care. No matter how much Su Heng and Su Wenbo like Chen Ping, when a person dies, it is like a light goes out. The dead person will no longer have any value. For the sake of the Wang family, they should not pursue the matter further. To put it bluntly, a low-class person will have no one to collect his body when he dies. Wang Rong looked calm as usual. He turned to Su Teng and said, "Go back to your room and get some rest. Get a good night's sleep. Maybe something good will happen tomorrow." "Okay, mother, you should rest early too." Wang Rong walked to a corridor and found Li Yongchang mopping the floor. He whispered, "Let's do it tonight. After you're done, leave Jingbei and stay out of the spotlight." "Why would you hide from the spotlight when you killed an ordinary person with no background? Just listen to me. Come back when the storm is over. I'll give you whatever you want then." Li Yongchang chuckled, "I grew up with you, you know what I want most." Of course Wang Rong knew what Li Yongchang wanted most. Li Yongchang is a descendant of the family guards. He was chosen by the family to be her guard at a very young age. The two fell in love with each other over time and even developed an underground love affair. He was not only loyal to her, but also very capable and helped her deal with many troubles. What Li Yongchang wanted most was to be with her forever. "Once I have complete control over the Su family, no one will be able to hinder us anymore." "Okay, I'll wait for that day to come." After Wang Rong left, Li Yongchang slowly cleaned the corridor and then hid in a room to wait for the opportunity. Late at night, there is no one in the quiet corridor, only the pale moonlight tells of the loneliness of the night. Li Yongchang pushed open the door. His footsteps were light and fast. In a short while, he arrived at Chen Ping's door. He looked at the tightly closed door and activated his S-level spiritual talent, entering a dream. Chapter 39 Chen Ping's Dream. Li Yongchang's talent for entering dreams allows him to ignore terrain obstacles and enter the dreams of people within a range of 50 meters, but the closer the distance, the better the effect, so he went directly to Chen Ping's door to ensure that everything was safe. The distance of less than 10 meters allowed him to enter Chen Ping's dream very smoothly. At this moment, in Chen Ping's dream, Chen Ping was lying on the sunny beach, drinking a cool and refreshing ice drink, feeling the sea breeze, and feeling so happy. A pair of white hands moved slowly on his shoulders, like massaging or stroking. Li Yongchang saw very clearly that the owner of the little hand was Su Qingli, the young lady of the Su family. Accompanied by beautiful women on the sun and beach, this boy really knows how to enjoy himself in his dreams. But that's all. Li Yongchang snapped his fingers, and in an instant the sunlight disappeared, and the beach turned into a cemetery. Chen Ping fell into a coffin, and the beautiful woman behind him, who was as soft as jade, turned into cold, dry bones. Scream in fear. This is Li Yongchang's favorite moment, controlling other people's dreams and weaving fear and despair. But he did not hear the expected scream. Instead, a roar came from the coffin. "Who the hell is so wicked as to turn off my light?" Chen Ping jumped out of the coffin and looked at the overgrown graveyard around him. His mood became even worse. "I was enjoying a nice sunbath, who the hell turned my beach into a graveyard?" He glanced around angrily and found a strange middle-aged man standing not far away, looking a little overwhelmed. "Hey, did you do this?" There is a short circuit in Li Yongchang's brain. Normal people are unconscious and confused in dreams and are easily affected by dreams. Why does this freak Chen Ping look so awake? Are you sleeping or not? Seeing Chen Ping rushing towards him, Li Yongchang pulled out the knife from behind. The moonlight reflected on the blade, emitting a cold light. His talent for entering dreams not only allows him to control other people's dreams, but also to kill people in dreams. Once someone is killed in a dream, they will die immediately in reality. Fuck, you have no martial ethics, you draw your sword and bully me when I'm unarmed, right? Chen Ping paused, looked around, and also wanted to find a weapon. Li Yongchang snorted coldly, and a trap suddenly appeared under Chen Ping's feet, clamping his ankle tightly. Now let me see how you can. Before he could even utter the word run, Li Yongchang was stunned by what he saw next. Chen Ping squatted down, used both hands to force the trap open. The broken and bleeding ankle healed rapidly and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Everything that happens in the dream comes from the body's subconscious mind. That is, in Chen Ping's subconscious mind, he has extremely strong recovery ability. Could it be that Chen Ping has awakened a talent for recovery? Li Yongchang's face changed. The recovery talent had a great restraint on his dreaming talent. His talent for entering dreams is not without limits. Although he can control other people's dreams, every time he changes a dream, it consumes his mental energy, and he cannot use dreams themselves to kill people. If he created fire or seawater to burn or drown Chen Ping would wake up in reality the next moment and it would be impossible to kill him. Only if Chen Ping is killed in his dream by a blade condensed from spiritual power, will Chen Ping die in his sleep. But every time he used the knife, he consumed a huge amount of mental energy. If he failed to kill Chen Ping with one blow, a lot of his mental energy would have been wasted. In the past, after he entered a person's dream, he would simply change the dream to make the other person afraid. Then he would use the dream to trap the other person and kill them with one knife. But Chen Ping's performance was completely beyond his expectations. The man seemed to have no fear at all. Instead of running away, he raised his fists and rushed towards him. His tactics failed. After changing the dream twice, Chen Ping has not been defeated yet. His mental power is now only half. We can't delay any longer, we must end it quickly. Li Yongchang raised his knife and aimed at Chen Ping's neck, wanting to chop off Chen Ping's head with one blow. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, you can't grow a new head. He rushed towards Chen Ping fiercely, pouring most of his mental power into the blade, vowing to kill Chen Ping with one blow. No matter how brave you are, if I cut you with this knife, your body will be torn into pieces. Li Yongchang's knife was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Chen Ping. The cold light on the blade even made Chen Ping feel a slight pain. Then he stretched out his left hand to grab the knife, and then punched Li Yongchang hard with his right hand. A powerful force exploded in Li Yongchang's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. He stared at Chen Ping's hand holding the blade, and said in disbelief, "How could you possibly hold my knife? It's easy. I can do it as long as I concentrate." Chen Ping grinned, looking harmless. "When you just hurt me with the trap, you reminded me that this is not only my dream world but also my spiritual world. You can change my dreams, why can't I?" Under Li Yongchang's horrified gaze, the sun once again enveloped the earth, the sound of waves came again, and even waves hit his ankles. The wet feeling was extremely real. Just now, he lost control of Chen Ping's dream. It was as if an invisible knife had directly severed the connection between him and Chen Ping's dream. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, Chen Ping's mental power is stronger than his. How come your mental strength is so strong? Li Yongchang understood that it seemed that Chen Ping had grabbed his blade, but in fact, Chen Ping had blocked his knife with his hand. The mental power Chen Ping concentrated in his left hand was stronger than the blade of his sword, and he couldn't cut through it at all. Chen Ping grabbed Li Yongchang by the collar and asked, "Who sent you here? Was it Wang Rong?" Li Yongchang spat a mouthful of blood foam at Chen Ping, but it was blocked by an invisible membrane and fell straight to the ground. Even if you don't admit it, your psychic talent is definitely limited in scope. Let me guess, you're not standing in front of my door right now, are you? This is the Su family. If I wake up and yell randomly, you don't think you can escape, do you? A strong sense of fear surged into Li Yongchang's heart. He regretted very much that he had acted rashly without finding out Chen Ping's background. He thought that no matter how talented he was just a martial artist of the first level and could not make any difference. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him was far more powerful and intelligent than he had imagined. You are obviously only a first-level warrior. How could you possibly possess a stronger spiritual power than my fourth-level martial king? Chen Ping did not explain. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared on the sea level in the distance, and a setting sun appeared out of thin air above the horizon. When the sun sinks completely below the sea level, that will be the day you die. Also, I'm a second-level warrior now, not a first-level warrior. Just broke through today. Chapter 40 Show of Hands. I won't tell you. It's useless for you to threaten me. As the sun sank into the sea, Qin Ping raised the knife formed by Li Yongchang's spiritual power and pierced his heart. Li Yongchang remained silent throughout the entire process. He stared at Qin Ping coldly and said, "This is all a dream, not reality. You can't kill me in my dreams." As Li Yongchang's figure disappeared, the sun shone on the earth again. The sun rose as usual and everything returned to normal. At the same time, Li Yongchang, who was standing outside the door, fell heavily to the ground. He was gasping for breath, but he was not dead. Someone had heard the noise and rushed over. He failed in his mission, and if he was captured alive, he would only be a burden to Wang Rong. Li Yongchang finally looked back in the direction of Wang Rong's room, then pulled out the knife from behind and committed suicide. The Su family guards who rushed over saw the corpse on the ground and immediately went to wake up Su Wenbo. Late at night, the hall of the Su family's main building was as bright as day. After recounting everything he had experienced in his dream, Qin Ping looked at Su Wenbo, whose face was ashen, and asked, "Instructor, what do you think of this?" "You'll have to ask Wang Rong about this." Su Wenbo stared at Wang Rong, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his eyes, but it was well hidden. A Su family guard said, "I've seen him before. He's the servant that Madam brought back yesterday. He's a stranger, I've never seen him before." At this time, a masked guard rushed back from outside the hall and bowed to Su Hang, saying, "Master, we have investigated clearly. This man is Li Yongchang, Madam's guard at the Wang family. He only takes orders from Madam. Wang Rong, do you have anything to say?" Su Hang found that he had underestimated Wang Rong's cruelty. Although he had warned her repeatedly, he still couldn't stop her from continuing to attack Qin Ping. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Su family and she had some reservations, Qin Ping would definitely have been in great danger. He is so unscrupulous while he is still alive. If he dies one day, who knows what Wang Rong can do? I'm afraid he even dares to kill Su Qingli. Such a cruel and ruthless woman must not stay in the Su family anymore. Su Hang, determined, stood up and asked Wang Rong, "Why aren't you talking? Are you mute?" Wang Rong sneered. Now that things had come to this, she knew that denial was futile. She could only blame herself for trusting Li Yongchang too much, thinking that he would never fail. It was really laughable that a fourth-level martial king couldn't even deal with a first-level martial artist. She sacrificed so much of her looks and said so many sweet words, but ended up messing things up like this. What a useless piece of trash. Now that things have come to this, will you believe me no matter how much I say? Wang Rong simply gave up and laid her cards on the table. There's no need to act like you're going to accuse me. I'm giving you a choice. Do you want me, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, or a useless nobody? Today, it's either me or him. How do you weigh the pros and cons? I don't need to teach you, do I? Su Wenbo and Su Hang looked at each other. Although there was no verbal communication, as brothers, they understood each other's meaning just by exchanging glances. Su Qingli sat next to Qin Ping, wearing a white casual suit and a ponytail on her head. Her face was not made up at all, but it was still simple and pure, without any flaws. She smiled at Qin Ping, as if telling him not to worry, which made Qin Ping feel warm inside. He knew his own value. No matter how talented a second-level warrior was, he could not compare to the value of a young lady from a top family. He could fully understand if the Su family chose Wang Rong. But the reluctance in his heart still told him that he hoped the Su family would choose him. In the past 2 days, Su Wenbo taught him patiently. Although Su Hang's attitude towards him was not very nice sometimes, he could feel that it was the strictness of an elder who had high hopes for an outstanding junior, rather than simple malice. Not to mention Su Qingli, he felt a sense of intimacy as if he was getting along with the girl next door, which made him feel very relaxed. He had just felt a sense of home and warmth in this strange world and didn't want to leave in such a mess. Wang Rong looked at the silent Su Wenbo and Su Hang with a confident smile. This problem is even simpler than 1 + 1 in kindergarten. There is no need to even think about it. Her value is far greater than Qin Ping's. Su Tang also stood behind his mother at this time and joined in, "Father, uncle, wherever mother goes, I will go. You won't choose an outsider to stay in the Su family, right?" At this time, even Qin Ping thought that Su Hang would definitely not give up his biological son. After all, blood is thicker than water, and his biological son must be much more important than him. But what Qin Ping didn't expect was that Su Hang's face suddenly darkened. I don't have a son like you who can't tell right from wrong. You've been spoiled by your mother since you were little. You always ask her for everything you need. Over time, you've developed an arrogant and extravagant personality. But you also listen to her in everything, becoming a mama's boy with no opinion of your own. Wherever mother goes, I go. Such words should not appear in the mouths of men in our Su family. Su Tang was stunned by Su Hongduan's harsh reprimand. He stared blankly at his father Su Hang, feeling very panicked inside. He always thought that he behaved well in front of his father and was the image of a filial son. He didn't expect that in his father's eyes, he was so unbearable. At this moment, Su Tang really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing Su Hang speak so harshly of Su Tang, Wang Rong immediately stood up and said unyieldingly, "No matter what, he's your own flesh and blood. How could you degrade him so badly for an outsider? As a mother, am I wrong to dote on my child? Is there anything wrong with a child listening to their mother? What father would be so ungrateful as you?" Su Hang sneered, "I used to hold the naive idea that we are all family and should understand and tolerate each other. But Wang Rong, you are too cruel. I really cannot understand or forgive you." Su Tang himself made a bet with Qin Ping, saying that the loser would have to kneel down and kowtow to him and call him master. And you, because Su Tang lost, wanted to use the principle to get rid of him. Qin Ping has done nothing wrong from beginning to end, yet you have tried to kill him twice in a row. Do you rely on your status as the eldest daughter of the Wang family to have the power of life and death at will? I tell you, everyone can see clearly who is right and who is wrong. Wang Rong sneered, "A lowly person from the lower class who dares to offend my son deserves death. How noble is the reputation of our royal bloodline? How can a lowly person sully it?" Su Hang closed his eyes, not wanting to argue with this unreasonable and vicious woman in front of him anymore. Let's vote. Those who choose Wang Rong to stay, please raise your hands. Only Su Tang raised his hand. Those who choose Qin Ping to stay, please raise your hands. Chapter 41 Zhou Mei's Visit. Su Qingli, Su Wenba and Su Hang raised their hands almost at the same time, supporting Qin Ping to stay. The scene before her made Wang Rong curse angrily, "Are you all crazy? You chose a poor boy from a lowly family instead of the wealthy Wang family? Shut up, what lowly poor boy? His name is Qin Ping, and he's my apprentice, Su Wenba." Wang Rong was furious. She had begged Su Wenba countless times over the years, but she had failed to convince him to accept his son Su Tang as his apprentice. Why would Qin Ping, a stranger I'd only known for a few days, be so good? She finally understood that the Wang family had raised a few ungrateful people over the years, and each of them was ungrateful and had completely failed the Wang family's help over the years. I declare that from today on, our Wang family will withdraw the resources and support we provide to your Su family. Without the Wang family's help, I wonder how long your Su family can survive. Son, let's go. This family treats us like outsiders. We might as well not stay. Wang Rong left angrily with Su Tang. When she arrived at the gate of Su's manor, she found that no one came out to keep her. "Just wait for me, sooner or later you'll be crying and begging me to come back." Watching Wang Rong's departing figure, Li Lianying emerged from the shadows. Things are becoming increasingly interesting. I must return immediately to report to the leader. The relationship between the Wang and Su families has completely broken down. Perhaps I can exploit this. Qin Ping felt it was a little unreal that the three members of the Su family actually chose to let him stay. Don't big families prioritize whoever can bring greater benefits? Why does this rule break down when it comes to him? Su Qingli smiled at Qin Ping and said, "Don't worry, we will never choose to let Wang Rong stay, whether now or in the future. On the one hand, it's because Wang Rong is ambitious and has always wanted to swallow up the Su family. He is our enemy. On the other hand, Sister Zhou Mei, uncle, father, and I all firmly believe that in the future, your value will far exceed that of the Wang family." Su Wenba came over and put his arm around Qin Ping's shoulders. "You haven't realized it yet because you haven't been to the beast abyss and witnessed the cruelty and terror of the monsters with your own eyes. When the beast tide breaks out, people like Wang Rong will run away the fastest, not to mention a merchant family like the Wang family who takes selfishness to the extreme. They will never fight to protect China. Perhaps he surrendered to the enemy as soon as the battle began. The backbone of China's future depends on young people like you, who have justice in their hearts and passion in their bones. Jinping didn't expect Su Wenhua to have such a high opinion of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. But he quickly came to his senses. He was so moved that he almost forgot his original intention. Lying down is his lifelong pursuit and belief. He will not sacrifice his life to protect China. Instructor, you overestimate me. If I can't beat you, I will run away. Su Wenhua was not angry, but laughed out loud. If you can run away, we will all be very happy. Su Hang also walked up to Jinping and said, don't get us wrong. If one day China can no longer hold on, don't fight to the death. Run away decisively. Only by surviving can there be hope. Well, we all hope that you can live well. Su Qingli looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Jinping's nose felt a little sour. Thank you. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Jinping opened his eyes and began to check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday. It's another experience in practicing Dailang Jin and Pufeng swordsmanship. Well, my understanding of swordsmanship and Dailang Jin has been improved again. The Qi and health value increased by another 40 points, which is great. After calculating Su Qingli's Qi and health value, she should have reached 100 points, and she could break through to the second-level warrior. That's right, keep working hard. At this rate, it won't take many days to break through to the 500 points of Qi and health required to become a third-level martial artist. Jinping stretched himself, put on his clothes, walked to the door, opened it and said, the door is not locked, just come in next time. Today, Su Qingli is wearing a white training suit and has a ponytail tied at the back of her head, looking full of energy. My dad told me yesterday that I shouldn't just go into a boy's room. Otherwise, I might see things I shouldn't. I'm not like other boys. There's nothing I shouldn't see. Su Qingli remembered that Jinping suddenly stood up yesterday, revealing his muscular upper body. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Who said there is no more? Then he ran away like a flash. Jinping came to the restaurant and a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Good morning, Jinping. If you don't come down for breakfast, I'm going to eat it all. Zhou Mei turned half of her face to the side, with a charming curve at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Mei was wearing a V-neck top today, and Jinping was standing at an angle that allowed him to see the bottomless ravine. Bathed in the bright morning sunshine, Jinping felt a little hot. What a witch! Zhou Mei, why did you suddenly come to Su's house? Zhou Mei devoured a crab roe soup dumpling in one bite, revealing a happy expression as if she was enjoying the food. Of course I'm here to get some free breakfast. No, of course I have something important to tell you. Jinping sat next to Su Qingli, glanced at the breakfast on the table which had been mostly eaten, and then looked at Zhou Mei's flat belly. He wondered where all the food went. Su Qingli snatched a tray of dumplings from Zhou Mei and handed it to Jinping. Eat quickly, or she'll eat them all. Jinping looked at Su Qingli, who looked as if she was facing a great enemy, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. No matter how much Zhou Mei could eat, it was impossible for her to eat up the entire table of breakfast, right? In the time it took me to be distracted, half of the breakfast on the table was gone. At this time, Zhou Mei's eyes fell on the dumplings in front of him. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I'll eat it. Jinping immediately picked up a steamed bun with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Only when she saw Jinping start to eat did Zhou Mei's gaze reluctantly turn away. Breakfast should have taken at least 10 minutes, but Jinping finished it in just 3 minutes. Because Zhou Mei ate up all the breakfast, even the vinegar for dipping the dumplings. Jinping, who had barely eaten half his fill, asked, Zhou Mei, are you full? I'm almost full, can I have more food? Jinping was stunned. Zhou Mei ate most of the meal that was usually enough for 6 people by herself. She even said she wasn't full. How big is her appetite? Su Qingli smiled and said, I'm not full either. Can you ask the kitchen to add 2 more dishes? 2 isn't enough. I'll eat 8, you 2, and 10 should be enough. Jinping coughed and added, even if I add 2 more, I'm still not full. Okay, then add 12 more dishes. The maid standing by and serving almost dropped her jaw in shock after hearing the conversation between the few people. There are only 12 dishes on the table. Are they going to be served again? Chapter 42 Trial Court. The 3 of them finished their breakfast again and sat around the table, all showing satisfied expressions. Zhou Mei, who had finally eaten her fill, got down to business. Early this morning, Wang Rong came to our patrol station to report that you had killed her bodyguard, Li Yongchang. Aren't you 2 sworn enemies? How dare she come to the police station to report a crime? She just came here to go through the formalities. After I rejected her report, she immediately went to the trial court to appeal, requesting the trial court to detain you for investigation. Jomei took out a cigarette and was about to put it to her lips, but when she saw Su Qingli frowning slightly, she put it back. Chen Ping searched his mind for information about the trial court. The trial court was an official institution established to check and balance the patrol bureau, and it had the power to arrest and try suspects. In recent years, under the leadership of Jomei, the strength of the patrol bureau has grown rapidly, while the trial court, where various ideologies are prevalent, is only a bluffing name and its strength is far inferior to that of the patrol bureau. After digesting this information in his mind, Chen Ping rubbed his brow and said, "The martial arts exam will begin in 3 days. Is Wang Rong trying to use the trial court to prevent me from taking the exam?" Jomei nodded. "You've only been in the martial arts class for a few days, and the 4th-level martial king that the Wang family has spent a lot of resources and time to train is no match for you. If you take the martial arts exam and get first place, and are accepted as Su Tianyuan's close disciple, you'll become a serious threat to them, and it will be difficult for them to eliminate you. According to the information I received, Wang Rong has already submitted her appeal materials to the trial court. This document, which originally had to go through a cumbersome process to be submitted, has now landed on the presiding judge's desk. If nothing unexpected happens, the trial court will send someone to question you today. How deep of a grudge does Wang Rong have against me that he insists on going against me and putting me to death?" Jomei looked at Su Qingli, who was looking worried, and did not answer the question. "You have gotten the Su family's daughter, how can Wang Rong not be anxious? Once you become stronger, the Su family will eventually fall into your hands, and Wang Rong's planning over the years will be in vain. How can I not want to get rid of you as soon as possible?" Although the trial court has great power on paper, and the prosecutors below it have the power to arrest and interrogate suspects, it is only on paper. "On paper? What do you mean?" A charming smile bloomed on Jomei's lips, and the morning sunshine pales in comparison. Although they have the power to enforce the law, they don't have the strength to do so. With your current strength, you can walk all over the courtroom. Then how did they manage to hold on until now? They are good at manipulating public opinion and often post videos and live broadcasts online. Because of the name of the trial court, many people have full faith in them. Chen Ping understood instantly. Aren't they just a bunch of keyboard warriors? Your description is quite apartment. Yes, the tribunal is a disgusting entity. On the surface, it appears to be righteous, but in reality, it only plays dirty tricks. The prosecutor who interrogates you later will undoubtedly have a body camera. He'll pull out a formal-looking arrest warrant and then try every possible way to provoke you. If you can't resist, a bunch of edited videos will be posted online this afternoon to smear you. What good will it do them? Jomei didn't elaborate. Naturally, someone would give them a large sum of money. Many talented warriors became notorious and ruined because of this. I understand. Wang Rongxin is truly vicious. Even if the tribunal can't arrest me, she can definitely ruin my reputation. Now that you've fully understood the current situation, my mission is complete. I have things to do at the bureau, so I'll be leaving first. Jomei had just reached the door when she suddenly turned around and smiled. "Qingli, can you ask the kitchen to pack me a lunch?" Chen Ping. After Jomei left, Su Qingli did not go to the martial arts training ground to train, but sat in the living room, looking towards the door, as if waiting for someone. "Who are you waiting for?" Chen Ping asked curiously. "I'm waiting for the people from the trial court to help you deal with them. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family, the niece of the martial god Su Tianyuan. They dare not discredit me, but you are just an ordinary martial arts student now. Their words are very poisonous, and I don't want you to be bullied." "Then how do you want to solve it?" Chen Ping sat next to Su Qingli, looking at her clear eyes under her bangs. Through her gaze, he seemed to see an endless blue sky. Su Qingli noticed Chen Ping's gaze and was slightly startled. A gentle light flashed in her eyes. "I will say you are not here and then drive them out." Chen Ping shook his head. "You can drive them away, but you can't shut them up. Instead, it will encourage their arrogance and make them wantonly slander me online. Only by giving them a good lesson can they learn to be afraid, and fear will make them shut up." Su Qingli tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, "What you said makes sense. I'll get someone to beat them up. No need. I can handle this little thing." Seeing that Su Qingli was unmoved, Chen Ping urged, "If I can't solve it, I'll definitely ask you for help. Is that okay?" Su Qingli finally nodded in agreement and said, "Then I'll wait for you upstairs. If you need my help, just call me down. The martial arts exam will start in 2 days. Time is precious. Go practice martial arts first and don't waste it. I'll definitely come to you if there's anything. Su Qingli looked at him silently for a long time before getting up and leaving for the martial arts training ground. Looking at Su Qingli's departing figure, Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can lie down quietly for a while. Chen Ping called a maid over and said, if anyone from the tribunal comes later, bring them directly to me. Yes, master. After the maid left, Chen Ping felt a little uncomfortable looking at the empty living room. I don't know where Su Hang and Su Wenba have been. I haven't seen them since morning. Chen Ping, who was left unattended, lay on the sofa in the living room and fell into a deep sleep. When the sun was high in the sky, a maid woke Chen Ping up and said, Master, a guest has arrived. Chen Ping, half asleep and half awake, opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa. Are the people from the tribunal here? They're taking so long to arrive. It's already past noon. What a boast. It seems you don't take our court seriously at all. A young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features strode in from the door with his head held high. His eyes kept looking around, especially at the maid, where he stayed for a long time, with a hint of lust in his eyes. Behind him followed a middle-aged man with a dull expression, holding a pen in his right hand and a very thick book in his left. This is Qi Jin, the prosecutor of the trial court. Behind him is his recorder, Chang Yi. Thank you for your hard work. You can go now. The maid bowed to Chen Ping and left the living room. Chapter 43, One Punch to Subdue. Qi Jin took out a business card with a gold border from his pocket and wanted to hand it to Chen Ping, but his hand slipped and the business card fell to the ground. Sorry, my hand slipped, could you help me pick it up? Chen Ping didn't bend down to pick it up, but continued to sit on the sofa. Very good, with a little editing, we have the evidence of Chen Ping's arrogance. I think it's not arrogant enough if I don't pick up the business card. Chen Ping seemed to see through Qi Jin's thoughts and suddenly spoke. He picked up a lighter from the table next to him, pressed the ignition button on the lighter with his thumb, and a long vertical yellow flame came out. Chen Ping used a lighter to light the business card on the ground. The business card burned quickly and turned into a thin layer of ash in the blink of an eye. He kicked it slightly with his foot, and the ashes floated in the air. That's arrogant enough, right? Qi Jin had never seen anyone so arrogant in front of the prosecutor in the trial court. He snorted coldly and said to the recorder behind him, Record, Chen Ping is unruly and likes to play with fire. He is a potential arsonist. Chang Yi, expressionless, spread out the book and quickly wrote down the words with a pen. Qi Jin took out an arrest warrant, which was written in black and white with a bright red seal, which was very intimidating. Chen Ping, this is the arrest warrant issued by the trial court. I will interrogate you according to the procedures before arresting you. You cannot remain silent and must answer my questions. Otherwise, it will be considered as acquiescence. Do you understand? First question, did you kill Li Yongchan last night? Qi Jin had already prepared a plan in his mind. He knew that Chen Ping would definitely deny it. Then he would ask a few random questions and suddenly conclude that Chen Ping was lying, which would definitely make Chen Ping angry. Regardless of whether Chen Ping can be arrested and taken away in the end, as long as we take a picture of his ugly appearance and post it online, the mission will be accomplished. Qi Jin was very excited and happy at the thought of getting a large bonus so easily. This amount of money was enough for him to live a life of luxury for several years. If he had not been smart and immediately signed a military order to the presiding judge to express his determination, such a lucrative job would never have fallen into his hands. Under Qi Jin's excited gaze, Chen Ping responded coldly with 4 words, no comment. Qi Jin's brows furrowed slightly. Although the trial court sign is large, it is difficult to stir up public sentiment with words alone. As we all know, videos don't lie. A carefully edited video can easily incite public emotions. The recorder behind him was just to cover the thing that actually recorded the interrogation was hidden in his tie clip. A tiny camera. But Chen Ping's I have nothing to say made Qi Jin feel at a loss as to where to start. He could only bite the bullet and continue asking. Do you know Li Yongchang? No comment. Li Yongchang has the talent to enter dreams, and he is also a 4th-level martial king. Why did you kill him? No comment. Facing Qi Jin's barrage of questions, Chen Ping remained calm and kept repeating, no comment. Qi Jin, his face livid with anger, began asking some strange questions. Li Yongchang came to see you in the middle of the night. Does he have a special relationship with you? No comment. Did you kill Li Yongchang because he fell in love with someone else? No comment. No matter how Qi asked, Chen Ping remained calm, like a tape recorder. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you keep saying you have no comment? As soon as Qi said this, Chang Yi, who was writing furiously, suddenly stopped writing. He put the pen and book on the ground, and then his clothes suddenly burst open, revealing a strong body of muscles, and he stood in front of Qi. He wore a pair of silver brass knuckles on his hands, and the 10 conical protrusions flashed a cold light in the sunlight. My recorder Chang Yi has a C-level talent for strength enhancement. The power of his punch is comparable to that of a third-level martial artist. There was no expression on Chen Ping's face, but a ball of rage was already accumulating in his heart. After witnessing the shamelessness of the trial court with his own eyes, he finally understood why Su Qingli was worried about him. As a prosecutor, Qi was so despicable that not only did his questions become more and more disgusting, but he even used violence to threaten in a fit of rage. It's so fucking infuriating. A contest of force, right? Chen Ping stood up, stretched out his right hand and suddenly punched Chang Yi. Chang Yi flew backwards, bumped into Qi on the way, and then fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Qi felt as if he was hit by an invisible sledgehammer and fell backwards to the ground, his internal organs in excruciating pain. Qi, who witnessed Chen Ping's powerful strength with his own eyes, was terrified. In order to take on this lucrative job, he signed a pledge in front of the presiding judge: if Chen Ping is not brought back, he will give up his job as prosecutor. I thought I had gotten a great bargain, but it turned out to be a hell of a place. No wonder those colleagues who usually love to show off remained silent after learning about this mission. But he was too smart for his own good and thought that this was an opportunity to get rich quickly, so he excitedly took on the task. What is there for a commoner from an ordinary family to be afraid of? Since he became a prosecutor, he can put any ordinary person he dislikes in jail with just one word, and the person will never be able to stand up. This is the power of the prosecutor. Qi, who thought he saw through everything, scoffed at all the rumors about Chen Ping. What a student who was obviously a liberal arts student but got full marks in the physical test, and the next day after being transferred to the martial arts class, he punched the principal of Beijing No. 1 Middle School in the head. He even single-handedly challenged nearly 1,000 military students from northern Beijing and emerged unscathed? Even the Fourth Realm Martial King failed to assassinate him and had to commit suicide in the end? These are all rumors. No normal person would believe any of them. And now, Qi, who was sweating profusely from the pain, finally realized those rumors about Chen Ping were true, and were not rumors at all. What kind of terrifying existence had I offended? Please spare me, sir, please spare me. I have parents and children to support. Stop talking nonsense and take off your clothes. Qi hesitated when he heard this, but driven by his survival instinct, he began to take off his clothes. When only the last pair of briefs was left, he paused and looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping pointed at the unconscious Chang Yi and said, "Take his off too." Qi immediately took off Chang Yi's pants. Looking at the two people who were naked with only a piece of cloth left to cover their bodies, Chen Ping ordered, "Leave the clothes behind, take him and get out of my sight immediately. If you don't leave the Su family within 10 minutes, you can't leave." Qi, as if he had been pardoned, immediately carried Chang Yi on his shoulders and ran towards the gate of Su's manor. Chen Ping found 2 miniature cameras in the clothes of the two men, one hidden in Qi's tie clip and the other hidden in Chang Yi's belt. With a little force, he crushed the 2 micro cameras. What a bullshit trial court. Chapter 44: Su Qingli's doubts. Good scolding. Su Wenbo walked in from the door, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. I've been busy since I got up, and haven't even had time to drink a sip of water. Su Wenbo looked at the pale figure running frantically not far away and said with a smile, "It's quite refreshing to watch." Instructor, what were you busy with this morning? Chen Ping stood up and walked over to pour Su Wenbo a glass of water. Su Wenbo drank it all in one gulp, anger gleaming in his eyes. It's all because of those disgusting people in the trial court. How dare they offend our Su family? I rushed to the door of the trial court early this morning, ripped off the heads of the 2 stone lions in front of it, and threw them on the presiding judge's desk, warning him that if the trial court dares to say anything bad about you online, I'll rip his head off. Guess what? The old guy pissed himself. Ha, now he's probably going home to change his pants. Chen Ping's mouth curled up slightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart, not only because Su Wenbo ran to the courtroom early in the morning to vent his anger, but also because of Su Wenbo's words, "We are the Su family." This is completely treating him as a family. Wang Rong is just using the trial court to disgust us. Don't get too angry. How come you, the victim, seem calmer than me? Su Wenbo looked at the calm Chen Ping and said in amazement, everyone in the trial court is full of evil intentions and their words are extremely irritating. At the age of 18, you can actually hold back. It's rare. You are much more calm and composed than your peers. If it were me, I would have slapped them to death long ago. Are you praising me or insulting me? Chen Ping had poured another glass of water for Su Wenba, but he took it and drank it himself. Of course I'm praising you. It shows that you're calm and not easily swayed by emotions, which is rare. Our third child's personality is a bit like yours. No matter what difficulties he encounters, he can always deal with them calmly, analyze rationally, and make the most reasonable decisions. Chen Ping's curiosity was immediately piqued. Are you talking about martial god Su Tianyuan? What kind of person is he? He is a natural leader and hero who can always turn the tide in the most critical moments. He has saved my life many times. If it weren't for him, I would have died on the battlefield long ago. At this point, Su Wenba suddenly got stuck. After a moment's silence, he said, but the cost of using his talent is too high. Sigh, it's all my fault. I dragged him down. Did Su Tianyuan's martial god talent come at a high price? Chen Ping wanted to ask again, but Su Hang also returned. He held a wooden box carefully in his arms and placed it on the table like a treasure. Su Wenba raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Second brother, you really bought it?" Before the martial arts exam, the first-level realm-breaking pills were all sold out. How can I buy one now? This is what Zhou Mei gave me. How could she have a first-level realm-breaking pill? This thing only has a shelf life of 1 month, and it's useless after it expires. She said that every year before the martial arts exam, she would buy one and sell it at a high price to make some pocket money. Zhou Mei bought a first-level realm-breaking pill for 10 million yuan just like that. It turns out that she is also a rich woman? But that's normal, after all, she has a father who is a martial god. In the world of high martial arts where strength is king, it is unacceptable that the daughter of the god of martial arts is a poor person. I heard from Zhou Mei that people from the trial court will come and cause trouble for you? Where are they? He's already running away naked. Under Su Hang's somewhat puzzled gaze, Chen Ping told him what had just happened. After listening to Chen Ping's account of the whole story, Su Hang was still a little unsatisfied. What a shame. I should have taken a few more photos and posted them online so they can also experience the effects of cyberbullying. They are just a bunch of dogs that can only bark but not bite. Just scare them away. Su Wenba also talked about what he did in the trial court that morning. Brother, you did a great job. Those idiots in the trial court won't cry until they see the coffin. This should keep them quiet for a while. Chen Ping disagreed. They're a bunch of scoundrels with no moral compunction. They'll say anything for money. If Wang Rong gives them more money, they'll still dare to do the same. But because you, the instructor, have personally warned them, I guess they'll just talk nonsense online and won't dare to bother me in person again. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be the case. I can't just talk about it anymore. I have to tear down their courtroom. Chen Ping quickly grabbed Su Wenba, who had just stood up, and advised, Wang Rong is hoping that we will become so angry that we lose our minds and cause trouble for the court. This will drag the Su family into the whirlpool of public opinion, which will be disadvantageous to us. Seeing that Chen Ping seemed to have his own ideas, Su Wenba and Su Hang looked at each other and said in unison, "What good ideas have you come up with? Isn't the martial arts exam coming soon? The tribunal will definitely not miss this wave of traffic and will also broadcast the martial arts exam online. They will definitely not let go of this opportunity to discredit me. When the time comes, I will smash their faces with my strength." Su Hang quickly understood the deeper meaning behind Chen Ping's words. Do you want them to lose their credibility? Chen Ping nodded and said, the reason the tribunal has such a strong influence online is simply because they're taking advantage of the public's trust in them. As long as the public knows that everything the tribunal says is nonsense and lies, they'll naturally stop believing them. When they completely lose their credibility, even if we do nothing, the trial court will be dead in name only. Good idea. You young people think differently from us. Su Wenba patted Chen Ping on the shoulder. Just do as you say. We believe that with your strength, you can definitely beat those bastards in the face of the trial court. At this time, Su Qingli, who was worried about Chen Ping, also came back from the martial arts training ground. Seeing the three of them were there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how bold the people in the trial court are, they cannot act so presumptuously in front of the martial saint Su Wenba. Have the people from the tribunal arrived? They came, but left after I persuaded them with reason. Calculating the time, they should have already walked out the door. Chen Ping did not tell the whole story because he considered that there were some details that were not suitable for young girls. They didn't say anything irritating, did they? Su Qingli knew very well how disgusting the trial court was. After she escaped from the Su family in her previous life, she was disgusted by the rumors they spread. I said a little, but I've paid the price. What's the price? Su Hang and Su Wenbo looked at Chen Ping at the same time. Chen Ping immediately guessed their thoughts and covered it up by saying, "It's just the price of a few personal belongings. It's not worth mentioning." Without giving it much thought, Su Qingli nodded slightly and pointed at the tattered clothes on the living room floor and asked in confusion, "What are these things?" Chapter 45, Electric Shock. It took a lot of effort for Chen Ping to fool Su Qingli. I cursed myself for forgetting to clean up the things on the floor. "Dad, what's that wooden box on the table?" "Daughter, this is the first-level realm-breaking pill Dad bought for you." Su Hang opened the wooden box and handed the bottle of medicine to Su Qingli. Holding the warm and smooth porcelain bottle, tears of emotion flashed in Su Qingli's eyes. "Dad, you ran out so early in the morning just to buy this?" "The day you wanted to learn martial arts, I started asking around to see if anyone still had a first-level realm-breaking pill for sale. I finally got some news this morning. I didn't expect the seller behind it to be Zhou Mei. She sold it to me without hesitation." "Thank you, Dad." Deeply moved, Su Qingli stepped forward and hugged Su Hang tightly. Looking at the touching scene of loving father and filial daughter before him, Su Wenbo coughed lightly and said, "It's all my fault. I gave all the first-level realm-breaking pills to the soldiers on the front lines. There's not a single one left at home." Su Qingli released her arms from hugging her father, wiped away her tears, and said, "This has nothing to do with Uncle. I was too willful. I suddenly wanted to learn martial arts with only 10 days left before the martial arts exam. It's a good thing that you want to learn martial arts. We are so happy. Hurry up and eat the realm-breaking pill. Breaking through to the second realm of warrior is very important for you." Su Qingli nodded, opened the seal on the porcelain bottle, and poured the pill into the palm of her hand. As soon as the round, snow-white pill was poured out of the porcelain bottle, the medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Chen Ping felt that all the pores on his body were greedily absorbing the medicinal fragrance. It is worthy of being a realm-breaking pill worth tens of millions. It is indeed extraordinary. Su Qingli opened her teeth slightly and swallowed the realm-breaking pill in one gulp. The pill went down her throat into her stomach, and its effect quickly spread throughout her body. A painful expression appeared on her face, her teeth were clenched, and dense cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "Niece Qingli, hold on. Although the process of breaking through the realm is painful, as long as the shackles of your body are successfully broken, your strength will not only make a qualitative leap, but you will also gain 100-fold pleasure. If you feel sleepy after breaking through, it's normal. Breaking through consumes a lot of your body's energy. A good night's sleep will be enough." After Su Wenbo said this, he looked at Su Hang, and they left the living room tacitly. Chen Ping helped Su Qingli, who was standing unsteadily, to the sofa. Seeing her in great pain, his heart ached and he couldn't help but want to share the pain with Su Qingli. But what did Su Wenbo mean by that 100 times pleasure in his previous sentence? Before Chen Ping had time to think about it, Su Qingli suddenly shook her whole body, let out a soft moan, and opened her eyes. "Are you okay?" Chen Ping asked with concern. Su Qingli's flawless white cheeks quickly turned red, and she murmured softly, "Can you touch me again?" "Ah? What did you say?" Chen Ping thought he had misheard at first and asked subconsciously. "Put out your fingers." Su Qingli bit her red lips and ordered Chen Ping impatiently. Confused, Chen Ping extended his right index finger in front of her. Su Qingli swallowed, recalling the strange pleasure she felt when Chen Ping touched her, and also extended her right index finger. The two fingers touched lightly in the air, and as soon as they touched, Su Qingli felt an extremely strong electric shock. Her heart was beating fast and her spirit was extremely excited. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Chen Ping. Why do I feel that Chen Ping in front of me is so charming and handsome at this moment? Driven by instinct, Su Qingli leaned forward and slowly approached Chen Ping, her beautiful face getting closer and closer to Chen Ping's cheek. She felt her body getting hotter and hotter, as if she was soaking in boiling water, and her consciousness was getting heavier and heavier. Chen Ping's body stiffened. Although he didn't know what Su Qingli wanted to do, he looked at her cherry-like lips getting closer and closer to him. He chose to close his eyes and give up resistance, but after waiting for a long time, Chen Ping still did not see the warm and moist lips he had imagined. Instead, he felt his shoulders were a little heavy. He opened his eyes and found that Su Qingli's head was resting on his shoulder and she was already fast asleep. Her sleeping face was quiet and peaceful, with a faint smile on the corner of her lips, which gently touched Chen Ping's heart. Su Qingli? Chen Ping called softly, but Su Qingli did not respond at all. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. Chen Ping couldn't bear to disturb her, so he had to stay still and wait for Su Qingli to wake up. More than an hour later, Su Qingli slowly opened her eyes. The blush on her face had faded and she regained consciousness. Seeing that she was actually leaning on Chen Ping's shoulder, Su Qingli quickly stood up, feeling a little flustered, and said, "I'm sorry, I suddenly felt very sleepy and fell asleep involuntarily." "It's okay, you didn't sleep for long." Chen Ping's shoulders relaxed, and he suddenly felt empty in his heart, with an indescribable sense of loss. Seeing Su Qingli exuding an aura that was much more powerful than before, Chen Ping happily said, "Have you successfully broken through to the second level of warrior?" "Yes." Su Qingli smiled and nodded. She stretched her body, feeling the powerful force surging within her, and suddenly she understood, "I understand. No wonder I can't break through to the elementary level of my broken edge blade technique no matter how hard I practice. It turns out that my previous realm strength was not enough. Now that I have broken through to the second level of warrior, that should be enough." After thanking Chen Ping, Su Qingli hurried to the martial arts hall. After staring at the direction Su Qingli left for a long time, Chen Ping came to his senses, stretched his stiff body, and lay back on the comfortable and soft sofa. The day passed quickly, and the next morning, Chen Ping was awakened by a knock on the door. "Chen Ping, get up and eat." Hearing no response from inside the room, Su Qingli cautiously pushed the door open and stuck her head out to see what was going on inside. Seeing Chen Ping curled up in the quilt without any movement, she asked worriedly, "Chen Ping, are you okay?" Seeing that Chen Ping still had no reaction, Su Qingli pushed open the door, walked to Chen Ping's bed, and patted the quilt. "Chen Ping, it's time to get up." Just as Su Qingli was hesitating whether to lift the quilt to take a look, Chen Ping suddenly lifted the quilt and jumped off the bed. Su Qingli was so scared that she immediately covered her eyes. "Don't worry, keep your clothes on, and good morning." Chen Ping, wearing high-end pajamas, waved and greeted Su Qingli. "From now on, I will sleep in my pajamas, so you can just come in and wake me up in the morning." Su Qingli finally lowered her hands from covering her eyes. "All right, I get it. Don't scare me like this again. Breakfast is ready. Come down and eat." After watching Su Qingli leave, Chen Ping began to check her learning results from yesterday. Learning results have been received: Qi and blood value 30 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 50 points. Learning results have been received: experience in practicing Dailang Jin. Learning results have been checked: earth level technique, breaking blade technique, cultivation progress, primary intermediate after amplification. Detected that the bound object Su Qingli's martial arts realm has broken through to the second level warrior, rewarding the host with a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to draw? Is there such a good thing? Chapter 46: Lottery, the power of Thunderblade. Lottery. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, a colorful turntable immediately appeared in front of him. A variety of prizes spun rapidly on it, then turned into gray question marks. "Host, please select a question mark." Chen Ping randomly tapped a question mark on the turntable. The originally rotating turntable suddenly stopped, and then all the other question marks disappeared, leaving only the question mark that Chen Ping chose. The gray color on the question mark quickly faded, and then emitted a dazzling colorful light, followed by a knife-shaped object appearing out of thin air, floating in the air. The scabbard is black and simple in shape, with a lightning mark on the handle, which looks ordinary. Congratulations to the host for drawing the weapon, Thunderblade. Thunderblade, sound like thunder, force like lightning. Chen Ping stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the knife. It was not as heavy as he had imagined, weighing less than a pound, lighter than an ordinary dagger. As he drew the sword from the scabbard, he heard a rumbling sound of thunder and lightning flashed everywhere. The silver blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and Chen Ping suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if his eyes were cut. This knife has the most special effects. Chen Ping sheathed the knife and liked it very much. If it doesn't make a sound, it will be a surprise when it does. What a thundering sword! After Chen Ping went downstairs to have breakfast, he did not go back to lie down, but went to the martial arts training ground. When he walked to the testing area of the martial arts training ground, he attracted the attention of many Su family members. These people were basically members of the Su family side branches and their followers. Seeing that he was holding a knife, they looked at him with curiosity, confusion, and surprise. They had all heard a little about Chen Ping and knew that he was a genius who did not like to practice martial arts. Why did you suddenly come to the martial arts training ground? Chen Ping found the old man who was in charge of managing the equipment. The old man had a broken arm and was wiping the equipment with his left hand. Please turn on the instrument for testing the power of weapons for me. Without even looking up, the old man said, Young man, you want to test the power of your weapon? Go chop some wood over there. You can't use the equipment yet. Those stakes can't stand my chopping. With his current strength, a few cuts would probably turn the wooden stake into firewood. That's not an ordinary wooden stake. The old man stood up and picked up a big machete from the side. The knife was 3 feet long, with a wide blade and a narrow back. He swung it lightly, and a snow-white blade light appeared. The old man walked to the nearest wooden stake, raised his knife and slashed it, but only left a shallow scratch on the stake. This stake is made of ironwood that grows deep in the beast abyss. It's as hard as diamond. Although I'm old and useless, and even have a broken arm, I still have the strength of a third-level martial artist. I can only leave a shallow mark on the wooden stake. Young man, you look so young, and it's the best you can do to have the strength of a second-level martial artist. I'm afraid you can't even leave a mark. Chen Ping did not explain. As a warrior, one should speak with strength. He drew out the thunder knife in his hand, and with a dazzling flash of lightning, the wooden stake was split cleanly in half. The place where the knife had cut was charred black, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Old man, times have changed. The old man stared at the broken wooden stake on the ground, stunned for a long time before saying, What the hell? This cry of fuck also echoed the thoughts of the Su family members who were watching from all sides. Some of them had been chopping at a wooden stake for 3 years without leaving any mark on it. As a result, Chen Ping came and chopped it in half with one stroke. Is this still a human being? I'm blind to the truth. You must be the famous Chen Ping, right? Old man, do you know me? Almost everyone in the Su family knows you. I'm old, my memory is not good, and I'm a little face blind, so I didn't recognize you just now. Before you came to the Su family, the head of the family had already taken your photo and informed the entire clan that you were the disciple chosen by Su Wuxing and that you would be treated with respect. Chen Ping scratched his head. No wonder after he arrived at the Su family, except for Wang Rong and her son, no one else in the Su family bothered him. It turned out that it was because Su Hang had already informed them in advance. They didn't dare approach you because there were rumors that you punched the principal in the head just because of a disagreement. The corner of Chen Ping's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that this was the reason why the Su family members kept their distance from him. I blew the principal's head off because he was. Chen Ping wanted to explain, but the old man said, Since the master values you, you are naturally not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. There is no need to explain the reason. After he said this, he pointed to a huge stone wall not far away. This is a stone wall that martial god Su Tianyuan brought back from the depths of the beast abyss. He named it Tianwu Wall. The Tianwu Wall can repair damage on its own and is a natural touchstone. Chen Ping walked to the front of Tianwu Wall and saw a deep ravine in the center of Tianwu Wall, almost splitting it into two. This was left by martial god Su Tianyuan. There are still remnants of the broken edge blade intent on it. But except for martial god Su Tianyuan, even the scars left by martial saint Su Wenbo will heal after a day. Chen Ping walked forward to observe closely and found that the edge of the knife mark was still eroding the surrounding area, causing the Tianwu Wall to be unable to recover. The broken edge sword intent can only be realized after practicing the broken edge sword technique to perfection. It is indeed powerful. I wonder how big the gap is between the sword he swings now and the one swung by the god of war Su Tianyuan. Chen Ping took a few steps back, held his breath, and drew out the thunder blade. Dazzling lightning wrapped around it, and it emitted bursts of rumbling thunder. He took a deep breath, and with the added power of the 5 layers of strength, he swung his sword with all his might. A deep blue blade flashed by, and a huge thunderclap resounded throughout the training ground. It's still sunny outside, why is it thundering suddenly? I think this sound comes from the testing ground. Let's go over there and take a look. The crowd that came after hearing the noise soon blocked the test site. They saw a figure standing in front of the Tianwu Wall, with lightning flashing around him, like the thunder god above the 9 heavens. Next to the huge knife mark left by the martial god Su Tianyuan, a charred knife mark is particularly eye-catching. The indestructible Tianwu Wall suddenly shook, and tiny cracks spread from the charred knife marks. Am I dazzled? Did Qin Ping split the Tianwu wall with one blow? To be honest, I just went and hacked it last night, but the blade was completely bent. There wasn't even a scratch left. Why is there such a huge difference between us, even though we are all human beings? Qin Ping looked at the crowd that had gathered together with a helpless expression. He had not expected that the noise of the knife strike would be so loud that it would attract all the Su family members in the martial arts training ground. At this time, Su Qingli stepped out from the crowd. She looked at the cracks on the Tianwu wall, her eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Qin Ping, was it you who chopped this knife? Chapter 47 Jealous Su Qingli. In response to Su Qingli's question, Qin Ping did not deny it. He put the thunder blade in his hand into the scabbard and nodded slowly. Looking at the crack on the Tianwu wall created by Qin Ping's sword, Su Qingli reached out and touched it. The electric shock feeling from her fingertips made her understand that all this was real. These days she has been practicing martial arts hard, hoping to defeat Qin Ping and avenge her previous defeat. But seeing the terrifying power of Qin Ping's sword, she felt a little frustrated. It is far from possible with her current strength. Is she destined to be defeated by Qin Ping in this life? If you keep failing in the simulated battles, the tasks of pleasing others will continue to escalate. Last time I wore a black silk maid outfit, what about next time? Thinking of this, Su Qingli couldn't help but blush. No, absolutely not. But it doesn't seem to be. Qin Ping saw that Su Qingli looked unhappy, so he walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Qingli shook her head and was about to turn around and leave with mixed feelings, but her eyes inadvertently swept across the knife in Qin Ping's hand. Recalling the flash of lightning on the knife just now, which was extremely extraordinary, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did you get this knife in your hand from?" Qin Ping was speechless for a moment. He was so busy coming to the martial arts training ground to test the power of the knife that he forgot that he couldn't explain the origin of the knife at all. "You can't say you picked it up, right?" In desperation, he made up an excuse. "Zhou Mei gave it to me yesterday. I didn't see her with this knife yesterday." "When did she give it to you?" It turns out that you can't lie casually. One lie requires thousands of lies to cover it up. "There are too many people here, let's talk somewhere else." In full view of everyone, Qin Ping took Su Qingli's hand and left. What did the goddess say to him? Why did the two of them suddenly leave hand in hand? I've heard that the relationship between the two is not simple, but I didn't expect it to be true. You're out of date. Now many people know that the head of the family is training him as a son-in-law. As Qin Ping walked through the crowd and left, he listened to everyone's discussions and felt a little dizzy. When did he become Su Hang's son-in-law? After finding an empty room in the martial arts training ground, Qin Ping pulled Su Qingli in and breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. He just wanted to test the knife, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Qin Ping turned around and realized something was wrong. From the moment he held Su Qingli's hand, she kept her head down. Qin Ping couldn't see her expression and thought that his sudden action had made her angry. Why aren't you talking? Are you angry? Su Qingli shook her head, then slowly raised her head. Her eyes misted up from under her bangs. She said, I don't know. I just feel really choked up. Qin Ping saw Su Qingli's sad expression and suddenly panicked. It was fine just now, why is it suddenly so congested? When I think about the knife in your hand being a gift from Zhou Mei, I feel inexplicably uncomfortable, as if something important has been taken away by someone else. It's not that serious. It's just a knife. Qin Ping didn't expect this to be the reason. Su Qingli sat in the chair blankly, and fell into confusion for the first time. Qin Ping, who was at a loss, suddenly had an idea. He handed the knife to Su Qingli and said, how about I give this knife to you, and then you give it back to me? That way, it will be considered as a gift from you to me. When Su Qingli heard Qin Ping's imaginative idea, she immediately chuckled, and the displeasure in her heart was diluted a lot. Since Sister Zhou Mei gave you the sword, you should keep it. Perform well in the martial arts exam and don't let her down. Su Qingli, having adjusted her mood, smiled broadly. The martial arts exam will begin the day after tomorrow. We'll go to the warehouse to pick out our things later, and then we'll take a plane to Beast Abyss together tomorrow morning. Okay. Qin Ping nodded. There were many people queuing in front of the Su family warehouse. Qin Ping was about to queue up when he was stopped by Su Qingli. We're not going to the public warehouse, we're going to Uncle's private warehouse. Qin Ping became interested as soon as he heard it. The private warehouse of the martial saint must be much better than the public warehouse of the Su family. The two walked to the other side of the warehouse, and Su Qingli took out a key and opened a tightly closed iron door. The space inside is not big, with only 3 shelves, which are used to store weapons, props, and pills respectively. Although this was not Su Qingli's first time here, she picked up 3 knives from the first shelf and handed them to Qinping with ease. These 3 knives are my uncle's best collection. Although you already have 1 knife, it would be nice to choose one as a spare. Qinping took the 3 knives that Su Qingli brought in. The first one was a double knife with exquisite patterns carved on the surface. It looked extremely precious, but he did not like double knives. The second one is a broadsword with a wide blade, large size, and heavy to hold, estimated to be dozens of pounds. With the light thunder knife, there is no need to choose such a large and heavy knife. Qinping shifted his gaze to the third knife and took it in his hand. It was a very rare silver flying knife, as thin as a cicada's wing and almost weightless. What is this flying knife called? It's called Cicada Wing. There was originally a set, but they were all lost in battle. Only this last one remains. Su Qingli didn't expect Qinping to be interested in this knife. This knife is too small. Even if it hits the monster, it won't cause much damage. I suggest you choose another one. Qinping thought for a while and said, I'm currently lacking a means of long-range attack, and this knife can achieve precise strikes. If I encounter an extremely agile flying monster, I won't be helpless. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind just now, but he needed to wait and verify it. What you said makes sense. This is the one I'll take. Su Qingli put the other 2 knives back on the shelf. Qinping put away the cicada wings and looked at the second medicine shelf. Su Qingli took down a dozen bottles of pills from the second pill shelf and handed them to Qinping. There are Huiyuan pills, Huichen pills, Pouan pills, detoxification pills. Listening to Su Qingli recite the names of more than a dozen kinds of elixirs in a row, he felt a little confused and said, You don't want me to take all these elixirs with me, do you? Su Qingli nodded and stuffed all the pills into Qinping's arms. After all, this is a practical exam. Who knows what kind of monsters we might encounter or what accidents might happen? It's better to be prepared. But how can I fight with such a big bag? And I can't use many of the pills. Qinping picked out a few bottles of pills at random. Okay, that's enough. Su Qingli pouted and had to put the other pills back on the shelf. She said helplessly, Okay, you have to take more of those props. Then she walked to the third prop shelf. Chapter 48 Enemies with Sniper Rifles. Su Qingli took 3 props from the shelf for Qinping to choose from, a vest, a pair of glasses and a cloak. The first is a black and gray vest that looks like a regular fur vest. This vest is made from the fur of an iron velvet beast. It's impervious to water and fire, and has high defensive power. It can even withstand sniper bullets. The monsters can't shoot bullets, so what's the point of resisting bullets? Qinping had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. No way? You can use guns in the martial arts exam? Su Qingli nodded. Although guns have limited effect on thick-skinned monsters, they still have considerable lethality against warriors of lower realms. There are no restrictions on weapons and props in this martial arts exam. We cannot rule out the possibility that someone with ill intentions might use a gun. Qinping didn't take the vest after hearing this. Instead, he handed it to Su Qingli. You can keep this vest. I don't need it. Why? I think this vest is very useful. Qinping did not explain much. He had extremely strong recovery abilities and could recover in a very short time even if he was shot. In comparison, Su Qingli needed this bulletproof vest more. Wear it if you're told to. Qinping stuffed the vest directly into Su Qingli's arms and asked, What do you think of these glasses? Seeing that Qinping had made up his mind, Su Qingli had no choice but to accept it. She placed the glasses in Qinping's hand and explained, These are smart glasses. They store information about most monsters. The built-in camera can intelligently identify monsters and tell you their weaknesses. This is good, I'll take it. Qinping's mind was almost empty of knowledge about monsters, and this pair of smart glasses just filled this gap. Su Qingli unfolded the last cloak and introduced it. This cloak is made from the wings of a flying monster, a pterosaur. It's ultralight and thin, almost weightless, and is fireproof, heatproof, lightningproof, and waterproof. It also has certain physical defense capabilities and is very practical. When not in use, it can be folded up and put under the collar, which is very convenient. Qinping looked at the red cloak and thought of a superhero wearing a red cloak. He took the cloak and put it on. The material of the cloak was very soft and light, and he could hardly feel the weight when he wore it. When I walked to the mirror in the warehouse, the feeling of shame rushed from the soles of my feet to my scalp. I thought it looked pretty cool when I watched the movie, but I didn't expect to feel so embarrassed when I put it on myself. Thank you, I won't need the cloak. The two of them walked around Su Wenba's warehouse again and marveled at Su Wenba's collection, but most of these weapons, props, and elixirs were either useless or too precious, and it would be a complete waste to use them in the martial arts exam. Chen Ping also picked out a prop similar to a telescope to observe the enemy situation. Su Qingli picked up a device that looked a bit strange and placed it around her waist. The two people they chose said goodbye at the warehouse door. Chen Ping returned to his room, packed up his clothes and daily necessities, then lay on the bed and began to study cicada wings. He had an idea before. Could he use mental power to control this cicada wing? He tried to integrate his mental power into the flying knife, but it was like a drop in the ocean, nothing happened. Is it not possible? He had fought with Li Yongchang in a dream before. When he picked up the knife condensed by Li Yongchang's spiritual power, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. Since mental power can be materialized as a knife in dreams, is it possible that it can also be materialized in the real world? But spiritual power cannot be seen or touched. It is a metaphysical existence and it is not easy to materialize it in the real world. But what if we find a carrier to accommodate it? Chen Ping decided to try again. He imagined the flying knife as a part of his body and tried to inject mental power into it. Finally, with the continuous infusion of a large amount of mental power, a vague flying knife appeared in his mind. The appearance is exactly the same as the flying knife in his hand. This was the appearance of the flying knife that he sensed with his mental power. At this moment, he finally had an inexplicable feeling about the flying knife in his hand. He tried to control the flying knife in his hand, but his mental strength was rapidly consumed like a flood that broke through the dam, and in the end he only made it tremble slightly. It seems that my realm is still too low. I will try again when my realm is improved. Although he was unable to control the flying knife with his mental power, Chen Ping was able to sense the location of the flying knife by using the mental power attached to it, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to find the location of the flying knife after it was thrown. It can be considered a gain. Chen Ping, whose mental strength was almost exhausted, felt his eyelids twitching, so he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was woken up by the maid during dinner. Su Hang and Su Wenba encouraged him and told him to just perform normally in the martial arts exam and not to be nervous. This was exactly like what his parents had told him when he was taking the college entrance exam in his previous life. Safety first, don't be too brave, run away immediately if you encounter danger. A martial arts exam is not worth risking your life for. Su Hang's words made Chen Ping scratch his head. Uncle Su, this is not a battlefield. How can an exam be so dangerous? Anything can happen in actual combat, so you must be cautious and not be complacent. Su Wenba, standing by, nodded with a serious expression. Moreover, most of the monsters in the Beast Abyss possess a certain level of intelligence. Some even possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. You must be careful. Chen Ping was a little confused when he heard Su Wenba's words. Monsters can also have intelligence? So outrageous? Aren't they just a group of beasts who only know how to eat people? So, if you encounter a demon beast, don't hold back, don't show any mercy. If it's not of our kind, its heart must be different. Killing it with a single blow is the only way to cure the problem. I understand. I will show no mercy to the monsters. I will definitely cut them in half. Su Wenba patted Chen Ping's shoulder with relief and said, when you win the martial arts exam, I'll hold a banquet for you at the Su family to celebrate. Uncle, do I have no hope of getting first place? Su Qingli said unyieldingly. Su Wenba laughed and said, niece, of course you have a chance of winning. As long as you work hard, nothing is impossible. Uncle, I know there's a certain gap between my strength and Chen Ping's, but I won't give up. I will fight him to the death. Su Wenba shook his head helplessly and changed the subject. We received news that the Wang family sent the strongest of the younger generation to take first place in this martial arts exam. Who? Chen Ping asked. Wang Renjie, possessing an SSS-level conceptual talent that allows him to hit the target with every shot, is a prodigy that the Wang family has been secretly cultivating. He is ruthless and merciless, and kills without blinking an eye. Don't tell me he used a gun. You guessed it right. He used a very powerful sniper rifle. Chapter 49: The Demon God Cult's Conspiracy. The next day, Chen Ping was woken up by Su Qingli and checked his learning results first according to the old rules. Learning results have been received: Qi and blood value 30 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 50 points. Learning results have been received: broken edge sword technique, Dailang gene cultivation experience. As usual, after absorbing the new insights into the broken edge blade technique and the layered waves power in his mind, and then feeling the sudden increase in Qi and blood within his body, Jinping stretched out lazily, comfortable. It's a new day. Now his Qi and blood value has reached 250 points, and he is only 250 points away from becoming a third-level martial artist. At this rate, he will break through to the third-level martial artist in a few days. The speed of cultivation is amazing. After going downstairs and having breakfast, Jinping and his group went to Beijing North Airport. At the Beijing North Airport, Su Hang had chartered an entire plane in advance and watched Su Qingli, Jinping, and other Su family members who were taking the martial arts exam board the plane. What a perfect match, don't you think, second brother? Jinping is indeed very good, but he became famous at a young age, and he attracts attention. We must spend more time and effort to protect him in the future. That means he'll need our protection for the next few years. With his current cultivation speed, maybe in a few years, it will be his turn to protect us. Su Hang and Su Wenbo smiled at each other until they saw the plane carrying Jinping and Su Qingli take off and fly into the sky, and they could no longer be seen by the naked eye. Then the two of them left the airport. Su Qingli and Jinping were sitting on the plane. Su Qingli wanted to chat with Jinping, but she saw him lower his seat and lie down in an extremely relaxed posture. I'll lie down for a while. Call me when you get there, Jinping said and closed his eyes. Su Qingli had no choice but to support her chin with her hand and look out the window in a daze. On the other side, at the Wang family, under the strict discipline of his mother Wang Rong, Su Tang's pale face had become a little rosier. He now hated Jinping to the core. He had been living a carefree life as a young master at the Su family, but Jinping insisted on making him kneel down and kowtow to call him grandpa, which led to a feud between the two. Then, bigger conflicts broke out one after another, and finally he had to follow his mother and leave the Su family. However, life in the Wang family was very different from that in the Su family. There were no bodyguards at his command, no maids at his beck and call, only boring martial arts training day after day. This is not a life for human beings. Especially since there was Wang Renjie, who was much stronger than him, stepping on his head, which made Su Tang feel very aggrieved. Most of the people in the Wang family revolve around Wang Renjie, but few people care about his existence. I used to be the center of attention in the Su family, but now I have become an unknown person in the Wang family. Today is the day to go to Beast Abyss to take the martial arts exam. All the important people in the Wang family went to the front of the team to see Wang Renjie off. Even his mother Wang Rong went, leaving him alone at the end of the team, with no one paying attention to him. Su Tang was pulling the suitcase alone, looking like a bereaved family member. At this time, a girl wearing a hat came over and took the initiative to talk to him. Su Tang, do you remember me? The girl's sweet voice instantly sobered Su Tang up. Without hesitation, he turned around and said, I remember. Of course I remember. That's good. A sinister smile crossed Li Lianying's lips. Take this map. When the martial arts exam officially begins, take the red potion and then go to the designated location on the map to complete the task. Do you understand? When Su Tang saw that it was Li Lianying, his legs and feet went weak. He had never expected that it was this evil woman. The scene of him kneeling down and barking like a dog 100 times was still vivid in his mind. The martial arts exam will be broadcast live nationwide. Don't let me see you doing any tricks, or you will die miserably. Li Lianying's threat made Su Tang nod quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Please rest assured, Saint Lady. I have heard everything clearly and will do exactly as you wish. This mission is extremely important. We cannot afford any mistakes. After taking the red potion, rush to the designated location immediately. If you are slow and displease the person who was supposed to pick you up, you will die without a burial place. If you behave well, that lord might fulfill one of your requests. Li Lianying showed an extremely brilliant smile, but this smile seemed particularly cruel to Su Tang. I understand. I will definitely complete the task successfully. Although Li Lianying did not tell him what the mission was, since the demon god cult came to him, they must have seen his value and would not kill him easily. Judging from Li Lianying's description, the person who picked him up must have a high status in the demon god cult. If he could satisfy that person, he might be able to ask him to kill Jinping. Very good. I will be looking forward to your performance in front of the TV. If you perform well, I will give you a special reward. Li Lianying's last words were spoken in a tone so alluring and charming that Su Tang subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Don't worry, I will never let you down, Saint. Su Tang lowered his head to put away the map given by Li Lianying. When he looked up again, Li Lianying was gone. What an annoying little goblin! Su Tang muttered in his heart. He wondered how great it would be if he could conquer a woman like this. After meeting Su Tang, Li Lianying came to a small hotel and knocked on a door. A young man who looked like a student was sitting by the window with his eyes closed. Master, I have already given the map to Su Tang and explained everything to him according to your wishes, but he is a playboy, and if he messes up. Li Sini slowly opened his eyes. This was not the look a teenager should have. It was dull, cold, empty, and lifeless, more like the look of a dead person. He interrupted Li Lianying and said, "Are you doubting my decision?" The tone was extremely cold, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, making people feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. I dare not. I am too talkative and deserve to be punished. Li Lianying said as he was about to slap himself in the mouth. Alright, you're my adopted daughter, unlike the other members of the demon god cult. You don't have to do this. Li Sini said this, but then changed the subject and said, if you do it again, I'll cut off your tongue. Li Lianying lowered his head deeply. Whether Su Tang does what we say or not will not fundamentally affect my plan. Li Sini stretched this unfamiliar body and continued, because I will go there in person. After hearing this, Li Lianying subconsciously wanted to speak, but thinking of what Li Sini had just said, he had to shut his mouth and secretly stared at him with a worried look. Li Xin said expressionlessly, I know what you mean. The demon suppression pass outside the Beast Abyss is full of Su Tianyuan's soldiers. If he finds me, even I will be in great danger. Li Lianying lowered his head and said nothing. Don't worry, I won't be going in person this time. I'll be possessing this body. Li Sini stood up, shouldered his bag, and headed out the door. I've injected this body with a beastification potion. According to my plan, it will be able to at least unleash the power of a 5th-level martial emperor. It would be overkill to deal with those candidates who are at most at the 2nd level. As long as nothing unexpected happens this time, this corrupt and decadent world will soon be purified by the demon god. All sins will be washed away and returned to purity. Li Lianying knew the price Li Sini paid for using his talent, and his brow furrowed. However, he ultimately said nothing. He simply watched Li Sini leave, silently muttering to himself, Father, I wish you success. Chapter 50 Arrival at the Demon Suppression Pass. Attention, candidates! The plane is about to arrive at the Demon Suppression Pass airport outside of the Beast Abyss. Please disembark in an orderly manner and refrain from making any noise. Qin Ping opened his eyes and saw a majestic great wall through the window of the plane. The tall wall was estimated to be hundreds of meters high, standing on the plane and surrounding a bottomless circular pit. Looking down from the sky, the Demon Suppressing Pass looks like an inverted bottomless bowl. The entire structure appears to be cast in steel, shining brightly in the sun and exuding a majestic and magnificent aura. When Qin Ping saw the Demon Suppressing Pass for the first time, he could not describe the shock in his heart. How powerful could the monster be that it required building such a magnificent pass to resist it? Isn't it spectacular? Su Qingli, sitting next to Qin Ping, looked at the scenery outside the window, with extremely complex emotions flashing in her eyes: nostalgia, sadness, anger, unwillingness, excitement. If we look at it from the ground, it will probably be more spectacular. Qin Ping has already begun to imagine the scene of standing on the ground and watching the Demon Suppressing Pass up close. No, you will only feel more tragic. After saying this, Su Qingli closed his eyes and tried hard to suppress the various emotions churning in his heart. Is it tragic? Qin Ping didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but when he stood at the foot of the Demon Suppressing Pass at close range, he finally understood the meaning of Su Qingli's words. The city wall was covered with various potholes and scars, as well as dark red bloodstains. Although most of the scars had been repaired, one could still feel the cruelty and bloodiness of the battle with the monsters at that time. Make way, don't block the road, don't you have eyes? A scolding voice suddenly sounded from behind. Qin Ping turned around and saw a dozen people surrounding a short and fat boy with ordinary appearance walking towards him. The short and fat boy was carrying a huge black box on his back. From his perspective, the short and fat boy was only half the height of the black box, which looked a little funny. At this moment, Su Qingli beside him suddenly said, he is Wang Renjie from the Wang family. Is it him? Qin Ping was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the genius of the Wang family was actually a short and fat boy with an unremarkable appearance. Don't be deceived by his appearance. His hands are stained with blood, and many people have died at his hands. Oh? Chen Ping stood still with his arms folded across his chest, watching Wang Renjie getting closer and closer to him. Wang Renjie obviously noticed Chen Ping, but he ignored Chen Ping and instead stared at Su Qingli. Qingli, long time no see. The last time we met was 5 years ago. Su Qingli frowned. If Su Tang was a playboy and a sex-crazed devil, then Wang Renjie was a cruel and bloodthirsty murderer. Cruel and ruthless were not enough to describe his brutality and tyranny. I don't remember seeing you 5 years ago, Su Qingli said coldly. Wang Renjie wasn't angry. A smile appeared on his seemingly honest face. Because at that time, I was standing in the crowd, and all I could think of was your stunning appearance after your head exploded. I was so engrossed that I forgot to say hello to you, so you have no impression of me. He had a harmless smile on his face, but spoke eerie and terrifying words. Su Qingli felt even more disgusted with Wang Renjie. At this time, a young man from the Wang family reached out and pushed Chen Ping, pointing at his nose impatiently and said, "Don't you have eyes? Get out of the way." Chen Ping did not indulge him. He directly grabbed his hand and twisted it to the side. The young man from the Wang family felt pain and knew that he had offended a tough guy. He immediately looked at Wang Renjie. Wang Renjie didn't react at all. He nodded to Chen Ping and said, "I know you. You are on my kill list this time. I will not let you leave the beast abyss alive. Everyone can talk tough, but when the time comes, we'll see what we really mean." Chen Ping continued to exert force with his hands. The young man from the Wang family howled miserably in pain, bent down, and almost knelt down to Chen Ping. What a disgrace! Wang Renjie kicked the young man from the Wang family in disgust. The kick was very heavy. If the kick had hit him hard, the young man from the Wang family would have been seriously injured at least. Chen Ping also kicked out to meet him. Their right feet collided in the air with a bang. Chen Ping stood still, but Wang Renjie took a few steps back before he could stand firm. Such a powerful force. You are worthy of being my opponent. Wang Renjie was not afraid at all. Instead, a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. If you pass the martial arts exam, I will make your death a quick one. Chen Ping released the hand of the young man from the Wang family. The latter felt relieved and ran away quickly in another direction, not daring to follow Wang Renjie anymore. Su Qingli, are you okay? Su Qingli shook her head and said, "I'm fine." You must be careful with Wang Renjie. His ferocity and cruelty are far beyond your imagination. In the eyes of such people, there is no difference between human life and the lives of pigs and dogs. No matter how vicious he is, if he dares to attack you during the martial arts exam, I will never let him go. Chen Ping stared at Wang Renjie's departing back, murderous intent boiling in his heart. Just now, he felt a chill in his heart. It was not because he felt his life was threatened, but from Su Qingli. This Wang Renjie has the power to threaten Su Qingli's life. In a corner where Chen Ping couldn't see, a resentful gaze was staring at him. This person was Su Tang, holding the red potion tightly in his hand. Chen Ping, when the martial arts exam begins, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The humiliation I have suffered these days must be repaid with your blood. Behind Su Tang followed a lifeless young man. His pair of dead fish eyes moved from Chen Ping to Su Qingli. The coldness in his eyes seemed to make the temperature of the surrounding air drop a few degrees. If we kill Su Qingli and Chen Ping at the same time, Su Tianyuan will definitely go crazy, right? As martial arts exam candidates from all over China arrived at Xinyao Pass one after another, long queues began to form at the entrance of Xinyao Pass. Tens of thousands of examinees gathered together in a mighty force, and the scene was bustling and lively. This is the first time in decades that the demon-suppressing pass has been so lively. The young man, who exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry, looked down at the densely packed crowd at the foot of the demon-suppressing pass. It seems that many people want to be your last disciples. Su Wenbao walked behind the young man and handed him a cup of hot tea. I heard that in order to defeat your apprentice, the Wang family even released that madman Wang Renjie? That madman who only knows how to kill people had better not provoke my apprentice Chen Ping, otherwise my apprentice will definitely kill him. Are you so confident in your apprentice? That's for sure. His talent and strength are even stronger than yours back then. Oh? Su Tianyuan couldn't help but become more curious about Chen Ping. Su Wenbo didn't explain further, but said, the sequence test can begin now. Will the rules still be as set before? Well, only candidates who defeat a first-level monster within 10 minutes are eligible to enter the Monster Suppression Pass to take the martial arts exam. Chapter 51 Sequence Examination. Jinping waited for about an hour, and the gate of Jinyao Pass finally opened. Soldiers in neat rows and wearing military uniforms poured out from the gate of Jinyao Pass. The leader was Su Wenbo. When did the instructor arrive at the demon suppressing pass? Didn't he send us on the plane? Jinping asked curiously. Uncle has a private plane that's very fast. It only takes about 10 minutes to reach the demon suppression pass. Jinping suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Su Wenbo looked so relaxed and not at all reluctant when they parted. It turned out that they would meet again soon. Su Wenbo stepped onto a tall podium and addressed all the examinees present. First of all, welcome everyone to Zenyuogwen to take the martial arts exam. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly heard by every candidate. I don't like long speeches, so to make it short, this martial arts exam is divided into 3 parts, the first of which is the sequence test. Su Wenbo pointed at the soldiers lined up behind him and said, they are illusionists from the demon suppression pass. They all possess spiritual talents that can create illusions. They will drag you all into an illusion shortly. You must pass the sequence test in the illusion within 10 minutes. Only then will you be eligible to enter the demon suppression pass and take the martial arts test. When these words were spoken, the candidates had different expressions, but no one objected. On the one hand, they did not know the difficulty of the sequence test, and on the other hand, 10 minutes was not a short time. Even if they took a step back, how difficult could the qualification test for the martial arts exam be? Most likely it just takes some effort. The crowd did not take the sequence test seriously, but Su Wenbo's next words immediately ignited the emotions of all the candidates present. The first place in the sequence test will be awarded the title of first sequence, and you will have the opportunity to be alone with the martial god Su Tianyuan. Although Su Wenbo didn't say it explicitly, all the candidates understood that martial god Su Tianyuan wouldn't be alone with the candidates for no reason. There must be some great benefit. Even if there was no benefit, taking the initiative to ask for advice and getting the martial god's guidance would benefit them for the rest of their lives. Seeing that all the candidates were eager to try, Su Wenbo nodded secretly. It was his third brother who had more ideas. He inspired the enthusiasm of all the candidates with just one sentence. I hope that the 10-minute requirement is not difficult, as he said. Otherwise, if there are not enough candidates taking the martial arts exam, it will be a big mess. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic and can't wait to take the sequential exam. Su Wenbo laughed, and most of the candidates in the audience showed excited smiles. However, the sequence test may not be as simple as everyone imagines. Su Wenbo pointed to the sky, and a huge light curtain appeared out of thin air. A giant wolf with a body as tall as a person appeared in the eyes of all the candidates. This is a first-level monster, a giant wolf. It's fast and has decent defense. It's numerous and good at acting in groups. During the first beast wave, it massacred several cities and is a nightmare for ordinary people. And your exam is to kill it in the illusion with the strength of an ordinary person. If you die from the giant wolf's attack or if the attack lasts for more than 10 minutes, you will fail the sequence test. The candidates in the audience immediately started talking. A first-level monster, a giant wolf? My God! This monster can easily break gold and split stone with one claw. Not to mention one ordinary person, even if 100 ordinary people attacked together, they would die in vain. And the time limit is 10 minutes? Damn it, you might as well just die, what a waste of time. 10 minutes is too much. If I can choose my weapon, I'm confident I can finish off the giant wolf within 30 minutes. Su Wenbo frowned slightly and shouted, silence. I heard someone wanting to give up before even starting. People like that get out of here immediately. They're not fit to be warriors. Only those who can find a glimmer of hope while teetering on the brink of life and death in battle can be called warriors. Upon hearing this, some candidates lowered their heads in shame. The first thing they thought of was the huge gap in strength and the almost non-existent chance of winning. All candidates, listen up. If you don't want to take the sequential exam, you can give up and leave now. We will immediately send a special plane to take you home. No one present left. They had already reached the gate of the demon suppressing pass. How could they give up in front of everyone? Very good. The sequence test will begin in 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, you can think of ways to defeat the giant wolf with ordinary strength. After entering the sequence test, you will appear in a warehouse. There are cold weapons and hot weapons for you to choose from. The cold weapons are ordinary fine iron, not divine blades. The hot weapons are only ordinary firearms. There are no heavy weapons. The ammunition is limited. Each person can only choose one weapon, otherwise they will be disqualified from the test. Finally, I wish all candidates to pass the exam and have good luck in martial arts. I'll be waiting for you at the Demon Suppression Pass. After saying this, Su Wenbo turned around and returned to the Demon Suppressing Pass. The illusionists who stayed behind took out instruments of various shapes and placed them on the ground, arranging something. Chen Ping withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and began to think about how to pass the sequence test quickly. The rules of the sequence examination are very fair. All candidates start from the same starting line and use the strength of ordinary people and limited weapons to defeat the first-level monster giant wolf. But the speed, strength and defense of the monster far exceed those of ordinary people. As the candidate just said, even if 100 ordinary people come together, it is impossible to kill the giant wolf. The gap in strength is far from being made up by numbers. Without talent, martial arts realm, powerful weapons, pills and props to assist, there is only one way, to break through with your own strength. The martial arts he had learned became the key to breaking the deadlock. After figuring this out, Chen Ping suddenly had an idea. Using this method, we should be able to deal with the first-level monster giant wolf in a very short time. Although the cost is extremely high, it is within the scope allowed by the rules. As soon as Chen Ping looked up after thinking of a solution, he met Su Qingli's gaze. Although the two did not communicate, they got the same answer from each other's eyes. I won't lose to you this time. The fighting spirit in Su Qingli's eyes was burning. I practice martial arts diligently every day. I've already mastered the layered waves power and even the broken edge blade technique to the elementary level. You started learning later than me, so it's impossible for you to kill the giant wolf faster than me. Chen Ping shrugged, maybe I'll be the last one to come and win. Su Qingli obviously didn't believe it, and a sweet smile appeared on her face, like the warm sun in winter, bright and gentle. Sorry, I have the advantage this time. I will definitely win. Hearing Su Qingli's confident words, Chen Ping did not refute her. Instead, he smiled and said, then I look forward to your performance and see how you can beat me. Then I'll take the exam first, and you'll see how I beat you. Chapter 52 Beautiful Prosecutor Li Momo. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast room of the trial court. I am Prosecutor Li Momo. Li Momo, wearing a pair of intellectual glasses, sat upright in front of the table, with her long legs and black stockings clearly visible under the table. Her pretty face and hot body quickly set off a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. What did I see? The goddess prosecutor Momo actually came to the live broadcast? This uniform temptation is too much, buddy. I'm going to find toilet paper. Huge thumbs up to the cameraman, this angle is absolutely amazing. Looking at the barrage of comments that kept pouring out in the live broadcast room, Li Momo smiled slightly. This is her charm. Even if she doesn't say anything, she has already made the audience in the live broadcast room crazy about her. Wang Rong was furious because former prosecutor Qi Jin failed in her mission. In order to calm Wang Rong's anger, the presiding judge not only fired Qi Jin, but also sent her, the beautiful prosecutor, to the live broadcast room. Her task was simple, to compare Wang Renjie, the prodigy of the Wang family, with Chen Ping, to praise Wang Renjie and belittle Chen Ping to ruin his reputation. As long as he does a good job, he will not only get the reward from the Wang family, but also gain the favor of Wang Rong, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. How could a commoner of ordinary origin compare to the genius that the Wang family had cultivated with all their heart since childhood? No matter how you looked at it, Chen Ping was doomed to lose. After completing this mission and climbing up the Wang family's ladder, her future will surely be bright. She might even be promoted to the position of chief judge. Recovering from her thoughts, Li Momo continued her live broadcast. The candidates taking this year's martial arts exam have arrived at the Demon Suppression Pass. According to the news from the Demon Suppression Pass, the candidates taking this year's martial arts exam must pass the sequence test within 10 minutes, otherwise they will be disqualified from taking the exam. Now, let me introduce the rules of the sequence test. Before the demon suppressing gate was closed, the military illusionists had already set up the device. A huge circular device was placed on the ground, emitting a white light. 10 minutes are up, the sequence test begins. Candidates, please line up and enter the circle to take the sequence exam. The candidates who were closer to the circle lined up and entered the circle one by one. Is the exam starting now? Jinping noticed that the huge light screen not far away was playing the candidates' exam images, and he couldn't help but look at it intently. In the picture, the first candidate to take the sequence examination quickly selected a spear in the warehouse and hesitated for a while before pushing open the door of the warehouse. Outside the door, there was wind and snow, and everything was white. There was no shelter at all. The candidate subconsciously looked back, only to find that the warehouse had disappeared. A majestic giant wolf stood in the snow, its silver-white fur fluttering in the wind, exuding an astonishing aura. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at the examinee, with fishy saliva at the corners of its mouth. Its sharp teeth left no doubt that it could bite a person's head to pieces with one bite. The candidate nervously clenched the spear in his hand, then took a deep breath and rushed towards the giant wolf. A flash of human contempt appeared in the giant wolf's eyes. It stood there observing the candidate for a while before suddenly kicking its hind legs hard and rushing towards the candidate. Its speed was so fast that it rushed in front of the candidate in a few breaths. The frightened candidate only had time to raise the spear in his hand, but before he could stab it out, the giant wolf bit off his neck. Looking at the last scene of blood gushing out on the screen, Jinping rubbed his chin with his hand, recalling the details he had just seen. There was no shelter in the area, and ordinary people, even with weapons, were no match for the giant wolf. The gap in strength is too big. But the military couldn't possibly arrange a dead end for the examinee. There must be some details that he hadn't noticed. The image in Jinping's mind finally froze on the scene where the candidate's neck was bitten off by the giant wolf, and the giant wolf subconsciously avoided the spear in the candidate's hand. Logically, even if the spear in the examinee's hand hit the giant wolf, it would hardly pose much threat. What is going on? The second candidate to take the exam was a calm-looking young man with a striking scar at the corner of his eyebrow, which added a bit of fortitude to him. The boy quickly picked out a pair of swords and walked out of the warehouse door without any hesitation. The same scene, the same giant wolf, but the boy did not rush to attack. He stood there motionless, raised his two swords, and after making an attacking stance, he did not move. A hint of doubt flashed in the giant wolf's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by bloodthirstiness. It quickly rushed towards the boy, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards the boy's fragile neck. The boy did not defend himself and stabbed the giant wolf's eyes with both swords. Although the speed was fast, the power was limited because he was only an ordinary person's strength. However, the giant wolf stopped attacking and jumped backwards to avoid the boy's attack. When Jinping saw this, he suddenly realized. Giant wolves are afraid of human weapons. This must be a weakness that the military had set up long ago in the illusion. Otherwise, no matter how good the candidates' martial arts skills were, it would be difficult for them to withstand the attack of the giant wolf and they would not be able to fight at all. The young man in the light curtains saw the giant wolf hiding behind him and quickly realized that this must be a weakness set by the military for the candidates. If he could make good use of it, there was still hope of defeating the giant wolf. Next, the young man fought steadily and cautiously, dealing with the giant wolf. The two swords jumped flexibly in his hands and slashed at the giant wolf again and again. Although the wounds were not deep, the giant wolf became more afraid of the weapons in the young man's hands, and the flaws revealed became more and more obvious. The giant wolf, which clearly had greater strength than the boy, was forced to give up attacking and choose to dodge again and again because of his inner fear. Finally, the boy seized the opportunity and stabbed it in the eye, killing it. The scene on the screen ended there, and cheers erupted from the audience. I was wondering how it could be so difficult. Turns out the giant wolf has such an obvious weakness. I can do it too. But Jinping didn't think so. Although the boy's swordsmanship was not of high grade, his realm was extremely high. He had mastered the dual swords in one hand. The giant wolf attacked for 9 minutes but couldn't find a flaw, and was blocked by the dual swords. At least I have mastered it. To defeat a first-level demon beast in a fantasy world with ordinary weapons and ordinary strength requires both courage and strength. Jinping understood the military's intention in setting up the sequential examination. Those candidates who rely on family resources and are only good for show are excluded, while ordinary candidates without any background can rely on courage and hard work to defeat the giant wolf and obtain the qualification to participate in the martial arts examination. Although it's not perfect, it's relatively fair. Jinping couldn't help but feel a little respect for Su Tianyuan, the god of war who planned the reform of the martial arts exam. In the live broadcast room of the trial court, Li Momo was commenting on the performance of the boy with the scar on his eyebrow. She shook her head and said, "I have no idea why the screen showed the test footage of this ordinary candidate. It took a full 9 minutes for him to pass. What a waste of everyone's time. His swordsmanship is also very poor. It's obviously a low-grade martial art, completely unworthy of the stage. I hope that next time the screen can show a test footage of an outstanding candidate to open everyone's eyes, and stop showing this boring turn-based combat. There were also comments of booing on the screen. It would be great if we had a beautiful candidate, like Beauty and the Beast. Just thinking about it makes me excited. That barrage above, this is a martial arts exam, what's going on in your head? That candidate just now was taking too long. I almost fell asleep watching him. Let's have a quick one. The light curtain seemed to have heard the audience's words. The scene changed, and a candidate with a pure and beautiful appearance, like a fairy descending to the earth, appeared in front of everyone. Holy crap! Is there really a beautiful lady here? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the screen was full of fuck almost filling the live broadcast screen. Lee Momo saw the girl appear on the screen, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She introduced in a clear and pleasant voice, "This candidate has a great background. She is the daughter of the Su family in Beijing, the niece of the martial god Su Tianyuan, Su Qingli." Chapter 53 Double Standards. Su Qingli didn't know that her exam footage was being broadcast live. At this moment, she was holding a long knife and rushing straight towards the giant wolf. A pair of powerful long legs left a trail of afterimages in the air. Anthropomorphic mockery flashed across the giant wolf's face, and a cruel and bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. How dare an ordinary human initiate an attack on it? The giant wolf jumped out like lightning, bringing up a large cloud of snow. The swift silver wolf shadow rushed in front of Su Qingli in the blink of an eye. She could clearly see the giant wolf's teeth flashing with cold light. Su Qingli held the knife in both hands and pushed all his strength to the extreme. Breaking edge knife technique, breaking sword style. The blood vessels in her arms suddenly burst open, and the huge force that erupted exceeded the limit that her body could withstand. But Su Qingli still felt it was not enough. She gritted her teeth and let out a cry, forcing herself to exert double strength. The speed of the long sword in her hand suddenly increased a lot, and she chopped towards the giant wolf's head. Everything happened so fast that by the time the giant wolf reacted, it was too late. It could only watch the sharp silver light flash by. The world in the giant wolf's eyes began to turn upside down, and was finally completely shrouded in darkness. It's dead. Su Qingli looked at the giant wolf's corpse on the ground and slowly raised the long knife in his hand. At this time, her hands were covered in blood, but under the water of wind and snow, they exuded a unique beauty. Chen Ping, who was outside the demon suppressing pass, looked up and saw the scene, and was deeply shocked. He didn't expect that the girl who looked gentle as water on weekdays actually had such a strong side. Su Qingli's method of passing the level coincided with what he had thought of before. If you want to deal with the first level monster giant wolf in a very short time, you must unleash strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. It just so happens that there is an extremely domineering move in the broken edge sword technique, the broken sword style. It can forcibly burst out power beyond the body's ability to bear. It is a life and death sword technique that is only used when one is on the verge of death. Combined with the added power of Dialangjian, it is very likely that a first-level monster will be eliminated in one blow. But no one has ever tried it. Even Chen Ping himself cannot determine whether he can kill the monster with one blow under the limitations of ordinary people's strength. But Su Qingli did it without hesitation, which required great courage. After all, once they fail and become injured and exhausted, it will be difficult to resist the attack of the giant wolf. Su Qingli in the light curtain suddenly smiled, and the joy of victory infected Chen Ping. Su Qingli, well done. In the live broadcast room of the trial court, Li Momo was explaining to the audience why Su Qingli was able to kill the monster with one sword. It's rumored that the Su family's broken edge blade technique is extremely domineering and ferocious, and it really lives up to its reputation. Su Qingli used the most powerful broken sword technique in the broken edge blade technique. This is a desperate sword technique that will hurt both sides. If you can't quickly kill your opponent, you will die from the backlash of the sword technique. Su Qingli is worthy of being the niece of the martial god Su Tianyuan. She has inherited the Su family's brave and fearless fighting spirit. But then he changed the subject and said, "But I don't advocate this style of fighting. If you rashly risk your life in a real fight, you'll likely die faster." Also, the Su family's broken edge blade technique is a precious and powerful earth-level technique. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary techniques, so they have the capital to risk their lives. But for ordinary candidates, without powerful martial arts techniques, a steady and cautious approach is a better choice. As soon as these words came out, people in the barrage quickly started to speak ill of Su Qingli. He's just relying on his family's powerful earth-level skills. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be killed instantly by the giant wolf. If I also knew the broken-edge sword technique, I could do it too. It's a shame that she's so beautiful, but she only knows how to attract attention by using this life-threatening fighting style to attract attention. Li Momo smiled slightly. She hated people like Su Qingli the most. She was born into a wealthy family and had a silver spoon in her mouth. She could get everything that many people dreamed of without any effort. Of course, she would not let go of the opportunity to discredit Su Qingli. Suddenly, the image on the screen changed, and a familiar short and fat figure appeared on it. Li Momo's eyes suddenly lit up. The real culprit finally appeared. She quickly introduced him in a sweet voice. This candidate is called Wang Renjie. Although he comes from a prominent family like Su Qingli, he's not a direct descendant of the Wang family. Because he's loved using guns since he was a child, he's constantly been ridiculed and bullied by his clansmen. Yet, he never gave in, secretly practicing his marksmanship diligently. Finally, with his unerring shooting skills, he rose to prominence and became the strongest of the Wang family's younger generation. As Li Momo described the situation vividly, many people in the live broadcast room began to sympathize with Wang Renjie's experience and developed a favorable impression of him. Who says warriors can't use guns? A gun is fast from 10 steps away, and within 10 steps, it's fast and accurate. Those who question you are just jealous of your gun skills. No matter how fast a sword is, can it be as fast as a gun? Come on, Wang Renjie. I believe you can surpass Su Qingli. Wang Renjie, who entered the sequence examination, selected an AWP sniper rifle from the warehouse. There are 5 bullets, more than enough. Wang Renjie loaded 5 bullets into the magazine, then walked out of the warehouse carrying the AWP sniper rifle. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the giant silver wolf in the snow. At this time, the giant wolf was extremely fast, leaving only a shadow. It seems the authorities don't want candidates using firearms. Compared to candidates using cold weapons, the giant wolf is more than twice as fast. Faced with this kind of differential treatment, Wang Renjie curled up the corner of his mouth in a disdainful sneer. With this speed, you still want to dodge his bullet? 5 gunshots rang out in succession, sending up large flakes of snow. After firing 5 shots, Wang Renjie did not go forward to check the results, but stood there confidently with the sniper rifle, waiting for the end of the test. The image on the screen changed, and the body of a giant wolf lay on the ground. Even though the giant wolf was hit by 5 bullets, there was only 1 bullet hole on its body. It's right, I was hit by 5 consecutive bullets, leaving a hideous bloody hole. Li Momo, who was in the live broadcast room, excitedly stood up, raised her right hand, and shouted loudly, 5 shots hit the giant wolf's right eye. In less than 5 seconds, Wang Renjie killed the giant wolf. The comments at this time were all wow and awesome, and a large number of viewers became fans of Wang Renjie and praised him generously. Su Qingli, who had just reunited with Chen Ping, changed his expression after seeing Wang Renjie's actions. He opened the live broadcast room of the trial court and saw the screen full of words praising Wang Renjie. He watched the replay for a while and immediately became furious. Everything Li Momo said is a lie. Not a single word is true. Su Qingli said angrily, even when Wang Renjie was very young, he relied on his status as a direct descendant of the Wang family and liked to use people as targets with his gun. Later, he even shot anyone he disliked to death. He killed most of the Wang family's servants. Because he killed so many people, even the Wang family could no longer cover it up. They had no choice but to lock him up at home and keep him under strict supervision. To flatter Wang Renjie, they even created a persona for him that he's risen from the ashes. They've lost all their dignity. After watching the live broadcast replay, Chen Ping promised Su Qingli, "Don't worry, I won't let this scum who treats human life as a joke get first place." Chapter 54, Condensing the Blade's Intent. Although he made a promise to Su Qingli, Chen Ping still couldn't think of a faster way than Wang Renjie until the sequence exam was about to begin. The distance between the warehouse door and the giant wolf was not very close. Even if one ran as fast as possible, it would take at least 8 seconds to reach there. The only way is to use long-range weapons like Wang Renjie. But Chen Ping didn't have much experience in shooting. The last time he shot was during military training in college in his previous life. It was impossible for him to hit the giant wolf that was moving very fast. Is there really no other way? At this time, Li Momo's face in the live broadcast room of the trial court was full of uncontrollable joy. Just now, the Wang family sent a message saying that she did a good job and the benefits would be doubled. Next, as long as she succeeds in belittling Chen Ping, she will be able to get a full 20 million yuan in benefits. Li Momo, who was very happy, began to worry. What if Chen Ping did not appear in the light curtain? Her eyes rolled, and she quickly came up with an idea. She said, recently, in Jingbei, there's been a lawless martial arts student named Chen Ping. He likes to bully his classmates and force them to kneel and kowtow to him. The principal, unable to bear it, tried to persuade him, but he beat him to death. Although the patrol bureau arrested him afterwards, he was released soon after and has even gone on to take the martial arts exam. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments immediately began to insult Chen Ping. At patrol, why are you letting the murderer go unpunished? Such a vicious person deserves to be cut into pieces. How can such a person take the martial arts exam? If he were to be admitted to the Wuda University, who knows how many people would die at his hands in the future? Looking at the angry comments, Li Momo smiled with satisfaction and said, Chen Ping and Su Qingli were classmates and had a good personal relationship. And the director of the patrol bureau, Zhou Mei, also happens to have a good relationship with Su Qingli. Although Li Momo did not continue speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately understood what she meant. It was Su Qingli who went to beg Zhou Mei to use her power as director to release Chen Ping. I originally thought Su Qingli was a woman who was as capable as any man, but I didn't expect her to be so filthy and unable to distinguish right from wrong in private. I'm a die-hard fan of director Zhou Mei and have always had complete faith in her character. Now I've turned from a fan to a hater. Even a heartless murderer like this can openly participate in the martial arts exam. Is there any justice in this world? Although a very small number of people questioned the authenticity of Li Momo's words, the vast majority of the audience believed in what she said. After all, Li Momo was a prosecutor and is representing the trial court live broadcast, so how could she possibly tell lies? Seeing that the task of discrediting Chen Ping was almost completed, Li Momo was about to make a final conclusion when suddenly, Chen Ping's figure appeared on the huge light curtain outside the demon-suppressing pass. Li Momo, overjoyed, quickly said, "It's him. He's Chen Ping. A heinous criminal who, relying on his own strength, disregards the law and wantonly tramples on the lives of others." The comments in the live broadcast room immediately started to curse Chen Ping's ancestors like sharks smelling blood, using all kinds of dirty words. At this time, Chen Ping did not know that he had been disgraced in the live broadcast room of the trial court. He looked at the illusion before him, and suddenly his heart moved. There doesn't seem to be much difference between illusions and dreams? Recalling the previous experience of being assassinated by Li Yongchang, a bold idea emerged in Chen Ping's mind. Can I use my mental power as a weapon to kill the giant wolf? Chen Ping tried to use his mental power to condense a weapon, but as soon as the mental power spread out of his body, it encountered great resistance. The military really did take precautions, didn't they? Chen Ping's gaze suddenly stopped on a finely crafted flying knife. He tried to pick up the throwing knife and infuse his mental power into it. Although he encountered obstacles, when his mental power poured into the flying knife, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Seems like there's hope? Chen Ping continued to inject his mental power into the flying knife. As the mental power continued to be injected, a blurry flying knife appeared in his mind, just like in reality. But unlike reality, in the illusion, his mental power was consumed very slowly. Finally, when the mental power completely filled the flying knife, Chen Ping felt a sense of flesh and blood connection with the flying knife in his hand. It was as if the knife had grown out of his body. He tried to control the flying knife in his hand. The flying knife in his hand moved slightly and actually moved to the right according to his wishes. And only a little of his mental strength was consumed. But just letting the flying knife move at will cannot kill the giant wolf. It must have extremely strong power. Wait, it seems like I have reached the state of unity between man and sword? Isn't this the realm that can only be achieved after mastering the broken edge sword technique to perfection? Once you reach the state of unity between man and sword, you can cultivate the sword intent. With the addition of sword intent, the power of swordsmanship will be terribly enhanced. Chen Ping tried to condense the broken edge sword intent in his sword according to the method recorded in the broken edge sword technique. After a while, a sharp intent emerged from the flying knife, piercing Chen Ping's palm and causing pain. The sword intent of breaking the edge is accomplished. But before he could feel happy, Chen Ping felt a black screen in front of his eyes. I didn't expect that refining the blade breaking intent would consume almost all of my mental energy. I almost fainted. Chen Ping tightly gripped the throwing knife and slowly walked towards the warehouse door. It was only a dozen steps away, but it took him almost half a minute. Finally, he pushed open the door. In the wind and snow, the tall figure of the giant wolf was not far away, staring at him coldly. "Examinees, please stay where you are and get ready. The test will start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, Li Momo burst into laughter in the livestream room. Chen Ping actually picked a palm-length throwing knife and used it to kill the giant wolf. It's truly hilarious. I guess even he felt embarrassed. It took him half a minute to reach the door. Let's wait and see how Chen Ping uses a flying knife to deal with the giant wolf. No, how he is dealt with by the giant wolf. The comments in the live broadcast room were also affected by Li Momo's words, and began to ridicule Chen Ping crazily. Has Chen Ping's brain been muddled by all the killing? Using a throwing knife to pick the teeth of a giant wolf? Giant wolf, bite this evil man who deserves death. Look! Chen Ping is already throwing a knife. He's really going to kill the giant wolf with it. Hilarious. I bet this knife won't even touch the wolf's fur. As soon as the countdown in his ear reached 1, Chen Ping threw the flying knife in his hand towards the location of the giant wolf. With the bonus of the 5-fold strength, the flying knife flew as fast as lightning and arrived in front of the giant wolf in the blink of an eye. The giant wolf had an anthropomorphic expression of disdain on its face, and was too lazy to even move. In its eyes, the flying knife missed the target and was 1 meter away from its head. It poses no threat at all. That's it? Chapter 55. The truth comes to light. Under the giant wolf's disdainful gaze, the flying knife suddenly turned and flew through its forehead at an extremely tricky angle. The giant wolf stood there majestically, with the wind and snow blowing through its fur, and it seemed no different from before. The comments in the live broadcast room immediately started to mock Chen Ping crazily. I was saying, how could a flying knife possibly hurt a first-level monster? It's so hopelessly stupid. Now this murderer has nothing in his hands. Let's see how he fights the giant wolf next. Why isn't the giant wolf moving? Go up and bite this murderer to death. 10 seconds later, the giant wolf remained motionless. The comments in the entire live broadcast room suddenly fell silent, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was wrong. Could it be? An impossible guess emerged in the audience's minds. Chen Ping, who was inside the light curtain, heard a notification tone at the moment when the flying knife killed the giant wolf. Congratulations to candidate Chen Ping for killing the first-level monster giant wolf. Time, 0.8 seconds. The results are valid, and the ranking is being entered. Congratulations to candidate Chen Ping, you've been ranked first. In 30 seconds, I will exit the illusion. Chen Ping came to the giant wolf's corpse. The giant wolf still maintained its appearance when it was alive, and there was even a hint of disdain and sarcasm in the corner of its eyes. He pushed it with his hands, and the giant wolf's body fell to the ground to the left and right. A smooth and neat cut directly split it into two. Chen Ping originally thought that the flying knife had only penetrated the giant wolf's head, but he didn't expect that it would actually cut its entire body in half. Is this the power of the broken edge blade intent? The sharp edge doesn't leak out at all, it just penetrates the body directly. He picked up the fallen throwing knife from the ground not far away. At this time, the mental power originally attached to the throwing knife had been consumed, and it became an ordinary throwing knife. But the feeling of condensing the blade's intent remained in Chen Ping's heart. The domineering and unparalleled sharp sword intent was deeply engraved in his mind. As the 30-second countdown ended, Chen Ping exited the illusion. As soon as he came out, Su Qingli rushed towards him excitedly. Chen Ping, you are so amazing, how did you do it? Chen Ping subconsciously wanted to dodge, but seeing that there were people around him, he opened his arms and caught Su Qingli. He didn't want to see Su Qingli throw herself into the arms of a strange boy. The warm jade was in his arms, and the soft fragrance instantly hit his nose, making Chen Ping feel dazed for a moment. Beauty is indeed poison. Chen Ping forced himself to suppress the allure in his heart and casually explained, suddenly, a blessing came to my mind and I realized a little bit of the breaking edge blade intention, so I killed the giant wolf. Breaking edge sword intention? Doesn't it require practicing the breaking edge sword technique to the point of perfect unity between man and sword to comprehend it? It's just a coincidence. Chen Ping didn't elaborate. Su Tang, who was hiding in the dark, saw the two of them being intimate. His intense jealousy almost made him lose his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms, oozing blood. You two bastards, just wait for me. I'm going to make sure you die. Not far away, a young man with dead eyes lowered his head thoughtfully. Seeing that Qin Ping didn't want to say more, Su Qingli didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she opened the live broadcast room of the trial court and showed it to Qin Ping excitedly. Look, Sister Zhou Mei rushed into the live broadcast room of the trial court. Qin Ping saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Zhou Mei actually slapped Li Momo in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. Li Momo covered her red and swollen cheeks, tears immediately fell. Zhou Mei, why did you hit someone? I'm beating you, a liar who's full of lies. At the same time, a group of people in patrol uniforms surrounded the live broadcast room and all the staff were taken under control. As soon as Zhou Mei appeared, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared at an extremely terrifying rate, quickly breaking through the 1 million mark, and the number of viewers was still soaring. Zhou Mei pulled Li Momo away and sat in the seat where she had just been broadcasting live. Dear viewers of the live broadcast room, I am Zhou Mei, the director of the Patrol Bureau. I believe many of you know me. I came here to clarify what Li Momo said just now about slandering Qin Ping. First of all, Qin Ping didn't bully his classmates. Quite the opposite. Someone wanted to bully him and made a bet with him. The loser had to kneel down and kowtow to him. Qin Ping used his own strength to win fair and square. The other party still tried to cheat, but was forced to kneel down and admit defeat. I won't mention this person's name. As soon as Zhou Mei finished her last sentence, which was intended to cover up her mistake, someone immediately posted Su Teng's name in the comment section and cursed the playboy, saying that their sister was defiled by this beast. No one questioned Zhou Mei's words. As the director of the Patrol Bureau, her image of integrity and selflessness had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. So that's how it is. Li Momo is deliberately trying to discredit Qin Ping? Then what's the truth behind the principal's death? I just made some inquiries, and the principal of Beijing No. 1 Middle School was indeed killed by Qin Ping. Goddess Zhou Mei, please tell us why Qin Ping wanted to kill the principal? Zhou Mei frowned, but quickly relaxed her brows. If she didn't explain clearly, Qin Ping would not be able to completely wash off the dirty water that Li Momo had thrown on him. The principal was an undercover agent of the demon god cult. In order to defeat Qin Ping, he activated the demon god cult potion in his body and transformed into a lizard monster. In the end, he was defeated by Qin Ping and killed by him. The comments immediately dropped by half, and someone said anxiously, didn't the demon god cult get destroyed? No, I want to leave Jingbei and escape to the countryside. Some people were filled with righteous indignation. My parents were killed by the demon god cult. I want to join the patrol bureau to avenge my father. Some even praised him, saying, Qin Ping did a great job. None of the demon god cult members are good people. Every time we kill one of them, we are ridding the people of harm. Seeing that Qin Ping's reputation had improved, Zhou Mei breathed a sigh of relief. She had just driven through more than 30 red lights and was almost going crazy. I was afraid that if I arrived too late, once the audience in the live broadcast room left, it would be difficult for Qin Ping to clarify the rumors and run around to refute them. Fortunately, she arrived in time and prevented Qin Ping from suffering an unjust accusation. Take the rumor-mongering Li Momo back to the police station. As Li Momo was taken away, the live broadcast room of the trial court was quickly closed. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached tens of millions. Even if the live broadcast room is closed, the barrage is still scrolling wildly. I never thought that Li Momo, as a prosecutor, would distort the facts so shamelessly. I will scold her every time she broadcasts live from now on. Qin Ping killed an undercover agent of the demon god cult, which indirectly saved hundreds of thousands of people. How dare you slander such a hero? You deserve to die. I used to think the tribunal was a credible official institution, but now it seems completely untrustworthy. With a prosecutor like this, the courtroom is definitely not going to be any better. Unfollow. Report. The number of fans in the trial court's live broadcast room plummeted. In less than a minute, the number of fans who had reached tens of millions was reduced by millions. And because of the large number of reports, it was automatically blacklisted by the platform system. Chapter 56, First Place in the Sequence Exam. Qin Ping was moved when he saw that Zhou Mei even revealed the news of the demon god cult's re-emergence in public in order to protect himself. Next time I won tea fight with her for the dumplings for breakfast. After passing the sequence examination, Qin Ping and Su Qingli both passed through the gate and entered the demon suppressing pass. From the outside, Jinyao Pass looks like a steel wall, but when Chen Ping got inside, he found that it was like a small city. There is everything for eating, drinking, and having fun, and listening to the hawking of street vendors even makes him feel like he is back in the city. However, there were no advertisements for products on the screens on the street. Instead, there were scenes of battles with monsters and passionate slogans. It would be more accurate to say that Jinyao Pass is a fortress rather than a city. The elderly and children living here are all relatives of the soldiers at the Demon Suppression Pass. They brought their families here, partly to make it easier to take care of them, and partly to demonstrate their determination to live and die with the Demon Suppression Pass. Most of the old people and children on the street had innocent smiles on their faces. One vendor even handed Chen Ping a bouquet of flowers and asked him to give it to Su Qingli next to him. But in front of several houses, there were a few flowers hanging, the doors were closed, and faint crying sounds could be heard from inside. These are the families of the soldiers who just died. They can choose to move out with a large pension, or they can continue to stay here. Most of the soldiers' families will leave, but a few will choose to stay. With Su Qingli's introduction, Chen Ping gained a new understanding of the Demon Suppressing Pass. This is not a cold fortress, it also has its own joys and sorrows. Soon, Su Qingli and Chen Ping followed the team to a wide square. There was also a huge light curtain on the square, displaying rows of people's names. First place Chen Ping's time, 0.8 seconds. Second place Wang Renjie's time, 4.9 seconds. Third place Su Qingli's time, 9.6 seconds. Even in the serial examination, he defeated martial arts students from all over the country and took first place. But for Chen Ping, nothing could make him happier than lying down. As expected, if you are alive, you still have to lie down. If it weren't for the tens of millions of cash reward for the first place in the martial arts exam, he didn't want to take the exam seriously at all. He would just muddle through and get into Beijing North Martial Arts University. As for Su Tianyuan's identity as the last disciple of the god of martial arts, he didn't care at all. Elsewhere, at the Demon Suppression Gate, Su Wenba excitedly told Su Tianyuan, third brother, the sequence exam is almost over. It's your turn to announce the results. So fast? Su Tianyuan withdrew his gaze from the beast abyss and turned to ask, who took first place? It was my apprentice Chen Ping. It only took him 0.8 seconds. Su Wenba showed a proud expression on his face. Seeing Su Wenba's expression as if he was about to praise his apprentice, Su Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a little amused. Isn't it just that he got first place in the sequence exam? Is it necessary to be so proud of your apprentice? Wait, how long do you think it will take? Su Tianyuan suddenly reacted. 0.8 seconds. Su Wenba said with his head held high. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Tianyuan waved his hands, his face full of disbelief. With the strength of an ordinary person, how could he possibly kill a first-level monster, a giant wolf, in 1 second? Su Wenba, who had been prepared, took out the video and handed it to Su Tianyuan. I knew you wouldn't believe it. See for yourself. Su Tianyuan watched the few seconds of video more than 10 times before looking up, his face full of disbelief. It's actually the genuine broken-edge blade intent. How did your disciple achieve this? I don't know how he did it. I've only been teaching him the broken blade technique for a few days, and he's already reached the end of it. It's truly bizarre. Su Tianyuan paced back and forth, thinking for a while before saying, no matter how Chen Ping did it, judging by the results, he is indeed the undisputed number one. Su Wenba then showed him the exam videos of Wang Renjie and Su Qingli. Su Tianyuan lost interest in Wang Renjie's video after watching it only once. It's meaningless. From now on, hot weapons will be removed from the sequence examination. Then he watched Su Qingli's video several times over and over again, looking at Su Wenba in surprise. When did my niece Qingli become so brave? I remember she was a gentle and soft-natured person since she was little. How come she suddenly became a different person? Ever since she suddenly came home 9 days ago and said she wanted to learn martial arts, she has become a completely different person. Even Wang Rong fainted from anger. I was a little skeptical before, but now it seems that my niece Qingli is very suitable for her awakened SSS-level talent courage. Su Tianyuan watched Su Qingli's video again, praised her several times, and suddenly said without a word, Chen Ping and her are a good match. So, you agree? Su Wenba's eyes lit up. Who said I agreed? There are still 2 parts of the martial arts exam. Let's see how he performs next. Su Tianyuan turned around and left. Looking at Su Tianyuan's back, Su Wenba smiled helplessly, shook his head, and followed him. In the square inside the demon suppressing pass, all the candidates who passed the serial examination gathered here, and all the candidates looked at the names in the front row on the light screen. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and Su Tianyuan suddenly appeared from the air and landed in the center of the square. At this moment, the names on the light curtain disappeared one by one, and finally only one person's name was left, gradually occupying the entire light curtain. Chen Ping. Let us congratulate candidate Chen Ping for taking first place in this sequence exam and earning the title of first sequence. Su Tianyuan took the lead in applauding Chen Ping, and the other candidates followed suit, and for a moment the applause was thunderous. This scared Chen Ping, who was lying on the chair. He quickly stood up, looked towards the center of the square, and stared at Su Tianyuan from a distance. Chen Ping, your performance is excellent. You deserve the title of first sequence. Wang Renjie in the crowd was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. The anger and unwillingness on his face made his face distorted and particularly hideous. Chen Ping, when the martial arts exam officially begins, I'll see how many bullets you can take. The murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance. Su Tang was so jealous that he was almost going crazy. He wished he could change his name to Chen Ping and accept the praise from the god of war Su Tianyuan. Damn, why didn't he get first place? Kill. 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 Only by killing Chen Ping can we wash away this shame. Li Sini looked at Chen Ping, who was envied and hated by everyone, and a trace of deep hidden fear flashed across his dead fish eyes. He has realized the power of the broken blade sword at such a young age. His future is limitless. Even Zhou Wu, the first martial god of China, is slightly inferior to him. If this boy is not eliminated, he will definitely become a serious threat to the demon god cult. Chen Ping didn't know that he had been targeted by 3 people. He was taken to a room where Su Tianyuan was waiting for him. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Su Tianyuan's voice came from inside the house. Chapter 57, Teaching the Soul Refining Technique. Chen Ping pushed open the door and saw the legendary god of war Su Tianyuan up close for the first time. Su Tianyuan looks very young, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He is more handsome than most male stars. He has a unique temperament that makes people unforgettable at first sight. Sit wherever you want. Su Tianyuan's attitude was very easygoing, without any airs. If you strip away the halo of his identity as the god of war, he will be like a gentle elder brother, making people feel safe and warm. Chen Ping found a sofa to sit on and couldn't help but lie down on it. That's right. We're all family from now on, so there's no need to be so formal. As soon as these words came out, Chen Ping immediately sat up, straightened his posture and said, Su Wushan, I don't quite understand what you mean. I told you not to be so formal. Just call me Brother Tianyuan. Su Tianyuan laughed and said directly, I know everything about your relationship with Su Qingli. I hope you can take good care of her in the future. Su Qingli and I are just ordinary friends now. Besides, with you elders here, it's not my turn to take care of them, right? Su Tianyuan's expression changed, and he said solemnly, my second brother, Su Hang, was seriously injured in his early years, leaving behind a root of illness that is incurable. My eldest brother is stuck at the 8th level of Martial Saint and has been unable to break through. There is almost no hope of a breakthrough. Isn't it still you, the god of war? Su Tianyuan shook his head, a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. You will understand later, I can't say more now. If I'm gone one day, the Su family will be targeted by countless people. When the nest is overturned, no one will be left unharmed. I hope someone can protect Su Qingli. Chen Ping became even more confused and pointed at himself, asking, why me? Is it because I have a great talent for martial arts? This is just one of the reasons. The more important reason is that Su Qingli likes you. Hearing this, Chen Ping coughed violently a few times. Su Qingli and I are really just friends. What exactly is the relationship? As Su Qingli's elders, we have watched her grow up since she was a child, how could we not see it? Su Tianyuan did not continue the topic, but took out a booklet and handed it to Chen Ping. This is the most core and important martial arts of the Su family. The Wang family is trying to swallow up our Su family by any means just to get it. Chen Ping picked up the booklet and saw 3 big words written on the cover, the art of refining the spirit. After flipping through it, I found out that it was a martial art that trained mental strength. The soul refining technique is a martial arts technique passed down from our Su family long ago. Because it cannot directly improve the practitioner's strength, it has no rank, but it has a vital function. What's the function? It can help the 9th realm martial emperor break through to the 10th realm martial god. Chen Ping had not expected that the art of refining the spirit was actually a special technique that could help people break through to become martial gods. You have to know that among the more than 1 billion people in China, there have only been 2 martial gods in a few decades. It can be seen how difficult it is to advance to become a martial god. I heard that you are a rare martial arts genius. You can master all the heavenly martial arts at a glance, without any teacher. Then this book, Spirit Refining Technique, shouldn't be too difficult for you. You must learn it here and you are not allowed to take it out of the room. Su Tianyuan's words made Chen Ping stunned. He didn't expect that the pretending to be a martial arts genius in order to be lazy in the past would now turn into a boomerang and hit him. He had just flipped through the soul refining technique a few times. There were many profound sentences in it, and he couldn't understand it at all without guidance. Finally, Chen Ping had an idea and said, "The soul refining technique is extremely important to the Su family. Su Qingli and I don't have a special relationship now. I won't accept rewards without merit. Let Su Qingli learn it first." Su Tianyuan had not expected that someone could actually resist the temptation of the soul refining technique. You have to think clearly. As long as you learn the soul refining technique, becoming a martial god will no longer be out of reach for you. It's like the door to becoming a martial god is already half open to you. Chen Ping couldn't explain the real reason. It was impossible to say that just because Su Qingli learned it, he also learned it, right? He had no choice but to make up an excuse. I am only a 2nd level warrior now, and I am still far from the 10th level martial god. This has nothing to do with the level of your realm. The sooner you learn the soul refining technique, the better. Training your mental strength is not something that can be done overnight. Then I'll learn after Su Qingli learns it first. Chen Ping still insisted. Although Su Tianyuan didn't quite understand why Chen Ping insisted on letting Su Qingli learn first, he was able to resist such a huge temptation and still thought of Su Qingli first in his heart. This child is worthy of entrusting Su Qingli to him. Okay then, I'll call Su Qingli over and give her some personal instruction later. Then I'll leave? Why are you walking? Just sit down and listen. Even though you're incredibly talented, there's no harm in listening. Chen Ping had no choice but to lie on the sofa and stare at the ceiling in a daze. Not long after, Su Qingli knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as she came in, she saw the soul refining technique on the table. She immediately ran over and couldn't wait to pick it up and look through it. Uncle Su, are you finally willing to teach me the divine refining technique? Ever since Su Qingli learned about the existence of the soul refining technique when she was a child, she has been asking Su Tianyuan to teach her. You wanted to learn it before so you could have more energy and more time to study, but that's not how you use the soul refining technique. Su Tianyuan went on to explain, also, the soul refining technique is too precious. If you learn it, it won't protect you and will only bring disaster upon yourself. Then why are you suddenly willing to teach me now? Su Tianyuan glanced at Chen Ping and still concealed the truth. Of course, this is to help my niece Qingli go further on the road of martial arts. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Qingli's eyebrows curved, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. But she hesitated for a moment and then said, "Can Chen Ping learn it too?" Su Tianyuan said unhappily, "I will teach him, don't worry. Now I will start teaching you the soul refining technique. Listen carefully. The soul refining technique is indeed a martial art that trains mental strength. It is very different from other martial arts that train the physical body." Chen Ping didn't understand most of it after listening for a while. Just give up and lie down. 2 hours later, the talented Su Qingli, under the guidance of Su Tianyuan, initially mastered the art of refining the soul. Uncle Su, I think I understand what the soul refining technique is all about. Su Tianyuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "You are much smarter than your elder brother Su Wenba. Your grandfather taught him for 2 days before he could learn it." Uncle Su, how long did it take you to learn the soul refining technique? Su Qingli asked curiously. Su Tianyuan stretched out a finger. 1 day? Su Qingli guessed. No, it's 1 hour. Grandpa only taught me for 1 hour and I learned it. Su Tianyuan said in a casual tone. Since you have already learned it, go back with Chen Ping. Su Tianyuan handed the soul refining technique to Chen Ping again and said, "Would you like to learn it again?" Under Su Qingli's strange gaze, Chen Ping slowly shook his head. He has already learned it, what else does he need to learn? No need to learn. Okay then, go back and have a good rest. The martial arts exam will officially begin tomorrow. I'm looking forward to your performance. Chapter 58 Interview with a Beautiful Reporter. In the evening, at Wang's house. Bang! Wang Rong was so angry that he smashed several priceless vases, and the fragments were scattered all over the floor. Not only did you fail to capture Chen Ping, you even failed to slander him. You really have a bunch of useless bastards. The court judge, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was very refined. He didn't even dare to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He explained with great trepidation, Chen Ping has the support of Zhou Mei, the director of the Discipline Inspection Bureau. Zhou Mei personally rushed to the scene of our trial courtroom live broadcast to help Chen Ping clarify the explanation. Don't you have my support? Or am I not as good as Zhou Mei in your eyes? The presiding judge immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, Mississippi. I was inconsiderate. I didn't expect Zhou Mei to come so quickly. Wang Rong was so angry that his whole body was shaking and fire was about to burst from his eyes. Since your court of justice is so useless, our Wang family will no longer spend money to support you. Miss, please give me another chance. The horrified judge stepped forward and tried to grab Wang Rong's thigh, but she kicked him away. Get out. Get out of my sight right now, or I'll have someone break your legs. The presiding judge was so scared that he ran away. After a long while, Wang Rong gradually calmed down and ordered those around him. Chen Ping has become a powerful figure. Tell Wang Renjie to kill him in the martial arts exam. Yes, miss. Early in the morning, Chen Ping was awakened by the noise, and then a familiar reminder tone began to ring in his ears. In his sleepy state, he subconsciously said, check it. Learning results have been received, Qi and blood value 10 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 30 points. Learning results have been checked, special technique spirit refining technique cultivation progress, entry beginner level after amplification. Unfamiliar knowledge continuously poured into his mind, and a large amount of information about mental power was connected together by itself, from shallow to deep. A new and mysterious field slowly unfolded in Chen Ping's mind. Soon Chen Ping gained a deeper understanding of controlling mental power, instead of just pouring mental power into weapons as before. He condensed his mental power into strands of silk thread, and wrapped the cicada wings of the flying knife he carried with him around in circles. Driven by his mental power, the cicada wings slowly floated up. Compared to mindlessly pouring it in before, it saves a lot of mental energy. Chen Ping tried for a while. With his current mental power and his own strength, he estimated that he could control the flying knife to fly out at a speed of 100 meters per second. The speed was extremely fast and could be used as a killer. If my realm improves in the future and my mental strength becomes stronger, will I be able to take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away? After absorbing and comprehending the art of refining the spirit, Chen Ping got out of bed, opened the door, and checked what was happening outside. He found that the boys were rushing out, many of them with excited and expectant smiles on their faces. What happened? Chen Ping grabbed a boy passing by and asked. The boy showed an unhappy expression on his face at first, but when he saw that it was Chen Ping, who ranked first in the sequence exam, his expression immediately became much kinder. The famous beautiful reporter Song Chiyue is here, and everyone wants to see what she looks like in person. Song Chiyue? Chen Ping searched his memory but found nothing. She doesn't look like the big sister type. I browsed online for some information about Song Chiyue, the most beautiful female reporter in the government, whose warm smile could melt the coldest ice. Seeing that Song Chiyue was still beautiful even when the official high-definition camera was close to her face and she was photographed without makeup, like a fairy who was not of this world, Chen Ping understood why so many boys were fascinated by her. Who can resist a beautiful girl whose smile is as pure as water, warm and natural, and whose every move reveals innocence? This is what Song Chiyue thought when she first met Chen Ping. But Chen Ping decisively rejected him. Sorry, I don't like being interviewed. Song Chiyue forced a smile unnaturally. I won't bother you for long, just a few questions. Chen Ping was very helpless. He never expected that Song Chiyue was actually coming for him. He just wanted to take a nap, but just as he was about to fall asleep, he was woken up by a knock on the door. She thought it was Su Qingli calling her to a breakfast, but when she opened the door, she saw a cute girl with a beautiful smile holding a microphone. Song Chiyue is even more beautiful in person than in the photos and videos online. Her eyes are bright and lively, and she has 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks, which makes her look sweet and playful. Chen Ping wanted to go back and lie down to sleep at this time, but when he saw the sweat beads on Song Chiyue's forehead and the awkward smile on her face, he finally softened his heart. Just one question. Song Chiyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Jinping, can you share your training experience with everyone? How did you manage to transform from a liberal arts student into a powerful warrior in such a short time, and take first place in the sequence exam? Jinping really wanted to slap himself to death for what he did just now. Why did he become so soft-hearted? As a young man who has never practiced martial arts and has not even shed a sweat for learning martial arts, it is completely the wrong person to ask him to share his training experience. After a brief silence, Jinping, who had been holding back for a long time and didn't know what to say, uttered two words under Song Chiyue's expectant gaze, sorry. With a bang, the door was slammed shut by Jinping. Just now, Jinping almost thought that Song Chiyue was sent by Wang Rong just to embarrass him. But if you think about it carefully, Li Momo had just been arrested by the patrol bureau and has not yet been released from the bureau. With this precedent, there is no need for Song Chiyue to step on this landmine with her identity and fame. Seeing that Song Chiyue didn't continue to knock on the door, Jinping sighed helplessly. The remaining time is only enough to lie down for a while. All the martial arts students who passed the sequential examination gathered in the square where the rankings were announced yesterday. One after another, ferocious monsters appeared on the light curtain in the center of the square. Their terrifying and ferocious appearances made the candidates feel frightened. Su Wenbo stood under the light curtain and said solemnly, the second stage of the martial arts exam is called the Battle of Trapped Beasts. The light curtain shows the portion of the beast trap currently holding monsters. They are divided into levels 1 to 3. Defeating a level 1 monster is equivalent to passing the martial arts exam and will be ranked based on your actual combat performance. Subsequently, you will be selected by various martial arts universities based on your ranking. Defeating a level 2 monster or higher will qualify you to participate in the third stage of the martial arts exam. Based on your performance in the third stage of the martial arts exam, you will be ranked on the heroes list. Not only will you be able to choose from the top martial arts universities in China, but those who rank high will also receive generous rewards from the military. It's up to you to decide which monster to challenge. Each person in the beast-trapped field has 2 chances to challenge it. You only have 1 day. I wish all the candidates good luck in their martial arts. After Su Wenbo finished speaking, a spacious entrance appeared in the center of the square, leading directly underground. Welcome everyone to the Beast Trap. Chapter 59, a place of trapped beasts or a place of Shura? The first person to rush into the animal trap was the beautiful reporter Song Chiyue. She looked excited and there was no trace of fear on her face. Being able to come to Zenuagwan for an interview is her biggest dream as a reporter, and the mysterious animal trap there makes her extremely curious. Some people say that it is filled with all kinds of extremely terrifying monsters, and timid people may even faint from fear on the spot. Some people also say that the monsters imprisoned in the beast trap are the best whetstones for warriors, and the future of warriors who can walk out of it is limitless. No matter what, the beast trap has always been shrouded in mystery, and there has never been a definite conclusion as to what is inside. The military actually allowed the official nationwide broadcast of the martial arts exam held at Jinyao Pass, and even sent a reporter to the scene to interview and explain. Song Chiyue had put in a lot of effort to get such a good opportunity, defeating many powerful competitors. The interior of the animal trap was not as dark and eerie as she had imagined. Instead, it was brightly lit and filled with modern equipment. It was completely the opposite of the stone cave she had imagined. After going down a long flight of stairs and walking through a spacious corridor, a huge football field appeared in front of everyone. The reason why it is called huge is that the football field in front of us is dozens of times larger than an ordinary football field. Monsters of various colors were neatly arranged on the football field, with their heads lowered, as if they were in a deep sleep. In front of each monster stood a soldier in military uniform. They had indifferent expressions and did not react at all to the arrival of the candidates. They just stared at the monster in front of them. A huge chain was tied around the neck of each monster. The chain was covered with claw marks and tooth marks, but the metal luster on it was still as shiny as new, obviously not an ordinary metal. You've all learned about these low-level monsters in your textbooks, so you have some understanding of them. But if you really fight them, you must pay full attention. If you're not careful, you'll end up in utter ruin. If you feel you can't win, you can surrender on the spot. The examiner will activate the demon locking chain to trap the monster. If you encounter a life or death crisis, the examiner will also activate the demon locking chain on his own, but there is no guarantee that it will save your life. The practical exam is so cruel. If you are afraid, you can give up and go home directly. After saying this, Su Wenbo jumped onto the high platform in the center of the animal trap and overlooked the entire animal trap. Chen Ping put on his smart glasses, and lines of small words began to appear next to the monsters he didn't recognize. The canine tooth beast is a first-level demon beast with extremely sharp teeth and incredible bite force. Thunder beast, a second-level demon beast, can release high-voltage electric current from its body at a very fast speed. Armored beast, a second-level demon beast. The hard armor on its body provides extremely high defense. Its speed is average, but its strength is extremely strong. At this time, Su Qingli was attracted by a cute yellow monster and surrounded it with many girls. Its tail is in the shape of lightning, and there are red dimples on both sides of its cheeks, which makes it look very much like an elf with the surname Pai. Looking at the word Thunder Beast on the yellow monster's head, Chen Ping shook his head. He didn't want to be electrocuted, so he began to wander around and check the monster's information. Not long after walking, he saw Song Chiyue being harassed by an acquaintance. Although there was still a faint smile on her face, anyone with a discerning eye could see the disgust in her eyes. Because he had turned Song Chiyue away in the morning, Chen Ping felt a little sorry and decided to step forward to help her get rid of the entanglement. Chen Ping walked up to Su Tang, but before he could speak, the latter subconsciously took a step back. Su Tang, you are here to take the martial arts exam too? Chen Ping pretended to greet Su Tang and patted his shoulder hard. Su Tang felt as if a huge hammer had fallen on his shoulder, and half of his body was stiff. Chen Ping. He gritted his teeth and called out Chen Ping's name. This damn Chen Ping always ruined his plans wherever he went? Are your eyes not good today? Chen Ping's sudden words confused Su Tang. What do you mean? Can't you see that the girl doesn't want to pay attention to you, but you keep harassing her? Chen Ping stood in front of Song Chiyue, blocking Su Tang's sight. Do you like to meddle in other people's business and act like a hero? Just wait and see. Su Tang said harsh words, but his body honestly kept backing away. Seeing Su Tang leave so tactfully, Chen Ping, who had wanted to teach him a lesson, had to let him go for the time being. Stay away from her from now on. Don't let me see you harassing her again. Thank you. Song Chiyue bowed to Chen Ping to express her gratitude, with a hint of extremely subtle admiration flashing in her eyes. No need to bow, it's just a piece of cake. Chen Ping waved his hand and was about to leave when Song Chiyue asked, which monster do you want to challenge? Chen Ping casually asked, which monster is the strongest in the beast trap right now? He didn't expect Song Chiyue to actually know. She pointed to the center of the beast trap and said, I see a golden tiger king there. It is undoubtedly the strongest third-level monster, but I don't recommend you challenge it. Why? Chen Ping was actually intrigued by Song Chiyue's words. I've read the secret files about the golden tiger king. As the king of all beasts, it's at the top of the heap among third-tier monsters in terms of speed, strength, defense, and recovery. It also possesses a terrifying and extraordinary innate power, imbued with the aura of a king. A fourth-tier martial king wouldn't be able to escape it. It's truly invincible among third-tier monsters. Now that you mention it, I'm quite interested. Let's go and take a look together. Before Chen Ping and Song Chiyue had taken a few steps, they heard a gunshot in the center of the animal trap. Bang! The sound was so penetrating that it hurt Song Chiyue's eardrums and she subconsciously covered her ears with her hands. Su Qingli ran over upon hearing the noise. Seeing Chen Ping with a strange beauty, her heart suddenly tightened and she asked, Chen Ping, who is she? She's reporter Song Chiyue, don't you know her? Su Qingli stared at Song Chiyue's face for a long time, then suddenly realized, I've seen you on TV, but I didn't expect you to be so much prettier in person. No, you are beautiful too. Song Chiyue's beautiful eyes looked between Chen Ping and Su Qingli for a while, her eyes flickering. These two people didn't look like ordinary friends, nor did they look like lovers. So what kind of relationship could they have? Chen Ping introduced her to Song Chiyue, she is Su Qingli, and she is my classmate. When Song Chiyue heard Su Qingli's name, her expression was stunned for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. She is actually the daughter of the Su family? Hearing is worse than meeting. I didn't expect you to be the niece of martial god Su Tianyuan. You are indeed as beautiful as the rumors say, a beauty of national beauty. Song Chiyue stretched out her hand, and Su Qingli smiled and shook hands with her. When their hands were clasped together, Chen Ping smelled a hint of something unusual. Where does this gunpowder smell come from? Could it be that it was floating from the direction of the gunshot? Chapter 60, Shooting from the Cold. Bang! Another gunshot interrupted the confrontation between the two women. The three of them all looked towards the source of the sound. After a while, a huge tiger roar came from the center of the animal trap. Chen Ping took the opportunity to say, "Shall we go over and take a look?" Without waiting for the two women to agree, Chen Ping walked straight to the center of the animal trap. Su Qingli and Song Chiyue looked at each other and quickly followed Chen Ping. At this time, in the center of the animal trap, Wang Renjie threw the sniper rifle with smoking muzzle in his hand to the ground. Two huge bullet holes appeared at the feet of the Golden Tiger King, but the examiner next to him did not move, as if he did not see it. It seems just as I thought. These monsters are trapped by the demon locking chains and have lost consciousness. Wang Renjie opened a black box that was 2 meters high and took out a black sniper rifle from it. The overall shape was straight and tough, which was extremely visually impactful and deterrent. "Barrett, my old friend, it's time for everyone to see your style. Examiner, I want to challenge the Golden Tiger King." The examiner tilted his head slightly, his words devoid of emotion. "You have 1 minute to prepare. The challenge will officially begin in 1 minute." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground within 100 meters around King Golden Tiger shook violently, and circles of metal fences rose from all around, enclosing King Golden Tiger and Wang Renjie. The demon locking chain on the Golden Tiger King's neck suddenly trembled, and the needles extending from it retracted one after another. The Golden Tiger King's eyes slowly opened, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. "You have 30 seconds. The examiner stepped back to the metal fence and glanced at the watch on his wrist. Wang Renjie carried the Barrett on his shoulder and pretended to aim at the Golden Tiger King's head, but he saw Chen Ping's figure outside the metal fence. A ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He fired 2 shots with the spare sniper rifle not because he was idle, but because his real purpose was to attract Chen Ping. Bullets have no eyes, so accidental discharges can injure or kill people. That's reasonable, right? As the examiner's countdown ended, the Golden Tiger King completely woke up from his slumber, looked at the short human in front of him, and let out an angry tiger roar. The Golden Tiger King stood up with a huge body, as tall as a 2-story building. Every strand of golden hair on his body stood up, exuding the aura of a king who looked down on all living beings. Just as it was about to pounce on Wang Renjie, a deafening gunshot rang out. This bullet directly pierced the neck of the Golden Tiger King, causing it to fall to the ground seriously injured, but it also broke the demon locking chain on the Golden Tiger King's neck. Wang Renjie was about to fire a second shot, but the Golden Tiger King, who was no longer restrained, suddenly roared to the sky, and a golden aura quickly enveloped the entire place. The Golden Tiger King launched the power of a natural king. Not only did the wounds on its body heal quickly, but the candidates watching nearby were also shocked by the king's aura and unable to move. Power of the king: use the aura of the king to intimidate surrounding creatures and greatly enhance one's own strength, defense, speed, and recovery ability. The examiner, who had been expressionless till now, finally showed some emotion. He tried to break free from the control of the king's power, but his body was unable to move at all. Damn it! The demon locking chain can not only restrain and suppress demon beasts, but also greatly suppress the strength of demon beasts. Monsters are inherently much stronger than humans, and in a small space, their space for dodging and moving is greatly limited, making it extremely difficult for warriors of the same level to defeat them. But with the suppression of the demon locking chain, as long as the candidates are not frightened by the monsters and have a certain amount of courage and strength, it is not impossible to defeat ordinary first-level monsters. But the Golden Tiger King in front of him is the most top-notch existence among the third-level monsters. When it was suppressed by the demon locking chain, it had the strength of a third-level monster in its normal state, not to mention that it is now free from the restrictions of the demon locking chain. Its strength is so strong that an ordinary 4th-level martial king will die if he goes up to fight with it. As an examiner, he was only at the early 4th level and was no match for the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King's kingly power can suppress him and make him unable to move. At this time, the angry Golden Tiger King had already pounced towards Wang Renjie. He was so fast that he arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Facing the approach of death, Wang Renjie was not afraid, but instead a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes. He had a wake-up pill in his mouth in advance, which resisted some of the king's mental control, but it could only make him move his fingers. But it was enough. He aimed at Chen Ping's head and pulled the trigger. Chen Ping is within the coverage of the king's power. There is no way he can dodge this bullet. Bang! The bullet grazed the corner of King Jinhu's eye, leaving a trail of blood, and then shot straight towards Chen Ping's eyebrows. As early as when Wang Renjie shot and broke the demon locking chain on the Golden Tiger King, Chen Ping had already sensed something was wrong. He subconsciously practiced the soul refining technique and concentrated his mental power on his eyes. In an instant, the world in Chen Ping's eyes began to slow down, and every hair on the Golden Tiger King's body was clearly visible. This is one of the tricks for using mental power recorded in the soul refining technique, which can greatly improve eyesight. When Wang Renjie fired the second shot, Chen Ping saw the flash of fire from the muzzle and the traces of the bullet flying. A bullet as thick as an adult's thumb shot straight into his forehead from the muzzle of the gun. The hairs on his body stood on end, and a sense of danger spread from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. Chen Ping subconsciously turned his head to the side, and the bullet whizzed past his ear. If it weren't for the body of the god of war that resisted the mental control of the Golden Tiger King's innate kingly power, even if he could see the trajectory of the bullet clearly, he would not be able to dodge it. By this time he had realized that Wang Renjie's previous 2 shots were meant to lure him over, and then he used the Golden Tiger King's talent to make him unable to move, and finally took the opportunity to shoot him to death. Afterwards, Wang Renjie could explain that the shot missed the target and hit Chen Ping. What a sinister and vicious plan. But where did Wang Renjie get the confidence to escape from the attack of the Golden Tiger King? At this moment, the Golden Tiger King's claws were about to touch Wang Renjie's hair, and it would smash his head to pieces in the next moment. A blue light shield suddenly appeared, blocking the Golden Tiger King's attack. During this moment's delay, the angry Su Wenba had already rushed to the front of the Golden Tiger King. The pressure from the 8th Realm Martial Saint instantly frightened the Golden Tiger King so much that he lay on the ground unable to move, staring in horror at the man in front of him who was so strong that he couldn't muster up any resistance. Su Wenba ignored King Jinhu and glared at Wang Renjie. I know you're ruthless and have killed many servants in the Wang family, but remember, this is the Demon Suppression Pass. It's not a place for people like you to run wild. If I find you deliberately killing your compatriots again, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Wang Renjie was still trying to defend himself. I just wanted to shoot the Golden Tiger King, but I missed. Shut up, you know whether you missed or not. Su Wenba came up to Chen Ping and asked with concern, are you okay? Chen Ping shook his head and looked at Wang Renjie with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Instructor, I want to challenge the Golden Tiger King. Chapter 61, Kill with One Blow. Chen Ping felt like there was a huge fire burning in his heart and he wanted to vent it. These days, ever since he took the physical test and transferred to the military science class, people have been constantly causing trouble for him. He obviously just wanted to live a comfortable life lying down. However, there are still many people who regard him as a thorn in their side and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Just now, if he had not learned the soul refining technique, he would have been a cold corpse on the ground. At this moment, he already understood that in this high-level martial arts world, as an ordinary warrior without any background, as long as he showed his extraordinary qualities, he would be targeted. If he showed any dissatisfaction, he would be suppressed or even killed. It's a cold and cruel world. Chen Ping decided to show his fangs and let those who were eyeing him have a good look. Anyone who wanted to swallow him in one bite should be careful to get shattered by his teeth. Wang Renjie retreated angrily with Barrett in his arms, and Chen Ping didn't even look at him the whole time. Song Chiyue, can you broadcast my challenge to the Golden Tiger King live nationwide? Song Chiyue, whose face turned pale, nodded quickly. No problem, I will contact the higher-ups immediately. With your current fame and strength, they are eager for it. Grateful. Chen Ping took off his smart glasses and cicada wings and handed them to Su Qingli beside him. Please keep them for me. This made Su Qingli, who was originally angry and wanted to cause trouble for Wang Renjie, stop. Chen Ping only brought a thundering sword and walked in front of the Golden Tiger King. The examiner brought a new demon locking chain and was about to put it on the Golden Tiger King when Chen Ping stopped him. No need for the demon locking chain. How dare a second-level warrior be so arrogant? He was about to reprimand Chen Ping, but Su Wenba ordered, do as he says. The examiner opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but obeyed the order and said, yes. Quick victory, quick decision. Su Wenba said this and turned away. The examiner hesitated for a moment, stood a little further away, and did not choose to leave. King Jinhu watched Su Wenba leave until he could no longer see his back. He waited for a while, until he was sure Su Wenba had completely left, and then he slowly stood up from the ground. It stared at Chen Ping intently, with fishy saliva at the corners of its mouth. Now that the troublesome person is gone, it can finally have a good meal. Although I don't know why the instructor is so confident in you, the Golden Tiger King is far more powerful than an ordinary third-level monster. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying this, the examiner retreated all the way to the metal fence. Chen Ping looked calm as he slowly drew out the thunder blade. At the same time, the scenes of the martial arts exam on national television and online live broadcasts all jumped to Chen Ping. Song Chiyue stood in front of the camera and introduced herself. I'm reporter Song Chiyue. I'm live streaming the second phase of the martial arts exam, the Battle of Trapped Beasts. The candidate appearing on screen is named Chen Ping. He was the top scorer in the previous phase of the exam and is about to challenge the third-level Monster King, the Golden Tiger King. Dazzling lightning poured out, and as soon as the sword with full special effects was unsheathed, many viewers in front of the screen covered their eyes. Mom, this big brother's knife is so flashy. Fuck, this knife is so cool. The king of the third-rank monsters, the Golden Tiger King? Who is so foolish as to challenge it? When the Golden Tiger King unleashes his might, I'm afraid I won't be able to move at all. I can only watch helplessly as it devours me. After Chen Ping drew out the Thunder Blade, the Golden Tiger King, who could no longer restrain himself, moved. The power of a king was released without reservation, and its head, which was as big as a locomotive, suddenly opened, trying to swallow Chen Ping in one gulp. Facing the aggressive Golden Tiger King, Chen Ping only made a simple move. Vertical chop. He used all his strength to activate the broken edge sword technique, which had already reached the intermediate level, and released the five-fold power without reservation at this moment. Chen Ping concentrated all his energy and spirit on this knife. His mental power turned into a silk thread that completely wrapped the thunder knife. The trace of blade-breaking intent that he had realized yesterday was forced out from the tip of the knife. The dazzling sword light and the lightning merged into one, and finally condensed into a vertical line, flashing through the center of the Golden Tiger King's head. The Golden Tiger King's movement to pounce in the air came to an abrupt halt, its teeth less than a foot away from Chen Ping's neck. With a thud, both sides of the Golden Tiger King's body fell to the ground, and blood was scattered all over the ground, staining the ground of the animal trap bright red. With just one strike, Chen Ping killed the Golden Tiger King on the spot. Chen Ping, covered in blood, looked at the camera and raised the thunder knife in his hand, with the tip of the knife facing the camera. Use whatever tricks you have. If you dare to attack me, be prepared to die. Chen Ping's aura was even more powerful than that of the Golden Tiger King, and the murderous intent in his eyes frightened most of the audience in front of the screen. After saying this, Chen Ping sheathed his sword and turned away without hesitation. Song Chiyue's leader contacted her very excitedly. The national live broadcast of just over 10 seconds caused the TV station's ratings to soar, and the names of Chen Ping and King Jinhu instantly became hot searches. But Song Chiyue did not feel much joy in her heart. She had just witnessed the thrill of the shot with her own eyes, and she was also very clear about the anger in Chen Ping's heart. Although she was not very clear about the grudge between Chen Ping and Wang Renjie, she believed in Chen Ping's character and believed that the Wang family must have felt that Chen Ping threatened their interests and wanted to eliminate him. After all, the first place in this martial arts exam can become the close disciple of Su Tianyuan, the strongest martial arts god in China. Such a huge temptation of benefits is enough to make the Wang family take the risk and kill Chen Ping. If Chen Ping is not eliminated, with his strength, the other candidates have no hope at all. Now, this domineering and powerful sword he struck has shown his strength to the whole country. The words he said will probably make the Wang family angry and embarrassed, and they will attack even more crazily. Song Chiyue, filled with worry, walked up to Chen Ping and handed him a handkerchief. Your face is covered in blood. Wipe it off quickly. Su Qingli took out a handkerchief and wiped Chen Ping's face, as if declaring her sovereignty. Chen Ping, who felt that the atmosphere was a little off, took the handkerchief from Su Qingli and said, I can do it myself. After wiping his face clean, he returned the handkerchief to Su Qingli and said to the examiner, I have completed the challenge. Can I leave now? The examiner, stunned by Chen Ping's incredibly powerful sword strike, finally came to his senses. Of course, I will record your combat performance and submit it. Judging from your performance just now, you will definitely be first again. Chen Ping nodded, turned around and left the animal trap. He had overexerted himself just now, and using the blade-breaking intent consumed a lot of his mental energy. Although he had killed the Golden Tiger King with one strike, he also felt a little tired. On the way out, Wang Renjie walked up to him and sneered, I'll wait for you in the third stage of the martial arts exam. You are lucky today, but tomorrow will be your death. No matter how sharp your knife is, it can't be faster than my bullet. Chen Ping didn't answer and directly drew the thunder knife from his waist. The lightning was everywhere, and Wang Renjie was so scared that he ran away. It's better to talk with a knife. Chapter 62 Two Women Visit. The video of Chen Ping killing the Golden Tiger King with one sword quickly became popular on the internet. The exaggerated lightning effects, the stunning sword strike, and the intense shock and unwillingness in the eyes of the Golden Tiger King before his death, all condensed together to form a visually impactful picture that spread like wildfire on the internet, and the popularity of the martial arts exam continued to rise. The Chinese people's attention to the military examination has reached an unprecedented level. In the past, the military examinations were just a formality, consisting entirely of boring physical tests, and did not attract much attention. Chen Ping's handsome and heroic figure of cutting the Golden Tiger King into two halves with one sword aroused the yearning for martial arts among many young boys and girls. For a time, the number of students applying for martial arts courses soared. Chen Ping became famous in one battle and became synonymous with this year's military examination. Whenever the military examination is mentioned, Chen Ping's name will be mentioned. After just a few hours, the official video of Chen Ping killing a tiger with one sword had been played over 100 million times on the entire internet. Netizens commented under the video and expressed their admiration for Chen Ping. Chen Ping came from an ordinary family, but he never bowed to fate. With his unyielding perseverance and unremitting efforts, he achieved what he has today. He lay dormant for 18 years, then suddenly switched to a military major 10 days before the exam. He scored a perfect score on the physical fitness test, making a splash and completely ushering in his own era. This strike broke the class barrier, and even broke the curse that ordinary people who learn martial arts will only become stepping stones for the children of the powerful. He declared to the world that a true genius is not afraid of the shadow cast by fate. He has become the light that illuminates our way forward. Chen Ping looked at the comments from netizens and felt a nauseous feeling. Why are you exaggerating? I just wanted to kill them with one blow. Although he said this, he liked every comment that praised him. The netizens still have good vision. Chen Ping, who was lying on the bed and happily browsing netizens' comments, was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. He got up and opened the door, and found it was Su Qingli. Are you okay? You just killed the Golden Tiger King and you went straight back to the dormitory. Are you injured somewhere? Faced with Su Qingli's concern, Chen Ping felt a little embarrassed. He just wanted to lie down. I'm fine, I just felt a little tired, so I came back to rest. Su Qingli nodded, then stood outside for a moment, not knowing what to say. At that time, she saw Chen Ping almost shot in the head by Wang Renjie, and her mind instantly lost. She did not expect that the Wang family's hostility towards Chen Ping had reached such a point that they actually let Wang Renjie shoot Chen Ping in public. If something happened to Chen Ping... Whenever Su Qingli thought of this, her heart ached. For some reason, she didn't want to see Chen Ping get hurt in any way. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the Wang family wouldn't have used such despicable means to deal with you. Seeing Su Qingli's face full of guilt and a mist in her eyes, Chen Ping quickly comforted her. What does this have to do with you? It all started because Su Tang lost a bet with me, and he wasn't convinced, so he went home and complained to Mom. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Su Qingli burst into laughter and said, Look at what you said. Seeing Su Qingli smile, Chen Ping opened the door completely and asked, Come in and sit down? Su Qingli's fair and pretty face flushed and she took a step back. I won't fall for your trick. Chen Ping chuckled, and seeing that Su Qingli's mood had improved, he asked, Which monster did you choose to challenge? I chose the second-level armored beast. Its speed was average, but I relied on my natural talent to maneuver around it, breaking its defense and severely injuring it, winning. At this time, the voice of a boy was heard not far away. Su Qingli, with a slightly red face, bowed her head to say goodbye to Chen Ping, then turned and left. Chen Ping had just closed the door and was about to lie back on the bed when the knock on the door sounded again. Could it be that Su Qingli changed her mind and wanted to come in and sit down? So should I agree or not? With anticipation, Chen Ping opened the door, but the person outside was Song Qiyue. Chen Ping touched his nose and asked in surprise, Why are you here? Song Qiyue walked into Chen Ping's room with a happy face, sat on the chair and said, I'm here to thank you. Thank me? Chen Ping was even more surprised. Song Qiyue showed a bank card payment information and said with a smile, Because I recommended the live broadcast of you challenging the Golden Tiger King, and the live broadcast video went viral, the leader rewarded me with a bonus of 100,000 yuan. For ordinary people, 100,000 yuan is indeed a considerable amount of money, but for the beautiful reporter Song Qiyue, it should be nothing, right? Chen Ping asked doubtfully, You are the famous beautiful reporter Song Qiyue, and you are still short of this little money? Song Qiyue's lips curled up into a gentle smile. My fame is given by the platform. I just joined the official TV station less than a year ago. My internship salary was 3,000 yuan a month. Now I'm getting 5,000 yuan a month as a regular employee. 100,000 yuan is a lot of money for me. Her long legs swung in the air, her posture casual and elegant. Like you, I come from an ordinary family. My ability to become a journalist is 3/10 due to hard work and 7/10 due to luck. That year, there were over 10,000 applicants for the journalist exam, and the government only accepted 3 people as interns, one of whom was me. It's not because I'm so outstanding, but because I was spotted by the son of a powerful official. After I firmly refused, I was immediately suppressed. If it weren't for a passerby accidentally filming an interview of mine and posting it online, and that video just happened to go viral, I probably wouldn't even be able to get a full-time job now. After recounting her own experiences, Song Chiyue held up her smooth, fair face and stared at Chen Ping. So I know very well how difficult it is for an ordinary person to make a name for themselves. You must have suffered a lot of grievances and endured a lot of hardships, right? Chen Ping coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. You misunderstood. Actually, my journey has been quite easy. How could it not be easy? The martial arts and Qi and blood systems were directly copied and amplified. He didn't have to do anything, just lie down and he would become stronger. Song Chiyue misinterpreted Chen Ping's meaning, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. You are such a strong man. You must have worked hard day and night to achieve what you have today, right? Countless days and nights of hard work? These words made Chen Ping a little confused. He had only been in this advanced martial arts world for 10 days. Every day he was either lying down or on the way to lying down. It cannot be said that hard work had nothing to do with him, but it could be said that it was completely unrelated. I'm really not what you think I am. Just as Chen Ping was about to explain a few words, someone knocked on the door again. Su Qingli's melodious voice came from outside the door. Chen Ping, are you still in there? Chapter 63 Blessing. Chen Ping winked at Song Chiyue and pointed at the cabinet, wanting her to go in and hide. Song Chiyue smiled slightly, tiptoed to the door, and seemed to want to open it. Seeing Chen Ping's nervous expression, she stuck out her tongue playfully, turned around, and hid in the cabinet. Chen Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to open the door. Su Qingli, who had been waiting for a while, poked her head out suspiciously and scanned the room. Why are you opening the door now? Is there someone hiding in there? His heart tightened, and Chen Ping immediately changed the subject. Why did you come back to see me again? Is there something wrong? Su Qingli didn't answer Chen Ping's question. Instead, he walked into his room with his hands behind his back. After walking around, he looked at the chair where Song Chiyue had just sat for a while. Then he stood up and said to Chen Ping, I forgot to tell you just now. Uncle Su asked me to tell you to go see him tonight. Chen Ping nodded and said, I understand. Then the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The two said nothing, and the air seemed to be frozen. Su Qingli still had a bright smile on her face, as warm and charming as the early morning sunshine. Finally, Su Qingli took a look at the cabinet before turning and leaving. Chen Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Su Qingli would notice something and open the cabinet. Then he wouldn't know how to explain it. Strange, why would he worry about how to explain it? He and Su Qingli were clearly just ordinary friends, so why was he afraid that she would misunderstand? Just when Chen Ping was confused, Song Chiyue walked out of the closet. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure exuded a unique charm. This gave Chen Ping the illusion that he was hiding a beautiful woman in a golden house. Why, are you afraid that your girlfriend will misunderstand? Song Chiyue joked. Chen Ping shook his head and denied it. She and I are just ordinary friends. Song Chiyue did not continue to ask Chen Ping. Although she had no experience in sexual relationships, she was much more mature in her emotions than Chen Ping and Su Qingli. The two young boys and girls who were just beginning to fall in love were afraid to reveal their true feelings to each other. If she took the initiative, she would have a chance. Song Chiyue walked up to Chen Ping, gazing at him lovingly for a long time before she gently opened her red lips and said, Would you like to try being with me? Even though I've already graduated from university, I started studying early and am only 21 now, probably only 3 years older than you. A pair of slender hands rested on Chen Ping's broad shoulders, and Song Chiyue raised a seductive smile at the corner of her mouth. She gently lifted Chen Ping's chin, her eyes filled with subtle teasing. She spoke softly, her gentle words carrying a hint of charm. What do you think? At the same time, Song Chiyue's face was getting closer and closer to Chen Ping, and Chen Ping could even clearly feel the warm air coming out of her lips. Faced with Song Chiyue's temptation, Chen Ping, as a normal man, hesitated for a moment, but still firmly refused. I don't think so. Unwilling to give up, Song Chiyue grabbed Chen Ping's shoulders and was about to kiss him. Chen Ping stretched out a finger and pressed it against Song Chiyue's rosy lips. I said, no. After being rejected twice in a row, Song Chiyue sighed inwardly and released the hand that was holding Chen Ping's shoulder. If you change your mind, come find me. Here is my contact information. This time Chen Ping did not refuse, but took the note from Song Chiyue. Song Chiyue, whose self-esteem was hurt, finally felt a little comforted. She was really afraid that Chen Ping would not even want to accept his contact information. Song Chiyue opened the door dejectedly, turned sideways, and looked at Chen Ping for a long time. Seeing that he had no intention of keeping her, she finally left his sentence, I won't give up like this. Then she closed the door and left. How did things turn out like this? Chen Ping really just wanted to lie down quietly by himself. After finally getting rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Chen Ping lay down on the bed. The satisfaction brought by lying down made his fluctuating heart calm down again. At night, Chen Ping came to Su Tianyuan's office. When he entered, Su Tianyuan was flipping through a stack of documents half a man's height. Seeing Chen Ping come in, he stopped what he was doing, looked up at Chen Ping and said, Hey, the number one in the country is here. Chen Ping was choked by Su Tianyuan's words and coughed several times before saying, The martial arts exam isn't over yet, Brother Tianyuan, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Tianyuan smiled and said, You are very impressive that you can dodge Wang Renjia's bullets in the King of Golden Tiger. Don't even mention it. If I had reacted slower, I would have been shot dead by him. He's so damn insidious. This is the Wang family's style. They are insidious and vicious, and they will do anything to achieve their goals. Wang Renjia even used a sniper rifle with an extremely long range, making it impossible to defend against it. Brother Tianyuan asked me to come here, did you come up with a solution? What a clever little guy. Su Tianyuan stretched out his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his hand. My talent is quite special. It is a concept-based talent blessing. I can bless myself or others. The effect is random. It may be extraordinary, or it may be sparse and ordinary. It depends on your luck. If the effect is not good, I will bless you again. The effect can last for a day. Is there such a magical talent as blessing? Chen Ping reached out curiously to touch the ball of light. A warm energy surged into his body and spread throughout his limbs. How do I know the effect of the blessing? Chen Ping had just asked when a piece of information inexplicably popped up in his mind. Death regression, after death, you will return to a certain point in time before your death. What is the effect of blessing? Su Tianyuan asked. Chen Ping told Su Tianyuan about the effect of the death rewind. Su Tianyuan was silent for a long time before saying, I have triggered this effect before, and the beast tide broke out the next day. But don't worry. The effect of the blessing has no direct connection to what happens in the future. It's possible that you just happened to receive this blessing. I originally wanted to give you an effect like ignoring ranged attacks or automatically dodging. Although this blessing effect can be used to save your life, it doesn't directly increase your combat power. Do you want to change it? At this time, Chen Ping remembered what Su Wenbo had said before, that Su Tianyuan's use of his talent came at a great cost. Brother Tianyuan, is the price you pay for using your talent very high? Hearing this, Su Tianyuan shook his head helplessly. My eldest brother Su Wenbo told you that, didn't he? The cost of using my blessing talent is random. It's just that I was unlucky the one time I blessed him, and it cost me a year. Normally, it only takes a few days at most. Chen Ping frowned. Brother Tianyuan, the time you are talking about is not lifespan, right? Su Tianyuan said calmly, almost. This is also a bonus of this talent. I can tell how much time I have left. Don't ask. My remaining time is China's top secret. Brother Yuan, could you tell me that day how much time did this blessing take you? I was lucky this time, it only took a day. Chen Ping's heart trembled. As the strongest martial god of China, the value of Su Tianyuan's extra day of life is immeasurable to China. Brother Tianyuan, there's no need to exchange this blessing. It's enough as the ultimate life-saving trump card. Su Tianyuan knew that Chen Ping was actually worried about his lifespan, so he didn't insist, then be careful tomorrow. If Wang Renjia dares to shoot you again, just kill him. I will bear the consequences for you. Su Tianyuan's words made Chen Ping feel warm in his heart. Brother Tianyuan, don't worry. Even if he doesn't dare to shoot me again, I will find an opportunity to kill him with a single blow to avenge today's vengeance. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Master, there are still a batch of documents that need your processing. Come in. Seeing that Su Tianyuan still had things to do, Jinping said goodbye and left. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. In the demon-suppressing pass, in an unnoticed corner, Li Sini's figure was hidden in the shadows. Su Tong knelt on the ground with a crazy look on his face. As long as I can kill Jinping, I'm willing to do anything. Li Sini nodded in satisfaction. After you go in, hide where the heavenly eye can't see you. Drink the red potion the saint gave you earlier, and then go to the location marked on the map to meet me. I will tell you what to do then. After that, I will help you kill Jinping. After saying this, Li Sini's figure disappeared from the shadows. Su Tang got up from the ground and said in a very resentful tone, Jinping, tomorrow is the day you die. Chapter 64 Entering the Ancient Ruins. In the early morning, Jinping was awakened by a knock on the door. As soon as the notification sounded in his ear, he said in his mind, check. Learning results have been received, Qi and blood value 10 points after amplification, Qi and blood value 30 points. Learning results have been received, broken blade technique, layered waves power, and soul refining technique practice experience. Jinping originally thought that he would not be able to check much of Su Qingli's learning results today, but he did not expect that Su Qingli did not forget to practice martial arts even when taking the martial arts exam. Feeling the growing Qi and blood in his body, and his new understanding of the three martial arts, Jinping said with satisfaction, he is really a good student who makes me feel at ease. When he opened the door, Su Qingli, who was dressed in bulging clothes, was outside. Jinping looked him up and down for a while before asking, how much stuff are you carrying? Su Qingli patted his chest and said, I wore a bulletproof vest and brought some props and pills that I thought were necessary. That's good. It's better to be prepared. The two came to the square inside the demon suppressing pass. There were not many candidates in the square at this moment. Only the candidates who defeated the second level or above monsters yesterday were qualified to stay. Most of the other candidates had already left the demon suppressing pass. On the huge light screen in the square, Jinping's name was still ranked first. First place, Jinping, time for the first level, 0.8 seconds, second level, killed the third level Golden Tiger King, total score, 100. Second place Su Qingli, first level time, 9.6 seconds, second level defeated the second level Armored Beast, total score, 85. Third place winner, Wang Renjie, first level time, 4.9 seconds, second level defeating the second level K9 Beast, total score, 82. What surprised Jinping was that Su Tang's name also appeared on the list, and his record was defeating the second level Monster Viper. According to Su Tang's strength, it was impossible for him to defeat a second level monster. Su Qingli noticed the puzzled look on Jinping's face and explained, I don't know what drug Su Tang took, but he was so ferocious yesterday that he actually defeated a second level monster. Before Jinping had time to think about it, Su Wenbo appeared in the center of the square and said to the candidates present, first of all, congratulations to all the candidates for reaching the third stage of the martial arts exam, which is also the most difficult one. A few months ago, a spatial node suddenly appeared inside our demon suppression pass. In the past few months, we sent some people to explore it and found that it was an ancient relic. There were many demonic beasts active in it. There were many of them, but the strongest one was no more than level 2. Su Wenbo paused for a moment before continuing, although these monsters aren't very powerful, the spatial nodes are very unstable and can only accommodate warriors below the second level warrior realm. We at the Demon Suppression Pass have sent many second level warriors in to clear out the monsters, but the number of monsters hasn't decreased, but has increased. This is because there's a space gate within the ancient ruins that connects to the beast abyss. Monster beasts have been constantly entering through it. If we don't clear it out in time, once the space gate continues to expand, higher level monster beasts may descend from the beast abyss and pose a threat to the demon suppression pass. You have two tasks. One is to hunt down the monsters and reduce their number. The other is to find the space gate inside the ancient ruins and destroy it. After hearing Su Wenbo's words, some candidates immediately began to back out. Instructor, entering the ancient ruins and fighting wild monsters is too dangerous. Can we not go? A boy raised his hand with trembling body. He relied on the powerful weapons and props provided by his family to defeat the second-level monster in the beast trap. If he really entered the ancient ruins, he would definitely not be a match for those monsters. Okay, who else doesn't want to go? There were also some candidates who were timid and relied on external objects to defeat the second-level monsters and raised their hands to indicate that they wanted to withdraw. After candidates dropped out one after another, only a few hundred people were left. Su Wenba's face showed no disappointment. Instead, he looked at the people who remained and said, "This exam is indeed too dangerous for you. You are brave enough to stay. I've said before that those who rank high in performance will receive generous rewards from our military. The top performer will not only receive a cash reward of 10 million, become the martial god Su Tianyuan's last disciple, and be able to choose any martial arts university in the country, but will also receive 3 items from our military arsenal as rewards. The second place winner will receive 2 items, and the 3rd to 10th place winners will each receive 1 item." Everyone already knew about the first 3 rewards, but when Su Wenba mentioned the 4th reward, all the candidates showed surprise on their faces, and the candidates who had given up before all felt regretful. The military arsenal at Zenyuagwan contains China's most advanced weapons, props, and elixirs. Any one of them is priceless. Not to mention that the armory contains many priceless treasures that cannot be bought anywhere else, such as heavenly martial arts techniques. The top 10 can choose their rewards from our military arsenal, but after 3rd place, rewards can only be drawn randomly and cannot be chosen at will. The reward for 1st place is the most generous. Whoever can destroy the space gate in the ancient ruins will basically be the first. Money is a great attraction, and the candidates are all excited, rubbing their hands, and looking eager to try. Su Wenba led the candidates into the depths of the demon suppressing pass, and a blue light gate appeared in everyone's eyes. The examiners gave each candidate a watch. These watches are the result of our military's research into ancient technology. They have locators inside, and they allow you to check the locations of nearby candidates. Once you enter the ancient ruins, you will be randomly teleported to any location within the ruins. Once you enter, I suggest you immediately find the nearest candidate and form a team to explore the ruins. This will be safer. Press the red button on your watch, and you'll escape from the ancient ruins and return to the demon suppression pass. Remember, safety comes first. If you feel your life is in danger, use it immediately. I prefer your safe return to destroying the space gate. Several excited candidates were encouraged by the huge benefits and couldn't help but want to enter the ancient ruins as soon as possible. "Instructor, can we go in?" "Don't worry, the list of heroes hasn't been opened yet." As soon as Su Wenba finished speaking, a dazzling light curtain appeared in the air. The special effects were not only several levels higher than the light curtains next to it, but there were also 3 words heroes list shining in golden light at the top. The rankings of all candidates will be displayed on the heroes list. Killing a 1st level monster will earn you 5 points, and killing a 2nd level monster will earn you 10 points. Destroying a space gate will earn you 100,000 points. This list will be updated in real time on all major platforms. It can be said that everyone in China can see it. After this martial arts exam is over, a monument to heroes will be erected here, recording the names of the top 10 candidates. The candidates immediately fixed their eyes on the list of outstanding candidates. "Don't you want to become famous?" Seeing that the students' enthusiasm had been fully aroused, Su Wenba said, "First order, Chen Ping, step out." Chen Ping walked out of the crowd, looking confused, not understanding why Su Wenba suddenly called him. "You are the first in the sequence exam and the only candidate to defeat a 3rd-level monster in the Battle of Trapped Beasts. Are you willing to be the first to enter the ancient ruins and lead the way for all the other candidates?" Chen Ping was about to refuse when Su Wenba stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "I'll give you an extra 5 million in bonus." If it was 500,000, Chen Ping would definitely refuse decisively, but 5 million. "I am willing. No matter what lies ahead, I will not be afraid," Chen Ping said righteously. Then he walked into the blue light door without looking back. Chapter 65 Shocking Change. After entering the blue light gate, Chen Ping felt a flash before his eyes, and a slight dizziness disappeared instantly just as it was about to appear. The sounds of insects and birds can be heard in my ears, and there is a huge waterfall in front of me. Chen Ping subconsciously raised his right foot, but it stepped on empty air. Only then did he realize that he was actually on a cliff. A deafening roar suddenly came from behind, full of power and majesty. Looking back, he saw a white tiger staring at him fiercely. Chen Ping put on his smart glasses and checked the information of the monster in front of him. The white tiger is a 2nd-level monster with fast speed and strong power, and can drive monsters with lower strength than itself. Seeing the information popping up on the smart glasses, Chen Ping drew out the Thunderblade and rushed directly towards the white tiger. "I've even killed the Golden Tiger King, so why would I be afraid of a mere white tiger?" An anthropomorphic look of mockery flashed in the white tiger's eyes. Judging from the fluctuations of its chi and blood, the human in front of it was just a lone second-level warrior and posed no threat to it at all. What's more, it is not a solitary beast. Leopards, snakes, wolves, dogs, pigs, monkeys and other monsters walked out from behind the white tiger, exuding a powerful aura. They all stared at Chen Ping coldly as if they were looking at a dead person, but Chen Ping did not slow down. With a flash of his knife, the white tiger that was so majestic a second ago was directly split in half and turned into a lifeless corpse. In an instant, the strong smell of blood aroused the beastly nature of the monsters. They rushed forward and quickly surrounded Chen Ping. From a distance, dense swarms of monsters were constantly rushing towards where Chen Ping was. They roared and screamed angrily, vowing to avenge the white tiger. Seeing this scene, Su Tianyuan asked, "Have all the other candidates come in?" "They are entering one after another. From what we can see so far, only Chen Ping is unlucky. He was directly teleported to the habitat of the white tiger monster and was besieged by its monsters." "Has the Sky Eye found the space gate?" "No observations have been made so far. The space gate should have moved underground or inside the mountain." Su Tianyuan's expression was as calm as water. "Continue to receive the visual information from the Sky Eye. If you find anything, immediately use your watch to notify the candidates in the ancient ruins and ask them to go there. Switch to the action screen of other candidates." Other candidates began to appear on the screen. They moved very cautiously and tried their best to avoid fighting when encountering second-level monsters. But soon, the abnormality of one candidate attracted his attention. After entering the ancient ruins, the candidate walked straight into the forest without hesitation, as if with a clear purpose. Then the Sky Eye could no longer capture his trace. "What is the name of this candidate?" Su Tianyuan asked. "Wang Tian, a student from Beijing No. 7 Middle School." "Bring his file here, I feel something is wrong." After Su Tianyuan gave the order, he continued to check the images of other candidates. After checking the images of all the candidates, Su Tianyuan discovered that one person was missing. "Strange, where is Su Tang?" "Locate Su Tang." "On the other side, somewhere in the ancient ruins." Su Tang took off the watch from his wrist and threw it casually on the ground. He was lucky to be teleported to a dry cave, just out of the observation of the Sky Eye. Following the order of the leader Li Sini, after throwing away his watch, he took out a map, came to the cave entrance, repeatedly compared the surrounding terrain, confirmed his location, and then took the red potion. A mysterious power surged into Su Tang's body. White hair grew from his skin and sharp claws grew from his fingertips. Su Tang's body gradually transformed into a monster, and finally turned into a white tiger. Su Tang, who had transformed into a white tiger, spoke in human language. The special potion developed by demon god cult leader Li Sini is truly powerful. It can actually transform a human into a white tiger. He felt that he had an innate ability in his body, and he couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long roar. Hearing the tiger's roar, the monsters came towards him one after another. Soon, more than a dozen monsters gathered outside the cave. Su Tang walked out of the cave with his tiger head held high and a heroic and confident look. These monsters of various shapes lowered their heads to him obediently. Su Tang felt very good as it was his first time to be a monster. He was surrounded by monsters in the center, like the real king of beasts. Su Tang, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, glanced at the candidate who was fleeing not far away. With an idea, a black panther next to him rushed out instantly, and soon he heard the candidate's terrified cry. Then there was a flash of light, and the candidate disappeared without a trace. He was so frightened that he pressed the button on his watch and left the ancient ruins. Su Tang snorted disdainfully and continued to rush towards the destination he had planned long ago. "Report, this is Wang Tian's file." Su Tianyuan took the file handed over by his subordinate and quickly browsed through it. "We didn't find any problems, the body shape and appearance matched." Su Tianyuan closed the file and said with great certainty, "He is the leader of the demon god cult, Li Sini. Li Sini's SSS-level talent, possession, allows him to possess and control another person. It's very subtle and difficult to detect, but it has a fatal weakness, his eyes. No matter who he possesses, the death in his eyes can never be concealed. However, this student, Wang Tian, has a happy family, his parents are still alive, and he has never suffered from school bullying. It's impossible for there to be death in his eyes. Send Wang Tian's message to all candidates' watches, telling them to be highly alert. This person is Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult." If you encounter him, do not hesitate, immediately press the red button on your watch to exit the ancient ruins. At this moment, Lee Sinny's figure suddenly appeared in the picture. He walked out of a hidden stone cave, looked up at the sky, and then walked towards a huge open space. The subordinate who had just left quickly returned and whispered to Su Tianyuan, "The entrance to the ancient ruins has become very unstable. We can only receive the visual information from the sky eye from the outside, and we cannot transmit any information inside. Where are the people? Can't get in?" Su Tianyuan frowned even more tightly. "We can't get in. Anyone who goes in will be ejected. Moreover, the anchor teleportation device is also out of order, so we can't escape from the ancient ruins." "What?" Su Tianyuan's face changed drastically. He was well aware of the dangers of the ancient ruins. If he could not use the watch to escape, the candidate would be trapped in the ancient ruins. Facing endless monsters, even if he was only below the second level, he would surely die. Lee Sinny must have done something, but what is his purpose? Su Tianyuan suddenly looked up at Lee Sinny in the picture. Could it be that he wants to expand the space gate? The more Su Tianyuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, Lee Sinny did not have any talent for space, and none of the candidates entering the ancient ruins had any special talent that could control space. How could he do it? Suddenly, Su Tianyuan, who had some guesses in his mind, turned around and asked, "What is Wang Renjie's talent?" The subordinate quickly searched for it and replied, "Wang Renjie's registered talent is an SSS-level conceptual talent, 100% accurate." It can't be this talent, otherwise Chen Ping wouldn't have been able to dodge his shot. Wang Renjie must have concealed his talent. Chapter 66 Trap. Chen Ping slowly sheathed the thunder blade. Looking around, the mountains and plains were littered with the corpses of monsters. A monster that looked like a wild boar was not yet dead, and it was making a grunting sound from its mouth. The blood dyed the ground beneath it red. Although it was the first time that Chen Ping killed such a large number of monsters, he felt very calm. He felt that it was no different from killing a chicken. He was about to open his watch to check if there were other candidates nearby when the ground suddenly began to shake. A group of huge elliptical monsters were running madly with heavy steps, followed by some other ferocious-looking monsters. It looks like he is avoiding something? Chen Ping was observing when he suddenly heard a loud gunshot. As soon as he heard the gunshot, Chen Ping, who had been extremely alert, immediately focused his mental energy and looked towards the place where the gunshot came from. A bullet flew forward at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was less than a foot away from his eyebrows. Chen Ping lowered his head suddenly and the bullet flew past his scalp. Grass. Chen Ping bent down and immediately ran at full speed towards the direction where the gunshots came from. After being shot by Wang Renjie again, the anger in Chen Ping's heart erupted like a volcano and could no longer be suppressed. However, he still retained his rationality and kept observing his surroundings to prevent Wang Renjie from shooting at him in other directions. Sure enough, as soon as the gunshot rang out, the next bullet came from behind him. Chen Ping rushed forward and the bullet flew past his scalp again. A bullet was shot from the front and a bullet was shot from the back. Chen Ping was a little stunned for a moment and didn't know which direction to chase. How did Wang Renjie do it? Could he have had help? Although there were many candidates who used guns this year, when entering the last stage of the martial arts exam, Chen Ping noticed that only Wang Renjie used a gun. If there was no second person shooting him once in front and then once from behind, could Wang Renjie have been able to teleport? Wait, it doesn't seem impossible? From the beginning of the martial arts exam to now, Chen Ping has never seen Wang Renjie use his talent. He has only seen his almost 100% accuracy. It is impossible for the Wang family to focus on training Wang Renjie and arrange for him to come and kill them just because he has a good talent for shooting. It is obvious that Wang Renjie has been hiding his talent, and now it seems that it is very likely a talent related to teleportation. If it was really teleportation, coupled with Wang Renjie's almost 100% accurate shooting skills, it would be very difficult to kill Wang Renjie in this ancient ruins. But Wang Renjie's third shot was delayed. This is not normal. If Wang Renjie could teleport infinitely, he could shoot him at will. And now Wang Renjie hasn't fired the third shot yet, it is obvious that he is not sure of killing him. Then Wang Renjie's talent must have obvious weaknesses, such as it cannot be used continuously and has a certain cooling time. So Wang Renjie, who stayed where he was, didn't dare to continue shooting and expose his position. A group of monsters not far away were startled by the gunshots and rushed towards him. The pictographic monsters raised their heads and roared, gathered together, and attacked him in unison. The thunder blade was unsheathed, and a dazzling flash of lightning flashed. The pictographic monster rushing towards Chen Ping fell into a pool of blood before it could even scream. In order to stop Chen Ping from moving forward, Wang Renjie shot at him from time to time, but the shots were not far away and came from the same direction. Chen Ping became more and more certain of his guess and continued to chase in the direction of the gunshot. Finally, Chen Ping saw Wang Renjie on the opposite bank of the river. He was holding a Barrett sniper rifle with a cold look, as if he was looking at a dead person. "You're so slow. I've been waiting for a long time." Wang Renjie pulled the trigger and the bullet rushed out of the muzzle at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, most of the audience watching the live broadcast held their breath. At such a close distance, could Chen Ping still dodge? The next moment, all the audience saw that Chen Ping just turned his body slightly and easily avoided the bullet attack. Fuck, this is so cool, much more exciting and realistic than the scenes in the movies. If he were a high-level warrior, I would accept him, but he's just a martial arts student, at most a second-level warrior. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Seeing that Chen Ping dodged the bullet again, Wang Renjie's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he wished he could grind Chen Ping into ashes. Damn it, at such a close distance, how could he dodge my bullet? Fortunately, to be on the safe side, he had prepared a trap in advance. Why hasn't he come over yet? Did he find out something? At this moment, the distance between Chen Ping and Wang Renjie was less than 100 meters, and with Chen Ping's speed, it would only take a few seconds to reach the destination. But he stood still, his eyes flickering. Wang Renjie lost his patience and asked, "Why, you don't dare to come over when you see me? Are you scared?" Chen Ping was not angered by Wang Renjie's provocative words, but carefully looked at the surrounding environment. After careful observation, he indeed discovered the problem. The mud and sand at the bottom of the river seemed to have been stirred up by someone. Considering the cold shots that Wang Renjie had fired from time to time before, it was more like luring him here than blocking him. Out of caution, Chen Ping took out the cicada wings and prepared to deal with Wang Renjie from a distance. Seeing Chen Ping's actions, Wang Renjie pressed the remote control hidden in his palm without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Ping turned around and ran, and then a ball of fire emerged from the bottom of the water. Just after running a few meters away, a huge explosion was heard. The powerful explosion overturned the river and was deafening. If he had waded across the river just now, he would have been blown to pieces. When the smoke cleared, Wang Renjie was no longer visible on the other side of the river. Wang Renjie, who escaped by teleportation, smashed the remote control in his hand in frustration. I didn't expect Chen Ping to be so calm and not be fooled at all. He only had so much high explosives with him, and he thought it was a sure thing, so he placed them all at the bottom of the river, but in the end, all of them exploded into nothing. What the hell? I've never felt so aggrieved since I was born. Wang Renjie turned on his watch to see if there were any candidates nearby, hoping to vent his anger. It's impossible that all candidates are as perverted as Chen Ping, right? On the radar map, a white dot of light appeared nearby, not far from him. You're out of luck. Wang Renjie raised his sniper rifle and aimed in the direction of the light spot. A graceful woman's figure appeared in the scope. After seeing the woman's appearance clearly, Wang Renjie, who had originally had a gloomy face, immediately turned from gloomy to bright. It turned out to be Su Qingli. Chen Ping, aren't you on good terms with Su Qingli? Chen Ping, if Su Qingli died, you would be in great pain, right? Wang Renjie aimed at Su Qingli's heart and pulled the trigger. Chapter 67. Su Qingli was shot. Su Tang, who turned into a white tiger, came to the location marked on the map. At this moment, a large number of monsters have gathered around him, and from a distance it looks like a sea of monsters. Su Tang really enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by monsters. These monsters obeyed his orders and regarded him as a king from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling of being superior made him regain the feeling of being the best. It's all the damn Chen Ping's fault. He ruined everything. He must be killed. Li Sini, who was sitting in the middle of the open space, was holding a long sword in his hand, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, resting. Su Tang walked up to him, lowered his head, and said, "Master, I brought these monsters here as you requested. What is my next mission?" "Your task is very simple, make these monsters stay where they are." Li Sini opened his eyes, unsheathed the sword in his hand, and walked towards the monster closest to Su Tang. A flash of sword light passed by, and the body of the smaller monster separated and turned into a corpse. Seeing this, the surrounding monsters roared angrily and were about to attack Li Sini, but Su Teng ordered them to stay where they were and not move. The monsters, which were originally wild and unruly, stopped in their tracks when they heard Su Teng's order and looked at him with puzzled eyes. Su Teng sneered in his heart, "A bunch of stupid and damned monsters, dying in the hands of the leader is your best destination." Li Sini's steps were even and quick, and he swung his sword at an extremely fast speed. Soon, dozens of monsters died under his sword. Finally, some second-level monsters, out of fear of death, no longer obeyed Su Teng's orders and wanted to escape. Su Teng immediately ran over and bit a monster that was trying to escape to death, and let out a threatening growl. The white tiger's innate control ability and the fear of him frightened the monsters that wanted to escape so much that they dared not move. As he killed more and more monsters, Li Sini's momentum became stronger and stronger, and his strength rose from the second-level warrior. Third-level martial artist. Fourth-level martial king. After finally killing nearly 1,000 monsters, Li Sini's strength remained at the middle stage of the fourth realm. With his current strength, he can already walk sideways in ancient ruins. Li Sini, bathed in the blood of monsters, looked like a demon walking out of hell. His expression was cold, and there was no trace of life in his eyes. Su Tan lowered his head deeply, not daring to look directly at Li Sini. "You did a great job just now. If these monsters escape, it will take a lot of time to kill them all." Li Sini took out a bottle of red medicine from his arms and threw it to Su Teng, who took it immediately. The effect of this bottle of medicine was stronger than the one Su Teng had taken before. Su Teng's hair began to turn golden, and the aura of a third-level monster emanated from him. Just a moment later, Su Teng's body had grown a whole circle larger and was as tall as a two-story building. His hair shone with golden light, and he exuded the aura of a king. If Qin Ping were here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that Su Teng had turned into the Golden Tiger King, the monster that was trapped in the beast farm before. "Your next task is to help me find Wang Renjie." "Why are you looking for him?" Su Teng asked subconsciously. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Li Sini put the sword back into the sheath and sat on Su Teng's back. He closed his eyes as if sensing something, then opened them and said, "Go in this direction, as fast as you can." Su Teng did not dare to delay and immediately started running in the direction Li Sini pointed. Suddenly, a faint gunshot was heard from a distance, exactly in the direction Li Sini pointed. Could it be that Wang Renjie fired the gun? Then who could he have shot at? Could it be Qin Ping? This conjecture cheered up Su Teng. He had seen how powerful Wang Renjie's barret was. With its terrifying accuracy and range, it was impossible for Qin Ping, a second-level warrior, to dodge it. Su Teng ran faster and faster, eager to see Qin Ping's body. On the other side, seeing Su Qingli being shot and falling to the ground, Wang Renjie excitedly put away his sniper rifle and ran towards where Su Qingli was. At this moment, in the eyes of the audience watching the live broadcast across the country, Wang Renjie has become an out-and-out perverted murderer. Where is the Chinese military? They've killed people, and they're still not doing anything? Using such a beautiful woman as a target, Wang Renjie is too perverted. Didn't that Li Momo whitewash him in the livestream before? If she dares to come out livestream again, I'll blast her to death. Allowing the candidates to kill each other, is this still considered a martial arts exam? The military shouldn't hold a martial arts exam next time. I think the official physical exam is safer and more efficient. Most of the audience were scolding Wang Renjie, and many were also scolding the military for inaction. For a time, the military's prestige suffered a considerable blow. Su Tianyuan looked at Wang Renjie whistling happily in the picture, and slapped the table to pieces. Veins on his forehead were bulging, and he wished he could rush into the ancient ruins and tear Wang Renjie into pieces. Are we still unable to enter the ancient ruins? No, the space at the entrance to the ancient ruins has become extremely chaotic and it's impossible to get in. Li Sini, what on earth did you do? Su Tianyuan took a deep breath and calmed his anxious mood. He almost lost his mind when he saw Su Qingli fall to the ground after being shot. When Su Tianyuan saw that the bullet did not penetrate Su Qingli's body but bounced out, and saw a piece of black cloth exposed at the place where the bullet was shot, he was overjoyed. Then he remembered that Su Qingli was wearing a bulletproof vest. With Su Qingli's strength as a second-level warrior, as long as he is not penetrated by the bullet, with the blessing of SSS-level talent courage, his life is likely to be safe. Qin Ping, it's up to you now. Su Tianyuan looked at Qin Ping, who was rushing towards Su Qingli's location after hearing the gunshots, his eyes full of anticipation. At this time, Wang Renjie came to Su Qingli carrying a sniper rifle. He whistled and looked relaxed and happy, which made the audience who were watching the live broadcast hate him so much that they cursed him to die quickly. Su Qingli fell in the dense grass without any movement, but there were no wounds on his body, as if he had lost consciousness. Great! Su Qingli must have been wearing a bulletproof vest, so he's not dead. But Wang Renjie is only 10 meters away from Su Qingli. If he finds her, Su Qingli will be dead. Are there any other candidates nearby? No, even though there are candidates rushing over nearby and they're very fast, there's still some distance to go. It's definitely too late. Damn it, are we just going to watch this beast kill an innocent girl? Where are the military personnel? Come down and take care of this. As the audience watched anxiously, Su Qingli in the picture suddenly moved. She picked up the long knife that had fallen beside her and slashed at Wang Renjie's neck. Chapter 68 Fight Hard. Su Qingli's sudden attack was completely beyond Wang Renjie's expectations. In his opinion, it was lucky that Su Qingli's body remained intact after being shot by the Barrett. With the help of the broken edge sword technique, the long sword was swift and powerful. In order to kill with one blow, Su Qingli also used the double force, and the speed of the long sword suddenly doubled. The dazzling sword light slashed towards Wang Renjie's neck like a white silk. If the blow had been successful, Wang Renjie would undoubtedly have been beheaded. But a blue light shield suddenly blocked the knife light, and the long knife in Su Qingli's hand was blocked tightly, unable to move forward an inch. Wang Renjie came to his senses and sneered, pointing the sniper rifle in his hand at Su Qingli, his finger already on the trigger. I didn't expect you to be wearing a bulletproof vest made of 6th level iron fur. Interesting. I originally wanted to keep your beautiful head for Qinping to admire, but now it seems that I can only smash your head into pieces. As the gun was aimed at Su Qingli's head, under the stimulation of impending death, Su Qingli's heart burst out with unparalleled courage. The more dangerous the situation, the greater the courage that the instinct for survival will bring out. Her strength was rapidly increased at this moment, time seemed to stand still in her eyes, and even the sparks from the muzzle were clearly visible. The SSS-level conceptual talent courage exerted its powerful power for the first time in Su Qingli's hands in this life. At a distance of less than 1 meter, Su Qingli dodged the bullet with incredible speed, and at the same time, the long knife in his hand continued to chop towards Wang Renjie's neck at a speed far exceeding before. Facing the crisis of life and death, Su Qingli finally broke through the shackles that had troubled her for a long time and broke through the Dailing gene to the primary level. 5 layers of power exploded in her hands. Breaking edge knife technique, breaking sword style. Strands of blood oozed from Su Qingli's arms. The burden of using the sword breaking style was too great on her body. If this attack could not kill Wang Renjie, she would lose the power to resist and would become a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. The seemingly indestructible blue light shield once again came under Su Qingli's blade, blocking Su Qingli's attack. Ha, it's useless. You can't break the defense of the repulsive force field. It can even defend against the attacks of 4th-level monsters? Wang Renjie was about to pull the trigger again, but the next moment, the repulsive force field suddenly shattered from the blade of Su Qingli. The blue light shield that blocked Wang Renjie and Su Qingli finally disappeared in an instant. The sharp blade light reflected by the sunlight entered Wang Renjie's eyes. For the first time since he was born, Wang Renjie felt the approach of death. No, I can't die. I am a direct descendant of the Wang family. I haven't enjoyed enough wealth and glory. I can't die here. In a panic, Wang Renjie fired a hastily shot, but Su Qingli dodged it by turning his head. In order to block Su Qingli's long knife, he had to raise the Barrett sniper rifle to defend himself. The long knife cut the Barrett sniper rifle into 2 halves like cutting tofu, and continued to chop towards Wang Renjie's neck with undiminished momentum. At the last moment of life and death, Wang Renjie used teleportation to force his body to move back an inch, thinking that he could avoid Su Qingli's attack. Unexpectedly, Su Qingli kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Wang Renjie fell heavily to the ground, his throat was itchy, and a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Seeing the mad Wang Renjie fall to the ground seriously injured, the audience finally let go of their worries and cheered for Su Qingli. Well done. You are worthy of being my goddess, Su Qingli. Goddess, hurry up, give this disgusting bastard one more blow and kill him. Oh no, the goddess can't hold on any longer. The aftereffects of using the broken sword style began to appear. Su Qingli felt his eyes go dark and his eyelids felt heavy as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Her body began to lose consciousness. Even though her innate courage had good self-healing abilities, the damage done by the sword-breaking style was too great. It not only completely overdrew her physical strength, but also destroyed her muscle tissue. Su Qingli only managed to hold on and not fall down because of her firm will. Seeing Su Qingli's expression, Wang Renjie's face revealed a ferocious, maniacal laugh. Su Qingli, you lose. You destroyed my gun. I will torture you in front of the entire nation and make you experience pain worse than death. Wang Renjie took out a healing pill and put it in his mouth. His pale face quickly regained its color. He pulled out the dagger from his waist, staggered to his feet, and walked towards Su Qingli step by step. It was as if an invisible boulder was pressing on the audience's chest. They could not accept that Wang Renjie, the villain, won the final victory. First, I'm going to cut open your beautiful face so everyone can see what you really look like underneath this stunningly beautiful facade. Wang Renjie raised the dagger, the sharp blade flashed with a cold light, and slowly approached Su Qingli's cheek. The weak Su Qingli looked at Wang Renjie calmly. When the tip of the knife was about to touch her skin, Su Qingli used her last bit of strength to hook her fingers and pulled out a pull ring from her waist. A bullet shot out from the device on Su Qingli's waist, passed through Wang Renjie's stomach, and left a bloody hole 1 finger wide. The intense pain caused Wang Renjie to loosen his right hand, and the dagger almost brushed Su Qingli's cheek and fell to the ground. The sudden twists and turns made all the audience experience the feeling of riding a roller coaster. The ups and downs in a short period of time even made some of the audience breathless. Su Tianyuan, who had been staring at the screen, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He recognized the device on Su Qingli's waist. This is a device specially developed by the Su family to prevent themselves from being trapped in a desperate situation after failing to kill their opponent after using the broken sword style of the broken edge sword technique. It is similar to a miniature pistol. Just by gently pulling the ring, it can shoot a special bullet. Although this specially made bullet is small, its conical bullet head made of a special alloy is extremely hard and can easily penetrate even steel plates at close range. It's just a small gadget with limited use, but sometimes it's the difference between life and death. Su Qingli slumped on the ground, her eyelids drooping, and a heavy sense of sleepiness came over her like a tide. But she knew she couldn't sleep yet. Wang Renjie was not dead. Once he recovered, who knew what he would do while she was unconscious? Su Qingli forced herself to stay awake and swallowed the blood-raging pill that she had been holding in her mouth. In an instant, pain as if piercing her bone marrow spread throughout her body, almost making her faint from the pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down Su Qingli's forehead, and the blood temperature in his body continued to rise, as if it was about to boil. The blood-swept pill was extremely effective, and soon Su Qingli, whose body was overdrawn, began to feel her strength returning rapidly. At the same time, her realm continued to improve. He worked his way up from the second-level warrior to the third-level martial artist. Just as she was about to enter the third level of martial arts, a candidate riding a golden tiger appeared in her sight. Chapter 69 Life hangs on a thread. The golden tiger king moved extremely fast, almost turning into a golden afterimage. With the last jump, Li Sini appeared in front of Wang Renjie. Who are you? Wang Renjie looked at the stranger in front of him with a frown. Now he was seriously injured and had almost lost the ability to resist. He was at his weakest. If this person wants to harm him, the situation will be very bad. Su Tang wanted to say hello, but when he thought about his current appearance, he closed his mouth again. Li Sini did not answer, but walked straight to Wang Renjie, squatted down and began to check his injuries. Seeing that Wang Renjie only had a penetrating wound in the abdomen, his tense expression relaxed a little. Who are you? Wang Renjie wanted to resist, but was grabbed by the neck by an extremely strong force, and a terrifying feeling of suffocation instantly spread throughout his body. Answer my question, or die. Li Sini asked in a tone devoid of emotion, when can you teleport next time? Wang Renjie, who was out of breath, pointed to his neck, and Li Sini let go of his hand. Still in shock, Wang Renjie gasped and replied, I just forced myself to use teleport, which consumed a lot of my energy. If I want to use my talent again, I need to rest for at least 10 minutes. Li Sini frowned slightly, but didn't say much. When you're recovered, tell me. If you dare to play tricks, she will be your fate. Li Sini stood up and walked slowly towards Su Qingli, drawing the long sword in his hand. Without a word of nonsense, Li Sini swung the sword in his hand towards Su Qingli's snow-white neck at lightning speed. But the conversation between Li Sini and Wang Renjie just now wasted a lot of time, and Su Qingli had already absorbed the medicinal effects of the blood burst pill. At this moment, her strength had soared to the 4th level of Martial King. Su Qingli quickly jumped back and avoided Li Sini's attack. But just now the sword tip was only an inch away from her neck. If Su Qingli still had the strength of a second-level warrior, even in her prime, she would not have been able to dodge this sword. Oh? Li Sini's face showed emotion for the first time. Surprise flashed across his face. Seeing the powerful aura of a fourth-realm martial king emanating from Su Qingli, he immediately understood what had happened. He actually took the blood-burst pill. Ha, he's just struggling to survive. Su Qingli picked up the long sword on the ground, and after raising her realm to the fourth level of martial king, she felt that her SSS-level talent courage had reached a whole new level. At this moment, the injuries in her body that were originally suppressed by the effects of the blood-burst pill were healing rapidly. At the same time, new power continued to surge out, making her strength stronger and stronger. Su Qingli's eyes were firm and bright. Her intuition told her that the strange boy in front of her was very dangerous and she had to go all out. A flash of sword-light passed by, and Li Sini stepped forward, with the sword pointing directly at Su Qingli's heart. Su Qingli used the five-fold strength to block the sword, but the powerful force contained in the sword made his palm hurt. Su Qingli wanted to fight back with the broken-edge sword technique, but was suppressed by Li Sini's endless sword moves and was breathless. He couldn't even use a single sword technique and could only passively defend. Too slow, too slow. Li Sini seemed to have found an outlet for venting. The sword in his hand became faster and faster, and the force became stronger and stronger. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Su Qingli was not afraid at all. Instead, the courage in his heart became even stronger. Every swing of his sword accurately blocked Li Sini's blade. Under Li Sini's crazy attack, the broken-edge sword technique she used became faster and faster. The long sword in Li Sini's hand suddenly stopped, and stabbed towards Su Qingli's cheek at an incredible angle. Su Qingli wanted to pull back the sword to block, but the movement of his hand suddenly stopped, as if it was under some invisible suppression. This familiar feeling immediately made Su Qingli realize that it was the Golden Tiger King's kingly power. She looked at the Golden Tiger King not far away and saw a hint of sarcasm in its eyes. Am I going to die here? After the explosion at the bottom of the river, Chen Ping climbed to a high place and took out a telescope to search for Wang Renjie. With Wang Renjie's current martial arts skills, the distance he can teleport shouldn't be too far. If you observe carefully, you might be able to discover his whereabouts. Suddenly a gunshot interrupted his thoughts. Chen Ping used a telescope to observe the place where the gunshot came from. He adjusted the magnification of the telescope to the highest level and finally saw a blurry figure lying on the ground. This figure gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chen Ping, feeling something was wrong, immediately ran towards the direction of the gunshot, increasing his speed to the extreme. After passing through a forest, Chen Ping came to a meadow. He poured his mental power into his eyes and saw Su Qingli fighting with a strange boy. Not far away, Wang Renjie fell to the ground holding his stomach. A Golden Tiger King was lying beside him, staring at Su Qingli with a fierce look. And with Su Qingli's strength, he was actually at a disadvantage at the moment. The situation looked very bad. Chen Ping didn't have time to think about it. While running, his mental power turned into a silk thread that completely wrapped the flying knife's wings and threw it towards the strange boy with all his strength. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingli's hand suddenly stopped moving, leaving the door wide open, and the sharp sword blade was about to pierce her cheek. A flying knife suddenly appeared, knocked the sword in Li Sini's hand away, and was about to pierce his chest. At the same time, Su Qingli took the opportunity to chop Li Sini's chest with his long knife, but Li Sini dodged it by jumping back. But the flying knife turned strangely in the air and pierced Li Xian's heart when he jumped into the air and had no leverage. The flying knife continued to move forward and sank into the ground without a trace. I didn't expect that I would be almost killed by a flying knife. When Li Xian fell to the ground and saw the big hole in his chest, his face did not show any fear or pain, but was calm instead. Golden scales began to grow from his skin, and the big hole in his chest healed rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Sini looked at the figure running quickly not far away, and his expression became extremely solemn. Having witnessed Chen Ping's strength in the first two stages of the martial arts exam, he knew that Chen Ping had some strength. Unexpectedly, even though he now possesses the strength of a fourth-level martial king, he was defeated so easily by Chen Ping. I never thought that I would have to use the power of a demon god to deal with a junior in the second realm. Li Sini's hands transformed into golden dragon claws, his face split open in the middle, and a ferocious dragon head emerged from it. When Chen Ping arrived in front of Su Qingli, a dragon man wrapped in golden scales appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Chinese audience watching the live broadcast all widened their eyes. Fuck, this isn't a dream, is it? This guy has become our Chinese dragon? Is this a martial arts exam or a big brawl? We're all fighting each other, and now even the dragon has appeared? Chen Ping wants to kill the goddess. Go and defeat it. Even if it's a dragon, I'll turn it into a bug. Chapter 70, Raise the Sword to the Sky. Li Sini, covered in golden scales, is like an ancient dragon wearing golden armor. He is majestic without even being angry, and the domineering aura of an emperor is overwhelming. Li Sini pulled out the spine from his back. The spine made a crackling sound as if it were a living thing, and assembled itself into a sharp sword. The sword body was covered with a layer of fine scales, reflecting bright golden light in the sunlight. Chen Ping drew out the thunder blade, and lightning gushed out. The blade was like the thunder between heaven and earth, emitting an indescribable pressure. Li Sini in front of him made Chen Ping feel a sense of danger. Far stronger than the 4th-level martial king. The cautious Chen Ping did not act rashly. He took out the blood-burst pill from his body and swallowed it in one gulp. The powerful medicinal effect exploded in his body. Chen Ping's blood and energy increased rapidly, breaking through the 500 mark in an instant, reaching the realm of a 3rd-level martial artist. Chen Ping felt suddenly enlightened, and the world in front of him became clearer. He could even sense any movement within 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, the qi and blood in the body boiled rapidly, and the qi and blood increased rapidly, soon reaching the 2000 qi and blood value mark. After passing this mark, he entered the realm of the 4th-level martial king. Li Sini naturally would not stand there and watch Chen Ping digest the blood-stirring pill. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Chen Ping the next second. The spine sword in his hand suddenly slashed across Chen Ping's chest. The speed was so fast that Chen Ping only had time to take half a step back. My spine sword contains dragon energy. Once you are injured by it, the wound will keep bleeding and will never heal. Li Sini said proudly. A bloody mark appeared on his chest, and just as the blood was about to flow out, the wound had already healed. Li Sini looked at Chen Ping's healed wound in disbelief. His skin was as white as new, without any visible damage. How is this possible? At this time, Su Qingli next to him swung the knife towards Li Sini's waist, but he slapped it away with his hand. The blade scraped across the golden scales on the back of the hand, sparking flames but leaving no trace. Su Qingli's knuckles were directly cracked, and he flew out spitting blood. She was about to fall heavily to the ground, but was caught by a warm embrace. Only a faint afterimage was left at the place where Chen Ping was just now. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Chen Ping, who broke through to the 4th level, had a heartbeat like the beating of a war drum, heavy and powerful. Even Li Sini could clearly hear Chen Ping's heartbeat. What kind of freak are you? Li Sini tightly grasped the spine sword in his hand, his heart filled with shock, and he found it difficult to accept what he had just seen. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't see clearly, and the heartbeat sounded like the sound of drums. Is this still a human? It's clearly a walking humanoid monster. Su Qingli listened to the roaring heartbeat in her ears and felt unusually relieved for some reason. She smiled at Chen Ping and said, I'm fine. I can still fight with you. Suddenly, a sickly flush appeared on his face and his breathing became very disordered. Chen Ping noticed something was wrong with Su Qingli's body. Your complexion looks strange. What's wrong with you? Su Qingli hesitated for a moment before saying, I took the blood-swept pill. I guess the effect has worn off and the aftereffects are starting to show. After forcibly using the sword-breaking style and then taking the blood-raging pill, Su Qingli almost collapsed in Chen Ping's arms due to the combination of new and old sequelae. Chen Ping's warm chest gave her a strong sense of security, and she fell asleep the next second. The peaceful sleeping face has a gentle smile, as if whispering to the gentle wind in a dream. Chen Ping hugged Su Qingli tightly with his left hand, raised the thunder blade with his right hand, and looked at Li Sini. He had been on guard against Li Sini just now, but he didn't expect that Li Sini didn't take the opportunity to take action. Li Sini is certainly not merciful, but is planning a big move. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body suddenly made a crackling sound. He shrank a circle and became only 1 meter tall. The next moment, his figure was like lightning, and he crossed the distance between the two people at a speed several times faster than before. The spine sword in his hand was as fast as lightning and pierced through Chen Ping's head. But the spine sword only passed through a shadow. Chen Ping appeared behind Li Sini holding Su Qingli firmly in his left hand. With the addition of the 5-fold strength and the 4-level strength, the thunder blade reached a very terrifying speed, as if it had turned into a real lightning. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. Li Sini felt a chill in his heart. His hard scales could not block the sharp edge of the thunder blade, and he was stabbed through and through. In pain and anger, Li Xian turned his hand and stabbed the sword backwards, as if he wanted to die together with Qin Ping, but was easily dodged again. The ground was sunken 1 foot by Qin Ping's step. An exaggeratedly powerful force was surging in Qin Ping's body, like a beast that had been imprisoned in the body for a long time, finally finding a chance to break out, and venting its power outward crazily. Such powerful force gave Qin Ping unparalleled speed. With a push of his feet, Qin Ping shot out like a cannonball. The bloody hole in Li Sini's chest was filled with budding tissue, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. He's really an indestructible cockroach. Qin Ping decided to get rid of Li Sini in one move. If you were split in half, I wonder how you would recover. The next moment he directly used the strongest move in the broken edge sword technique. Sword breaking style. Driven by the terrifying force, the thunder knife in his right hand turned into an extremely bright lightning, as if lightning from the sky passed through, splitting Li Sini in half from head to toe. But Li Sini was not dead. He let out an angry dragon roar, and blood suddenly spurted out of the pores all over his body. He was shrouded in a cloud of blood mist. Immediately afterwards, a shocking dragon roar came from the blood mist, and a 5-clawed golden dragon with a golden glow all over its body circled in the air. Every dragon's scale seemed to be made of gold, releasing a dazzling golden glow. Li Sini, hovering in the air, let out a deafening dragon roar, then suddenly dived down, his tail drawing a golden arc. At the same time, deep and violent purple-blue lightning tore through the sky and struck down from the sky. Dense lightning and thunder gathered together, like a big net covering Qin Ping, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Qin Ping looked at the sky torn by lightning. Against the backdrop of the vast sky, he looked like an insignificant ant. But this ant raised its sword to the sky and concentrated a strong sword intent on the tip of the sword. Breaking blade intent. Li Sini, with thousands of thunder and lightning, is determined to kill Qin Ping with the force of thunder. Looking at Li Sini, who was getting closer and closer, there was also the astonishing and powerful thunder. There was no trace of fear in Qin Ping's eyes, and Su Qingli in his arms had her eyelashes trembling slightly. She was not awakened by the thunder, but was sleeping soundly. 10 feet above their heads, there was a sky full of lightning and a 5-clawed golden dragon. Such a shocking scene was deeply engraved in the hearts of every viewer who watched the live broadcast. The next moment, Qin Ping's blade collided with the lightning, and the golden dragon's sharp claws also chopped down fiercely. Chapter 71 Breaking Defense. The breaking blade intent on the thunder blade, with its indomitable momentum, shattered the lightning and cut off the sharp claws. The domineering and powerful breaking blade intent swept across, and all the lightning in the sky was extinguished. The scales of the dazzling golden dragon became dim, losing its original luster. The huge dragon's body was split into two, and golden blood spilled all over the ground, staining the nearby ground with a thin layer of gold. The heavy corpse fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. After killing Li Sini, Qin Ping looked at Su Qingli, who was sleeping in his arms again, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Wang Renjie, who was not far away, suddenly felt a headache, as if someone was sawing his head open with a saw. Just as he was about to scream in pain, he suddenly lost control of his body, and his entire consciousness entered a dark space. The only light in this dark space was a picture in the sky that should have been directly presented to his eyes. But now he had become a bystander, and could only watch helplessly as he suddenly stood up, and the wound that had just been bandaged broke open again and oozed blood due to the violent movement. "What's wrong with me? What happened?" Wang Renjie yelled at the darkness, and the entire dark space of consciousness shook violently. An angry voice rang out from the depths of the darkness, "Stop making noise. I'm only temporarily possessing and controlling your body. If you yell at me again, I'll crush your consciousness." A huge palm rose from under Wang Renjie's feet and slowly closed. Don't kill me, I won't scream anymore." Wang Renjie, who takes pleasure in taking other people's lives, is as terrified of death as ordinary people. "Very good, just stay here obediently. I will return your body to you after I have used it to achieve my goal." As Wang Renjie's consciousness completely gave up resistance, Li Sini finally gained complete control of his body. Li Sini twisted his neck, feeling the power of space surging around him. The world in my eyes turned into layers of space, with thick barriers in some places and thin barriers in other places. Spaces fold into each other. Now he can use the power of space to pass through the layers of space barriers and reach the other end of space directly. SSS level talent for teleportation, truly extraordinary. It's like a pearl covered in dust, falling into the hands of a loser who can only use the power of space to escape. Wang Renjie's sudden standing attracted Chen Ping's attention. He saw Wang Renjie's lifeless eyes, which were very similar to those of the strange young man just now, and couldn't help but ask, "You are not Wang Renjie, who are you?" Li Sini did not explain, but jumped suddenly and jumped onto Su Tang's back. Chen Ping reacted very quickly and immediately rushed to Li Sini's side and slashed him with a knife, but he was still a step too late. Li Sini escaped with Su Tang by teleportation. Damn it, women really only affect the speed at which men draw their swords. Chen Ping cursed in his heart. He was distracted by Su Qingli just now and did not attack Wang Renjie immediately, which led to the other party's escape. He had just finished scolding when Su Qingli in his arms suddenly woke up, moaned, and opened her bright and beautiful big eyes to stare at him. "What did you say?" Chen Ping coughed lightly and changed the subject. "Nothing, are you okay?" Only then did Su Qingli notice that she was being held by Chen Ping. She felt very shy and wanted to break free, but her hands were weak and she couldn't use any strength at all. "I'm exhausted." Chen Ping was busy fighting with Li Sini just now and did not feel it carefully. Now that there is no external enemy to interfere, he immediately and clearly felt what it means to be warm, fragrant, and soft. This touch and fragrance make her worthy of being the school belle. Su Qingli, whose half body was pressed against Chen Ping, trembled, as if she felt something. Chen Ping quickly helped Su Qingli sit on a big rock. "Do you have any healing pills?" Chen Ping asked. Su Qingli blushed slightly. "In the small bag on my right waist, there are Huiyuan pills and Huichen pills, which can be used to restore physical strength and injuries." Chen Ping, who was sitting on the left, stretched out his right hand and touched Su Qingli's right waist from behind, but accidentally touched the itchy spot on her waist. Su Qingli couldn't help but giggle and said in a coquettish tone, "What are you doing? It's so itchy." "Ha, so you're ticklish too." Chen Ping regretted it as soon as he said this. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became very ambiguous, just like the flirting between lovers. At this time, Chen Ping finally took out the pill from the bag and hurriedly handed it to Su Qingli. Chen Ping raised his hand for a long time, but Su Qingli didn't reach out to take it. Su Qingli looked at him, and he also looked at Su Qingli. The two looked at each other for a while, and then Chen Ping remembered that Su Qingli had no strength at all, so how could she reach out to take the medicine? He quickly poured out the pill and fed it to Su Qingli's mouth with his own hands. Su Qingli blushed and was reluctant to open her mouth. Chen Ping was a little anxious, so he said, "Ah." Seeing Chen Ping feeding her medicine like coaxing a child, Su Qingli's face turned even redder, like a juicy red apple, making people want to take a bite. Finally, Su Qingli mustered up the courage, opened her red lips, and bit the pill that Chen Ping was holding with his fingers with her pearly teeth. Chen Ping felt his right index finger and thumb sink into a moist and warm area. The comfortable touch made him slightly dazed. How pleasant would it be to kiss such soft lips? In that moment of distraction, he forgot to loosen the two fingers holding the pill. Su Qingli held two of Chen Ping's fingers in her mouth, stared at him blankly, and subconsciously licked them with her tongue. This lick was 10 times more stimulating than before, making Chen Ping shudder. He then came to his senses, suppressed the hot feeling in his heart, and loosened his fingers. I thought Su Qingli would blame him, but Su Qingli's cheeks turned red. She lowered her head and said nothing. After a while, Chen Ping poured out another pill. This time he poured it directly into the palm of his hand. "What I just gave you was the rejuvenating pill for healing. This is the Huiyuan pill, which can help you recover your strength quickly." Su Qingli was silent for a long time before she murmured, "Okay, feed me." Chen Ping raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiled faintly, and slowly moved his palm towards Su Qingli's red lips. Su Qingli cooperated by lowering her head and holding the pill between her lips, but she deliberately kept it in Chen Ping's palm for a while before raising her head and swallowing the pill. Feeling the remaining warmth on his palm, Chen Ping couldn't help but reveal an expression of enjoyment on his face. Looking at this heartwarming scene, many male viewers could no longer bear it and broke down. "Stop it, you beast. Stop defiled my goddess. Goddess, why don't you resist? Bite this bad guy who takes advantage of others. I can't stand it anymore. Why do I, a single person, have to watch this kind of affectionate scene? My heart hurts. Why wasn't I the one feeding the goddess medicine? Why? Damn Chen Ping, I'm so jealous." Chapter 72 The mythical beast Quinyu arrives. Li Sini took Su Tang and teleported to a secret underground cave. In the dark cave, a space door emitting blue light was particularly conspicuous. Su Tang brought Li Sini to the space gate, opened his eyes wide, and saw a scene that he would never forget. Inside the space gate, huge eggs covered the ground. As roars came from an unknown distance, monsters of various shapes broke out of their shells, and then quickly grew into huge and ferocious monsters. Soon, a large group of monsters gathered together and moved towards the direction of the space gate. Looking at the monster rushing towards him, Su Tang was so scared that he subconsciously closed his eyes, but after a long time, nothing happened. An invisible barrier blocked most of the powerful monsters. Only a small number of weak monsters below the second level passed through the space gate and came to this ancient ruins, but were randomly teleported to other places in the ancient ruins by the space turbulence. Li Sini, who was sitting on Su Tang's back, suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face looked listless and pale, without a trace of blood. I didn't expect that using the power of space would be so exhausting mentally and physically. It almost caused this body to collapse. Li Sini, gasping for breath, looked at the space door that was so close to him. A hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Master Demon God, I will take you here immediately. Only your power can completely cleanse the sins of this world and return it to its original purity. Su Tang, put me down. Su Tang very carefully turned sideways slightly, allowing Li Sini to slowly slide to the ground. Li Sini walked to the door of space with trembling body, and reached out eagerly to touch the edge of the door of space. In an instant, a violent and extremely terrifying aura came from the other side of the space gate. Although it was blocked by layers of space barriers, a little bit of it still came through. Su Tang, who had transformed into a third-level golden tiger king, felt a shudder from the depths of his soul, as if he had seen its god. What kind of existence is the demon god? Is it really a god? Terrified, Su Tang lowered his head deeply, close to the ground, without any thought of resistance in his mind. Just the trace of residual breath that escaped was like a deep ocean, making him completely surrender. How powerful is the real demon god? Li Sini, with a pious look on his face, nodded continuously as if he had received some instructions. I understand. Please rest assured, Master Demon God. No matter what the cost, I will definitely allow you to descend into the human world. Please give me strength and help me. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent and powerful force came out from the space gate and entered Li Sini's body. On the other side of the space gate, the violent and terrifying aura weakened a little, and then slowly disappeared. Li Sini, who obtained the power of the demon god, had a gleam in his eyes. His originally listless look disappeared, and his strength level also jumped from the second-level warrior to the fourth-level martial king. He tore a pocket on his clothes, and a mysterious box-shaped device fell into his hand. This technology, passed down from ancient times, the repulsive force field, requires a sixth-order demon core or higher to operate. The Wang family has really spent a lot of money to kill Qin Ping this time. But the Wang family's vision is too narrow. They only know how to use the demon core as energy to release the repulsive force field, but they never thought that this thing can also be used by demon beasts. On the other side of the space gate, an army of monsters was gathering continuously. Suddenly, all the monsters lowered their heads towards the front, as if welcoming the arrival of a king. A one-legged dark green monster flew out from the darkness. Its body was like a cow but without horns. Its body shone with a bright light like the moon. There was a thundercloud with flashing lightning under its feet, carrying it to the front of the monster army at an extremely fast speed. The divine beast Quinyu. Li Sini's eyes were full of fanaticism. He grabbed the edge of the space door and used the power of space to forcibly tear the space door open bit by bit to make it bigger. The space door that was originally 1 meter high was finally opened up bit by him to almost 3 meters high. As the power of the demon god continued to flow through his body, dense scales began to grow on Li Sini's surface, and his whole body exuded a violent and ferocious aura. But cracks began to appear on his body. The foundation of this body was too poor. Even if it was strengthened to the 4th level by the power of the demon god, it could not withstand the consumption of such high-intensity use of space power. No, it's still 3 meters short and the Quinyu can't pass through. Li Sini turned around suddenly and looked at Su Tang. Come over. Su Tang had a very bad premonition in his heart and subconsciously took a step back. Want to run? You're looking for death. Li Sini freed one hand and used the power of space to teleport Su Tang in front of him. Then he threw a punch, and the power of the 4th realm burst out in Su Tang's chest without reservation. Phew! Li Sini pierced Su Tang's heart directly, creating a bloody hole that went through from front to back. Su Tang looked at Li Sini with resentment, fell to the ground unwillingly, and lost his life. A surge of power surged from Su Tang's body and penetrated Li Sini's body. What a waste! He turned into a third-level monster, the Golden Tiger King, and after killing it, he can only give me this little bit of power. With the power contributed by Su Tang, Li Sini finally tore the space door to a height of 3 meters. The frequent use of the power of space caused his body to finally reach its limit. His body, which was on the verge of shattering, completely collapsed, blood gushed out from all 7 orifices, and cracks appeared on his skin. Seeing that the space gate was already 3 meters high, Quinia flew to the front of the gate and quickly shrank its body to 3 meters high, trying to pass through the space gate. However, the powerful force on its body, like a god, directly caused the space gate to crack in an instant. Quinia let out a roar like thunder, and forced its own strength to drop continuously, until it was only at the 4th level of strength. Finally, Quinia, whose strength had fallen to the 4th level, stepped into the gate of space. Li Xian laughed wildly upon seeing this, completely ignoring his already collapsing body, and forcibly used the power of space again to lead Quinia. With the help of this spatial force, Quinia passed through layers of spatial barriers and poked its head out of the spatial gate. Li Sini, covered in blood and no longer in human form, knelt down devoutly and said to the Quinia, who had already half of its body exposed, "Messenger of the demon god, please accept this gift." He held the anti-repulsion field device in his palm and handed it to Quinia. Quinia nodded to him slowly, opened his mouth and swallowed the device. As the energy of the demon core in his body was sent into the anti-repulsion field device, the device was reactivated and a blue light shield enveloped it. "You did a great job, let me do the rest." The Quinia, which spoke human language, kept growing in size, and then swallowed Li Sini into its stomach in one gulp. Chapter 73 Second Awakening. The remaining demonic power in Li Sini poured into the Quinia's body, causing its aura to continuously increase. Then, a violent and terrifying aura rose from the Quinia's body. Quinia's strength broke through to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. It raised its head and howled, and its thunderous roar penetrated the rock layers and reached the sky. All the monsters in the ancient ruins heard the cry of Quinia, and like soldiers receiving orders from a general, they rushed madly towards the location of Quinia. Quinia jumped lightly on one foot, a thundercloud formed under its feet, and dazzling lightning gathered above its head. Accompanied by a loud bang, the thick rock layer was shattered by the lightning, and a big hole appeared above Quinia's head. Thunderclouds carried the Quinia out of the underground cave and flew out of the ground, and the breath of the divine beast was released unrestrainedly. The eye in the sky, hundreds of miles high, observed the shape of Quinia and immediately issued a beeping alarm. The mythical beast Quinia has been detected. Emergency plans are being activated. Searching for an object that meets the requirements for using the artifact. A divinely gifted owner has been found. Unlocking the artifact. Unlocked successfully. Energy is running low. The monitoring image transmission function has been disabled. The artifact, Divine Punishment, is being transported. The Sky Eye, which was floating in the air and looked like a stealth fighter, suddenly rushed out and flew towards Chen Ping's direction at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, all live broadcasts of the Chinese martial arts exams disappeared. No matter how the audience switched networks, they could no longer obtain any footage of the martial arts exams. On the other side, Chen Ping looked up and looked in the direction where the Quinia's roar came from, and a bad premonition came to his heart. What's going on? The sky was clear, why did it suddenly thunder? Chen Ping stood up, took out a telescope from his arms and looked into the distance. He could only vaguely see a small dot with white light. Just as he was still wondering what was happening, a large group of monsters suddenly rushed towards him from a distance. These monsters were completely different from the second-level monsters he had seen before. Their bodies were covered with hard scales, and they were huge in size. They had bloodthirsty red eyes and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The terrifying aura emanating from his body is far beyond what those second-level monsters can achieve. Chen Ping put on his smart glasses, and a series of introductions to third-level monsters came into view. No, where did the third-level monster come from? Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. The gap in strength between a third-level monster and a second-level monster was enormous. He was the only one in the entire martial arts exam who had defeated a third-level monster. The other candidates could not possibly be a match for a third-level monster. However, you can disengage by pressing the red button on the watch, so the other candidates should be fine. But Chen Ping's eyes suddenly fixed on something. A demon beast seemed to be holding something in its mouth. In disbelief, Chen Ping picked up the telescope again to confirm that he was not mistaken. Through the telescope, he could even clearly see the watch on the hand. Is it too late to press the red button on the watch, or? Chen Ping suddenly grabbed Su Qingli's wrist. Su Qingli had just recovered some strength and was completely unable to resist. She asked curiously, "What's wrong with Chen Ping?" Looking at the monster getting closer and closer, Chen Ping didn't have time to explain and directly pressed the red button on Su Qingli's watch. The worst situation happened, but Su Qingli still stayed where he was and nothing happened. "Su Qingli, listen to me, the watch is broken, and now we can't escape from the ancient ruins." Upon hearing this, Su Qingli immediately grabbed Chen Ping's hand and pressed the red button on his watch. Again, nothing happened. Could it be that the military lied to us and this watch can't help us escape from the ancient ruins? As soon as this guess came to Chen Ping's mind, he quickly denied it. It was impossible. The military had no motive to do so. It won't do them any good. In just a short while, the monster in the distance had rushed hundreds of meters away. "You come really fast." Chen Ping drew out the thunder blade and was about to step forward to fight the monster, but his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Damn it, the effect of the blood rage pill has worn off. The side effects of taking the blood-stirring pill were even worse than Chen Ping had imagined. At this moment, he felt dizzy and his limbs were sore. Although he was not as unable to move as Su Qingli, his fighting power was greatly reduced. Due to this delay, the group of monsters had already rushed within 100 meters. "I can only use the trump card of awakening." Chen Ping took out the awakening stone and placed it on his chest, just about to crush it. Suddenly, the roar of an airplane could be heard overhead, followed by a mechanical electronic voice that echoed in their ears. "The divine punishment artifact is being deployed." A red long sword fell from the air in front of Chen Ping. The sword was covered with scars of varying depths, and even the blade had many broken gaps. It looked like an old sword that had been through many battles. At the same time, a blue light shield protected the two of them, and the monsters that were about to rush in front of them were blocked by this light shield. The angry and mad monster tried desperately to tear the light shield with its teeth and mouth, but it was useless and could not leave any trace on the light shield. Chen Ping looked up and saw a fighter plane floating above his head several dozen meters high. Blue light was released from the bottom of the fuselage, blocking the ferocious group of monsters. Chen Ping thought there was someone in the fighter plane and thanked him. "Thank you." "Who are you?" The mechanical electronic voice sounded again. "I am the Sentinel Sky Eye, a sentinel created by ancient humans to defend against demonic beasts. Please take up the divine artifact and divine punishment, annihilate the demonic beasts and the divine beast Quinyu, and protect humanity." At the end of the sentence, the mechanical electronic voice began to become smaller and smaller. "Insufficient energy, insufficient energy." Chen Ping looked at the fading light shield in front of him and asked, "Tell me, how do I leave this ancient ruin?" "Use the anchor teleporter to leave. A jamming device has been detected. The anchor teleporter is unusable. We are searching for the source. The source has been confirmed. Please proceed to the destructive jamming device in the cave 1 kilometer away at the 3 o'clock direction." After getting the answer, Chen Ping nodded slightly and reached out to grasp the hilt of the divine punishment sword. A warm and sacred power spread from the divine punishment to his whole body, and Chen Ping felt a sense of blood connection in his heart. The knife seemed to have become a part of his body. At this time, the monsters had surrounded the two of them and were constantly attacking the blue light shield. The light shield has begun to flicker, and the situation is precarious. The light shield can be removed now. The Sky Eye seemed to understand his words, and immediately retracted the light shield, flew into the sky and disappeared. Chen Ping swung his sword with force, and a red light flew out from the blade of divine punishment. Wherever the sword light passed, as long as there was a monster that was touched, it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. A path was cleared. But there were too many monsters in the group, and they were soon blocked by the monsters behind them. How long will this fight last? I'm hoping for a powerful SSS level talent. Looking at the monsters surging in like a tide, Chen Ping crushed the awakening stone in his hand. Chapter 74. How come you still have the artifact? Blood-red blade beams bloomed in the center of the beast tide. The awakened power surged in Chen Ping's chest and then settled in his limbs and bones. After Chen Ping awakened again, his body was strengthened again. His strength, speed, and physique were all improved. Even his mental strength increased significantly. But compared to the awakened SSS talent, this improvement is nothing. SSS level talent sacrifice: every life you kill can temporarily increase your strength. If used in a one-on-one fight, this talent is not very useful, but if used on the battlefield, its upper limit can even be comparable to a god-level talent. At this time, Chen Ping had completely turned into a meat grinder. Any monster that approached him would instantly turn into a pool of blood. As Qin Ping killed more and more monsters, the speed with which he wielded the divine punishment became faster and faster, until he even turned into an afterimage, circling around Su Qingli. The blood of the monsters splattered hundreds of meters away, but there was no trace of blood at the feet of Su Qingli. She was like a pure lily growing on bloody soil. After thousands of monsters died at Qin Ping's hands, the ferocious monsters were frightened by the killing and stopped rushing towards Qin Ping and began to retreat. Qin Ping was covered in blood, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Only his eyes were exposed, staring at the monsters around him. The divine punishment in his hand was not stained with blood. The blood of the monsters slid down the red blade, making the blade look particularly enchanting. Feeling the seemingly endless power in his body, Qin Ping was secretly shocked. The SSS-level talent sacrifice combined with the God-level talent of the God of War body is even more powerful than he expected. The super strength and recovery ability of the God of War's body make up for the initial weaknesses of the sacrifice talent, which is insufficient lethality and lack of endurance. Qin Ping killed crazily without any scruples. By now, his strength had reached the peak of the 4th level of Martial King. It's like taking a blood-bursting pill without any side effects. Qin Ping did not chase after the retreating monster. He took off his clothes that were stained with the monster's blood, bare his chest, revealing the angular and visually impactful muscles in his upper body. Su Qingli immediately covered her eyes with her hands, too shy to look at Qin Ping. "Qingli, can you still walk?" Su Qingli nodded slowly, stood up and was about to take a step with her right foot, but her foot slipped and she fell directly to the ground. She closed her eyes and was about to greet the cold, hard ground, but she fell into a warm embrace. "Are you okay?" Qin Ping asked with concern. "I am fine." Su Qingli blushed and turned her face away, not daring to look directly into Qin Ping's eyes. "Let me carry you away. Once we destroy the jammer, you can leave here." Without waiting for Su Qingli's consent, Qin Ping directly picked up Su Qingli by the waist and held her in his arms in a princess hug. Qin Ping, who was carrying Su Qingli on the road, actually had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity. He just wanted to find the cave where the interference device was hidden as soon as possible, destroy it and send Su Qingli out, then destroy the space gate and end this martial arts exam. But when he arrived at the entrance of the stone cave, a one-legged dark green monster flew down from the sky. It looked like a cow but had no horns, and there was a gray cloud flashing with lightning under its feet. Quinia stared at the divine punishment in Qin Ping's hand, with deep fear in his eyes. The memories it inherited were filled with images of ancestors being killed by divine artifacts. The divine weapon is the nemesis of demon beasts and divine beasts. Qin Ping slowly put Su Qingli down. The information displayed on the smart glasses let him know that the monster in front of him was not easy to deal with. The mythical beast Quinio has a body like an ox and a voice like thunder. It is said to be the mythical beast that controls thousands of thunders. "Qingli, can we leave now?" Su Qingli nodded and said, "We can go. I will go into the cave and destroy the jamming device." In order not to drag Qin Ping down, she ran directly into the cave. Qin Ping stood in front of the stone cave, holding the divine punishment and confronting Quinio. Quinio, who had been staring at the divine punishment for a long time, suddenly relaxed. There's no divinity contained in it. It turns out to be just a broken artifact. Noticing this, the Quinio let out a loud roar excitedly, and it seemed as if thousands of lightning bolts flashed past his ears. The rumbling thunder made Qin Ping's eardrums hurt. "Why are you yelling for no reason? What's so great about having a loud voice?" Qin Ping had no idea what the divinity that Quinio was talking about meant. He held his sword across his body and entered combat mode. "Foolish human, there is no divinity in the sword. The divine power contained within will diminish with use, until it is exhausted and becomes just a piece of ordinary iron." Quinio raised his head proudly, looking at Qin Ping with disdain in his eyes. "You just relied on the power of the divine weapon to kill some of my men. Do you really think you are so powerful? The incomplete divine weapon in your hand has very little divine power left. Once it's all consumed, what will you use to fight me?" Qin Ping said "Oh" and hooked his finger at Quinio. "Then why don't you do it?" As he spoke, he took half a step forward, and the Quinio was so frightened that it immediately jumped back. "Tisk, you're just scared." At this moment, a large number of third-level monsters rushed to the back of Quinio and lowered their heads, as if to apologize to Quinio. Quinio snorted coldly, and several bolts of lightning struck down, turning the defenseless monsters in front into charcoal. "Keep going, we'll wear him down to death. Anyone who dares to take another step back or flinch will suffer the same fate." The monsters looked at Chen Ping standing in front of the stone cave. The murderous figure just now was still vivid in their minds. Anyone who touched him with the bloody sword would die. How could they fight him? Seeing that the monsters were still hesitant, Quinyu was furious. You are a bunch of trash. If you don't come up now, you will all die. More than a dozen thunderbolts fell, and more than a dozen monsters were chopped into charcoal. Under the fear of death, the monsters finally moved. They rushed forward and roared towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping raised the divine punishment sword and swung the red blade again. The blood of the monster quickly dyed the ground red. Every time Chen Ping kills a monster, his strength increases by 1 point, and he is getting closer and closer to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. Just when the monsters were being killed and were terrified, the divine power contained in the divine punishment was about to be exhausted, and the red color on the blade began to fade. Finally, as the last blood-red blade light shot out, the divine punishment became dim and completely turned into an ordinary piece of iron. In an instant, all the monsters around showed their ferocious eyes and pounced towards Chen Ping with ferocious expressions. But Chen Ping remained calm and drew the thunder knife from his waist. The exploding lightning burst out, and the dazzling white light made Chen Ping look like a god. As soon as the thunder blade was unsheathed, Quinyu felt all the hair on his body stand on end, as if he had seen his natural enemy. In Quinyu's perception, the ordinary-looking thunder blade contains amazing divinity. This is a truly powerful artifact. Impossible, how come you still have a divine weapon? Quinyu screamed in horror and subconsciously wanted to escape, but suddenly a powerful will emerged in its mind. I didn't expect that you, as a divine beast, would be so cowardly. You are such a loser. Let me control your divine beast body. Chapter 75 Decisive Battle. In front of the stone cave, dazzling lightning flashed continuously, and monsters fell one after another. Their hard scales were blown apart by the thunder, and fragments flew everywhere. The air was filled with a strong burnt smell, which was nauseating. Although the thunder blade does not have the terrifying killing power of the divine punishment red blade, it has an inexhaustible source of lightning. Once the monster is struck by the stray lightning, it will be paralyzed all over, lose the ability to resist, and allow Chen Ping to slaughter it. At this moment, Chen Ping seemed to be in a slaughterhouse. With the movement of his knife, the monsters fell to the ground one after another. As he killed more and more monsters, he was getting closer and closer to the realm of the 5th level Martial Emperor. Just when there was only a thin layer of window paper left, a thunderous roar was heard. Withdraw! Upon hearing this order, all the monsters and beasts felt as if they had been pardoned and turned around and fled without waiting. Chen Ping, who was killing with great enthusiasm, was stunned and looked at Quinyu in confusion. A bunch of useless trash, get out of the way. Quinyu snorted coldly, and the remaining monsters ran away in shame to watch from a distance. Chen Ping frowned slightly as he looked at Quinyu, whose temperament had changed drastically. Quinyu's eyes were lifeless, as if a dead person was staring at him coldly with his eyes open. You are not Quinyu, who are you? I am Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult. I once asked Li Lianying to recruit you. So he's the leader of the demon god cult. No wonder he's so difficult to deal with and can't be killed no matter what. Li Sini didn't care about Chen Ping's sarcasm. He said calmly, I value talent. I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. Otherwise, die. There's no way I'll join a cult. Chen Ping said in a firm tone, leaving no room for Li Sini. Cult? Li Sini laughed out loud, as if he had heard a very funny joke. Did you believe the lies of those people from the patrol bureau and think that we in the demon god cult are all a bunch of lunatics who kill without blinking an eye? Isn't it? Chen Ping, what does this world look like in your eyes? Chen Ping frowned slightly, a world where the strong prey on the weak. That's right. But there's no such thing as a born strong person. They all grow up from being weak. However, in order to protect their position from being shaken by those who came later, the first group of strong men who grew up began to formulate the rules of the martial arts examination and set physical test thresholds. So, ordinary people could no longer afford martial arts training and could only study liberal arts. However, the children of the rich and powerful, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, could easily get into martial arts universities and become martial artists of the highest social status thanks to the wealth and connections accumulated by their ancestors. However, the possibility of ordinary people becoming warriors is almost zero, and they can only live at the bottom of society their entire lives. It is our demon god sect that gives them a fair chance. Chen Ping sneered, just take your medicine and work for you? Don't you think this is fair? You get what you pay for. With the help of our demon god cult potions, many people have greatly increased their strength and broken through their original social classes. For example, the principal of Jingbei No. 1 Middle School who you beat to death, he used to live a life worse than a dog in the Wang family. If you don't take the potion for a month, you'll turn into a demon beast. Is this what you call fairness? In your eyes, those people are nothing more than disposable tools. You founded the demon god cult to satisfy your own selfish desires. Qin Ping pointed the tip of the thunder blade at Li Sini's head and said, "Don't waste your breath. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability to do it." Facing Qin Ping's provocation, Li Sini's eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm. Do you think that since you have awakened the SSS level talent of sacrifice, and become stronger the more you kill, and with the help of the artifact, you can easily defeat me, and then destroy the space gate and resolve the current crisis? Ridiculous. Li Sini suddenly jumped into the air with one foot, and a huge black cloud instantly condensed under his feet. Countless lightning flashed in it, and then it exploded in all directions, covering hundreds of monsters around. As the monsters continued to die, the thundercloud continued to grow, and finally covered an area of 1 mile in radius. Thousands of monsters were turned into charcoal by the bombardment of thunder and lightning, and all their breath was gone. Qin Ping took out the flying knife cicada wing, and the powerful mental power of the Fourth Realm Martial King poured into it, condensing into an indestructible blade intent. At the same time, his mental power turned into silk threads and completely wrapped the flying knife's wings. The cicada wing was completely wrapped in spiritual power from the inside out, floating into the air by itself, and a feeling of mind and body connection appeared in Qin Ping's heart. Li Sini, who had killed thousands of demon beasts, stood on a thundercloud in midair, looking down at Qin Ping, who was as small as an ant, and said disdainfully, "You're not going to kill me with that toothpick-sized flying knife, are you?" Before he finished speaking, the powerful aura of a 6th-level martial arts master suddenly burst out from Li Sini's body, and his body jumped from the original 3 meters high to 10 meters. You are not the only one who has an SSS-level talent sacrifice. I have killed all the monsters nearby. It is impossible for you to break through to the 5th realm. Why do you, a 4th-level martial king, fight me? Qin Ping silently raised the flying knife above his head and aimed at Li Sini's eyes. An ant trying to shake a tree will die. Li Sini roared towards the sky, his voice like thunder. A bolt of lightning with incredible power split the sky, like the angry eyes of a god, striking down from the sky in an instant. Almost at the same time, Qin Ping swung his hand violently, and a flying knife shot out from between his fingers. The cold light streaked across the sky like a meteor, and the blade, with its extremely sharp momentum, instantly collided with the lightning, making a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, the flying knife shattered the terrifying lightning, and then rushed towards Li Sini's eyes like a hot knife. Li Sini, who sensed the danger coming, had a cold look in his eyes, and then he frantically mobilized the power of thunder and lightning in his body. Lightning bolts struck the flying knife cicada wing, but he still couldn't stop it for a moment. Damn it, how come Qin Ping's blade intent is so strong? The lightning around Li Xinzhou danced like a snake, tearing the air, but he could only watch as the flying knife passed through all the obstacles of the lightning and came to a dozen feet in front of him. A blue light shield suddenly appeared and successfully blocked the flying knife. Ha! The broken edge blade intent is said to be able to break anything, but it still can't break the repulsive force field. The anti-repulsion field is the nemesis of all cold weapons. As soon as Li Sini finished speaking, the spiritual power contained in the cicada wings of the flying knife suddenly burst out, and the blade-breaking intent was condensed to the tip of the knife, directly passing through the repulsive force field. The speed was so fast that Li Sini had no time to react. The next moment, the flying knife pierced through his head from the eye. The broken blade's intent suddenly exploded in his head, crushing everything in its path and turning the inside into a pool of mud. The Quinio, which was originally high above, fell from mid-air and hit the ground heavily, with no life left. Unwilling to give up, Li Sini separated his consciousness from the Quinio's corpse and rushed towards Qin Ping like a madman. Qin Ping, your body is mine now. Chapter 76 Choice. Li Sini's consciousness moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he rushed into Qin Ping's mind and entered Qin Ping's spiritual world. A huge sun stands in the center of the spiritual world, emitting a tingling sensation of heat. Li Sini was stunned by the scene before his eyes. The spiritual world of ordinary people is just a little hazy starlight. Even for a 4th-level martial king, the most he could see would be a white light the size of a wash basin. Li Sini had never seen such an astonishingly large sun. He wanted to get closer but was burned by the sun. His consciousness immediately shrank and he hurriedly retreated. Unwilling to give up, Li Sini circled around the sun for a long time, but didn't find any opportunity. A fierce look flashed across Li Sini's face. Since I can't control you, let's die together. Li Sini's consciousness suddenly expanded, like a balloon that was constantly being blown up, and finally exploded with a bang. Even if losing this consciousness that has been separated from the main body will cause great harm to the main body, he must make Chen Ping pay the price. The power of the demon god still remains in his consciousness. No matter how strong the spirit is, it is impossible to resist the pollution of the power of the demon god. A violent and ferocious force began to madly erode Chen Ping's spiritual world, but as soon as it appeared, the sun in the center seemed to sense something and released a scorching light, quickly burning away the power of the demon god. Chen Ping's spiritual world returned to its previous tranquility. In the real world, Chen Ping sneezed. It seemed like a breeze blew past, making him feel a little cold, but the coldness quickly disappeared. Chen Ping walked forward and stabbed Quinia's body several times. After confirming that the body was completely cold, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Sini should be dead this time, right? He used his mental power to recall the flying knife cicada wing in the distance, and was about to turn around and walk into the cave when something strange happened. The sky above suddenly began to shatter, and dense cracks appeared. At the same time, the ancient ruins began to shake and became extremely unstable. A very deep ravine suddenly appeared under his feet, and Chen Ping was caught off guard and almost fell into it. He quickly jumped to the ground and ran towards the cave. Su Qingli's body is still very weak. If the cave collapses, she may be buried alive. As soon as Chen Ping entered the cave, a warm and delicate body pounced towards him. As if frightened, Su Qingli buried her head deeply in his arms. Chen Ping, it's so dark in there, I'm so scared. The hand that was about to hug Su Qingli suddenly stopped. Chen Ping felt something was wrong, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just thought it was a sudden change that affected Su Qingli's temperament. Su Qingli, Li Sini must have tampered with the space gate. Now this ancient ruin looks like it's about to collapse. Have you destroyed the jamming device? Su Qingli shook her head. It's so dark in there. I searched for a long time but couldn't find the jammer. After hearing this, Chen Ping became suspicious. In his memory, Su Qingli specially installed a lighting device on his waist before leaving, and showed it to him, saying that if it was dark during the martial arts exam, he could use it for lighting. Thinking about the fact that Li Sini could possess monsters and humans, Chen Ping suddenly pushed Su Qingli away. You are not Su Qingli. Su Qingli slowly raised her head, her beautiful and pure face full of innocence. Brother Chen Ping, did I do something wrong to make you angry? Seeing Su Qingli like this, Chen Ping became more certain of his guess. First, Su Qingli is braver than you think. Second, Su Qingli has a lighting device on him. As for the third, Su Qingli won't call me Brother Chen Ping because she is older than me. Don't all you human men like this? You're really a special man. Su Qingli slowly lowered her hands behind her back, holding a sharp dagger tightly in her hand. What a shame. I was going to slit your throat when you let your guard down. The thunder blade was unsheathed in an instant, and the dazzling lightning illuminated the stone cave like daylight. Chen Ping finally saw the entire interior of the cave. It was empty and there was no interference device at all. Who the hell are you? Chen Ping pointed the thunder blade at Su Qingli, but hesitated to take action. Who am I? I'm Su Qingli. Su Qingli suddenly covered her mouth and let out a silver bell-like laugh, but her tone became extremely cold, like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Human, I haven't come out for some fresh air for a long time. I wanted to play with you, but I didn't expect you to be so boring. You saw through my disguise right away. Hearing this, an extremely absurd guess emerged in Chen Ping's mind. Could it be that you are a demon god? The demon god did not deny it and directly admitted his identity. I am the demon god that you humans are talking about, the lord of all demons. Your body contains a power that is very familiar to me, divinity. Divinity is almost impossible to appear in an ordinary human. If it does appear, there is only one possibility: you possess a god-level talent. Your talent is far greater than Li Sini's. Are you interested in being my human agent? Li Sini possesses the innate ability to possess and control others, and I can also give it to you. Imagine, with your talent, you can then control a few more powerful people. Wouldn't the future of this world be yours? Faced with the temptation of the demon god, Chen Ping did not refuse immediately, but said, get off Su Qingli first, and we can talk about everything. The demon god saw through Chen Ping's thoughts at a glance. Although I really want to give this beautiful body to you, but unfortunately, my divine consciousness has been deeply rooted in her consciousness, closely connected and inseparable. You Chen Ping had just said half of his words when he suddenly found that he had lost control of his body and could only move his mouth. Emotions are indeed the most fatal weakness of human beings. If you attack me directly at the beginning, I really can't do anything to you. The demon god walked slowly to Chen Ping and placed the sharp dagger in his hand on Chen Ping's throat. The demon god smiled confidently as he looked Chen Ping up and down. Your god-level talent has a bonus to your mental strength, right? I've spent so much time, but I've only severed the connection between your mind and body, but I can't control your body. Submit to me, or die. Pooh. The angry demon god raised his dagger and was about to pierce Chen Ping's throat, but suddenly his hand stopped moving. The cold expression on his face quickly warmed up, and he said in an urgent tone, Chen Ping, kill me, or we will all die. At the moment when the demon god paused, Chen Ping regained control of his body. This time he did not hesitate at all. The thunder knife in his hand went straight through Su Qingli's chest, and a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in front of her chest. Chapter 77 Death Retrospection. An invisible wave of light was released from Su Qingli's body, and the demon god's shrill screams echoed in the air. Chen Ping, I won't let you go. Su Qingli, who was lying on the ground, showed a trace of relief and joy on his face. Chen Ping, well done. Don't talk first. Chen Ping picked up Su Qingli, took out the pills from his body and put them to her mouth without thinking. I used 99% of my strength in that attack just now, and I avoided your vital points. You will be fine. But Su Qingli shook her head and did not open her mouth to swallow it. It's useless. Even if my body's injuries are healed, the damage to my soul cannot be healed. I feel that my soul is slowly dissipating. I don't have much time left. Listen to me, the jamming device left here is actually a trace of the demon god's divine consciousness. Go a little further, to the other side of the stone cave, and you'll find a light gate. That's the exit from the ancient ruins back to the demon suppression pass. It was the demon goddess's divine consciousness that blocked the exit before. Now her divine consciousness has disappeared. You must leave here quickly, or the ancient ruins will collapse. With every word Su Qingli spoke, her face turned paler. Chen Ping held her hand tightly, pursed his lips and said, Don't say anything more. There must be a way to save you. Su Qingli smiled faintly and continued, When the demon god's divine consciousness devoured my soul, I also obtained some information from its mind. This ancient relic has long been on the verge of collapse. Li Sini forcibly widened the space gate, allowing demon beasts above the third level to descend, causing this space to begin to completely collapse. Once the ancient ruins are completely destroyed, a huge gap in space will be created. At that time, the demon god can even descend directly into the demon suppression pass through this gap. Go out and tell Uncle Tianyuan that we must stop the demon god from descending, otherwise China will be devastated. When Su Qingli finished speaking, her eyes suddenly lost focus, and the last trace of life completely disappeared. It has been detected that the bonded object has died. The bond effect has expired. The host will no longer be able to copy the learning results of the bonded object. Chen Ping gently covered Su Qingli's eyelids, gently closed the lifeless pupils, then stood up and walked out of the cave. There was no time for him to grieve now. Outside the cave, the shattered sky and cracked earth looked like a doomsday scene. A huge light gate stood in the distance, emitting a dazzling blue light. Even from a long distance, Chen Ping could still clearly see the outline of the light gate. It seems that this is the space door that Qingli mentioned. Chen Ping rushed towards the location of the space gate at full speed, and soon arrived under the light gate. At this time, the space gate was constantly collapsing inwards, getting bigger every moment, and a terrifying black shadow gradually spread out from it. What was even more terrifying was that behind the black shadow gathered a dense army of monsters that stretched as far as the eye could see. Just one glance at the black shadow made Chen Ping feel fear, despair, anger, jealousy and other negative emotions in his heart, but they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Ping knew that it was the body of the god of war that resisted the negative emotions caused by looking directly at the black shadow. If he didn't have the god-level talent of the body of the god of war, he would probably have become a mentally ill lunatic by now. The black shadow sensed Chen Ping's presence, and in an instant, countless blood-red eyes opened on the black shadow. Regarding the black shadow, no information appeared on the smart glasses, only a series of question marks. Chen Ping took off his glasses and put them in his pocket. I never thought I would experience death again. Chen Ping raised the thunder blade, and dazzling lightning wrapped around it, making him look like a god descending from heaven. The densely packed red eyes on the black shadow stared at Chen Ping, and a wave of divine thought was transmitted. Humans are indeed pitiful and foolish creatures. Even though they know they will die, they are still driven by blind emotions and fly into the flame like moths. It's heartbreaking to see your beloved woman die, right? Her soul was quite delicious, but it's a pity I couldn't eat it all. Is the flame of revenge burning in your heart? But for a low-level warrior like you to want to kill me is simply a huge joke. You can't even hurt a hair on my head. The Black Shadow's blood-red eyes were full of mockery. Demon God, you were wrong about one thing earlier. Emotions are not a weakness of humans. Quite the opposite. It is precisely because humans have emotions that they have been able to survive through the long, dark nights of despair and continue to exist to this day. And courage is the greatest hymn of mankind. Stupid human, you can only say some useless nonsense before you die. I want to see how you can break through the defense of my divine power. The Black Shadow did not dodge, but looked at Chen Ping with amusement. With the determination to die, Chen Ping rushed towards the Black Shadow, using the five-fold strength and the strongest sword-breaking style and the broken-edge sword technique at the same time. The sharp knife light accompanied by the dazzling lightning hit the corner of the Black Shadow heavily. The sharp blade of the thunder knife cut through the skin of the Black Shadow fiercely, and a ball of thick black blood burst out. There was a crackling flash of lightning, and the wound was charred black by the electric shock. And, how bold! The pain from the wound made the Black Shadow furious. It didn't expect that Chen Ping actually possessed a magical weapon that could ignore the divine power wrapped around his body and cause damage. How dare you harm this god? Your crime is unforgivable. Die in pain, you ant. The Black Shadow quickly extended a corner, turning into a sharp sword that pierced Chen Ping's chest. Chen Ping grabbed the sword that the Black Shadow had transformed into. A bone-chilling feeling spread from the palm of his hand to his whole body, and blood gushed out of the wound wildly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Demon God, we will meet in the next reincarnation. The intense pain gradually disappeared, and a ball of warm white light emanated from his body, completely enveloping Chen Ping's entire body. How do you have the power of law? No, this power is a blessing from Su Tianyuan. Damn it! Su Tianyuan actually has a trick up his sleeve for you. The Shadow's tone was no longer as condescending as before, but became extremely angry and anxious. The Black Shadow drilled out of the door of the space gate, and all the eyes on it disappeared. Then the next moment, it appeared on Chen Ping. The power of the demon god burst out, and even the space was distorted. But it was too late. Chen Ping was completely covered by the white light and was not hurt at all. The unwilling Black Shadow frantically extended its tentacles, trying to catch Chen Ping, but missed. No! Amid the Black Shadow's desperate roar, Chen Ping's figure turned into white light and disappeared. The entire world froze, and then began to move backwards. When the picture froze again, everything returned to the time before the space was shattered. Chen Ping opened his eyes and found himself holding a telescope, observing the direction where the gunshots came from in the distance. The Black Shadow's roar disappeared, and only the sounds of insects and birds were heard around. I touched my chest and there was no wound. Everything that just happened seemed like a dream. I actually returned to this time point randomly. My luck is not too bad. Chen Ping put away the telescope, took out the blood-surging pill from his arms, swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately a powerful aura emanated from him. It's time to end this. Chapter 78 Stab Wang Renjie to death. Hello everyone, I am the host of the official live broadcast of this martial arts exam, Song Chiyue. As soon as Song Chiyue's sweet image appeared, some memes about Song Chiyue began to appear in the live broadcast room. Report, the authorities are employing underage live streamers. July is here, and my heart belongs to July. Song Chiyue smiled sweetly, and her beautiful smile made the barrage completely crazy. Ah, my heart is dead and stays in July. If I could have a girlfriend like July, I would get home on time every day from get off work. I simply skipped work and stayed at home every day hugging July. Just hugging? What a waste. After Song Chiyue said some official words, he began to formally introduce the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. The candidate appearing on the screen now is Chen Ping, currently number 1 on the heroes ranking. He encountered a herd of demonic beasts upon entering the ancient ruins. In less than 10 minutes, he killed over 100 of them. With a score of 1,280, he's 540 points ahead of the second-place candidate. As long as he continues to hunt demonic beasts, I believe this martial arts exam is practically a sure thing for him. The live broadcast then showed Wang Renjie shooting at Chen Ping, and the audience praised Chen Ping for his strength that allowed him to dodge bullets. So cool. Soon the scene showed Wang Renjie aiming and shooting Su Qingli. The audience immediately began to greet Wang Renjie's family and ancestors, questioning why the military did nothing. Is the martial arts exam about killing monsters or killing people? Suddenly the scene changed, and Chen Ping swallowed a pill, and his aura soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of elixir is this awesome? Taking one makes me feel like I'm flying straight into the sky. A magical medicine that makes a man instantly powerful? Where can I buy such a pill? I want one too. Although Song Chiyue didn't know what kind of elixir Chen Ping had taken, she speculated, it should be an elixir that can enhance his strength. The next step is to continue hunting monsters, right? At such a distance, he couldn't have seen clearly that the person shot was Su Qingli. He probably took the elixir now in an attempt to kill more monsters in a shorter time. Besides, it's such a long distance. Even if he wanted to save Su Qingli, he wouldn't have enough time. Before Song Chiyue finished speaking, Chen Ping suddenly ran towards the direction where Su Qingli was, and his speed was getting faster and faster, and he could even jump more than 10 meters away with one step. Song Chiyue swallowed her saliva. She had never expected that Chen Ping's speed could be so fast. She had interviewed a martial king of the fourth realm. Even a martial king level warrior could only take a maximum of 8 to 10 meters in one step. Compared with Chen Ping, it was a huge difference. Chen Ping's current strength has been estimated to have reached at least the level of a fourth-level martial king. The elixir that can achieve this level is most likely the Blood Burst Pill. Although the Blood Burst Pill can briefly boost a warrior's strength to the level of a fourth-realm martial king, it also has significant side effects. Once the effects wear off, most warriors will be severely injured and paralyzed, and in severe cases, they may even lose their lives. Speaking of this, Song Chiyue felt a sour feeling in her heart. Is it worth paying such a huge price to save Su Qingli? If the direction he chose was not a coincidence, then the purpose of him taking the Blood Burst Pill was to save Su Qingli. As soon as Song Chiyue finished speaking, Chen Ping suddenly changed direction and ran in the opposite direction. A dazed expression appeared on Song Chiyue's face. She was a little confused because she had mispredicted Chen Ping's actions several times in a row. No, Chen Ping, you swallowed the blood-burning pill and ran towards where Su Qingli was. Why did you suddenly turn around? Just now, while running towards Su Qingli, Chen Ping caught a glimpse of Wang Renjie. He was carrying a sniper rifle and whistling, with a look of joy on his face, completely immersed in the pleasure of killing someone. What an inhuman scumbag! Chen Ping rushed forward and slashed at Wang Renjie's right hand holding the sniper rifle with the force of thunder. A layer of blue light shield appeared, but the next moment it was like paper and was shattered by Chen Ping's sword light. An arm flew into the sky. In the previous second, Wang Renjie was still immersed in the joy of shooting and killing Su Qingli, but in the next second he suddenly lost feeling in his right hand, followed by a piercing pain in his right shoulder. Before he could even cry out in pain, Chen Ping strangled him by the throat. Don't move, or I'll break your neck. Wang Renjie was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Chen Ping threw him to the ground like a broken sack. Wang Renjie wanted to cover the wound on his right shoulder, but he remembered Chen Ping's warning, so he endured the pain and dared not move. Chen Ping, do you know that this is a martial arts exam, and it's being broadcast live nationwide? Do you want to be a murderer? Chen Ping walked up to Wang Renjie with an expressionless face, squatted down and asked, Tell me, is Wang Rong related to Su Qingli's mother's death? Why should I tell you? You dare to cut off my arm? After the martial arts exam is over, I will definitely send you to court for trial. Without any warning, Chen Ping raised his sword and slashed Wang Renjie's left arm into the air and landed on the ground more than 10 meters away. You're dead. The Wang family won't let you go. You will definitely be sentenced to death by the court. Chen Ping still had no expression on his face. He sheathed his sword, like a cold stone slab, which made Wang Renjie feel extremely frightened. Kill me if you dare. Wang Renjie shouted in a fierce but cowardly manner. It seems you haven't learned how to answer questions yet. The scabbard in Chen Ping's hand fell straight down, and the tip of the scabbard pierced Wang Renjie's thigh. The heart-wrenching pain made Wang Renjie completely lose his mind and scream, not daring to be stubborn anymore. I tell you. Chen Ping unsheathed his knife, placed it against Wang Renjie's throat, and said, If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll pierce your throat next. Wang Renjie nodded repeatedly, reminiscing for a moment before saying, I vaguely heard the elders mention a plan. Part of this plan was to use the demon god cult as a borrowed weapon to kill someone. I'm not very clear about the specific details of the plan, but I know it's related to annexing the Su family. Is there any other news? Chen Ping added a little strength to his hands. The pain in his throat made Wang Renjie look panicked, and he immediately begged for mercy. I have told you everything I know, please let me go, don't kill me. Although not much useful information was obtained from Wang Renjie, it was not in vain to confirm that the death of Su Qingli's mother was related to the Wang family. You are no longer of any use to me. I will send you off. Chen Ping slowly exerted force, and the scabbard sank into Wang Renjie's neck little by little. The intense pain of suffocation made Wang Renjie's face turn purple. He squeezed out a few words with his last bit of strength. How dare you, kill me? The Wang family will not. Before he could finish his words, Chen Ping had already stabbed his throat. Because the scene was too bloody, the live broadcast was covered with a lot of mosaics. The audience in the live broadcast room could only see a moving figure in a red mosaic. Has this candidate, Chen Ping, always been so fierce? How dare he kill someone in front of all the Chinese people? Well done. I've disliked Wang Renjie for a long time. If Chen Ping hadn't reacted quickly and dodged, the one lying on the ground right now would be his corpse. Well done. You deserve to die for shooting the goddess. Chapter 79 No Mercy. Song Chiyue was a little confused by Chen Ping. Even if you hate Wang Renjie, there is no need to kill someone in front of the whole country, right? But thinking of what Wang Renjie had done, Song Chiyue quickly understood Chen Ping. First he was ambushed, then the girl he liked was shot. Any man would probably be unable to suppress his murderous intent, so he said, as a warrior, Wang Renjie pointed his gun at his classmate and shot him in the back. He has absolutely no moral bottom line. Chen Ping's actions are acting in the name of justice. What a great way to uphold justice. The comments in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over, and many people supported Song Chiyue's speech. But soon, several strong security guards rushed into the live broadcast room and took Song Chiyue away. A middle-aged woman in professional attire replaced Song Chiyue. Song Chiyue has been suspended for reflection due to inappropriate remarks. I will be the host of the next live broadcast of the martial arts exam. The audience became unhappy instantly and kept posting sarcastic comments. Wow, they're replacing people just for telling the truth. That's the moral of the authorities. Only the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps, right? So we can only take Wang Renjie's bullets and cannot resist? Those who kill will be killed. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what Song Chiyue said. Chen Ping is just enforcing justice and eliminating harm for the people. Seeing these comments, the middle-aged woman forced herself to remain calm and put on a fake smile, saying, the trial court has recorded the entire process of Chen Ping's murder of Wang Renjie. I believe that in the near future, everyone will be given a fair and just result. Trial court? Not long ago, he was praising Wang Renjie, the murderer, and slandering Chen Ping in the live broadcast room. If it weren't for the timely appearance of Zhou Mei, the director of the patrol bureau, to clarify, the misunderstanding would have been huge. At trial court, I heard that prosecutor Li Momo is still incarcerated at the police station for spreading rumors. When will they rescue her? The middle-aged woman wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, ignored the barrage and began to comment on the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. On the other side, after Chen Ping cleaned up Wang Renjie's body, he quickly rushed to Su Qingli's side. The moment he saw Su Qingli, Chen Ping realized that she was pretending to be dizzy. It seems that he is lying on the ground with the knife scattered to the side, but in fact he is using the power posture of the broken edge sword technique. As long as someone gets close to a certain distance, he can pick up the knife and launch an attack with lightning speed. What a smart girl! Chen Ping said, Su Qingli, it's me. Hearing Chen Ping's voice, Su Qingli's tense mind suddenly relaxed. After opening her eyes and confirming it was Chen Ping, she immediately stood up from the ground with a happy smile on her face. Are you here to save me? The girl had died in his arms not long ago, but now she appeared before him as safe and sound as before. Chen Ping felt as if he was in another world. I'm glad you're okay. A smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips. Su Qingli didn't know what Chen Ping was thinking, so she smiled and said, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, so of course I'm fine. Chen Ping was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. The thunder blade was instantly unsheathed and chopped down on the head of Li Seni, who had just arrived. He launched a full-strength attack using the five-fold strength and sword-breaking style, catching Li Seni off guard. No, he and Chen Ping have no grudges against each other, so why would they attack before they even say a word? Li Seni wanted to draw his sword to block, but before he could touch the hilt, Chen Ping's knife had already landed on his head. The sharp blade intent gushed out, directly cutting off Li Sini's life and leaving him no chance. Li Sini's consciousness drifted away and quickly possessed Su Tang, trying to control Su Tang and escape. But Chen Ping's sword flashed downwards, splitting Su Tang, who had turned into the Golden Tiger King, into two. After 2 consecutive deaths of the host, Li Sini's consciousness became extremely weak. He wanted to possess Chen Ping for the 3rd time. As soon as he entered Chen Ping's spiritual world, he was burned by the sun inside and was completely annihilated. Su Qingli frowned and walked to Chen Ping, looking at the corpse on the ground, wanting to ask Chen Ping why he suddenly attacked and killed people. But she still held back from asking. The ruthless and decisive Chen Ping in front of her made her feel a little unfamiliar. Maybe he has his own reasons. Chen Ping didn't notice the change in Su Qingli's expression. He turned around and said, "I'm going somewhere. Do you want to come with me?" Su Qingli shook her head. "I'm going to continue hunting monsters." She had just taken a few steps when she suddenly turned back and asked, "Wang Renjie hasn't appeared yet. Did you kill him too?" Chen Ping nodded and admitted, "Yes, I buried it." Su Qingli chuckled, "You are a very nice person." Finally, Su Qingli couldn't help herself and asked, "I understand why you killed Wang Renjie, but why did you kill other candidates?" You may not believe this, but he's been possessed by Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult. How did you tell that? Faced with Su Qingli's question, Chen Ping was silent for a while. He couldn't explain this question yet. You can't say that he has already died once in the future, so you know, right? It's too outrageous, no normal person would believe it. I don't have time to explain to you now. I'm leaving now. You'll understand later. Looking at Chen Ping's departing back, Su Qingli sighed. In her previous life, she had seen many people's personalities change drastically after gaining power, but she didn't expect Chen Ping to be the same. This cruel world has forced a person who was once so gentle to become like this. Official live broadcast room. The middle-aged woman was severely condemning Chen Ping's actions. Knowing that the martial arts exam was being broadcast live nationwide, he still killed people in public. This is truly lawless and a heinous crime. The audience's comments also changed from support at the beginning to criticism. Fuck, has Chen Ping always been this ferocious? He came up without a word and just hacked to death the passing candidates. Is he completely crazy? There's really no way to clean up this. Isn't this just killing innocent people? What's the difference between him and Wang Renjie? They're both murderous lunatics. A wave of public opinion began to erupt, and with the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, more and more people were insulting Chen Ping online. Wang Rong, at the Wang family, burst into laughter when she learned that Chen Ping couldn't help but start killing people. Chen Ping, you finally couldn't help yourself and took action. The eldest lady is really smart. Not only did she clear the roadblock Wang Renjie and pave the way for young Master Su Tang, she also ruined Chen Ping's reputation and made it impossible for him to turn things around in his lifetime. It's too early to say this now. Su Tianyuan might even risk his life to protect Chen Ping. I've already convinced the patriarch to take action to ensure everything goes well. Does that mean we need to use that divine weapon? Wang Rong frowned slightly. You've been talking too much today. Give yourself 10 slaps. The guards around him were so frightened that they fell to their knees and slapped themselves 10 times. Because he used too much force, not only did his cheeks turn red, but a trace of blood also seeped from the corner of his mouth. Okay, back off. The guard quickly lowered his head and left, not daring to say another word. These guards are far inferior to Li Yongchang. They have no vision at all. Wang Rong was flipping through the live stream of his drawing, wondering, this is strange. I've been looking for Tanger for so long, but I still haven't seen him. Where did he go? On the other side, Chen Ping had already arrived in front of the stone cave. Demon God, you never thought I'd come again. Chapter 80, Unexpected Gains, Refining the Spirit and Transforming into a Form. As soon as Chen Ping entered the cave, a cold breath hit him in the face. The thunder blade was unsheathed, and the dazzling lightning illuminated the entire cave like daylight. He went straight to the end of the cave, where a blue light gate stood in front of the stone wall, emitting waves of spatial fluctuations. But a dark shadow blocked the center of the light gate, like a black spider web covering the light gate, emitting a weird and ominous aura. A wave of divine thought emanated from within. How strange. How could a low-level warrior like you possess divine power? Could it be that he possesses god-level talent? What a perfect body. The black shadow broke away from the light gate and rushed towards Chen Ping at an extremely fast speed. Chen Ping, who had been prepared for this, swung the thunder blade in an instant. The dazzling lightning struck the black shadow, but it passed through the body, as if it had only hit a phantom. It's a nice artifact, but unfortunately I don't have a physical body, so it's completely ineffective against me. The black shadow penetrated into Chen Ping's body and excitedly poured into his spiritual world. As expected of a god-level talent, the spiritual world is so vast. The vast spiritual world made the black shadow's heart surge, and he immediately flew towards the center of the world. As long as I devour your light of consciousness, your perfect body will be mine. What's going on? Where does the sunlight come from? At first, the black shadow thought that there was only a yellow light spot in the center of the spiritual world, but he didn't expect that as the distance got closer, the yellow light spot became bigger and bigger, until it turned into an extremely huge sun. The sun emitted a light that caused the black shadow pain, constantly eroding its strength. Such a powerful mental force shouldn't appear in a high school martial arts student. Wait, could his god-level talent be? A bad memory came to mind, and the black shadow remembered that it had seen a similar sun when it took over a human body. However, the human's realm was far stronger than Chen Ping's, and even his body was severely damaged, so he had to give up the idea of taking over his body. However, Chen Ping is only a low-level warrior now. If the original body takes action, even the god-level gifted war body that can also resist all mental control and negative effects will not be able to stop the invasion and control of the original body in the face of the huge gap in strength. But now the main body is still in the beast abyss, has not passed through the space gate, and cannot be contacted. It seems that I can only wait for the real body to arrive. However, as long as I hide in Chen Ping's spiritual world, he will be unable to do anything to me. Chen Ping, when my true form descends, your body will be mine. When Chen Ping saw the black shadow suddenly disappear from his body, he knew that the black shadow wanted to possess and control him again, and at this moment it must have entered his spiritual world. So he began to recall the contents of the soul refining technique, looking for a way to deal with it, and finally he really found it. Refine the essence into spirit, refine the spirit into form. After finding the method, Chen Ping closed his eyes and immediately began to try to enter the inner spiritual world according to the instructions on the soul refining technique. Soon, Chen Ping sensed a light spot in his mind that did not exist, and then his consciousness suddenly plunged into it. The spiritual world is boundless, and a magnificent sun exists in the center of the world. The sun also discovered Chen Ping and expressed its desire to contact Chen Ping's consciousness. Chen Ping did not refuse. A strong mental wave came from the sun and the next moment directly sucked Chen Ping's consciousness into it. Chen Ping's consciousness felt a powerful force. This power has the same origin as him, but it is hidden in his body and has never been discovered by him. Chen Ping tried to control this power, and the shape of the sun in his spiritual world immediately changed into a golden giant. The giant's facial features are very similar to Chen Ping's, and his overall body shape is almost exactly the same. The black shadow stood at the giant's feet, looking up in disbelief at the golden giant who suddenly appeared. How come you also know Zhou Wu's moves? The dead memories began to attack the black shadow frantically. The memory of being beaten up by Zhou Wu came back to his mind. The humiliated black shadow expanded wildly and finally became the same size as the golden giant. Who do you think you are? Do you want to use the same trick on me? The black shadow threw a heavy punch, and dense red eyes opened on the fist. The breathtaking power shone on the golden giant transformed from Chen Ping's consciousness. The terrifying power that could easily corrode and pollute the mind had no effect on Chen Ping. Chen Ping directly grabbed the black shadow's fist and twisted it, and the black shadow's body began to collapse instantly. The golden light emitted from the fist was burning and melting the black shadow's body all the time. The black shadow wanted to cut off his arm to survive, but just as he severed his arm, Chen Ping's other fist hit his chest hard. The black shadow's body collapsed in an instant, and only a half-meter high body remained. How can you be so powerful? You are just a mere mortal ant, and I am a god. It's just a wisp of divine consciousness from the demon god. I don't know why you are so arrogant. Chen Ping raised his foot and crushed the black shadow completely. A sizzling sound came from under his feet. Finally, Chen Ping lifted his foot and found that the black shadow had disappeared, but a ball of golden light appeared from where the black shadow had originally been. It feels very similar to the power contained within the thunder blade. Could it be the divinity that the demon god spoke of? Chen Ping tried to touch the golden light. As soon as he touched it, the golden light immediately merged into his body, like a river flowing into the sea, leaving no trace. The next moment, extremely huge energy surged in Chen Ping's spiritual body. At this moment, Qin Ping felt like a balloon that was constantly being blown up and was soon on the verge of exploding. In desperation, Qin Ping had to cut off his connection with the sun. After his consciousness was separated, he found that the sun did not return to its original state, but maintained his body shape and appearance, and then gradually shrank on its own, and finally became the size of an ordinary person. Looking at the other self that the sun had transformed into, if it weren't for the layer of gold covering it, Qin Ping would not be able to find any difference between them. It's as if he was carved from the same mold as him. Just as Qin Ping was observing curiously, a mysterious and powerful aura suddenly emanated from the golden Qin Ping, pushing his consciousness out of this spiritual world. Qin Ping opened his eyes again, looked at the narrow stone cave in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and recalled the scene in his mind just now. It was very consistent with the relevant records about refining the spirit and transforming into a human form in the spirit refining technique. Could it be that the soul refining technique can only be achieved through perfection? In the soul refining technique, soul refining and transformation has another more understandable name. Incarnation. Chapter 81 Domineering. At the same time that Qin Ping destroyed the demon god's divine consciousness, the entrance to the ancient ruins returned to normal. Su Tianyuan, who received the news, immediately asked his men to send messages to the watches of all candidates, asking them to pay attention to safety and to exit the ancient ruins immediately if they found anything wrong. I originally wanted to terminate the exam, but I didn't expect Qin Ping to kill Li Sini outright. No, he shouldn't have known Li Sini's identity. A bad guess surfaced in Su Tianyuan's mind. Could it be that he has triggered the blessing of death reversal? This would also explain why he went straight into a stone cave, and soon after, the entrance to the ancient ruins became stable again. What kind of being could have killed him? Su Tianyuan wanted to help Qin Ping, but when he thought about the fact that Qin Ping had not left the ancient ruins and asked him for help, it meant that Qin Ping believed he could solve it himself. Notify all units. If any problems arise in the ancient ruins, immediately mobilize personnel below the second rank to provide support. Even if it means terminating the martial arts exam, we must ensure the safety of the candidates. Yes. Just as the men left, someone else came to report, Master, the head of the Wang family, Wang Hua, has arrived and is waiting outside the demon suppression pass. You came so quickly. Want to speak up for Wang Renjie? Let him wait outside the pass. We'll talk about everything after the martial arts exam is over. Yes. Soon after, all the candidates in the ancient ruins received news from the military. A dark-skinned young man leading a dozen or so examinees sneered after seeing the information on his watch. Where's the danger? What kind of threat can a group of second-level monsters with only brute force pose? Before you all came in, our Zhao family has already signed an agreement with you. As long as you help me win first place in the martial arts exam, our Zhao family will give each of you 100 million yuan and provide very generous resources to support your families to help them grow rapidly. The eyes of more than a dozen candidates were filled with excitement and anticipation. With the help of the Zhao family, these candidates from small families might be able to make a breakthrough and stand out in the future. The list of heroes on the watch has finally been updated, said a candidate excitedly. We've been helping young Master Zhao Long hunt second-level monsters for a while now. His points have reached 840, so he's definitely going to be in first place. Zhao Long confidently clicked on the list of heroes on his watch, and the score of Qin Ping, who was ranked first, made him stunned. How much? 1,420? How could he possibly kill so many by himself? He must have cheated. An angry Zhao Long pointed at the dozen or so examinees behind him and cursed, "It's all because of you useless people who are too slow. Next time, give it your all, or I won't get first place, and you won't get a single penny from our Zhao family." Yes. A sharp-eyed candidate spotted a group of monsters running in the distance. His expression was excited as he pointed and said, "Master Zhao Long, there are monsters over there." A group of people rushed towards the group of monsters excitedly, but just when they were halfway there, dazzling lightning flashed among the monsters, reaping the lives of each monster. Who is it? How dare they steal my monster? Zhao Long was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Those were all walking points. Come on, no matter who it is, give him a good beating and make him get out of here. The candidates behind Zhao Long, relying on their numbers, began shouting from a distance, "Stop! This is Master Zhao Long's monster. If you dare to kill one more, we will break your hands and feet and drive you out of the ancient ruins." The candidates in the group of monsters seemed not to hear it. The rumbling lightning flashed across the necks of the monsters madly, and several monsters fell down every second. By the time Zhao Long and his group arrived near the group of monsters, only a few scattered monsters were still fleeing. Are you deaf? Zhao Long took out a spear with a circling golden dragon carved on the spear shaft, which was extremely extraordinary. Take this shot from me. Zhao Long used the advanced spear technique Dragon Roar Break, and a faint sound of dragon roar came from the gun. Qin Ping killed the last escaping monster and turned around to see a boy with an angry face rushing towards him with a golden spear in his hand. Where did this psychopath come from? The thunder blade in Qin Ping's hand suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning, and the following rumbling thunder was deafening, as if the thunder in the sky was triggered by the blade, emitting a terrifying force that could destroy the world. Zhao Long was startled by the sound of Qin Ping's sword swing, but he knew there were people watching him and he couldn't lose face. So he used the Zhao family's name to threaten him. I'm the young master of the Jingbei Zhao family. You still have time to escape now, otherwise we, the Zhao family, will not let you go. You'll never survive in the Chinese martial arts world again. Qin Ping was amused by Zhao Long's words. Where do these family members get their confidence from? Everyone has to give in to you, right? A flash of thundering sword light directly cut off Zhao Long's spear, and then Qin Ping kicked him in the chest, and the powerful force kicked him more than 10 meters away. Zhao Long felt a sharp pain in his chest, vomited a large mouthful of blood, and then passed out, his life or death uncertain. The candidates who were watching the show behind him widened their eyes. They didn't expect that after Zhao Long introduced himself, the candidate in front of them would dare to attack Zhao Long and seriously injure him. At this time, someone finally recognized Qin Ping. His appearance and figure are very similar to the first sequence Qin Ping. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. I heard that Qin Ping also has a long sword that can release lightning, which is extremely extraordinary. At this time, Qin Ping walked over. After everyone saw that the weapon surrounded by lightning in his hand was a long sword, they immediately turned around and ran away. Fuck, it's really the First Order Qin Ping. These people no longer had any thoughts of resistance in their hearts. The braver ones rushed forward, picked up the unconscious Zhao Long, and turned around and ran away. Looking at the people fleeing in panic, Qin Ping did not choose to chase them. He had encountered such a situation once before. Many candidates gathered together, injured the monster, and then let the leading candidate finish off the monster. It seemed that they had reached some kind of deal in secret. It's true that the devil is always stronger than the good. These people always find ways to cheat. Qin Ping continued to approach the location of the space gate. On the way, he met several groups of candidates who were hunting a group of monsters. Qin Ping raised his sword and killed all the monsters that they had trapped with great difficulty. You are so despicable. These are the monsters we worked so hard to find. If you want to kill them, go find them yourself. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you know who we are? How dare you steal monsters? Brothers, come on, let's show him how powerful we are. But when they saw Qin Ping's appearance clearly, they immediately turned around and ran away. I said the one holding the thunder blade was most likely Qin Ping. What's the point of fighting? There were also some people who were stubborn and refused to believe in evil, so they stepped forward to challenge Qin Ping, and were beaten so badly that they fell into coma. After teaching a few candidates a lesson, Qin Ping came to the location of the space gate. But there was only bare rock here, and no trace of the space gate was seen. That's strange. The space gate was clearly here before. Suddenly, a huge insect suddenly broke out from the soil behind Qin Ping, its sharp mouthparts flashing with cold light, and swallowed Qin Ping in one gulp. Chapter 82 Siege. Qin Ping blew the insect's head off with one blow. The insect's headless body lay on the ground, twitching a few times and then became motionless. When Qin Ping saw that a small part of the insect's body was still in the rock layer, he had an idea and raised the thunder knife, chopping the insect's body into pieces with one stroke. Following the hole that the insects had drilled out of, he went down to an underground cave. In the center of the cave stood a space gate emitting blue light. It seems this is what the space gate looks like when it doesn't expand. Inside the space gate, huge eggs were constantly hatching, and ferocious-looking monsters broke out of their shells. Qin Ping walked forward and tried to smash the space door with the thunder blade. But after a few chops, the space gate didn't move at all and was completely ineffective. As if noticing Qin Ping's actions, a black shadow covering the sky and the sun appeared in the space gate. Qin Ping recognized this old acquaintance at a glance. Demon God. Pairs of blood-red eyes opened from the space gate and looked at Qin Ping repeatedly. Who are you? A wave of divine thought came from the space gate. Qin Ping did not answer the demon god's question. He swung the thunder blade again and slashed at the space gate. The space gate remained motionless. Don't waste your energy. The space gate cannot be shaken by an ant like you who can only swing a sword mindlessly. Only a powerful warrior who can concentrate his sword can damage the space gate. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Qin Ping quickly condensed the blade's intent, and with the sound of thunder, he chopped the blade on the door of space. The demon god's sarcastic laughter entered Qin Ping's mind. You're such a stupid ant. No matter how many times you swing your sword, you can't even crack the space gate. As soon as he finished speaking, tiny cracks began to spread from the blade, and in the blink of an eye, a small piece of the space door shattered. This is absolutely impossible. The demon god's divine consciousness roared loudly, unable to believe that Qin Ping had actually split the door of space. Qin Ping didn't waste any words with the demon god, and continued to chop at the space gate with his sword. Soon, he chopped out several cracks. The cracks overlapped with each other, and the space gate was directly shattered in half. The demon god was completely panicked now. Stop it. I spent over 10 years and a lot of effort to open this space gate. None of my business. Qin Ping was about to continue swinging his sword towards the space gate, but the continuous use of the broken-edged sword intent consumed a great deal of his mental strength. At the same time, the effect of the blood-burst pill was gradually disappearing, causing him to pause in his sword-swinging action. The demon god saw Qin Ping's weakness and his attitude immediately changed drastically. Can't chop him anymore? Then die here. A trace of extremely cold divine thought suddenly emerged from the door of space and pierced into Qin Ping's mind. But just as this wisp of divine thought entered Qin Ping's spiritual world, the golden Qin Ping suddenly opened his eyes, appeared in front of the divine thought at the speed of teleportation, and stretched out his hand to grab the divine thought in his palm. The demon god's mind still wanted to struggle, but Qin Ping exerted a little force and extinguished the consciousness in the mind. After the black mist rose, the golden light merged into the palm of Qin Ping, and instantly the golden light emanating from Qin Ping became more condensed. Qin Ping in the spiritual world sat cross-legged on the spot, and a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky from his head. In the real world, Qin Ping, who was originally mentally exhausted, suddenly felt his tiredness swept away, and his mind felt like it was soaking in a warm hot spring, indescribably comfortable. A mysterious power was surging in his mind. Qin Ping closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and he vaguely felt a vast spiritual world. In an instant, it was as if something was opened up, and his mental power became vast and boundless like a river flowing into the sea. As his mental power continued to expand, Qin Ping clearly felt another self in the spiritual world. His mental power gradually merged with the other self, giving him a completely new perspective. This perspective transcends the constraints of material things. Qin Ping seems to feel the rhythm of all things, their every beat and every fluctuation. In his eyes, everything in the world seemed to have souls, including the whispers of mountains and rivers, the gentle hum of the breeze, and the pulse of all living things. See the heaven and earth, see all things, see all living beings. Deep within Qin Ping's soul, a golden light slowly appeared. If the demon god could see this golden light, he would surely cry out in surprise. Divinity. Only the gods who are above all things can possess divinity. It not only represents the eternal authority of life, but also the manifestation of supreme power. When the demon god saw Qin Ping closed his eyes, he thought that his divine consciousness had successfully taken advantage of the opportunity and successfully controlled Qin Ping. Although I failed to kill him, it was enough. A wave of divine thought came from the space gate, and all the monsters in the ancient ruins received the command. Come to the space gate quickly. In an instant, the monsters in the ancient ruins began to rush towards the location of the space gate, ignoring all obstacles on the way, like an unstoppable torrent of monsters. Although the other candidates didn't know why the monster suddenly rushed to the same place, they all followed the monster to find out what was going on. Some brave candidates even took this opportunity to sneak attack the monsters in the group and earned a lot of points. But the monsters didn't even look back, completely ignoring their fallen companions, as if nothing was more important than getting on with their journey. This aroused the curiosity of many people, and some even ran all the way behind the monster, wanting to see where the monster's destination was. At the same time, the demon god inside the door did not hesitate to use up his divinity to slowly repair the space door from the inside. The originally shattered parts grew again, and all the broken cracks disappeared. Except for Qin Ping still standing there, everything in the cave had not changed compared to before. Suddenly, Qin Ping opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with elusive mystery and contained endless depth. At this time, the first monster rushed in along the entrance of the cave. It had a long and narrow body, and its silver hair fluttered in the wind, giving it a lively and elegant temperament. A second-level demon beast, the silver wolf? Qin Ping recognized the demon beast in front of him. He killed dozens of these monsters when he first entered the ancient ruins, and was quite impressed by them. They liked to attack in groups and had a good sense of coordination. Why is there only one? The next moment, silver wolves swarmed in and completely surrounded Qin Ping. Just as Qin Ping was about to make a move, the rock above his head suddenly shattered, and monsters of various shapes jumped down. The originally empty underground cave immediately became a little crowded. Qin Ping glanced around, looked at the monsters that were staring at him hungrily, took out the awakening stone from his body, and crushed it against his chest. You've come just in time, my power banks. Chapter 83 Sneak Attack. A wave of divine thought came from the space gate. Thinking about awakening your talent now? Too late. Come on, everyone, tear him to pieces. Upon hearing the demon god's order, all the monsters immediately attacked Qin Ping. At this moment, the surging energy brought by awakening flowed through Qin Ping's body, and the familiar feeling once again surged into his heart. Sacrifice your SSS level talent and let the monsters see how powerful you are. A golden light flashed in Qin Ping's eyes, and the edge-breaking sword intent attached to the thunder sword suddenly increased. After Qin Ping's soul was illuminated by divinity, his mental power has grown from a small pond into a vast ocean. The breaking edge sword intent, which originally consumed a lot of his mental power, can now be used at will. The broken blade's intent slashed through the bodies of every monster, leaving blood splattered wherever it went. No monster could withstand Qin Ping's sword, and they all turned into cold corpses. Looking at the scene that looked like a massacre in front of him, a trace of panic flashed in the blood-stained eyes of the demon god in the space gate. It is just a projection of the demon god's will. Although it possesses some of the demon god's incomplete power, compared with the real demon god, it is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The continuous consumption of its remaining divinity has made it somewhat weak. If it cannot resolve the threat posed by Qin Ping, this space gate that it has spent more than 10 years to open will soon disappear. Damn it, why is this guy's mental power so terrifying? Even my spiritual attacks have no effect on him. What frightened it was that Qin Ping's strength was actually increasing as the number of monsters he hunted increased. Could it be that he has also awakened the SSS talent sacrifice? Looking at Qin Ping, whose martial arts realm was about to break through to the 5th level of Martial Emperor, the projection of the demon god, which was at the end of his road, suddenly saw the figures of other candidates appearing not far away. He felt something in his heart and a sinister and vicious plan emerged in his mind. Humanity's most fatal weakness is its emotions. A wave of divine thought came out from the space gate again, and the monsters that were fighting desperately with Qin Ping suddenly stopped and quickly retreated out of the underground cave. Qin Ping, who was killing with great enthusiasm, saw the monsters running away. He did not chase them impulsively, but turned around to look at the black shadow in the space gate. The demon god's blood-red eyes stared at him with ill intent, but he did not move. Are you giving up? Qin Ping was about to step forward and smash the door of space with his sword intent when he heard the voices of several people behind him. Qin Ping, you've killed so many monsters, you should at least give us some soup, right? Yeah, your points are already 4640, far more than all of us. The space gate should be left to us, right? Qin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head and glanced at the dozens of people who walked in majestically, and suddenly laughed out loud. The space gate is worth 100,000 points, who among you will share it? The leader came out. It was Zhao Long, who had been knocked unconscious by Qin Ping earlier. He looked arrogant and didn't take Qin Ping seriously at all. How we divide it is our own business. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Ping shook his head, ignored the group of fools behind him, and continued walking towards the space gate. Zhao Long suddenly became anxious and shouted, if we let Qin Ping destroy the space gate again, we will have no hope of winning first place in this martial arts exam. You don't want to become the last disciple of the martial god Su Tianyuan, and choose priceless treasures from the military arsenal? Are you just going to watch Qin Ping take first place in the martial arts exam? Many candidates' eyes turned red when they heard what Zhao Long said. Even if they could not become Su Tianyuan, the god of war, their future lives would not have to worry as long as they got a treasure from the military arsenal. Everyone, come together. With so many of us, does Qin Ping dare to offend all the families behind us? Yes, unless Qin Ping doesn't want to stay in China anymore, he won't dare to attack us. Zhao Long touched his chest, which was still aching, and shouted loudly, follow me, Zhao Long, and head straight for the space gate. The entire Chinese nation is broadcasting the martial arts exam live. Qin Ping definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. The word live broadcast gave everyone present a sense of security, and they picked up their weapons and rushed towards the space gate. At this moment, Qin Ping had already walked to the door of space. A faint blue light reflected on his face, as calm as water. Looking at the spacegate that had become intact again, Qin Ping did not hesitate to consume a large amount of mental energy and condensed an extremely powerful blade-breaking intent on the Thunder Sword. The Thunder Blade exuded an extremely domineering and sharp aura, as if even the air was split in half, emitting waves visible to the naked eye, like thunder descending, unstoppable. Stop! Qin Ping, don't you understand the ways of the world? I know the Wang family is targeting you. If you don't attack the spacegate, we will help you deal with the Wang family. A warrior can't just fight alone. If you don't have friends to help you, you won't be able to move forward. It's all about the human relationships and worldly wisdom. You have to think twice before doing anything. What's the difference between living like this and your previous life? After killing Wang Renjia, Li Sini and his mount, Qin Ping's thoughts became clearer than ever before. Cool. Now a bunch of clowns come pointing fingers behind his back. Do they really think he is easy to bully? No matter what your background is, no matter how powerful your parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts are to protect you, they can't stop him from smashing down this damn door. No one can do it. The expression of relief and joy on Su Qingli's face when she died tormented him all the time. It feels like there is a needle stuck deep in my heart that I can't pull out. This time he has the blessing of death reversal and can have another chance. What about next time? Will he indirectly kill Su Qingli because he showed mercy? If he had killed all the enemies at the beginning, this result would not have happened. Qin Ping roared angrily and swung his strongest sword yet without reservation. Five-fold power. Sword breaking style. Breaking blade intent. The dazzling lightning and the edge-breaking sword intent merged together and struck the spacegate fiercely, causing a deafening thunder. Then, a deep knife mark appeared in the center of the spacegate, and then dense cracks spread all over the spacegate. It was so fragile that it seemed that it would be blown away into pieces by a breeze. Hurry up and stop Qin Ping. If he completely destroys the spacegate, we will have no hope of getting first place. Zhao Long, who instigated everyone to take action, took out a grenade from his arms and showed a sinister smile. Qin Ping, I gave you a chance. Since you won't stop, then die here. Zhao Long pulled the safety, raised the grenade and threw it towards Qin Ping with all his might. At this time, Qin Ping was about to make a finishing move to completely destroy the spacegate, when a feeling of uneasiness suddenly came over him, as if something bad was about to happen. Qin Ping turned around and saw a grenade flying towards him. In a flash, he threw out his flying knife and shot up the grenade. No, not this. Just as Qin Ping was about to turn around, a black spike suddenly extended from the space door behind him. Chapter 84 Success. I never thought I would be pushed to this point by a human. A 2-meter-tall human-shaped black shadow walked out of the spacegate. The extended spike turned into a right hand again, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Qin Ping. You forced this god to forcibly descend from the beast abyss to this world in order to protect the spatial gate. I admit that you are very strong, at least among humans of your age. But unfortunately, compared to this god who has lived for 10,000 years, you are still far from qualified. The demon god licked the blood on his right hand, his eyes full of bloodthirsty light. Not far away, Qin Ping stood up from the ground, unharmed. The moment the spike shot over, Qin Ping used his mental power to transform into silk threads to wrap his entire body, and forcibly teleported 1 meter to the side, avoiding the attack of the spikes. An unlucky guy who wanted to attack him from behind was pierced in the shoulder by a spike and fell to the ground groaning in pain. Qin Ping looked at the humanoid black shadow in front of him. Compared with the black shadow of the demon god that covered the sky and the sun in his memory, its momentum was not even 1/10 as strong. It seems that if the demon god forcibly descends from the beast abyss, his strength will be greatly weakened. The demon god's body suddenly swelled, and blood-red eyeballs emerged from the surface of his body, revealing negative emotions such as despair, fear, pain, and anger. As soon as the other candidates present saw those blood-red eyeballs, they immediately froze in place, their faces distorted, and they began to roll on the ground with their hands on their heads, letting out extremely tragic roars. Qin Ping, who was closest to the demon god, had a golden light flash in his eyes. He was not affected at all, and the thunderblade chopped straight down at the demon god's head. At the moment when the thunderblade was about to touch his body, the demon god turned into a shadow and merged into the ground, avoiding Qin Ping's attack. Impossible. At such a close distance, without divine power, even if his mental strength is strong, he can't be safe and sound, unless. The demon god's divine consciousness swept across Qin Ping's body, and a vast sacred aura purified and devoured most of its remaining divine consciousness. Ah! The demon god let out a heart-wrenching scream in his heart, and the shadow he transformed into fluctuated violently, almost unable to control himself and bursting out from the ground. It turned out that the previous divine mind attack was completely ineffective against Qin Ping, not because it was weakened by the space gate. It was simply that Qin Ping himself already possessed divinity, he possessed god-level talent. After Qin Ping slashed the air with his sword, he looked around with the sword in hand, but found no trace of the demon god's black shadow. The other candidates behind him held their heads in their hands, rolled on the ground in pain, and let out miserable cries. Suddenly, all the candidates calmed down, and the empty underground cave fell into an eerie silence. Qin Ping frowned slightly. Such an abnormal scene made his vigilance rise to his throat. Now that he no longer has the blessing of Death Rewind, facing a powerful god-level existence like the demon god, he must be extremely vigilant and must not relax at all. Otherwise, the outcome will be death. All the candidates slowly stood up from the ground, their eyeballs covered by a layer of black mucous membrane, and strands of black silk threads moving under their skin, like zombies in a horror movie. But unlike those zombies that moved stiffly, these candidates moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to Qin Ping with weapons in hand. A wave of divine thought came from underground. Qin Ping, these are your classmates, do you dare to kill them? As long as you dare to destroy the space gate, I will let these people stand in front of the gate and die under your sword. Hearing this, Qin Ping, whose heart was in his throat, almost laughed out loud. Just like that? The pressure brought to him by the dark shadow of the demon god that covered the sky and the sun in his memory was so great that the moment the human-shaped dark shadow appeared, he was completely focused and did not dare to relax at all. The result is that he is threatened by other candidates? Then you are threatening the wrong person. He doesn't care about the lives of these candidates at all. Just when Qin Ping was about to ignore these people and smash the door of space with one knife, a graceful and beautiful figure flashed from behind the space door and dropped a prop. The spatial fluctuation was not very strong and flashed by, but it became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the spatial gate. The space gate that emitted a faint blue light completely shattered and turned into fluorescent dots that disappeared from the sky. No! An angry voice sounded in Qin Ping's mind. In an instant, the candidates surrounding him went crazy and attacked Qin Ping desperately. Seeing the space gate completely disappear, Qin Ping finally let go of the huge stone that was weighing on his heart. He punched the candidate who rushed towards him and then ran towards Su Qingli, who was standing not far away. Why are you here? Su Qingli smiled brightly. Why, you are allowed to be the hero alone, but a woman like me can't be the hero for once? Qin Ping smiled and looked back at the candidate who had just been knocked away by him. He was clearly hit by a heavy punch from him, but he seemed to be fine. He immediately got up from the ground and continued to rush towards him like a mad dog. These people are controlled by the demon god and feel no pain at all. Unless their heads are chopped off, they will attack us again and again like indestructible cockroaches. Since the space channel has been destroyed by us, it's time for us to leave. Even if we kill all the remaining monsters, they will never be able to surpass our score. Su Qingli nodded in agreement without any hesitation. This surprised Qin Ping a little. He thought that the kind-hearted Su Qingli would care about the lives of these people. I don't want you to kill anyone for me anymore. Su Qingli raised her watch and was about to press the red button with Qin Ping when a sarcastic voice sounded in their minds at the same time. Don't waste your energy. My divine consciousness has already blocked the entrance. You can't get out. Oh? Then try to sense if that divine consciousness is still there. As the red button was pressed by the two people, Qin Ping and Su Qingli disappeared from the sight of the demon god. How is this possible? I deliberately moved the entrance and hid it very well. How did Qin Ping find it? Did Li Sini betray me? No wonder he never showed up. The demon god roared angrily, but the only ones left on the field were the candidates it controlled, and they were just roaring at the air. All of you die. It was about to execute all the remaining candidates when the sentinel sky eye suddenly appeared above the cave. The projection of the demon god's will has been detected, and the divine punishment artifact is being activated. A red sharp blade shot out from the air and hit the demon god hiding underground with the force of thunder. The black shadow of the demon god was hit by divine punishment, black blood gushed out, and he instantly lost the ability to move. The candidates who were controlled by him knelt on the ground, holding their throats and coughing violently, spitting out a large amount of black blood. Zhao Long, the first to regain consciousness, stared at the empty cave before him. Where was the space gate? He burst into tears. 100,000 points. Even if I killed every remaining monster in the ancient ruins, I still couldn't get it. His loud crying attracted the surrounding monsters, and in just a moment, the ferocious monsters surrounded him. It is overwhelming and seems endless. Escape! Zhao Long, whose legs were shaking with fear, immediately pressed the red button on his watch. Chapter 85: The Gate of Judgment. Su Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Ping and Su Qingli safely leave the ancient ruins. He had not expected that the space gate of this ancient relic was actually controlled by the will of the demon god. No wonder, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of the space gate. I never thought that Chen Ping has already completely mastered the broken edge blade intention. He has only been practicing for a few days? Even I only realized a hint of the broken edge sword intention after 5 years of diligent practice. However, because it consumed too much mental energy, I rarely used it. It was not until I broke through to the martial saint stage that I fully mastered it. He's only a second-level warrior, how could he have such strong mental strength? What talent did he awaken after crushing the awakening stone? How did he accurately find the location of the space gate and break the demon god space blockade in advance? Too many questions popped up in Su Tianyuan's mind. He rushed to the entrance of the demon suppressing pass as soon as possible and saw Chen Ping and Su Qingli, who were surrounded. Zhao Long stood in front of Chen Ping, his expression extremely excited. You selfish villain, not only did you destroy the space gate by yourself, but you also attracted a large group of monsters. As a result, we can no longer hunt monsters and our points can no longer increase. Give us all your 100,000 points and compensate us. Impatient Chen Ping directly drew out the thunder blade, and dazzling lightning burst out, scaring everyone back. What a joke! This is a martial arts exam. We're all competing against each other, not collaborating. How can you be so selfish? Besides, I didn't attract those monsters, but... Chen Ping was about to explain when he saw Su Tianyuan coming over and quickly shouted, Brother Tianyuan. When the name Brother Tianyuan came out, Zhao Long's scalp went numb with fear. Has the relationship between Chen Ping and the god of war Su Tianyuan become so close? He turned his head with a stiff neck and saw the imposing Su Tianyuan nodding to Chen Ping and walking towards him. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Long hurriedly explained, but was completely ignored by Su Tianyuan. You performed very well. Not only did you protect Su Qingli, you also destroyed the space gate. You earned a total of 100,680 points. You are well deserved to be ranked first in the martial arts exam. Just as Su Tianyuan was about to announce Chen Ping's ranking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him, exuding the aura of someone who had been in a high position for many years. God of War Su Tianyuan, isn't it too early to announce the ranking of the martial arts exam? Oh. Wang Hua, what do you think? Su Tianyuan's cold tone immediately made the atmosphere on the scene tense. Everyone around could feel the faint sense of oppression and was so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Martial God Su Tianyuan, you misunderstood. I am not questioning you. It's just that as the lifelong chief judge of the trial court, I have the right to judge the most heinous and insane warriors and make them pay the price they deserve. While speaking, Wang Hua's eyes were always fixed on Chen Ping, and it was obvious who he was talking about. Wang Renjie repeatedly fired shots in an attempt to kill Chen Ping. Everyone witnessed this. He was acting in self-defense. Let's not talk about whether Chen Ping was acting in self-defense. What about Wang Tian, the man he killed? He was a student at Jingbei No. 7 Middle School and had no grudge against Chen Ping. He must be innocent, right? Su Tianyuan knew Wang Hua's purpose. He wanted to make a fuss about Wang Tian, so he explained, Wang Tian was possessed by Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult. He died at Li Sini's hands a long time ago. Chen Ping only injured the corpse. Martial god Su Tianyuan, I know you have a good relationship with Chen Ping, but there's no need to protect him like this, right? You said Wang Tian was possessed by Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult. Where's the evidence? Even if you're the strongest in China, you can't use your own personal judgment as evidence, right? Su Tianyuan's face darkened. He really couldn't find any evidence that Wang Ping was possessed by Li Sini. Then I can guarantee it with my reputation, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping quickly stepped forward and said, Brother Tianyuan, there's no need to ask you to use your reputation as a guarantee for this kind of thing. Chen Ping, this isn't just your problem now. Su Tianyuan extended his hand to signal Chen Ping not to say anything more, and looked at Wang Hua and said, Since you are here, you must have made sufficient preparations. Do you want to use the artifact, Gate of Judgment on Chen Ping? The martial god Su Tianyuan is indeed as good as a god in predicting things. Wang Hua took out a document with a bright red seal from his arms. Chen Ping, during a nationwide live broadcast of the martial arts exam, publicly murdered his compatriots. His methods were extremely cruel and had a very negative impact. The trial court has decided to activate the artifact, the Judgment Gate, and conduct a fair and open trial of Chen Ping live nationwide. Su Tianyuan's face was solemn. He turned and explained to Chen Ping, the Gate of Judgment is a divine artifact left behind by Zhou Wu, China's first martial god. It has the power to judge good and evil and punish the wicked. If a good person enters, they will soon come out safely. But if a wicked person enters, they will never be able to come out and will be trapped in the Gate of Judgment forever. Because many warriors' talents allow them to kill people without being seen, it's difficult to find conclusive evidence. Therefore, the martial god Zhou Wu created this artifact to determine whether a warrior is guilty. Since the deterrent effect of the Gate of Judgment has been established, public security has returned to stability. But with me here, they can't force you to go to trial. You can make your own decision. Of course, Chen Ping did not think he was guilty, but he did not believe in the artifact, the Gate of Judgment. Who knew if it had been tampered with? Wang Hua seemed to see Chen Ping's concerns and said, "Don't worry. The Gate of Judgment, as a divine artifact, has been nurtured by the martial god Zhou Wu and has developed its own consciousness. No one has the right to interfere with it. It is absolutely fair and just." Chen Ping looked at Su Tianyuan and saw Su Tianyuan nod. He thought for a moment and asked, "What if I don't go?" "You have Su Tianyuan's reputation as the god of war as a guarantee. Our court will not try you, but we will blacklist you. From now on, no martial arts university in China will admit you, and your life will not be protected by the law." Chen Ping didn't care about the so-called blacklist that Wang Hua mentioned. Even if Huaxia Wuda didn't admit him, it would not have any impact on him. As for the fact that his life is not protected by law, it is simply ridiculous. When his life is protected by law, Wang Renjie dares to shoot him in public. What's the use? But Chen Ping didn't want Su Tianyuan to have a bad reputation. Su Tianyuan had already guaranteed him with his reputation. If he didn't dare to attend the trial, wouldn't it be equivalent to saying that he had something to hide? Chen Ping didn't care how the world viewed him, but he didn't want to implicate Su Tianyuan. "Brother Tianyuan, I am willing to attend the trial." Hearing Chen Ping's answer, Wang Hua showed a barely perceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 86 System Upgrade. As the space gate was destroyed, the remaining candidates in the ancient ruins soon received news from their watches. The candidates who originally wanted to try their luck suddenly felt disappointed. A gap of 100,000 points means that they would have to kill 10,000 monsters to make up for it. How could this be possible? Even if the monster just stood there and let people chop it, the people would be exhausted to death first. And for some unknown reason, all the monsters gathered together and were extremely irritable. Once a candidate appeared, all the monsters nearby would rush over. How can we fight this? As a result, more and more candidates chose to leave, and finally almost all candidates withdrew from the ruins. Only one person never left. Su Tang. Later, Su Wenba sent people into the ancient ruins, but they only found the watch discarded by Su Tang. They searched the entire ancient ruins but did not find a single person. Su Tang mysteriously disappeared under the observation of the Sky Eye. At the Wang family, Wang Rong fainted on the spot after learning that Su Tang had disappeared during the martial arts exam. The next day, Chen Ping, after a good night's sleep, woke up refreshed. Check. It was detected that the bound object had no learning results yesterday, so this check failed. Fuck, what a rubbish system. If you don't have anything to check, can't you come up with something for me to check? And I've been wanting to complain for a long time. Where did you use those 20 HP boost points to send away beggars? Give me more. Bad review. Detecting the host's negative review. The whole meaning of this system is to give the host a good user experience. The system has decided to upgrade according to the host's request. Collecting the host's daily living habits and performing system upgrades. System upgrade completed. The system upgrade is as follows. Adjust the daily replication multiplier based on the host's daily lying time. If the host lies flat for more than 10 hours, the amplification will be doubled. If the host lies flat for more than 20 hours, the amplification will be quadrupled. If the bound object has no new learning results or is not satisfied with the learning results after copying and amplification, you can choose to participate in a lottery. The bound object had no new learning results yesterday. Does the host choose to participate in the lottery? The first draw will trigger a 4x increase, and you will definitely win a prize. Yes. A colorful turntable unfolded in front of Chen Ping, with various rewards rolling on it. There are magical weapons, god-level skills, elixirs, and the ability to improve your martial arts level. Of course, there is also the familiar thank you for your patronage. Stop. The spinning wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer stopped on a red reward. You can choose a martial art to improve your realm. Host, please select the martial arts that need to be improved. If you raise your martial arts level once, plus a 4x increase, doesn't that mean you're raising it 4 times? After the upgrade, the longer you lie flat, the higher the replication multiplier will be. So, for me, extending the lying time is very important. Although improving the layered waves power and the broken edge blade technique to perfection can greatly increase my combat power, in the long run, choosing to improve the soul refining technique to perfection will yield greater benefits. After all, after the soul refining technique reaches perfection, one can cultivate an external incarnation that can help me do many things. For Chen Ping, nothing is more important than lying down. Didn't he work so hard to take the martial arts exam just to get a 10 million bonus so that he could lie down in the future? In the future, when we have an incarnation, won't the real body be able to lie down at home while the incarnation goes out to do the dirty work? Perfect. Improve the martial arts realm of the soul refining technique. Improving. Triggering a quadruple amplification, the soul refining technique has advanced 4 levels and has now reached perfection. In an instant, a mysterious feeling surged into his heart, and the golden Chen Ping in the spiritual world suddenly opened his eyes. Fuck, the direct consciousness and the external incarnation have merged into one? In Chen Ping's perception, 2 controllable bodies appeared, and he could control them at the same time. Chen Ping stretched his fists and feet in the spiritual world and found that they were no different from his real body. They were very easy and flexible. But how do you leave the spirit world? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chen Ping found that another self appeared in the real world. He was naked, without the golden light from the spiritual world, and his skin color was exactly the same as that of an ordinary person. Chen Ping reached out and touched it. The external incarnation condensed by his mental power felt no different from a normal person's body, and even had body temperature. As expected of an incarnation, truly worthy of the name. Chen Ping asked this external incarnation to put on his clothes and go out, and then Chen Ping's real body lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and continued to lie down. Chen Ping controlled his avatar to go to the cafeteria and pack up a breakfast. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, his real body had breakfast and lay back on the bed. It's a pity that it can't eat, drink, defecate and urinate for me, otherwise it would be perfect. Chen Ping began to test the strength of this external incarnation. Although this body looked no different from an ordinary person, it was essentially simulated by mental power and actually had no qi and blood, so it could not receive the bonus of Chen Ping's qi and blood realm. Without qi and blood, the Dailang force cannot be used, and one can only use the soul refining technique and the broken edge sword technique. The power bonus of the god-level talent God of War body and the SSS-level talent sacrifice that can improve the realm of qi and blood have also lost their effects. All in all, the strength of the external incarnation is less than 1/10 of the original body. But the external incarnation is condensed from mental power. Even if he is killed, Chen Ping will only lose mental power, and his real body will not be harmed at all. Now I can safely lie down and relax. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chen Ping quickly controlled his main body to hide in the cabinet and controlled his external incarnation to open the door. Su Qingli poked her head out suspiciously, scanned the room, and pricked up her ears. Why are you opening the door so slowly? And I think I heard 2 footsteps. Chen Ping hurriedly explained, you must have heard it wrong, I'm the only one in this room. Su Qingli did not believe what Chen Ping said. She walked into the room and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the breakfast on the table with only a pair of chopsticks. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Qingli saw that the cabinet door was closed and a piece of clothing was stuck outside. Chen Ping was immediately shocked. Oh no, he had just hidden in such a hurry that he only focused on closing the door quickly, and ended up accidentally getting his clothes caught in the door. Is the incarnation going to be exposed so soon? He also wanted to hide his achievements and fame, and lie low secretly without telling anyone. If Su Qingli knew about it, how could he hide it from everyone? Su Qingli's hand had already touched the cabinet door. At this critical moment, Song Chiyua's voice suddenly came from outside. Chen Ping, I'm no longer a reporter. From now on, I'm free. Ha ha. Song Chiyue's voice made Su Qingli withdraw her hand from the cabinet door. Since Song Chiyue was outside, it must be that Chen Ping accidentally caught the clothes hanging inside when he closed the cabinet door. Chen Ping was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Song Chiyue stood at the door with her arms crossed, and her eyes crossed with Su Qingli's. He smelled the familiar smell of gunpowder again. Chapter 87: The Magical Uses of the Avatar. In order to ease the tense atmosphere between Su Qingli and Song Chiyue, Chen Ping controlled his external incarnation to hold Su Qingli's hand. Su Qingli was startled by Chen Ping's sudden action and wanted to pull her hand back, but after looking at Song Chiyue, she lowered her head and did not resist. Su Qingli's hands were warm and soft, and felt very comfortable to touch, but Chen Ping soon felt something was wrong. No, why isn't this body reacting at all? It's like a shell devoid of desire. If it were the real person, holding hands with Su Qingli would definitely give rise to an instinctive impulse. But Chen Ping felt very calm at this moment. His emotions were like the calm surface of a lake, without any ripples. Is it because the external incarnation has no chi and blood, and is composed of mental power? Damn, I finally got rid of my youthful vigor. This body of the incarnation is awesome. Before this, Chen Ping was afraid that he would be blinded by desire and fall into the arms of a woman, which would shake his unwavering will to lie down. Now that I have such a convenient external incarnation, I can finally enjoy it to the fullest. Chen Ping began to become bolder than ever before. He put his arm around Su Qingli's shoulders and confessed to Song Chiyue, I already have Su Qingli. Unless you can accept a world of two, you don't have any chance. Is this what you really mean? Instead of being shy, Song Chiyue walked up to Chen Ping and hugged his other hand. The softness and fragrance of Song Chiyue's body did not cause Chen Ping's mood to fluctuate in the slightest. Calmness firmly took over his mind, and he said calmly, even if I am willing, Su Qingli will not be willing. Su Qingli misunderstood Chen Ping's meaning and suddenly looked up and asked, you mean, as long as I am willing, you will be willing? Facing Su Qingli's questioning, Chen Ping coughed lightly and quickly explained, that's not the case. Even if you are willing, I can't bear it. Su Qingli and Song Chiyue simultaneously released Chen Ping, staring at him with scrutinizing eyes, and said in unison, still can't handle it? In other words, what you just said was the truth. Only then did Chen Ping realize that he had become too proud of himself and spoke out everything that was on his mind. What's going on? Although he wanted to enjoy the happiness of having many wives, he didn't want to say it openly. Only then did Chen Ping realize that although this body had no physiological reaction, it made his mind abnormally active and amplified his inner desires. Imperceptibly, even though he felt he was very calm, his mind had actually entered a bohemian state. That's what we call letting yourself go. This is not good. What if I'm not careful and people think I'm a pervert? But why does it feel so good? Chen Ping cleared his throat and said to the two women in a very formal tone, if you can't accept it, please leave me. Seeing the two women's embarrassed and angry expressions, Chen Ping felt a very special sense of pleasure. Could it be that he is really a pervert? No, only children make choices. He is an adult, so isn't it normal for him to want them all? Chen Ping raised his head, ignoring the two women's strange looks, walked up to them, and said, since neither of you is willing, then let's just say we are not destined to be together, and let's not bother each other anymore. Chen Ping bent down towards the door and made a gesture of invitation, please leave. Song Chiyue's lips curled up slightly, and she leaned close to Chen Ping's ear, exhaling sweetly, if it's you, it's not impossible. But I'm unemployed now, and I need you to support me for a while, is that okay? After saying that, Song Chiyue pointed at Chen Ping's chest with her jade-like fingers as white as onions. Fortunately, Chen Ping is in the state of an external incarnation, otherwise he would definitely not be able to hold on now. No problem. Come find me when I get the bonus for first place in the martial arts exam. Su Qingli looked Chen Ping up and down for a long time as if she was meeting him for the first time. Chen Ping felt a little uneasy, but he still said stubbornly, don't think too much. I'm just helping him out as a friend. Hooligan. Su Qingli said with a red face and ran away. Song Chiyue covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell. After the martial arts exam, you have become much more interesting. I was joking when I told you about the support, you wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Chen Ping snorted, feeling somewhat disappointed but not showing it. He asked, aren't you a rising star reporter? How did you suddenly lose your job? Nothing much. I just said a few fair words, and then the authorities didn't like me and fired me. Fair words? Chen Ping frowned and was about to ask in detail when Su Tianyuan suddenly appeared at the door of his dormitory. When Song Chiyue saw martial god Su Tianyuan, she immediately stood up straight and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Martial god Su Tianyuan, I am Song Chiyue. Are you here to see Chen Ping?" Seeing Su Tianyuan nod, Song Chiyue immediately left tactfully. Su Tianyuan closed the door without saying a word, but made Chen Ping feel tremendous pressure. "I heard everything you said outside." A feeling that something was wrong came over Chen Ping, and he was really afraid that Su Tianyuan would suddenly teach him a lesson. Su Tianyuan didn't seem angry at all. He shook his head to show his understanding and said, as a genius, it's normal for him to want 3 wives and 4 concubines. But then he changed the subject, "But Su Qingli is my niece, you're going a bit too far. Tell me, which leg do you want to break?" Chen Ping immediately understood what Su Tianyuan meant, and quickly put his legs together, swearing, "I promise I don't have any special thoughts about Su Qingli. I was just talking nonsense just now." Su Tianyuan waved his hand, "Alright, I was your age too. You don't even believe what you're saying, right? Putting aside your personal feelings for now, tell me, have you triggered the blessing of death reversal?" Seeing Chen Ping nod slowly, Su Tianyuan was silent for a long time before he said, "What happened before the first death?" Chen Ping began to tell the story. When he talked about the demon god's divine consciousness possessing Su Qingli, it seemed to bring back some bad memories for Su Tianyuan. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something but stopped himself, but in the end said nothing. Hearing that Chen Ping was killed by the demon god's shadow that descended through the space gate, Su Tianyuan looked thoughtful. "Most of the demon god's power is still dormant. What you saw should only be a projection of the demon god's will. Otherwise, even if you possess my blessing, you will be easily wiped out in front of a true demon god. So, don't take risks lightly in the future. When you reach the level of a god, you can't be measured by common sense. You did a great job. Thank you for saving Su Qingli's life." Then Su Tianyuan actually bowed to Chen Ping. "Brother Tianyuan, there's no need to do this. Su Qingli is mine." Chen Ping, who was about to mention the object of his bond, swallowed the words back. "What is it yours?" Su Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, but it made Chen Ping feel great pressure. Chapter 88 Forbidden Artifact. Chen Ping said with some guilt, "Su Qingli is of course my good friend." Then he added in his heart, "A good friend who has seen black silk-made outfit." Hearing this, Su Tianyuan was a little disappointed, but didn't say much. "One last thing I want to confirm with you. Is the white tiger Li Sini is riding Su Tang? I'm not sure. We tested by whose blood, and the DNA is 99% similar to Su Tang's. We can basically confirm it's him. No wonder I didn't see him from beginning to end. Turns out he secretly joined the demon god cult and became Li Sini's mount. The Wang family has already received the news. Because Su Tang has turned into a monster, they dare not make it public. However, you have killed 2 direct descendants of the Wang family in succession, and you have already forged a blood feud with the Wang family. Given the Wang family's style, they will kill you at all costs. I suggest you don't attend the trial. After all, the courtroom is basically composed of Wang family members. If you go there, you will become a fish on the Wang family's chopping board." If Chen Ping didn't have an incarnation, he would still have some concerns, but now the worst that could happen is that he would lose some mental power, so he is not afraid at all. "Brother Tianyuan, I can't let others throw dirty water on us. I must participate in this trial." Su Tianyuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, I have to guard the beast abyss and can't get away. I will ask Su Wenba to accompany you personally when the time comes. The Wang family has scheduled the trial for tomorrow. They should have made preparations. You must be careful." As Su Tianyuan spoke, a ball of white light emerged from his hand, and he was about to bless Chen Ping. Chen Ping quickly refused, "Brother Tianyuan, I'm just attending a trial, it won't be used at all." Su Tianyuan simply ignored Chen Ping's words and threw the white light in his hand into Chen Ping's body, but a scene that surprised him appeared. The white light passed straight through Chen Ping and did not disappear into Chen Ping's body. Su Tianyuan tried a few more times and found that no matter what he did, the white light could not merge into Chen Ping's body, as if Chen Ping in front of him did not exist at all. "It seems that you still have some secrets." Su Tianyuan did not delve into it, and his evaluation of Chen Ping in his heart increased a little. "Since you still have a trump card in your hand, then I'm relieved. Don't browse the news today, and try not to go online." "Why?" Chen Ping was puzzled. Because right now there's an overwhelming amount of criticism of you, and the top 3 trending searches are all related to you. After Su Tianyuan left, Chen Ping recalled what Su Tianyuan had just said, and felt like someone was constantly tickling him in his heart. After a few minutes, Chen Ping finally couldn't help it and started surfing the internet. As soon as I clicked on the hot news, the first headline was that all the Wuhan universities in China jointly boycotted Chen Ping and refused to accept a scumbag like Chen Ping who had no humanity. After Chen Ping clicked on it, he found that the articles were all scolding him for being cruel and ruthless, harming his classmates, and causing the deaths of 2 innocent candidates, Wang Renjie and Wang Tian. In the end, they even blamed him for Su Tang's disappearance. Chen Ping's mouth twitched when he saw it. The insults were so harsh that it was basically certain that it was the Wang family's work. At the end of the article, it was written that all the Wuhan universities in China refused to accept a vicious person like Chen Ping, and no matter which Wuhan university Chen Ping chose, he would not be admitted. The comments below were all curses, and everyone hoped that Chen Ping would die inside the gate of judgment and never come out. However, Chen Ping also saw someone defending him. Wang Renjie is a murderer who kills without blinking an eye. Wang Tian is possessed by the leader of the demon god cult. Chen Ping kills them to eliminate harm for the people. When I clicked on the avatar, I saw that it was Song Chiyue's official certified account. There was a barrage of curses under Song Chiyue's comment. After browsing the comments, Chen Ping found out that Song Chiyue was actually speaking for him in the official live broadcast room, saying that he killed Wang Renjie to enforce justice. It turned out that he was the one who indirectly caused Song Chiyue to lose the job she had worked so hard to get. Chen Ping felt mixed emotions and was indescribably uncomfortable. What a silly girl. But don't worry, the truth will come out soon. Chen Ping browsed through other comments for a while and found that they were all the same old words cursing him like worse than a beast and a bastard. There was nothing new in it. He felt bored and stopped browsing, wanting to lie down on the bed and rest. Only then did he remember that his original body had been staying in the closet, so he quickly asked the original body to walk out of the closet and lie back on the bed. Just curse as hard as you can. The harder you curse now, the more painful it will be when you're slapped in the face tomorrow. Wait until I walk out of the gate of judgment and see how you keyboard warriors can continue to criticize me. As soon as Su Tianyuan returned to the office, Su Qingli knocked on the door angrily. Qingli, who bullied you? Su Tianyuan smiled and made a cup of tea for Su Qingli. Uncle Su, it's that damn Chen Ping who actually said he wanted it all in front of me and that female reporter Song Chiyue. Looking at Su Qingli's expression, Su Tianyuan knew that she was not really angry, so he joked, I think someone is jealous and is feeling sour now. Uncle Su, you can't say that. How am I jealous? Su Qingli crossed her arms and turned her head away, as if she was really angry. Su Tianyuan handed the teacup to Su Qingli. The tea inside was steaming and emitting wisps of white smoke. Have a cup of tea and cool down. What do you want from me? Only then did Su Qingli remember the purpose of her visit to Su Tianyuan. She really didn't know why, but whenever she thought of Chen Ping, her heart would beat uncontrollably, making it impossible for her to control her emotions. After calming down for a while, Su Qingli said, Uncle Su, I want to see your forbidden divine weapon. What's so good about it? Didn't you often use it to chase and chop the dogs in the yard when you were little? Hearing Su Tianyuan mention his childhood embarrassment, Su Qingli lowered her head in embarrassment. Uncle Su, please take it out and show it to me. Okay, I'll take it out and show it to you. Su Tianyuan smiled dotingly at Su Qingli, lifted the corner of the table, and took out a box to use as a support for the table legs. Su Qingli took it and said in disbelief, Uncle Su, you're using it to support the table legs? A few years ago, one of the corners of this table broke off, so I used a box containing forbidden items to pad it up. Unexpectedly, the height was just right, so I kept it there. It's also convenient to take out when I need it. This is a divine artifact. Su Qingli gently stroked the forbidden box and found that it was covered with a lot of dust. It's just an external object. It can't change anything. Su Tianyuan poured himself a cup of hot tea. If you like it, I can give it to you. Forget it, I don't want to see Uncle Su fighting monsters on the front line with his bare hands. Su Qingli opened the box, and inside was a snow-white long sword lying quietly on the red cloth. She took a deep breath and grasped the hilt of the forbidden artifact. Chapter 89 Su Qingli's Second Simulated Battle. The moment Su Qingli grasped the forbidden artifact, the originally snow-white forbidden artifact suddenly became transparent and turned into an invisible blade. It seems to recognize you and immediately entered combat mode. Su Tianyuan smiled slightly, feeling happy that Forbidden still recognized Su Qingli. For all these years, besides me, you are the only one who has received Forbidden recognition. Hearing this, Su Qingli thought of Chen Ping for some reason. With his strength, it is very likely that he will also be recognized by the Forbidden artifact. Seeing that Forbidden Judgment still recognized him, Su Qingli was delighted and asked, Uncle Su, I want to take Forbidden Judgment back to my room to read it for a while, is that okay? You are my niece. You can watch it as long as you want. Take it and watch it. Thank you, Uncle Su. After thanking Su Tianyuan, Su Qingli left the office and returned to her room. She gripped the hilt of the forbidden divine weapon tightly, a surge of courage rising in her heart. This time she prepared the blood-burst pill and the forbidden artifact. She didn't believe that she couldn't beat Chen Ping. 7 days have passed since the first completion of the pleasing mission, and today is the day when the second simulated battle begins. Early in the morning, Su Qingli received a prompt asking whether to start the simulated battle, but this time the system did not start the simulated battle directly, but waited for her consent. This time I borrowed Uncle Su's forbidden artifact, so I have the advantage. Su Qingli shouted in her heart, start the simulated battle. The simulated battle is about to begin, please be prepared. 1 minute later, the host's consciousness will be transferred to the system space. Host, please enter the simulated battle in an absolutely safe environment. A minute later, Su Qingli's consciousness left her body and entered a vast azure space. Her vision extended into the distance, with no end in sight, as if it were boundless. Chen Ping stood not far from her, his eyes closed, motionless, holding a thundering sword in his hand that had not yet been unsheathed. The simulated battle will begin in 30 seconds. This simulated battle will replicate the full strength, weapons, equipment, and props of both sides. The simulated opponent will automatically use weapons, equipment, and props. Please be careful. Su Qingli, who knew Chen Ping's strength well, did not dare to be negligent. He swallowed the blood-raging pill hidden in his arms in one gulp, and rushed towards Chen Ping with the forbidden artifact in his hand. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, the forbidden artifact struck Chen Ping on the head, with just the right timing. Chen Ping opened his eyes expressionlessly. The forbidden divine weapon had just cut halfway into the blade when it was blocked by the thunder knife. Blood flowed down Chen Ping's forehead, and the thunder blade suddenly burst out with a dazzling lightning, lifting the forbidden artifact up little by little. At this time, the effect of the blood-raging pill in Su Qingli's body was fully effective, raising her martial arts blood and chi realm from the 2nd-level warrior to the 4th-level martial king. Su Qingli's strength surged, suppressing the thunder blade bit by bit. At this moment, Chen Ping suddenly burst out with extremely strong force, which bounced Su Qingli out. It's the power of waves. Su Qingli flipped over in mid-air, and before she landed on the ground, Chen Ping's attack followed. She could only hastily use the forbidden sword to resist. The thunder blade hit the forbidden sword, and there was a clanging sound of metal clashing. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the space around the two seemed to be torn into countless light threads. Su Qingli's body was pushed backward by the huge impact force. After landing on the ground, he staggered a few steps before steadying himself, his face slightly pale. Chen Ping's speed and strength exceeded Su Qingli's imagination. Chen Ping's level of Dailang Jin is obviously higher than hers. Her entry-level level can only burst out twice her own strength, while Chen Ping can cross 2 levels and knock her away. He has at least reached the initial level of Dailang Jin, which means he can burst out 5 times his own strength. Fortunately, Su Qingli borrowed the forbidden artifact from Su Tianyuan in advance, and injured Chen Ping at the right time. At this time, the effect of the forbidden artifact begins to take effect. Chen Ping stood not far away, the thunder knife in his hand emitting a cold light, but he seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and could not move. A white light shone through the wound on Chen Ping's forehead, and the area of the wound continued to expand. This is the effect of the forbidden artifact. Anyone injured by it will be unable to move and their wounds will not heal. Being stabbed is equivalent to cutting off one's life, which is forbidden. Although it's a bit despicable, I really don't want to do that kind of perverted flattery task anymore. Su Qingli took a deep breath, looked at the simulated opponent who looked exactly like Chen Ping in real life, and suppressed the slightest bit of pity in his heart. It's not the real Chen Ping, so what is there to hesitate about? Recalling the shameful memory of the last time I wore a black silk-made outfit in front of Chen Ping, I was so embarrassed that I dug my toes into the ground and wished I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Qingli tightly gripped the forbidden hilt, the invisible blade trembling slightly in the air, his voice calm and firm. Chen Ping, you lose this time. Thinking that he was about to avenge his previous humiliation, Su Qingli, who was clear-minded, suddenly swung the forbidden sword in his hand at more than twice the speed. At this moment, Su Qingli finally broke through the last layer of window paper of Dialangjian and successfully broke through to the primary level. The five-fold power exploded with a bang. Su Qingli gritted his teeth and, to ensure that nothing could go wrong, even used the strongest move of the broken edge blade technique. Sword breaking style. A powerful blow hit Chen Ping's chest hard, easily piercing Chen Ping through. During the entire process, Chen Ping remained completely motionless, like a wooden man. The blood in the wound did not gush out, but remained completely still without any flow. The vitality in Chen Ping's body disappeared rapidly, and he was dead in an instant. It's all over. Just as Su Qingli drew his sword and left, a golden light suddenly shot out from between Chen Ping's eyebrows and attached itself to the cicada wings of the flying knife at his waist. Su Qingli, who thought he had killed Chen Ping and the simulated battle was over, was completely unprepared. The flying knife shot out like a cicada wing, turned into a stream of light, and passed through Su Qingli's heart, leaving a bloody hole. Chen Ping, who was originally dead, suddenly opened his eyes, swung the thunderblade, and used the sword-breaking technique. The powerful lightning flashed across Su Qingli's neck, killing her completely. The world in Su Qingli's eyes was spinning, and the system prompt sounded again in her ears. Second simulated battle lost, the flattery mission has been upgraded, and the flattery mission is being randomly drawn. The pleasing mission was successfully drawn. Host, please complete the pleasing mission, wear a black and white double silk bunny girl costume and make a cup of coffee for Chen Ping. The entire process of making the coffee must be shown to Chen Ping from beginning to end. Upon hearing this flattering task, Su Qingli, who had just exited the simulated battle space, felt dizzy and was unable to recover for a long time. Black wasn't enough last time? Black and white this time? What the hell is a bunny girl costume? Do I need to make a cup of coffee so that Chen Ping can watch the whole process? Su Qingli wanted to die. Host, please complete the task of currying favor within 3 days, otherwise the system will explode on the spot, destroying the host along with it. System, shut up. I don't need you to remind me. Chapter 90 Cooperation. In a mental hospital in Beijing's northern part, a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples suddenly vomited blood and fainted on the bed. Doctor, something bad has happened. Li Min vomited blood and fainted. A tall and thin patient ran out of the door with a shrill voice, shouting non-stop. Soon, doctors and nurses in white coats arrived. They looked at each other and felt very surprised. Li Min has always been in good health, so why did he suddenly vomit blood and faint? After a series of examinations, the doctor was even more confused. All the physical indicators were completely normal and there was nothing wrong with the patient. At this time, the unconscious middle-aged man suddenly woke up, opened his bloodshot eyes wide, as if he saw the murderer of his father, suddenly rushed towards the doctor, and strangled his neck with both hands. Damn it, you beasts all deserve to die. The nurse next to him was quick-witted and injected a shot of sedative into the middle-aged man's neck. The doctor pushed the unconscious middle-aged man away, rubbed his aching neck, and panted, his mania has recurred. For the next few days, you will tie him to the bed and feed him liquid food. Good doctor. In the evening, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and felt a splitting headache. He said to the tall and thin patient next to him, Gao Ji, how long have I slept? The tall and thin patient glanced at the clock on the wall and said, Master, 5 hours. The SSS-level talent of possession, although it can separate consciousness to possess and control others, has to endure the pain of schizophrenia. Moreover, if the possessed target dies and the host is not found in time, the possessed consciousness will completely disappear, causing the original body's spirit to be severely injured by backlash. Also, I've told you countless times, don't call me leader, call me Li Min. Okay, master. Li Sini shook his head helplessly. Gao Ji was a loyal subordinate, but too loyal, so he was only willing to call him the leader. No matter how he corrected him, Gao Ji couldn't change this bad habit. Fortunately, this is a mental hospital and no one cares about how patients address each other. Gao Ji, how long have you followed me? Gao Ji lowered his head and said seriously, I have followed the leader for 10 years. For the past 10 years, you and I have been hiding in this mental hospital. Have you ever felt bored? Gao Ji shook his head, the leader saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have died at the hands of that corrupt official. You even helped me get revenge. I will never be able to repay this kindness in my lifetime. So, your life is mine? Yes, my life belongs to the leader. Very good, now it's time for you to give your life to me. Gao Ji tore open the blue and white striped hospital gown without hesitation, revealing his smooth chest, and then respectfully handed over a fruit knife. "Master, please take my life." Li Sini nodded slowly, grabbed the edge of the bed and weakly climbed up, raised the fruit knife, and stabbed Gao Ji's heart. Blood gushed out, staining the sheets and the ground red. Under the effect of the SSS-level talent sacrifice, Li Sini felt that most of his physical strength had been restored, and his own strength had recovered a little. Then he walked out of the ward, dragged a passing patient into the room, covered the patient's mouth, and slashed the throat with a knife. "Chief, there's been a murder at a mental hospital. Over 30 patients and doctors have died. When we arrived, the murderer had already run away. Has the murderer's identity been determined? My name is Li Min. I'm a taxi driver. My wife ran away with someone else a long time ago. My child is not my own. Later, the child disappeared and I went crazy. This is the video footage from the scene. Please check it, director." Zhou Mei's face darkened. There hasn't been such a major homicide case in Beijing City in recent years. How cruel and vicious could the murderer be to kill more than 30 people? After watching the video, Zhou Mei frowned. How could a taxi driver have such speed and strength to kill more than 30 people with just a fruit knife? And he killed people quickly and accurately, with great efficiency. You can tell he's a veteran. Ordinary people suddenly attack and kill people continuously without any warning, and they are extremely experienced. Why does it feel so familiar? A forgotten memory surfaced in Zhou Mei's mind, causing her expression to change drastically. It's Li Sini. The files of the patrol bureau show that several attempts to capture Li Sini were made, and despite clearly killing him, he still managed to escape. Soon, there will be more cases like this, where ordinary people suddenly go on a rampage and commit serial murders. Later, Martial God Su Tianyuan arrived from the Demon Suppression Pass. After discovering his true identity, he personally attacked and killed his true form, but he still couldn't completely kill him. From then on, Li Sini disappeared and went into hiding. He suddenly showed up today and killed so many people. What on earth does Li Sini want to do? Zhou Mei had a bad premonition in her heart, and wondered in her heart, could he be trying to cause trouble for Chen Ping? She immediately stood up and contacted Su Tianyuan. After learning that Chen Ping had returned to Jingbei City safely, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm going out for a while. If there's anything important, please feel free to contact me." "Okay, Chief." Wang's house, Wang Rong's bedroom. Wang Rong lay in the middle of the white round bed with a haggard face, her face pale as a trace of blood. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes without any focus. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Anger immediately surfaced on Wang Rong's face, and she roared, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me?" The knocking on the door still didn't stop. Wang Rong, who was almost crazy with anger, rushed out of bed and opened the locked door. She wanted to see who was so fearless that he dared to disturb her at this time. "Madam, please be patient." Wang Rong's butler was standing outside the door. His honest face had a pair of extremely empty eyes, without any focus on living people. Wang Rong, sensing something was amiss, was about to call for help, but Li Sini spoke first. "I'm Li Sini, the leader of the demon god cult. I'm here to discuss cooperation with my wife." "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation can we talk about?" Wang Rong suppressed his anger and was about to close the door. Li Sini pressed the door shut and said, "Madam, didn't we work well together before? Su Qingli's mother and her entire family were killed by your Wang family, and your demon god cult also told me about Su Hang's whereabouts, and then ambushed and attacked him. You won't forget these things, will you?" Hearing Li Sini's words, Wang Rong immediately looked around to see if there was anyone around. Seeing no one, he quickly pulled Li Sini into the room, closed the door, and said, "What do you want? Threatening me? Ma'am, you misunderstood. Leaking the news will not benefit me in any way. I just want to cooperate with you." "Cooperation? You killed my son, and you still want to discuss cooperation with our Wang family?" "I admit that I took advantage of Su Tang, but the potions I gave him were all precious special potions. After a while, he would automatically return to his human form. I had no intention of harming him. It was Chen Ping who killed your son with a single blow, not me. Besides, I have something your Wang family desperately needs." Chapter 91: Zhou Mei's Hug. What does our Wang family really need? Li Sini's words piqued Wang Rong's curiosity, but she still said stubbornly, "Our Wang family has everything." Li Sini smiled, a stiff smile that was very unpleasant. Hasn't your Wang family been secretly researching and selling ancient weapons? I can provide you with the demon cores you need most and are in short supply. Privately researching and selling ancient weapons is strictly prohibited in China. Our Wang family does not do anything illegal. This matter cannot be discussed casually. Did I say anything wrong? Your Wang family knows best. The military needs the ancient weapons you provide, so they've been turning a blind eye. But if the military knew you'd been hiding your research on ancient mechas, weapons that could destroy the world, what do you think their reaction would be? Hearing that Li Xin knew even the most core secrets of the Wang family, Wang Rong's face darkened terribly. Are there also undercover agents from your demon god cult among the core management of our Wang family? Li Xin didn't explain, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Madam, my patience is limited, and I have already shown my sincerity. Seeing Li Xin's serious and cold expression, Wang Rong's heart tightened. After thinking for a while, he said, "What do you want our Wang family to do for you?" "Help me kill Qin Ping." Wang Rong suddenly laughed happily. "Master, let's change someone. Qin Ping will die tomorrow." Li Xin looked at Wang Rong in surprise and asked, "Are you so sure that the Gate of Judgment will find Qin Ping guilty and execute him?" "Our Wang family has controlled the Gate of Judgment for so many years, so of course we've developed some special methods. Just wait for good news." "Oh? What's that method?" "Even I don't know this method. Only the head of the family knows it. Why don't you go ask him?" Li Xin didn't ask any further questions. He took out a bag of demon cores from his arms and handed it to Wang Rong. "In that case, if Qin Ping dies, this bag of demon cores will be our demon god cult's token of gratitude. Madam, if you need our demon god cult in the future, just let me know." Then he changed the subject, "But if Qin Ping is not dead, I hope Madam can consider cooperating with our demon god cult." This time Wang Rong did not refuse. "If Qin Ping were not dead, I would consider it carefully." In the main building of the Su family, Qin Ping, who had rushed back on Su Wenba's private plane, lay on the comfortable big bed, sinking his body deeply into the soft mattress, with an expression of satisfaction and joy on his face. Comfortable. Just as I was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. "Is that Su Qingli?" "The door is not locked, just come in." The person outside the door heard Qin Ping's words, turned the doorknob, and pushed the door open. "Has your relationship gotten this good?" Zhou Mei's teasing words instantly cleared Qin Ping's originally confused mind. "Zhou Mei, why are you here?" Qin Ping immediately lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Qin Ping's sudden action scared Zhou Mei, but she relaxed when she saw Qin Ping wearing pajamas. "I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you, okay?" These words, coupled with Zhou Mei's charming smile, made Qin Ping's heart beat slower. Sister Zhou Mei is a very busy person. She didn't come all the way here just to tease me, did she? Zhou Mei crossed her arms over her chest, revealing a pair of round and full breasts that were about to burst out. Her hot figure made Qin Ping subconsciously look away. He couldn't bear it any longer. "Could you please not go to tomorrow's trial?" Zhou Mei looked at Qin Ping with a serious expression. "If I don't go, the Su family will be criticized as well. There are already many people online criticizing the Su family for not being able to judge people. I can't let the martial god Su Tianyuan's reputation be ruined in my hands. But the Wang family has controlled the Judgment Gate for so many years. Who knows if they've figured out another way to control it? Once they control it, you'll be dead if you enter." Qin Ping shrugged nonchalantly. Even if he was doomed to die, so what? He would let his incarnation go tomorrow and lie down at home. Even if something unexpected happens, the most you'll lose is some mental energy, and you'll be fine after a good night's sleep. But he couldn't explain why he had an avatar, so he said, "Don't worry, the instructor will accompany me tomorrow. Even if something unexpected happens, nothing will happen with him around. He can't go into the Gate of Judgment with you. If something happens to you inside, he won't be able to see it. Even if he knew, would he be able to rush in and save you? Once the Gate of Judgment is closed, it cannot be opened unless the God of War himself comes." Seeing Zhou Mei still trying to persuade him earnestly, Qin Ping had no choice but to speak righteously. "People's words are terrible. If I cheat and don't go, the Wang family will definitely push public opinion to discredit martial god Su Tianyuan. He has guarded the beast abyss with great hard work and dedication. I can't let his reputation be tarnished because of me." Zhou Mei was deeply moved by Qin Ping's words, and finally shook her head helplessly. "You are so powerful, I can't beat you. Your situation isn't good right now. Li Sini, who was hiding in the dark, just killed over 30 people in a mental hospital in northern Beijing today. Now, who knows who he's possessed next? Li Sini is very scheming and likes to plan before he acts. This time, he possessed a candidate to take the martial arts exam. He must have been plotting something he had been planning for years. You ruined his plan, so he will definitely seek revenge on you this time. Qin Ping frowned and said, "What is his talent? Why can't he be killed?" The SSS level talent possession allows one to split their consciousness and possess and control others. At the same time, there's the SSS level talent sacrifice, which allows one to temporarily increase their strength by killing. These two combined make them incredibly formidable. His methods are very insidious and hard to guard against. You must be careful in the future. And you also killed Wang Renjie and Su Tang of the Wang family. With such a deep blood feud, the Wang family will definitely kill you at all costs. On the surface, the Wang family is the richest merchant family in northern Beijing, but in fact, they are the largest arms dealer in China, providing many ancient weapons to the military. The Wang family has been excavating ancient ruins. I heard there was a breakthrough recently. The blue light shield on Wang Renjie's body should be one of them. The threat the Wang family poses to you is even greater than that posed by Li Sini. This time, Wang Hua, the head of the Wang family, has personally taken action. It's definitely not as simple as letting you enter the gate of judgment. There must be some hidden tricks we don't know about. If the enemy comes, we will stop him with our soldiers. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Sister Zhou Mei, don't worry, I will be fine. Zhou Mei's face showed worry and heartache. She walked up to Qin Ping and stroked his head. Uncle Su told me everything about the death recall. It must be painful to be killed by the demon god, right? I know you wanted to protect Su Qinglianis, so you killed Wang Renjie and Li Sini, but you don't have to fight it all by yourself. You've worked hard on this martial arts exam. After saying that, Zhou Mei gently hugged Qin Ping. Qin Ping's breathing immediately became rapid. Chapter 92 Breaking Through the Third Realm, Su Qingli's Preparation. Qin Ping, who was suddenly hugged by Zhou Mei, was caught off guard and stood there in a daze. The faint feminine scent from Zhou Mei penetrated his nose. The warm and soft embrace made him indulge in it. It seems more comfortable than lying down? As soon as this thought came up, Qin Ping immediately suppressed it. No, women really only affect his determination to lie down. The determination to lie down must not be shaken. Qin Ping pushed Zhou Mei away and coughed, "Sister Zhou Mei, you misunderstood. I only killed them for myself." Zhou Mei was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Her violent shaking made Qin Ping tremble with fear. "You're such a sensible and good kid." Zhou Mei winked at Qin Ping. "I wanted you to act like a spoiled brat, but since you don't want to, forget it." Looking at Zhou Mei's leaving back, regret rose in his heart, and Qin Ping felt like he had lost 100 million. Qin Ping chased out the door, but Zhou Mei was nowhere to be found. He patted his head and said, "Qin Ping, even if I gave you a chance, you couldn't do anything about it." However, Zhou Mei's hug did make him feel a lot more relaxed. The gloom that death had previously brought to his heart had mostly dissipated. "Sister Zhou Mei, thank you." During dinner in the evening, Su Qingli's face looked very bad for some reason, and she didn't pay much attention when people talked to her, which made Qin Ping feel very strange. When did I offend her? Su Hang and Su Wenba exchanged glances for a while but didn't say anything. It's normal for young people to have some minor conflicts and frictions. As soon as he finished his meal, Su Qingli returned to his room with a cold face. Su Wenba asked Qin Ping to stay and handed him something. Su Wenba handed a prop to Qin Ping. To prevent the Wang family from causing trouble inside the Gate of Judgment, take this. There's a trace of Su Tianyuan's divine consciousness hidden inside. If the Wang family causes trouble inside, you can crush it. Su Tianyuan will contact me after sensing it. I will then smash the Gate of Judgment and rush in to save you. Qin Ping felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thank you. I will take it with me tomorrow. The next day, Su Qingli did not wake Qin Ping up, and Qin Ping was woken up by the alarm clock. Check. Learning results have been checked. Qi and health value 50 points. The host lay flat for more than 20 hours yesterday, and obtained a 4-fold increase in Qi and health value. After the increase, the Qi and health value is 200 points. The current Qi and health value is 510 points. Learning results have been checked. Heaven level technique layer power cultivation progress, primary intermediate after amplification. Learning results have been received, broken blade technique, refining spirit technique practice experience. The Dailing gene that had always been on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate level suddenly became clear, and Chen Ping mastered the technique of the tenfold gene in an instant, which greatly increased his combat power. The surging energy and blood in his body was even more exaggerated. In an instant, it broke through the barrier of the third-level martial artist. Another shackle deep in the body was opened. Chen Ping clenched his fist lightly. This explosive feeling of power was far stronger than what he had obtained before by sacrificing the blood rage pill and SSS-level talent. Almost at the same time, Chen Ping felt that the mental power in his head suddenly became more focused, as if another self in the spiritual world suddenly opened his eyes, and the connection between him and himself became closer. According to the records in the soul refining technique, when one's chi and blood realm reaches the third realm of martial master, their spiritual power will be greatly enhanced. The best among them can even transmit their spiritual power through their bodies, clearly sensing everything around them, as if they have divine consciousness. Chen Ping tried to extend his mental power outward from his body. The surrounding scenery was imprinted in his mind as clearly as a camera. He could even see the hair dropped on the ground. It's like having a 360-degree camera installed above your head. Chen Ping tried to use his mental power to penetrate the wall again and found that the consumption immediately increased a lot. As the range of penetration through the wall became larger and larger, the consumption of mental power also increased accordingly. After finally passing through 2 walls, Chen Ping successfully saw Su Qingli's room. Su Qingli was explaining something to a maid. The maid's face was red, and there was a hint of well-hidden surprise in her eyes. Then the maid did something that puzzled Chen Ping. She raised her hands above her head, made a yeah gesture, and shook her head as if imitating a rabbit. What made him even more puzzled was that Su Qingli nodded as if to confirm. The maid blushed and left Su Qingli's room with her head down. Finally, Su Qingli sighed as if accepting her fate, buried her head deep in the pillow, and clutched the sheets tightly with both hands, as if she was very emotional. Chen Ping, who didn't understand the whole thing, withdrew his mental strength, scratched his head, and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After Chen Ping finished washing up and went downstairs to have breakfast, he secretly glanced at Su Qingli a few times and found that she looked calm, as if everything that had just happened was just Chen Ping's fantasy and had never happened. Su Wenba thought the two were still arguing, so he said, "Chen Ping is going to the trial today. Niece Qingli, are you going?" Su Qingli, who was daydreaming, finally came back to her senses and nodded and shook her head at Su Wenba. This confused Su Wenba. Should Su Qingli go or not? Although Chen Ping also felt very strange, he still took the initiative to smooth things over. Su Qingli probably wants to go, but it's not convenient for her to go today. Su Qingli nodded when she heard this, expressing her approval of his words. Okay, then you wait for Chen Ping and I to come back home. Keep practicing martial arts and don't slack off. Su Qingli nodded obediently, but her eyes were a little evasive, and no one knew what she was thinking. After Chen Ping and Su Wenba left, Su Qingli returned to the room and called the maid over again in the morning. How about it, bunny girl? Can the bunny costume be delivered tonight? Miss, the store owner said it's no problem. You didn't say I bought it, did you? No, I said I bought it for myself and for my boyfriend to see. As she spoke, the maid buried her head in her chest, her face as red as a ripe red apple. Su Qingli held the maid in her arms. Thank you for your hard work. Can you teach me how to make coffee today? The maid raised her head, and a question mark slowly emerged in her mind. The lady wants to buy bunny girl clothes and learn how to make coffee. What does she want to do? Of course it's no problem, miss. Also, this matter must be kept secret from me, just like last time. The maid nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Su Qingli suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Buy me another pair of the black socks you bought me last time." The maid didn't react at first, but after a while, she suddenly realized, "Miss, I understand. Buy another pair of white ones." Su Qingli added. The maid's legs went weak and she almost fell. Do you understand this now, miss? Everyone wears black and white? Watching the maid leave, Su Qingli breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on the bed. Chen Ping, you are truly my enemy. Chapter 93, Entering the Gate of Judgment. Jingbei City, Trial Court Headquarters. In front of the courtroom, 2 stone lions stand majestic and powerful, exuding an air of righteousness and uprightness. Hundreds of people surrounded the door, and some angry people even hung banners and shouted slogans in front of the door. Severely punish the murderer Chen Ping and show no leniency. Chen Ping killed someone, and he must pay with blood. At this time, a car stopped at the door of the courtroom. When the crowd saw that the person getting off the car was Chen Ping, they instantly became excited and rushed up frantically. Chen Ping simply ignored the group of people who were unaware of the truth and jumped to the door of the courtroom. Wang Hua, who had been hoping for a good show, curled his lips and walked forward with a look of disappointment. "You're quite punctual." Chen Ping was too lazy to waste time talking to him and said directly, "Where is the gate of judgment? I want to go back and rest early after I'm done." At this time, several prosecutors surrounded him and said, "You are so arrogant after killing someone. You are really lawless. This is a trial court, not a place where you can act wildly." A prosecutor with a big beard said righteously, staring at Wang Hua out of the corner of his eye, "If you want to show your loyalty, you have to consider the occasion. Is it your turn to speak here?" Chen Ping directly exposed the bearded prosecutor's thoughts, making him blush. Several prosecutors nearby wanted to step forward and say something, but were stopped by Wang Hua. "Alright, whether Chen Ping is guilty or not is not for you to judge. Everything will be decided by the gate of judgment." The prosecutors could only retreat in disappointment. Su Wenbao walked in from the crowd. As a martial saint, he was also known for his hot temper, so no one dared to stop him. Even if someone is blind, as long as he releases a little bit of the power of a martial saint, these ordinary people will become limp and fall to the ground. "Wang Hua, if you dare to play any tricks in front of me, I will immediately tear down your courtroom and make it a thing of the past." Wang Hua smiled nonchalantly. "The founder of the trial court is Zhou Wu. Unless he comes in person, no one can dismantle our trial court." Su Wenbao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the pressure from the martial saint made the people around him dare not breathe. Wang Hua suppressed his nervousness and said with all his might, "Chen Ping came to the trial voluntarily. Our trial court did not force him. Moreover, the gate of judgment was a divine artifact forged by Zhou Wu himself. You don't even trust him? If he were here, I would certainly trust him, but I cannot trust you, a bunch of sinister villains." Su Wenbao glared at Wang Hua, causing cold sweat to break out on the latter's forehead, but also strengthened his determination to get rid of Chen Ping. This boy must not be kept. Now he is valued so much by Su Wenbao before he grows up. If he grows up, with the Su family as his backing, he will definitely become a big threat to the Wang family. If you don't trust him, you can go into the gate of judgment with him. Wang Hua made a gesture of invitation, which immediately made Su Wenbao furious. He clenched his fists and walked forward to attack. Chen Ping quickly grabbed Su Wenbao's hand and said, "Instructor, it's okay. I'll enter the gate of judgment and come out soon. Then I'll see what they have to say." After hearing what Chen Ping said, Su Wenbao calmed down. Now public opinion overwhelmingly believed that Chen Ping was the murderer. If he wanted to clear his suspicion, he could only rely on the gate of trial. "Well, be careful. I'll help you watch from outside. These people won't dare to take action, but I can't guarantee that they won't do anything inside." Chen Ping nodded. He was now in an external incarnation, and his real body was still lying in the Su family. Even if something went wrong, his real body would still be safe and sound. Wang Hua sneered in his heart. In order to get rid of the scourge Chen Ping, the Wang family did not hesitate to use up the family's wealth and spent a huge price to activate the defense mechanism of the Gate of Judgment. As long as Chen Ping stepped into the Gate of Judgment, he would be attacked. He wanted to see how long Chen Ping could hold on. Wang Hua bowed to the reporters outside and said, "Dear journalists who have come from afar, the courtroom is closed to the public today. If you want to watch Chen Ping's trial, please open the courtroom's live broadcast room. We will be broadcasting the entire process there." As soon as Wang Hua finished speaking, a large number of people rushed into the live broadcast room of the trial court. The picture showed an ancient and heavy door standing in the center of a spacious room. The gate was engraved with the Chinese characters Zhengda Guangming in a flamboyant style. When Chen Ping and his group arrived, Wang Hua bowed deeply before the Gate of Judgment and formally announced, "Examinee Chen Ping has killed 2 candidates during the National Martial Arts examination. One of them is Wang Renjie, with whom he had previously clashed. The other is Wang Tian, who is said to be possessed by the leader of the demon god cult. Please, Gate of Judgment, render judgment on Chen Ping." Wang Hua took out a token from his arms and placed it in the groove in the center of the Gate of Judgment. As soon as it was put up, the Gate of Judgment suddenly emitted a golden light. The next moment, the originally closed door slowly opened inward, but it was obscured by the golden light and it was impossible to see what was inside. Wang Hua took a few steps back, turned to Chen Ping and said, "The gate of judgment is open. You may enter. If the gate of judgment finds you not guilty, you will be released. But if you are found guilty, considering the murder you committed, I'm afraid you will never be able to get out." As Wang Hua was speaking, the live broadcast of the trial court suddenly zoomed in on Chen Ping's face. Soon, a handsome face occupied the entire live broadcast screen. Some female fans who were still criticizing Chen Ping for being inhumane because of his appearance suddenly stopped cursing when they saw this handsome face with no dead angles. Facts aside, he's just so handsome. There was no ripple on Chen Ping's face, and he remained calm as water. No matter how much you feel you are innocent, you will still feel hesitant or panic when entering an unknown and mysterious space, right? Wan Hua saw that there was no flaw on Chen Ping's face, and couldn't help but curse him in his heart as a little fox. As Chen Ping entered the gate of judgment began to close slowly. After a dull friction sound, the gate of judgment was completely closed. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Wang Hua immediately showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. Once Chen Ping enters this door, he will definitely die. The sharp-eyed Su Wenba noticed Wang Hua's smile and angrily asked, "Wang Hua, what are you laughing at?" Thinking of Su Wenba's strength as a martial saint, Wang Hua suppressed his anger and ignored it. But Su Wenba did not let Wang Hua go easily. He pointed at the judgment gate and said, "If Chen Ping doesn't get out within 10 minutes, I will throw you in two." "What does it have to do with me?" Wang Hua's face suddenly changed, and he jumped up immediately like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Don't you claim that the gate of judgment is fair and just? Why are you afraid to enter? Why would I go in if I'm innocent? Then why don't you dare go in?" The two stared at each other and argued for a long time. Suddenly, the gate of judgment began to shake. Chapter 94: Zhou Wu's Incarnation. After Chen Ping entered the gate of judgment, the golden light in front of him gradually disappeared. A huge training ground appeared in front of him. The ground was covered with tiles that shone with a white jade luster, and the sky and the distant horizon were all white. Sitting in the center of the martial arts arena was a broad figure with a crew cut and broad shoulders, but because his back was facing away, his specific appearance could not be seen. Chen Ping walked forward for a while, but found that the distance between him and the back figure did not change. It was as if the distance between the two was frozen in this time and space. Suddenly the figure disappeared. Chen Ping was startled and looked around but could not see any trace of the figure. Suddenly, a gentle male voice sounded from behind him. "I never thought that at such a young age you have already mastered the soul refining technique to perfection and cultivated the soul refining form into an external incarnation. What a young talent! He must have endured a lot of hardships in training martial arts, right?" Chen Ping touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "Fortunately, I didn't suffer much. To practice the soul refining technique, one must temper their spirit every day and endure the pain of needles piercing their heads in order to make any progress. In order to achieve perfection in my cultivation, I endured this pain that penetrated deep into my brain day after day for 10 years before I succeeded." Is there such a thing? Chen Ping had never practiced the soul refining technique, so of course he had never experienced this kind of pain. "Sorry, I really can't empathize. Are you Zhou Wu, China's first martial god? Did you also create the divine refining technique?" "I am Zhou Wu, but the soul refining technique was not created by me. I accidentally found it in an ancient relic. What appears before you now is my incarnation." Zhou Wu walked out from behind Chen Ping, looked him up and down, and said in amazement, "Judging from the strength of the qi and blood remaining in your external body, you have only just entered the third level of martial artist not long ago, right?" Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement. "Martial god Zhou has a keen eye. I just broke through to the third level of martial artist today. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. I only managed to condense my first external incarnation after reaching the 10th level of martial god, and you actually succeeded at the third level of martial master? How hard are you trying?" Looking at the shocked expression on Zhou Wu's face, Chen Ping coughed awkwardly. He actually didn't do anything. He just lay in bed and all the cultivation techniques came to him. After sighing at Chen Ping's efforts, Zhou Wu's expression straightened and he asked, "How many years have I been missing? What is the current era like?" "You have been missing for 20 years. The times are relatively peaceful now. The martial god Su Tianyuan is in charge of the beast abyss and has resisted the attacks of the monsters." "Has he been missing for 20 years? Zhou Wu looked melancholy, then asked, "How is my daughter Zhou Mei? She's the one I'm most worried about." "She's doing well and is now the director of the patrol bureau. Zhou Wu asked some other questions, such as the situation of Beast Abyss, the situation of the major families, Qin Ping's personal situation, etc. So you don't belong to any family, and you are of ordinary origin? Qin Ping nodded. I came here because of some grievances with the Wang family. Then he told the grievances and disputes with the Wang family and what happened in the martial arts exam. Zhou Wu sighed after hearing this. After I disappeared, these families who supported me, relying on their resources and power, really began to monopolize martial arts resources. My original intention in creating this gate of judgment was to prevent this problem from happening. Isn't the gate of judgment used to determine whether a warrior is guilty? What does this have to do with it? This is only one of the functions of the gate of judgment. Another function is to determine whether the law is just and to prevent people from making laws out of selfish motives. The essence of the gate of judgment is a kind of rule, which you can understand as the rule of fairness and justice. It represents fairness and justice. Thanks to its fair judgments, the era I live in can be called a golden age. A large number of talented warriors are emerging. The laws set are fair and just. As long as they work hard, everyone has the opportunity to become a warrior. However, the appearance of the demon god broke all this. At this point, Zhou Wu's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. It launched an unprecedented beast tide, and countless talented warriors were buried in it. Even I. Zhou Wu didn't continue. Forget it. Talking about this will only add to your psychological burden. There's no point in saying more. Before I disappeared, my daughter Zhou Mei was still young, so I gave the gate of judgment to my good friend Wang Hua for safekeeping, and I would give it to her when she grew up. As a result, he appropriated the gate of judgment for his own selfish desires. Usually, the judgment is handled by the self-awareness of the gate of judgment, but today the Wang family used the back door I left behind. Back door? What back door? Chen Ping asked. Zhou Wu sneered and said, it means activating the defense mechanism of the judgment gate. Once someone enters, the judgment gate will immediately suppress them to death. Qin Ping suddenly realized, no wonder Wang Hua has been trying to get me into the gate of judgment. It turns out he wants to use this to get rid of me. But I tricked Wang Hua into using this backdoor. To activate it, I must forge a divine artifact and dedicate the divinity within to the gate of judgment. Once the gate of judgment gains divinity, it will awaken my external incarnation. Qin Ping suddenly realized, I understand. You've already predicted that Wang Hua would use the judgment gate to harm people. This backdoor is actually your backup plan. Zhou Wu nodded and said, because the gate of judgment is of great significance to mankind, I have to keep a backup plan to prevent it from being used in the wrong way. Then a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Even the gate of judgment has been used as a murder weapon. The tribunal of judgment is dead in name only. I fully understand your situation. I will leave the gate of judgment shortly and announce the dissolution of the trial court. However, due to the past 20 years, my external incarnation's power is running low. I will leave the Wang family to you alone. God Zhou Wu, you have done me a great favor by helping me prove it. Zhou Wu patted Qin Ping on the shoulder and said, who said I have to prove it for you? There is only one thing that can prove your innocence. Zhou Wu pointed to the ground under his feet. It's this symbol of fairness and justice, the gate of judgment. The shadow under Zhou Wu's feet suddenly moved, separated from his feet, and then turned into a human figure that was extremely similar to Zhou Wu. The figure held a long black knife in his hand. Use your strength to defeat him, and from now on you will be his master. A question slowly popped up in Chen Ping's mind. Why are we suddenly starting to fight when everything is going well? Zhou Wu's mouth curled up slightly. This is the rule I said at the beginning. If you want to control the gate of judgment, you must defeat me who is at the same level as you. The strength of the projection condensed by this judgment gate is determined by your current realm strength. You are now a third-level martial artist, and your projected strength is also that of a third-level martial artist. Its strength is about the same as mine when I was a third-level martial artist. Come on, as long as you defeat my former self, the gate of judgment will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wu's incarnation disappeared. Zhou Wu's projection flashed and appeared behind Qin Ping, slashing him with a knife. Chapter 95 Fierce Battle. Faced with the ghostly slashing attack from Zhou Wu's projection, Qin Ping had no time to draw out the thunder blade and could only use the scabbard to hastily resist. But the sword technique projected by Zhou Wu was extremely strange. It actually slid down along the scabbard and slashed towards Qin Ping's right hand. Qin Ping dropped the scabbard, stepped back, drew out the thunder blade, and slashed fiercely at Zhou Wu's projected arm. A brilliant lightning burst out, and Zhou Wu's projection had to temporarily give up the attack and jump backwards to avoid the attack of the thunder blade. Zhou Wu projected that he held the sword in both hands. As he swung the sword, the long sword left a series of phantoms in the air. Then he suddenly rushed towards Chen Ping, and the phantom sword lights attacked Chen Ping's chest. Chen Ping stared at Zhou Wu's projected hands to determine the true position of the long sword, and then swung out the thunder sword to block it, but what Chen Ping didn't expect was that the thunder sword was not hindered at all and passed through the air. A blade light that he thought was an illusion pierced his arm. Chen Ping reacted quickly and did not retreat. Instead, he swung the thunder blade and slashed directly at the chest of Zhou Wu's projection. Anyway, it's just an incarnation outside of his body and can't feel pain, so it's not a loss for Chen Ping to exchange injuries for injuries. However, Zhou Wu's projection could not exchange injuries for injuries like Chen Ping did. The terrifying power carried by the thunder sword made it dare not take any of Chen Ping's swords head on. Zhou Wu's projection had no choice but to withdraw its sword and dodge. Its eyes were hidden in the shadows and could not be seen clearly. But Chen Ping had a feeling that it was going to get serious. Zhou Wu released the hand holding the knife, and an identical long knife suddenly appeared in his empty left hand. 2 knives? Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, thinking of the phantom knife light just now. Could it be that one was imaginary and the other was real? The wound on Chen Ping's arm caused by Zhou Wu's projection healed quickly. He poured his mental power into the thunder sword, and an extremely domineering sword intent condensed out. Breaking blade intent. Zhou Wu's projection danced with his hands, and a dense phantom of sword light obscured most of his body. Chen Ping tightly gripped the thunder blade, and at the cost of a great deal of his mental energy, he concentrated the blade-breaking intent to the limit. The lightning on the thunder blade was madly moving, trying to devour everything around it. This time, Chen Ping took the lead in attacking. Although the swordsmanship of Zhou Wu's projection was hard to defend against and very confusing, everything would be over as long as Zhou Wu's projection itself was killed. As soon as the broken edge blade intent came into contact with the phantom blade light projected by Zhou Wu, the phantom blade light immediately disappeared without a trace like melting ice and snow. Chen Ping's expression remained unchanged, and the thunder blade chopped straight towards Zhou Wu's projected head. But the result was beyond Chen Ping's expectation. Zhou Wu's projection disappeared like a bursting bubble. Is the original body also fake? Could it be that she ran behind him while he wasn't paying attention? Chen Ping, feeling a chill down his spine, was about to turn around, but he discovered that there were phantom sword lights everywhere, and he could not find any trace of Zhou Wu's projection. Where did it hide? A blade of light suddenly fell towards Chen Ping's back, and then countless blades of light slashed towards various parts of Chen Ping's body. Head, neck, chest, hands, feet. He had no way to escape and was about to be cut into pieces by the knife. Chen Ping suddenly closed his eyes and stopped observing with his eyes. Instead, he used his mental power to perceive. Chen Ping swept his mental power around and saw a figure hidden behind the knife light. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, with an extremely mysterious pace, completely hiding its figure in the knife light. Its hands were vibrating at a high frequency, and only blurry afterimages could be seen. It was impossible to tell which sword light was the real one by looking at its hands. The knife was about to fall on his body. Without time to hesitate, Chen Ping decided to fight to the death. The thunder blade suddenly burst out with a deafening thunder, and the scattered lightning penetrated most of the phantom blade light, and only 2 blade lights shattered the lightning. The 2 knives in Zhou Wu's projected hands are real. One knife slashed towards Chen Ping's neck, and the other knife slashed towards Chen Ping's heart. The angles were extremely tricky. It was impossible for Chen Ping to use the thunder knife to block the attacks of these 2 knives at the same time. At the critical moment, Chen Ping raised his sword and moved forward, actively meeting the attack from Zhou Wu's projection. Under the cold gaze of Zhou Wu's projection, the 2 knives pierced into Chen Ping's body, but before it could move, the broken blade intent pierced through its chest and split it in 2. What a fierce fighting style! Congratulations on your victory! Zhou Wu's incarnation appeared out of nowhere and walked in front of Chen Ping. The shadow that was split in 2 returned to his feet and turned into a black shadow. The 2 holes in Chen Ping's body healed quickly and he was back to normal soon. If you had come here as your true self instead of an avatar, you would have already lost the moment you were struck by the first blow. The weapon I projected contains the power of a forbidden divine artifact, capable of sealing the movements of those struck by the sword. However, this restriction only affects the physical body, and you are composed of spiritual power, so the restriction has no effect on you. God Zhou Wu, thank you for letting me. Chen Ping's humble attitude made Zhou Wu take back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Qin Ping defeated his projection too easily, which made him feel a little unconvinced, but when he thought about how he was a martial artist in the third realm and was still far from cultivating an external incarnation, it was normal for him to be defeated so easily. The disciple has surpassed the master, Zhou Wu smiled with satisfaction. Isn't it a blessing for China and mankind that China can give birth to such a genius? He decided to give Qin Ping another secret weapon, allowing Qin Ping to embark on a path of invincibility. Qin Ping sheathed the thunder blade. The fight had consumed a lot of his mental energy, and he felt a little weak. A golden light flew out from Zhou Wu's eyebrows and penetrated into Qin Ping's body, which cheered him up and made him feel much better immediately. At the same time, a method of controlling the incarnation of the body emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is a technique that can make your external incarnation become ethereal, making you immune to all physical attacks. Consider it a gift from me to you. I hope you can use it in a righteous way, to protect China and our Chinese people. After Qin Ping realized the wonderful use of the void method, he was stunned. Physical immunity, plus his god-level gifted war body that can resist all mental control and negative effects, doesn't that mean he is invincible? Thank you, God Zhou Wu. If China is in trouble, I will do my best to help. Qin Ping clasped his fists and promised Zhou Wu. Good boy. Next, I will clear your name. You are a hero of China and have saved countless lives, but they don't know it. Qin Ping was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, didn't you say that you wouldn't help me prove my innocence? What do you think I was doing just now? You don't really think that defeating my projection will make the Gate of Judgment recognize you as its master, do you? Just now, I controlled the Judgment Gate and launched a judgment on you. The Gate of Judgment reveals your past. We saw the scene of your sacrifice at the hands of the demon god. The consciousness of the Gate of Judgment tells me that you are a true hero. It is willing to recognize you as its master. Bai Fei, why don't you come out? Chapter 96 Leaving the Gate of Judgment. An angel with wings on its back descended from the sky, its white wings as pure as snow. The angel's eyes are deep and bright, as if they can see through all the truth of the world. I am the spirit of the Gate of Judgment. You can call me Bai Fei. Bai Fei descended beside Qin Ping, and the wings behind him folded up, turning into a pair of wing patterns hidden behind his neck. Zhou Wu nodded to Bai Fei and said, let's begin the master recognition ceremony. Qin Ping was still wondering what the master recognition ceremony Zhou Wu mentioned was, when Bai Fei suddenly knelt on one knee before him and said respectfully, Bai Fei is willing to serve you as my master. I will judge all sins for you and let the light of fairness and justice fill the world. As she spoke, Bai Fei grabbed Qin Ping's right hand with her slender right hand, and mysterious lines flowed from her body into Qin Ping's body. A wonderful feeling arose in Qin Ping's heart, and a spiritual connection was established between him and Bai Fei. But only when Bai Fei takes the initiative to relax her mind can Qin Ping clearly know what she is thinking. Now he can only vaguely feel her inner excitement, but he doesn't know what exactly she is excited about. However, is it necessary to be so excited about recognizing a master? Bai Fei, who successfully recognized her master, was overjoyed. She had been staying in the boring trial court for 20 years, and finally she was free and could go out. I want fried chicken, French fries, a hamburger, and an ice-cold Coke. Zhou Wu, who knew Bai Fei's true character, shook his head helplessly. It seemed that after so many years, he still couldn't get rid of his habit of eating junk food. Qin Ping, although Bai Fei won't get fat, don't let her eat too much. Zhou Wu's words made Qin Ping fall into deep confusion. What does eating too much mean? In Qin Ping's opinion, Bai Fei is a being similar to a spirit of an artifact. Does he need to eat anything? Qin Ping wanted to ask more, but Bai Fei stood in front of him and said, since I have recognized you as my master, you should leave now. If you stay inside the Gate of Judgment for too long, people outside will think I've found you guilty and won't let you out. As Bai Fei spoke, she turned her head and winked at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu knew that she didn't want to reveal her true nature in front of Qin Ping so quickly, so he didn't expose her. He patted Qin Ping on the shoulder and said, you go out first. I'll get ready and come out later. Then Zhou Wu's figure disappeared out of thin air in front of Qin Ping. Seeing that Zhou Wu did not expose her, Bai Fei waved happily towards the place where Zhou Wu disappeared. Now that she has a new owner, she must eat to her heart's content. Looking at Bai Fei's cheerful expression, Qin Ping asked in confusion, is he so happy to leave you? He's not dead, why should I be sad? Bai Fei stretched, revealing her exquisite curves. When you become stronger, go to the depths of the beast abyss and rescue him. Is the Zhou Wuxian in the depths of the beast abyss? Qin Ping wanted to ask again, but Bai Fei put his index finger to his lips and made a hushing gesture. It's too early to tell you now. I'll tell you when you're stronger. Chen Ping wanted to say something when the space inside the Gate of Judgment suddenly began to tremble. What happens? Bai Fei kept it a secret, you'll know in a moment. Then she gently pushed Chen Ping and said, Go out first, don't make the people outside wait anxiously. Before Chen Ping could react, he was surrounded by dazzling golden light. Wan Hua, seeing the Judgment Gate shaking, thought it had successfully suppressed Chen Ping, and gloated, Su Wenba, did you see that? The Judgment Gate must have found Chen Ping guilty, otherwise it wouldn't have suddenly started shaking. Although Su Wenba was anxious, he still retorted, I think you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You think shaking the Judgment Gate a few times can prove that Chen Ping is guilty? Bullshit. Wang Hua was a little angry after being scolded by Su Wenba. He wanted to curse loudly, but when he thought of Su Wenba's strength as a martial saint, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. Su Wenba glanced at the Gate of Judgment from time to time. Why hasn't Chen Ping come out yet? Could it be that the Wang family had done something wrong and was in danger? But Su Tianyuan did not contact him. It can be seen that the prop containing Su Tianyuan's divine consciousness was not crushed by Chen Ping. What exactly happened in there? Wang Hua saw the anxiety in Su Wenba's eyes and sneered, it's been so long now, and Chen Ping still hasn't come out. If he were truly innocent, the Gate of Judgment would have released him long ago. I think he's been suppressed by the Gate of Judgment and can't get out. Maybe the Gate of Judgment sees that he's a genius and wants to talk to him more? Wang Hua was amused by Su Wenba's words and laughed heartily. Could it be that the Gate of Judgment and he hit it off right away and then recognized him as their master? To gain the recognition of the Gate of Judgment, one must defeat Zhou Wu's projection. In the past 20 years, no one has succeeded. After you became a martial saint, didn't you go in and challenge him? You were kicked out by the Judgment Gate in less than a minute. Hearing Wang Hua mention his embarrassing past, Su Wenba raised his fist and said, Do you think I'm not strong enough? If you're capable, let's have a competition. The martial saint aura of Su Wenba made Wang Hua swallow his saliva, and he felt a little uneasy. But he remembered that this was being broadcast live nationwide, and Su Wenba would definitely not dare to make a move. So he raised his head and said, Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the strength of a martial saint. The Gate of Judgment will give everyone a fair and just result. Soon, Chen Ping, whom you value and trust, will be locked inside the Gate of Judgment, and he will never be able to come out. Don't be so slanderous. Chen Ping didn't do anything wrong. He can't be found guilty by the Gate of Judgment. Seeing Su Wenba was enraged, Wang Hua became even more excited. What if he could make Su Wenba attack in public? What would happen if he got punched by him? Tomorrow he will make the headlines on all major online platforms full of news about Su Wenba's disregard for the law and his malicious violence. It ruined Su Wenba's reputation. However, just as Wang Hua was about to slander Chen Ping a few more times and completely anger Su Wenba, the door of judgment next to him suddenly opened. Shrouded in golden light, Chen Ping walked out slowly with a faint smile on his face, like a victorious general. Seeing Chen Ping come out, Su Wenba felt relieved and laughed heartily, saying, Everyone, watch. Chen Ping has come out of the Gate of Judgment. He is innocent. Seeing Chen Ping coming out, Wang Hua was so angry that his teeth almost broke. Their Wang family paid a huge price for a divine weapon, but Chen Ping was not suppressed by the Gate of Judgment? Impossible. None of this is true. Chen Ping walked up to Su Wenba and was suddenly hugged tightly by Su Wenba. I knew you would be fine. Did the Wang family do anything wrong? He was about to answer when the Gate of Judgment behind him suddenly exploded. Chapter 97 The Real Judgment is Coming. After the Gate of Judgment exploded, a tall figure walked out from inside. Wearing golden armor and holding a long sword, he looks exactly like Zhou Wu in the textbook. God Zhou Wu, it's God Zhou Wu. An older middle-aged man, seeing Zhou Wu, immediately shouted loudly and danced with excitement. God Zhou Wu is back, he's back from the Gate of Judgment. Hurry, everyone, rush to the trial court to welcome the return of Zhou Wushan. In an instant, the whole of China was in an uproar. The crowd outside the courtroom went crazy, climbed over the gate, and rushed into the courtroom. Zhou Wu walked out of the Gate of Judgment, full of murderous aura, and the breath of iron horses and golden swords hit him in the face. Zhou Wu looked past Chen Ping and looked at Wang Hua. The first sentence he said made Wang Hua tremble with fear. Wang Hua, your Wang family disappoints me. Wang Hua broke out in a cold sweat and suppressed his panic, saying, Zhou Wushan, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Zhou Wu didn't answer, but turned his gaze to Su Wenba. Thank you, three brothers, for your hard work over the years. Hearing this, Su Wenba, a man of steel, actually had tears in his eyes and choked up, saying, Brother Zhou Wu, you are finally back. Zhou Wu looked at the excited crowd rushing in and smiled slightly. Long time no see, I'm Zhou Wu. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the crowd recognized Zhou Wu's voice. They ran to about 10 meters in front of Zhou Wu and then stopped. God Zhou Wushan, I once served under you as a soldier and defended China with you. God Zhou Wu, it was you who led the army to save us, otherwise my child and I would have died in the monster's mouth long ago. God Zhou Wu, I still remember that you fought bloody battles for 10 consecutive days, repelling the beast tide and saving the people of Jingbei City. Zhou Wushan. The older people excitedly expressed their gratitude to Zhou Wu, while the young people looked at Zhou Wu with admiration, as if they had seen their idol. Zhou Wading stretched out his left hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone present fell silent and pricked up their ears to listen to Zhou Wu's next words. At the same time, various departments in China responded quickly, and all platforms pinned the live broadcast of the trial court to the top and popped up windows to remind each user. All TV channels were broadcasting the footage of Zhou Wu appearing. In an instant, all the Chinese people knew the news of Zhou Wu's return. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Zhou Wu, wondering what this hero would say to everyone when he suddenly returned. Before I left, someone always told me that China couldn't live without you, and you couldn't leave. I said, China's life and death is not in my hands, but in the hands of the millions of Chinese people. As long as they are there, China will live forever. 20 years after leaving China, I see that the mountains and rivers of China are still there, and that the people are safe. I know that it was generation after generation of Chinese people who used their courage and blood to repel the beast tides time and time again. Here, I express my gratitude to the soldiers who are fighting on the front lines and sacrificing their lives to protect China. Zhou Wu bowed deeply. Thinking of their relatives and friends who died fighting against monsters, many people's eyes were red. But when more people saw Zhou Wu returning, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Now that Zhou Wushan has returned, China has 2/10th realm Wushan. Perhaps they can counterattack the beast abyss and completely eliminate the threat of demon beasts. At this point, Zhou Wu changed the subject and said, but I've also seen people abusing their power, slandering good people, and using the gate of judgment, a symbol of fairness and justice, as a tool for murder. As he spoke, Zhou Wu's tone became extremely stern. Before I left, I handed the gate of judgment to the Wang family, whom I trusted, and also gave them one final test. I told the Wang family that I left a backdoor inside the judgment gate. As long as they smelt a divine artifact and inject divinity into it, they can activate the judgment gate's defense mechanism. Once someone enters, the judgment gate will immediately suppress them to death, regardless of good or evil. If a wicked person enters the gate of judgment, even without activating its defense mechanism, the gate of judgment will immediately suppress them. And this backdoor has only one use, and that is to suppress good people. I know human nature cannot withstand the test, so I have set the threshold for activating it very high. It requires the payment of a divine artifact. But I didn't expect the Wang family to be so ruthless that they would kill Chen Ping even if it meant losing a divine weapon. Everyone should understand by now that Chen Ping is innocent. Not only has he not committed any crime, he has even made great contributions to our China. He killed the murderous maniac Wang Renjie, who treated human life as worthless, and rid the people of this evil. He killed the possessed demon god called Leader and severely injured demon god called Leader Li Sini. He even changed the future of the demon god's destruction of the world. Zhou Wu waved his right hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes, showing the tragic scene of the future if Chen Ping did not kill Wang Renjie and Li Sini's spirit. All the candidates were killed or injured, the demon god broke through the space gate, black shadows covered the sky, and the demon god army followed closely and descended from the space gate. There is also the tragic scene where Chen Ping fights the demon god alone and finally dies at the hands of the demon god. Thanks to the blessing of the martial god Su Tianyuan, Chen Ping returned from this hopeless future to the past, killed the possessed bodies of Wang Renjie and Li Sini, saved China, and saved countless lives that were about to be lost. All the audience initially thought that Zhou Wu simply wanted to prove Chen Ping's innocence. No one thought that Chen Ping's motive for murder was to save China. They actually regarded such a Chinese hero as a vicious criminal and wanted to curse him to death immediately? If it weren't for Chen Ping, China might have been ravaged by the army of monsters, with countless casualties. Damn it! Damn it! How could I believe the one-sided statement of the trial court? What a rubbish court! You didn't care about the killing of the innocent Wang Renjie, but you only knew how to wrongly accuse good people. God Zhou Wu quickly killed his fellow Wang Hua. He is the one who slandered Chen Ping. He must have evil intentions and is a great villain. Looking at the angry crowd, Zhou Wu turned his gaze to Wang Hua. Wang Hua, the powerful and distinguished head of the Wang family, had not felt fear for a long time. His legs began to tremble involuntarily, and the waves of condemnation and abuse behind him, one louder than the other, made his heart sink to the bottom. Watching Zhou Wu approaching step by step, Wang Hua, who was forced into a desperate situation, pointed at Zhou Wu and shouted, "You are not Zhou Wu at all, you are a fake. Look at me, I'll expose your true face." Wang Hua looked ferocious and punched Zhou Wu on the head. Zhou Wu said calmly, "Law, judgment, descend." Chapter 98 The Wang Family Rebels. Seeing Zhou Wu activate the law of judgment, an old man in the Wang family stood up suddenly, his eyes burning with anger. "Damn Zhou Wu. He's been missing for 20 years and still hasn't found peace. He's brought disgrace upon our Wang family. Grandpa, what should we do next?" Wang Rong looked at Wang Tianzhou, completely at a loss. She had not expected that the death trap she had set for Chen Ping was about to succeed, but in the end it was not only completely destroyed by Zhou Wu, but also their Wang family's reputation fell into an abyss. Wang Tianzhou took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Activate the emergency plan and allow all direct descendants of the Wang family to enter Taoyuan. At the same time, sell all assets that can be sold today and convert them into cash flow. "But Grandpa, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it at a good price in such a short time." "You're still thinking of selling at a high price at this point?" "I'm telling you, after today, the other families will gather their strength, surround us like jackals, and devour our Wang family completely. There's no way they'll miss such a good opportunity." Wang Rong said with a look of resignation, "Does it mean that our Wang family will have to hide in Peach Blossom Land for the rest of our lives?" An extremely strong murderous intent erupted from Wang Tianzhou's eyes. "Since Zhou Wu treats our Wang family like this and leaves us no chance of survival, then no one will have an easy life. How's the progress of ancient mecha research?" "We have basically deciphered the core structure of the ancient mecha, and we will be able to start mass production soon." "Very good. Once we build a mecha army in Taoyuan, all of China, no, the entire world will belong to our Wang family. Agree to cooperate with Li Sini. When the time comes, we will need to use the power of the monsters to hold Su Tianyuan back." Wang Rong's expression changed slightly. "Grandpa, you mean that our Wang family is going to betray China?" Wang Tianzhou interrupted Wang Rong, "It's not us who betrayed China, it's Zhou Wu who betrayed us. He forgot that our Wang family once risked their lives for him and sacrificed so many of our family members. Chen Ping killed 2 of our Wang family's most direct descendants and brought disgrace upon our Wang family. He must die. He has now attacked my son Wang Hua and chosen to side with Chen Ping. He has become an enemy of our Wang family." After Wang Rong heard what Wang Tianzhou said, hatred gleamed in his eyes. "I understand, Grandpa. I must make Chen Ping pay with blood. Anyone who dares to stop us is the enemy of our Wang family." Wang Tianzhou looked at his son Wang Hua in the picture and broke the armrests of the chair with force. Wang Hua's painful look made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. "Zhou Wu. I want all of China to be buried with my son." In the trial court, Wang Hua knelt on the ground with an expression of extreme pain. After Zhou Wu shouted that the judgment had come, he could no longer breathe any air. The air seemed to disappear completely at this moment, and no matter how hard he breathed, it was of no use. The pain of suffocation caused his lungs to become congested, his chest heaving violently, the world before his eyes gradually became dark, and his ears slowly became deaf. Everything was moving away from him. He felt as if he was in a void, surrounded by a dead ocean, no light, no sound, no wind, nothing. There was only a cold chill all over the body. Finally, he sank to the bottom of the endless sea. Wang Hua is dead. Many people present had seen Zhou Wu perform the law of judgment before, and they applauded. The second most painful person died of suffocation. How many bad things has Wang Hua done? He deserves death. It was too easy for him to die of suffocation. Chen Ping looked at Wang Hua's body. He witnessed the power of the law for the first time and felt what true power was. One word can determine life or death. It turns out that what was recorded in the textbook was true. Zhou Wu really had the ability to judge criminals. Those who have committed murder, once covered by his law of judgment, will die in different ways according to the number of murders they have committed. Wang Hua's death from suffocation proves that he had killed or caused the death of at least hundreds of people and committed numerous crimes. If he kills tens of thousands of people, he will suffer the most painful death by slicing. After casting the law of judgment, Zhou Wu's face turned pale and he looked much weaker. Chen Ping wanted to step forward, but Zhou Wu held him back. He sent a message to Chen Ping, saying, "The Wang family will not give up easily. They are now in your hands." Zhou Wu glanced around and said solemnly, "Since the tribunal is now dead in name only, let it disappear into the long river of history." Then he raised the long sword in his hand and smashed the gate of judgment into pieces with one stroke. "The tribunal was founded by me, and it will end in my hands. From now on, the tribunal will no longer exist." After doing all this, Zhou Wu's divinity was exhausted and his figure began to slowly dissipate. He smiled at Su Wenba and Chen Ping, and said one last word, "Gentlemen, the future of China is in your hands. Brother Zhou Wu." Su Wenba rushed to Zhou Wu and stretched out his hands to grab him, but he caught nothing. Seeing Zhou Wu disappear out of thin air, Su Wenba immediately understood that Zhou Wu himself did not come back, and the person in front of him was just an incarnation of himself. When the power possessed by the avatar disappears, it disappears without a trace. Many people were so sad that they beat their chests and cried bitterly. The sad emotions were transmitted from the scene to everyone watching the live broadcast. "Zhou Wushan, when will you come back?" Countless Chinese people pray in their hearts that Zhou Wu can return soon. At this time, a beautiful figure broke through the door of the courtroom and came in front of Chen Ping. Zhou Mei's hair was disheveled, and her delicate and charming facial features were full of anxiety. She looked at the place where Zhou Wu had just disappeared and asked, "Chen Ping, where is my father?" Seeing that Chen Ping didn't answer, Zhou Mei stepped forward, grabbed Chen Ping's shoulders, and shook him, saying, "Go ahead." Chen Ping stared at the spot where Zhou Wu disappeared. After a long moment of silence, he closed his eyes in pain and said, "This is just his incarnation. He himself has not returned." Hearing this, Zhou Mei's mind suddenly lost control, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. "Whether it's him or not, I want to say a few words to him, even if it's just one sentence." This was the first time Chen Ping saw Zhou Mei showing her vulnerable side. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how to start. Finally, he said, "I will definitely find Zhou Wushan and bring him back to you." Zhou Mei looked at Chen Ping for a moment, then suddenly smiled through her tears. "Then I'll wait for that day to come." When Chen Ping walked out of the trial court, this time he was greeted not with insults but with thunderous applause. Citizens rushed over in droves and surrounded the place like a tide. "Well done, Chen Ping, you are our Chinese hero. The tribunal only serves to frame good people. It should have disappeared long ago. The demon god cult killed my entire family. Well done." Chen Ping, surrounded by the crowd, finally got on the car. After returning to Su's house, Chen Ping lay on the bed, preparing to have a good rest. A pleasant female voice came from my ear, "Is this your room? It's so big." Chapter 99 Fusion. The sudden appearance of the female voice startled Chen Ping. He looked around hurriedly but did not see a single figure. In broad daylight, what the hell? "Don't look for it, I'm on top of you." Bai Fei fell from the sky, and her white little feet landed on the soft mattress, emitting a jade-like luster. The white wings behind him seemed to be inlaid with a layer of gold in the sunlight, and they were extremely holy. "Why are you here? Aren't you being?" Bai Fei chuckled. Zhou Wu smashed the outer shell of the judgment gate to conceal his whereabouts. "Decorative shell?" Chen Ping was puzzled. The gate of judgment is not a gate, but a realm of laws. The so-called gate is just a decorative shell. Bai Fei pointed at herself and said, "And I am the carrier of the realm of laws, which is also the gate of judgment." "I understand. Actually, you are the gate of judgment." Chen Ping felt a headache when he looked at the beautiful Bai Fei in front of him. Although the bed was very big, he still wanted to sleep alone. "Don't have any bad thoughts, who would sleep with you?" A blush appeared on Bai Fei's beautiful face. Only then did Chen Ping realize that he and Bai Fei were now connected in spirit, and his thoughts could be sensed by Bai Fei. He couldn't help but quickly collect his thoughts so as not to let Bai Fei notice. Bai Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, with the white wings behind her covering the entire bed, making it impossible for Chen Ping to find a place to lie down. Okay, you'll leave him no place to lie down, right? A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Chen Ping found a sofa and lay down, looking at the beautiful and holy angel on the bed, and fell into deep thought. "What reason should I find to get her out?" At this time, Bai Fei stretched out her fair arms and asked Chen Ping for food. "I want to eat French fries, hamburgers, fried chicken, and iced cola." Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes and said, "I can give it to you, but you have to get off my bed." "No, I just like lying on a big soft bed. It's the most comfortable." Chen Ping sneered and said, "Then don't eat." Hateful. Bai Fei clutched the bed sheet tightly and thought for a long time before saying, then you have to order 10 servings for me so I can eat my fill. Half an hour later, Chen Ping looked at Bai Fei, who was eating with her mouth full of oil and her still flat stomach, and fell into deep thought. Do beautiful girls have super strong stomachs? They can eat whatever they want without gaining weight? After eating, Bai Fei let out a long breath, folded her white wings behind her, lay down on the left side of the bed, and generously gave the other half on the right side to Chen Ping. Chen Ping said helplessly, I asked you to get off the bed, not to give me half. I'm sleepy. Let's talk after I wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Fei lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Ping originally wanted to kick her down, but when he saw her angelic sleeping face, he finally held back. Forget it, I'll just lie down for a while. As soon as Chen Ping lay down, there was a knock on the door. Oh no, the door is not locked. Chen Ping thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly stood up and ran to the door. Just as Su Qingli pushed the door open a crack, Chen Ping held the door down and she couldn't move it any further. There's something wrong with you. According to your habit, you should lie on the bed and wait for me to come in. Su Qingli pushed harder on the door, and it creaked as it couldn't bear the weight. Chen Ping glanced at Bai Fei, who was still fast asleep in bed, and forced a smile on his face. I just happened to be going out. It was a complete coincidence. Coincidence? Then why did I hear the sound of you running just now? Su Qingli's words made Chen Ping not know how to respond for a moment. The door began to deform gradually under the pressure of the two huge forces. At the critical moment, Chen Ping used his trump card, I'm not wearing pants, are you sure you want to come in? When Su Qingli heard this, the strength in her hands immediately loosened a little. Do you think I will believe it? If you don't believe me, just come in and see. Chen Ping didn't care about anything and slowly released his hand that was blocking the door. Su Qingli's cheeks flushed, and she retracted her hand from pushing the door and said, I'm not looking. I came here to congratulate you. All the Wuhan universities across the country have extended olive branches to you, especially Beijing University. They claim that as long as you go, your tuition will be waived and you will be given the highest scholarship every year. What's the maximum amount? 100 million. 100 million? So generous? It's 100 million per year, but Beijing University and Wuhan University also have a requirement. You have to be number 1 in your grade every year to get it. I knew it wouldn't be given away for free, but with 100 million yuan a year, it's normal to have demands. Qingli, which Wuhan University do you want to go to? I'm going to Beijing University of Warwick, which is the closest to my home. Then let's go to Beijing University together. Okay, then I'll have my uncle notify Beijing North University of Martial Arts. Just as Chen Ping was about to close the door, Su Qingli blocked it again. Why are you so anxious to close the door? Is there a mistress hiding in your house? Chen Ping had no expression on his face, but 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Is women's intuition so scary? He coughed lightly and said, this is the Su family. If I were to hide someone here, would instructor Su Wenba not find out? You're worrying too much. Out of trust in Su Wenba, Su Qingli released her hand that was blocking the door. That's right, remember to come down on time for dinner tonight. Chen Ping finally closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally made it through. When the martial arts exam bonus comes out, I'm going to buy myself a house. Otherwise, I might get caught in bed with someone else one day. No, why would I use the term caught in bed? Chen Ping scratched his head, locked the door, and lay down on the soft bed. He felt sleepy and gradually fell into a dream. After sleeping for a while, Chen Ping woke up and found that he had a long, white leg on his body, which was slender and graceful with attractive curves. Chen Ping carefully moved his body and pulled himself out. He stood by the bed, looking at Bai Fei sleeping in a spread eagle position, and rubbed his eyebrows. She looks like an angel. Why does she sleep in such an indecent posture? Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Bai Fei didn't react at all. Wake up, it's time for lunch. Bai Fei immediately jumped up from the bed. I want French fries, burgers, and fried chicken. Are you a repeater? Chen Ping really wanted to pry open Bai Fei's head to see if there were only these 3 things inside. What else do you do besides eating and sleeping? Bai Fei put her hands on her hips and said angrily, I'm not a foodie. I'm very useful. What's the use? In battles between high-level warriors, the outcome is determined by the laws. Whoever has the stronger laws will gain the upper hand and win. I control the law of judgment. As long as I am here, you will be able to fight even if a high-level warrior attacks you. I see, it's a self-propelled humanoid plug-in. Bai Fei frowned. What kind of humanoid self-propelled plug-in? What a strange name. Chen Ping didn't explain and changed the subject, but you're too conspicuous like this. As a divine weapon, do you have any other hidden forms? Of course, I'll show you my combined form. As he said that, Bai Fei pounced towards Chen Ping. Chapter 100, Winning the Martial Arts Exam. Bai Fei threw herself into Chen Ping's arms, turned into white light and merged into his body. The next moment, a pair of white wings spread out from behind Chen Ping, and with a gentle wave, his body floated in the air. The invisible realm unfolded, and Chen Ping automatically mastered the power of the law of judgment. Within the scope of the domain, he can launch a judgment of good and evil on any life in the domain. If it is judged to be evil, the judgment will take effect and the life will be wiped out. Is this the true power of the artifact judgment gate? But less than 3 seconds later, the wings behind him disappeared and Chen Ping came out of the fusion state. Bai Fei's voice came from Chen Ping's mind, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to rest in your spiritual world. Chen Ping wanted to ask why it lasted so short, but no matter how he called, he got no response from Bai Fei. I can only wait until she has rested well and wakes up before asking. Chen Ping went downstairs to the restaurant, thinking that there would be hot meals waiting for him, but unexpectedly the restaurant was empty and there was no one there. He walked around the first floor and didn't see anyone. Confused, Chen Ping walked out of the Su family's main building and then saw huge banners appear in the air. Congratulations to Chen Ping for winning the first place in the National Martial Arts Examination and the top of the list of heroes. Rows of helicopters roared through the sky, and there were more helicopters not far away. Su Wenbo suddenly appeared from behind Chen Ping and asked with a smile, how is it? Is it a grand occasion? As soon as the trial ended today, my third brother announced the heroes list to the entire nation of China, announcing that you had won the martial arts exam. You ranked first on the heroes list with a total score of 100,680, and Su Qingli ranked second with a total score of 11,380. Su Wenbo brought Chen Ping to the door of a hall. Before they pushed the door open, they could faintly hear the noisy sounds from inside. Open the door and take a look. Su Wenbo patted Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping pushed open the door and saw that the entire hall was filled with men, women, young and old, and everyone's eyes were looking at him at the same time. The top scorer in the martial arts exam is here. Everyone applaud him. Well done, Chen Ping. You are our role model. You will definitely become China's brightest rising star in the future. Everyone present smiled and there was thunderous applause. Su Qingli, wearing a white long dress, held a red brocade ribbon and hung it around Chen Ping's neck. Thank you for saving China. You are a hero to all of us. Su Qingli's gentle and beautiful smile made Chen Ping's heart beat faster. Although the martial arts exam was only 3 days long, it made Chen Ping experience the separation of life and death. When Su Qingli died in his arms, his heart ached, as if someone had cut a knife into his heart. Chen Ping had to admit that although he had only known Su Qingli for a short 13 days, she had already occupied a very important place in his heart. Chen Ping smiled at Su Qingli and said, I'm not everyone's hero. I just want to save you and be your hero. Su Qingli's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she turned and ran away. Go after her, go after her, go after her. Everyone shouted in unison. Chen Ping bowed to the Su family and said, thank you all for your blessings. I'll drink this cup. He picked up a glass of white wine and drank it all in one gulp. I'm going to go catch up with Su Qingli first. Everyone, enjoy your meal. Chen Ping chased in the direction Su Qingli left. Su Qingli, who was wearing a white dress, didn't run very fast, and Chen Ping quickly caught up with her. Su Qingli looked up at the moonlight. Under the bright moonlight, her figure was like a fairy with a fairy-like appearance and beautiful figure. Just as Chen Ping was about to speak, Su Qingli spoke first, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I thought you had lost your mind due to your power and started killing innocent people, but in fact, you killed people to protect me. Thank you. Su Qingli's eyes were filled with tears of emotion, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. It's okay. Now the truth is out. Chen Ping walked to Su Qingli and stood side by side with her. Chen Ping was about to say something romantic when Su Qingli suddenly said, Song Qiyue came to see you this afternoon. Chen Ping was choked by this sudden remark and started coughing non-stop. She said officials had reinstated her journalist status and given her a 10-fold salary increase. She thought you were the one who helped greet the authorities, so she came over to thank you. Chen Ping quickly explained, I didn't say hello. I know. I was the one who said hello. Su Qingli looked at the crescent moon in the night sky. After all, she lost her job because of supporting you. Helping her get her job back can be considered a way of repaying you. Chen Ping was stunned. This was something he had not considered carefully. You're very thoughtful. Su Qingli shook her head, but she probably won't come to see you again. Why? You are the first in the Chinese martial arts exam. She is just an ordinary person and knows very well the gap between us. She asked me to convey her gratitude to you and then turned and left. Chen Ping was silent for a while, and Song Chiyua's voice and smile flashed through his mind. I hope she will have a smooth life in the future. The night wind blew the corners of their clothes. After a brief silence, Su Qingli said, the day after tomorrow, I want to treat you to a cup of coffee. Coffee? I don't like coffee, no thanks. I'll make you some coffee myself, would you like some? You can also make coffee? You're quite talented. Thank you. Just drink it yourself. Su Qingli clenched her hands, blushing as she said, I'll wear nice clothes and cook for you. No matter how nice your clothes are, I don't want to drink coffee. No, the nice clothes you're talking about aren't. Chen Ping swallowed and thought of the clothes Su Qingli wore when she asked him out last time. Don't ask, you'll know when the time comes. When and where the day after tomorrow? Su Qingli lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, after breakfast the day after tomorrow, come directly to my room. Chen Ping nodded, I will definitely come then. I didn't force you to come. Su Qingli stamped her feet in shame and anger, then turned and ran away. Chen Ping did not chase after him. He looked at the neon lights of the city not far away and fell into deep thought. What kind of clothes will Su Qingli wear for me to see? A pile of messy uniforms flashed through my mind, with less and less fabric as I went further back. No, it's very dangerous to go on like this. Chen Ping, who felt something was wrong, patted his head and suppressed the random thoughts in his mind. Chen Ping, don't forget your original intention. Women will only affect your lying position. Only one person can lie down however he wants. After completing the ideological construction work for himself, Chen Ping suddenly realized that his current body was an external incarnation. The main body is still waiting for him to bring back food. I almost forgot the most important thing. No matter how busy I am trying to lie down, I can't forget to eat. Chen Ping went to the kitchen to pack a meal and then walked back. Just as he reached the door of the room, Su Wenba suddenly appeared, which scared him. Chapter 1013 Treasures. How was your date with Su Qingli tonight? I just had a brief chat with Su Qingli. We didn't have a date. You stinky boy, you still don't admit it. Although Su Wenba said this, he was not angry. Don't like the hustle and bustle? I won't go to the celebration party for you later. We don't know each other, so we just go through the motions. You have a very free and easy personality. Su Wenba then placed a small note and a bank card into Chen Ping's palm. Open it tomorrow when you go to the military arsenal to select. Choose according to what's written on the note. This is what my third brother asked me to give you. The bank card contains your 10 million yuan prize for winning first place in the martial arts exam and the 5 million yuan I promised you, a total of 15 million yuan. You earned this through your own hard work, so keep it safe. Thank you, instructor. Chen Ping didn't pretend to be polite. He directly put the note and bank card in his arms and said, before I killed Wang Renjie, I asked him about the murder of Su Qingli's mother. Su Qingli's mother's death is definitely related to the Wang family. Su Wenba's expression changed, and he frowned as he said, I have been investigating this matter for many years. The Wang family was very careful and did not leave any evidence. The court of inquiry fell, and the Wang family was also ruined. Today, I wanted to add insult to injury, but Wang Tianqiu, that old fellow, is very cunning and has already caused all the direct descendants of the Wang family to evacuate, and he himself ran away with them. They hid in an ancient ruin called Taoyuan. We haven't found the location of this ruin yet. But there are so many people in the Wang family. No matter how hard they try to hide, they will definitely be exposed one day. Then we will settle the score with them. Tomorrow I'll take you to the military armory at Demon Suppression Pass. Once you enter, immediately open the note I gave you and choose one by the name. Don't be fooled by the other treasures' shiny appearances. They're just a trick used by the military to deceive people. Their true colors will be revealed once you leave the armory. Instructor, how do you know so much? Have you ever been attacked? Su Wenbo looked a little embarrassed and changed the subject. You should get some rest early. We'll set off together tomorrow morning. Without any hesitation, Su Wenbo turned around and left after he finished speaking. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Su Wenbo would also come into the room to take a look. If Su Wenbo discovers the existence of his real body, the fact of his incarnation will be exposed. Many of the operations he had planned long ago were difficult to carry out. The next morning, Chen Ping was awakened from his deep sleep by a knock on the door. I've had enough of this kind of life without a chance to sleep in. The system's upgrade sound rang in Chen Ping's ears. Would you like to check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday? Chen Ping yawned and was about to answer when the system continued. Please check your learning results. Qi and health value 20 points. The host lay flat for more than 20 hours yesterday, gaining a 4-fold increase, and the Qi and health value after the increase is 80 points. Please check the learning results, Dailang Jin, Pafeng Dao Fa, and Lianshan Ju cultivation experience. Chen Ping frowned slightly. What did Su Qingli do yesterday? His Qi and health value only increased by 20 points? It takes 2,000 Qi and blood to break through to the 4th level of Martial King. 80 points of Qi and blood are not a big improvement for him. Why not try a lottery? Exchange learning outcomes for lottery draws. Learning results have been converted into lottery draw times, and the lottery is now open. A colorful turntable unfolded in front of Chen Ping, but unlike the last lottery, the green "Thank you for your patronage" occupied more than half of the area. The area occupied by the divine weapon and divine level skills is only as big as a crack. What's going on with the system? Why is it taking up such a large portion of your patronage? The chance of winning the lottery will be adjusted according to the value of the learning results. Chen Ping wanted to complain a few words, but after thinking carefully, as Su Qingli's strength increased, the value of his learning results would continue to increase. Wouldn't the probability of drawing good rewards become very high in the future? It's not unacceptable to think this way. Stop. The spinning wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer stopped on a yellow reward. Wanli Talisman can teleport to any location within 10,000 miles. Number of uses, once. That's right, it can be used in case I need to travel in a hurry someday. After Chen Ping went downstairs to have breakfast, he went to the demon suppressing pass with Su Wenbo and Su Qingli. As soon as he got off the plane, he sought his acquaintance Zhao Long. Zhao Long stood at the head of the 8 waiting candidates with an arrogant look on his face, as if he was the first in the martial arts exam. Wait, all of you, watch carefully as I select the most valuable treasures from the military arsenal. Seeing Zhao Long's arrogant look, Su Wenbo said coldly, this brat is Zhao Long from the Zhao family. The Zhao family holds great power in the government and is known as the most powerful family in China. However, the Zhao family's current designated heir is Zhao Yu. Zhao Long is just a dandy boy who is not recognized by the family and can only rely on the family's reputation to act arrogantly. No wonder the Zhao family didn't bother me even after I kicked him until he vomited blood. Hearing this, Su Wenbo's face darkened, thinking that even if Zhao Yu had offended you, a fearless kid, would dare to kick her until she vomited blood, right? Okay, you and Su Qingli go to the armory and carefully select treasures. I'll go talk to my third brother about the Wang family's affairs. Chen Ping nodded and walked towards Zhao Long side by side with Su Qingli. When the officer who was receiving the candidates saw that all 10 people had arrived, he led the group to the armory. On the way, Zhao Long glanced in the direction of Chen Ping from time to time. At first, Chen Ping thought he was up to something bad. But Chen Ping found that Zhao Long's gaze was not on him, but on Su Qingli. So he's into Su Qingli? Chen Ping took a step forward, just blocking Zhao Long's sight. Zhao Long, who couldn't see Su Qingli's face, glared at Chen Ping unwillingly, and had to look away in disappointment. In front of the armory, Chen Ping, Su Qingli, and Zhao Long were scanned by instruments to ensure they were not carrying any dangerous items before they were allowed to enter. There's a test inside the armory. Whether you can pick out the real treasure depends on your vision. The 4th to 10th place students in the martial arts exam were very excited and were about to follow the top 3 into the armory, but they were stopped outside the door. You are not qualified to enter the armory to select treasures. You can only draw rewards randomly. An officer took out a box wrapped in red paper with a hole at the top and asked the candidates to put their hands into the hole to draw a lottery. There are slips of paper with prizes written on them. Each person can only draw one slip once. What you get depends on your luck. It's easy to figure out that the military wouldn't put any really good rewards in the box for them to draw. Looking at Chen Ping entering the armory, the 7 candidates who were left behind were overwhelmed by an emotion called jealousy. Damn it! Why am I not in the top 3? What's the point of being in the top 10? Not only can he enter the military arsenal and see those priceless treasures with his own eyes, but he can also choose them at will. This treatment is much better than theirs. After entering the armory, Qin Ping opened the note Su Wenba handed him last night. All that was written on it was, Sword Controlling Technique, 9-turn Resurrection Pill, Longquan Sword. Chapter 102 Treasure in Hand. As soon as Su Qingli entered the armory, he walked to a rack of knives without any hesitation and took down the rusty-looking iron knife from the rack. Zhao Long saw this and burst out laughing. You think this kind of junk is worth it? Su Qingli ignored him and walked to a corner of the armory and picked up a piece of clothing that looked like a rag from the ground. I've chosen it. I'll wait for you outside. After Su Qingli said this to Qin Ping, she ignored Zhao Long and left. Zhao Long, who was furious, glanced around the armory and thought that he must pick out the best treasure to make Su Qingli regret not listening to him. Soon, a sword emitting dazzling light attracted his attention. The sword was placed on an exquisite jade stand, and the 7 gems inlaid on the scabbard showed that it was very expensive. As if he was afraid that Qin Ping would snatch it from him, Zhao Long rushed to the jade stand and took the sword in his hand. I want this sword, Zhao Long announced proudly. Qin Ping didn't pay any attention to Zhao Long at all. His eyes stayed on a long sword with only half a blade. The long sword was dull, with several notches on the blade and many fine cracks on the sword body. Seeing that Qin Ping's attention was attracted by a broken sword, Zhao Long immediately said sarcastically, You are not interested in this broken sword, are you? It's obvious that the military deliberately placed some junk in the arsenal to make up the numbers. You wouldn't fall for such a low-level trap, would you? Qin Ping was too lazy to pay attention to this fool. He looked up and glanced at the sword in his hand. Zhao Long thought Qin Ping had taken a fancy to his sword. You don't want to trade your broken sword with me, do you? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Qin Ping did not sense any divinity in the sword in Zhao Long's hand, but the broken sword in his hand contained an extremely strong divinity. Divinity can only appear in a divine artifact, which means that this artifact has been tampered with, so it looks like a broken sword from the outside. Qin Ping gently stroked the sword body, wiped off the dust on the sword body, and revealed 2 words, Longquan. It seems that this is the Longquan sword mentioned by Su Wenba. If it weren't for his mental power sensing the divinity within, Qin Ping would have found it hard to imagine that this was a divine weapon. It was broken and rusty, and from the outside it looked like a broken sword that no one would pick up if it was thrown on the street. Qin Ping took the Longquan sword in his hand and walked around the huge armory. He found that some treasures were shining, some looked ordinary, and some looked tattered. Qin Ping picked up a broken weapon casually and found that the weapon was really broken. It was lifeless and had no divinity at all. True and false, false and true, this arsenal is quite interesting. After walking around, Qin Ping did not find any trace of the other 2 treasures. So he began to search carefully and found a book that was used as a table leg support. The 3 words Sword Controlling Technique were scrawled on it with a brush. Qin Ping opened it and found that it was full of words that he couldn't understand. If the note hadn't mentioned the book, he probably wouldn't have taken it seriously and would have put the book back in its place. Who in their right mind would use top-level martial arts techniques as table legs? But Qin Ping soon discovered that there was more than one book used as a support for the table legs. Who has such a bad taste? Is it funny? Qin Ping searched for the last 9-turn resurrection pill for a long time but couldn't find it. He was deeply shocked by the dazzling array of fakes and junk in the armory. At least 80% of the things in the arsenal are fake or junk. Looking at Qin Ping, who was constantly searching, Zhao Long, who thought he had found the most valuable treasure in the armory, said proudly, Don't look for it anymore. With your eyesight, you won't find anything good no matter how hard you look. Just pick a piece of junk and go. There were so many treasures, but I only picked up a broken sword and a book to use as a table leg. It was such a waste of this second chance. It was thanks to his good vision that he spotted the most valuable treasure at a glance. Zhao Long hugged the sword tightly in his hand and looked at Qin Ping with a mocking look. He wanted to see what kind of junk Qin Ping would choose as the 3rd piece. Finally, Qin Ping found the 9-turn resurrection pill in a simple box. The black pill gave off a foul odor, which made him doubt whether it was edible. But the words 9-turn resurrection pill on the inside of the box cannot be wrong. Qin Ping twitched the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the reminder on the note, he would never have thought that this pill was edible. I saw that Qin Ping actually picked a black pill. Zhao Long's mouth was crooked with laughter. I don't think even a dog would eat this. It's killing me. Shut up. Chen Ping glared at Zhao Long and raised his right hand. Zhao Long was so scared that he quickly ran out of the armory, fearing that Chen Ping would punch him. After leaving the armory, the sword in Zhao Long's hand immediately changed. The 7 gems inlaid on the scabbard became dim, and the light of the entire sword completely disappeared, turning it into an ordinary long sword. In disbelief, Zhao Long hurriedly drew out his sword, but found that the sword blade, which was originally sharp and shining with cold light, had become rusty and full of gaps. He wanted to go back to the armory to make another selection, but was stopped by the officer at the door. Now that you have chosen your treasure and taken it away from the treasury, leave immediately. Each person only has one chance. You, the military, did this on purpose, right? It was a truly magnificent sword in the armory, but how did it become a tattered long sword after it came out? I told you there's another test in the arsenal. Who can you blame for your poor eyesight? I don't care, you have to change it for me. Zhao Long, furious, wanted to rush into the armory, but was knocked to the ground by an officer with a punch. This is the demon suppression pass, not a place for you to bargain. Either take this sword and leave, or be tried by military court. Zhao Long looked at the soldiers around him who were eyeing him with eager eyes, so he had to cover his face and crawl up, staring at the officer who beat him with resentment. Although he was very angry, Zhao Long only dared to curse in his heart. I'm Zhao Long from the Zhao family. You bunch of lowlifes, just wait for me. At this time, Chen Ping walked out of the armory. Seeing the 3 pieces of junk in his hands, Zhao Long immediately felt better. No matter what, the long sword he chose is definitely better than the one Chen Ping chose. A broken sword, a book used as a table leg, and a dark pill, if left outside, would be rubbish that no one wants. Chen Ping, this is really laughable. Take a good look at what you picked. It's totally worthless. As soon as Zhao Long finished speaking, the broken sword in Chen Ping's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. As the golden light gradually disappeared, an ancient sword with a simple shape and intricate inscriptions appeared in Chen Ping's hand. Chen Ping swung the sword lightly, and a loud and clear sword sound came from the sword tip. 2 characters written in a flamboyant style were particularly conspicuous on the top of the sword. Long Quan. Chapter 103 Misunderstanding. Long Quan Sword. The sharp-eyed Zhao Long recognized the long sword in Chen Ping's hand. This is the flying sword that the god of war Su Tianyuan found from an extremely dangerous ancient relic deep in the beast abyss. He has used it to kill countless monsters and is very famous. He has a glorious record of taking the heads of divine beasts from thousands of miles away. Countless people coveted this flying sword and wanted to possess it for themselves. Now it has been obtained by Chen Ping? He looked at the Longquan sword in Chen Ping's hand, and then at the broken sword in his own hand. Zhao Long's jealousy reached its peak, and he roared angrily, Chen Ping, you cheated. You must have known in advance that this sword was the Longquan sword, otherwise who would choose it? Chen Ping had no time to pay attention to Zhao Long, the clown. He carefully stroked the Longquan sword, allowing his mental power to seep into it, and clearly felt the unusually active divinity within it. And its extreme desire for battle. The spiritual Longquan sword automatically floated vertically in front of Chen Ping, as if looking him up and down, then suddenly flew to Chen Ping's feet, tilted the sword body, as if inviting Chen Ping to come up. As soon as Chen Ping stepped on it, a strong suction force came from the Longquan sword, firmly sticking his foot to the sword. Chen Ping, who was very interested in flying with a sword, asked tentatively, Can you fly? Before he finished speaking, the Longquan sword rose into the sky on the spot, 5 meters above the ground, and took Chen Ping on a tour of the demon-suppressing pass at an extremely fast speed. Because the speed was too fast, Chen Ping felt that the surrounding scenery was rapidly receding. When he came to his senses, he found that he had returned to the original place. What a great Longquan sword! Chen Ping never expected that he could experience the thrill of flying with a sword in the world of high martial arts. He was surprised and delighted. Zhao Long, who was standing next to him, had tears in his eyes. The tattered sword that Chen Ping picked up turned into the famous Longquan sword. But the sword he carefully selected became a worthless piece of junk. Angry Zhao Long threw his sword to the ground and was about to turn and leave. The book in Chen Ping's arm suddenly emitted a faint golden light, which was extremely extraordinary. Chen Ping hurriedly stuffed the sword controlling technique into the inside pocket of his clothes, and Zhao Long's eyes became even redder. A book that can emit golden light can only be made with pages made of the fur of mythical beasts. Being able to be written with the fur of mythical beasts, the things recorded in this book must be extremely extraordinary, perhaps a heavenly level martial art. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance emanated from Chen Ping's pocket. Just one sniff made Zhao Long's pores open up and he felt much more energetic. Could it be the black pill that Chen Ping took out? The medicinal effect of the emitting medicinal fragrance is so strong, how terrifying must the medicinal effect of the pill itself be? Chen Ping took out the box containing the pills. The originally simple wooden box turned into a jade box as white as jade. The box was not closed tightly, leaving a gap. He used his right hand to close the box completely, and the medicinal fragrance in the air quickly disappeared. Seeing that the three things Chen Ping chose were all priceless, especially the Longquan sword, which was a priceless treasure, Zhao Long almost collapsed. He had only run a few steps when he thought it would be embarrassing to leave empty-handed, so he turned around, picked up the sword on the ground and held it in his arms. He wrapped the sword tightly in his coat, as if he had really picked out a treasure and held it carefully in his arms. Several candidates who had drawn their prizes saw Zhao Long coming out and hurriedly surrounded him. Master Zhao Long, with your discerning eye, you must have picked the best treasure in the arsenal. Would you mind showing us your abilities? Judging from the shape of the treasure you're holding, it's a sword, right? I really envy you for being able to pick the treasures you want. We just randomly picked some ordinary treasures. Zhao Long looked at the extraordinary treasures in their hands and was so angry that his body trembled and he was speechless. Chen Ping, who had reaped a lot of rewards, stepped on the flying face and flew over the heads of several people. Several candidates looked at Chen Ping's flying sword with envy. One candidate asked, Master Zhao Long, can all the swords in the armory fly? Can you show us? Yes, Master Zhao Long, let us open our eyes too. Several more candidates who had drawn the prizes came over, all with happy expressions on their faces, and were obviously very satisfied with the treasures they won. Zhao Long's face turned pale, and he finally couldn't help but roared, "Get out of here!" Then he pushed away a candidate who was blocking his way and ran away with his head down. Strange. Given Zhao Long's personality, if he had won a treasure, he would definitely show it off in front of us. Why did he leave in anger? The candidate who was pushed to the ground stood up and sneered, I think he probably made a mistake and picked a tattered piece. He felt embarrassed and was too embarrassed to show it to us. Several candidates looked at each other, then laughed happily at the same time, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. I've been fed up with him for a long time. He deserves it for being so arrogant. Ha ha ha, I must spread this news throughout Jingbei. Zhao Long picked out a piece of rubbish from the armory. It's really hilarious. Chen Ping had not flown far when he saw Su Qingli sitting on a chair and waving at him. Su Qingli held a precious robe emitting colorful rays of light in her hand, and wore a simple long sword without any decoration on her waist. Chen Ping controlled the flying sword and landed in front of Su Qingli. As soon as his mental power touched the long sword, an extremely domineering will came from the sword, which repelled his mental power. It seems to be a divine weapon. Su Qingli looked at the Longquan sword at Chen Ping's feet, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect that Uncle Tian Yuan would pass on the Longquan sword to you. This Longquan sword is a divine weapon that has accompanied him in battle for half his life. Under his nurturing, it has become spiritual and can fly and attack independently. It is extremely extraordinary. Chen Ping smiled and took out the sword controlling technique from his arms and handed it to Su Qingli. This sword controlling technique is for you to learn. Su Qingli took the sword controlling technique, flipped through it casually, and suddenly stopped as if struck by lightning. A memory suddenly came to her mind. It was the memory of her using the Longquan sword to fight against the monster. A large amount of information related to the sword control technique flooded into his mind along with memories. She flew thousands of miles on her sword, chasing the fleeing Li Sini. Just when she was about to find Li Sini, her father suddenly died at home, and her uncle was also seriously injured and dying. She had no choice but to rush back home, but was ambushed by the Wang family. If it weren't for her desperate resistance and her uncle's desperate rescue to help her break out of the siege, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although she was not caught by the Wang family, her uncle stayed behind to protect her and was eventually captured by the Wang family and taken hostage. In the end, Uncle Tian Yuan was forced to leave Jinyao Pass and confront the Wang family. As a result, not long after Uncle Tian Yuan left, the Beast Abyss, which had been peaceful for many years, suddenly erupted in a tide of beasts. Uncle Tian Yuan, who received the news, wanted to rush back to provide support immediately, but the Wang family threatened his uncle's life. In the end, his uncle died at the hands of the Wang family. By the time Uncle Tian Yuan rushed back to the demon suppressing pass, the demon god had already broken through most of the defenses. Uncle Tian Yuan sacrificed a lot of his life to defend the demon suppressing pass. Later, she followed Uncle Tian Yuan. Although her strength increased rapidly, she was ultimately unable to turn the tide. She could only watch as the demon suppressing pass was breached and she died in the mouth of the monster. The large number of painful memory details made Su Qingli feel very uncomfortable and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Chen Ping, bewildered, saw Su Wenbo walking towards him from a distance and immediately panicked. If the instructor sees us, it will cause a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 104, Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. Chen Ping quickly said to Su Qingli, "Don't cry, your uncle is here." Hearing this, Su Qingli wiped away her tears and put on a smile that was uglier than crying. Su Wenbo came over and saw the tears on Su Qingli's face. He immediately grabbed Chen Ping's clothes and asked, "What did you do to my niece to make her cry?" Chen Ping was at a loss for words and said, "Instructor, I didn't do anything. Uncle, I cried because I thought of some bad scenes." It has nothing to do with Chen Ping. After hearing Su Qingli's explanation, Su Wenbo let go of Chen Ping. "If this kid dares to bully you, tell uncle and I will beat him to a pulp." Su Wenbo looked at the Longquan sword at Chen Ping's feet and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect my third brother would actually give you this artifact." This was his favorite artifact when he was young, and it was very famous. Divine weapons are not like cabbages sold on the street. They are extremely rare and not plentiful enough to be placed in an arsenal for people to pick and choose at will. The Longquan sword has infinite uses and is extremely powerful. Don't let him down. What are the other two things third brother asked you to pick? Chen Ping pointed at the sword controlling technique in Su Qingli's hand and said, "There is also a sword controlling technique and a 9 revolutions resurrection pill." Fuck, the sword control technique? He's really giving you all his secrets. The sword control technique is a technique found in ancient ruins. It is one of the most advanced techniques created by ancient humans. If you practice it to a high level, you can even take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. The 9 revolutions soul restoring pill is also a priceless treasure. As long as you still have a breath, no matter how badly you are injured, you can be saved. These 3 things definitely didn't exist in the treasury before. They must have been put there by my third brother himself as a gift for you. Although Chen Ping guessed that these 3 treasures were worth a lot of money, he did not expect them to be so precious. No merit, no reward. I only want a Longquan sword. Instructor, keep the 9 revolutions resurrection pill. Just in case you need it someday, right? I'm using your head. Can you speak? Phew. Su Qingli was amused by the conversation between the two and gradually came out of her grief and despair. The things in my memory have not happened in this life yet, so there is still a chance to make amends. She must work harder and put all her energy into practicing martial arts. After a few words between Su Wenbo and Chen Ping, Su Wenbo looked at the simple long sword in Su Qingli's hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "The divine weapon tyrant sword? This artifact left by Zhou Wu can transform the courage in one's heart into an indestructible blade. It is very suitable for you, my niece." Then his eyes stayed on the colorful robe in Su Qingli's hand. The Phoenix Wing Cloud robe is made of the feathers of the 8th level mythical beast Phoenix. It has good defense and flight capabilities. It's also very good. But it's still worse than this brat's stuff. Your uncle Tian Yuan is starting to be partial. At this point, Su Wenbo glanced at his watch and said, "The disciple-taking ceremony is about to begin. Follow me." Chen Ping was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "There's also a disciple-taking ceremony. Is it so grand?" "Of course. My third brother is the most powerful martial god in China. His first time publicly accepting a disciple must be grand. This is also to protect you. It's to let the world know that you are third brother's last disciple, to show how much third brother values you. Those who want to attack you should first consider whether they can withstand his wrath." Chen Ping suddenly realized that although he didn't like this kind of lively scene, since it was Su Tianyuan's good intention, there was no reason to refuse. "Okay, instructor, let's go." The disciple-taking ceremony was held in the square of Jinyao Pass. As soon as Chen Ping arrived at the scene, a group of girls with shining eyes surrounded him and pulled him into a tent. Seeing this, Su Qingli said sourly, "Chen Ping is quite popular with girls." Su Wenbo smiled slightly and explained, "They are all family members of the soldiers in the Demon Suppression Pass. They are just here to help. Don't misunderstand." Before he finished speaking, Chen Ping's panicked voice rang out, "Don't take it off, I can do it myself. Don't touch there, I can do it myself." Chen Ping's words made Su Wenbo cough. It seems that the girls are a little too enthusiastic. Su Qingli narrowed her eyes, rushed into the tent, and brought Qin Ping, who was already dressed in formal attire, out from the crowd of girls. A girl with a slightly red face said to her best friend next to her, Zhuang Yuanlang's chest muscles are amazing, they feel good to touch. His abs aren't bad either. Hee, I took the opportunity to touch it. Another pretty girl with an oval face was about to show off, but when she saw Su Qingli's murderous gaze, she couldn't help but shut her mouth. Su Qingli angrily said to Qin Ping, didn't you get first place in the martial arts exam? Where did your strength go? How did you get manipulated by a bunch of little girls? Qin Ping wiped the red marks off his face and said awkwardly, they all meant well, and I felt embarrassed to refuse. Are you embarrassed? Su Qingli grabbed the soft flesh on Qin Ping's waist and twisted it 180 degrees. Qin Ping's body trembled, and he immediately begged for mercy, it hurts. It hurts. Next time I will definitely refuse you sternly. Su Qingli snorted lightly, patted the wrinkles on Qin Ping's clothes, and straightened his collar. Okay, Uncle Su is waiting for you, go quickly. Qin Ping quickly calmed down and a smile appeared on his face. He walked onto the bright red carpet and, under the gaze of everyone, walked step by step towards the center of the square. His handsome features and tall figure made it impossible for the girls to take their eyes off him. The smile with the corners of her mouth raised exudes charming charm. Rows of soldiers with solemn expressions stood around, their cold eyes filled with an unconcealable envy. Being able to become a disciple of the martial god Su Tianyuan is an honor that these soldiers dare not even think about. Qin Ping walked up to Su Tianyuan and whispered, should I kneel down and kowtow to you now? Su Tianyuan said angrily, I'm not dead yet, why should I kowtow? Just pour me a cup of tea and pass it to me. Only then did Qin Ping notice a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the wooden table next to him. He filled a cup of tea, bowed and presented it to Su Tianyuan with both hands. Su Tianyuan smiled and said, Qin Ping is a man of integrity, gifted with talent, and diligent in his practice. He is a rising star in the future of Chinese martial arts. He deserves to be the first in this martial arts exam. Qin Ping, are you willing to become my master and my last disciple? Disciple is willing. Su Tianyuan nodded slightly, took the teacup handed to him by Qin Ping, and drank it all in one gulp. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. Qin Ping bowed deeply to Su Tianyuan. But Su Tianyuan's next words made Qin Ping stunned. Parade the top scholar through the streets. A group of beautiful women gathered around and pulled Qin Ping into a sedan chair. The ceremonial guard, which had been ready in place, carried the sedan chair, played swana and struck gongs, and took Qin Ping away. Su Tianyuan looked at the scene of Su Qingli chasing after him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's great to be young. Chapter 105 Night Talk. After being tossed around for most of the day, Qin Ping returned to Su's house exhausted. He opened the door and saw his original body lying on the bed with a leisurely look on his face. He curled his lips and said, another day of envy for the original body lying flat on its back. The external incarnation shook his head and turned into a golden light and merged into the main body. Qin Ping stretched lazily. It was another day of doing nothing. How comfortable. He picked up the Longquan sword and the 9-turn resurrection pill that had fallen on the ground, put them away, took a shower, and was about to lie back on the bed when there was a sudden knock on the door. Qin Ping, are you asleep? Hearing Su Qingli's voice, Qin Ping said without hesitation, no, please come in. He glanced casually at Su Qingli, and his body, which had just taken a shower, immediately became hot. Su Qingli's pajamas only covered her upper body, and her long legs were as delicate and smooth as white porcelain, which attracted his attention. As her body swayed, her white lace pajamas revealed a hint of her chest, which made Qin Ping feel a little overwhelmed. Bending down and sitting on the bed, Qin Ping said with a somewhat unnatural expression, Qingli, what do you want to talk to me about so late at night? Nothing, I just can't sleep alone. Can't sleep alone? Do you want to sleep together? Thinking of this, Qin Ping's blood boiled. Looking at Su Qingli, who was emitting fatal temptation in front of him, he felt that his life of lying down had encountered an unprecedented crisis. The beautiful face and figure are like a flame that can burn people's hearts. Every look and every breath is full of seductive magic that makes people unable to extricate themselves. His breathing became rapid, and Qin Ping felt that his endurance was being challenged like never before. Which normal man can withstand such a test? Su Qingli, unaware that Qin Ping was about to lose control, sat down on the sofa, her long white legs gleaming faintly in the bright moonlight. Qin Ping wanted to look away, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Qingli, and the hot flames burned more and more vigorously. Why don't you speak? Seeing that Qin Ping was reluctant to speak, Su Qingli stood up and walked to the bed, looking at him with a pair of innocent big eyes. Pulling the quilt over his lower body, Qin Ping coughed and said, "My throat feels a little uncomfortable." "Then can you be my listener?" Chen Ping nodded. Su Qingli, defenseless, leaned against the headboard, crossed her legs, and said, "I used to hate fighting and just wanted to live a simple life with my family, so I chose the liberal arts. In the future, I want to be a teacher and educate people. But later I realized I was totally wrong. Without the ability to protect my family, how could I possibly live the life I wanted in this world where the strong prey on the weak? I had a dream. I dreamed that the Wang family and Li Sini conspired to plot against our Su family, resulting in the tragic deaths of my father and uncle. In the end, the monsters broke through the monster suppression pass, China was destroyed, and I died in the monster tide." Chen Ping felt something was wrong and looked up, seeing tears in Su Qingli's eyes. Their bodies appeared in my mind again and again, lingering and becoming my nightmare. A tear rolled down from the corner of Su Qingli's eye. In that instant, Chen Ping forgot the evil thoughts in his heart and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye. "Don't cry. I promise you that as long as I'm here, nothing like this will ever happen. You'll be fine." Staring at Chen Ping, Su Qingli shook his head and said, "The Wang family and Li Sini are hiding in the dark. They may attack our Su family at any time." After a moment of silence, Chen Ping said, "No matter what conspiracy they have, I will not let them succeed. Don't worry, as soon as they show their hand, I will kill them all." Hearing this, Su Qingli thought of Chen Ping killing Wang Renjie in the ancient ruins to save her, killing Li Sini with one sword, facing the demon god and destroying the gate of space. He had only been practicing martial arts for a dozen days, but he had already become so powerful and saved many people. "I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you for saving my life in the martial arts exam." Chen Ping waved his hand. "Nothing, I'm just lucky. Just luck alone won't get you first place in the martial arts exam. In fact, Su Qingli wanted to confess the fact that she was a reborn person, but the words could not come out of her mouth. Rebirth is too unbelievable. He won't believe it if I tell him. He will just think she's talking nonsense, right? So Su Qingli changed the subject and said, "I have been practicing the sword control technique you gave me very quickly today and have already entered the intermediate level." In fact, it was because her memories from her previous life were awakened, and she remembered many of her insights into the sword control technique, which allowed her to skip the entry level and elementary stages and directly reach the intermediate level. "I will work harder to practice, and I will definitely be able to defeat you in the future." Chen Ping almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He wished Su Qingli would become stronger and stronger so that he could become stronger and stronger. "Okay, I'll wait for you to defeat me in the future." Su Qingli also told Chen Ping about some of the troubles of young girls, such as the fact that clothes no longer fit because of rapid growth and the need to always buy new clothes. "I also always receive a lot of love letters from strangers, some of which are even written by girls." After Su Qingli spoke a few words intermittently, she looked at Chen Ping with her eyes and eyebrows painted. "I don't know why, but after telling you all this, I feel much calmer." The bright moonlight penetrated Su Qingli's eyes, illuminating the determination in them. "I will work hard to practice martial arts and reach the pinnacle of martial arts as soon as possible." Hearing this, Chen Ping smiled brightly in his heart. "Okay, I look forward to the day when you become the god of war." "Thank you for listening to me for so long. It's getting late, you should go to bed early," Su Qingli said with a faint smile. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingli was finally leaving. The school beauty was so charming that as a normal man, he could hardly resist the urge to make a move. Having such a delicate beauty right within reach is really a test of a man's determination. Su Qingli got up from the bed, but just as she took the first step, her foot slipped and she fell backwards. Chen Ping subconsciously opened his arms and hugged Su Qingli. Su Qingli's soft and warm body made him tremble, and his evil thoughts grew uncontrollably. With the warm fragrance of jade in his arms, Chen Ping subconsciously hugged Su Qingli tighter with both hands. Su Qingli, an inexperienced woman, felt her body getting hot when she heard the heavy breathing of the man behind her. She wanted to break free from Chen Ping's arms, but she found that Chen Ping held her so tightly with both hands that she couldn't exert any strength at all. "Chen Ping, what do you want to do?" Su Qingli lowered her head and murmured softly. Su Qingli's gentle voice brought Chen Ping's rationality to the brink of collapse. Staring at Su Qingli's snow-white neck and ears, Chen Ping let out a light breath, causing Su Qingli's body to tremble even more violently. Seeing Su Qingli's earlobe turn visibly red, Chen Ping finally couldn't help it and bit it. As if biting into a piece of marshmallow, Su Qingli suddenly opened his arms, ran quickly to the door of the room, opened it and rushed out. Qin Ping lay on the bed, savoring the touch of his lips for a long time before reluctantly closing his eyes and falling asleep. The next morning, Qin Ping opened his eyes and suddenly remembered that today was the day he and Su Qingli had agreed to meet. Here comes the problem. What would Su Qingli wear while making coffee for him? Chapter 106 Bunny Girl. The first thing I did when I got up was, as usual, to check Su Qingli's learning results from yesterday. Please check your learning results. Qi and health value 30 points. The host lay flat for more than 20 hours yesterday, gaining a fourfold increase in Qi and health value, which is now 120 points. After checking, Qi and health value is 630 points. Please check your learning results. God level technique, sword controlling technique, cultivation progress, intermediate advanced after amplification. Please check the learning results, Dailang Jin, Pafeng Dao Fa, and Lianchen Ju cultivation experience. Check. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly memorized a method of using mental power to remotely control weapons. The profundity and power of the sword controlling technique made Qin Ping secretly shocked. This was not only a powerful technique that could kill enemies thousands of miles away, but also a terrifying technique that could control tens of thousands of swords and make them return to their origin. Fuck. This is indeed a god-level technique. If I cultivate it to perfection, who can resist it with the move of 10,000 swords returning to the origin? In comparison, the increased qi and blood in his body seemed relatively ordinary, but it also made him clearly feel that his body was becoming faster and stronger. After absorbing the experience of practicing other skills, Qin Ping stretched lazily. Comfortable. When going downstairs to have breakfast, Qin Ping found that Su Qingli lowered his head and quickly finished his breakfast, then went upstairs. Strange, why does my niece eat so fast today? Su Wenbo was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it. Su Hang picked up a bun for Qin Ping and said, young people should eat more to stay energetic every day. In order to avoid arousing Su Wenbo and Su Hang's suspicion, Qin Ping finished his breakfast slowly as usual before going upstairs. After going upstairs, Qin Ping immediately rushed to the door of Su Qingli's room and couldn't wait to open it. Su Qingli's shy voice came from inside, wait a minute, your clothes are not put on yet. These words immediately made Qin Ping pause in pushing the door, and he began to struggle between his conscience and his conscience. If you are a gentleman, you should close the door and say politely, excuse me, I'll wait until you are dressed before coming in. But if you are a villain, you should reply at this moment, sorry, I will close the door now. Then suddenly rush into the room and lock the door. After a while, the hesitant Qin Ping finally made up his mind and was about to take action. Su Qingli's voice came again, I'm dressed, come in. Qin Ping slapped his head in regret. What was he thinking about while holding the door handle? He missed such a good opportunity. Qin Ping pushed the door open and immediately looked at Su Qingli, but saw that she was wearing a black cloak that covered her body tightly, and her hands were fiddling with the coffee machine. But the white rabbit hair accessory on the head is quite cute, trembling. Disappointed, Qin Ping sat in front of the coffee machine and watched Su Qingli add water, grind beans, press powder, and extract with slightly awkward movements. Although the movements are not skillful, they reveal a unique beauty. It's true that a beautiful woman looks good no matter what she does. Qin Ping watched the entire process of Su Qingli making coffee with admiration. Seeing that the coffee was ready, he was about to reach out to take it. Su Qingli suddenly retracted her hand that was handing her the coffee and poured it into the trash can. Sorry, there's something wrong with this cup of coffee. I'll make it again. Su Qingli put the coffee cup back on the table with trembling body, and her beautiful face quickly turned red. Host, please do not cover your outfit. You must show off your black and white double silk bunny girl outfit and make a cup of coffee for Qin Ping. Only then will the task of currying favor be completed. The entire process of making coffee must be shown to Qin Ping from beginning to end, and the clothing must not be obscured, otherwise the process will have to start from the beginning. System, do you want me to make coffee or put on clothes for Qin Ping to see? The drunkard's real intention is not to drink, right? Su Qingli, who wanted to find a bug and get away with it, could only helplessly untie the rope of the black cloak. Without the rope, the black cloak slipped off Su Qingli's neck. Qin Ping stared at the bunny girl costume on Su Qingli. It turned out that what she wore on her head was not a rabbit hair accessory but a bunny girl hair accessory. The tight sleeveless black jumpsuit perfectly outlines Su Qingli's exquisite curves, which is charming and breathtaking. The fluffy white tail behind her adds a touch of playfulness to her. Qin Ping tried hard to focus his attention on the bow tie around Su Qingli's neck, but his male instincts still made him subconsciously look her up and down. When his eyes fell on Su Qingli's legs, her slender and graceful legs were black on the left and white on the right. The temptation of black and the purity of white set off each other, adding a different charm to the slender legs. Chen Ping's gaze seemed to be attracted by a magnet and he couldn't move it away. Who can resist this black and white double silk bunny girl costume? Chen Ping covered his nose, worried that hot blood would flow out of his nostrils. His eyes moved from the rabbit ears to the exquisite curves, and then to the exciting black and white silk. Chen Ping felt his nose begin to itch. As a young man full of vigor, the feeling of heat almost made him lose his mind. Stared at by Chen Ping's fiery gaze, Su Qingli's face turned red all the way to her ears. Her hands, which were operating the coffee machine, were shaking slightly. She spilled the coffee beans several times, and the coffee powder always fell from her hands when she pressed it. The steps that originally only took 5 minutes to complete took Su Qingli 10 minutes to complete. Finally, when she saw the steaming cup of coffee in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the coffee is handed to Chen Ping, the task of pleasing him will be completed. Su Qingli blushed, lowered her head, grabbed the coffee cup and placed it in front of Chen Ping, and said in a trembling voice, "The coffee is ready, please enjoy." Su Qingli wanted to pick up the cloak on the ground and put it on, but the notification sound indicating that the task of pleasing was completed did not ring in her ears. She stood there at a loss, staring down at her black and white feet, her mind blank. Chen Ping, who had not seen enough, kept looking around. He felt that 2 eyes were not enough and he wished he could grow a 3rd eye. He didn't expect that the shy school beauty would wear this outfit that he couldn't even dream of. Chen Ping, who had feasted his eyes, memorized every detail carefully in his mind and felt extremely satisfied. Chen Ping, feeling a little thirsty, picked up the coffee cup on the table and took a sip. The scalding coffee lingered in Chen Ping's mouth, and the burning sensation made him even more excited. He was about to take another closer look when Su Qingli suddenly picked up the cloak on the ground, put it on, and then turned her back to him and said in a trembling voice, "You can go now." Just as Chen Ping drank his coffee, Su Qingli finally heard the long-awaited system notification tone. The quest to please has been completed. Please draw a random reward. She covered her face with her hands, her cheeks were burning, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Being at such a close distance, having Chen Ping staring at her for such a long time, and wearing such shameful clothes, Su Qingli felt she had no face to see Chen Ping again. Suddenly, Chen Ping's unsatisfied voice came from behind him. Coffee is very moist, and people are even more moist. Chapter 107, Too much joy leads to sorrow. Chen Ping was pushed out of the door by Su Qingli. He scratched his head and thought that there was nothing wrong with what he had just said. Why did Su Qingli suddenly become extremely excited, grab his shoulders and push him out of the room? It's very moist. Chen Ping savored Su Qingli's smooth curves again. I really want to touch it and see if it's as smooth as it looks. But she probably won't let me touch her, right? After Su Qingli pushed Chen Ping out of the room, she sat on the edge of the bed, breathing rapidly and her whole body was hot. What do you mean by more moist? That sounds weird. Su Qingli held her chin with her right hand and stared out the window in a daze for a long time before gradually calming down. I really lost a lot this time. I hope I can draw a good reward to help me defeat Chen Ping next time. She opened the system panel and chose to draw a random reward. Random reward drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, health plus 300. Seeing that she had only drawn the chi and health reward this time, Su Qingli's eyes went dark. It was only the chi and health reward. What would she use to fight Chen Ping in the next simulated battle? There was no chance of winning. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Su Qingli asked, "System, can you tell me why I can never defeat Chen Ping?" Detecting the root cause of the host's 2 consecutive defeats. Detecting the existence of a simulated opponent. The increased HP cannot be replicated and amplified. The next simulated battle will increase the host's strength. Cannot be copied and amplified? What does that mean? Confused, Su Qingli just thought for a while, and a powerful energy of chi and blood surged out of his body, continuously attacking the barrier of the 3rd-level martial artist, but there was always a tough barrier that could not be broken through. You must take the 2nd-level breakthrough pill to break through to the 3rd-level martial artist. After thinking for a long time, Su Qingli still didn't understand what copy amplification meant, but she secretly took note of it, believing that one day she would be able to figure out the meaning behind copy amplification. The next simulated battle will begin in 7 days. All weapons, equipment, and items of the simulated opponent will be blocked, and the host's strength will be increased tenfold. Simulated opponent, Chen Ping, record, 0 wins and 2 losses. If the host still can't win, the flattery mission will be upgraded to physical contact. Please be prepared. Su Qingli smiled. I have already blocked all of Chen Ping's weapons, equipment, and props, and increased my own strength tenfold. If I can't beat him in a simulated battle, I will kill myself by hitting my head against a piece of tofu. Chen Ping, just wait for me. In the simulated battle in 7 days, I will definitely beat you. Today is definitely the last time I'll do a pleasing mission. Feeling her thoughts were clear, Su Qingli lay back on the bed, and her cloak slipped off her body. She realized that she hadn't changed her clothes yet, and quickly took them off. I'm so embarrassed, I'll never wear this again in my life. In the morning, a 6th-level martial arts master came to visit the Su family. I'm a teacher from Beijing University of Warsaw, and I'm here to deliver your admission letter. The security guard at the gate looked at the badge of Beijing University of Warsaw on the visitor's chest and did not dare to delay, so he reported it immediately. Su Hang sat in the living room of the Su family's main building, looking at the old acquaintance in front of him and said, Li Chun, when did you become a teacher at Beijing North University of Martial Arts? Li Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a pack of cigarettes and said, Do you mind if I smoke one? Mind, I'm not feeling well right now and can't stand the secondhand smoke. I see you are in good health, what's wrong with you? Smoking one won't make you lose any weight. Although Li Chun said this, he still put the cigarette back into his pocket. At this time, Su Qingli just came back from the martial arts training ground. Seeing Li Chun, she was surprised and asked, Uncle Chun, why are you here? Li Chun was Su Hang's college classmate and also his roommate who slept on the upper and lower bunks. They had a very good relationship, and when Su Qingli was little, he often brought her gifts. I haven't seen you in a while. I came to see you and give you your admission letter. Congratulations on getting into Beijing University of Warsaw. Li Chun took out an admission letter and handed it to Su Qingli. Is the remaining portion in your arms for Chen Ping? Su Qingli asked as she looked at the other admission letter in Li Chun's arms. Seeing Li Chun nod, Su Qingli stretched out her hand and said, Give me some of it too. I'll bring it upstairs to him later. Li Chun shook his head and said, I have to give Chen Ping the admission letter in person. So Chen Ping, who was lying comfortably, was called up by the maid. He went downstairs and looked at the strange middle-aged man in front of him. Chen Ping said with some displeasure, You want to see me? Li Chun smiled and said, Chen Ping, your name is so well known to me. I have always wanted to meet you. Now that I have seen you in person, you are indeed a man of talent and handsome. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Chen Ping, who was originally a little unhappy about being disturbed, also smiled and said, I'm just lucky. Li Chun did not hand the admission letter of Beijing North University to Chen Ping. I suggest you don't come to Beijing North University. Chen Ping was stunned and asked in confusion, Why? I'm a teacher at Beijing North University. I shouldn't reveal the content of my course to you, but you're a junior valued by my good brother Su Hang, so out of personal friendship, I'm telling you that Beijing North University, under the pretext of giving you a scholarship, has forced you to take a harder exam. Your exam is at least 5 times more difficult than that of other students in your class. Chen Ping frowned slightly. I knew that Beijing North University would not be so simple. As long as I get first place in the grade, they will give me a scholarship of 100 million every year. Li Chun continued, Since you've already made some assumptions, let me make it short. The main investor behind Beijing North University is the Wang family, and many of the school's leaders are also from the Wang family. They will definitely use any means necessary to expel you from the school. You're well aware of the Wang family's sinister and treacherous ways. They say the exam is 5 times more difficult, but in reality, it's probably more than 10 times as difficult. So they want me to fail the test and get me expelled? Li Chun nodded, That's right, so I suggest you change to a Wuda University far away from Jingbei City to avoid the Wang family's revenge. Chen Ping didn't want to leave Su Qingli's side. She was the one she was bound to. If something happened, his life of lying low would be ruined. Close protection is required. It's definitely not about coveting the school beauty's body. Cough cough. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. The Wang family is now hiding behind the scenes. No matter where I go, they will secretly deal with me. It's better for me to stay in Beijing North University and see what tricks they have. Li Chun wanted to persuade her again. The difficulty of the Beijing North Martial Arts University exam is already very high. Increasing it tenfold means that you need to have strength far beyond your peers. Your SSS level talent sacrifice, although brave and invincible on the battlefield, does not give you much advantage in the exam hall. I don't think it's a big problem. Seeing Chen Ping so confident, Li Chun sighed helplessly and handed the admission letter to Chen Ping. When you encounter difficulties and need help, you can come to me. Chen Ping nodded, took the admission letter, and casually asked, "When does school start?" "You will have to report to school and take the entrance exam on the same day you receive the acceptance letter, so pack up and come with us to school now." Ah. Chapter 108 Huang Mao. Beijing Wuhan University ranks first among all Wuhan universities in China. The teaching staff is far ahead. To become a teacher at other martial arts universities, one only needs to be a 4th-level martial king, but if one wants to become a teacher at Jingbei Martial Arts University, one must be at least a 6th-level martial master, which is 2 levels higher than the requirements of other martial arts universities. There is even a saying among the Chinese people: there are only 2 kinds of Wuhan University in China, one is Beijing Wuhan University, and the other is other Wuhan University. Graduating from Beijing University of the Arts is like buying a fast ticket. You will be promoted faster in politics and the military, and your future is bright. Chen Ping thought that Jingbei Martial Arts University would have a majestic and grand school gate, but Li Chun took him and Su Qingli to a women's restroom. Looking at the small toilet door in front of him, Chen Ping felt that the CPU in his head was about to burn out. "Uncle Li, are you sure you want to go to Beijing North University from here?" Li Chun coughed awkwardly and said, "The space gate to Beijing North University changes its location randomly every day. The space gate closest to us happens to be at the entrance of the women's restroom today. If you really don't want to go in, let's go to a farther space gate." "Forget it, we're already here, let's go in," Su Qingli said. Li Chun took out a transparent spirit stone and threw it towards the toilet door. Instantly, a space fluctuation emanated from the door, and a deep blue space door opened in front of the 3 people. "Let's go in quickly while no one is around. Qingli, why don't you try going in first?" Chen Ping looked at the space door in front of him and always felt that it was a bit unreliable. What if after entering, you are not teleported and go directly to the women's restroom? Su Qingli did not hesitate and entered the space gate first, and then disappeared into the space gate. Seeing that there was no problem with the space gate, Chen Ping followed him in. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, and then his vision suddenly became clear, and a shocking scene appeared in front of Chen Ping. Buildings of all sizes are arranged in an orderly manner, and vehicles of various colors are flying across the sky, creating a scene of a futuristic city in a science fiction world. Looking at the buildings in front of me of various shapes and colors, there are even inverted pyramid-shaped buildings inside. Will they really not collapse? Li Chun appeared behind him and patted Chen Ping on the shoulder. Shocked, right? I was also very surprised when I first came to Beijing North University. I couldn't imagine that Beijing North University would be like this. Chen Ping watched the cars fly overhead at breakneck speed and wondered, why isn't this technology available outside? Li Chun shook his head. These are all ancient technologies, controlled by aristocratic families. Unless they are willing, they will not appear outside. Moreover, the cost of ancient technology is extremely high, so it is impossible to popularize it. So there's this country within a country called Beijing North University? A country within a country? That's an interesting description. You've hit the nail on the head. Apart from anything else, the medical care here is at least 200 years ahead of the rest of the world. Living here, the average person's lifespan could be extended to 200 years. Ordinary people can live to be 200 years old? What about warriors? Martial artist? Of course, the higher your realm, the longer your lifespan. Theoretically, if you become a 9th realm martial emperor, your lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. Chen Ping suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the upper class in this world monopolized the admission quota to Wuhan University and prevented the lower class people from entering Wuhan University. Not to mention these ancient technologies that far surpass those of the outside world, the mere idea of extending lifespan is enough to drive people crazy. Is it the same at other Wuda universities? All the Wuda schools are located in ancient ruins, but only the Jingbei Wuda school has the largest one and is the most powerful. You will need to sign a confidentiality agreement later. If you leak the information here, you will be immediately banned by Beijing Wuda University, no, all Wuda universities in China. To prevent students from leaking information, the Beijing North University's network is not connected to the outside world. They only have a forum open for students to communicate. Information is very closed. I guess most students don't know you, and they don't even know who won the first place in this year's martial arts exam. Indeed, if this place is exposed, it would be like uncovering a corner of the Heavenly Palace. How can ordinary people out there, who are struggling under the daily pressure of mortgages and car loans, survive? A complex expression flashed across Li Chun's eyes. So, even though those high-ranking aristocratic families know that monopolizing martial arts resources will lower China's overall strength, they are unwilling to allow ordinary people to ascend to martial arts. Before you, there was a young man from an ordinary family who was admitted to Beijing North University. After seeing the true side of Beijing North University, he thought he had opened the door to a new world. But the reality is very cruel. He was held back twice and is still a freshman after 2 years at Beijing University of Technology and Beijing University of Technology. That's why I advised you not to come to Beijing University. Not only is it the most difficult to get into, but the suppression of ordinary people is also the most cruel and intense. Without a background, you won't be able to move forward, and eventually even having a full meal will be a luxury. Chen Ping was stunned when he heard this. Is it possible that he can't even eat? You can't use cash at Beijing North University, you can only use points. As for how to earn points, haha. Although Li Chun did not elaborate, he knew that there must be many ways to target ordinary people without any background. A sense of heaviness welled up in Chen Ping's heart. Compared with the original world, the malice this world holds towards ordinary people is no less. The class antagonism was even more serious than he had imagined. The law of the jungle? Then let's see who can win in the end. Chen Ping wanted to ask more questions, but he saw Su Qingli surrounded by 2 male students with bad intentions. The leading male student had yellow hair, which reminded him of some not-so-good plots in anime he had watched. What a pretty junior! Is this your first time at Beijing University of Warwick? You're unfamiliar with the place, do you need a senior to show you the way? Come, follow me, I will teach you step by step how to spend the next 4 years meaningfully. Junior, if you want to get ahead in Beijing North University, it's crucial to build good relationships with the seniors. You don't want to fail the final exam and be held back, do you? As the yellow-haired man said this, he was about to forcibly pull Su Qingli's white and tender little hand, but it was held tightly by a big hand. Senior, isn't it rude to touch the junior girl before she agrees? Where did this new student come from? He's so blind. He is. The younger brother beside Huang Mao raised his head and was about to introduce the glorious deeds of his boss, but found that the boss was already kneeling on the ground, letting out a shrill scream from his throat. It hurts. Let go. Huang Mao tried desperately to break free, but found that Chen Ping was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. Seeing that the yellow-haired man had no power to resist, the younger brother knew that he had met a ruthless person. He pointed at Chen Ping and said, "If you have the guts, don't run. I'll go call people over. Just wait for me." Then he ran away. Huang Mao saw his younger brother running away and immediately became timid. "It's me, Huang Mao, who is blind. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I will never dare to tease my sister-in-law again next time." Chen Ping smiled slightly. Huang Mao, right? I hate yellow hair the most. As he said that, he punched Huang Mao on the head again. Chapter 109 I am the 9th rank? Only after giving Huang Mao 2 black circles under his eyes did Chen Ping let him go. When leaving, Huang Mao rolled and crawled, fearing that if he was slow he would be hit by Chen Ping again. Su Qingli stood there coquettishly, with her other hand behind her back and her sword half unsheathed. Well done, Chen Ping. If I weren't a teacher and couldn't help, I would have definitely beaten that Huang Mao down. Chen Ping frowned and said, Uncle Li, you are a teacher at Beijing North University of Martial Arts, and you can't take care of it? As teachers, we cannot intervene in fights between students unless someone dies. Once someone dies, what's the point of the teacher's intervention? Chen Ping sneered. He finally understood that Beijing North University of Military Science and Technology clearly put the words survival of the fittest on the surface. No wonder Huang Mao was so arrogant just now and dared to tease Su Qingli in front of Li Chun. As long as you are strong enough, you can bully the weak and do whatever you want. Here, you have to earn your reputation with your fists. Only when you beat everyone to the point of submission will no one bully you. So the seniors can bully the juniors at will? That's not the case. If an upperclassman privately attacks an underclassman, a lot of credits will be deducted, so upperclassmen generally won't attack underclassmen. That's still a bit humane. Li Chun shook his head and said, There's some humanity, but not much. Seniors can challenge juniors to a duel once a month, and the loser loses half their credits. Hearing this, Chen Ping immediately understood why Huang Mao had said that before. No wonder Huang Mao said that building a good relationship with the seniors is crucial. So this is why. Su Qingli snorted and sheathed the tyrant sword. If Huang Mao dares to challenge me to a fight, I will definitely beat him to a pulp. Li Chun sighed and said, when I was studying at Beijing North University, the school rules were not like this. But since Zhou Wuxian disappeared, there was no one to control the aristocratic families, and it gradually became like this. Because of these twisted and cruel school rules, the phenomenon of forming cliques at Beijing University and Wuhan University is now very serious, and even teachers have joined in. Li Chun's gaze stayed on Chen Ping for a long time. He patted his shoulder and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Next, Li Chun took Su Qingli and Chen Ping to a tall building and helped them complete the admission procedures quickly. Most of the time was spent on signing confidentiality agreements. After Chen Ping opened his forum account and received his student ID, he saw the bright red words 9th class in the upper right corner and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Li, what does this 9th class mean? Why is Su Qingli's student ID 1st class? Li Chun clenched his fists and said angrily, how can the school rank you as 9th grade? This is too much. Before he finished speaking, Li Chun turned around and went to the counter to argue with someone. Chen Ping calmly held Li Chun back and said, Uncle Li, things have come to this point. It's useless for you to argue with them. Li Chun's body stiffened, and he slowly loosened his clenched fists. This is the grade the school assigns to each student. From lowest to highest, there are 9 grades to the 1st grade. The 1st grade students can live in the most luxurious sky villas, waking up every day to overlook the entire Beijing North Wuhan University, enjoying a luxurious life and a series of privileges. The worst grade, the 9th grade, can only live in a simple dormitory and have no privileges at all. Chen Ping immediately understood that Beijing University of Warsaw was directly dividing students into different levels, forming a whole chain of contempt from high to low, which was convenient for management. Su Qingli's face flashed with confusion. Uncle Li, what is the basis for this classification? Why is Chen Ping 9th grade, and I am 1st grade? On the surface, it's based on the students' talents, but in reality, it's based on their backgrounds. Su Qingli, you're the niece of the martial god Su Tianyuan, the daughter of the Su family, so you're naturally classified as the best. Then Li Chun looked at Chen Ping, and his meaning was self-evident. I understand. Ordinary people without any background are the worst 9th class, right? Chen Ping put away his student ID card with a very calm expression. You're the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. Aren't you angry that they treated you like this? What's the point of getting angry? If they dare to do this, they're probably just waiting to see me lose my temper. I want to see what tricks they are going to play next. Chen Ping opened the freshman guide and found where the 9th grade students lived. Uncle Li, where is the 9th dormitory building? Li Chun roughly pointed in a direction. It's 2 kilometers east of here. Forget it, I'll take you there. Uncle Li, don't you need to lead the way for Su Qingli? She's a 1st class student and has a free shuttle bus. Just tell me where you want to go. You don't need me to lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a car stopped in front of Su Qingli. Uncle Li, Chen Ping, how about we take a car together? Li Chun and Chen Ping looked at each other and got into the car at the same time in tacit understanding. The moment the vehicle started, Chen Ping was startled by the strong push on his back, but he quickly adapted to it. Looking at the tall buildings outside the car window, Chen Ping felt an unreal feeling as he sat in a flying car for the first time. But when he stood in front of a dilapidated building and saw the broken walls and tiles that were completely out of tune with the surrounding buildings, he was instantly brought back to reality. Since we're here, I won't see you off. Let's meet in the teaching building at 2 p.m. We'll have the entrance exam then. Li Chun waved goodbye to Chen Ping while sitting in the front passenger seat. Su Qing gave him a cheering gesture and said, wait for me to put the luggage away, then I'll take a car to pick you up for dinner. After waving goodbye, Chen Ping walked into the 9th dormitory building with his luggage. After entering, it was not as dirty and messy as he had imagined. Although the decoration was very simple, it was surprisingly clean. Is anyone there? Chen Ping tried to shout. The words echoed in the empty corridor, but no one responded. Chen Ping shook his head and was about to find a room to stay in, but unexpectedly a figure stood up from under the front desk on the 1st floor with a rag in his hand. Sorry, I was just cleaning and didn't notice anyone coming. The boy had a simple and honest smile, with a yellowed white cloth simply wrapped around his head. A trace of blood was oozing from the left corner of his forehead. He was wearing a white vest with several patches of different colors on it. It was obvious that he had worn it for a long time. Are you a student of Beijing North University? Chen Ping was a little bit unbelievable. How could a student of Beijing North University wear such tattered clothes? The boy looked down at his clothes and nodded shyly. I'm a freshman at Beijing University of Warwick, but I'm not a freshman. I'm an old student who stayed back for 2 years. He wiped his hands on his clothes, then smiled and stretched out his right hand. My name is Yifan, what's yours? It turned out that the boy in front of him was the student Li Chun mentioned, who came from an ordinary family and had been held back 2 years in school. Chen Ping looked at Yifan's slightly stained hands without any disdain. He shook hands with him and said, My name is Chen Ping. I'm a freshman and was assigned to the 9th dormitory building. That's great. I haven't had a new roommate in over a year. All my previous roommates dropped out. Come on, I'll show you the dorms. Chapter 110 Forced Demolition. Looking at the narrow dormitory in front of him that could only accommodate 2 beds, Chen Ping twitched his lips. Although I had prepared myself mentally on the way here, I didn't expect the environment to be so bad. I haven't seen any toilets along the way. Where are they? Yifan took out a plastic bucket from under the bed and handed it to Chen Ping. The toilet was blocked a long time ago and no one came to fix it. If you want to go to the toilet, use this. Looking at the red plastic bucket that was scrubbed clean, Chen Ping's forehead was filled with black lines. I also cultivated a piece of land in the open space behind the dormitory building. I usually grow some vegetables and use it for fertilizer. Even 9th rank students eat in the cafeteria for free, so there's no need to grow your own vegetables, right? I was held back twice, and apart from retaining my student status, all other benefits were taken away. Now I just do odd jobs after school to earn some points and barely make ends meet. Chen Ping couldn't imagine how Yifan could persist in such an environment. What about your parents? Don't they care about you? My father died in a beast tied to protect me and my mother. My mother worked 3 jobs desperately to support me. On the day I was admitted to Beijing University of Warsaw, she was rushing to deliver a takeaway that was about to expire, ran a red light, and was hit and killed by a car. The air was quiet for a while before Chen Ping said, I'm sorry, I didn't know your parents had passed away. A flash of sadness passed through Yifan's eyes. It's okay. It's been more than 2 years. He put the red plastic bucket back under the bed. If you're not used to it, you can go to the 8th dormitory building, which is 1 kilometer away. But be careful not to let anyone find out that you're a 9th class student, or you'll have your points deducted. Fuck, 9th grade students don't even have the right to use the restroom, right? Chen Ping took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions. The class discrimination here seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Martial arts training requires a lot of qi and blood pills. Without qi and blood pills, how can you improve your qi and blood? Yifan picked up a wooden sword from the bedside and said, I rely on exercise to increase my qi and blood. I swing my sword 10,000 times a day, which increases my qi and blood a little bit. My qi and blood points are all ready. Suddenly, there was a shout from outside, Yifan, get out here. Otherwise I will tear down your broken building. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Ping walked to the window and saw a figure with yellow hair in the crowd. Huang Mao stood at the head of the crowd, holding a shining long sword and showing off his power. It's okay, I can handle it soon. Yifan was about to go out with the wooden sword. How are you going to deal with him with a wooden sword? It's better to use a wooden sword. I don't feel bad if it gets broken. I worked for half a year to save up money to buy a weapon, but it was cut in half by a knife. I was heartbroken for a long time. Beijing Martial Arts University has a clear rule prohibiting heavy fighting in competitions. Basically, we should stop at the point of contact. Don't worry, I'll only suffer some minor injuries and damage a wooden sword. I'll be fine. Chen Ping, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, took off the Longquan sword on his back and handed it to Yifan. How can you beat him with a wooden sword? Try using my sword. No need. The long knife in Huang Mao's hand is very sharp. Don't damage your sword. Don't worry, just chop him hard. If anything breaks, it's my fault. These seniors, relying on their high cultivation, keep challenging you to fights, taking away all your credits and causing you to repeat a grade. If you can defeat them once, you can get half of their credits. Hearing this, Yifan hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, okay, if it breaks, I'll work and save money to compensate you. Go ahead, you'll definitely win this time. Yifan went downstairs carrying Chen Ping's sword, still holding the simple wooden sword he made in his hand. Seeing Yifan coming out with a broken wooden sword, Huang Mao laughed and said sarcastically, you poor bastard who can't even afford a weapon, get out of water right away, you disgraceful thing. I'm going to tear down your building and build a luxurious villa for our boss to live in. Yi Fan's face was completely gloomy. He carefully placed the wooden sword on the ground and slowly drew out the Longquan sword from behind him. Huang Mao then noticed the Longquan sword that Yi Fan was carrying and continued to mock him. Where did you buy this cheap and low-quality thing from? Don't you remember? Have you forgotten the lesson from the last time I chopped you off? Yi Fan's expression was icy. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Huang Mao sneered. Oh, you couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds last time, and you still dare to talk to me like this? He pulled out a ball and threw it into the air. All right, the recorder is on. I'm going to teach you a lesson this time. I'm going to make you bleed. Before he finished speaking, Huang Mao rushed to Yi Fan with a long knife in his hand and chopped down Yi Fan's thigh fiercely. If this blow hits hard, even if the leg is not broken, a big gash will be left in it. Qin Ping, who was standing at the window watching, used the sword controlling technique. A sharp aura suddenly burst out from the Longquan sword. The Longquan sword disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared the next moment, it was already behind Huang Mao. Blood slid down the blade of the Longquan sword, and half of the blade was stuck diagonally on the ground not far away. Huang Mao looked at the remaining hilt in his hand and looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. How can you be so strong? A bloody mark ran across his chest, and trickles of blood oozed out. Although Yi Fan didn't know what was going on, he quickly reacted and walked forward to draw the Longquan sword. You lose, half of your credits are mine. Also, as long as I'm here, you can never tear down this building. Huang Mao's chest was heaving with anger, his throat felt itchy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I refuse to accept this. Just wait, I'll challenge you again next month. At this time, a burly and rough-looking young man walked out of the crowd. Everyone around him focused their attention on him, and they all shouted, "Hello, Boss Long Hao." Seeing that the Boss Long Hao was actually present in person, Huang Mao hurriedly ran to Long Hao, clutching his chest, and said, "Boss, why are you here? You don't need to come here in person for such a small matter. You're vomiting blood. Don't talk and take this pill." Long Hao didn't blame Huang Mao. Instead, he handed him a healing pill. After Huang Mao took the pill, he wanted to say thank you, but when he thought of Long Hao's words, he couldn't help but cover his mouth. Long Hao's eyes were always fixed on the Longquan sword in Yi Fan's hand. Your sword is very extraordinary. How about this? If you give me this sword, I will not only spare your life, but also let you join our dragon gang and enjoy wealth and glory. How do you think? Yi Fan refused without hesitation. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Looking for death. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't give him any face at all, Long Hao's face instantly darkened. Tear down this building, take the sword from his hand, break his limbs and feed him to the dogs. Yes. A group of people rushed towards Yi Fan with murderous eyes. Chapter 111, no one below the third rank or dogs are allowed to enter. Just as Yi Fan picked up the Longquan sword and prepared to fight to the death, Qin Ping jumped down from the building. The Longquan sword broke away from Yi Fan and flew into his palm. This graceful sword-wielding skill startled the crowd rushing over, but when they thought of their boss Long Hao watching them from behind, their blood instantly boiled. Brothers, come at us together. The two of them are definitely no match for a group of us. Yi Fan was about to step forward and fight them, but was pulled back by Qin Ping. I also live in the 9th dormitory building. They want to demolish my house, so I should do my part. The thunder blade was too powerful and difficult to control, so Qin Ping decided to use the Longquan sword to knock these people down. He let go of the hand holding the Longquan sword, and the Longquan sword made a clear and loud sword sound and shot out. Puff puff puff. The crowd rushing towards Qin Ping fell to the ground one after another. They covered their cut ankles, their faces twisted in pain, but they were so stubborn that they didn't say a word. The Longquan sword passed by again and returned to Qin Ping's hand. Long Hao, who was standing aside, watched the whole process, with an attitude of being a bystander, and did not choose to take action. Seeing his men all knocked down in a second, Long Hao was not angry. Instead, he clapped his hands and said, "You knocked down all my men so quickly. Judging from the strength of a freshman, you should be the strongest one. What's your name? Are you interested in joining the dragon gang I founded? I can offer you very generous conditions, guaranteed to satisfy you. What do you want? Credits, points, or women? My name is Qin Ping, I'm a freshman, and I'm interested in all of these." The corners of Long Hao's mouth curled up slightly. "So you want it all? I don't hate greedy people." Hearing this, Yi Fan took a step back and distanced himself from Qin Ping, looking at him with a distant look. However, Chen Ping changed the subject and said, "But I'm not interested in your dragon gang, which sounds like a mafia organization." Long Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a dangerous aura. "In other words, you want to be my enemy?" Yi Fan hurriedly stood side by side with Chen Ping, looking like they were sharing the same difficulties. Seeing this, Long Hao sneered and said, "If you join our dragon gang, we'll all be brothers. I can let go of the account of injuring my men. But since you refuse to join, you are our enemy. I must settle this account with you." Long Hao took out a bottle of pills and fed them to his men one by one. The healing effect of the pill was very good. The men quickly got up from the ground one by one, stood behind Long Hao, and stared at Chen Ping with hatred. "You all watch carefully and see how I defeat him." "Yes, boss." This is Long Hao's favorite trick to win people's hearts. Every time he stands up for his subordinates, they will worship him as a god and be loyal to him. No matter how powerful Chen Ping in front of him was, he was just a freshman, and no matter how strong he was only a second-level warrior. He now possesses the strength of a fourth-level martial king, his talent has been fully awakened, and he can just restrain long-range attacks such as flying swords. Your sword-wielding skills are somewhat impressive, but for me, they are not enough. Before Long Hao finished speaking, golden dragon scales appeared on his body and attached to the surface of his skin. After the scales covered his entire body, two-pointed dragon horns grew out from his head. Looking at Long Hao, who looked like a dragon man in front of him, Chen Ping narrowed his eyes and remembered the dragon man that Li Sini had turned into in the ancient ruins. Could he be a member of the demon god cult? Chen Ping's heart trembled, and he let go of the Longquan sword and aimed it at Long Hao's head. "Stop!" A delicate shout interrupted the tense atmosphere. Su Qingli got out of the car and ran between the two of them. "Su Qingli, why are you here?" Long Hao was slightly stunned, then asked, "Aren't you studying liberal arts? Why are you here at Beijing North University?" "I switched to the military department, took the military exam, and was accepted into Beijing North Military University." When Long Hao heard this, he was happy at first, but when he saw Su Qingli and Chen Ping standing together, his face suddenly became gloomy. "Who is he to you? Why are you so protective of him?" Su Qingli looked at Long Hao and the group of people behind him, and probably guessed what had happened, so she said bluntly, "Long Hao, your parents died in the beast tide, and it was my father who saved you and brought you back to the Su family to raise you. I didn't expect that after you were admitted to Beijing North Martial Arts University, you became ungrateful and cut off contact with our Su family. Now that you've grown up, leading a group of people to bully freshmen is fun, isn't it?" Long Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, as if he had a lot to say to Su Qingli, but in the end he said nothing. The dragon scales and horns on his body gradually disappeared, and his original appearance returned. "Walk!" Long Hao left with his men. Chen Ping hadn't expected that Long Hao was actually related to the Su family. After some thought, he asked, "Is he your childhood sweetheart? What are you thinking? We just met a few times at Su's house and we know each other." Looking at Long Hao's departing figure, Su Qingli sighed softly. He had great talent. My father was very optimistic about him and devoted all his efforts to cultivating him. But after he was admitted to Beijing North University of Martial Arts, he quickly changed into a different person. He started forming cliques and doing all sorts of evil things, and he completely cut ties with our Su family. After knowing that Long Hao and Su Qingli were not childhood sweethearts, Chen Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, why should he be relieved? Yi Fan, who was standing next to him, looked at Su Qingli, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and lowered his head in inferiority. Who is he? Su Qingli looked at Yi Fan. My roommate's name is Yi Fan. Hello, classmate Yi Fan, my name is Su Qingli. Hello. Yi Fan whispered. Seeing Yi Fan's worn clothes, Su Qingli looked at Chen Ping in confusion. Qingli, it's like this, Yi Fan. After listening to Chen Ping's story about Yi Fan's background, Su Qingli sighed softly. It's already noon, how about we have lunch together? Yi Fan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after touching his empty stomach, he hesitated for a while and nodded. After getting in the car, Su Qingli said, let's go to the nearest cafeteria. Received. Automatically navigating for you. The vehicle made a mechanical electronic sound. Yi Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked uneasily, why doesn't this car have a driver? Unmanned driving, you don't know? Chen Ping was a little puzzled. I don't know. I've never sat on one. After a moment of silence, Chen Ping asked, you were walking before? Yifan nodded. Yes, ninth-class students are not eligible to take the bus, and Jingbei University does not have public transportation, so they can only walk. It seems that the distance between the ninth dormitory building and the teaching building is quite far. Su Qingli said. It's not bad. If we run faster, it will only take an hour. Beijing University's hostility towards ordinary students is truly pervasive. As he was speaking, the vehicle suddenly stopped. A luxuriously decorated high-end restaurant appeared in front of the three people. As soon as Chen Ping and his group arrived at the restaurant door, they were stopped by someone. Please show your student ID. Students below 3rd grade and dogs are not allowed in. Chapter 112. Blast the door. The doorman, dressed in a high-end suit, had an arrogant look on his face, especially when he looked at Yifan, as if he were a country bumpkin, with no attempt to hide the contempt in his eyes. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. If I'm not a third-class student or above, I can't go in to eat? The doorman standing in front of the gate nodded. According to school regulations, you are not allowed to do so. Students below the 3rd grade have other cafeterias. The nearest one is only 20 kilometers away. We should still be able to make it if we run over now. If you don't want to, there are other ways. The doorman pointed to the right side of the gate. Following the direction of the doorman's finger, Chen Ping saw a red sandbag. As long as you can punch the sandbag, you can come in and eat as many times as you want, completely free of charge. Hearing the doorman's words, Yifan quickly grabbed Chen Ping and said, I've heard people mention that sandbag on the forum. It's not filled with sand, but with Shi2, which can absorb and rebound the impact force. Many people have tried it. When they punched it, the sandbag didn't move at all, but the rebound force sent the person flying. Some people even vomited blood and had their hands broken. Forget it, let's go to another place. There's no need to eat here. Yifan's cowardly expression and the doorman's disdainful gaze were reflected in Chen Ping's eyes, igniting an unknown fire in his heart. Chen Ping walked to the red sandbag, on which there were still dark red bloodstains that had not been cleaned off. He slowly raised his fist and was about to hit the sandbag when Long Hao's voice suddenly rang out, Don't waste your energy. You can't possibly blow up a sandbag filled with Shi2. Long Hao brought his group to the restaurant entrance, and the doorman immediately greeted them with a smile. Boss, what brings you here today? Bring the brothers out to do some work. It's noon now, so come over for a meal. Boss, please come in. The doorman's face was smiling like a flower. They are my friends. Long Hao pointed at Chen Ping and the other two. I understand. The doorman changed his previous contemptuous attitude and said to Chen Ping gently, No need to fight, just come in and eat. Yifan took a look at the dazzling array of delicious food in the restaurant and swallowed his saliva, but when he saw that Su Qingli and Chen Ping didn't say anything, he held back and didn't move. Su Qingli looked at Chen Ping quietly, waiting for his answer. Seeing Su Qingli attach so much importance to Chen Ping, Long Hao's eyes flashed with jealousy, and he said, It is important for people to know themselves. Don't be so stubborn. If you end up falling down with mud all over your mouth, you will only be laughed at. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know after you fight. Chen Ping took a deep breath, and the energy and blood in his body began to mobilize, and his heartbeat like a drum sounded. The surging and powerful heartbeat attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. A pair of beautiful eyes also looked over. Who is this foolish man who dares to challenge the Shi2 sandbag again? These lowly people are truly disgusting. They overestimate their own abilities. This is a specially made sandbag that even a 5th realm martial emperor can't break with brute force. Where do they get the courage from? It's okay to watch it for fun, just as an after-dinner entertainment. Chen Ping's face was calm, his blood was flowing at a high speed in his body. He concentrated his strength on his right fist, and the 10-fold force exploded, hitting the sandbag. The center of the sandbag suddenly caved in, and the soil inside frantically absorbed the impact of Chen Ping's punch. The next moment, the sandbag shook violently, and the soil inside was drastically deformed. Finally, it could not bear it anymore and made an exploding sound. Bang! The sandbag suddenly exploded, and the contained soil shot out and hit the door of the restaurant. The powerful force directly blasted the wooden door into pieces. Damn it, you made me eat a mouthful of dirt. Pa. This soil is so bitter. I just spent 5,000 points on my hair yesterday. Now it's all dirt and sawdust. Amidst the shocked, angry, and curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Ping patted the soil on his body, turned around and said to Long Hao, As long as you use enough force, there is nothing that cannot be broken with one punch. Long Hao's eyes flashed and he began to look at Chen Ping again. He originally thought that Chen Ping only won Su Qingli's favor with his handsome appearance and some tricks. But after seeing Chen Ping smash the sandbag with one punch, Long Hao had to admit that Chen Ping possessed strength far beyond his imagination. I am much better than when I first entered Beijing University of the Arts. You win. Long Hao took his little brother away directly, which made Chen Ping stunned. He thought that he didn't bet with him. The doorman stared blankly at the tattered red sandbag. In the 2 years since he became a doorman, he had seen many people challenge the sandbag, and without exception, they all failed. In his eyes, the sandbags could not be broken, at least not by students below the 3rd grade. But now he was beaten to pieces by a single punch? You can't be a low-class student. What kind of genius family are you from? A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on the doorman's forehead. He actually offended a genius with such terrifying talent. How could he survive in Beijing North University in the future? I come from an ordinary background. Not only am I a low-class student, but I'm also the lowest 9th-class student. But who says that 9th grade students can't break a sandbag? Chen Ping pointed at the broken sandbags on the ground and said, "Do you see it clearly?" At this time, the doorman did not believe Chen Ping's words at all. He just thought he was a genius with a weird personality from some big family and came to make fun of him. "Master, I see clearly that a peerless genius like you should never treat someone as blind as me. If you come here in the future, I will definitely not stop you. Come in and eat as much as you want." Chen Ping ignored the doorman's compliments and walked into the high-end restaurant with Su Qingli. Yifan followed behind them, looking at Chen Ping with a hint of well-hidden jealousy in his eyes. "Why is it that we are both 9th-class students, but you have a beautiful woman by your side, a sword in your hand, and great strength?" The people in the restaurant looked at Chen Ping. Some frowned, some looked curious, and some walked straight towards him. The woman walking towards Chen Ping had an exquisite jade hairpin in her hair and wore a celadon-colored cheongsam slit to the thigh. She was elegant and beautiful, like a beauty walking out of an ancient scroll. "Su Qingli, long time no see. This handsome guy must be the famous Chen Ping, right?" The woman first greeted Su Qingli, and then stared at Chen Ping with her beautiful eyes. Looking at the familiar woman in front of him, Su Qingli quickly remembered her identity. "You are Zhao Yu." Zhao Yu smiled slightly. "We just met once 5 years ago. I didn't expect you still remember me." Su Qingli certainly remembered Zhao Yu. In her previous life's memory, Zhao Yu later reached the pinnacle of official power and became the most powerful woman in China. During her short reign, the status of the aristocratic families became increasingly solid, and they almost took control of the military power. "Since we meet by chance, how about having a meal together?" Zhao Yu glanced at Chen Ping with interest and said, "Then I'd better obey your command." Chapter 113. 3 people living together? Zhao Yu sat on Chen Ping's left, and Su Qingli sat on his right. 2 beautiful women with their own unique styles sandwiched Chen Ping in the middle, immediately attracting a lot of envious glances. Yifan sat at the next table, picked up a big lobster and started eating it. The delicious food suppressed his inner depression. He originally thought that Chen Ping and he were of the same class, but now it seems that is not the case at all. No matter where he is just a small transparent person in the corner. Chen Ping didn't notice Yifan's changing expression. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly and lie down. Otherwise, today's lying time will not be enough for 20 hours, and you will not get the 4-fold increase tomorrow. Su Qingli picked up a big bowl full of dishes for Chen Ping. Chen Ping was enjoying his meal. Just when he finished a bowl of food, he found that the empty bowl in front of him was filled again in an instant. "It looks exactly the same as before I ate it." "No, didn't I finish one bowl? How come another bowl of the same thing appeared?" Chen Ping tried to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Both the texture and taste were exactly the same. Hallucinations? Seeing Chen Ping's puzzled expression, Zhao Yu raised the corners of her mouth and picked up a sea cucumber with her jade-like fingers and put it in his bowl. "Are you dazzled? Eat some sea cucumber to replenish your body." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Ping immediately realized that it was this woman who was behind this. "What did you do?" Su Qingli, who was standing next to him, also sensed something was amiss. Did Zhao Yu activate her talent? Zhao Yu exclaimed in surprise, staring at Su Qingli with her beautiful eyes and said, "You seem to know my true talent?" Su Qingli then realized that according to the current time point, Zhao Yu should not have revealed her true talent yet. She has always claimed that her talent is foresight, but in fact her real talent is time travel. A talent even more perverted than the SSS level supernatural talent of foresight. SSS level supernatural talent, time rewind, you can rewind time and change the future. If we can win over such people to our side, it will undoubtedly be of great help. That's why Su Qingli took the initiative to invite Zhao Yu to have dinner together. Su Qingli is very clear about Zhao Yu's current situation. Although she seems to be living a life of luxury and noble status, she is just a canary in a cage. He wanted to escape from the control of his family and gain freedom, but in the end he got deeper and deeper into it and had to work for his family. In his previous life, not long after Zhao Yu reached the pinnacle of official power, he suddenly died at home. His death was extremely strange. I also know you've been looking for teammates who can preserve their memories. Hearing Su Qingli's words, Zhao Yu was stunned and said in disbelief, "Could it be that you?" Su Qingli shook her head and denied it. "It's not me, it's him." Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Ping. "Did you eat a bowl of rice just now?" Seeing Chen Ping nod, Su Qingli confirmed his guess. After the martial arts exam, Su Qingli learned from Su Tianyuan that Chen Ping had triggered a death replay, and immediately noticed a point that was easily overlooked. That is, going back in time does not preserve memories. Memories will also be recalled. The reason why Su Qingli knew this was because when she died in her previous life, she was blessed with the ability to rewind her death. After her first death, she had no memory of the future in her mind, but only realized that the blessing on her body had disappeared. Ultimately, she was unable to change the outcome of death. Zhao Yu obviously guessed something and started to test Chen Ping as soon as she saw him. My brother Zhao Long was right. It's as if you could predict the future. You predicted everything in the martial arts exam with such precision that you easily crushed the plans of Li Sini and the demon god. Su Qingli shook her head and denied it. It has nothing to do with me. It was all done by Chen Ping alone. He does have the ability you want. With your ability, if you join forces with him, your future is limitless. You are truly extraordinary to be able to see through my true talent. Looking at the two people who inexplicably started to flatter each other, Chen Ping scratched his head. Is this how all girls talk? They always start to flatter each other commercially? There were many people in the restaurant, so the two did not make it clear in front of Chen Ping. Su Qingli said, "It's not very convenient here. Can we discuss it together in the evening?" Yi Fan, who was eating fiercely at the next table, was shocked. Has it developed to this point so quickly? As expected, being handsome is different. Yi Fan buried his head and ate even faster. Within just one meal, Su Qingli and Zhao Yu had become good friends who could talk about anything. Do women always form friendships so quickly? Chen Ping sighed in his heart as he watched the two of them chatting animatedly. After thinking for a while, Chen Ping said, "Zhao Yu, I want to renovate the 9th dormitory building where I live. Do you have any ideas?" That's easy. You just need to exchange your money for some points, then post a reward on the forum for someone to renovate it for you. Zhao Yu opened the forum of Beijing University of Warsaw and showed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at the wide variety of bounty tasks in the task posting area, which even included dirty jobs like unclogging toilets. He asked curiously, does Beijing North University of Martial Arts not care about anything? They will build and maintain the infrastructure, but the students will be responsible for maintaining the operation of the entire Beijing North University. Every student here must find their own place and earn points in order to survive in school. But someone has to do the dirty work, so students are divided into different levels. Only high-ranking students can do the easy work. The key to maintaining this system is points and credits. 1 point is worth 1 yuan, which is equivalent to the currency of the outside world. Credits can only be obtained through exams, duels, climbing towers, etc. They are indispensable for successful advancement and graduation. After listening to Zhao Yu's words, Chen Ping understood that the entire Beijing North University was equivalent to student self-government, and the school controlled students through points and credits behind the scenes. This isn't much different from the outside world, it's just a different way of saying it. After understanding the situation clearly, Chen Ping knew how to lie down at Beijing North Wuhan University. Hold on tightly to the thighs of first-class student Su Qingli. Earn points through hard work? No way. Qingli, is the sky villa you live in big? When Chen Ping said this, Su Qingli coughed and her face turned red. She naturally understood what Chen Ping meant. Did he want to move in and live with her? Zhao Yu, who was watching the fun, said, the sky villa is very big, it can accommodate 3 people without any problem. How about we live together? Looking at Zhao Yu's charming eyes, Chen Ping swallowed his saliva. Is the blessing of having two wives coming? Seeing that Chen Ping was actually a little moved, Su Qingli immediately snorted, Sister Yu, it's fine for you to live with me. But if you want to live with me, no way. Chen Ping said oh and turned his gaze to Zhao Yu, then you and Su Qingli live together, and I can live in the empty house. Zhao Yu raised the corner of her mouth charmingly, no need to go through so much trouble, how about we just live together? I think it's quite lively for three of us to live together. Chapter 114 Li Seni appears. No. Su Qingli slammed the table excitedly and stood up. The restaurant fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned towards him. Su Qingli sat down with a red face, her eyes full of reluctance. Don't worry, Sister Qingli. Let's try living together for a while. If it doesn't work, we can separate. You don't want Chen Ping to live in such a bad dormitory, do you? Seeing Su Qingli's anxious look, Zhao Yu did not laugh at her in her heart. On the contrary, she was very envious of Su Qingli for being so sincere in her feelings. She has lived under the surveillance of her family since she was a child. Many men wanted to get her. If she had not revealed her powerful talent early on, she would have been married off by the family in exchange for more benefits. But now, she is just a tool that the family uses conveniently. If one day she cannot bring enough benefits to the family, she will be abandoned by the family sooner or later. Zhao Yu once had a beautiful dream that a knight on a white horse would rescue her, but when she woke up, she found herself surrounded by wolves, so she had to pretend to be nice and try to get a chance to break free from the cage. Chen Ping's ability to retain his memory when time goes back is the key to whether she can break free from the Zhao family's constraints. It is very necessary for her to live with him. Seeing that Su Qingli hesitated for a while and did not continue to object, Zhao Yu smiled and said, then it's happily decided. Chen Ping and I will move in with you tonight. Hearing this, Chen Ping was stunned. Didn't they even ask for his opinion? He hasn't agreed yet. His eyes moved left and right between Su Qingli and Zhao Yu's faces, and after comparing them for a long time, Chen Ping still did not make a decision. It's so hard to choose. It's better to live together and let the children make the choice. Chen Ping coughed lightly and said, eat first. Don't we have the entrance exam this afternoon? Eat more. After dinner, Zhao Yu called a car and wanted to take Su Qingli with her to familiarize herself with the environment of Beijing North University, but Su Qingli refused, saying that she wanted to send Chen Ping and Yifan back. Glancing at Yifan, who was a little timid, Zhao Yu said nothing, then you should come to the teaching building early this afternoon. I have something to tell you. After saying goodbye to Zhao Yu, Chen Ping took the car called by Su Qingli back to the dormitory. Looking at the ridiculously poor environment of the 9th dormitory building, Su Qingli frowned. When she learned that there was no place to go to the toilet, she could no longer bear it. The school is going too far. Is this a place suitable for human habitation? You and Zhao Yu move in tonight and we can live together. Chen Ping noticed Yifan's somewhat lonely expression, thought for a while, opened the school forum, and posted a message about repairing and unclogging the toilet in the 9th dormitory building. When setting up the points reward, Chen Ping found that his account balance was 0, but there was a recharge button next to it. Seeing the familiar transfer process on it, he laughed out loud. But he soon stopped laughing, because he found out that the exchange rate for 9th level students was 9:1, which means that 9 yuan could be exchanged for 1 point, but the purchasing power of 1 point in Beijing North University was only equivalent to 1 yuan, which means that if he charged all the 16 million yuan he had on him, it would shrink to more than 1.77 million yuan. What a ripoff! After being disgusted by the hierarchy of Beijing North University again, Chen Ping recharged 9,000 yuan and used the 1,000 points he exchanged to post a task reward on the forum. Although the price was not low, there shouldn't be many people willing to do such a dirty job as unclogging toilets. Chen Ping thought he would have to wait at least half a day before someone would take the task. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 seconds, the system prompted that someone had accepted the order and was on the way. No, isn't it so curly? Only then did Chen Ping realize that he seemed to have underestimated the difficulty of survival in Beijing University of Warsaw. No wonder Yifan is in such a miserable situation. So many people are rushing to do the job of unclogging a toilet. How much points are missing? Seeing from the forum backstage that the person who accepted the task was less than a kilometer away from the 9th dormitory building, Chen Ping couldn't help but sigh. If this speed were to happen outside, Kangaroo Takeout would go bankrupt in minutes. Curious, Su Qingli leaned over and saw that Chen Ping had actually offered a bounty for clearing the toilet. She smiled and said, "You're quite kind. You even helped him solve the toilet problem before you left." It's just a small favor for a little money. Chen Ping took his luggage out of the room, turned around and said goodbye to Yifan. See you in the teaching building this afternoon. Yifan waved goodbye to Chen Ping reluctantly, stood at the door of the 9th dormitory building and watched the two leave for a long time before turning around and leaving in disappointment. Ever since he came to Beijing University of the Arts 2 years ago, he has been living a very difficult life because he has no points. He wants to work to earn some points, but he often fails to grab the bounty missions. He has been on the verge of giving up and dropping out several times. But the desire to stand out drove him to persevere. Why did you let me see such a beautiful girl up close? Why did you let me eat such delicious food? Why did you give me hope and then make me despair? Yifan, who had been living at the bottom of society and struggling hard, had his heart broken. They are all 9th class students, so why is Chen Ping so handsome, powerful, and surrounded by beautiful women? Yifan suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to compare with Chen Ping. No matter how hard one tries, there is a limit, even if he has SSS level conceptual talent. Hard work pays off. God rewards hard work. You are blessed by destiny, and as long as you work hard, you will succeed in everything you do. Bullshit fate, bullshit everything will succeed as long as you work hard. Without a good background or upbringing, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. I can't even afford the realm breaking pill, and I can't even break through to the second realm of warriors. Yifan, in great pain, curled up on the wooden bed and let out a low roar. Suddenly, someone knocked on the dormitory door, making a rhythmic thud. Could it be that Chen Ping came back and wanted to take him away with him? Yifan opened the door with a smile on his face, but saw a strange face. Who are you? I came here to unclog the toilet. There was no light in the stranger's eyes, and he looked as if he had lost all hope in life. He looked around the room but found no sign of Chen Ping. Where is Chen Ping, the one who issued the mission? Wrapped up in a feeling of loss, Yifan didn't notice anything strange about the strange man and said truthfully, he left with Su Qingli. When the stranger learned that he was a step late, a sinister flashed in his eyes. With no place to vent his anger, he set his sights on Yifan. Who are you to him? Yifan shook his head. He's nobody, just a chance acquaintance. Since it's useless, then die. The strange man suddenly reached out and grabbed Yifan's neck. No one would care if he died as a mere warrior of the first realm. Just kill him. Just as he was about to break Yifan's neck, a strange force came from Yifan's hand and he broke free from his chokehold. This piqued the strange man's interest. Interesting. What is your talent? Chapter 115, Rebellion against the Demon God Cult. Yifan covered his aching neck, rushed to the bedside, grabbed the wooden sword and pointed it at the strange man. Who are you? The stranger rubbed his aching right hand and said, the leader of the demon god cult, Li Sini. Hearing this, Yifan was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. Because he was too nervous, the hand holding the wooden sword began to tremble slightly. I didn't provoke your demon god cult, did I? Why are you trying to kill me? Li Sini narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone cold, my patience is limited. Answer my question, what is your talent? Otherwise, you will die. The threatening words made Yifan's spirit become extremely tense. He had never felt so close to death before. Trembling, he replied, SSS level conceptual talent, God rewards hard work, you are blessed by destiny. As long as you work hard, you will succeed in everything you do. After hearing Yifan's words, Li Sini snorted coldly, you still want to deceive me at this time? God rewards hard work. This is a well-known concept-based talent. How did you end up like this? Yifan lowered his head in shame, it's my incompetence. I can't afford the realm-breaking pill. Even if my blood and energy reach 1,000 points, I can't break through to the second realm warrior. Hearing this, Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and used his mental power to carefully sense Yifan, and found that there was a powerful energy and blood hidden in his body, which far exceeded that of a second-level warrior and reached the level of a mid-stage third-level warrior. Such a strange situation made Li Sini start to believe Yifan's words and re-examine Yifan's value. It seems you have also been hurt by this ugly world. Humanity has long been corrupt and degenerate. Only by being purified by the demon god can one wash away their sins. Are you interested in joining our demon god cult? As long as you join, you will never lack resources for cultivation again. Coupled with your talent, you will surely soar to the sky. Yifan had heard of the name of the demon god cult a long time ago and knew that it was an evil cult that was capable of doing all kinds of evil and was extremely dangerous. He didn't want to join such a cult and betray humanity. even at the cost of his life. But Chen Ping's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. He also wanted to become as powerful and respected as Chen Ping, and be stared at with admiration by beautiful women. I also want to live with them and have some fun with them. The desire surging deep in his heart made Ji Fan's mouth dry. He nodded and said, I am willing to join the demon god cult. Li Seni, who had thought that Ji Fan would have to talk a lot, saw that Ji Fan was so polite and raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Very good, welcome to join the demon god cult. Drink this potion and you will be a member of our demon god cult. Seeing the green potion in Li Seni's hand, Yi Fan's throat rolled, then he took a sip and drank it. I'll have someone come find you tonight. Join his gang. He'll give you the training resources you need to help you grow quickly. After hearing Li Seni's words, Yi Fan knew that there is no free lunch in the world, so he asked, then what do I need to do? Li Seni's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's simple. Kill Chen Ping. Hearing this, Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of guilt surged in his heart. However, when he thought about how Chen Ping was clearly capable of taking him away from this ghost place, but he ran away alone with two beauties, his heart was quickly replaced by a firm tone. As long as you give me enough training resources, I can definitely kill him. Yi Fan's resolute tone made Li Seni very satisfied. If you really do it, I will introduce you to the demon god and let it grant you the power of the gods. From now on, no one can stop you from doing whatever you want. After hearing this, the voices and smiles of Su Qingli and Zhao Yu flashed through Yi Fan's mind. As long as he killed Chen Ping and possessed the power of a god, these two peerless beauties would be his. Then he can do whatever he wants. No need to linger in this crappy place anymore. Chen Ping, who didn't know that Ji Fan had joined the demon god cult, had just arrived at Su Qingli's dormitory door by car. No, the penthouse. A row of luxuriously and exquisitely decorated villas are built in an orderly manner on a huge building. The building below not only provides a variety of delicious food around the clock, but also provides various leisure and entertainment venues. After arriving at the space villa where Su Qingli lived, Chen Ping was shocked by the huge space inside. There are 5 floors in total. Isn't this too exaggerated? It has all the audio-visual entertainment you need, even a bathing pool. Compared to the 9th dormitory where I lived before, it is simply a paradise on Earth. It's truly worthy of being called a sky villa for top students. After walking around the villa, Chen Ping chose a room on the 3rd floor to live in. Su Qingli lived on the 4th floor, so it was more convenient to go up and find her. Lying on the soft big bed, Chen Ping felt like he was alive again. It is fully equipped with floor heating and fresh air systems, and even a smart home manager that can control home appliances, turn on and off lights, and draw curtains just by shouting. It's really like that those who are thirsty will die of drought, and those who are flooded will die of flooding. The 1st class students live in heaven, and the 9th class students live in hell, right? After a short rest, Chen Ping and Su Qingli took a car to the teaching building. A handsome man and a beautiful woman got out of the car and quickly attracted a lot of people's attention. You guys are really quick, didn't you linger for a while? Zhao Yu's voice came from behind, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Hearing this, Su Qingli immediately turned around and said, Zhao Yu, you can't talk nonsense like that, or people will misunderstand you. Qingqing, I saw you couldn't wait to bring someone back to the Sky Villa at noon. When Chen Ping heard the name Qingqing, he felt a lump in his teeth. It was so corny. Su Qingli was also startled by Zhao Yu's address and quickly said, just call me Qingli. Seeing Su Qingli's cheeks visibly reddening, Zhao Yu chuckled in her heart. She didn't expect that the daughter of the Su family was so thin-skinned. Okay, I'll call you Qingli from now on, and you guys follow me. Zhao Yu led the two of them to an empty classroom. Her expression suddenly changed, changing from her previous relaxed demeanor. She said to Chen Ping in a very serious tone, you're in big trouble. I've gotten into a lot of trouble. Which one are you talking about? Chen Ping shrugged, looking like he was not burdened by too many debts. Seeing Chen Ping's relaxed look, Zhao Yu's face darkened. You offended all the families in Jingbei during the martial arts exam. Now they are secretly uniting to make your entrance exam more difficult. I know a little about this. Beijing University of Warsaw increased the difficulty of all my exams tenfold in the name of a scholarship. More than 10 times. According to the information I received, your entrance exam this time is more than 100 times more difficult than others. You might even be in danger of your life. Zhao Yu took out a video and played it for Chen Ping to watch. Just an hour ago, the school even used a 6th level monster for testing just to be on the safe side. In the video, a huge monster entered a room, a golden knife light flashed, and its head and body were separated in an instant. Chen Ping, with his sharp eyes, caught sight of the somewhat blurry figure. Fuck, Su Tianyuan, the god of war? Chapter 116 First Kiss. The one in the video is a 6th level monster, and it possesses a monster core. Its strength is even higher than that of an ordinary 6th level martial arts master. Chen Ping was silent for a while. The development of things had exceeded his imagination. No, he is a freshman, and his realm is only the 3rd level martial artist. Is it necessary to use a 6th level monster for comparison and testing? Could it be that in the eyes of the school, I already have the strength of a 6th level monster? They conducted a comprehensive data analysis based on the video footage of you taking the martial arts exam and came to a conclusion. If you kill enough monsters, you will be stronger than even the average 6th level monster. Zhao Yu sent Chen Ping a detailed research report, which was over 1,000 pages long and made Chen Ping's scalp tingle. Isn't this too outrageous? This research report was rushed out overnight by a team of top professors from Beijing University and Wuhan University, specifically to completely kill you in the cradle. How big of a grudge is that? Didn't I just teach their family members a lesson during the martial arts exam? Hearing this, Zhao Yu hesitated for a long time, her expression changing several times before she finally made up her mind and said, I can tell you the real reason, but you have to agree to one thing I ask. What do you want? If you can survive and grow up to become a martial god, I want to bear a child for you. Cough, cough. When Chen Ping heard Zhao Yu's request, he was breathless for a moment and coughed several times before he recovered. Your request is too outrageous, I can't agree to it. I don't agree either. Zhao Yu looked at Su Qingli, who was full of opposition, and took a step back. If you care about Su Qingli's opinion, I can accept the injection method. It's getting more and more outrageous. Chen Ping immediately refused, even injections are not an option. Don't even think about it. He just wanted to lie down quietly, but he didn't want a child to pop up and call him dad one day. Zhao Yu put her finger to her lips, staring at Chen Ping with a piercing gaze. For a man as unruly as you, the only way I can think of to form a permanent bond with you is to bear you a child. It seems that I am too hasty. We are not familiar with each other yet. You won't even eat the meat right in front of your mouth. Of course you won't agree. Then close your eyes for 5 seconds and I'll tell you everything I know. Hearing such a simple request, Chen Ping closed his eyes without thinking too much. Su Qingli, please close your eyes too. The next moment, Chen Ping felt his lips touching something warm and soft, and a sweet taste seeped into his lips. He was about to savor it carefully, but the sweet feeling suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint aftertaste lingering on the tip of his tongue. After savoring it for a few seconds, Chen Ping opened his eyes and saw Zhao Yu licking her lips, as if she was also savoring something. No, the first kiss is gone just like that? It's okay that you stole a kiss, but why was it so short? I closed my eyes for a full 5 seconds. What a big loss. At this time, Su Qingli also opened her eyes and looked at the two of them suspiciously. You didn't do anything just now? Zhao Yu and Chen Ping nodded at the same time in perfect understanding. Seeing this, although Su Qingli was a little suspicious, she didn't say much. Now that we've done what you asked, should you tell us everything you know? Zhao Yu, with a slightly flushed face, glanced at Chen Ping, who didn't dare to look her in the eye. I thought, seeing how shy he is, this must be his first time. I won, so I won. As long as she can leave a deep impression in his heart, the probability of him helping her escape from the Zhao family in the future will greatly increase. Zhao Yu turned her gaze towards Su Qingli. You also know about the prophecy about the child of destiny, right? Otherwise, your Su family wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Hearing the prophecy of the child of destiny, Su Qingli was stunned. She did know about this matter. However, according to her memories of her previous life, this prophecy was pure nonsense and had no credibility at all. So I didn't take it seriously at all. But she was suddenly stunned. Isn't the sudden appearance of Chen Ping in this life a fulfillment of the prophecy? Several years ago, a warrior with a gift for prophecy performed a final divination at the cost of his life before his death, leaving behind his final words. The son of destiny, born from an ordinary background, will end the rule of the aristocratic families and usher in a new era for China. At first, the aristocratic families didn't believe in the existence of the Destiny Child. After all, the aristocratic families had completely monopolized the cultivation resources, cutting off the path to advancement for ordinary people. Until a dozen days ago, Chen Ping suddenly appeared. With his ordinary background, he won first place in the martial arts exam and was accepted as a disciple by the martial god Su Tianyuan. They began to fear, afraid that the prophecy would come true, so they tried their best to strangle you in the cradle. After listening to this, Chen Ping finally understood why the aristocratic families wanted to unite and kill him. But they are afraid of killing them. Then Zhao Yu, aren't you also from a noble family? Why are you standing on my side? Zhao Yu laughed at herself and said, don't be fooled by my glamorous life. I'm just a pawn controlled by my family. I have no control over my own life and no freedom at all. I would rather be born in an ordinary family. At least there wouldn't be so much deception and scheming. I don't care about so-called power and wealth. I just want to live a free and happy life. I love children, so it would be great if I had a lovely child by my side. Zhao Yu licked her tempting red lips and looked at Chen Ping. If the prophecy is correct, you are the best candidate for the child's father. Don't worry, I'll raise the child. He'll have your last name, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Feeling Su Qingli's murderous gaze, Chen Ping coughed lightly. Even if I am the child of destiny, I don't have to be the father, right? Zhao Yu, who had already spoken out, showed a charming smile on her face. Because I like you, is that not okay? Su Qingli couldn't bear it any longer, and she clenched her fists and was about to attack Zhao Yu, but was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Chen Ping. She's only known me for a few hours, how could that be possible? It's obviously a joke, don't take it seriously. Chen Ping brought the topic back on track. I understand why those aristocratic families united to kill me. How much do you know about this entrance exam? Zhao Yu shook her head and said, that's all I know right now. The person in the video looks like martial god Su Tianyuan, but I don't know the details. When the entrance exam begins, you must give it your all and don't take it lightly. Chen Ping nodded, don't worry, I will definitely not joke about my life. Just then, the class bell rang. Gather in the classroom. Don't worry, if anything happens to you, I will use my gift of time travel to save you. Hearing this, Chen Ping frowned. What is the price of using your talent? Chapter 117. The entrance examination begins. Why, you start caring about me so soon? Zhao Yu winked at Chen Ping playfully. Chen Ping said helplessly, I mean, if the price you pay for using your talent is too high, then don't use it lightly. The talent of time rewinding has a huge limitation, it can only change the future once. The greater the limitation of the talent, the lower the cost of using it. The price I paid for using it once was the loss of a hair. Zhao Yu pointed at her beautiful hair and said, don't worry, I'm not at the age where my hair will fall out yet. I still have plenty of hair. Are you kidding me? Zhao Yu's expression became serious. I won't joke with you about this kind of thing. But you have to remember one thing. Because you can retain your memories of retrospection, under the influence of your subconscious mind, once time goes back, you will definitely change the future. So you only have one chance to start over. Even if you will die, you must find a way to break the deadlock before you die. Otherwise, you will still die. Zhao Yu grabbed Chen Ping's hand and put a small metal wristband on his wrist. This is a telepathic communication device. You can communicate with me through it, but you can't be more than 100 meters away from me, otherwise it will become ineffective. Okay, it's time for us to go. Zhao Yu led the two of them towards the classroom. Are you also a freshman? Chen Ping asked. I'm a sophomore, but I asked for leave from my teacher today. Zhao Yu smiled slightly, revealing a dimple. You don't have to worry about schedule conflicts in the future. I've already accumulated enough credits to advance to my junior year. After all, my talent makes me particularly good at taking exams. Chen Ping finally realized that if he used time travel in an exam. Shit, isn't this just an open book exam? If he had this talent when he first came here, he wouldn't have to give up literature and focus on martial arts. On the way, Su Qingli walked up to Chen Ping and said with a guilty tone, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have given up literature and turned to martial arts, and ended up being targeted by the aristocratic families as the child of destiny. After thinking for a long time, Su Qingli came to the conclusion that Chen Ping could not be the son of destiny. If he was, he should have appeared out of nowhere in his previous life and ended the rule of the aristocratic family. It was just because she gave up literature and took up martial arts in this life that a series of chain reactions occurred. Chen Ping shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with you. Whether I am the child of destiny or not, this is all my own choice. When they arrived at the classroom, Chen Ping was shocked by the classroom that looked like a conference hall. The place was packed with people. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Are you surprised? Some of them are repeaters who didn't have enough credits or failed the exam. Some are recommended students who were directly admitted to Beijing North University. The rest are students who entered this year through the military exam. In a classroom that can accommodate 1,000 people, a teacher is fiddling with a huge machine on the central podium, with a huge screen above it. Soon, under the teacher's control, the machine began to make roaring sounds. Okay, debugging is complete. As the machine started up successfully, the teacher began to say some polite words such as welcoming all the new students, and soon mentioned the entrance examination. There are some changes to the entrance exam this year. Instead of defeating the afterimage, you will have to withstand or dodge the afterimage's attack. All candidates are not allowed to give up the entrance examination. Those who give up will be treated as expelled. Next, the teacher began to read the students' names. Ma-san. Arrive. A student with a hoarse face ran excitedly to the teacher. Enter the machine and begin your entrance exam. The horse-faced student looked at the dark entrance of the machine with a hesitant look. Don't waste time, there are more than 1,000 students waiting behind you. You have 3 seconds. If you don't get in, you will fail and 5 points will be deducted from your credits. Upon hearing this, the horse-faced student's expression changed, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rush into the machine. Not long after, a miserable scream was heard, and the horse-faced student ran out from the other end of the machine, covering his severed arm. He looked extremely terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Pass the exam and get 5 credits. The teacher directly added 5 credits to the column of the student with horse face. The previous entrance exam wasn't this scary, was it? I remember it was just challenging an afterimage, not that difficult. Look at the wound that was severed at the shoulder. If he had dodged a little later, it wouldn't be his hand that would have been severed, but his head. Something's wrong with this year's entrance exam. Suddenly, the students sitting in the front row screamed in surprise, and several students even began to vomit. Chen Ping's eyes fixed, and when he saw the teacher dragging out a headless corpse, a trace of anger inexplicably surged in his heart. Do these aristocratic families like to treat human lives as a joke? Don't they want to harm me? Why don't they spare other students? Zhao Yu sneered and said, they're putting on a full show. Because you're so famous now, and you're the disciple of martial god Su Tianyuan, they're worried that if you were the only one to die, it would be too obvious and would cause an uproar and revenge from martial god Su Tianyuan. So they arranged for a few cannon fodder to go first. The rest of the students should be fine. Isn't this also someone from their aristocratic family? All noble families raise some loyal retainers and warriors to fight in battle. The ones mentioned above are the descendants of their loyal retainers and warriors. Chen Ping looked at the corpse being carried away and gained a deeper understanding of the brutality and cruelty of the aristocratic family. The facts were just as Zhao Yu said. Except for the casualties among the first few students, all the remaining students came out of the machine safely. Judging from their confident expressions, they were obviously well prepared. Next, Chen Ping. Just when Chen Ping's name was called, Li Chun suddenly appeared and grabbed Chen Ping. Chen Ping, don't go. I received news that the school has greatly increased the difficulty of your exam. You must dodge 5 attacks from afterimages. And each attack is more powerful than the last. The last one was able to kill even a 6th level monster instantly. Isn't it just that if you give up you'll be expelled? Life is more important than anything else. If you lose your life, you lose everything. After listening to Li Chun's advice, Chen Ping laughed and said, how do you know if it won't work if you don't try it? But your SSS level talent, sacrifice, requires killing to become stronger. Without killing, you don't have this talent. How can you pass it? Chen Ping smiled slightly. Uncle Li, believe me, I have a way to get through. Hearing this, Li Chun sighed. Well, if you feel you can't hold on, give up the exam immediately. Life is the most important thing. Has Chen Ping arrived? Under the somewhat worried gazes of Su Qingli and Zhao Yu, Chen Ping stood up and shouted, we're here. Now that you're here, why don't you come up and take the entrance exam? Chapter 118 Broken Arm. When Chen Ping walked onto the stage, he clearly felt the ill intention in the teacher's eyes. The teacher nodded to him and said with a forced smile, Chen Ping, the top scorer of this year's martial arts exam, has dominated the exam with overwhelming strength, far surpassing his peers. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the students in the audience all turned to Chen Ping. He is the top scorer in the martial arts exam who was accepted as the last disciple by the martial god Su Tianyuan, Chen Ping? God Zhou Wu also values him very much. Not only did he come forward to help him clear his name, he also made the trial court that slandered him disappear completely. He single-handedly destroyed the space gate, prevented the demon god from descending, and saved China's hero. Qin Ping felt a little amused listening to the words of praise. These freshmen at Beijing University of Warsaw are basically from prominent families, so they would not say good things about him for no reason. They simply want to flatter him and make the entrance exam more difficult for him. As expected, the teacher continued, his abilities have also been recognized by Beijing University of War and Defense. The school board has unanimously decided to award him a scholarship of 100 million yuan annually. Before he finished speaking, the audience burst into applause, and everyone's face was filled with smiles, as if they were truly happy for Qin Ping. These kids from wealthy families are so fucking hypocritical. The teacher then changed the subject and said, however, the school won't give away the scholarship so easily. As the strongest representative of this year's freshmen, Qin Ping should set a good example for all students. So Qin Ping's entrance exam will be 5 times more difficult. And he needs to take first place in every exam. At the end of his speech, the teacher excitedly raised his hands, as if announcing some shocking good news to everyone. In an instant, the audience burst into applause again. Qin Ping couldn't help laughing out loud. What a huge stage built specially for him. More than 1,000 students were all actors, just waiting for him to go on stage and perform, right? But he didn't expose it. Instead, he cooperated and asked, "Teacher, what are the requirements for my entrance exam?" You need to dodge the afterimages attacks 5 times inside the machine without being attacked once. Otherwise, you will fail the exam. If you can dodge the afterimages attacks 5 times and remain unharmed, you will be ranked first in this entrance exam. With your strength, it shouldn't be a difficult task, right? After hearing the teacher's words, Qin Ping shook his head. Teacher, you are too kind. With my current strength, it is still a bit difficult to meet your requirements. If there is an additional reward, I will try my best. The teacher was about to say that the scholarship was his reward when an old voice suddenly rang out in his ears, tell him that if he can meet the requirements, he will be awarded an additional 100,000 points, or 15 credits. Such a generous reward surprised the teacher. Even if you are a first-class student, you can only recharge 100,000 points each year. If you want to get more points, you can only earn them by working at school. If a first-class student works for a year, even if he is lucky enough to do high-paying jobs, it is already quite good if he can earn 100,000 points. 100,000 points is equivalent to the total income of a first-class student in a year. If you are not a first-class student, this time will be even longer. Just give it away for free? Not to mention there are 15 more credits, and a total of 100 credits are needed to advance to sophomore year. Including the 5 credits already required in the entrance examination, Qin Ping obtained 20 credits in one entrance examination, which immediately met 1/5 of the credit requirements. The teacher didn't understand why Qin Ping was so generous, but he couldn't disobey the school director's order, so he said, if you can meet the requirements, the school will reward you with an additional 100,000 points, or 15 credits. I thought Qin Ping would immediately agree to such a high reward, but he still shook his head and said, only 100,000 points and 15 credits, it's still a little too little. Qin Ping looked past the teacher and towards the camera not far away, a faint smile on his face. If I tell my master, Martial God Su Tianyuan, about this, and say that your Jingbei Martial Arts University is deliberately making things difficult for me in the name of a scholarship, can you withstand his wrath? I want double. Wang Tianqiu, who was sitting in front of the screen, crushed the teacup in his hand with a snap, and the precious and rare tea leaves spilled all over the floor. How dare this beast turn around and threaten us? Wang Tian was so angry that he wanted to slap Qin Ping to death, but seeing that Qin Ping was about to enter the death trap they had set, if he let Qin Ping give up because he did not agree to this condition, wouldn't that be a complete failure? As long as Qin Ping enters the machine, he will surely die. No matter how many points and credits are promised, he will not be able to enjoy them. When Su Tianyuan investigates, he will have more convincing reasons. Qin Ping was blinded by greed and died for profit, which will be a better explanation. Promise him. Let him start the exam immediately, otherwise he will give up this entrance exam. Hearing the voice in the headphones, the teacher was a little bit incredulous. 200,000 points, 30 credits? Such an exorbitant request was agreed to? Qin Ping, the school has agreed to your request. Please begin the entrance examination immediately. Otherwise, you will be considered to have waived your right to take the exam and will be expelled. Qin Ping had just said it casually, but he didn't expect the school to be so timid, so he agreed immediately. What a pleasant surprise! 200,000 points should be enough for him to spend for a while. Under the gaze of everyone in the classroom, Chen Ping entered the machine. Inside the machine, an afterimage that looked extremely similar to the martial god Su Tianyuan was standing not far away. The afterimage held an invisible blade and launched an attack the moment Chen Ping came in. Seeing this, Chen Ping immediately used the method of virtualization that Zhou Wu taught him in the Gate of Judgment, allowing his external incarnation to enter a virtual state. As early as the beginning, Chen Ping decided to use an avatar to take the entrance examination, and with Zhao Yu's time rewinding, it was a double insurance to ensure that nothing would go wrong. At this moment, his real body was lying in the Sky Villa, eating watermelon, drinking ice drinks, and enjoying the comfort of lying down. The invisible blade penetrated Chen Ping's body and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the afterimage held an invisible blade in each hand and slashed left and right, but the blade still passed through the body without causing any harm to Chen Ping. Just when Chen Ping thought that the next three attacks still had no effect on him, Su Tianyuan's afterimage looked at him deeply, then raised the two swords above his head, and a golden blade light suddenly burst out and slashed down fiercely towards Chen Ping's head. Feeling the familiar aura on the blade, Chen Ping was shocked. It turned out to be a divine attack. The virtual state of the incarnation can make it immune to physical attacks, but it cannot be immune to divine attacks that can directly cause damage to the spiritual origin. The blade was moving at an extremely fast speed, and Chen Ping only had time to turn his head and lean his whole body to the side as much as possible. As the golden light fell, an arm flew out. After his arm was broken, Chen Ping retreated quickly, his eyes fixed on the afterimage. And this was only the third blow from the afterimage. There are still two swords left to cut. Chapter 119 Mutation. After having his arm cut off by the afterimage, Chen Ping immediately controlled the Longquan sword and began to counterattack. The Wang family really invested a lot of money, even divine attacks appeared. It must have cost a lot to stimulate the power of the afterimage to such an extent, right? As the Longquan sword flew in front of Su Tianyuan's afterimage, two golden sword beams slashed out again. The fourth knife. A blade of light was blocked by the Longquan sword, and another blade of light slashed straight towards Chen Ping's head. Chen Ping's upper body split into two halves, allowing the blade to pass through the middle. The separated spiritual bodies merged together again and restored Chen Ping's appearance. The Longquan sword collided with another blade of light. Although the sword remained intact on the outside, its surface became dull and its spirituality was greatly reduced. The divine attack that could harm the origin caused considerable damage to the divine Longquan sword. The Longquan sword made a whimpering sound and flew back into Chen Ping's hand. Seeing that Chen Ping had taken the fourth knife, the shadow's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the powerful aura on his body continued to rise. Four dazzling golden blade beams emerged from above his head. The sharpness contained in them made Chen Ping feel as if his body was being cut in half at just one glance. The next moment, four golden blade beams took shape. They crossed the distance between the two people and appeared directly in front of Chen Ping. As fast as lightning. The angle of the blade was extremely tricky, blocking all of Chen Ping's escape routes. But these four rays of light are not the real killing moves. The afterimage lowered his head slightly and unleashed the strongest attack in the broken edge sword technique. Sword breaking style. Brilliant golden light burst out from his hand and condensed into an extremely thin golden blade light. In just a blink of an eye, the afterimage rushed in front of Chen Ping, and the golden blade in his hand chopped towards his head fiercely. At the critical moment, Chen Ping did not choose to dodge, but dived into the arms of the afterimage, holding the Longquan sword in his hand and piercing through the afterimage's heart with the force of thunder, piercing the afterimage. Four blade beams followed closely behind, piercing four large holes in Chen Ping's body. The afterimage looked at Chen Ping unwillingly and slowly dissipated. As expected of the martial god Su Tianyuan, even a mere shadow of him possesses such strength. The wounds on Chen Ping's body healed slowly, and he shrank a lot. Looks like a junior high school student. The clothes on his body became rags, which could be torn off and used directly as mops. If I go out in this miserable state, I will definitely be judged as having failed the entrance exam. He was about to communicate with Zhao Yu through the metal wristband on his wrist. However, the metal wristband first emitted a wave of mental power, establishing a connection with his mental power. Zhao Yu's voice rang out in his mind, "Chen Ping, do you need to start time reversal?" Hearing this, Chen Ping was a little surprised. The timing is so accurate. Did you install a camera on me? It's not that I installed a camera on you, but there is a camera inside the machine, and the footage of you fighting inside is broadcast on the big screen outside. Your chest and abs are in great shape, by the way. After hearing what Zhao Yu said, Jinping felt a chill in his heart. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside while inside the machine, he felt as if thousands of eyes were staring at him. Looking at himself without any clothes to cover himself, Jinping's head was buzzing. If the afterimage just now had chopped off the lower body, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? But he quickly calmed down. The most urgent task is to figure out how to pass the entrance exam after going back in time. Jinping closed his eyes and began to recall every movement of Su Tianyuan and the trajectory of every sword light. It looks flawless, but each move is mechanical and rigid. At this time, there was already a lot of booing outside. Tisk, what's the martial arts champion? He's just an indestructible cockroach. I know I'm embarrassed, so I hide in the machine and dare not come out, haha. Look at him now, he looks like a primary school student. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. You're closing your eyes now, are you trying to play the ostrich and avoid the situation? Just because you can't see, others can't see either. That's hilarious. The sarcastic words penetrated Su Qingli's eardrums, causing her hands to clench involuntarily. A bunch of damn bastards. This is Uncle Su's afterimage. Any blade light from the fourth knife can easily kill a 6th-level monster. If it were you, you would have been dead without a burial place. Zhao Yu stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, Qingli, don't be angry. These people are only good at talking. In a real fight, they are no match for Jinping. But Uncle Su's afterimage is so powerful, how should he deal with it? Su Qingli was a little worried. I don't know either, but since he's the chosen one, he definitely won't lose so easily. At this time, Jinping's voice came into Zhao Yu's mind. Okay, let's go back to before the exam started. Jinping, who had figured it out, walked out of the machine and looked at the mocking faces and the boos ringing in his ears. The corners of his mouth curled up. This time, you are destined to be disappointed. The scene in front of him suddenly froze, and then turned into a mess of chaotic fragments that swirled wildly. After a brief moment of distraction, Jinping found himself back in front of the machine entrance. Jinping, the school has agreed to your request. Please begin the entrance examination immediately. Otherwise, you will be considered to have waived your right to take the exam and will be expelled. Jinping controlled the Longquan sword to fly to his feet, then stepped on it and flew into the machine at lightning speed. As soon as he entered the machine, an invisible blade attacked him. Jinping, who had anticipated this, controlled the Longquan sword to dodge it in advance. The shadow drew out two swords and swung them both at the same time, but he still dodged them easily. Just as he thought, even though he didn't use the blur technique this time, the movements of the afterimage were like a pre-programmed program, exactly the same as before. No flexibility at all. The afterimage simulated by this machine is nothing more than a copy that has memorized Su Tianyuan's tricks. The anthropomorphic expression on his face was just a trick to deceive him, so that he would think that this afterimage had its own consciousness. A hint of anger flashed in the eyes of Su Tianyuan's afterimage. Just like before, he raised the two swords above his head and swung out a golden blade light, slashing fiercely at Jinping's head. Jinping, who had not yet entered the state of emptiness, suddenly found that his body could not move. Could it be the effect of the forbidden artifact? But doesn't the forbidden effect only trigger after being attacked? Jinping looked at the golden blade light that was getting closer and closer to his head, and his heart moved. The Longquan sword under his feet carried him half a foot away like lightning, and the golden blade light almost brushed Jinping's shoulder and fell. Before he could catch his breath, two golden sword beams came one after another. Su Qingli, sitting in her seat, looked at Jinping's figure on the big screen, and couldn't help but reveal worry in her eyes. Wang Tianqiu, who was sitting in front of the screen, had a cold smile on his face, suppressed the flying sword under Jinping's feet and prevent him from flying. Yes. Chapter 120 Behead. Two golden sword beams blocked Jinping's retreat, one in front and one behind, revealing his murderous intent. Jinping, who had anticipated this, was about to control the Longquan sword to dodge along the previously planned trajectory, but he didn't expect that the Longquan sword was like being caught by a pair of invisible big hands and could not fly at all. He fell to the ground with his sword. Seeing that the golden blade light was about to cut his body into pieces, Jinping activated the void transformation without hesitation. After turning into a state of nothingness, the feeling of being trapped suddenly disappeared completely. Jinping's mental power suddenly burst out, and he used the mental power to push his body, thereby increasing his speed rapidly, and he rushed out from the flying sword. The next moment, two golden sword beams slashed through the air, colliding with each other with a loud noise. Boom! The machine shook. Freed from his restraints, Chen Ping rushed directly to a corner of the machine, pulled out the flying knife from his waist, and threw it with all his strength. As the mental power merged into the flying knife, a ray of cutting-edge knife intent condensed out. The indestructible knife intent easily penetrated an empty corner, and a stream of bright red blood gushed out. The middle-aged man took off his disguise, covered his throat, and looked at Chen Ping in shock. Then his head tilted and he died. The man's clothes shone, and the camouflage gradually disappeared. Optical invisibility cloak? They're using such high technology. They're really going to any lengths to kill me. If he hadn't unleashed his full mental power, sweeping across the interior of the machine and sensing something was wrong in this corner, he really wouldn't have noticed. After killing the man, the suppression on the Longquan sword disappeared in an instant. The tip of the sword was slightly raised, and it rushed towards the afterimage with lightning speed. But the afterimage paid no attention to the Longquan sword. For golden blade beams flew out one after another, blocking Chen Ping from the four directions of east, south, west and north. No matter how he dodged, he would be met with a golden blade beam. Facing the dazzling sword lights coming from all directions, Chen Ping's lips curled up into a smile. According to previous analysis, these four sword beams are extremely fast, and once locked, there is no way to avoid them. If he was hit by any of the sword beams, he would be injured and would fail the entrance examination. But there is a way out. The four sword beams blocked all of Chen Ping's retreat routes, but the back was completely unprotected. The Longquan sword spins and bursts out at full speed. In a flash, Chen Ping, who had already memorized the trajectory of the sword light, controlled the Longquan sword to pierce through four of them, breaking the four sword lights one by one. The fourth blade of light was only an inch away from Chen Ping's body. At this moment, the afterimage lowered his head and once again used the strongest attack in the broken edge sword technique, the broken sword style. An extremely thin golden blade flashed by, and Chen Ping slightly turned his body and narrowly avoided it by a hair's breadth. The pupils of the afterimage shrank, and then the flying Longquan sword shattered it into tiny points of light and disappeared. The Longquan sword flew back to Chen Ping, making a loud sword sound, as if waiting for Chen Ping's praise. Well done! Chen Ping praised with a smile. At this time, the spacious classroom outside was silent. Chen Ping's series of superb operations shocked the minds of all the students and teachers present. Not only did he easily dodge the first three attacks from the afterimage, but even the fourth attack, which made people feel cold all over, did not hit Chen Ping. This was an attack from both front and back, and he managed to dodge it? What made them even more unbelievable was that they didn't even see the last blow of the afterimage, but Chen Ping dodged it. Chen Ping walked out of the machine unharmed. No one cheered for him. The teachers and classmates looked at him with mixed expressions: horror, hostility, fear, suspicion. Two clear and pleasant female voices suddenly rang out. Chen Ping, well done. You are so awesome, Chen Ping. The two women's voices brought the teacher back to his senses from his shock. He said in a trembling voice, Chen Ping, you passed the entrance exam 5 times more difficult without a scratch. You will receive a reward of 30 credits and 200,000 points. Only then did sparse applause begin to break out from the audience. Chen Ping smiled at Su Qingli and Zhao Yu, then turned to the teacher and said, this is the reward for passing the entrance exam, but anyone I kill will be counted as an extra reward. The teacher was stunned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, and he said the line he had prepared long ago, Chen Ping, that was a test specially prepared by the school for you, the top scorer in the martial arts exam. You killed someone, and the school is already being magnanimous by not pursuing you. Do you still want an extra reward? Hearing these shameless words, Chen Ping laughed out loud. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if I hadn't killed him in time, I would have been dead. Chen Ping followed his teacher's advice and used his own methods to fight back. I killed someone, and it's already magnanimous of you not to pursue the matter. Why don't you give me an extra reward? Then I have to inform martial god Su Tianyuan and ask him to judge the matter. Wang Tianqiu in front of the screen was so angry that he flipped the table and roared, give him another 100,000 points. Chen Ping, who obtained 300,000 points and 30 credits, returned to his seat under the awe-inspiring gaze of everyone. Chen Ping smiled and said to Su Qingli, I want to hear you say it again. Hearing this, Su Qingli was a little surprised. Listen to what I say? You are so awesome, Chen Ping. Chen Ping said in a hoarse voice. Su Qingli's cheeks, which were originally a little red, turned into a ripe red apple visibly. She buried her face deep in her chest and murmured, I blurted out what I said because I was too excited. Now I can't say it. The sound was so soft that it was barely audible, but Chen Ping, with his ears pricked up, could hear it clearly. After teasing Su Qingli, Chen Ping smiled contentedly and turned to Zhao Yu. Can you help me pass on a message? What news? Zhao Yu asked. Of course, I filed a complaint. They used such despicable means to try to kill me. This matter cannot end so easily. After hearing Chen Ping's words, Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell. It's great to have a martial arts master. Not long after, Wang Tianqiu, who was sitting in a chair in a daze, received a warning from Su Tianyuan through his subordinates. Wang Tianqiu, I don't care where you hide. If you dare to attack Chen Ping again, I will dig deep to find you. I will completely wipe out your Wang family. Wang Tianqiu sneered at this and said to his men, he is guarding the beast abyss and can't get away at all. How can he do anything to me? Although he said this, Wang Tianqiu knew Su Tianyuan's character very well. He would do what he said. If he was really pushed into a corner, the Wang family would be on the verge of destruction. How's the progress of ancient mecha research? The core structure has been deciphered. Since there is an adequate supply of demon cores, the energy source problem has also been solved, and mass production is underway. The subordinate reported. Very good. As long as the mecha army is completed, this world will belong to our Wang family. Did we successfully breach the 9th floor of the demon suppression tower today? No, the beast on the 9th floor is too strong. We failed again. A bunch of useless people. The Wang family gave them so many cultivation resources, but they still haven't succeeded. Li Sini said he recently found a talented person who might be able to help us take down the 9th floor of the demon suppression tower in the future. Who? Wang Tianqiu became interested. Yi Fan. Chapter 121. Do you like it? After Su Qingli completed the entrance examination, he decided to go to the martial arts training ground of Beijing North University to start training immediately. You want to be so curly? Let's have dinner together later. You guys eat, I'm only one step away from becoming a 3rd-level martial artist. But how can you break through if you don't have a 2nd-level realm breaking pill? First-class students can receive it for free. Looking at Su Qingli's leaving back, Chen Ping fell into deep thought. Why is he so arrogant? Is martial arts the only thing on his mind? Zhao Yu, who had been observing Chen Ping from the side, smiled and walked over to hug Chen Ping's arm. Now it's just the two of us. What do you want to do this afternoon? You don't want to practice martial arts too, do you? Martial arts training? These two words don't even exist in his vocabulary. It's impossible for me to practice martial arts. I will never practice martial arts in my life. I choose to go back and lie down. When Zhao Yu heard Chen Ping's answer, a light flashed in her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up in an alluring arc. Since you are free, can you help me move? Chen Ping, who only wanted to go back and lie down with his original body, refused without hesitation. No, I'm tired and want to go back and rest. I'm not a bootlicker, how could I possibly help you move? Wouldn't it be nice to just lie down in the dorm? Nothing else, I'm leaving. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Zhao Yu grabbed Chen Ping's hand and leaned half of her body on him. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Do you like staying alone in an empty room? Hey, women, it's because no one disturbs you that you can lie down comfortably. What do you know? Chen Ping was about to shake off Zhao Yu when he bumped into 2 large balls of cotton. He couldn't help but pause, and a feeling of heat suddenly rose in his heart. Damn it, this is an incarnation of my body, and I can't suppress the feeling at all. We have to keep our distance quickly, out of sight, out of mind. Pulling his hand out with force, Chen Ping took a step forward and moved 2 meters away. Zhao Yu's gentle voice came from behind him. No matter what you say, it's useless. Women, just go to bed. I can wear the clothes you like and show them to you. Chen Ping was about to take the second step when he was stunned. He subconsciously replied, what kind of clothes do you like? Whether it's black or white silk. Before he could finish his words, Chen Ping covered his mouth. I, Chen Ping, am upright and have always loved doing good deeds. I often help old ladies cross the street. Isn't it just a matter of moving? I'll help you with it. After hearing this, the smile in Zhao Yu's eyes became even more intense. I knew you were a good person, so let's go back to the dormitory together. Zhao Yu firmly grasped Chen Ping's arm and said, don't run away this time. His arm fell into softness again, and Chen Ping cursed his incarnation for being disobedient. Wouldn't it be better to just walk away? But the hot feeling in his heart made Chen Ping lose the will to resist, and he let Zhao Yu pull him away. The backs of the two people leaving together were seen by a man in a suit. Seeing the young lady being so intimate with a strange man whom he had just met for less than half a day, jealousy rose from the bottom of his heart all the way to the top of his head. She's clearly indifferent and cold to other men, but she's crazy about this man. I have to tell the head of the family about this. The man hiding in the shadows of the classroom disappeared the next moment. Qinping, who had no idea that someone had gone to report him, was sitting in the back seat of the car with Zhao Yu. At this time, most of Zhao Yu's body fell into his arms. Fortunately, he was in the state of an external incarnation now, otherwise his body would be exposed immediately. Strange, why does your body seem to have no reaction? Zhao Yu pretended to be very experienced and teased Qinping. Although he was extremely restless inside and wanted to eat her in one bite, his body was extremely calm and even his heartbeat did not speed up. What a dishonest body. How can I react? Qinping looked out the window with a vague look, and he didn't dare to look directly into Zhao Yu's eyes. Her eyes were so charming and alluring that Qinping could hardly resist. Is this woman a reincarnation of a succubus? She's almost tearing me apart by the way she looks at him. Curious, Zhao Yu put her ear to Qinping's chest. Her heartbeat was remarkably steady. Strange. Your mind is clearly in turmoil, yet your body is remarkably calm and your heartbeat is incredibly steady. Is this your body? Hearing this, Qinping was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Yu discovered something? Impossible. Even his master Su Tianyuan, the god of war, couldn't see his external incarnation, so how could Zhao Yu discover it? My body is genuine, how could it be fake? After hearing Qinping's words, Zhao Yu did not ask any further questions, but changed the subject and said, "Come to my dormitory later. What clothes do you want to see me wearing? Do you prefer a maid with black silk stockings or a maid with white silk stockings, or do you prefer both?" This sentence hit Qinping's heart. He was about to say he wanted both, but suddenly realized what was going on and quickly covered his mouth. No, how did she know my preferences? Although Qinping didn't answer, Zhao Yu seemed to have guessed what Qinping was thinking. You want them all? You're really greedy. Qinping shook his head and said, no need for that. There has to be a limit to joking, right? Zhao Yu, who was originally leaning on Qinping, suddenly stood up and sat on the other side. Her charming expression disappeared and she stared out the window in a trance. The charming beauty who was acting coquettishly in his arms in the previous second, sat upright in the next second, looking like a lady from a noble family. The huge contrast made Qinping unable to tell which one was the real Zhao Yu. After a while, the vehicle arrived at a sky villa. Although it was not in the same place as Su Qingli's sky villa, the overall layout was roughly the same. After entering Zhao Yu's sky villa, she took out a can of iced cola from the refrigerator, took a sip, and handed it to Qinping. Would you like some? He subconsciously took the Coke that was handed to him, looked at Zhao Yu who had already gone upstairs, and looked at the Coke that had already been taken a sip, and an impulse surged in his heart. Bah! 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 I am not that kind of person. After drinking the rest of the Coke in one gulp, Qinping felt relaxed and refreshed all over. Lying on the soft sofa in the living room with his eyes closed, Qinping heard the sound of someone coming down the stairs. Are you packing up so quickly? Qinping opened his eyes, and the scene before him immediately ignited the flame in his heart. The flames instantly turned into a raging fire, making Qinping feel extremely hot inside. That deep ravine made Qinping unable to take his eyes off it. He didn't expect Zhao Yu to be so attractive. He had never noticed it before. Can it be hidden like this? What made him breathe even more quickly was that Zhao Yu actually came down with bare legs in her pajamas. It seemed that she was only wearing this translucent lace pajamas. I'm sorry, I don't have the clothes you like. Are you satisfied with this one? The girl's skin is as white as snow, emitting a bright white luster under the sun. Qinping felt his nose itchy, and it seemed like something warm was flowing down. Why don't you say anything? Don't you like it? How about this? The hem of the pajamas was suddenly lifted up by Zhao Yu. How do you like it? Chapter 122 6 Desires Magic Book. The spring scene in the room made Qinping cover his face and dare not open his eyes, but in the end he couldn't help but look at Zhao Yu through the gaps between his fingers. Looking up along Zhao Yu's smooth and white calves, her flawless and perfect legs sparkled in the sunlight. But a pair of shorts blocked his view, and when he looked up, he saw a cool white vest covering his key parts. Qinping, relieved, slumped on the sofa and asked, Are you kidding me? Why, do you really want to see it? Zhao Yu said as she was about to lift up her vest. No, stop it now, that's enough. Chen Ping, feeling his faith in Taoism was shaken, quickly turned his head away. Zhao Yu smiled slightly, came down from upstairs, sat directly next to Chen Ping, picked up the empty Coke can and asked, "Is it delicious?" "It tastes good, no, I'm just thirsty." Hearing this, the corners of Zhao Yu's mouth curled up even more. It's really strange. Why is it that your heart clearly wants it, but your body is so dishonest? I don't understand what you are talking about. Chen Ping asked in confusion. Zhao Yu stood up and threw the Coke can into the trash can, then took a can of iced Coke from the refrigerator, opened it, drank half of it, and handed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping took it skillfully and drank the rest in one gulp. I added medicine to it. Hearing this, Chen Ping almost spit out the Coke in his mouth. Just kidding, I've actually practiced the 6 Desires Codex. Any man who stays close to me for a long time will have his desires aroused, and he'll want to possess me like crazy. The 6 Desires Demonic Codex? It didn't sound like a serious martial art. Chen Ping asked curiously, "Aren't you the daughter of the Zhao family? Why would you practice this kind of martial art?" The daughter of the Zhao family? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. I'm nothing more than the product of drunken, promiscuous sexual activity between my stud father and the family's maid. Shortly after I was born, my mother died in a car accident. Although I luckily survived, my stud father required me to practice the 6 Desires Codex to facilitate future family marriages. Chen Ping didn't expect Zhao Yu's background to be so miserable, and a trace of pity welled up in his heart. One of the reasons I'm in this position today is because I awakened the SSS level talent, Time Rewind. Another reason is that I, who practiced the 6 Desires Demonic Codex, can not only arouse the desires in others, but also sense their emotions. Therefore, my other brothers and sisters are simply unable to defeat me and are completely controlled by me. You are the first man who has been with me for such a long time and who can resist my temptation and remain rational. Driven by curiosity, I couldn't help but test you. The more I test you, the more curious I become about you. Your heart is clearly filled with desire for me, but your body has no reaction or action, like a cold machine. Hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but say, "I understand. You were just teasing me before." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yu's face suddenly came close, the tip of her nose lightly touched his ear, and her voice was full of endless temptation, lingering like silk. "Yes, and no, it depends on how you understand it." What a troublesome demon. If this body was not an incarnation but the real body, I would have surrendered and let her do whatever she wanted. In order to live a peaceful life in the future, Chen Ping decided to completely eliminate Zhao Yu's curiosity. Don't test me. The reason why my body has no desire for you is... Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yu interrupted him, "Is it because you no longer have that ability?" Cough, cough, cough. Chen Ping coughed violently a few times, then said, "This has something to do with the technique I'm practicing. It helps me stay calm." After listening, Zhao Yu stared at Chen Ping for a long time, as if he was feeling something. That doesn't feel like a lie. I see. I thought there was something wrong with your body. Chen Ping said unhappily, "My health is fine, thank you." At some point, Zhao Yu sat next to him again and blew air into his ear, saying, "Since everything is normal, don't you want to try it?" Try what? As expected of a little fairy, she can trigger endless imagination in people with just one sentence. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Ping stood up and asked, "How long are you going to keep testing me?" Seeing that Chen Ping was a little angry, Zhao Yu covered her mouth and smiled, "You are quite cute when you are angry. Also, I'm not testing you. If you don't believe me, try it." "I don't believe you." Chen Ping, who had no way to deal with Zhao Yu, had no choice but to say, "I'll wait for you outside the door. Call me in when you're done." Zhao Yu pointed to a small box at the door and said, "I packed it up at noon." Just this small box? In Chen Ping's opinion, a girl would need several big boxes when moving, right? I don't use cosmetics, and I don't have any particular hobbies for clothes or bags. For the rest, I can just place a bounty on the forum to help with moving. Being used to seeing Su Qingli without makeup, Chen Ping really didn't care whether Zhao Yu wore makeup or not. Now taking a closer look, I can see that she is not wearing any makeup at all, just her natural face. After picking up the small box, Chen Ping was about to ask Zhao Yu to change her clothes before leaving when Zhao Yu suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. Her soft body trembled slightly as Zhao Yu pleaded, "Can you help me escape from the control of my family? The Zhao family is too powerful. I can't see a future outside of their control. I am only a 3rd-level martial artist now, I can't help you much." "Are you kidding?" The Wang family hiding behind the scenes is already a headache for him. If he offends the powerful Zhao family, he will die without knowing how. Even if the master will avenge him later, what is the use now that he is gone? Zhao Yu's fingers drew circles on Chen Ping's chest. Don't worry, the Zhao family won't dare to attack you openly for the time being. Their style of doing things is different from the Wang family's. They prioritize profit over everything else. You are now a disciple of the martial god Su Tianyuan. Killing you rashly would do them more harm than good. Now, except for the Wang family, the aristocratic families dare not attack you directly. They are all using the Wang family as pawns. After hearing what Zhao Yu said, Chen Ping's heart moved. Zhao Yu's talent of time rewinding could greatly improve his tolerance rate. After all, he is in the open and the enemy is in the dark, and there are many things that are hard to guard against. If it weren't for Zhao Yu's help, he would have failed today's entrance examination. Having made up his mind, Chen Ping asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Hearing this, Zhao Yu smiled charmingly and whispered in Chen Ping's ear, "As long as you can pass the 10th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower and take control of it, I can escape the control of the Zhao family." What is the Demon Suppression Tower? Zhao Yu explained simply, the Demon Suppressing Tower is a training ground left behind by ancient human cultivators. It's also a treasure. Each time you pass a level, you'll receive a reward. The Qi and Blood pills and Realm Breakthrough pills we're using for cultivation now are all products of the Demon Suppressing Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower is now ownerless. Anyone can enter and exit freely, but whoever can pass the 10th floor will gain control of the Demon Suppression Tower. That sounds difficult. What benefits will I gain if I succeed? What benefit do you want? The warm breath blew on Chen Ping's earlobe, making him feel numb. I want. Chapter 123 Death Prophecy. I want you. Chen Ping was just about to express his true thoughts. Zhao Yu suddenly released her arms that were hugging him, picked up the small box, opened the door and walked out. No, I'm not finished yet. Okay, I know what you're thinking. I'll satisfy you tonight. Is the 6 Desires Demonic Codex really that powerful? It can guess what I'm thinking before I even say it? Thinking of the evil thoughts in his mind just now, Chen Ping felt a little dry in the mouth. Is the scale a bit too big? Chen Ping wanted to refuse, but scratched his head and finally didn't say it. He followed Zhao Yu out of the dormitory. In the car, in order to suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Chen Ping continued to ask about the Demon Suppressing Tower. According to what you said, the Demon Suppression Tower is the source of all cultivation resources in the current martial arts world. Whoever controls it will be respected as the foster father by all martial artists, right? Zhao Yu smiled and said, "It's more than just respectfully calling you godfather. It's not impossible for me to directly acknowledge you as my father. Hunting monsters in the Monster Suppression Tower will earn you trial points, which can be exchanged for Qi and Blood pills, Breakthrough pills, and other cultivation resources. If you control the Monster Suppression Tower, any warriors outside who want to come in and hunt monsters to earn trial points will have to get your permission. In other words, I have directly monopolized the resources for martial arts training?" As soon as Chen Ping finished saying this, Zhao Yu's brows suddenly began to frown. She breathed rapidly and closed her eyes for a long time before she came to her senses. Then she pulled out 10 strands of hair from her head. Zhao Yu stared blankly at the 10 hairs on his head for a long time, his face looking very ugly. What are you doing? Chen Ping felt something was wrong. It looked like Zhao Yu had just used her talent. This is me using time travel from the future. Hearing this, Chen Ping's heart tightened and his bad premonition became stronger. You're dead in the future. Hearing this, Chen Ping was shocked and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Who could have done it? The Wang family, the demon god cult, or some other family? Why am I dying?" Zhao Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know. Will you retain your memory? Will the price be more than just losing a hair?" He had suspected this a long time ago. If Zhao Yu really possessed such an incredible talent, she would not be unable to escape the control of the Zhao family. After all, a person generally has hundreds of thousands of hairs. If you use it 10,000 times, even the strongest enemy will be killed. This time, Zhao Yu didn't hide anything. You're right. The cost is more than just losing a hair. Every time I use time rewind, my lifespan is shortened by 1 day. If I want to retain additional memories, I'll have to pay the price of at least 1 year of my lifespan. The cost of this lifespan is completely random. It could be 1 year or more. Is this the real reason why you want to leave the Zhao family? Hearing this, Zhao Yu nodded slightly. After they make a major decision, they will force me to tell them what will happen in the future. If I don't, they will make me. Although Zhao Yu did not say what her fate would be, Jinping could guess from her expression that looked like a frightened rabbit that her fate would be very miserable. I have lost 10 years of my life. Zhao Yu lowered her head, looking somewhat distraught. To reduce the loss of lifespan, I usually use continuous time rewinding to remind myself. Losing 10 is the maximum number of times I can use time rewinding continuously, which is 10 times. What does this mean? It means someone close to me died. After hearing this, Jinping laughed and said, "You're teasing me again, aren't you?" "No, I won't joke with you about this kind of thing." "Then how do you know I'm going to die?" "Because my future self chose to return to this time point. You are the only one by my side now. This is the rule I set up earlier. If you go back in time 10 times in a row, you will lose 10 hairs, and you will go back in time to the side of a mortal. And one thing I can confirm is that you didn't retain your memories, which means you were already dead at that time. If you're dead, you naturally can't retain your memories. No matter how calm a person is at ordinary times, he will start to panic when he hears that he is going to die tomorrow." Taking a deep breath, Jinping tried to calm himself down. "What can you do?" Zhao Yu lowered her head and thought for a while, then shook her head. "I have no idea." "Why didn't you keep your memory?" As soon as he said this, Jinping felt a little regretful. Everyone is selfish. He and Zhao Yu had only known each other for less than a day. There was really no reason for the other party to help him at such a huge cost. Human nature is inherently selfish. "I don't know. Logically speaking, you are my only hope of escaping the Zhao family. There is no way I would not retain my memory and come back to save you." Zhao Yu held her head in her hands, her expression dazed and her eyes broken. She had finally found hope, but it was shattered the next day. "That's impossible. I have no reason not to save you. What happened in the future? Could it be that I tried to retain my memory but failed? Impossible, my talent has never failed." Zhao Yu couldn't figure it out at all, her mind was in a mess, and her face showed an expression of unwillingness, loss and despair. "Blame me, I'm useless." As she spoke, tears welled up in Zhao Yu's eyes. Jinping consoled him, "How can I blame you for this? You must have done your best in the future." After hearing what Zhao Yu said, Jinping laughed at himself. He thought that with his external incarnation treading on minefields outside and Zhao Yu's time reversal, he just had to be a little cautious and could lie down comfortably every day. It seems that I was too naive. Danger is always around, and you can die instantly if you are not careful. Just lie down one day at a time. You've died once, so what is there to be afraid of? Jinping, who had figured it out, wiped the tears from Zhao Yu's face and said with a smile, "You've done very well." By this time, Jinping had calmed down. "Anyway, thank you. Please help me contact Master Su Tianyuan and tell him about this. He is the most powerful martial god in the world and he will definitely have a solution." Zhao Yu gradually calmed down and nodded. She was about to contact Su Tianyuan as before, but found that there was no signal. "What's going on?" Jinping asked when he saw Zhao Yu's expression was not right. After trying a few more times, Zhao Yu realized that she could not log into her external network account. "I can only contact the outside world by logging into an external network account. Otherwise, I can only use the local area network." Jinping wanted to contact Su Qingli, but found that the school's local area network could only be used to log into the forum and nothing else could be done. "You can send her a private message through the forum, but I guess she's still working hard on her martial arts and won't be browsing forums." Jinping tried to send a message to Su Qingli on the forum, "Are you there?" As expected, I didn't receive a reply. Isn't she in danger too? Jinping, who was anxious, suddenly found that the forum avatar began to flash. "Student Jinping, please come to office 403 in the teaching building immediately." Chapter 124 Selecting a Mentor. Seeing this message, Jinping was stunned for a moment, then turned to Zhao Yu and asked, "Did you receive this message?" Zhao Yu opened the forum and took a look, then shook her head. "No, in previous years, after the first day of school and the entrance exam, we were free to do whatever we wanted. This message was most likely sent to you alone." Jinping thought for a while and was about to speak when a sound suddenly came from inside the vehicle. "Student Jinping, please come to office 403 in the teaching building immediately. This is a serious matter. Please do not be absent." Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Before he finished speaking, the car suddenly turned around and drove towards the teaching building. What should I do? Jump out of the car? Zhao Yu wanted to open the car window, but found that it was locked. Don't start to be paranoid just because you saw my death in the future. Do you think I'll start hiding from you because I'm afraid of death? Just now, Chen Ping thought of a possibility. Maybe Zhao Yu saw his external incarnation disappear and mistakenly thought he was dead. After all, his real body was always lying in the dormitory, so it was unlikely that he would encounter any danger. Anyway, I am now in the state of an external incarnation, so even if I encounter any danger, it will not have much impact. I can also take the opportunity to see who is the mastermind behind the scenes. As the saying goes, it is difficult to guard against a hidden attack, but it is easier to deal with the enemy if you know his identity. Hearing this, Zhao Yu wanted to object, but seeing Chen Ping's determined eyes, she sighed. The school suddenly came to you alone this time, they must be planning something bad. You must be careful. The car stopped in front of the teaching building. As soon as Chen Ping got out of the car, Zhao Yu followed him and said, I'll go with you. Chen Ping held up his hand to stop her. If they take action, you will be implicated. I'm not afraid. Zhao Yu said firmly. I know you're worried that if I die like this, there will be no hope for you to leave the Zhao family, but you can be more helpful to me outside. I can go alone. Chen Ping knew that the school's sudden call for him alone was definitely not a good thing, but Zhao Yu was a member of the Zhao family, and her presence would only make things more complicated. Then I'll wait for you outside the teaching building. Contact me if you need help. Don't worry, if I need help, I will definitely contact you as soon as possible. After saying this, under Zhao Yu's worried gaze, Chen Ping walked into the teaching building without looking back. Shortly after Chen Ping left, Zhao Yu hesitated for a while, then seemed to have made up his mind and walked into the teaching building. In front of the principal's office, she knocked on the door. In the teaching building, office 403, a group of teachers sat in a circle, surrounding Chen Ping in the center. The office was completely silent and the atmosphere was very depressing. Chen Ping took a quick look around and roughly counted, and found that there were more than 50 teachers present. This is quite a big deal. Li Chun, who was sitting in the last row, looked at Chen Ping and blinked. Chen Ping nodded slightly at him. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the first row put down the documents in his hand and broke the silence with a word. Chen Ping, I'm Lu Bo, the Dean of Studies at Beijing North University. I called you here because all the freshman teachers refused to be your advisor. You've just arrived at Beijing North University, so you might not be familiar with the school's teaching methods. Let me explain. Beijing North University uses a tutor system. All students have a fixed tutor who assigns courses and conducts assessments for them. According to convention, all freshmen are assigned a mentor. However, since none of the freshman teachers are willing to teach you, I have invited free teachers from other grades to the scene. You will choose one of them as your mentor. After listening to Lu Bo's words, Chen Ping roughly understood his current situation, that is, among so many teachers in his freshman year, no one was willing to teach him. As for the reason, it must be because of the prophecy. In the prophecy, the child of destiny will end the rule of the aristocratic family, so those teachers who come from aristocratic families are unwilling to teach him. What happens if I don't pick one? According to school rules, you must actively choose a teacher as your mentor. If you are rejected, then you can only challenge the teacher in a one-on-one duel. If you win, you can stay in the school and no one will care about you in the future. But if you lose, you will have to leave Beijing North University. Hearing this, Chen Ping laughed. What kind of rotten school rule is this? When was it established? Lu Bo leaned back in his chair, tilted his head slightly, and drooped his eyelids. Just half an hour before you came, the school board held a meeting and voted to pass the new school rules. After hearing this, Chen Ping stood up and looked around. I'm curious, why are you so eager to kick me out of Gingbei Wuda? Is it because of the prophecy of Destiny's Child? Lu Bo's eyes fixed on Chen Ping. After a while, he stopped pretending and said directly, it seems that Zhao Yu has told you a lot, but what does it matter if you know it? No teacher in the entire Beijing North Martial Arts University will accept you, and neither will any other martial arts university. You'd better go back to your master and stay with him. If you keep running around outside, you might as well lose your life. Faced with this direct threat, Chen Ping was about to fight back when Li Chun suddenly stood up. Chen Ping, choose me as your mentor. A fierce look flashed in Lu Bo's eyes, and he said in a stern tone, Li Chun, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you become Chen Ping's mentor, there will be no place for you at Jingbei Martial Arts University. Do you still want to continue teaching at Jingbei Martial Arts University? Lu Bo's words did not shake Li Chun. He held his chest high and said, in the past, in order to improve my martial arts realm and climb to a higher position, I kowtowed to you. I had no dignity and lived like a dog. But seeing so many of you bullying a student, I can't stand it anymore. Are you still human? Do you still have any respect for being a teacher? After hearing this, Lu Bo snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically, don't forget, the chi and blood pills you take are all given by Jingbei Wuda, and the realm breakthrough pills you take are also given by Jingbei Wuda. Without Jingbei Wuda, you are nothing. Your current strength is all due to Jingbei Wuda. Now that you have some strength, you start to act pretentiously and become ungrateful? Bullshit. The chi and blood pills and realm breakthrough pills I ate were all earned by me at the risk of my life and fighting desperately in the demon suppression tower. They weren't given to me for free by Jingbei Wuda. Bang! Lu Bo suddenly slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Li Chun and said, the demon suppression tower is the property of Beijing North Martial Arts University. What's the difference between giving it to you and Beijing North Martial Arts University giving it to you? Sit down. Otherwise I'll make you pay. Ignoring Lu Bo's threat, Li Chun turned his gaze to Chen Ping. Hurry up and choose me as your advisor, so they can't use this as an excuse to kick you out of Beijing North University. Chen Ping watched the double act performed by Li Chun and Lu Bo and suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting. Chapter 125, Qi and Blood Transformation. While the two were arguing fiercely, Chen Ping was communicating with Zhao Yu through the metal wristband on his hand. When Zhao Yu learned that Li Chun had come forward, he snorted coldly and said, Li Chun's words are insincere. Chen Ping, don't believe him. I've seen this kind of people many times. They say things that are good for you, but they're full of malice in their hearts. They're hypocrites. Don't trust them. Just come out and we'll think of a solution. A hypocrite? Zhao Yu's words made Chen Ping fall into thought. From the beginning, Chen Ping felt that Li Chun was a little too enthusiastic. Obviously, the two had never met before, but he said and acted as if he had his best interests at heart. Chen Ping, who has lived 2 lives, certainly would not believe that a stranger would be nice to him for no reason. Okay, stop acting. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Chen Ping turned and walked towards the door. Lu Bo and Li Chun exchanged a glance. Li Chun jumped up and ran to the door to block Chen Ping. Chen Ping, did you misunderstand something? I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing Li Chun still unwilling to give up, Chen Ping said, how much benefit did they give you to let you play this role? Even though the words were so clear, Li Chun said calmly, Chen Ping, you really misunderstood me. I really want to help you, but I can't stand what these people are doing. No thanks. I don't like to cause trouble or burden others. Chen Ping placed his hand on the door handle. I want to see if you dare to fire me for this reason. Chen Ping's words made Lu Bo's face darken instantly. Chen Ping's heroic reputation had spread throughout China, not to mention that he was also the last disciple of the martial god Su Tianyuan. If he was expelled for the reason that his mentor did not want to take Chen Ping, the reputation of Beijing North Martial Arts University would be ruined immediately. There is only one way to get rid of Chen Ping once and for all, and that is to turn him into a cold corpse. Therefore, the school board did not want to expel Chen Ping from the beginning, but wanted to use the threat of expulsion to make Chen Ping fall into a trap that had been prepared long ago. But what Lu Bo didn't expect was that Chen Ping was so powerful that he could easily dodge even the divine attacks that the 6th-level monsters couldn't avoid. Even the backup plan that the school board had prepared in advance to be on the safe side was easily killed by Chen Ping. A martial artist at the 3rd level is already so powerful, what will happen if he is allowed to grow up? Chen Ping must be dealt with. Otherwise, no one will have a good life in the future. As for Su Tianyuan's anger, all the aristocratic families had to bear it together. People were dead, so he couldn't just massacre all of their families, right? When the time comes, each family will give some compensation and this matter will be over. Thinking of the death order given by Wang Tianqiu, Lu Bo, in order to preserve his wealth and status, winked at Li Chun. Li Chun immediately understood, reached out and grabbed Chen Ping, and tore off his hypocritical mask. Chen Ping, I heard your request, I refuse to be your mentor. Hearing this, Chen Ping loosened his grip on the door handle and stared coldly at Li Chun. I never said I wanted you to be my mentor. Li Chun, no longer acting, glanced at Chen Ping and said to himself, set up the ring. I want to challenge Chen Ping in a one-on-one duel. Li Chun, What benefits did they promise you to make you work so hard? Hearing Qin Ping's words, Lu Bo sneered, a 6th-level realm-breaking pill and the title of associate professor, do you understand? That's all your life is worth. The teacher sitting on Lu Bo's left took out a device emitting space fluctuations from his arms, pointed it at Qin Ping and Li Chun, and pressed the button. In an instant, a spatial wave enveloped the two of them and teleported them away. Ha, Li Chun is a 6th-level martial arts master, Qin Ping, you are dead. In a certain space, Qin Ping looked at the dark red earth beneath his feet and the gray sky above his head, and said calmly, Li Chun, even if you can kill me, do you think you can live to get the reward they are talking about? Li Chun tilted his neck, and a layer of fine scales emerged from his neck. Seeing this, Qin Ping's eyes fixed. Do you really think that little thing can make me risk my life? Li Chun took off his clothes and folded them neatly on the ground. The sturdy upper body is covered with green scales, and the surface gleams with a strange luster. Are you from the demon god cult? Correct. But there's no reward. Li Chun's hair wriggled and transformed into small green snakes. I'm following the leader's orders to kill you. I will first chop off your hands and feet, blind your eyes, and then turn you into a human pig. I will slowly torture you until you bleed to the last drop and can no longer make a sound. Then I will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and grind you into a pulp. Qin Ping's face remained calm. He looked around and asked, where is this place? Seeing Qin Ping still looking around, as if he didn't take him seriously, Li Chun's eyes flashed with anger. This is the 2nd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, your burial place. Before he finished speaking, the small green snakes in Li Chun's hair fell to the ground, expanded into giant pythons more than 10 meters long, and rushed towards Qin Ping. The fangs at the giant python's mouth shone with a cold luster, and at the hollow tip of the fangs, the crystal venom was ready. Just one bite would paralyze Qin Ping's entire body, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Looking at the giant python pouncing towards him, Qin Ping did not dodge or evade, but directly activated the void transformation. The Longquan sword behind him flew directly into the sky and disappeared without a trace. He was clearly standing in the same place, and no matter how hard the pythons opened their mouths, they could only bite air. The venom sprayed all over the ground, making a sizzling corrosive sound when it landed on the soil. Seeing this bizarre scene, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Chun's face, but he sneered, you used the secret treasure Su Tianyuan gave you, didn't you? It can make your body weak and immune to physical attacks, but how long can it last? When your time in the hollow is over, that will be your death. Li Chun continued to order the giant python to attack, with his arms folded across his chest, full of confidence. However, after half an hour, Qin Ping's transformation still showed no signs of stopping. Instead, Qin Ping lay on the ground, yawned, and looked like he was about to fall asleep. I'm going to take a nap first, come on. His real body is safe and sound now, which means that Li Chun is not his demise at all. So he will first use his external incarnation to test Li Chun and find out his strength, and then let Jiayu use time rewind to directly get rid of Li Chun. Hearing Qin Ping mocking him like this, Li Chun could no longer bear it and roared angrily, Qi and blood transform into a form. A large amount of green gas emanated from Li Chun and enveloped his body. After a while, a snake as tall as a 10-story building stood up from the ground, its upper body and neck opened, and its two strange and terrifying eyes stared at Qin Ping. Yo, turned into a cobra? When a martial artist reaches the 3rd realm, he will develop spiritual consciousness, and when he reaches the 4th realm, his talent will be fully awakened. When one reaches the 5th realm of martial emperor, one can. Qi and blood take shape. Seeing that he had successfully angered Li Chun and made him use his qi and blood to transform, Qin Ping's mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, the Longquan sword suddenly fell from the sky. Chapter 126, Man and Sword Become One. Qin Ping and the Longquan sword that fell from the sky merged into one, and golden light instantly shone. A moment later, a 3-meter-long giant sword took shape, and the golden edge pierced through the surrounding giant pythons, cutting them into pieces. You actually used the sword control technique to achieve the unity of man and sword? Li Chun's pupils shrank slightly. The sword controlling technique was one of Su Tianyuan's unique skills, and the unity of man and sword was even more famous. He had killed countless powerful monsters. I didn't expect Su Tianyuan to be so generous to you. Not only did he give you the Longquan sword, he also taught you the sword control technique. If you can perfect the sword controlling technique and use the myriad swords returning to the origin, you might be able to pose a threat to me. But if you think you can defeat me with just the fusion of man and sword, you're dreaming. Li Chun opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of green poisonous gas towards Qin Ping. The giant sword that Chen Ping transformed into was like a meteor, rushing into the poisonous gas with extremely sharp momentum. The green poison gas was so toxic that it could easily corrode even steel, but it had no effect on the giant sword. The golden light surrounding the giant sword shattered the poisonous gas, and the tip of the sword locked onto Li Chun's inverted triangle snake head. Li Chun's broad neck opened, revealing two blood-red eyes. The ferocious snake head was raised high, with strong murderous intent in his eyes. Every twist of his huge body could bring up gusts of wind. The giant sword cut through the air and turned into a dazzling golden light that pierced Li Chun's head. Li Chun reacted very quickly, swinging his hard snake tail violently, and it collided with the giant sword, making a dull collision sound. Bang! The giant sword that was knocked off course spun rapidly and shot towards Li Chun again like a bolt of lightning. Li Chun's body suddenly swung, and the snake's tail swung again and flew out. Too slow. The snake's tail in midair suddenly accelerated, its speed increasing by at least 2 times, sweeping towards the giant sword like a scimitar. At the same time, Li Chun's snake head suddenly stretched out, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Chen Ping with its sharp fangs. Chen Ping was not afraid at all. He controlled the giant sword in the air to suddenly change direction, consuming a lot of mental energy and increasing the speed 3 times. The sharp tip of the sword quickly approached Li Chun's abdomen, where Li Chun's real body was. Li Chun immediately changed his posture, bending his neck inwards and spurting out hundreds of green poisonous arrows from his blood-red eyes. The giant sword was surrounded by golden light, and the approaching poisonous arrows were shattered and turned into poisonous mist. Although the giant sword was not damaged, it still blocked it for a moment, and the snake's tail arrived and collided violently with the sword body. The giant sword was blocked by the tough scales of the snake's tail. The powerful impact almost made Chen Ping lose control of the giant sword. With his current strength as a 3rd-level martial artist, it was still too difficult for him to fight against a 6th-level martial master. Not to mention that Li Chun did not display the true strength of the 6th realm martial master, but teased Chen Ping with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing the giant sword tremble slightly and its golden light dim, Li Chun sneered, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? You looked like you didn't take me seriously at all. I haven't even taken it seriously yet, and you can't do it? If this is all you can do, die here." Li Chun, who had had enough fun, decided to take real action. He captured Chen Ping, tortured him, and then killed him. "Let me show you how powerful a 6th realm martial sect is." After saying that, Li Chun's huge body shrank rapidly, 2 lumps of flesh appeared on his back, and then a pair of green wings grew out. "I devoured the demon core of the 6th-level demon beast Ting Snake and gained Ting Snake's talent, Ting Yun." A ball of white mist appeared under Li Chun, and the next moment Li Chun appeared beside Chen Ping. As fast as lightning. "Break!" Li Chun roared angrily, and slammed his snake tail onto the giant sword that Chen Ping had transformed into. In order to avoid this terrifying blow, Chen Ping immediately released the state of unity between man and sword, and used the method of virtualization to avoid Li Chun's attack. Looking at Chen Ping, who had entered the virtual state again, a hint of mockery flashed in Li Chun's eyes, and he spit out a ball of dark green mist from his mouth, covering Chen Ping. This dark green mist was completely different from the poison that Li Chun had spit out before. It was wriggling as if it had life. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you if you use your mental power to make yourself invisible? This is a poison that can cause mental poisoning and put people into a coma. There's no way you can withstand it." Chen Ping, who was enveloped by the drug, did not feel anything at all. His god-level talent, the body of the god of war, could resist all mental control and negative effects. The negative effects of the drug had no effect on him at all. After waiting for a while, Li Chun was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw that the drug was completely ineffective on Chen Ping. He is a 6th-level martial arts master, but he has no way to deal with a 3rd-level martial artist? Hateful. Li Chun gritted his teeth and said, "I want to see how long you can hold on to this state of emptiness." Chen Ping lay on the ground, squinting his eyes. "Do you have any other tricks?" "I have many tricks. If you have the ability, you can remove the hollowness." "That's hilarious. If you can you help me get rid of my hollow form?" After hearing Chen Ping's answer, Li Chun could no longer bear it. He raised his fist and punched towards the place where Chen Ping was. The ground shattered and a deep pit was smashed out. Chen Ping, who was floating in the air with his spiritual power, looked at Li Chun's exasperated expression and said, "Push harder, keep going." Li Chun was breathing rapidly. The previous attack had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Seeing that it had no effect on Chen Ping, he was at a loss as to what to do. He had to release his blood and chi to transform into a human form and maintain his physical strength to prevent Chen Ping from escaping suddenly. Li Chun, who was naked, was about to put on the clothes on the ground when the Longquan sword suddenly whizzed past and cut the clothes into pieces. Li Chun clenched his fists and stared at Chen Ping, but did not take the next step. Seeing that Li Chun had not resorted to any other means even at this point, it seemed that he had really run out of tricks. It's time to get serious. During the fight just now, Chen Ping saw many second-level monsters in the distance, including the familiar white tiger. Further away, there were also monsters active. It seems that you really have no other options. Then it's my turn. The Longquan sword flew over and took Chen Ping to the direction of the monster. Seeing Chen Ping leave, the naked Li Chun immediately transformed his blood and chi into a flying snake, flapped his wings, and followed him. The next moment, it appeared beside Chen Ping, stretched out its snake tail, and grabbed the Longquan sword directly. You can become a deity, but the Longquan sword can't, right? The scales of Li Chun's snake tail collided with the sharp sword energy of the Longquan sword, emitting a clanging sound of metal clashing. Relying on the strong power of chi and blood, Li Chun's snake tail broke through the defense of sword energy and wrapped around the hilt of Longquan sword. Like to fly with the Longquan sword? Here you go. Just when Li Chun thought he had succeeded, Chen Ping's voice came from his mind, who said that the Longquan sword can't be transformed into a virtual sword. In an instant, the Longquan sword turned into a phantom, merged with Chen Ping, and flew out like lightning. Now, let me show you the true unity of man and sword. Chapter 127 Kill. A golden sword light flashed across the monster's body. After more than 10 seconds, the monster's corpse was left on the ground. Li Chun, who turned into a tongue snake, chased madly from behind. At first, he could still catch up with the sword light, but as the sword light killed more and more monsters, the speed of the sword light became faster and faster. Damn it! Chen Ping has an SSS level talent sacrifice. Every time he kills a monster, his strength will increase. Anxious Li Chun tried desperately to stop Chen Ping, but he could not catch up with the golden sword light, which was several times faster than lightning. Half an hour later, Li Chun could only watch the sword light disappear from his sight. Li Chun, who was standing still, gasped for breath as he came into contact with the transformed form. Helpless, he could only bite the bullet and contact Li Sini. Master, I lost Chen Ping. Useless. Li Sini cursed, then ordered, search the entire second floor of the demon suppression tower. If you don't kill Chen Ping, you will die as a token of your sin. But after he entered the void state, I was completely helpless. Moreover, his void state lasted for a very long time. It seems that he has mastered the void state. Idiot. A god-level martial art like void transformation is difficult to learn even for a 9th realm martial emperor. Only a 10th realm martial god can fully grasp and master it. There's no way a mere 3rd realm martial master like Chen Ping can learn it. Su Tianyuan must have given him some treasure. It's probably a consumable item. He might be hiding in a corner right now, waiting for you to leave. Go quickly. If I didn't have the aura of the demon god on me, I wouldn't be able to enter the demon suppression tower. How could it be your turn? After hanging up the call, Li Chun looked in the direction Chen Ping left and followed him. On the other side, Chen Ping was hiding in a forest. Unlike what Li Chun guessed, his SSS level talent of sacrificing and killing monsters could only increase his chi and blood power, but not his mental strength. The sword light became faster and faster, just for him to see. In fact, he is already at the end of his strength. Just as Chen Ping was about to remove his external incarnation, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that the bound object Su Qingli's martial arts realm has broken through to the 3rd level of martial artist, rewarding the host with a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to draw? Just in time for the lucky draw. Just as he finished speaking, a colorful turntable appeared before his eyes. Why is it so fast this time? Shouldn't we wait until the next day to check it? After the system upgrade, the bound object's realm breakthrough will immediately give the host a chance to draw a lottery. Very good, that's right. I'll give you a 5-star rating. As the turntable spins, the rewards on it keep changing, and after a few seconds they turn into gray question marks. Host, please make your choice. Just like the last time he drew the lottery, Chen Ping randomly chose a question mark on the turntable. The spinning turntable paused for a moment, and all the question marks on it disappeared, leaving only the selected question mark. The gray question mark emitted a dazzling multicolored light, and an invisible force penetrated into Chen Ping's body. Congratulations to the host for drawing the maximum level martial arts voucher. You can designate a martial arts technique to upgrade it to the maximum level. Chen Pai said without any hesitation, upgrade the divine level sword controlling technique to the maximum level. Hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to the god level technique. The sword controlling technique has reached the maximum level. Congratulations to the host for realizing the 10,000 swords return to the origin. In an instant, countless profound and mysterious sword controlling skills flooded into Chen Ping's mind, and his understanding of the sword controlling techniques underwent a drastic change. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Not only can one transform one's own chi and blood into 10,000 swords, but one can also transform the chi and blood of others into 10,000 swords. It has been detected that the host has upgraded 2 martial arts techniques to the maximum level. The technique advancement function has been unlocked. The host can use chi and blood points to upgrade the technique level. Click on the interface for upgrading the level of martial arts. To upgrade the heavenly level martial arts to the god level, 10,000 points of chi and blood are required. 10,000 points of chi and health, this is too exaggerated. He himself only has 630 points of chi and health now. Chen Ping originally thought that the god level technique was already the highest level, but what he didn't expect was that there were actually more things above the god level technique. Immortal level martial arts. The amount of chi and blood required made him dumbfounded. It actually required a full 1 million points of chi and blood? At this time, the woods where Chen Ping was hiding was suddenly swept by a snake's tail. All the trees were destroyed, revealing Chen Ping's figure. I finally found you, Chen Ping. Li Chun descended from the sky with a grim smile on his face. Chen Ping, who learned the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, was freed from his virtual transformation. Why don't you use the void transformation anymore? Have you used up all the treasures? Li Chun twisted his neck, his eyes full of violence. Chen Ping held the Longquan sword with a steady look in his eyes. If it weren't for the leader's warning, I would have let you get away. You've made me lose face in front of the leader. I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Li Chun was about to spit out poisonous gas and torture Chen Ping severely to vent his hatred. Suddenly I found that I had no strength left in my body. It feels like it has been hollowed out by something. Looking up, tens of thousands of sword energies appeared above his head. Why did so much sword energy suddenly appear? Where did it come from? Li Chun, who was locked by tens of thousands of sword energies, felt like he was falling into an abyss, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After years of martial arts training, this was the first time he felt so weak. It's like I have become an ordinary person with a weak body. After taking a step forward, Li Chun's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked carefully, and found that behind each sword energy, there was an extremely thin white thread connecting to his body. Li Chun had seen the scene before him on Su Tianyuan. I never thought you would reach the highest realm of the sword controlling technique, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Su Tianyuan once used this trick to kill several 10th level monsters in a row, and repelled Beast Abyss's attack by himself. Terrifying China. After this battle, Beast Abyss has not launched another attack in the past few years. No wonder Su Tianyuan wants to take you in as his disciple. You've only been learning the sword controlling technique for a few days? Such talent and ability are truly terrifying. Su Wenba and I are old classmates, and I watched Su Qingli grow up. Can you let me go? Chen Ping shook his head. You are a member of the demon god cult, I can't let you go. Tell me, where is Li Sini? Li Chun did not answer his question. He looked at the thousands of sword lights in the sky and suddenly laughed wildly. Chen Ping, not everyone can be as lucky as you, to be noticed by Su Tianyuan and become a disciple of the god of war. Most ordinary people like me with no background will never get ahead in their lives if we don't join the demon god cult. But you won't be able to keep jumping around for much longer. Soon, the aristocratic families will clearly realize your threat and kill you. If Su Tianyuan avenges you, civil unrest will break out in China. Then Beast Abyss will surely seize the opportunity to launch an attack. When the demon god descends, the world will become equal again. It doesn't matter whether you were born rich or poor, you will die, huh? Chen Ping's eyes were cold, and sword lights fell like rain in the sky. Thousands of sword lights blasted down, leaving no trace of Li Chun's body. Chapter 128 Soul Torture. One person's vital signs have disappeared, a teacher said excitedly in Office 403. Lu Bo, who had been waiting impatiently, ran to the screen and saw that among the scattered red spots, one of the 2 green spots had disappeared. Chen Ping is quite a difficult guy. It took Li Chun a long time to deal with him. Another older teacher asked, "Are you sure that Chen Ping's vital signs have disappeared?" "No, we don't have the authority to enter the demon suppression tower. We can only steal the information about the life fluctuations inside the demon suppression tower. We can only distinguish between humans and monsters by the color of the light spots. Red light spots are the life fluctuations of monsters, and green light spots are the life fluctuations of humans." Lu Bo laughed heartily and said, "Chen Ping is only a third-level martial artist, while Li Chun is a sixth-level martial master. How could he possibly lose? Now that Chen Ping is dead, we can finally sleep peacefully. Well, let Long Hao demolish the 9th dormitory. From now on, Beijing North University will no longer accept students without backgrounds. Except for our Jingbei Martial Arts University, no other martial arts university in China is allowed to recruit students from ordinary backgrounds. This is the only way to solve this problem once and for all." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office erupted in joy. "You're right, no one can end our family's rule. Open the teleporter and release Li Chun." Lu Bo's eyes flashed with a gleam. "Then I'll have to trouble you all to capture him and hand him over to Su Tianyuan for disposal. Li Chun is not from our family. When the time comes, we will clear ourselves of any responsibility. Su Tianyuan will not do anything to our family." A teacher nearby turned on the transmission device, a space fluctuation was emitted, and a figure appeared in everyone's sight. Chen Ping, who had returned to Beijing North Martial Arts University, heard a voice in his ears, hunted 168 second-level monsters on the second floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, and obtained 336 trial points. Please go to the first floor to redeem the rewards. He looked at the people around him who were all in disbelief and said with a smile, "You didn't expect it, did you? I'm back." Walking up to the head teacher Lu Bo, Chen Ping punched him directly. Lu Bo was in extreme shock and had no time to react, so he took the punch head-on. Blood trickled down Lu Bo's nose. He pointed at Chen Ping and yelled, "How dare you? How dare you hit the teacher? I'm beating up on you teachers who have no moral integrity." Sonorous. Some teachers have already drawn their weapons. Just as Chen Ping was about to use 10,000 swords returning to the origin, an old voice suddenly rang out, "Enough, stop it. Headmaster." When the teachers saw that it was the highly respected principal, they hurriedly put away their weapons. The principal glanced at the teacher holding the teleportation device and asked, "Teacher Yang Zi, what is the punishment according to school rules for using the Demon Suppression Tower's teleportation device without permission?" The teacher named Yang Zi panicked immediately, her face turned pale, and she trembled as she said, "It was the Dean Lu Bo who forced me to do this. I didn't do it voluntarily." Hearing this, Lu Bo's face suddenly darkened, and he pointed at Yang Zi and cursed, "I didn't force you, you took the initiative to join." Looking at the two people arguing, the principal's eyes widened and he shouted, "Shut up! Are you still putting on an act in front of me? You are all from the Wang family. You teamed up to kill Chen Ping. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Looking at the angry principal, Lu Bo began to panic. "Principal Zhao, don't say that. We are selecting a mentor for Chen Ping. Choosing a tutor?" The principal laughed in anger. "The entrance exams haven't even finished yet, isn't it too early to choose a tutor?" The principal turned his gaze to Chen Ping. "I'm Zhao Guoqiang, the president of Beijing North University. Chen Ping, are you okay?" Chen Ping glanced at Zhao Yu, who was hiding behind him and sticking her tongue out at him, and understood what was going on. He replied, "Something happened. Li Chun almost killed me." "How audacious! Where is Li Chun?" Zhao Guoqiang frowned and looked around the classroom, but did not see Li Chun. "I killed him in self-defense in the demon suppressing tower." Chen Ping then recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang was furious. "You are so lawless. What do you mean by the school board passing this? Bullshit. When did the school board pass such an outrageous school rule? You have to choose a mentor, and if the mentor refuses, you have to fight him? If you can't win, you'll be expelled? Which idiot came up with this stupid idea?" Zhao Guoqiang, who was in a bad mood, looked around and fixed his eyes on Lu Bo, who was avoiding his gaze. "That's you, isn't it?" Lu Bo, with something to hide, didn't dare to look Zhao Guoqiang in the eye. He kept saying, "It was Chen Ping who was talking nonsense. We saw that he was the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam, so we wanted to choose the best instructor to guide him. But Chen Ping not only didn't appreciate it, but also spoke harshly to us. Teacher Li Chun couldn't stand it anymore, so she asked Teacher Yang Zi to use the teleportation device to teach him a lesson in the Demon Suppression Tower. With Chen Ping's strength as a third-level martial artist, it's impossible for him to defeat Li Chun, a sixth-level martial artist. It must be that Master Li Chun just wanted to teach him a lesson, so he held back. But Chen Ping was so cruel and ruthless that he killed Teacher Li Chun. After listening to Lu Bo's nonsense explanation, Zhao Guoqiang slapped Lu Bo in the face and pointed at the metal wristband on Chen Ping's hand. This wristband is a birthday gift I gave to my granddaughter Zhao Yu last year. It has an automatic recording function. Do you want me to play it for everyone to listen to? Lu Bo, who was slapped, had his cheek swollen. He looked at Zhao Guoqiang in disbelief, feeling both shocked and frightened. Principal, you are the head of the Zhao family, why are you helping Chen Ping? I'm not helping Chen Ping, I'm helping justice. Everyone present here is suspended and is to reflect on their actions. Remove Lu Bo from his position as head teacher. You don't have to worry about Chen Ping's mentor. I will be his mentor from now on. After Zhao Guoqiang said this, Lu Bo collapsed to the ground. He originally thought that by taking this opportunity to kill Chen Ping, he would get strong support from the Wang family and be able to rise to prominence. However, he did not expect that the foolproof plan would not work at all on Chen Ping. Who would have thought that a student of a third-level martial artist could defeat his teacher who was a sixth-level martial artist? Not to mention that he patted his chest and promised in front of old man Wang Tianshou that he would definitely kill Chen Ping to eliminate future troubles. If the mission fails, he will not only lose all the resources and support from the Wang family, but will also be severely punished. The punishment of dismissal from the principal is nothing compared to those inhumane punishments. Thinking of the consequences of mission failure, Lu Bo fainted in anger. Seeing Lu Bo fainted, Zhao Guoqiang felt no pity in his heart. He just said coldly, "Take him away and send him to the infirmary." After arranging the remaining teachers, Zhao Guoqiang walked up to Chen Ping and smiled slightly, like a kind old grandfather from the neighborhood. But what he said made Chen Ping's hair stand on end. I heard that you want to live with my granddaughter and the daughter of the Su family? Young man, aren't you being too greedy? Chapter 129 Taking a Bath Together. Grandpa, that's not true. I was the one who offered to live with them. Okay, granddaughter, since you said so, I won't embarrass him. Otherwise, I will make sure this kid knows the consequences of playing both sides. Zhao Guoqiang glanced at Chen Ping's lower body, which made Chen Ping feel chilly. But young man, you are very powerful. Even Li Chun, a sixth-level martial arts master, is no match for you. His poison is incredibly deadly and inflicts death upon contact with blood. Can you tell me how you achieved this? Hearing this, Chen Ping glanced at Zhao Yu obscurely. Seeing her shake her head slightly, he immediately understood and said, I happen to have an antidote pill with me. His poison was detoxified by the pill, so it had no effect on me. Then I played tricks on him, and he accidentally poisoned himself to death. Hearing this nonsense answer, Zhao Guoqiang did not get angry but smiled and said, since you don't want to say it, forget it. From now on, I will be your mentor. If you need any help, feel free to come to me. But remember one thing, don't let my granddaughter down. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After sending Zhao Guoqiang away, Zhao Yu immediately walked to Chen Ping and whispered in his ear, follow me. After getting in the car, Zhao Yu's nervous expression finally relaxed. She turned around and asked, what do you think of my grandfather? Recalling Zhao Guoqiang's performance just now, Chen Ping thought for a while before saying, it feels a little unreal. Why would he help me? Is it because of my fondness for you? Hearing Chen Ping's answer, Zhao Yu shook her head. Is he always pretending to be doing this for my own good? Grandpa's acting has always been so superb. He deceived me for many years. Until last year, I thought he was truly doing this for my own good and was on my side. It was only by chance that I discovered his true face. I see that he doesn't look fake in his anger towards Lu Bo and the Wang family. He would definitely be angry if he attacked you without his consent. That's true. Zhao Yu's words made Chen Ping stunned. He looked at Zhao Yu, waiting for her next explanation. There are two most powerful families in China. One is the Su family, which holds military power, and the other is the Zhao family, which holds political power. The Su family is dedicated to protecting China and has no intention of manipulating power. It can be said that the Zhao family is the most powerful family among the aristocratic families. Do you think that if other families attack you, there will be no trace of the Zhao family? What he's best at is striking when people least expect it, making it impossible to defend against him. Hearing this, Junping suddenly understood. You mean, the person who hid in the entrance exam and made a move secretly was sent by your grandfather? Xiaoyu nodded and said, if you died during the entrance exam, he could pretend not to know and put all the blame on the Wang family, saying that this person was arranged by the Wang family and that the Wang family was using a knife to kill you, and he could completely clear himself of the blame. I initially went to look for him because he was the one who opened my external network account. I suddenly couldn't log in, so I thought it must be related to him. I didn't expect that when I told him my intention, he immediately took me to find you. It was then that I realized that the aristocratic family had taken action this time without his consent. If you died in Office 403, at the hands of Li Chun, with so many teachers present, he, as the principal, would be held responsible and would surely face the vengeance of martial god Su Tianyuan. This is inconsistent with his principle of distancing himself after achieving his goal. Over the years, the Wang family has done a lot of dirty work for the Zhao family. Most people outside believe that it was the Wang family who did it, but in fact, the Zhao family is also closely related. After hearing this, Junping looked at Xiaoyu's beautiful face and asked, are you trying to tell me that the Zhao family is the biggest cancer among the aristocratic families? Yes, the Wang family is just a knife in the hands of the Zhao family. It is only with the Zhao family's secret support that they have been able to rise so quickly in recent years. Chen Ping's heart moved. Was Su Qingli's mother's death also related to the Zhao family? In short, you must be careful of Zhao Guoqiang. He is extremely sinister and cunning, and his words and deeds are two-faced. Hearing Xiaoyu's comments about her grandfather, Junping asked curiously, what happened last year that made you start to hate him so much? After a long silence, Xiaoyu finally said, that day, I was in the school dormitory when Zhao Guoqiang suddenly visited. I let him in without warning, and he tried to drug me. I used time travel to prevent him from succeeding. It turned out that this was the real reason why she didn't want to live in the dormitory alone. The car was silent for a long time. Chen Ping comforted him, don't worry. As long as I'm here, this kind of thing will never happen again. Thank you. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly at Chen Ping. Arriving at the door of Su Qingli's sky villa, Chen Ping turned to look at Xiaoyu looking at the piles of boxes. He didn't know what to say for a moment and could only give Xiaoyu a helpless look. Xiaoyu stuck out her pink tongue and said, excuse me, help me move in. I'll reward you nicely tonight. Hearing the word reward, Chen Ping's spirits lifted. He patted his chest and said, as an outstanding young man who was willing to help others, leave such a small matter as moving to me. After moving all the things into Xiaoyu's room, I watched her take out the things one by one and arrange them neatly. The mountain of things quickly disappeared in her hands. The originally spacious room was filled to the brim with Xiaoyu. Seeing Chen Ping looking around curiously, Xiaoyu found it a little funny. Have you never seen a girl's room? Chen Ping coughed lightly. I'm just curious, can I use all these things? This is a girl's secret. Xiaoyu placed her index finger on the center of her lips. Don't ask. Looking at these bottles and jars whose uses were unknown, Chen Ping shrugged and said, okay. After throwing all the cartons out, Chen Ping clapped his hands and said, now that everything is moved, I'm going back to my room to rest. I thought you would stay in my room. Am I that kind of person? Let's go. Chen Ping opened the door and walked out, closing the door behind him. Looking at the closed door, the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly. Since you're so nice to me, I'll reward you tonight. After the avatar entered the room, it merged with the original body lying on the bed. Chen Ping stretched and continued to lie down. Until evening, Su Qingli still hadn't returned. Do you have to be so competitive? Chen Ping checked the forum and found that Su Qingli had not replied yet. At this moment, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Ping, do you want to come down and take a bath? Taking a bath? How could it be more comfortable than lying in bed? Chen Ping decisively refused. No, it's more comfortable to lie in bed. When I say taking a bath, I mean taking a bath together. What? Hearing this, Chen Ping immediately got up from the bed, opened the door and said, let's go. I just feel a little itchy. Chapter 130. Do you like me? There is a 20 square meter bathtub on the top floor of the Sky Villa. Chen Ping leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub and lay down at the bottom of the bathtub. Why haven't you come yet? Did you stand me up? The water was a little hot, and Chen Ping felt a little hot. At this time, the sound of the door opening was heard, and light footsteps were heard. Chen Ping, feeling a little nervous, quickly sat up. Xiaoyu's soft voice rang out from behind him, don't move, and don't peek. As the sound of bottles and jars colliding was heard, Jinping turned his head and saw a pair of slender white hands opening a black jar and pouring out the bright red liquid inside. In an instant, the transparent bath water was dyed red. An extremely tingling feeling spread throughout his body, and Jinping almost moaned in pleasure. "Isn't this too cool? What is this? It feels so good." Zhao Yu chuckled and explained, "This is the blood of the 4th-level monster, the blood tiger. Soaking your body in it not only nourishes your yin and yang, but also creates a very tingling and comfortable feeling." Then she took out a white jar and poured out golden liquid. "This is honey from the 5th-level monster, the tiger bee queen. Using it for a bath not only strengthens the body, but also has a sweet aroma that smells particularly pleasant." Hearing this, Jinping took a deep breath and said, "It smells like roses." Zhao Yu poured more than a dozen bottles and jars into the bathtub, and finally the bathtub took on a strange color, like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade. Jinping, who was soaking in it, felt warm and indescribably comfortable all over. "Isn't it so comfortable to lie down like this?" Zhao Yu, who opened the door to a new world for Jinping, saw that Jinping was enjoying himself and was completely immersed in the joy of taking a bath, so she began to show her real skills. "This is just the beginning." A pair of soft and boneless hands climbed onto Jinping's shoulders. Proper massage is also essential. The nimble little hands rubbed Jinping's shoulders, and the perfect amount of strength helped Jinping's stiff body relax after lying down for a day. "Your technique is top-notch," Jinping exclaimed in admiration. "That's what my mother taught me. You're the first man to enjoy it." Zhao Yu changed her techniques over a dozen times, her hands moving gently and powerfully on Jinping's skin. The tense muscles were gradually relaxed, and the blood seemed to flow more smoothly in the body, making Jinping feel as if he was immersed in a tranquil ocean. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yu finally stopped moving her hands. "How's it going? Is it okay?" Jinping, in a good mood, gave a thumbs up without hesitation. "Nice." Zhao Yu listened, glanced at her chest, and her cheeks flushed. "Did you peek just now?" "No, I didn't even look back just now." Although Jinping wanted to look back, he had been fooled in Zhao Yu's dormitory before. "She must be wearing shorts and a top, no doubt about it." Zhao Yu chuckled and unbuttoned her coat, throwing it into the bathtub. "Really?" Looking at the familiar lace pajamas, Jinping felt his nose itchy, as if something was about to flow out. Zhao Yu picked up the bottles and jars on the ground and said with a smile, "Then I'll be leaving." "Wait, this is the reward you mentioned? Otherwise, what other reward do you want? These bathing supplies are not cheap." Feeling cheated, Jinping immediately turned around and saw Zhao Yu, who was dressed neatly, standing by the bathtub. She stuck out her tongue at him and said, "You don't really want to take a bath with me, do you?" Not wanting to lose face, Jinping raised his head and said, "As a man, you need a woman to take a bath with you? No need." "Phew." Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed for a long time. "Have you forgotten that I know the 6 Desires Codex? You can't say it without meaning it." Jinping then remembered that Zhao Yu could sense other people's true inner desires. It's completely useless to tell lies in front of her. Cough, cough. Jinping, who was trying to cover up his embarrassment with coughing, turned his head back. "Could you please pick up my pajamas, please?" Jinping picked up the wet lace pajamas from the bathtub and handed it to Zhao Yu. "Hey, how about I wear this and take a bath with you?" As soon as these words came out, Jinping's right hand trembled and he almost dropped his pajamas on the ground. Zhao Yu, quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbed her pajamas and raised her lips slightly. "Wait a moment." Looking at Zhao Yu's graceful back, Jinping rubbed his eyebrows. "This little goblin will definitely not come back after he leaves." He wanted to get up and leave, but the bathtub was so comfortable that he decided to soak in it for a while longer. As he was soaking in the bath, Jinping fell asleep unknowingly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Su Qingli and Zhao Yu sitting opposite each other in the bathtub. "Am I dreaming?" Jinping shook his head and found that the two stunning beauties in front of him not only did not disappear, but became clearer. This dream is quite real. Su Qingli and Zhao Yu found that Jinping had woken up and walked towards him from the left and right. Su Qingli's swimsuit was relatively conservative, revealing only her long legs and white arms, while the other half of Zhao Yu's swimsuit was an extremely bold bikini, and the deep cleavage made Jinping feel dizzy. It must be because the water temperature is too hot. Jinping took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Although he didn't mind having such a dream a few more times, he was not the kind of person who liked to imagine things about his real female friends. He pinched the flesh on his thigh deeply, and the real pain surged into his heart, making Qin Ping slightly stunned. I can't feel pain in dreams, is that possible? Is the scene before my eyes real? At this time, Su Qingli and Zhao Yu had already come to his side. Zhao Yu on the right leaned her head on his shoulder and hugged his right hand tightly. The slippery and soft feeling made Qin Ping's dizziness worse. What was going on? Wasn't the god-level body of the god of war able to resist all mental control and negative effects? Why did he feel dizzy? At this time, Zhao Yu said confidently, Qingli, don't worry. I added psychedelic drugs to the bath. He is now in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. No matter what we say to him, he won't remember it when he wakes up. Qin Ping was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao Yu would put drugs in the bathtub. What did she want to do? If you have any questions, you can ask them now. He will definitely answer truthfully subconsciously. Su Qingli blushed and poked Qin Ping's chest muscle. Isn't this a bit bad? What's wrong with that? Don't you want to ask Qin Ping whether he likes you or not? Zhao Yu touched Qin Ping's muscular body and said, the muscle curves of this body are more perfect than a sculpture. I really don't know how he trained it. After hearing what Zhao Yu said, Su Qingli noticed that Zhao Yu had been taking advantage of Qin Ping, and immediately pulled Qin Ping into her arms. Don't take advantage of Qin Ping's unconsciousness and do anything to him. Zhao Yu laughed and raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. I won't fight with you for it. He's yours, okay? Hearing this, Su Qingli blushed and lowered her head slightly, saying, I'm saying you shouldn't take advantage of others. Ask any questions you have, he might be awake soon. Su Qingli took a deep breath, then mustered up the courage to ask, Qin Ping, do you like me?